In the country, the birth rate of boys has once again hit a record low. In the first 2 quarters, they accounted for only 9.6% of all births. The government was forced to lower the minimum marriage age for men to 16 to increase the efficiency of male genetic use. Experts even suggested introducing a 3 workdays, 4 days off schedule for men, so they would have more time for dating and marriage. And recently, the police uncovered a major male trafficking ring, 10 arrested, 8 men rescued. The offenders now face life imprisonment or even the death penalty. My name is Lin Fan. And I've only recently transmigrated into this world. Technically, I've lived here for 18 years already. But until yesterday, my 18th birthday, I hadn't remembered my past life. When my memories returned, something else awakened with them, the male god system. Now, every time a woman gives me a gift, the system rewards me in return. Today is my 2nd day since awakening, and my 1st day going on a government-arranged blind date. Yes, you heard that right. Here, the government decides who you'll date. If a man doesn't marry by 19, he loses all welfare and financial benefits. In the Great Xia Empire, the male birth rate is catastrophically low, fewer than 10 boys out of every 100 births. So the government had to take extreme measures. Determining a fetus's gender or performing an abortion is strictly prohibited, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. However, parents of boys receive 200,000 yuan immediately and 20,000 yuan per month until the child turns 18. Half of that amount goes directly to the boy's personal account. The average salary in the capital is about 15,000 yuan. So if you're born male, the government practically showers you with money. All that's required from you is to marry on time. Men here are rare, almost like gold. Women are willing to offer enormous dowries just to get a husband. And the younger the man, the higher the demand. So no, I'm not dreaming of love. I just don't want to lose my status and benefits. Although, with my system, maybe things won't turn out so bad. I opened the Marriage Manager 678 app and looked at my assigned partner's profile. No name, about 5 foot 5 inches tall. All other data was hidden, and the photo was just a corrupted file. Even her weight and measurements were replaced with question marks. Looks like the system glitched, or someone erased her info on purpose. Whatever, I'll see for myself. If I don't like her, I'll just leave. The taxi stopped in front of Boloro Cafe. I got out and checked my phone, room 666. Inside, several couples were already having their government-arranged dates. I couldn't help but notice one of them. The man looked around 220 pounds, his stomach spilling over his belt. The woman, beautiful, slim, her voice soft and submissive. The man said he wanted a dowry of at least 880,000 yuan, plus a car worth no less than 500,000. The woman agreed. Then he said he wouldn't work after marriage. A maid would handle the chores, and she must hand over her salary to him. She agreed again. He added that she couldn't restrict his freedom. He could go out or date whoever he wanted. She accepted that too. Finally, he nodded and said he'd marry her. The woman lit up with joy, thanked him, and promised to work hard and never let him suffer. I walked past without turning back. In my old world, this would have been called science fiction. Here, it's just an ordinary day. When men make up less than 10% of the population, the world flips upside down. I found the right door and knocked. A soft female voice invited me in. I pushed the door open, and froze. The plaque read 666. Right place. But inside sat 5 girls. And not just similar, identical. 5 identical faces. The same smiles. The same expressions. I said I must have entered the wrong room. But one of them stood up, walked over, and gently took my hand. Her perfume was faint, her short hair brushing her shoulders. With a light smile, she said I hadn't made a mistake. That they were my assigned partner. I blinked. 5 identical girls. 1 profile. And a system that stayed silent. Looked like my first date was going to be anything but ordinary. Inside private room 666. Lin Fan was sitting with 2 beautiful women beside him, and 3 more sitting across from him. Through the system, he had already seen the basic information of these 5 beauties. Name, Li Siyu. Gender, female. Attractiveness, 90. Bone structure, 95. Body shape, 92. Age, 19 years old. Height, 5 feet 4 inches. Weight, 101 pounds. Measurements, 34.6 to 24.8, 35 inches. Sexual history, 0. The other 4 beauties were named Li Sijin, Li Siji, Li Xiling, and Li Xiyao. The 5 sisters, all born at once, looked nearly identical, with only slight variations in facial features. Their bone structure was uniformly rated 95, and their age and height were exactly the same. Their weight varied within about 4 pounds, and their body measurements differed by just a few inches. For example, Lee Si-yu was quite well endowed, while Lee Si-yao came from money. Her family even owned a private airport at her young age. Ladies, care to explain? Which one of you is actually here for a date with me? Lin Fan asked, both confused and excited as he looked at the 5 beauties in front of him. Quintuplets, and all stunning in looks and curves. They were just a year older than him. Back in his previous life, twins were already a fantasy for most men. Quintuplets? That was the kind of dream most wouldn't even dare to have. But 5 women showing up for one blind date? That was definitely strange. In high school, every once in a while during evening study sessions, the class teacher would lecture them on a man's responsibilities and obligations. Naturally, the Marriage Management 678 app came up. It was an app that every citizen of the Great Xia Empire was required to install starting at the age of 16. Annual medical exam data would sync directly to the Marriage Management 678 system. As soon as a guy turned 18, the empire would arrange a blind date for him within a month. But he remembered the teacher saying, only one match would be arranged at a time, and only if it failed would they move on to the next. If the match was successful and he didn't take a second wife within 5 years, the empire would allow another match. But in his case, none of the usual info, name, weight, measurements, or even a photo, showed up for his date. That might have been fine, except now 5 women had shown up instead of 1. Not that he minded. Any normal man wouldn't say no to 5 beautiful sisters. Still, the whole thing felt too weird. Could these girls be members of the royal family? The efficient-looking, short-haired Lee Si-yu spoke first. Classmate Lin Fan, it's a bit of a complicated story, so let me start by introducing our sisters. She smiled brightly at Lin Fan. I'm Lee Si-yu, the eldest. She's the second sister, Lee Si-jin. She's the third sister, Lee Si-ji. I'm the fourth, my name is Lee Si-ling, said the shoulder-length-haired girl sitting next to Lin Fan, who wore a blue ribbon in her hair. She had been the one to pull Lin Fan into the room earlier. After speaking, Lee Si-ling hugged the long-haired girl on Lin Fan's other side. And this is our baby sister, Lee Si-yao. Lin Fan shrugged, he already knew all their names. You probably already know my name, but I'll reintroduce myself anyway. I'm Lin Fan. So now, can you tell me who I'm supposed to be dating today? Or are all 5 of you here for that? Lin Fan crossed his arms and leaned back against the sofa, eyeing the women in front of him. It really is all 5 of us. But you can't marry us all at once, Lee Si-yu smiled and wagged her finger. I haven't even said I want to marry you all, Lin Fan said, casually crossing one leg over the other. If this were a normal blind date, he wouldn't mind being paired with 5 gorgeous sisters. But today's setup was too bizarre, he wasn't about to let lust override his judgment. Even if you wanted to, we might not want to marry you, the second sister, Lee Si-jin, crossed her arms too, looking at Lin Fan with a hint of annoyance. So, that's a failed match then? Lin Fan spread his hands. If that's the case, why not just click match failed and move on? Lee Si-yu chopped her hand down on Lee Si-jin's forehead. Sorry Lin Fan, our Si-jin just got her period, so her mood's a bit off. Lee Si-jin's cheeks instantly flushed red. Sis. That's not true. You brat. Quiet down. Did you forget what mom and dad told us? Lee Si-yu flicked her sister on the forehead again. Lee Si-jin turned her head and ignored everyone. Say, are you girls royalty or something? Lin Fan held his phone in one hand, rested his other hand on his leg, and stared directly at Lee Si-yu. He said what was on his mind outright. He hated riddles. As soon as he said that, all 5 girls looked at him in shock. Even Lee Si-ji, who had been wearing headphones and gaming the whole time, looked up at him. She had her head down gaming since the start, he'd assumed she wasn't even listening. Judging by your reactions, I was right. So they really were royalty. Now it made sense. The Marriage Management 678 app was developed directly by the Empire and had been running for decades. There shouldn't be any glitches. Yet in his case, not only was the identity of his match hidden, he couldn't even click match failed. And then 5 identical sisters showed up instead. And they were all surnamed Lee, the royal family surname in the Daxia Empire. Putting all this together, only someone from the royal family could have arranged it. He just didn't understand why. Had his identity as a transmigrator been exposed? Otherwise, why send 5 royal daughters to test him? It couldn't just be because he was too good-looking, could it? He was self-aware, sure, he was good-looking. Even with a chubby figure, his face was handsome. But not handsome enough for the royal family to throw daughters at him. Lee Si-ling, sitting next to him, grabbed his arm. Amazing. How'd you guess who we are? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. I used my brain. Originally, we weren't supposed to tell you until the date was over and you chose one of us. Lee Si-yu spoke again. But since you already guessed it, we'll just come clean. That's right. We are royalty. Our mother is Princess Yen. And I'm sure you've realized, you don't have the right to refuse. You have to pick one of us. Only one? I can't have all of you. Lin Fan asked with a grin. Li Xiling poked his arm with her finger. Hey, Lin Fan, you're being greedy. Have you seen any man marry 2 royal daughters in the last few decades? Alright, then tell me your offers. So I can decide. Lin Fan leaned back with a smug look. Clearly, this was 5 girls fighting over one man. Naturally, he had to play the high-value prize. Lee Si-yu spoke first. Lin Fan, if you marry me, I'll bring a dowry of $14 million cash, a private jet, a yacht, 10 luxury sports cars, and 5 mansions. After we get married, I'll give you $150,000 a month for spending money. And I'm very chill, I won't get mad if you go on dates with other girls. Most importantly, if you marry me, once I'm granted the title of Countess, you'll be a Count too. Lee Si-yu flirtatiously winked at Lin Fan. Big sis, you're too petty. Previously tilting her head and sulking, Lee Si-jin suddenly turned her head back again. Lin Fan, right? For a dowry I'll prepare 120 million cash, a private jet, a yacht, 12 luxury cars, 10 mansions. After the marriage I'll give you 1.5 million a month for spending. If that's not enough we can increase it. I also won't mind if you date other girls or marry someone else. If you have that kind of ability, don't talk about marrying 100, even if you marry 10,000, I still won't mind. As for noble titles, if you marry me you'll become a duke just like me. Although a duke ranks lower than a prince, you're just getting a title, the difference between duke and prince is actually not that big. Smack. Lee Si-yu delivered a handchop to Lee Si-jin's head. At least, prince sounds better. Lee Si-jin couldn't refute, so she just glared at her big sister Lee Si-yu in anger. A prince is also a lord, so naturally it sounds better than duke. But what could she do? Her older sister had just come out a few minutes earlier. Hey, Lin Fan, pick me. For my dowry I'll give you 150 million cash. Everything else same as second sister. After marriage I'll give you 2 million a month pocket money. Also, I won't mind you marrying more wives, I can even be your wing person. Lee Xiling put her arm over Lin Fan's shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Lin Fan didn't respond yet, he was still waiting for the remaining 2 beauties to state their conditions. 200 million. I'll give you 200 million as dowry. The jet, cars, houses and all same as fourth sister. Also, after marriage I'll give you 2.5 million a month spending money. And I study art too, we'll definitely have more topics to talk about. Li Xiao looked straight into Lin Fan's eyes. 5 sisters, 4 already laid out their offers, only the one wearing headphones playing games remained. As Lin Fan looked over, Li Siji also spoke. I have 500 million in savings, all of it for you. My car, house, yacht, private jet, all can be transferred into your name. My monthly pocket money is 5 million, after marriage it all goes to you. You can marry as many wives as you like, I don't care. But you cannot stop me from playing games. Li Siji put down her phone and looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan scratched his head, so hard to choose. These 5 sisters, starting from eldest Li Siyu, the offers got higher and higher. But the personalities were completely different. Eldest Li Siyu had short hair, but was broad-minded, and fairly outgoing. Second Li Sijin had twin pigtails tied with black butterfly ribbons, very cute, twin pigtails plus fast attack, metaphorically, but her personality wasn't very likable, a bit spoiled, sharp-tongued. Third was a gaming otaku, introverted, spoke little, but most generous. Fourth Li Xiling had shoulder-length short hair, personality most cheerful, a lively girl. And said she could be his wing person. Fifth Li Xiao didn't show much, hard to label yet. Ah, so annoying. Really can't pick all of you? Lin Fan scratched his head. He really wanted to take all of them. Even the scheming, sharp-tongued Li Sijin, he wanted her too. After all, quintuplets, missing one isn't perfect. No can do. Lin Fan you can only pick one. Li Siyu shook her head smiling. Lin Fan was very conflicted, thought for a long moment, then spoke again. Can I ask, why does the King of Yen insist that I marry one of you? He really couldn't understand the question. His identity as a transmigrator revealed? Impossible, he himself only just discovered yesterday he was a transmigrator. And he wasn't like some transmigrators who mutter to themselves, at most he thought in his mind. The royal family couldn't possibly know through phones or computers that he was a transmigrator. So why pick him? Li Siyu shrugged, on that point, we don't know either. This was arranged by our mom. That's right, Li Xiling nodded in agreement. It says one of the 5 of us must marry you. At first when I saw your photo I wasn't very satisfied, but you look much more handsome in person than in photo. Li Xiling raised her hand and patted Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan propped his chin with his right hand and thought. To force him to choose one from 5 sisters, this is really hard. Just as Lin Fan hesitated, Li Xiling next to him suddenly pulled a neatly wrapped gift box out of her bag. Lin Fan, first time meeting, I don't know what you like, so I just bought a little meeting gift, hope you won't reject it. She set the gift box in front of Lin Fan. You brat Xiling. You dead girl. You actually pulled a surprise attack. Li Xijin was annoyed by Li Xiling's sudden move. That brat Xiling actually wanted to bribe Lin Fan with a gift. How hateful. She didn't even think of that move. Lin Fan, I also prepared a meeting gift for you, it's not very expensive, please be sure to accept it. Eldest Li Xiyu also immediately pulled out a neatly wrapped gift box from her bag. Lin Fan, that's the gift I prepared for you today, please definitely accept it. Li Xiao likewise pulled out a fancy gift box. This is my meeting gift. Even the gamer Li Xiji pulled out a fancy small gift box. Seeing this scene, Li Xijin was about to fly into a rage. So everybody prepared gifts secretly, and I didn't? Can I still be a good sister? Li Xijin simply took out her wallet, pulled a credit card out, and shoved it in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is my credit card, the monthly limit is 5 million, swipe away as you like. Lin Fan was stunned, of course not because 5 royal daughters gave him gifts, but because their gifts triggered system rewards. Ding! Received Li Xiling's gift, triggered cashback critical, rewarded attractiveness card ×1. Ding! Received Li Xiyu's gift, triggered cashback critical, rewarded strength card ×1. Ding! Received Li Xiao's gift, rewarded constitution card ×1. Ding! Received Li Xiji's gift, rewarded talent, magician hands, #. Ding! Received Li Xijin's gift, rewarded attractiveness card ×1. The 5 sisters were still waiting for his response. Lin Fan could not stay immersed in the system. After thinking for a long time, he slowly spoke, sorry, I can't make a decision right away. You are all good girls, each of you has your own charm that attracts me. But we don't know each other well yet, so let's spend some time together first. When the 1-month period is almost up, I'll tell you my choice. The blind date arranged by the Empire has a 1-month trial period. Within this period either side can choose match success or match failure. If he chooses now, he won't be able to interact with the other 4 sisters anymore. If he drags it out for a month, he can have contact with all 5 sisters. Although in the history of the Great Xia Empire very few people could marry 2 royal daughters at once, that doesn't mean he couldn't. After all, he's a transmigrator with a system, having no grand ambition wouldn't make him much of a transmigrator. Because his system isn't a saltfish system. As for why the king of Yen must pick him as son-in-law? That doesn't matter. They already married their precious daughter to him, they aren't going to harm him, right? It's simply because they've got their eye on the DNA inside him. Even if they used it on someone else, why not? Besides the 5 royal daughters already gave too much. Lin Fan, you make sense. Then let's exchange contact info to make meeting later easier. Li Xiyu nodded approvingly. As royal family members, they unlike common people, might never marry at all. If they wanted to marry, they could definitely find a man, and a good man. They themselves also didn't understand why mother arranged for them to go on a blind date with a commoner, and among the 5 of them, one must marry this person. But they couldn't disobey their mother queen's command, they could only obey. For Li Xiyu, at first she did not think Lin Fan would be her match. For a commoner, Lin Fan indeed looked quite handsome, but his figure didn't meet her standard. As royal family members, they could meet many excellent men. Li Xiyu could tell her 4 younger sisters didn't really want to marry so soon, so as the older sister who loved them, she naturally had to sacrifice herself. But after meeting Lin Fan today, she suddenly felt he wasn't bad. At least in Lin Fan, she didn't see the kind of gender-based arrogance she saw in other men. She knew many men in high society, and some even pursued her, but those men looked gentle, gentlemanly on the surface, yet believed deep down that as men they were superior to women. Not just high society people, the whole society was like that. She couldn't change it, but in her heart she disliked it anyway. But now she found Lin Fan was different from those men she encountered, naturally it made her heart very happy. If it were Lin Fan, even if not for her younger sisters, she would be willing to marry him. Lin Fan added all 5 princesses as WeChat friends one by one. After that, the group ended this matchmaking meeting. After they parted, Li Xijin sent him the password to her credit card. It was very simple, 6 sixes. Refusing the offer from the 5 girls to see him home, Lin Fan stood at the cafe entrance, watching them get into a stretch Lincoln and slowly leave. Looking at the stretch Lincoln fading away, Lin Fan set a goal for himself: he was going to marry all 5 sisters. If they were just regular sisters, maybe it wouldn't matter. But these were quintuplets, and they looked exactly the same. If you didn't look at their hairstyles or chests, you simply couldn't tell them apart. If even one of them married someone else, he'd feel like he was being cheated on. So, the 5 daughters of King Yen, he had to marry them all. There had never been a precedent before, then he would be the one to create it. He held a shopping bag in his hand, inside were the gifts the 5 sisters gave him. He took a ride-hailing car home. The middle-aged female driver tried to chat with him, saying her daughter was very pretty and offering to introduce her. But Lin Fan never liked chatting during rides, and his mind was still on the system rewards. He had no time to bother with the driver. Lin Fan couldn't wait to check the system rewards. Appearance card, increases appearance by 1 point when used. Strength card, increases strength by 1 point when used. Constitution card, increases constitution by 1 point when used. Magic hands, after use, you'll have magician-like flexible hands and can easily learn all kinds of skill-based techniques. 2 appearance cards, 1 strength card, 1 constitution card, and 1 talent skill. Lin Fan wasn't sure if there would be any side effects after using them, like pain or grime coming out of the body, so he didn't use them immediately. Instead, he waited until he got home, then opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Gender, male. Appearance, 85. Bone structure, 100. Body shape, 75. Age, 18. Height, 6 feet 0.4 inches. Weight, 194 pounds. Sexual history, 0. Temporary inventory, appearance card 2, strength card, constitution card, magic hands. Lin Fan looked at the initial data on the system panel and pinched the flesh on his belly with a bit of helplessness. The social benefits for boys were too good. Whether it was the orphanage cafeteria or the boys' school cafeteria, the chefs were top-notch. The food was tasty, cheap, and the ladies serving dishes never skimped. They were even afraid you wouldn't get enough to eat, always giving big portions. How could anyone resist that? He was only slightly chubby, his BMI was just around 25 or 26. Around him, there were quite a few who weighed over 220 or even 300 pounds. No helping it, food was too good, and there was no pressure. Boys with weak self-control would easily gain weight. Lin Fan used up the 4 cards and the talent skill. He felt his body, but nothing seemed to change. But the attributes on the system panel had changed. Appearance increased from 85 to 87. Body shape increased from 75 to 76. Also, strength and constitution stats appeared. Strength, 71. Constitution, 75. Lin Fan scratched his head looking at the panel. He didn't even use a body shape card, so how did that stat increase? Was it a bonus from the appearance card? Or the constitution card? Whatever, he'd figure it out after using more cards in the future. It's all free stat points anyway, no need to overthink. Lin Fan moved his hands and realized they were way more flexible than before. He used to think magicians doing tricks and gamblers cheating on TV weren't a big deal. But after getting the magic hands talent, he understood how amazing their hands really were. Moves he couldn't do before, now came easily. Finger dances, coin tricks, card spins, all felt like he hit fast forward. These were things he could never do before. While Lin Fan was having a blast playing with a coin, his phone on the coffee table vibrated several times in a row. He picked it up and saw messages from each of the 5 Lee sisters. Lee, see you, voice Lin Fan, I'm home now. You're about to start school, want to go on a trip before that? How about horseback riding on the grasslands? It's super fun. Lee Si-jin, voice Lin Fan, I want to go deep-sea fishing. Come with me. Lee Si-ji, want to come over and play games together? You can play whatever you want. Lee Si-ling, voice Lin Fan, let's go to a haunted house, it's really fun inside. Lee Si-yao, Lin Fan, want to go out sketching together? Lin Fan looked at the 5 invites and hesitated. His grades were excellent, the total score for Daxia's college entrance exam was 700, and he scored 730. Of course, 50 of those points were bonus points for males. Even without the extra 50, he still had 680, just 2 points shy of the national top scorer. With that score, he could choose any university in the country. He eventually picked Daxia Empire's top school, Wodaeku Royal Vocational College. As for choosing the comic major, it was because before awakening memories of his past life, he liked drawing, especially comics, and wanted to become a manga artist. Whether it made money or brought fame didn't matter. After all, even if boys didn't work, as long as social welfare wasn't cut off, their quality of life was still better than most girls. Even if welfare was cut, as long as he went to the Imperial Sperm Bank once a month, he'd get $1,000 in nutrition fees. That income already beat 70 to 80% of working people. If he went more often, he wouldn't even be able to spend all the money. Wodaeku Royal Vocational College started the semester early, registration was on August 14th to 15th, and military training started on August 16th. Military training lasted 2 weeks. Today was already the 10th, just a few days left before reporting to school. So Lin Fan didn't have much time to play. All 5 sisters invited him out, time was tight. But if he started tomorrow, saw one girl each day, and even met one on registration day, it would work out perfectly. So he replied to each sister, arranging the schedule. Tomorrow, horseback riding with Lee Si-yu. The day after, deep-sea fishing with Lee Si-jin. On the 13th, gaming with Lee Si-ji. On the 14th, sketching with Lee Si-yao. On the 15th, registration day, after signing in, haunted house and roleplay murder mystery with Lee Si-ling. Perfect. Yen King's mansion. The 5 sisters sat together, each holding a phone. As soon as they got Lin Fan's reply, they shared it with the others. This guy really thinks he can catch all 5 of us. Lee Si-jin sat barefoot on the cashmere carpet, clearly annoyed. Those rich kids and foreign nobles didn't even dare think like that. Yet Lin Fan, a regular guy raised in an orphanage, just because he's a bit handsome and smart, dares to have such a bold idea. Outrageous. I actually think it'd be nice if he could. Then we'd never have to be apart, Lee Si-ling smiled happily. But it's going to be really hard. I wonder if little Lin Fan can pull it off, Lee Si-yu said with a dreamy smile, resting her chin on her hands. Lin Fan did not know that his time management expert behavior had already been noticed by the 5 sisters of the Yen King's household. He was now unboxing the gifts sent by the 5 sisters. Box by box he opened the gift boxes, and the gifts from the 5 sisters were now all displayed in front of him. Lee Si-yu gave a 120,000 plus Omega wristwatch. Lee Si-jin gave a credit card with a limit of 5 million. Lee Si-shi gave a car purchase contract. The car is the newest top-spec, Suchi, coupe, worth nearly 350,000. Lee Si-ling gave a 100-gram gold chain, worth 110,000 plus. Lee Si-yao gave a top-spec trifold smartphone, worth over 30,000. Looking at the gifts in front of him, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel, this really lives up to being members of the royal family, simply wealthy. Meeting for the first time, the gift alone was tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Truly rich. This only strengthened his idea of marrying off all 5 sisters Lee Si-yu. He didn't know how many children the Yen King, Lee Yunyao, had. Marrying one would give him 1 share of the inheritance, marrying 5 would give him 5 shares. Lin Fan didn't know that King Yen Lee Yunyao only had the 5 sisters. Because bearing quintuplets at once damaged his vitality, so the king couldn't continue to have children. If he could really marry all 5 sisters Lee Si-yu, then the entire Yen King's wealth would be his own. But it was normal that he didn't know. To protect the royal privacy and the physiological and psychological health of royal children, only imperial princes have their identity published at birth. Other royal children of princes or junkers do not have any information published outwardly until they receive a noble title. Lin Fan naturally didn't know how many children Yen King Lee Yunyao had. Of course, if one paid attention, one could still guess whether someone was a member of the royal family. After all, the royal surname is Lee, and the generational names are set. For example, the Yen King and the Queen are both in the Yun generation. Their children are in the Si generation. But at most one knows they are royals, one cannot know exactly whose children they are. Lin Fan removed his SIM card from the fruit phone and installed it in the trifold. From now on he'd use the trifold. He put on the Omega watch. He put the credit card into his wallet. He did not wear the big gold chain, he threw it directly into a drawer. He called the 4S dealership to confirm that he could pick up the car today, and with the car purchase contract in hand, Lin Fan went out again. The process of picking up the car was pretty smooth, none of the novel or film drama situations of getting slapped in the face occurred. There are too few boys, most girls don't even have time to lick, sick, hashtag, how could they run over and slap you? If there had truly been a not enough money to buy the car situation, probably no one would slap, instead someone would come over and offer to pay. As for competition among boys? Doesn't exist. Boys are boy help boy. Of course, the important thing was that Lin Fan was fast, and he was personally greeted by the store manager. From entering the store to getting the car, he spent under 10 minutes, and he waited in the VIP lounge. Even if someone wanted to slap him, they wouldn't get a chance. After picking up the car, Lin Fan went straight home. He got his driver's license at age 16, after all boys don't lack money, so no boy cannot afford a car. He didn't use the credit card of limit 5 million that Lee Si-jin gave, because there was nowhere for him to spend money. Although he grew up in a welfare house, at age 12 the welfare house helped him open a bank card, and afterwards each month the Empire Finance would deposit 10,000 into his personal account. In this respect, his treatment was exactly the same as boys from normal families. So he did not lack money, or rather he lacked nothing. One might wonder, if boys' treatment is so good, how could there still be boys growing up in welfare houses? According to imperial law, if a boy's biological parents accidentally die, and the boy is under 16 years old, that boy is sent straight to the welfare house. Relatives are not allowed to raise him, even grandparents or great-grandparents. The reason is that boys' social welfare is too good. Before age 18 each month they receive 20,000 in subsidy. And before age 12 those subsidies are deposited into the guardian's account. There was once a case where a boy's parents accidentally died, and then the grandmother or great-grandmother adopted him. The Empire's subsidy was taken, but not spent on the boy. Some even murdered the parents to adopt the boy. It was precisely because of that nationwide shocking case that the Daxia Empire issued related regulations. If a boy's parents die and he is under 16, he will be sent to a welfare house. Relatives may visit but do not have the right to raise him. As for boys being abused in the welfare house, doesn't exist. Welfare house staff treatment is extremely good. Countless people hustle to work at the welfare house. Not to mention abuse, even if staff didn't work properly and didn't care for the boys, someone would report and they'd be replaced. Boys who enter the welfare house are also not allowed to be adopted. On their 18th birthday they are assigned a house by the Empire and leave the welfare house. While living in the welfare house, his food, clothing, use of things, toys, all were provided. The 10,000 per month deposited into the personal account had nowhere to be spent. So some played games and spent on in-game purchases, watched streams and tipped, only then did their savings move. Lin Fan didn't have those hobbies, and the annual 120,000 subsidy he basically saved. He had about 700,000 in deposits and no need to swipe Lee Si-jin's credit card for now. The next morning at about 5, Lin Fan got up and went for a morning run in the community complex. He never used to run so early in the past, but now he couldn't accept the circle of flesh around his belly. A BMI of 26 was too high, he at least had to reduce his BMI to under 20. His bone structure stat was as high as 100, but his previous appearance was only 85. Though still a handsome guy, he was on the chubby side. As long as he gets his body fat under control, appearance might be able to rise to full 100. At that time, without any talent, just with that sky-high handsome face, he could take down the quintuplets. Even the Grand Princess would have to bow under his pomegranate skirt. No, can't be too handsome. If he truly caught the Grand Princess's eye, then he'd lose the harem of 3,000 beauties, right? The Empress and the future Grand Princess are not allowed to marry other wives or concubines. That equaled gaining status but losing the harem. That's not what Lin Fan wanted. Better keep appearance around 95. Too handsome would also become trouble. After jogging 1.5 hours, he went home to wash up. Just coming out of the bathroom, the phone rang. Lin Fan picked up the phone. It was Lee Si-yu. Hello? Lin Fan, I'm downstairs your building. Lee Si-yu drove her sports car and gave Lin Fan a ride to the airport. Then they took Lee Si-yu's private jet and flew straight to the grasslands. They flew for less than half an hour, landed at Hohhot Airport, then took a helicopter, flew for about half an hour, and landed at a boundless pasture. In the pasture were herds of cattle, sheep, and horses. After asking Lee Si-yu, he found out that this place is the Yen King's private estate. Whenever she wants to ride a horse, she drags her sisters here to play. Lee Si-yu has her own horse, normally kept in the stables, with dedicated caretakers. Lee Si-yu's horse is pure white, with very beautiful muscle lines, but the name made Lin Fan speechless. Lee Si-yu actually named her horse Xiao Bai, Little White. A horse this beautiful, yet the name sounds like the little dog they keep at home. But Lee Si-yu didn't care. A name is just a label, and Xiao Bai is her pet. Naturally she can call it whatever she's happy with. Xiao Bai is very gentle. Lee Si-yu let Lin Fan ride Xiao Bai, and personally taught him how to ride the horse. Once Lin Fan was almost comfortable, Lee Si-yu picked a white horse whose muscles and coat were quite beautiful and gifted it to Lin Fan. Naturally, Lin Fan accepted with pleasure. This also triggered a system reward. He was awarded another appearance card. At noon, the two had barbecue. The cattle and sheep were freshly slaughtered. All prep work was done by someone else. They only needed to grill and eat. In the evening, the two lay on the grass and watched the stars. It must be said, on the grasslands you can really see the Milky Way. This is absolutely impossible in the capital. At 9 o'clock, the two then set off to go home. Before 11, Lee Siyu, driving her sports car, had dropped Lin Fan off at the bottom of his building. Siyu, do you want to come upstairs for a bit? Lin Fan invited with a smile. Lee Siyu's personality is really nice, very outgoing, and not picky about small things. Being with her feels just like being with a good bro, staying with her feels very comfortable. Of course, Lin Fan didn't really treat her like a bro, he's going to marry her 5 sisters. I don't have a problem with that, but, little Fan, have you decided to marry me yet? Lee Siyu looked into Lin Fan's eyes with a smile. Just sitting for a bit only. Forget it, you'd better go back. Lin Fan unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Drive back slowly, take care. Having said that, he left without waiting for Lee Siyu's reply. Lee Siyu sat in the car, watching Lin Fan's back. A slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Little Fan, still thinking about my sisters too? Want to marry all 5 of us at once? You can't pull that off. After today's whole day together, she felt Lin Fan was even more charming. If at first she was acting because of her mother's orders, and to protect her sisters, now she was for herself, she truly wanted to marry Lin Fan. The next morning early, Lee Si-jin also came early to find Lin Fan, took him onto a private jet, preparing to fly to Sanya to go sea fishing and diving. Are all your sisters' private jets the same? Lin Fan asked curiously. Because he noticed that Lee Si-jin's private jet and Lee Siyu's private jet, outside and inside both, were exactly the same. He noticed no difference. The 5 sisters look identical. Do they also buy identical private jets? Of course not, this is the same plane. Huh? Didn't you sisters previously say that whichever one of us marries you, we'll give you a private jet as dowry? So whoever marries you gets this plane? Stop those impolite thoughts in your head now. Lee Si-jin glared at Lin Fan. Our sisters share one plane because it's used little, not because we can't afford one. Mother said that whoever marries will be prepared with a private jet as part of the dowry. Oh? Lin Fan's eyes brightened. If he married all 5 sisters, wouldn't he simultaneously own 5 private jets? Though indeed he probably didn't need that many, 1 or 2 would be enough. The rest could just be converted by the mother-in-law into cash? Mother is generous. Lin Fan laughed. Hey, what are you randomly calling? Who's your mother-in-law? That's my mother. Oh well, sooner or later it'll happen. He had decided on such a generous mother-in-law. Arrived in Sanya, the two then took a helicopter, landed on the rooftop helipad of the most luxurious hotel. Then they took the hotel's Cullinan SUV, heading to Yalongbay Yacht Pier. The yacht was already ready to go out to sea, food, gear, fuel etc. were all fully prepared. The captain, chef, and yacht service staff were all already waiting on board. Lin Fan didn't know the yacht brand, but the yacht in front of them clearly belonged to the top tier at the pier. About 130 feet long, with 3 decks, the interior space must be quite large. As for the interior decor, it cannot be bad. After boarding, Lin Fan indeed was dazzled. But what dazzled him wasn't the hardware, but the software. The staff on the boat were one beautiful woman after another, and each was dressed very modestly. All in swimwear, at most adding a scarf or sun protection cover. Lin Fan glanced once, and none of the staff on board had less than 80 points in appearance. Is Lee Si-jin testing the team here? Out on the sea, Lin Fan got to experience the treatment of rich second-generation emperors from his past life. The whole boat had only him as the man, all others were swimsuit beauties. Even Lee Si-jin changed into swimwear. He felt too shy to stand up. The two snorkeled, went sea fishing. The seafood they caught was processed on the spot. It was absolutely the freshest seafood to eat. Only thing, Lee Si-jin didn't give Lin Fan anything and so did not trigger the system reward. Next day, Lee Si-shi took Lin Fan directly to the Yen King's mansion. Then he and Lee Si-shi played games for a whole day. He originally thought that this time he would meet his future mother-in-law and father-in-law. It turned out they were not at home. Even until Lin Fan left in the evening, the two of them had not come back. Not sure if they were really busy, or intentionally avoiding him, this future son-in-law. Guess it must be they were really busy. After all, the royal family has quite a lot of industries. One could say the royal industries span all kinds of business. And most royal family members are senior managers of royal industries. Being busy is only normal. When leaving, Lee Si-shi gave Lin Fan a very finely crafted figurine, which triggered a system cashback and awarded him the skill Light Body Technique. Light Body Technique, #after learning, one can greatly boost one's agility and jumping ability. Lin Fan went home and tried it out. His agility and jumping ability both got huge reinforcement. Previously his standing jump could barely touch the lower edge of the backboard, but now his standing jump could almost touch the top edge of the backboard. The light body technique increased his jump by almost 3.3 feet, 1 meter. And this was standing jump. With approach jump, he could definitely jump even higher. Next day, Lin Fan accompanied Li Xiao to do sketching outdoors. Between them there wasn't much conversation. Li Xiao painted the scenery, Lin Fan painted Li Xiao. When parting, the two exchanged their artworks and this likewise triggered system cashback. He was awarded another appearance card. His appearance is still a little short, about to break into 90, soon to catch up with Li Xiu and the others. On the 15th, Lin Fan prepared to go enroll at the school, then go with Li Xiling to do a haunted house and role-playing murder mystery etc. Unexpectedly, early in the morning Li Xiling ran to his house. Lin Fan, I came to find you to play. Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling in front of him, both crying and laughing. Come on, is it really necessary for us to go register together? They had agreed earlier that after he finished registration, they'd go shopping together. How is it not necessary? I have to be your bodyguard, Lin Fan. Otherwise, what if you get taken advantage of by those thirsty girls at school? And I'm also a student at Wadayaku Royal Technical College. Even though we're not in the same major, I'm still your senior. A senior leading a freshman to register, that's totally reasonable, right? Li Xiling leaned against the car door, smiling at Lin Fan. It had only been a few days since they last met, but she felt Lin Fan looked even better than before. When she first saw his photo, she just thought he looked decent, just your average good-looking guy. After all, she'd seen too many handsome men. But when she met him in person, she realized he looked much better than in the photo, he just wasn't photogenic. Now, just a few days later, he seemed even more handsome than before. Was it an illusion? Or is this what they call, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Even if a senior is helping a freshman register, that's something the school organizes, meeting freshmen at the gate or airport or station. Who shows up at the freshman's house? Aya, stop nagging. Get in the car already. Once registration's done, we're going to play escape room, Li Xiling patted her car. She then got ready to get in. Wait, let me drive. Lin Fan grabbed her. You? Li Xiling looked at him doubtfully. Lin Fan, a sports car isn't the same as a regular car. If you don't know how to drive it, it's easy to get in trouble. It's no big deal if the car gets damaged, but I don't want to die with you. I don't want to die with you either. Lin Fan flicked her forehead with a snap. It's not like he'd never driven a sports car before. Even though he'd never driven this Ferrari, he'd driven a friend's 911, so he had some experience with luxury cars. And in his previous life, he was a veteran driver with 7 to 8 years of experience. Crashing into a flower bed at startup just wouldn't happen. You jerk. How dare you hit a princess? Li Xiling pouted, glaring at him. Her delicate features and deep eyes made her feel like she was falling for him more and more. If she only had a slight crush on him before, now after meeting him again, she felt it had grown deeper. His body could use some work, but his looks were exactly her type. Otherwise, why would she keep thinking he looked more and more handsome? What? You don't want to? Fine, I'll just register myself and go hang out with CU. Lin Fan pretended to be mad and walked away. Wait, Li Xiling quickly grabbed him. Kiss me, and I won't be mad about you hitting me earlier. And I'll even let you drive. She really felt she liked him more and more. You said it. I did. Li Xiling tilted her head slightly, waiting for him to come closer. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, he leaned in without delay. But just as he was about to kiss her soft cherry lips, he stopped suddenly. Wait, if I kiss you, does that mean I can only choose you? He was planning to marry all 5 sisters, after all. Mua, Li Xiling suddenly went in for the kiss. Ha ha ha, that's right. If you kiss me, then you can only pick me, she laughed smugly. Heh, you kissed me, not the other way around. Be glad I'm not suing you for harassing a guy. Lin Fan rubbed her head hard. Now hurry up and open the door for your future husband. You messed up my hair? Li Xiling pushed his hand away with a mock-annoyed face, but still obediently opened the car door for him. This Ferrari LaFerrari had butterfly doors, and the handles were hidden in the inner groove of the air channel. And what made Lin Fan speechless was that the LaFerrari's seat was fixed, it couldn't be adjusted. The seat had been custom-fitted to Li Xiling's height. At 6 feet 0.4 inches, Lin Fan's big body barely fit inside. But even though the seat couldn't be moved, the foot pedals could be adjusted for depth, so he could still find a suitable position. Lin Fan hadn't expected that. In his past life, he wasn't rich, even the 911 he drove was borrowed from a friend, he'd never touched a Ferrari. Luckily, Li Xiling patiently explained all the features beside him. He already knew how to use the paddle shifters, and since it had an automatic mode, he didn't necessarily have to use manual. But unlike most cars, the turn signals weren't on stalks, They were 2 buttons on the steering wheel. Left turn on the left, right turn on the right. The wipers were buttons too, not stalks. Same with the headlights. The ignition button was also on the steering wheel, very visible, a red start button. You'd know what it was just by looking. Lee Siling complained that over 10 years ago, old models still needed a key inserted to use the start button. It wasn't until the last 10 years or so that they switched to keyless start. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even bought the car. Lin Fan was surprised too. It was already the year 216X, and just 10 years ago, around 215X, you still had to insert a key? In the 22nd century? Maybe this was just a luxury car tradition. But in the end, even the brands gave in. Lin Fan got familiar with the controls, then clipped his trifold phone onto the car mount. This mount is custom-made, isn't it? He looked at it curiously. It was wedged between 2 round air vents, definitely not a universal model. Yup. You can't buy a mount for this without customizing. And this car doesn't even have a big screen, the navigation sucks. If I didn't have this custom mount made, I wouldn't even want to drive this car. Lee Siling kept complaining. She complained about how inconvenient the car was. This sports car cost over $3 million, and it's still not as user-friendly as a $200,000 Mercedes. If it weren't for how good it looked, this car would have just collected dust in the garage. Wodaeku Royal Vocational Technical College. At the main entrance, there was a volunteer team organized by upperclassmen, mainly female students. You could barely see any guys. They helped the new freshmen check in, answer questions, or give directions. Some of the upperclasswomen were clearly here for the new freshman guys. Second dash, third dash, and fourth-year students were too experienced to be fooled. But freshman boys, just out of boys-only schools, might be easier to charm. Even if they didn't marry, just dating, or even just a one-night stand, was a win for these girls. Lin Fan hadn't even driven all the way to the gate yet when the roar of the LaFerrari's engine caught everyone's attention. When the LaFerrari turned into the open area in front of the gate, all eyes turned toward it. Wow! That sports car must be super expensive. That's a Ferrari. There's no such thing as a cheap one. Could that be a new student? There's a lot of rich people in our school. Between yesterday and today, over 10 students have shown up in luxury cars. Well, yeah, it's a royal college after all. The driver looks like a guy. Holy crap. It is a guy. That rich and a boy. If I could marry him, how many steps in life would I skip? Lin Fan slowly drove the car toward the entrance. The gate's barrier didn't lift right away. But Lee Siling rolled down the window and showed her student ID to the person in the booth, and they lifted the barrier. With Lee Siling giving directions, Lin Fan quickly drove to the entrance of the art college. All the art students were checking in here. He pulled over, and everyone around looked over. As Lin Fan got out of the car, screams rang out around him. Oh my god. He's gorgeous. So rich and so handsome. I want him to check my qualifications. He's totally my type. I'm going to chase that hottie. You call that love? You're just lusting after his body, and his wallet. Skank. 3 minutes. I want his full dossier. Lin Fan glanced around, not a single guy in sight. Did he just walk into a den of sirens? Lee Siling also got out from the passenger seat. In the next moment, many eyes turned to her. What? Why is there a girl with him? She looks like a green tea bitch. Why isn't it me next to that rich and handsome guy? That face is totally plastic. Probably had a lot of work done just to marry into a rich family. The girls around had completely opposite attitudes toward Lin Fan and Lee Siling. Because they were jealous. Men were already rare, handsome men even rarer, and rich, handsome men were rarer still. Now they finally encountered one, only to see someone beat them to it, and the worst part, she's prettier than them. Of course they couldn't handle it. Even though in the Daxia Empire, a man could marry multiple wives, with such a beautiful girl already by his side, this rich and handsome guy probably wouldn't look at the rest of them. Still, not all of them lacked confidence. TCH, so what if she's pretty? Am I not sluttier? I've watched over 10,000 movies, I guarantee I know better. These freshmen didn't know who Lee Siling was, but the upperclassmen volunteering sure did. Of course, not because they knew she was royalty, but because identical quintuplets were extremely rare. Especially ones this beautiful. Basically, anyone who'd been at the Royal Vocational College for a while had heard of the 5 Lee Siling sisters. Even if they hadn't seen them, they'd heard the name, that the school had a set of beautiful quintuplets. Among the volunteers, someone recognized her. Is that one of the quintuplets? Holy crap, it really is. Damn, that junior is no longer available to us. What do you mean quintuplets? Why is he no longer available? A newly arrived freshman, clueless, asked curiously. See that girl? She has 4 other sisters who look just like her. They're super famous here, wear expensive stuff, and their family is loaded. So what if they're rich? Rich girls can't compare with my variety. That junior is mine, I, Lu Ruyan, will get him. Rumor has it, the quintuplets are most likely royalty. Even if they are? Except for the empress, even princes are allowed to have multiple wives. There's no man I, Lu Ruyan, can't win. Lin Fan and Li Xiling arrived at the registration desk. As soon as Lin Fan showed up, a group of girls swarmed over. Handsome, you're a freshman in the manga department, right? You probably don't know the campus well. Let me, your senior, give you a tour. Handsome, this bench is too hard. Come, sit on my lap to fill out your form, I've got plenty of cushion, super comfy. A girl weighing over 250 pounds squeezed ahead of Lin Fan, sat on the bench, and patted her meaty elephant thigh. With each pat, her thigh fat rippled like waves. Lin Fan's face turned black. If it were a beautiful girl, maybe he'd let it slide. But did this blob have zero self-awareness? Could she not see the gorgeous Li Xiling standing next to him? Lin Fan turned to Li Xiling and said, look at her, you should learn from her. Then he walked around the heavy girl and went to another registration spot, picked up a pen, and got ready to sit down. But as soon as he sat, he felt something soft under his butt, definitely not a wooden bench, and he jumped up in shock. Did another blob ambush him? He turned around and saw Li Xiling sitting on the bench, smiling at him. You told me to learn, Lin Fan. I learned. Why won't you sit now? Who said I wouldn't? But next time give me a heads up, you scared me. Lin Fan was speechless. He really thought another blob had ambushed him. After all, among the girls who had swarmed over earlier, there were 2 or 3 blobs and several light tanks. Of course, there were pretty girls too, but none as pretty as Li Xiling. Even the best couldn't compare. So Lin Fan sat back down on Li Xiling's lap. She was being so thoughtful, not sitting would have been disrespectful. Not far away. Hey, you're Lu Ruyan, right? Didn't you say just now that this junior was yours? Why are you still standing here? Hey, rushing in like those fools is useless. That junior won't even remember you. If you want to win a handsome guy like that, you have to wait for the right moment. One strike, kill shot. Lu Ruyan said, one hand pulling her suitcase, the other holding a parasol, eyes locked on Lin Fan in the crowd. You've got a lot of experience? Of course. I've watched thousands of dramas. Any guy I want, can't escape my palm. The upperclassman beside her was speechless. Dramas are scripted. If watching dramas worked, she would have been married already, not still single as a senior. If you can't even get a guy while still in school, how will you get one after graduation? Guys in the real world are way harder to catch than guys at school. Lin Fan was writing his personal info when the blob beside him turned bright red in the face. She had been mocked by a handsome guy. This handsome guy couldn't be wrong. She couldn't be wrong either. So the only one who must be wrong was that shameless B*TCH under him. You slut! Get up! The blob suddenly stood and shouted at Li Xiling. Li Xiling was startled, and so was Lin Fan. He had been focused on filling out his form. Who wouldn't be surprised by a sudden scream? What are you doing? Lin Fan put down the pen and stood up, glaring at the blob. Even in a world with more women than men, where all that men should protect women stuff was long gone. In his book, no one touches his woman. Li Xiling stood too. What, you want to hit me? Still smiling, even though this blob weighed more than 2 of her, she showed zero fear. Did this woman really think royals are easy to bully? You slut! Damn right I want to hit you! The blob shouted and raised her hand toward Li Xiling. She wasn't tall, maybe 5 feet 6 inches, but she weighed at least 250 pounds. With that weight came serious force. Even Lin Fan might not have more brute strength than her. But fights aren't just about strength. Lin Fan immediately stepped between them, blocked her hand with his own, and kicked her knee. The heavier you are, the weaker your knees. Especially if you never train your legs. The blob lost balance and fell straight to the ground. Everyone nearby was shocked. But not because Lin Fan attacked the blob. They were stunned because Lin Fan protected Li Xiling. Wow! That handsome guy actually protected a girl? She's so lucky. I want to be protected like that too. If I could be under his protection, I'd die happy. Handsome. Can I call you little brother? I've got nothing to hide. Outside the crowd, seeing that Li Xiling got into a conflict, a few well-proportioned women immediately walked over quickly. They were bodyguards arranged by the Yen King for his precious daughters. Although the Daxia Empire had good public security, accidents still happened. Whenever members of the royal family went out, bodyguards were always arranged, either openly or in secret, for protection. Naturally, the 5 Lee Siling sisters were no exception. When they saw someone try to attack Lee Siling, the bodyguards immediately sped up. By the time Lin Fan stepped in front of Lee Siling, the bodyguards had already rushed into the crowd and surrounded the blob. But seeing Lin Fan step up to protect Lee Siling, they didn't interfere right away. With Lin Fan blocking her, Lee Siling was unlikely to get hurt. Of course, if Lin Fan couldn't stop it, they would have intervened immediately. One of the women had already reached into her pocket, where she had a stun gun. If the blob hadn't been stopped and kept trying to attack, she would have gotten a taste of electricity. What the bodyguards didn't expect was that Lin Fan not only blocked the attack but even took down the blob. With that, they didn't need to do anything. Ah! The blob lay on the ground clutching her knee, wailing in pain. Why? How am I worse than her? Why did you do this to me? She shouted, full of resentment. That skinny woman, so what? Just because she was fat, did that mean she didn't deserve love? Lin Fan was speechless. In a world where women outnumbered men, there were still women like this? Don't ever show up in front of me again, or I'll call the cops and charge you with sexual harassment. Lin Fan pointed at the blob and warned. In this world, most women didn't dare harass men too much. Because if a man called the police and accused a woman of sexual harassment, there was a high chance she'd be arrested. Ah? This isn't fair. Why is everyone like this to me? The blob sat down and started howling. Lin Fan was beyond speechless. Unfair? Being bullied? Did she seriously not understand why she was being rejected? Even beautiful, well-shaped women might not be able to find a man to marry. What made her think she could? And she was dreaming of marrying a top-tier handsome guy? Maybe it was because of advanced medical technology and the Daxia Empire banning abortions that such people, who shouldn't have been born, ended up surviving? Lee Siling gave a signal to the bodyguards in the crowd. Immediately, 3 bodyguards stepped forward and dragged the blob out of the crowd. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. Her voice grew quieter and quieter as she was dragged off. Lin Fan picked up the pen again and continued filling out the form. When he finished, he stood up and handed the form to the senior girl in front of him. Only to see her staring at him with a dazed, love-struck expression. Sure, he knew he was handsome. Back when his appearance score was only 85, girls would already approach him in public asking to add him on WeChat. But could these girls at least keep it together a little? Senior, I'm done. Should I go pay the fee now? Lin Fan asked, snapping her out of it. Oh, right. I'll write up the payment slip, and then you can head over there to pay. The senior quickly picked up her pen. While she was filling out the slip, she deliberately leaned forward to show off her assets. Lin Fan glanced at them. Yeah, her chest was impressive. Pretty close to Lee Siyu's size. Lee Siling, the energetic girl, didn't compare in that department. But her face didn't measure up. Even with makeup, she couldn't match Lee Siling. The system showed her appearance score was only 82. Lower than what Lin Fan had before. Of course, 82 wasn't ugly, but in this world, there were just too many women. Even if only 10% were beautiful, that still matched the number of all men. An 82-point girl, heck, even a 72.1, would have been chased by tons of guys in Lin Fan's previous world. But here, they'd have to try really hard just to marry a man. The senior finished writing and handed the form to Lin Fan. Here, just take this to the payment office. Thanks, senior. Lin Fan smiled and thanked her. And no problem. The senior felt her heart skip a beat. He smiled at her and thanked her. So handsome, knows how to protect girls, and polite too. She must have earned this luck over 10 lifetimes to meet someone like Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the payment slip and was about to leave when the senior called him. Lin Fan. Yes, senior? Add me as a friend. If you ever have questions, you can come ask me. She pulled out her phone and opened her QR code. Sure, Lin Fan didn't hesitate, took out his phone, and scanned her code. Though she couldn't compare to the 5 sisters in looks, she was still a beauty. And in this world, it's not one man to one woman. He was going to marry many wives. Knowing more beauties was necessary. Only with enough options could he pick the very best in every way. After getting the friend request, the senior quickly accepted and labeled him, Lin Fan, I'm Ran. If you ever need help, remember to message me. Got it. Lin Fan left with the payment slip, and Lee Siling followed closely behind. She didn't look jealous or upset at all. After all, in this world, men could marry many women. He just added a girl on WeChat, nothing to get mad about. Besides, if a woman is overly jealous, a man can legally divorce her for it. Wodaeku Royal Vocational College wasn't expensive. Normal majors were $5,000 a year. The comic major, being in the arts, was $10,000 per year. Add $1,000 for dorm fees, total $11,000. But for men, it was half off, so just $5,500. Lee Siling, where do I get my bedding? Oh, and the military training uniform? Training started tomorrow, couldn't go without the uniform. That senior didn't even tell him. You boys don't have to get anything. The school already put everything in your dorms. Lee Siling explained. Eh? That convenient? Lin Fan was surprised. In his last life, he had to get everything himself. Of course you boys are the Empire's treasures, Lee Siling said with a smile. Oh right, I heard colleges give boys living stipends. How much does ours give? 3,000. Per month? Lin Fan was shocked. Wasn't that top-tier stipend? Yeah. And even that's not enough for a semester, Lee Siling said like it was obvious. As Lin Fan walked, a girl suddenly stumbled and fell into his arms. Aya. Lu Ruyan fell into Lin Fan's arms, spilling her milk tea all over him. His shirt was soaked in a large area, and even part of his pants got wet. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lu Ruyan quickly pulled a small packet of tissues from her pocket and took out 2 to wipe the milk tea off Lin Fan's clothes. Lin Fan didn't stop her, instead, he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with a strange expression. Name, Lu Ruyan. Gender, female. Appearance, 93. Bone structure, 96. Body shape, 91. Age, 18. Height, barefoot 5 feet 7.3 inches. Weight, 121 pounds. Measurements, 33-24-34. Sexual history, 0. This girl's name was actually Lu Ruyan. She was the legendary Ruyan Empress. The Ruyan Empress had played people, been bad, died, reincarnated, regretted, but never, ever been ugly. And this Ruyan Empress in front of him was definitely not ugly. In fact, she was extremely beautiful. A 93 appearance score, higher even than the best-looking of the 5 sisters, Li Xiao. That was insane. And this unbelievably, terrifying Ruyan Empress had just bumped into him on purpose and dumped milk tea all over him? Was she targeting him? Lin Fan didn't stop Lu Ruyan, but Li Siling on the side was clearly unhappy. What's wrong with you? The road's so wide and you still managed to bump into someone? This woman was even touching Lin Fan's body, and she hadn't even done that herself yet. She'd only tricked him into a kiss this morning. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. I was distracted by the school buildings and didn't notice you were there. I'm truly sorry. Lu Ruyan lowered her stance and kept apologizing. Forget it, it wasn't on purpose. Lin Fan glanced at Li Siling and spoke, then turned his gaze back to Lu Ruyan. No need to wipe it. I'll go home and wash up. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. As an apology, classmate, let me wash your clothes for you. I'll return them to you once they're clean. Hearing that, Lin Fan's expression grew even weirder. Was Lu Ruyan trying to take his clothes to do something weird? In this world, this kind of thing wasn't uncommon. There were often news reports of perverted female sex fiends who liked to steal boys' personal clothes to collect. Not just underwear, even summer t-shirts and shorts were favorites for those pervs. Could this Lu Ruyan be one of those? But she was so pretty. Even in this world, finding a man shouldn't be that hard for her. It was just like in his previous life. Average guys needed to spend tens or hundreds of thousands to get married, but extremely handsome guys had a much easier time. Some appearance-obsessed girls would even offer themselves for free, or pay him. That's how fan service in the entertainment industry worked. Lu Ruyan noticed Lin Fan's gaze and quickly explained, wait, don't misunderstand. I have no bad intentions. It's just, I don't have money, so I can't afford to compensate you with new clothes. I can only wash them myself as an apology. If you really don't accept that, then I can pay you. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and looked pitiful. Forget washing. Let's just add each other on WeChat. You can treat me to some spicy skewers for $10 later. Lin Fan took out his phone. He could tell, this Ruyan Empress was most likely a manipulative girl. But so what? She had a 93 appearance score, higher than any of the 5 sisters. And her sexual history was still 0. If something happened between them, he wouldn't be losing out. As long as she didn't go chasing other men afterward, he didn't mind marrying a Ruyan Empress. After all, men in the Daxia Empire could have up to 100 wives. Of course those wives couldn't all be the same type. Otherwise, how boring would that be? Whether she was a manipulative type or not, as long as she stayed loyal, he didn't care. Classmate, thank you so much, you're the most understanding guy I've ever met. Lu Ruyan gratefully thanked him. At the same time, she quickly pulled out her phone and added Lin Fan on WeChat. Alright, I've got stuff to do. Let's talk online. Lin Fan waved his hand and left with Li Siling. Lu Ruyan watched Lin Fan's back, clenching her fists. I told you. After watching thousands of male lead TV shows, there's no man I, Lu Ruyan, can't get. The two returned to Lee Siling's car. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel with one hand, driving toward the boys' dorm under Lee Siling's guidance. Lin Fan, that girl earlier wasn't a good person. She bumped into you on purpose, said Lee Siling, watching him closely. She was a girl, of course she could tell. The way that girl acted, it was obvious she was scheming. Pretending to admire the school buildings, clearly just to create a fake, chance encounter. What, are you jealous? Lin Fan asked with a smile. No, of course not. Lee Siling denied quickly. She couldn't admit to being jealous, because jealousy and possessiveness were dangerously close. If someone took that out of context, they could accuse her of being a jealous woman. I'm just worried that girl will trick you. Lee Siling explained. Trick me how? Into sex? Lin Fan teased. Not just that, maybe money too, Lee Siling said stubbornly. As a royal, she didn't care about money, but she did worry Lin Fan would be seduced. A boy's body was precious, okay? Scientists had already studied this. Most boys only had 10 to 20 good years in their youth. Many started declining after 35. If a guy married too many wives, he might even burn out before 30. These days, lots of girls couldn't get married and would try all kinds of tricks to get boys to sleep with them. Some just wanted to get pregnant to save the $2,000 cost of IVF. If they got pregnant with a boy, they'd hit the jackpot. Some ruthless women even sold a man's genetic material on the black market, earning up to $10,000 per sample. If the volume was high enough, they could make tens of thousands. Lee Siling had already decided Lin Fan was her future husband. Of course she had to protect him from being tricked by shady women. Even if he didn't become her husband, he'd be her brother-in-law or future-in-law. She should protect him, right? Relax. Your future husband's body is in great shape. And my standards are high. Normal girls don't impress me. Lin Fan parked the sports car in front of dorm building number 1. There are a total of 30 dorm buildings at Wodaeku Royal Vocational and Technical College. Buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4 are for male students. The rest are all female dorms. Lin Fan's dorm is room 909 in building number 1. The two of them got out of the car and walked into the male dorm building empty-handed. Other than personal belongings, Lin Fan didn't bring any luggage. He wasn't short on money, so he planned to just buy new things at school. Lee Siling led Lin Fan to the window outside the dorm manager's office. Lin Fan, come register and get your key, then you can move in. From inside the window, a mature woman around 30 years old looked over at Lin Fan in room 909, right? Yes. Lin Fan from room 909. Lin Fan stepped up to the window. Seeing that the dorm manager was a young woman, Lin Fan was a bit surprised. In elementary, middle, and high school, the dorm managers were all men. In his previous world, dorm managers were always elderly uncles or aunts. Now, seeing a big sister in her 30s, well, that definitely counted as a young woman. And although the dorm manager was a bit older, she still had a mature charm. Lin Fan glanced at her through the system. Zhu Mengting, appearance 83, not bad at all. Lin Fan, swipe your ID card here, Zhu Mengting said, pointing to a scanner. No wonder it's a Royal Academy, so fancy. While Lin Fan muttered that, he took out his ID card and swiped it. Of course, it wasn't really high-tech, about the same as checking into a hotel or logging in at an internet cafe. It just felt fancy because in middle and high school they still used handwritten sign-in sheets. Of course. Our school receives both imperial and royal subsidies. No ordinary school can compare. Dorm manager Zhu smiled at Lin Fan. Her gaze wasn't as heated or aggressive as the other girls Lin Fan had met. Instead, it felt like a refreshing breeze. That made Lin Fan feel some goodwill toward her. If their dorm's manager acted like those boy-crazy girls, it would have been a pain to live here. What Lin Fan didn't know was how many people competed for the position of male dorm manager at the Royal Academy. First, the salary was high, 15,000 yuan per month, about $2,050, with free meals and housing, 13 months of pay per year, and full benefits. This pay was over twice that of dorm managers at other schools. Even the female dorm managers at the same academy only earned about 2/3 of that. Male dorm managers made 15,000 yuan per month, female dorm managers only 10,000. Why? Because the requirements were high. First, they had to be good-looking, have a nice personality, and not affect the boys' moods. They also had to handle student issues well and resist temptation from the boys. With all that, the high pay was expected. After swiping his ID and doing a face scan, the dorm manager handed Lin Fan a key card. Lin Fan, here's your dorm card. Don't lose it. If you need a replacement, it'll cost 10 yuan. Zhu Mengting reminded him. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Got it, dorm manager sis. After thanking her, Lin Fan and Li Xiling walked toward the elevators. Dorm manager Zhu looked at Lin Fan's photo on the screen and was briefly dazed, her cheeks slightly red. Good looks aside, he was also polite and sweet-talking. She was only 35 and had been dorm manager for years, but Lin Fan was the first one to ever call her sister. What a treasure of a boy, even the dorm manager is falling for him. Lin Fan had no idea that just calling her sis made the dorm manager fall for him. Living in this dorm, he'd definitely have an easier time than other guys, with dorm sis taking care of him. Room 909. Even though it was his dorm, Lin Fan still knocked on the door. If it were just him, he wouldn't care, he'd just swipe his card and go in. But with Li Xiling next to him, he didn't want her to see anything she shouldn't. When there was no reply from inside, Lin Fan took out the card and opened the door. The inside of the dorm was surprisingly spacious. The room could fit 6 to 8 people, but only had 2 bunk beds. Besides desks, there was even a refrigerator, a sofa, a large LCD TV, and even a PS gaming console. The bedding was already laid out, and they'd even prepared desktop computers. The military training uniform was also placed on the desk. The bathroom had a water heater and a washer-dryer combo. The dorm even had a small balcony with great lighting. No doubt about it, the Royal Academy's male dorms were top tier. Lin Fan saw that his bed had his name on it. The opposite bed also had a name tag. Everything in the dorm was neat and tidy, so his roommate hadn't arrived yet. He checked the military uniform, it was exactly his size. Since Li Xiling was there, he didn't try it on. He was more curious whether the computer was high-end. He pressed the power button and sat down at the desk. Li Xiling's heart began to race. Walking into the dorm with Lin Fan, her mind suddenly filled with those things between a man and woman. And the setting was this very dorm room, with her and Lin Fan as the leads. Her face turned slightly red. What a naughty woman she was. But seeing Lin Fan's gorgeous profile, she felt even thirstier. Lin Fan, now that your registration is done, want to come to my dorm? My cat can do backflips. Though her hormones were buzzing, she wasn't totally irrational. This was a male dorm. Lin Fan's roommate hadn't arrived yet, but could show up at any time. Doing anything here would be awkward. But in her own dorm, it would be different. The second year hadn't started yet, and her roommates weren't back, no one would bother them. Lin Fan was looking at the PC specs, top-tier GPU, CPU, RAM, even the keyboard, mouse, and monitor were all high-end. He was impressed by the Academy's wealth when he heard Li Xiling's words. He turned and looked at her strangely. Go sit in her dorm? Her cat can do backflips? Was she saying, sit, or do? The second year hadn't even started, and Li Xiling wasn't even living in the dorm yet. She had a cat there? If she did, it'd be dead from hunger by now. The backflipping cat was fake. She just wanted to do something else, right? His relationship with the 5 sisters wasn't developed enough yet. If he picked any one of them now, the other 4 would be out of reach. And that wasn't what he wanted. If you bring your other sisters over, then I'll come do it, Lin Fan smiled at her. If he could take all 5 at once, then Prince Yen would have no choice but to marry off all 5 daughters to him, right? After all, in this world, it was already hard for women to marry men, and once a woman slept with another guy, most men wouldn't take her. Men in this world were spoiled rotten. Like buying a car, if I can choose brand new at the dealership, why would I go to a used lot? Sure, test driving is fine, but buying used to bring home? No way. Lin Fan didn't end up going to Li Xiling's dorm to see the kitten that could supposedly do backflips. Because Li Xiling didn't call her 4 sisters over. Today was her alone time with Lin Fan, and she wasn't about to call the others. Besides, their mother's order was that one of the 5 sisters had to marry Lin Fan. If all 5 of them got involved with Lin Fan, wouldn't that be disobeying their mother? By then, not only would they get punished, even Lin Fan might be punished by their mother. In the Great Xia Empire, men's status and treatment were indeed very high, but ordinary men still couldn't compare to the royal family. If Lin Fan angered their mother, and she really wanted to punish him, she had all sorts of ways. She didn't want Lin Fan to be punished by her mother. Lin Fan and Li Xiling arrived at Wisteria Ghost School located in University Town Plaza. It was a very famous escape room chain in the Great Xia Empire. Each branch in the same city had a different theme. Did you book tickets? No need to book, this Wisteria Ghost School is really popular. As long as the university term starts, there's no shortage of players. That popular? Lin Fan was a little doubtful. In his previous life, he'd played escape rooms before too. Unless it was a holiday or summer break, where were all these people coming from? You usually had to book online in advance. Of course, walking in was fine too. But you had to bring your own team, otherwise it was all luck or a long wait. Escape rooms in this world were really that popular? Soon, Lin Fan and Li Xiling arrived at Wisteria Ghost School. And sure enough, there were quite a lot of people. There were about a dozen people sitting in the lobby, looking like they were there to play. But among them, only one was a guy. So it was all girls here to play? But what fun was a haunted house with just girls? At least in his previous life, it was rare to see several guys playing escape rooms together. Even if they did, it was usually with the intention of meeting girls. Oh, got it. These girls must also be hoping to team up with guys. As soon as Lin Fan and Li Xiling walked into the store, a lot of people looked their way. Especially when they saw Lin Fan, many girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Hey! A super handsome guy just came in. For real. So handsome. They're only 2 people, they'll probably need to join a team, right? Wonder if they'll be teamed with us. If not, I'm switching to their team. Damn. Then I'm switching too. A staff member warmly came up to greet them. Welcome. Did you 2 book online? No. Then please come this way. We have 6 themes. Take a look and let me know which one you'd like. I'll help you find a group. The girl from the store led Lin Fan and Li Xiling to the front desk. Above the counter were 6 screens, each showing a different theme. Abandoned school, abandoned hospital, haunted castle, biohazard, mummy, ghost marriage. Lin Fan, which theme do you want to play? Li Xiling let him decide. As a fan of escape rooms and role-playing murder mysteries, she had already played all these themes with her friends. This time, coming with Lin Fan wasn't really about the game, it was to heat up their relationship and get Lin Fan to choose her. In an escape room, the dark environment made people feel scared. When people are scared, they instinctively seek safety nearby. That leads to more physical contact. Fear also makes your heart race, and being with someone you like does the same. So when a man and a woman play escape rooms together, it often creates a feeling like they're falling in love. As long as Lin Fan felt that way, her chances would skyrocket. But what she didn't know was that Lin Fan was actually really bold. He hadn't played escape rooms in this life, but in his past life, he had played a ton, always taking the role of the meat shield. Always running solo missions, no pressure at all. Lin Fan looked back and forth at the 6 themes, and finally stopped on ghost marriage. In terms of horror, Chinese-style horror was scarier. Just being chased by zombies didn't do anything for him. We'll play ghost marriage, Li Xiling said to the staff right away. Okay, ghost marriage for 2. It's 298 per person, so 596 total. The previous ghost marriage session will finish in about 20 minutes. You can wait and rest here. I'll use the time to help you find a team. Before the staff even finished speaking, 5 girls suddenly rushed over. Please switch me to ghost marriage. Me too. And me. All 5 girls wanted to switch to the ghost marriage theme. The rest of the girls didn't join in and stayed around another guy in the waiting area. That guy looked average, but he wasn't fat, and his expression stayed cold the whole time. But that didn't stop the girls from fawning over him. Of course the girls knew Lin Fan was more handsome, otherwise they wouldn't keep sneaking glances at him. But to abandon the guy they were currently chasing and go to Lin Fan? Not gonna happen. They had already invested time and money. They couldn't just give up. In fact, they were even scared to look at Lin Fan in case they made their crush angry. As for the 5 girls switching themes, the staff had no objections. As long as they were still playing in the store, it didn't count as bailing. And the previous people in that theme? Oh, it was just those 5 girls, so no problem. Lin Fan and Li Xiling sat down to rest, and the girls started chatting with Lin Fan. Handsome guy, have you played escape rooms before? No, this is my first time. Ghost marriage is pretty scary. First time doing an escape room and you pick something this scary, aren't you scared you'll cry? Don't worry, once we go in, we'll protect you. Handsome, add me on WeChat. We can play escape rooms together sometime. Lin Fan didn't mind chatting with the girls, but he didn't add them. Although these 5 girls looked pretty, their real beauty score was only 78, not even 80. Not his type. Soon, the previous ghost marriage session ended. After a short cleanup, everyone was asked to put on blindfolds and were led to the game zone. Handsome guy, you need to enter the game zone alone first. Please put your hand on my shoulder, I'll lead you in. Lin Fan put both hands on the female staff member's shoulders and followed her, slowly moving forward. He was wearing a blindfold and couldn't see anything at all. Plus, the game area was very dark. Even if there were tiny gaps below the blindfold, he still couldn't see anything. Handsome guy, is this your first time playing an escape room? The female staff member chatted with Lin Fan as they walked. Yeah, first time. Lin Fan pretended to be a little scared. He had played escape rooms in his past life, But this life, it really was the first time. And in this kind of game, guys couldn't act too brave. If you're too brave, how are girls supposed to have a chance to show off? Even if you're brave, you have to act scared. Being scared made it easier for him to fall onto Lee Siling from time to time. First time? Then this ghost marriage theme might be pretty scary for you. But don't be too scared. Everything inside is just props, all fake. The ghosts are all girls dressed up. The girls working here are really nice. If you get scared and cry, they won't keep scaring you. Listening to what the staff member said, Lin Fan rolled his eyes under the blindfold. From what she said, quite a few guys had been scared to tears. Maybe it was cultural, or maybe guys in this world had just lived in a greenhouse too long, but most of them really did seem much weaker than guys from his previous life. On the other hand, women were much stronger than women in his past life. Lin Fan was led around several turns, and finally through a door, it seemed they had entered a room. "Handsome guy, you can take off the blindfold now." Lin Fan removed the blindfold and, using the small flashlight in the staff member's hand, saw the surroundings clearly. It was an old-fashioned wedding room. Red bed covers, red celebration blanket, a canopy bed draped in red veils, a makeup table with the double happiness symbol, and in the center of the room was a set of solid wood table and chairs. On the round table were several dishes, a tray with a wine pot and 2 small cups, and another tray with a jade rui scepter. In the center of the round table was a red electronic candle holder, giving off a faint red glow. "Handsome guy, lie down on the bed and wait for the game to start," the staff member said with a smile. Lie down?" Lin Fan acted shocked, showing a very resistant face. Having played escape rooms in his previous life, he knew very well that NPCs in these games loved scaring timid players the most. They didn't like scaring brave players, no sense of achievement, and way less fun. So even if you were brave, you had to act timid. Yeah, don't be afraid. This is just part of the ghost marriage themes process. Of course, if you're too scared, you can just sit instead. Then I'll lie down." Lin Fan sat down and then lay on the very old-looking wooden wedding bed. The staff member left and closed the wedding room door. Once she left, the room got much darker. The only light came from the faint red candle on the table. Even without ghosts, this setting alone could make people scared. Lin Fan sat up, he knew the game had officially begun. Holding the walkie-talkie in one hand, he began to carefully search the room for clues. Chinese-style horror music played in the background, giving Lin Fan a bit of a chill down his spine. Soon, he found a clue card at the dressing table. He needed to take the candle holder, go to the morning hall to find a key, and then leave the attic. Just as he turned to take the candle holder from the table, he was suddenly startled. Because the bed he had just been lying on now had a bride sitting on it, wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil covering her face. When did this NPC show up? He didn't feel anything at all. He had just been lying on that bed. The mechanisms in this world were way too advanced, even someone like Bold Lin got startled. But when Lin Fan checked her stats using the system, he wasn't scared anymore, he actually got a little excited. Li Yunwan, female, beauty score 94. This NPC girl was a total beauty. With that kind of score, who cares if she's an NPC, even if she were a real ghost, he wouldn't be afraid. In his past life, people used to say, as long as you're brave, the female ghost goes on maternity leave. If he really ran into a ghost this pretty, who knows if he'd be scared or turned on. If he wasn't sure there were cameras in the room, he would have sat next to the bride and started chatting with her. Lin Fan, nervously, picked up the red candle holder from the table and slowly backed toward the door. He opened it and left. Right next door was the morning hall. The wedding room and morning hall were complete opposites. The wedding room was all red, and the morning hall was all white. There was even a coffin in the middle of the morning hall. In front of it was an offering table with offerings and a framed black and white photo of a man. Holding the candle holder, Lin Fan walked into the morning hall and, cautiously, approached the coffin. He was really curious if there was also an NPC lying inside. Sure enough, there was. A groom in a red wedding outfit lay in the coffin, face painted ghostly white like a dead person. Su Lanlan, female, beauty score 83. This groom NPC wasn't as pretty as the bride from the wedding room, but she had a nice figure. Her measurements were 33-23-34, with a bust 1.2 inches bigger than the bride earlier. But since she was lying in a coffin, it wasn't obvious, probably some kind of restraint used. Lin Fan didn't touch the groom's corpse because he saw the key was already placed on the offering table in front of the coffin. He walked over, picked up the key from the table. And just as he did, the corpse in the coffin suddenly sat up. Ah! The female NPC let out a miserable scream. Shit! Lin Fan also shouted. He had guessed she might get up, but her sudden scream still startled him. Too sudden. Seeing her sit up, Lin Fan quickly ran out with the key. He soon found the attic exit at the end of the hallway, hurriedly pulled out the key, and opened the brass lock on the door. After opening it, he looked back and saw the NPC named Su Lanlan crawling toward him on all fours. She looked just like a red-dressed version of Sadako. Lin Fan ran downstairs fast, yelling Li Siling's name as he did. He hadn't come to play the escape room for real, he came to win Li Siling over. If he didn't meet up with her, what was the point of this game? Lin Fan. I'm here. Soon, Li Siling's voice echoed through the escape room. Following the sound, Lin Fan quickly found her. She was standing with the 5 other female players. Lin Fan immediately hugged Li Siling. I was scared to death, scared to death. There's a female ghost upstairs. Way too scary. Don't be scared, it's all just staff pretending. Li Siling patted Lin Fan's back, her face full of smiles as she buried it in his chest. As expected, escape rooms were the most fun with someone you liked. She hadn't felt this way before, but now, compared to all those pastimes she came with her girlfriends, those games were nothing. Even if it's someone pretending, it's still scary. I feel like my heart's gonna jump out. Touch it if you don't believe me. Really? Li Siling's eyes lit up. She could really touch Lin Fan's heartbeat? This world was different from the one Lin Fan came from before crossing over. A man's body, women weren't allowed to touch it casually. And in public, men would never go shirtless, because people thought that would be taking advantage of the women. Boys were considered the most beautiful beings in the world. Their bodies were also the most sacred. How could they be casually cheapened by those filthy women? And now, Lin Fan actually let Li Siling touch him. How could Li Siling not be excited? Not only was Li Siling excited, the other 5 girls with her were so jealous they were practically drooling. Even average-looking guys wouldn't casually let girls touch their bodies, let alone someone as handsome as Lin Fan. If this handsome guy was willing to let them touch him, they'd be willing to lose 10 years of their life. Li Siling placed her right hand on Lin Fan's chest. She didn't know if Lin Fan's heart was beating fast, but she could feel her own heart beating quickly. She felt like Lin Fan was just too understanding. Why did she bring Lin Fan to the haunted house? Wasn't it to get more physical contact? The game had just started, and before she even made a move, Lin Fan had already delivered himself. If all men were this understanding, women around the world would probably die of happiness. Handsome guy, don't be scared. There are so many girls here with you. No ghost will be able to touch you. That's right, that's right. Stay behind us, handsome. If the ghost wants to hurt you, they'll have to walk over our bodies first. The other female players all chimed in. Watching Li Siling flirting with the handsome guy right in front of them, they were all jealous to death. Lin Fan and the others didn't waste time and began exploring the game area. 2 girls led in front, followed by Li Siling. Lin Fan held her hand and followed behind, with the remaining 3 girls covering the rear. Lin Fan was being protected by 6 girls. They arrived at a room labeled Main Hall. Entering the hall, 2 paper figures stood inside, dressed in wedding outfits, faces deathly pale. Because of the uncanny valley effect, Lin Fan felt the paper figures were even scarier than the real-life female ghosts. A clue card was stuck on the wall next to the paper figures, explaining the game background. The eldest daughter of the Zhu family had always been sick since childhood, and died young at the age of 16. The matriarch of the house felt sorry for her and arranged a ghost marriage for her. But after the ghost marriage, strange things began happening frequently at the Zhu residence. Eventually, several people died. Helpless, the Zhu family had to gradually move out of the old house. The matriarch hired Taoist masters to handle the supernatural events, but each one died inside the house. The players had to explore the secrets of the Zhu family's old house, investigate the source of the strange events, and completely solve the mystery. The group began exploring the area. The whole scene was extremely dark, with only their candle holders providing light, but even those were very dim. There were creepy paper figures everywhere. The groom climbed out of coffins and jumped out occasionally to scare them. For someone timid, playing this could really make them cry. Before long, Lin Fan and the others found a new clue. A Taoist master had left a note. He had already discovered the truth behind the Zhu family's old house. The reason for the strange events was that the eldest daughter's spirit was unhappy with the groom's appearance and refused to consummate the ghost marriage. As time passed, the groom's resentment grew and he turned into a vengeful ghost. All the Taoist masters the matriarch hired were killed by this vengeful ghost. To restore peace to the Zhu house, the players had to do 2 things. First, perform a ritual to help the vengeful ghost pass on. Second, choose the most handsome boy to marry the eldest daughter. The Taoist master carried a coin sword woven from copper coins. But it had to be blessed with rooster blood to harm the vengeful ghost. One player, with the strongest yang energy, needed to find the sword on the Taoist's corpse and get rooster blood from the kitchen to bless it. No one else could touch the sword, or the yin energy would contaminate it and make it useless. Looking at the Taoist's corpse on the ground, Lin Fan figured he'd have to do the searching. Lin Fan, don't be scared. She's just a staff member in costume. Nothing to be afraid of. That's right, that's right. We're all here with you. No matter what comes, we won't let the handsome guy get hurt. We swear to protect you. Looking at the Taoist corpse on the ground, Lin Fan wasn't really scared. But since the Taoist was also played by a female staff member, was it really okay to frisk her? Whatever. The game plot required it, so he had to follow along. Lin Fan squatted down and searched around the Taoist's waist, nothing. Then checked the limbs, still nothing. Wait, this female NPC hid the sword in her chest? The 5 female players all looked at the Taoist on the ground with envy. Damn. So jealous of this NPC. I want the handsome guy to search me too. If I had known NPCs get treated this well, I would have signed up as a haunted house worker this summer. Lin Fan, something as important as the coin sword must be hung around the chest. Try looking there, Li Xiling reminded. Since Li Xiling said it, Lin Fan had no choice but to do it. Sure enough, he soon found the coin sword and pulled it out from inside the robe. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel, escape rooms in this world were so much more fun. Not only were all the NPCs pretty girls, but they even had plot points like this. If this were in his past life, the place would be fully booked every day. Unfortunately, men in this world were too proud. Few were willing to play escape rooms. Even fewer were willing to have close interactions with NPCs. In their eyes, it wasn't them taking advantage, it was the NPCs taking advantage. So now Lin Fan was the only one getting the perks. But just as Lin Fan pulled the coin sword out from under the robe, the Taoist master, who had had her eyes closed the whole time, suddenly opened them and grabbed Lin Fan's arm tightly. Don't hurt the cutie. Let me protect him. The female players immediately jumped into action. Some threw themselves on the Taoist to hold her down, others grabbed her arms, while others shielded Lin Fan and pulled him back. Lin Fan felt that in the dark, someone was groping his butt, and different sizes of round objects kept bumping into him from all directions. Was this sexual harassment? Royal Academy. Back in her dorm room, Lu Ruyan kept holding her phone, hoping Lin Fan would reply. But in their chat window, there was only one message she had sent. Lin Fan, I'm Lu Ruyan. Nice to meet you. She had sent it right after adding him as a friend. But several hours had passed, it was almost noon, and Lin Fan still hadn't replied. Still, Lu Ruyan wasn't discouraged. Lin Fan, I heard Uncle Yuan's restaurant outside the school is really good. Do you have time for lunch? My treat, as an apology. A few minutes later, still no reply. Lu Ruyan continued messaging. If you don't want stir-fry, how about hot pot? Haiti Leo's pretty good, their service is amazing. If you don't want hot pot, how about barbecue? Sushi? Peking duck? French food. Lin Fan was still inside the escape room. Everyone's phones were stored in lockers, so he had no idea that Lu Ruyan, the girl who had bumped into him that morning, was currently sending him message after message, trying to invite him to lunch. Under the protection of Li Xiling and the other female players, Lin Fan safely arrived at the kitchen and found rooster blood. After applying the rooster blood to the coin sword, it instantly gained the power to ward off evil. When the groom appeared again, Lin Fan successfully used the coin sword to kill the groom who had turned into a vengeful ghost. Everyone accompanied Lin Fan back to the main hall. The 2 paper figures that had been in the main hall had changed. Now in their place stood a bride dressed in a red wedding dress with a red veil on her head. Next to the bride stood 2 pale-faced made NPCs that looked just like paper figures. Lin Fan saw the bride's information, Li Yunwan. She was the same bride who had appeared in the wedding room earlier. Lin Fan stood next to the bride, and suddenly cheerful Swana music played from the speakers. The lucky hour has arrived. First bow to heaven and earth. The bride slightly bowed toward the door, and Lin Fan naturally followed. Second bow to the parents. Li Xiling and the others acted like wedding guests, witnessing Lin Fan and the bride bowing to each other in marriage. Watching the scene, not only was Li Xiling not upset, she even looked unhappily. In her mind, she was already imagining the grand wedding ceremony her mother would hold when Lin Fan chose her. At that time, she too would wear a phoenix crown and red dress, standing next to Lin Fan, bowing to each other in marriage. The other 5 female players were overwhelmed with envy. Even though they knew it was fake, how they wished they were the bride standing next to Lin Fan. Third bow to each other as husband and wife. Send to the bridal chamber. The 2 maid NPCs escorted the bride out. Just as she reached the door, the bride wearing the red veil suddenly stopped. "Husband, I'll be waiting for you in the bridal chamber." After saying this, the bride finally left. Suddenly, a projection appeared on the wall. The Zhu family's old house seems to have returned to peace, but the soul of the Zhu family's eldest daughter still lingers, unwilling to leave. Next, the groom must decide whether to go to the wedding room and find out the truth. Lin Fan was a bit confused. Was it over? Or not? Ah! We actually triggered a hidden storyline. Our luck is amazing. Hidden storyline? Lin Fan looked confused. An escape room has hidden storylines? In his past life, he had never heard of escape rooms having hidden storylines. Yeah, it's a hidden storyline. According to people online, the trigger rate is less than 2%. If the groom challenges the hidden storyline, the entire group can get a full refund and also receive a souvenir. Handsome guy, do you want to try it? The female players looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. If Lin Fan chose to do it, it meant they could each get back nearly 300 yuan in entry fees and receive a cute bride figurine. Of course, they hoped Lin Fan would accept. What is the hidden storyline about? Lin Fan asked, curious. The bridal chamber, one girl said. Bridal chamber? Lin Fan was shocked. A $40 escape room had this kind of $100 extra content? Wait, wasn't that Li Yunwan a virgin? Actually, it's just lifting the veil, drinking wine, and then leaving through a different exit. That's what it says online. Lin Fan, if you don't want to do it, we can end here. Li Xiling held Lin Fan's hand and said. A refund and a figurine didn't mean much to her. When they first came in, Lin Fan was already scared. Now it was a solo mission, and she was worried it would scare him too much. No, I want to do it. Lin Fan said firmly. That bride had been wearing a red veil the whole time. He hadn't seen her face yet. And she was a top-tier beauty with a score of 94. He'd played this long, if he didn't even see her face, wouldn't that be a waste? Then, okay, Lin Fan, I'll wait for you outside. Li Xiling and the others left. Lin Fan went back to the wedding room alone. Lin Fan returned to the second floor and pushed open the wedding room door. The bride was again sitting at the edge of the wedding bed. This time, two maid NPCs that looked like paper figures stood beside her. Son-in-law, the two maids bowed slightly to Lin Fan. The maids looked scary, but they actually had decent beauty scores, one was 80, the other 81. But Lin Fan wasn't paying attention to them. All his focus was on the bride. Whether it was 80 or 81, compared to 94, it wasn't even close. Lin Fan approached the bride. One of the maids brought over the jade ruby from the table. Son-in-law, please lift the veil. Lin Fan picked up the jade ruby and lifted the bride's red veil, finally seeing Li Yunwan's face for the first time. He wasn't amazed, he was startled. The bride's face was painted like a paper figure. Her whole face was as pale as paper, with two round red blush spots painted on her cheeks. And her lips were painted bright red in the middle. She looked just like a paper figure. Clearly done by the same makeup artist as the two maids. Husband, am I beautiful? Li Yunwan's voice was lovely, like a mountain spring, clear and soft. Bo, beautifully bubbling. Lin Fan's face twitched. A 94 beauty score, painted into this horror look, what a waste. Husband, let's drink the wedding wine. One maid brought over a tray with 2 cups of wine and stepped in front of them. Looking at the creepy paper figure makeup on Li Yunwan's face, Lin Fan honestly wanted to refuse, but this was a game. What's the point if you don't play? So Lin Fan still drank the wedding wine with Li Yunwan. Husband, it's getting late, let's rest early, the bride said and lay down on the wedding bed. The two maids stood guard at the side. What else could Lin Fan do? He had chosen to challenge the hidden storyline, he had to see it through. He gritted his teeth and lay down beside the bride. The next second, the bed started to slowly descend. The two maids pulled down the bed curtains, wishing Miss and son-in-law many sons and grandsons. Lin Fan was stunned. Was this the end, or were they really going to make him sleep with the bride? They couldn't be kidnapping him to harvest his organs, right? Thankfully, after a while, the two of them arrived in a rest room. Husband, although we are now married, I cannot bear to harm you. This jade pendant has always been with me. I give it to you now. I hope that 100 years from now, you will not forget to come find me. Li Yunwan placed a green jade token in Lin Fan's hand, then turned and entered a secret door. Lin Fan looked at the jade pendant in his hand. It was carved with a double happiness symbol and dragon pattern. There should be another matching piece with a phoenix pattern. Together, they would form the word double happiness. Luckily, the jade was green, not white, otherwise he would have thrown it out. He didn't know about this world, but in the one he came from, a white double happiness dragon phoenix jade pair was really used for ghost marriages in ancient times. Ding! Received a gift from Li Yunwan. triggered cashback critical hit, awarded passive skill Heavenly King level singing voice. Lin Fan was quite surprised. Receiving a gift from an NPC in a game could trigger a cashback reward? But, whatever. If it's a free reward, why not take it? Lin Fan used Heavenly King level singing voice, and felt a cool sensation in his throat, like he had just eaten a mint. That feeling soon faded, and there didn't seem to be any major change. But based on past experience, he believed the system rewards wouldn't disappoint. Lin Fan returned to the lobby and saw Li Xiling and the other 5 female players all resting in the lounge area. When Li Xiling saw Lin Fan, she immediately got up and ran over, looking at him worriedly. Lin Fan. Are you okay? Lin Fan had always acted timid during the game. She was worried he had been scared doing the solo task. Of course Lin Fan was fine, he had just gotten married to a beauty with a score of 94. How could anything be wrong? Only the makeup on her face had looked a little creepy. No big deal. But Lin Fan still pulled Li Xiling into his arms. It was so scary. My legs went weak. Don't be scared, we won't play this again in the future. Li Xiling gently patted Lin Fan's back and comforted him softly. No, even though it was scary, it was still a lot of fun. Let's rest for a while and then play again. Lin Fan shook his head immediately. Are you kidding? Escape rooms are the best setting for closing distance between 2 people. He wasn't just going to play escape rooms with Li Xiling, he planned to bring the other 4 sisters along too. There was a saying in his previous life that made sense: a woman in love has a negative IQ. As long as he made all 5 sisters fall deeply in love with him and have relationships with him, then even their mother, King Yen, probably wouldn't be able to stop it, right? The staff member who had brought them into the game earlier walked over, followed by another staff member carrying a tray. There were 7 boxes on the tray. Congratulations on successfully triggering the hidden storyline in the ghost marriage theme and completing the hidden content. Your entry fees will be fully refunded. Also, here are souvenirs for everyone. The souvenirs were bride figurines, about 8 inches tall, crafted with exquisite detail. They weren't huge, but the craftsmanship was very fine. In his past life, something like this would easily cost between $70 to $140. The other 5 female players were extremely excited. They had profited big time. They got to play an escape room for free and received a mysterious souvenir. And during the game, quite a few of them even had close contact with that handsome guy. And he didn't complain at all. What kind of god-tier boy was this? The only regret, they didn't manage to add him on WeChat. Otherwise, they would totally have turned into simp dogs and vowed to win him over. Oh, right. This is a prop, right? Returning it to you. Lin Fan pulled out the jade pendant that the bride had given him. But the staff member shook her head. We don't have such a prop. But the bride gave it to me. Isn't it one of your props? Oh, that was something given to you personally by the staff member. It's not a store prop. Huh? Lin Fan held the jade pendant up to his eyes. That was personally given by the bride? Does she give out jade pendants to everyone? But this pendant looked very clear, probably not cheap? Huh? Lin Fan noticed that there was a phone number engraved on the back of the pendant. Li Xiling came closer too. Huh? Imperial green jadeite, this quality of jade pendant is worth at least over $1 million. As a royal family member, Li Xiling had seen plenty of fine things. She could tell the approximate value of this pendant at a glance. That expensive? Lin Fan was very surprised. He had guessed that it wasn't cheap, maybe worth tens of thousands or a bit over 100,000 at most. But Li Xiling had just raised the price tenfold. The 5 female players nearby, along with other female players who had walked over, all had their mouths wide open in shock. They had heard Lin Fan's conversation with the staff just now. An NPC gave a jade pendant to the handsome guy, and that pendant turned out to be worth over $1 million. Which rich young lady came here to experience life? That rich, and she came to work as an NPC in an escape room? Must be crazy. The 5 girls were all crushed. Sure enough, handsome guys always end up with the rich girls, ordinary people like them don't deserve them. Lin Fan looked at the staff member in front of him. Since you said so, I'll just keep this jade pendant then. If the bride wants it back, she can contact me herself. You guys have my number. As he spoke, Lin Fan put the pendant into his pocket. As for the phone number? He and Li Xiling had both left their numbers when they registered earlier. Even if the bride didn't contact him, he'd still reach out to her. A gorgeous and rich beauty, no way he was missing out. Soon, the store refunded the fee to Li Xiling. The two retrieved their phones and left. All the way until they left, the bride never came out to ask for the pendant back. Lin Fan, are you hungry? Want to get something to eat first? Li Xiling checked the time, it was already 11:30. Sure. Lin Fan was holding his phone, replying to Lu Ruyan's message. He originally wanted to type in the phone number engraved on the back of the jade pendant to see if he could add the bride on WeChat. When he opened WeChat, he saw a string of messages from Lu Ruyan. "I'm outside, I won't eat lunch. Let's talk later." He replied with that message, then clicked Add Friend and entered the phone number on the pendant. He actually found someone. Yi Weiliang. The profile photo was the back view of a girl in traditional Chinese clothing. Even though he couldn't see her face, Lin Fan felt the girl in the profile photo was most likely the bride named Li Yunwan. Lin Fan sent a friend request and typed the character Jade as the verification message. Just as he was about to put away his phone, because playing with your phone during a date was rude, Lu Ruyan sent another message. "Lin Fan, how about tonight, are you free? Military training starts tomorrow. Did you get the notice? I heard this time it's going to be really strict." Seeing Lu Ruyan's messages pop up one after another, Lin Fan directly replied. "Book the room for tonight. Wait for me." Lin Fan was very familiar with someone like Lu Ruyan. He sent a dozen or even dozens of messages, and the other party wouldn't reply for a long time. Even if there was a reply, it would be a short sentence. And as long as she got a reply from him, Lu Ruyan would instantly respond. Wasn't this a pure simp? In his past life, Lin Fan had a college roommate who was exactly like this. That roommate wasn't even as good as Lu Ruyan. At least Lu Ruyan was good-looking, a handsome guy, and with how few men there were in this world, it made sense that she was chasing him. His college roommate from his past life was chasing a girl with average looks, who only looked a bit better thanks to makeup. But in Lin Fan's eyes, even with makeup, her beauty score didn't reach 80. Yet his college roommate was still completely devoted to her. Everyone in the dorm advised him to give up, saying that girl was just stringing him along, but he wouldn't listen. He even said she was different. In the end, he kept simping from freshman year to graduation, and never got the girl. She ended up with someone who drove a BMW X1. Most simps were stubborn, so Lin Fan understood Lu Ruyan very well. Even if there was nothing between them, even if he didn't give her any attention, she still wouldn't give up. Sure enough, just a few seconds after Lin Fan sent that message, Lu Ruyan replied. "Really? Lin Fan, I'll book the room right now. I'll wait for your message. Lin Fan, is there anything you want to eat? I'll prepare it in advance." Lu Ruyan sent him another series of messages. Seeing all the notifications, Lin Fan directly muted her chat so his phone wouldn't keep buzzing. It was noisy. At noon, Lin Fan and Li Xiling casually went to a Hunan restaurant and ordered a few stir-fried dishes. After eating, they played role-play games, scripted murder mystery, from 2 p.m. until 8 p.m., a full 6 hours. After the game, Li Xiling even dragged Lin Fan out for a late-night barbecue. That afternoon, he had already added Li Yunwan as a friend. But since he was in the middle of playing, he hadn't replied to her. He only checked her messages during the barbecue. "Handsome, now that you've accepted my jade pendant, you're mine." Li Yunwan only sent one message, not like Lu Ruyan, who spammed message after message. This showed that Li Yunwan was different from Lu Ruyan. She wasn't a simp. Which made sense. She gave away a jade pendant worth over $1 million, clearly she was rich, and not just average rich. With that kind of wealth, as long as her head was normal, she didn't need to simp like Lu Ruyan. She could just throw money around. No matter how few men there were in this world, there would still be more than rich people. There would always be someone willing to date a rich person. After all, who didn't want a better life? You're wrong. Only after I die, 100 years later, will I be yours. Lin Fan replied during a short break. Not long after, she replied. "Can I take that back? No. I don't even know what you really look like, and you already want me to be yours? There are pictures in my moments. You're not taking the initiative at all. No sincerity. I think we should meet in person so I can return the jade pendant." Li Yunwan sent more than a dozen photos at once, all of her wearing traditional Chinese clothing. "Just kidding. I've never taken back a gift I've given. Little lady, you're pretty cute. Little brother, that's rude. I'm older than you. You should call me big sister. Yes, big sister is very pretty. I'm still on a date, not chatting for now." After sending the last message, Lin Fan put down his phone. Still the same principle, it's rude to keep chatting with others while on a date. "Lin Fan, who were you chatting with just now?" Li Xiling asked curiously. Though she didn't want to be jealous, she had seen Lin Fan smiling happily while messaging someone. She couldn't help but care. "The bride NPC from the escape room. Looks like she wants to chase me too." Lin Fan unlocked his phone and openly showed her the chat. After all, men in this world could have multiple wives. He didn't need to sneak around like he was cheating. "Huh? That big sister is really pretty." Li Xiling was stunned by the photos from Li Yunwan. In the royal family, traditional outfits weren't worn often anymore, everyone wore modern clothes. Only during major holidays or celebrations would the empress and nobles wear traditional dress. And every one of this woman's photos was in full traditional attire. You could tell she really loved traditional clothing. She's definitely very pretty. So I plan to get to know her. You won't get jealous, right? Lin Fan moved from across the table to sit beside her. Of course not. Li Xiling quickly shook her head to show her stance. If Mom didn't order that only one of us sisters could marry you, I'd be willing to marry you together with the other four. Lin Fan smiled. Sure enough, the cheerful and energetic girl Li Xiling was the easiest to win over. She'd said similar things back during their blind date. I knew you were the best, Xiling Mua. Lin Fan kissed her as a reward. Hehehe. Li Xiling giggled happily. After supper, Li Xiling drove Lin Fan back to school. She was originally going to drop him off right in front of the dorm building, but Lin Fan told her to stop at the front gate. What's wrong, Lin Fan? The dorm is still a bit far from here. Remember the girl who bumped into me this morning at check-in? Yeah, I remember. She's already booked a room. I'm going to meet her now. Lin Fan didn't hide anything. She booked a room? Li Xiling was shocked. She had been on a date with Lin Fan all day, and now he was going to sleep with someone else? She was jealous. Yeah. Xiling, you're not mad, right? Us boys have needs too. And your 5 sisters can't do anything right now, so I can only go to other girls. Don't worry, Xiling. Out of the 100 wives I'll have, you'll definitely be one of them. Lin Fan cupped her cheeks and said. I'm okay with it too. Li Xiling quickly said. But I still don't want to give up on Sijuan, Sishi, Siyu, and Siyang. We can keep it a secret. I won't tell my mom. But aren't there people from Princess Yen around you? Lin Fan wasn't blind, or stupid. A royal family member definitely had security staff around. Li Xiling looked a little sad. She couldn't be Lin Fan's first woman anymore. Be good. Suddenly, Li Xiling looked into Lin Fan's eyes with determination. Lin Fan, kiss me. Li Xiling raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth. Lin Fan gently pinched her cheek, soft and bouncy like baby skin. Satisfied now? It's getting late. Head back. Drive slowly, be safe. Send me a message when you get home, Lin Fan reminded. Got it. Lin Fan got out of the car and waved toward Li Xiling inside. Li Xiling drove away contentedly. Lin Fan opened his phone and looked at the messages Lu Ruyan had sent him. Lu Ruyan had already sent him the hotel location and room number. He just had to head there directly. The hotel wasn't far from Royal Academy, walking would take about 7 or 8 minutes. But Lin Fan didn't go straight there. First, he stopped by the commercial street near the hotel and bought a $3 spicy hot pot. Carrying the takeout, he headed to the hotel. He also took out his phone and sent Lu Ruyan a message. I'm on my way. Be there soon. I brought you some spicy hot pot. Since Lu Ruyan had already booked the room, it felt off to show up empty-handed, so he brought her something to eat. He just didn't know if she had eaten or liked spicy hot pot. Still, no big deal. Other guys usually wouldn't spend a cent on a date. Buying food already made him much better than those guys. Lin Fan passed by a pharmacy. He glanced at it but walked right past. He didn't need any condoms or anything. Lu Ruyan looked clean, no worries. Inside the hotel. The projection on the wall was playing TV, but Lu Ruyan wasn't in the mood to watch. She was holding her phone, tossing and turning on the bed, unable to calm down. After Lin Fan sent her that one message at noon, there'd been no further updates. She had sent more than 10 messages since then, and Lin Fan hadn't responded at all, like his phone had disappeared. Lu Ruyan even started to suspect that Lin Fan's message wasn't meant for her, but was sent to her by mistake. Still, she immediately booked a decent hotel nearby using her phone. The hotel wasn't cheap, over $110 for one night. That was almost her entire week's living expenses. But this was the capital of the Great Xia Empire, and prices were high. The hotel's environment was pretty good, and there was even a large bathtub in the bathroom. If Lin Fan really came, then, hee. Suddenly, the phone in her hand buzzed twice. Lu Ruyan quickly checked her phone and saw Lin Fan's message. I'm on my way. Be there soon. I brought you some spicy hot pot. Seeing the message, Lu Ruyan rolled on the bed in excitement. He came. He really came. And he even brought food. Lin Fan was just too sweet. It wasn't a wrong message, he really meant to send it to her. Luckily, she hadn't hesitated and had booked the room right away. If she had missed this chance because of indecision, she would have regretted it to death. Lu Ruyan hurried to check her makeup. No problem. Then checked her clothes. Also fine. Wait, should I change? Maybe into a bathrobe? But it seems like there's no time. Lu Ruyan paced around the room in excitement, unable to stay still. Until the doorbell rang. Coming! Lu Ruyan rushed to the door. She didn't even check the peephole, she opened it right away. After all, girls going out alone wouldn't run into danger. Especially here in the capital, the safest place in the entire Great Xia Empire. She absolutely wouldn't be in danger. Only boys staying alone needed to worry about safety. Nowadays, there weren't many girls who dared to sexually assault boys openly, especially in the capital, practically none. But you still couldn't rule out a drunk girl going out of control. Lu Ruyan opened the door and saw that familiar, handsome face. Her whole body immediately radiated happiness. Lin Fan, you're here. Hungry? I brought you spicy hot pot. Not sure if it's your taste. Lin Fan raised the food and smiled at her. It is. Of course it is. Spicy hot pot is my favorite. Lin Fan, come in quickly. Lu Ruyan eagerly pulled Lin Fan inside. Once inside, Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the hotel room. It was clear that Lu Ruyan had put effort into choosing and paid good money for it. Lu Ruyan, you eat first. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Fan placed the spicy hot pot on the small table. It was peak summer, hot as hell outside. It wasn't too bad in the mall during the day, air-conditioned and cool. But once he stepped out, that was a different story. Walking from the school gate to the hot pot shop, picking up the order, and heading to the hotel. In under 30 minutes, his whole body was already sticky with sweat. To not ruin the upcoming experience, a shower was necessary. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard that. Shower? She was definitely going to shower too. In that case? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Fan. Seeing him head into the bathroom, she quickly followed him to the door. Lin Fan, want to shower together? I can help wash your back and save water too, Lu Ruyan asked boldly. Behind the glass door, Lin Fan smiled. Girls in this world really were great, so proactive. Not like in his past life, where guys had to initiate everything, and girls just deflected all the time. They wanted benefits, but didn't want to give anything in return. That wasn't his style. Lin Fan slid open the glass door, then let's shower together. On the other side, after returning to the Yen royal residence, Li Xiling sent Lin Fan a message, letting him know she got home safely. When she didn't get a reply for a long time, she knew what he was doing. But she wasn't angry at all, not even jealous. Because in a way, she was also Lin Fan's first woman. She didn't lose to that sweet-talking younger classmate. At 2 a.m., Lu Ruyan was already asleep. Lin Fan picked up his phone and checked the class group chat. During the day, the counselor had sent a message in the group. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., wear your military training uniform and meet in classroom 201 of the art building. The counselor would then take everyone to the field, where military instructors would be assigned. After that, would begin the long and grueling 2 weeks of military training. Lin Fan set an alarm for 7 a.m., an hour would be enough for him and Lu Ruyan to return to school. By the way, although they had just shared a bed, he still didn't know what major Lu Ruyan was in. Since they ran into each other, she was probably also in the art department. As for which major exactly? Whatever, not important. He'd find out eventually. The next morning at 6:30, Lu Ruyan's alarm went off. It had only beeped twice when Lu Ruyan quickly shut it off, afraid of waking up Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan still woke up. The blackout curtains were very effective, inside the room it was pitch black, making it impossible to judge the time by brightness. He could only pick up his phone to check the time. Why'd you set the alarm so early? It's only 6:30. I wanted to get up early so hubby can sleep a bit longer. Lu Ruyan turned on the light, gazing affectionately at Lin Fan beside her. She was just too happy. But Lin Fan must have been exhausted, so of course she had to let him rest more. It was just that the condom she prepared last night hadn't been used. If it had and she were a bit ruthless, she could have traded it for at least $14,000 on the black market. Too bad she was in her safe period these past few days. Otherwise, she might have been able to get pregnant with a handsome baby. Alright, then you go wash up first. I'll get up after you're done, Lin Fan said lazily. He really was a bit tired. Even though he was only 18 now, his physical constitution was only 75 points, he was relying purely on youth. If he could boost it to 100 or even 90 points, he figured he wouldn't get tired anymore. Lu Ruyan washed up quickly. After finishing, she didn't put on makeup, just applied a bit of lipstick. Her beauty score was 93. She really didn't need makeup. And there was military training today, she'd be sweating a lot anyway, so no need for makeup. If the makeup ran later, it'd be even more embarrassing. Lu Ruyan was fast, but Lin Fan was faster. He grabbed his toothbrush, stepped into the shower, and brushed his teeth while bathing. The whole process took under 5 minutes. More than 20 minutes faster than Lu Ruyan. After washing up, they had the hotel's complimentary breakfast, then returned to school. They arrived together at the art building and then went their separate ways. Lin Fan was in classroom 201, Lu Ruyan in 306. Only now did he learn that Lu Ruyan was a freshman in the acting major. When Lin Fan arrived at classroom 201, it was already 7:45 a.m., only 15 minutes left before the scheduled meetup. As freshmen, everyone was unlike the upperclassmen who liked to arrive just in time. Most had come early to wait. When Lin Fan entered the classroom, 2/3 of the seats were already taken. He saw a sheet of A4 paper taped to the door, printed with the words, Manga Class 1, so he knew he hadn't walked into the wrong room. He stepped in and scanned the room. The classroom was full of girls. Not a single guy. Were the other guys just not here yet? Or was he really the only guy in the class? He hadn't seen his dorm mate either, so he didn't know if that guy was in the same major or a different one. The girls inside had been chatting in small groups, but the moment Lin Fan walked in, the whole room went silent. Right after, a girl screamed, "Ah! So handsome!" But there weren't many girls that bold. A few screamed, but most whispered among themselves. "Wow, so handsome! Is he in our class too? No idea. Maybe he's in the wrong room? No. I'd trade 30 years of my mom's life if this handsome guy could be in our class. You're killing me with laughter. If I can be in the same class with this guy for 4 years, I'd die happy. Oh my god. He's walking toward me. No, he's clearly walking toward me. What do I do? What do I do?" Lin Fan glanced around. Except for the first and last rows, the rest of the seats were mostly taken. He didn't want to sit in the front and eat chalk dust, so he naturally walked to the last row. He walked past rows of girls and sat down at an empty window seat in the back row. Back row by the window, the homeland of kings. Before awakening his past life memories, his dream really was to become a famous manga artist. But now, his dream wasn't to just be a famous manga artist, it was to surpass the legacy of Prince Jing of Zhongshan. As for studying, just muddle through. Besides, so many famous manga from his past life didn't exist in this world. If he wanted to become famous, he could just borrow those works. Lin Fan sat down and turned his face toward the window, ignoring the girls in the classroom. When he entered earlier, he had scanned the room and hadn't seen a single girl with a beauty score over 90. The highest was only in the 80s. Sure, girls in the 80s were still beautiful, but for him, a boy, to take the initiative would seem too cheap. Of course, the main reason was that he was still in Sage mode. Last night's trench warfare in the Delta Zone had too many kills, DPS was too high, he needed time to recover stamina and ammo. Girls under 90 in beauty score didn't attract him much. Lin Fan wanted some peace, but the girls in the class clearly didn't want to give him that. "Classmate, are you in manga class 1 too?" A girl came up to Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned to look. Beauty score 75, average to slightly above. "Yeah." Lin Fan responded flatly. Last night had been too good. Average-looking girls just didn't interest him right now. "Did you join the class group chat? Everyone in the class has to be in it. The counselor will post announcements there." Lin Fan was speechless. If he hadn't joined the group chat, how would he even know to come to class today? "I joined. Classmate, I didn't sleep well last night, can I have a bit of quiet time?" Okay, I won't bother you. Take a good rest." The girl wasn't offended at all by Lin Fan's cold attitude. She walked away smiling. In this world, most boys were proud by nature. Lin Fan's indifference wasn't anything unusual, girls were used to it. In fact, she was happy just to have talked to Lin Fan and confirmed that he was in the class group. Back at her seat, she took out her phone and started browsing the class group, trying to identify Lin Fan's account. After she left, Lin Fan finally got a bit of peace. At 7:58, a young woman who looked around 23 or 24 walked into the classroom. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance a few more times. Name, Xia Tian, summer, female, age 25, beauty score 89, height 5 feet 8.5 inches, sexual history, 0. Lin Fan had paid extra attention to her height because she looked really tall. With a barefoot height of 5 feet 8.5 inches, wearing shoes with thick soles would easily push her over 5 feet 11 inches. Xia Tian walked straight up to the podium, faced the students, and clapped her hands. Clap clap. "Hello students, welcome to the Wodaeku Royal Vocational College family. I'm Xia Tian, your counselor. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be spending the next 4 years with you." She gave a slightly long-winded opening speech. "Next, everyone please come up one by one to introduce yourselves so we can get to know each other. Let's start with this side. I'm Zhang Jing. I'm Yang Jie. I'm Chen Pingping. The girls in the class went up in turn to introduce themselves. Some people simply introduced their name and where they were from. Some people's introductions were long, not only their names but also their hobbies, specialties, what awards they'd won, what certificates they held, and so on. But Lin Fan didn't remember a single one. Never mind all that messy information, he didn't even remember a few names. But he didn't really need to remember the names of his classmates, after all the system was there, and when he saw someone he'd know their name. If you meet often, of course you'll know the names. If you meet seldom? Then you don't need to remember. Lin Fan sat in the back row by the window, so he was the last one to go up. My name is Lin Fan. I hope in the next 4 years we can all get along well. Lin Fan said simply and returned to his seat. But the counselor obviously didn't intend to let him off so easily. Student Lin Fan is too modest. You may not know, but Lin Fan is this year's second highest score on the National College Entrance Exam. His score was only 2 points less than the national top scorer. If the extra 50-point bonus items are counted, you could say he far outran this year's top scorer. Student Lin Fan choosing our manga major and becoming our classmate is the luck of our entire manga class 1. Students, let us give a warm round of applause for Student Lin Fan. Counselor Xia Tian said, and started clapping. The girls in the class immediately followed Counselor Xia Tian and began clapping enthusiastically. Oh my! He's actually our great Xia Empire's second highest scorer this year. So handsome and so talented. I can't take this. If Lin Fan is willing, I can give him 10 children. 10? I'd be willing to give him 20 children. 20? Even if it's 100, I'd be willing to give them birth. I'll have 8 in one delivery. Thinking that we'll be in the same class as such an outstanding Lin Fan for the next 4 years, I'm about to start writing poetry. Although I totally understand you, you must control yourself. This is a classroom, not the dorm. Lin Fan was so embarrassed his feet were about to scratch out a living room and 2 bedrooms. Fortunately, the applause didn't last too long. Alright, everyone, next we need to elect a class president and a vice president, 2 class officers, to help the teacher handle class affairs. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? Xia Tian asked, looking at everyone below. Many eyes turned to Lin Fan. Many hoped Lin Fan would be class president, they wanted him to be in charge. If Lin Fan was willing, they not only hoped he would manage them in class but also off class too. Being managed by a guy as talented and handsome as Lin Fan was a dream for them. But Lin Fan just sat quietly, showing no intention to be class president. What a joke, class officers are the teacher's workhorses, especially the president and vice president. Whatever the teacher had to do, they'd have to do it. He didn't want progress, he just wanted to marry more wives, not become class officer. Lin Fan, you're the only male student in our class, you want to be our class president? Xia Tian smiled and asked Lin Fan. Counselor Xia Tian also hoped Lin Fan would be class president. If Lin Fan became class president, she'd have more legitimate reasons to approach him. Although she was several years older than Lin Fan, how many women could resist someone as outstanding as Lin Fan? Teacher, I need a lot of time to create art, I don't have time to be class officer. Lin Fan refused all the officer positions without hesitation. In that case, other students? Is there anyone who volunteers? Xia Tian looked disappointed and looked toward the girls in class. Counselor, I'll be class president. Counselor, I'll also be class president. 2 girls stood up successively. Lin Fan looked at the 2, one was the girl who had come over and chatted with him earlier. In that case, Chen Pingping, you'll be class president. Dong Xuexue, you'll be vice president. However, your roles are only interim, after the military training ends, all class officers will be re-elected. If you want to continue as president and vice president, during the training you must serve the class well and earn everyone's recognition. Counselor Xia Tian said, looking at the 2. Chen Pingping and Dong Xuexue both indicated they understood. Now, everyone line up and follow me to the playground. Next, the school will assign instructors to you. After that, your half-month military training begins officially. Counselor Xia Tian led everyone to playground number 2. On the way to the playground, it was all freshmen moving in that direction. Arriving at the playground, it was already packed with people. Soon, Lin Fan and the others under Counselor Xia Tian arrived at the spot for Manga Class 1. It wasn't yet 9 a.m., but the sun overhead was already strong. All stood in the sun for about 10 minutes, seemingly everyone had arrived. Only then did the school leaders begin speaking. On the podium there were many women, only 3 men, none in the center. Though the number of men in this world was small, the number of male leaders was even smaller. Men in this world were really slack. The school leader standing in the shade spoke for half an hour, while the students on the playground stood under the sun for half an hour. Sure enough, in any world, school leaders love talking nonsense whether they're men or women. Fortunately, after a bit more than half an hour, the speech ended. The chief instructor came up and spoke for 2 minutes, then started assigning each class their instructor. That made Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, military men act quickly and decisively. After instructors were assigned, each class followed their instructor off the playground to a shaded area. It was peak summer, the hottest time. Temperatures reached 100-102 degree F, 3839 degrees C, as measured by the meteorological department. The sunburnt ground's temperature could exceed 140-158 degree F, 6070 degrees C. Having students stand constantly under the sun would risk total collapse on day one. I'm Chen. For the next half-month I will be your instructor and train you into qualified warriors. I don't care what your identity is, whether you're a rich young lady, or your family has officials, or you're royal. To me it makes no difference. I don't care if you're ill or on your period. In the coming training I will treat you all equally. Anyone who tries to desert, I will punish with the strictest measures. After speaking, Chen Ying's eyes looked at Lin Fan, the outstanding male student, and she walked over to him. Student, if you feel tired or unwell at any time, you can tell me. I allow you to rest to the side. Chen Ying said gently to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked back with a question mark. This is the equal treatment the instructor spoke of? So equal treatment means treating girls equally, but excluding boys? Well, the feeling of being part of a privileged group really is quite nice. The privileges in the military training were not only granted to Lin Fan alone, but to all the male students. In the formation next to theirs, from some other class, there were 3 male students, and they also got the same treatment as Lin Fan. If you were tired or felt unwell, you could tell the instructor and go rest in the shade. One of the guys, who weighed over 440 pounds, could no longer stand and immediately said he needed to rest. Their instructor agreed right away. Lin Fan wasn't so fussy. Military training only comes once in the entire student life. In his middle and high school he'd never done military training. In middle school or high school, girls' schools might have it, but boys' schools definitely didn't. How could boys handle that kind of hardship? But Lin Fan actually wanted to relive the military training life. Also he heard that the Royal Academy's military training had shooting practice, whereas in his past life, they didn't even touch a gun. Clearly, the seniors from the previous year each fired 5 bullets, but by his year the guns weren't even given. They were so pissed back then. This time during training, of course he couldn't slack off all the way. He still wanted to handle a gun. Also he happened to use the training to exercise, lose some weight. At 6 feet 0.5 inches, 1.84 meters, tall and weighing 194 pounds, 88 kilograms, his body fat rate was a bit high. If he could lower his body fat rate a bit, not too low, just from 25-26% down to 20%, even without the system, his attractiveness would probably improve a lot. Next to his class, not long into training, the other 2 male students also went to sit in the shade to rest. But Lin Fan kept going with the training. First was standing at attention and other basic drills, stand at attention, turn the body, relax, etc. After an hour. Stand at attention. Relax. Everyone rest for 10 minutes. If you need water, or to go to the bathroom, hurry up. After 10 minutes training continues. Hearing rest, many sprinted to the store and the bathroom. Several girls ran over to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you're tired, right? Want me to massage your legs? Lin Fan, you must be thirsty, right? I'll buy you a drink. What do you want? Lin Fan, you hungry? Want me to buy something for you? 5 or 6 girls chattered around him. He felt this was more headache-inducing than the attention drills. Excuse me everyone, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Fan hurriedly used that as excuse to sneak away. He ran to Building C near the playground to use the bathroom. AC inside felt much cooler than outside. After exiting the bathroom, he went into the C Building convenience store and bought a bottle of iced cola. He opened it and took a sip, felt great. Just as he came out of Building C, 2 girls in training uniforms, who still looked good despite the uniform, walked up to Lin Fan. Handsome guy, can I add your WeChat friend? One girl smiled brightly. We're in the dance department, let's be friends and hang out when we have time. The other smiled at Lin Fan too. Lin Fan looked at the 2 girls in front of him. The bright smiling girl was Zhong Lei, beauty score 88. The other was Yang Xiaolu, beauty score 83. But what surprised Lin Fan was that Yang Xiaolu's sexual history wasn't 0, it was 2. That was a big deal. In the Great Xia Empire, male students before adulthood were pretty well protected. In elementary, middle, high school they were in boys' schools, dorm style. Girls couldn't just enter boys' schools. Boys had contact with same-age girls mostly only on holidays. And because the number of boys was so few, their character became more proud. Most boys wouldn't casually have relations with girls, especially ordinary girls. Only a small number of extremely passionate boys would casually be with girls of average condition. Yang Xiaolu's beauty score put her as a beautiful girl, but among beauties, her ranking was near the back. Yet at just 18, she had already had 2 boyfriends. Either her family was very rich, or she played around a lot. Although most boys were proud, there's the old saying, in a big forest you find all kinds of birds, so it is with boys too. There are always some who like to play. Lin Fan took out his phone and looked at Zhonglei. I'll skin you. Okay. Seeing Lin Fan agree to add a friend, Zhonglei was very excited and hurried to get her phone out. Yang Xiaolu immediately pulled out her phone too and opened her QR code. But Lin Fan only added Zhonglei's friend and did not add Yang Xiaolu's. On the table were freshly served meals everywhere. Why eat the leftovers from the next table? Handsome guy. I haven't added yet. Yang Xiaolu saw Lin Fan put away his phone and immediately panicked. She couldn't be forgotten now. Sorry classmate, you're just not my type. Lin Fan politely rejected her. 83 beauty score is actually quite good. If she had never dated anyone, he might not mind. But she had already dated 2, he didn't want to be the third wheel. After speaking, Lin Fan didn't care how she reacted, he grabbed his iced cola and left. They had only 10 minutes rest. He didn't have time to mess around with Yang Xiaolu. Yang Xiaolu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. They both had come to get the handsome guy's WeChat, yet he only added Zhonglei's friend. What's up? Was she worse than Zhonglei? No. How was she worse than Zhonglei? Was she less pretty? Or less good figure? But she was older than Zhonglei by far. Yang Xiaolu couldn't even dream of realizing why she was rejected, because she had dated before. She and the handsome guy were meeting for the first time, he couldn't possibly know her past, right? Zhonglei and Yang Xiaolu returned to their formation. Immediately many people gathered around. How was it? Did you add him yet? I think you did. I saw you pull out your phone. Sis. Hurry and push the handsome guy's WeChat ID to us too. Good men must be shared. Human joys and sorrows don't connect. Zhonglei kept smiling. Yang Xiaolu grew darker in mood. She couldn't understand what she was missing. Lin Fan returned to the Manga Class 1 formation. As soon as he got back, a few girls from class surrounded him, including the class president and vice president. Lin Fan, why did you go buy water by yourself? We bought water for you. Chen Pingping held several different iced drinks. Lin Fan, we also bought some snacks, want some? Dong Shueshua held a bunch of snacks. No thanks, I'm not hungry yet. And leave the drinks for now, after I finish this I'll get some myself. He intended to use the training to lose weight, how could he eat snacks after only 1 hour of training? Wouldn't that be wasted effort? A white Alphard slowly drove up and parked not far from them. The front passenger door opened first, a pair of beautiful legs in white stockings and white sneakers appeared. Then a lively girl wearing a white pant skirt and a pink t-shirt stepped out of the car. Lin Fan. Si Ling? Lin Fan was a little surprised, Li Si Ling actually came. And she came in a Velfire nanny van, no, rather she rode in a Velfire nanny van. Lin Fan, is the military training tiring? Li Si Ling ran to Lin Fan, held his 2 hands. Although they hadn't seen each other for only 1 night, for Li Si Ling it felt like 3 autumns. After going back last night, she was so excited she couldn't sleep. Because between her and Lin Fan there was already substantial progress. It feels okay, the training has just started. But how come you came? I don't have time to accompany you today. I came because I feared you'd get tired, Lin Fan, so I specifically drove my nanny van over. If you're tired, you can rest in the car. There's air conditioning in the car, there's food and drink, plus a sofa and TV. You can rest well. Li Si Ling looked at Lin Fan with a face full of happiness. The girls in Manga Class 1, seeing the interaction between Lin Fan and Li Si Ling, felt as though the sky had fallen. Lin Fan actually already has a girlfriend? Doesn't that mean they cannot be Lin Fan's first woman anymore? Of course, after feeling the sky collapse, the girls quickly pulled themselves together again. Having a girlfriend means Lin Fan's orientation is normal. If a girl could be Lin Fan's girlfriend, then it means they also have a chance. If Lin Fan were like some guys and simply didn't like girls, that would be the most despairing. Beep. Chening forcefully blew the whistle, assemble. Lin Fan turned back and looked, okay, we have to assemble. Si Ling, you go back to the car and rest. Once I've rested I'll come find you. Lin Fan, if you're too tired then ask the instructor for leave and rest, don't push yourself. Li Si Ling worryingly reminded. Got it. Lin Fan affectionately rubbed Li Si Ling's head, turned around and ran back to Manga Class 1's formation. Just as Lin Fan returned to the formation, Instructor Chening came up to him. Lin Fan, can you still hold on? If you're tired, you can fall out and rest, no problem. When the instructor trains everyone, her tone is very strict, harsh to say, like a she-devil. But when the person is Lin Fan, Chen Ying's tone becomes gentle like a kitten. Instructor, I can hold on. I also want to see my limit. Lin Fan stood up straight. He was a pure guy. How could he in military training, in such a project, possibly fall behind the girls in his class? Although boys in this world are like that, he after all isn't completely of this world, his soul comes from his past life. In his heart he has his own standards. Well done. But if you feel unwell you must say it. Once someone suffers heatstroke in this weather, it can be life-threatening. Chening cautioned with care. I know, instructor. Lin Fan's insistence made the girls in the class admire him to no end. He could clearly enjoy special privileges, yet he insisted on training with everyone. In this era, you'd scarcely find a boy willing to suffer alongside girls. Meanwhile, several boys in nearby formations looked at Lin Fan's performance with disdain, thinking he was just showing off. He could rest but insists on sweating with those stinky girls, what a green tea male. However, though they disdain it, no boy came up to slap Lin Fan in the face. No need. No matter how much Lin Fan pretended, it didn't affect their own enjoyment of privileges. They could still rest, still be surrounded by simps. But if there were conflict of interest, then who knows? Lin Fan continued standing in the formation training. He has prior military training basis, training contents of the two worlds are almost the same, a bit of memory and no wrong moves exist. Yet what happened next caught Lin Fan somewhat unexpectedly. After Li Xiling, her sisters Li Xiyu, Li Xijin, Li Xixi and Li Xiyao, all four sisters, actually one by one drove their cars to Lin Fan's side. Li Xiyu, Li Xixi and Li Xiyao were still normal, each driving a nanny van. Li Xijin was over the top, drove in a 20 to 23 feet, 6-7 meter, RV. If large vehicles weren't banned from entering school, Lin Fan seriously suspected Li Xijin would have driven a truck-sized RV in. The five sisters gathered together. Xiling. You're too sly. You came secretly alone to find Lin Fan. Exactly, Xiling, you're too sly. You all still have nerve to say me? You also came. Li Xiling glared at her sisters. Xiling coming is one thing. Xijin, Xixi, Xiyao, you three, what's your deal? Weren't you unwilling at first? Li Xiyu looked at her younger sisters with a headache. When Mom arranged their blind dates with Lin Fan, though they all agreed, as eldest sister Li Xiyu saw that Xijin, Xixi, Xiyao three were unwilling. Because Lin Fan really didn't photograph well, the photos were much worse than real life. Fourth sister Xiling also said she'd wait to see him in person before deciding. So from the start Li Xiyu was thinking she'd marry Lin Fan herself, and the younger sisters could then pursue their own love. But now the younger sisters one by one became active. Humph, Li Xijin snorted without explanation. I get along well with him. Li Xixi, wearing headphones, whispered. Lin Fan is much better looking than the photo, and can play games she likes, they click. Lin Fan is so talented. Li Xiyao said earnestly. She loved the portrait Lin Fan gave her. And Lin Fan was handsome too, she had no reason to refuse such an excellent boy. In that case, then the five of us sisters will each go by our own ability. Let's see who Lin Fan chooses in the end. Li Xiyu placed her hands on her hips looking at the sisters. By our own ability then by our own ability. Li Xiling quietly stood by the side, saying nothing. Would she tell the sisters she already had substantial progress with Lin Fan? The girls in Manga Class 1 were stunned, and at the same time felt a pressure. One Xiling alone already gave them major pressure, though many didn't want to admit it. Xiling was indeed prettier than them. But being prettier, so what? Xiling occupies at most one spot, Lin Fan could still marry other women. But now 5 Xilings all appeared at once, now their pressure got big. 5 high beauty quintuplets are all Lin Fan's girlfriends, then does he still have energy to marry other women? Lin Fan might end up being drained into a dried husk by those 5 sisters. Several boys in nearby classes turned sour at this. A few pretty girls don't matter, they assume there are many women and many beauties. But such 5 ultra-beautiful sisters are hard to come by. Especially some boys from well-positioned families started dirty thoughts. They planned to investigate Lin Fan's identity. If Lin Fan is just an ordinary person, then these top-notch 5 sister beauties, they also want a piece. As they say, treasure appears, the one with virtue inherits. 12 o'clock. All right, the morning training ends here. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. here in the afternoon. Dismissed. Chening issued the command. Oh, it's finally over. Exhausted. Let's go eat, let's go eat. At the sound of dismissed, the group, which had already been wilting, instantly revived their energy. Lin Fan, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together? Class President Chen Pingping smiled and came to Lin Fan's side. The quintuplet sisters were indeed beautiful, but so what? Just because there are 5 doesn't mean Lin Fan can't marry more wives? As long as I don't give up, there's still a chance. No thanks, I'm going to go with my girlfriends. Lin Fan declined Chen Pingping's invitation. The class president's beauty score was only 75, not meeting his standard, and her name made him a bit off guard, always thinking of a certain chairbound supervising dean. Fortunately, Chen Pingping didn't push it. Okay then, I'll go to the cafeteria with the other classmates. After dealing with Chen Pingping, the 5 sisters came up to his side. Just in time you came, let's go to the cafeteria together. Let's go to cafeteria number 2, cafeteria number 2's food is a little better than number 1. Lee Si-yu and the 5 sisters were all students at Wodaeku Royal Vocational Technical College, so of course they knew which cafeteria's food was tasty and which wasn't. Lin Fan had never eaten at cafeteria number 1, but eating at number 2 with the 5 sisters, the food indeed was good. 6 of them walking together in the cafeteria was a head-turning sight. The surrounding girls' gazes were drawn to Lin Fan, the boys' gazes were drawn to the 5 sisters. Quintuplets are rare enough, let alone 5 sisters whose beauty scores all exceed 90, even more rare. No matter how proud the boys in this world are, they simply cannot ignore them. Some of the boys had already started investigating the 5 sisters' information. If the quintuplets' family was very rich, then they wouldn't mind humbling themselves and in turn pursuing the 5 sisters. After all, rich women are few, and pretty rich women even fewer. Soon, via the campus forum, some people found the 5 sisters' information. Lee Si-yu and the 5 sisters' fame in the school was huge. Besides the fresh first-year students who arrived early, the sophomores, juniors and even higher grades almost all knew of the 5 sisters' existence. Even without seeing them in person, they must have heard the names or known of them. Thus in the campus forum, it was very easy to find information on the 5 sisters. Top 10 campus beauties of Wodaeku Royal Vocational Technical College. Class 61's most beautiful first-year students. Most beautiful sisters of Wodaeku Royal Vocational Technical College. Detailed info on the immortal sister flowers. In the school forum there were many posts about Lee Si-yu's 5 sisters. Just searching for 5 sisters, quintuplets, even without searching, entering the forum you could see the keywords 5 sisters, quintuplets in hot posts. Some boys attracted by the quintuplets clicked open those posts. Eldest Lee Si-yu, photo, class 61 administration class 1, height about 5'5". Second Lee Si-jin, photo, class 61 law class 1, height about 5'5". Third Lee Si-shi, photo, class 61 history class 1, height about 5'5". Fourth Lee Si-ling, photo, class 61 music class 1, height about 5'5". Fifth Lee Si-yao, photo, class 61 painting class 1, height about 5'5". My god, looking at the photos, the 5 sisters' personalities are so different. The Lee family's 5 sisters inherently have different personalities. Indeed, Lee Si-yu is straightforward, Lee Si-jin is proud, Lee Si-shi is a game otaku, Lee Si-ling is lively, Lee Si-yao is quiet. Oh my god. If you married the 5 sisters, wouldn't that mean 5 times the happiness? Setting my sights on the Lee family sisters. Wang Jiang, say it. No one else dare compete with me. Wang Jiang? Son of the richest man? Damn. How can you win that? Brother, the Lee family sisters are not something ordinary boys like us can obtain. Just marrying multiple class beauties to make up for ourselves. LOL, the Lee family sisters are still single. Wang Jiang also failed. Wang Jiang failed, doesn't that mean I have a chance? The richest man's son failed, and you still think you have a chance? Wang Jiang isn't even handsome, the Lee sisters already have plenty of money, why bother with Wang Jiang? And I'm much better looking than him. Could it be the Lee family sisters are chosen by some royal member? Is it possible the Lee family sisters themselves are royal members? There was indeed a lot of information about the 5 sisters on the school network. Although no concrete proof, posts basically concluded that the 5 sisters were members of the royal family. Just don't know which prince's daughters they are. Having found the 5 sisters' information, the freshmen attracted by the 5 sisters instantly became even more excited. Members of the royal family. If you married any one of the 5 sisters, you'd instantly transform into nobility. Although only in name and no real power, it still can bring huge benefits. As for not being as handsome as Lin Fan? So what? The 5 sisters could not possibly all marry the same person, there hadn't been such precedent for decades. The 5 sisters represent 5 spots, why can't one be theirs? Besides, even if the 5 sisters all chase Lin Fan, as long as they're not married yet, the 5 sisters are still single. That means there are still 5 spots up for grabs. Some guys were already troubled that they'd have to compete with Lin Fan for the wives. If the 5 sisters are royal, then the special outsider tactics they were planning become less usable. Not that they feared Lin Fan, they feared being exposed by the royal family. If Lin Fan got kicked out, they themselves wouldn't be in a good spot either. That would not fit their original plan. If the 5 sisters are royal, then like Lin Fan they can't all have wives among them, he can occupy one, then there are 4 others to choose. Enough. Lin Fan didn't yet know, on just the first day of school, he already gained many competitors who would try to snatch his wives. However, he definitely wasn't going to let go of any one of the 5 sisters. Although according to Prince Yan's directive, only one daughter could marry him, but the 5 sisters all share the face. Even if the 5 sisters each have their own personality, they're different individuals, but to him, the 5 sisters are one unit, the other 4 sisters belong to him, and can only belong to him. He hasn't figured out how yet, but with the system he believes he will come up with a plan, early or late, to secure all 5 sisters at once. At 2 p.m., military training continued. At around 5 p.m., Lin Fan's class and the next class both stopped to rest. A male student from the next class suddenly said, "Sitting around resting is too boring, how about we perform something?" That suggestion immediately got unanimous agreement from the girls in the next class. That male student stepped forward without hesitation. "The song I will now perform is my own composition, titled Tumor. I hope everyone likes it." After that boy made his entrance, he just stood there on the spot and began, wailing. He howled, then simply sat down on the ground and kept wailing. Seeing that scene, Lin Fan felt a wave of dead memories suddenly hit him. This world really has a mage? But he doesn't even look like one. Or maybe the guy singing over there is also a time traveler. And moreover, the mage himself in disguise? Okay, sang so well. Not only the girls in the class next door were applauding, even many girls in Lin Fan's class were clapping and cheering. Lin Fan was stunned. In another world, there are still so many people who think shamanic dancing is pleasant to hear? Is it art? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Lin Fan turned his head and looked at a girl behind him who was applauding. "Lina, do you really think he sang well?" Lin Fan looked at her curiously. Seeing Lin Fan turn around and talk to her, and even say her name, Lina was first stunned, then visibly became excited. "Lin Fan, you remember my name?" Lina was plain looking, average build. From childhood to now her only slightly good thing was some better grades, still just ordinary compared to those really good ones. So Lina had been quite insecure most of the time. She had known early on that in this lifetime she probably wouldn't get married. So even though there was a super handsome guy like Lin Fan in the class, she didn't approach him, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't dare. Lin Fan was too dazzling, she didn't have the courage or bravery to approach. Even during military training when she stood behind Lin Fan, she didn't have the courage to speak to him. She was just invisible. She never thought that a dazzling guy like Lin Fan could remember someone as ordinary as her's name. I'm just someone who is pretty good at remembering people's names," Lin Fan said casually. With the system, no matter who stood in front of him, he could know the other person's identity information, no need to remember. "You haven't told me yet, do you really think he sang well?" Lin Fan asked again curiously. Well, Lina hesitated, she didn't know whether she should say yes. After all, Lin Fan was a boy. She also didn't know what exactly Lin Fan meant by asking. Was it simply that the guy didn't sing well, or seeing that guy sing and thinking that she herself on stage could also get everyone's cheers and applause? "Lina, please tell me your real thoughts, this is important to me." Lin Fan looked at her and said. Lina's face turned red with excitement. Lin Fan actually said, "Please," to her. And looked at her that gently. Lina hurriedly moved her gaze away, not daring to continue looking at Lin Fan. "Actually, I also think it didn't sound good. But the other guy is a boy, able to step forward and sing for everyone is already hard, we can't bring him down. If he's recorded by some boys and then posted online, we'd be cyberbullied. Others probably think the same as me." Lina whispered as she explained. "Other boys would get cyberbullied because of that, you guys?" Lin Fan was amazed. Other boys aren't afraid that the whole music scene would be filled with this kind of singer and eventually pollute their ears? "No, it's that they'd be cyberbullied by some girls," Lina said, and at this point she was speechless. Too many simp fans around, ordinary people can only dodge their sharp edges. Lin Fan was speechless too. So it's the fans making trouble after all. That's exactly it. The girl next to Lina nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, around them the sound of enthusiastic applause and cheers rang out again. That boy had finished singing. "Hey, Lin Fan, do you want to go up and sing one too? Lin Fan, your voice is so nice, when you go up and sing you'll definitely sound better than that guy," the vice class leader Dong Shueshue suddenly suggested. Yeah, Lin Fan, you come sing one too." Chen Pingping also quickly chimed in. Several other girls around, hearing that, also began to join in the cheering. The boy in the other class looked average in looks, and his singing was so bad, the key point is they couldn't say that. If Lin Fan could sing a song for them, their eyes and ears would be cleansed. Okay, then I'll do one too." Lin Fan thought for a moment, mouth lifting, then stood up. He didn't actually sing badly. Yesterday, when playing Escape Room, NPC bride Li Yunwan gave him a jade card, and the system also rewarded him a Heaven King level singing voice. If he didn't show off a bit now, it'd be ungrateful to the system reward. Li Siyu and 5 sisters were all staying in Li Sijin's RV. When the boy from the other class was singing, they also opened the window to listen, and after a few seconds quickly closed the window. But Li Xiling had been looking through the window at Lin Fan outside. In his military training uniform, sitting on the ground resting, Lin Fan still looked so handsome. Lin Fan is going to sing too. Seeing Lin Fan stand up and come to the open space in front of everyone, Li Xiling's eyes lit up. She immediately opened the car window again. Lin Fan is going to sing? Really? The others hurried to the window too, leaning out to look. Lin Fan stood in front of the girls of his class, raised his right hand, stuck out his pinky and dug his ear. The student just now sang a song he wrote himself. Although he sang very passionately, I felt my ears got kind of hurt. "I'll sing a song I wrote myself too, help everyone purify their ears," Lin Fan said without courtesy, dissing the song that boy just sang. He really felt his ears had been polluted. That guy at least had tune and rhythm, this tumor just randomly howled. He dared say, if that boy sang the same song again, he himself wouldn't be able to sing it identically either. So handsome. Male god, I love you. Male god, go for it. Before Lin Fan even started singing, the girls from several classes around had begun cheering. That boy from earlier was only not ugly, but Lin Fan was truly handsome. Any girl knew how to choose. Moreover, there were many girls who shared Li Na's thoughts. Taking advantage of the girls' applause and cheers, Lin Fan thought in his mind what song to sing. Suddenly, a streak of purple flashed in his mind, and then a song popped into his head. The song I wrote is called Excessive Explanation. With no instruments or background music, Lin Fan had to choose a cappella like that boy. At that time our relationship had some problems. But I also wasn't too clear where the problem arose. If you speak without expression, then few words have meaning. Just let me beg you, give me some explanation. Also all a cappella, but whether lyrics or melody, Lin Fan's excessive explanation was countless times stronger than that boy's tumor. Plus Lin Fan's Heaven King level singing, in a moment he brought the girls in the venue into the mood. She's just my younger sister. My sister says purple has a lot of charm. She's just my younger sister. As for this explanation, you don't care. I wasn't mentally prepared. Seeing that beside you there's also someone. I don't know who he is. Listening to Lin Fan sing, many girls were drawn into the world described by the song, and they all felt the meaning the song wanted to express. Boo-hoo, how can a woman bear to hurt her brother? Unforgivable. If brother is willing to date me, I'd be willing to pull my heart out. I would absolutely not betray brother. To actually two-time him, that woman is simply nothing. Bastard. He's making us girls lose face. The handsome guy is too pitiful. Never thought brother so handsome, still got hurt. Damn. Who is that woman? Absolutely unforgivable. So, brother likes purple? Inside the RV, Li Siyao's expression was very complicated. Because, the dress she's wearing today is a purple dress. Is it a coincidence? Or, this song Lin Fan sang was created especially for her? If it was truly created for her, then Lin Fan's musical talent is too high. In such a short time, he composed such an excellent song. As for the story written in the song, she believed it was very likely that Lin Fan made it up. Firstly, she isn't Lin Fan's younger sister, and she wasn't asked by Lin Fan to go out shopping for a scarf. It's still midsummer, winter is still far away. And Lin Fan studies manga major, his future dream is to become an excellent manga artist. Besides being able to draw manga, a manga artist must have ability to make up stories. She felt the story in Lin Fan's song was made very well. Li Siyao suddenly discovered all 4 older sisters were looking at her with strange expressions. What are you all looking at me for? Li Siyao shrank back a little. She felt the 4 older sisters seemed like they were going to eat her. Spill it honestly, you brat, are you hiding something from us? Yes. Hurry up and confess. Lin Fan actually wrote a song just for you, he didn't write one for me. Have you two already slept together? Li Cixi made a circle with her left index finger and thumb, placed her right index finger inside. No, no. What are you saying? Li Xiyao's face flushed instantly. The last time they went out on a date, they only went out for field research and then ate a meal. There was absolutely no crossing the line. Impossible. If you two have nothing going on, then why did Lin Fan only write a song for you and not for us? Li Xiyu looped her right arm around Li Xiyao's neck and held her tightly in her arms. I don't know, maybe it's just a coincidence, Li Xiyao hurriedly said. She actually also wanted to know whether the song that Lin Fan sang was indeed composed because of her. If not, then that really is too much of a coincidence. If the song was adapted from Lin Fan's own real experience, then Lin Fan is too pitiful. That woman is also too damn. The five sisters were messing around in the car. Lin Fan's song had already finished. The surrounding immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Sang so well. Lin Fan, I love you. Lin Fan. Forget that bad woman. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. And will absolutely not betray you. I'm willing too. Lin Fan. I'm going to bear your children. 100 of them. Many people, taking advantage of everyone shouting, said things they usually didn't dare to say. Originally people from other squads didn't know Lin Fan's name, either calling him Brother Lin Fan or calling him Handsome Guy. But as the girls from the manga class shouted out Lin Fan's name, gradually at the scene only the name Lin Fan remained. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. The scene became like a stars concert. Even the instructors started shouting along. The instructors are also girls just over 20 years old. How could they resist this sky-high attraction? Of course, only the few nearby classes were shouting Lin Fan's name. Classes further away had no idea what was happening here, they only knew someone over here was loudly shouting the name Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood in the open space in the middle, both hands pressed downward. Only then did the calling voice gradually stop. From everyone's look, you should like the song I created. Very happy, my song can be liked by everyone. In the future if there's a chance, I will also bring more works to you all. Also hope you all will continue to support, Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Fan. We will definitely support you. Lin Fan. We love you. Lin Fan. From today onward, you are my faith. My God. Lin Fan stepped down, the girls at the scene still could not calm down, their gazes continued to follow Lin Fan. They didn't expect that among the freshmen in their year, there was actually a treasure boy like Lin Fan. So handsome, and so talented. Other boys don't even need to live. In fact, the other boys at the scene indeed felt quite unhappy. Lin Fan's spotlight was just too big. But they also couldn't do anything, not to mention creating songs, just singing, their level couldn't compare to Lin Fan. Even that boy who just sang, Tumor, knew his own limits. He was absolutely not Lin Fan's opponent. However, he wouldn't because of that be beaten down irrecoverably. In the entertainment world the male stars who understand know this, you don't really need two good works, as long as you're willing to please women it's enough. As long as you're not ugly, then do some makeup, publicly stand alongside women, speak good words for women, please women, you'll get heaps of female diehard fans. Then, earning money is as simple as drinking water. After Lin Fan went down, one by one girls stood up to show themselves. They hoped by showing their talent and appearance and figure, to let Lin Fan remember them. Their ultimate goal was to add Lin Fan as a friend, and eventually become Lin Fan's woman. Because of Lin Fan's performance, this show continued until the training ended. Many girls stepped forward wanting to add Lin Fan's friend, but were all rejected by Lin Fan. The five sisters came over, took Lin Fan out to eat something good. They were going to examine Lin Fan properly, exactly what other skills he has that they don't know yet. A manga major student who can sing is normal, anyone can sing a bit, but singing this well, and writing songs still too exaggerated. Of course the most key point is, Lin Fan wrote such a great song for the little sister, but didn't write one for them, they were jealous. As soon as Lin Fan followed the five sisters to leave school, his singing video was uploaded to the campus network of Wodaeku Royal Vocational and Technical College. Military training reveals a treasure boy who writes and sings. He is my god. Lin Fan's a cappella video was uploaded to the campus network and quickly went viral. During the afternoon's military training, many people were already curious about what had happened. Someone had recorded the events from the afternoon and uploaded them to the school's online forum. Once people heard about it, of course they had to check it out. Lin Fan wasn't very photogenic. When he appeared on camera, his attractiveness dropped by 5 or 6 points. His usual score of 85 would drop below 80. That's why, when he had the arranged meeting with the five sisters, they weren't very willing after just seeing his photo. Only when they saw him in person did they realize he was a real heartthrob. Now, Lin Fan's appearance rating had increased to 89. Even if the camera reduced it a bit, it was still over 80. He was still handsome. Just downgraded from super hot to pretty cute. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. But the girl who filmed Lin Fan singing had beauty filters turned on by default on her phone, so instead of lowering his appearance, it actually boosted it a bit. His attractiveness broke through 90, turning him into a super hot guy. That meant a lot of girls were instantly drawn in just by his face when they opened the video. Then when they heard his voice, they immediately got lost in his singing. You could say it started with his looks, but they fell for his talent. I'm so happy. I never imagined I'd be in the same department as such a handsome and talented god. I've decided. From today on, I'm Lin Fan's #1 diehard fan. I'll never betray him. Bullshit. I'm the real #1 fan of Lin Fan. I am. You bitch. You're the bitch. Your whole family are bitches. Stop fighting, we're all girls who love Lin Fan. We should stick together and support him. We can't let outsiders laugh at us. Exactly. I'm in Lin Fan's class, and I've created a fan group. All Lin Fan lovers, join in. At this moment, Lin Fan had no idea that by singing just one song, he already had a fan club. Right now, he was sitting in a private room at a restaurant, surrounded by the five sisters. Lin Fan / that song you sang this afternoon, did you write it for Si Yao? Li Siyu clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm, sitting beside him. Kind of, Si Yao gave me the inspiration, Lin Fan nodded. Back then, he had been wondering what song to choose, and suddenly an image of Li Xiao flashed through his mind. She was wearing a purple dress today, it really was charming. Just that one image brought to his mind the lyrics, "My little sister says purple has a lot of charm." Naturally, he chose the song, Excessive Explanation, from his previous life. Turns out, a classic song from his past life could still be a hit in this world. When Li Xiao heard Lin Fan admit it, her face immediately turned red, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Even though she was a royal, this was the first time someone had ever written a song for her. And it was such a beautiful one. Even if it was just a cappella, with no background music, it didn't affect the song's quality at all. I want a song from you too, Lin Fan //. Li Xiling sat on his other side, shaking his arm and acting cute. She was seriously jealous of her fifth sister. Last time when Si Yao went on a date with Lin Fan, he gave her a portrait he drew. When Si Yao brought the portrait back, all the older sisters were super jealous. Of all the sisters who dated Lin Fan, only Si Yao got a gift. Sure, it was an exchange of artwork, but it was still a gift. And it wasn't just any gift, it was a hand-drawn portrait by Lin Fan, not something randomly bought in a store. Way more meaningful. And now, Lin Fan had written a song just for Si Yao. It was enough to make the other four sisters die of jealousy. You have to know, even though she had made the most real progress with Lin Fan, she hadn't received any gift from him yet. But writing songs takes inspiration //. Lin Fan made an excuse. Back in his last life, he was a karaoke addict who remembered tons of songs. After crossing over, his brain worked even better, so he remembered pretty much every song he used to sing. But if he had to pick a song for Li Xiling now, he honestly didn't know which one to choose. And once he agreed to Xiling, he'd have to prepare 4 songs. He couldn't give one to Xiling but not to Siyu, Si Jin, and Si Shi, right? That would be favoritism, and that's no good. I can wait, Li Xiling quickly said. She also understood that good songs weren't that easy to make. As long as Lin Fan was willing to write one for her, that was enough. She didn't care about waiting a bit. So, you all want one too? Lin Fan looked at the other 3. Yes. Li Siyu nodded immediately. If the song was garbage, of course they wouldn't care. But Lin Fan clearly created high-quality songs, and he also sang so well. What girl could resist such a personal gift? Even if someone gave them a house, they wouldn't trade for it. Then give me some time. Once the songs are ready, I'll sing them for you. Lin Fan looked at them and made a promise. If you dare go back on your word, humph. Do I look like someone who'd go back on my word? No, definitely not. Li Siyu shook her head right away. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's singing video was getting hotter by the minute. Some people were sharing it to their friend groups, others to their Douyin accounts. Even people in the entertainment industry were starting to notice Lin Fan. So handsome, writing great songs, and with such a great voice. A naturally gifted singer like him, if he didn't enter showbiz, that would be a huge waste. With some packaging, Lin Fan had the potential to become the top idol singer in the country. Some entertainment companies made quick decisions to do a background check on Lin Fan and started planning how to contact him and try to sign him. A top-tier male idol can bring in insane revenue. If he becomes a top idol singer, he could easily generate tens of billions of yuan per year. Any boss with some vision wouldn't let Lin Fan slip by so easily. At 7 p.m., military training would continue, so Lin Fan and the others didn't wander around. After dinner and a short break, they headed back to the training ground. Before they even arrived, they saw a huge crowd gathered on the field. As they got closer, they saw someone had arranged a giant heart shape on the ground using a bunch of candles. In the middle of the candle stood a very beautiful young girl. Lin Fan was still wondering who had set all this up. Suddenly, someone next to him shouted, "Lin Fan Ge is here." Right after that, the crowd around him parted, leaving him face to face with the girl. "Lin Fan. I like you," the girl shouted, dropping to one knee in front of him. Lin Fan was stunned. The drama he had been watching suddenly involved him. He checked the girl's info. Name, Wang Sidian. Gender, female. Looks, 91. Facial bone structure, 94. Figure, 87. Height, 61 in. Weight 95 pounds. Measurements, 28-24-32 in. Sexual history, 0. Wang Sidian? If her last name were Li, she might have been another royal family member. But since it was Wang, she probably had nothing to do with royalty. Sidian, does she have a sibling named Iku? Remember bitterness as a pun on her name, sweetness. Her face score was indeed high, on par with Li Siyu and her sisters. But her figure. First, she was short, only 5 feet 1 inch, the petite kind typical in southern regions. Also, she was flat-chested. Of course, Lin Fan didn't mind short girls. As long as they were good-looking, petite girls could be very cute too. Lin Fan walked up to Wang Sidian and looked at her kneeling on one knee, holding a huge bouquet of roses folded from 100 yuan bills. Wang Sidian, kneeling, stared at Lin Fan with eager eyes. So handsome, such strong singing skills, and the ability to create amazing songs. He was her dream idol. She wanted to win over Lin Fan. She wanted to turn Lin Fan into the most popular idol in the world. She wanted the whole world to go crazy for him. Yes, Wang Sidian was a diehard fan of Lin Fan, and a powerful one too. "Classmate, what's your name?" Lin Fan asked, looking down at her. He didn't help her up. In this world, girls kneeling to confess love was a common thing. Lin Fan had no intention of changing the rules. He was just an ordinary guy, a selfish one. He wouldn't do things that didn't benefit him. "I'm Wang Sidian. A freshman in Business Management Class 1. Lin Fan, I saw your singing video online and was completely captivated by your charm and your voice. Lin Fan, be my boyfriend. Starlight Entertainment is owned by my family. If you become my boyfriend, I'll have my mom sign you to the top SSS tier artist contract. I'll make you the top star in the country, or even the world." Wang Sidian said loudly. Outstanding guys were too hard to chase. She worried Lin Fan might not agree just based on her looks. So she laid her cards on the table. An SSS tier artist contract offered a guaranteed yearly income of $7 million, plus 70% cut of all commercial projects. Even in Starlight Entertainment, only a handful of people had that kind of contract. But Wang Sidian liked Lin Fan, and was his diehard fan. She was confident she could convince her mom to give him that treatment. The crowd around them was shocked. Starlight Entertainment was hers? Everyone knew that was the biggest and most famous entertainment company in the country. A bunch of top singers, actors, and idols were all signed with them. And now, Wang Sidian was willing to offer Lin Fan their SSS tier contract just to date him? That was so unfair. How could normal girls with average family backgrounds even compete now? Lin Fan, of course, was aware of how powerful Starlight Entertainment was. "Wang Sidian, I'm willing to try dating you, but as for the artist contract, forget it. I don't like being restricted. I prefer more freedom," Lin Fan said with a smile. The SSS contract sounded nice, but in the end, he'd still be a salaried worker. Being under contract meant all kinds of restrictions and rules. He'd have to follow the company's arrangements. But his head was full of hit works from his past life. Becoming popular wouldn't be hard at all. He could easily reproduce hit songs, comics, movies, and TV shows from his past life. Not to mention, he had a system. Who knows when it might reward him with something extremely profitable. Even without all that, just improving his looks alone could earn him endless wealth. Women made money, he married them, and their money became his. Wasn't that way easier than being an artist? Wang Sidian jumped to her feet in excitement. "Lin Fan, you're really willing to date me?" "Of course. You're so beautiful, of course I'm willing to give it a try." If our personalities match, marriage isn't out of the question. Lin Fan smiled and took the rose bouquet made of 100 yuan notes from her hands. Ding! Received gift from Wang Xidian, cashback bonus triggered, reward, looks card ×1. Lin Fan smiled even wider. Another looks card. Once he used it, his looks would surpass 90. Lin Fan. You really want to marry me? Wang Xidian felt like happiness had struck out of nowhere. Just dating Lin Fan already made her super happy. But now he was even talking about marriage. She would literally give up 10 years of her life to marry her dream guy. If our personalities match, of course I'm willing, Lin Fan nodded firmly. He aimed to surpass even Prince Jing of Zhongshan. He didn't have many women around yet, so of course he wanted to meet more beauties. I'm just too happy. Tears of joy streamed down Wang Xitian's face. Being able to date Lin Fan, maybe even marry him, it was the happiest thing ever. But she still hoped Lin Fan would become the most popular star in the country, or the world. Lin Fan. I still want to give you the SSS contract. Your singing is amazing, and your talent is incredible. Not entering the entertainment industry would be a loss for the whole country, no, for the whole world. If you don't like being restricted, I'll have my mom rewrite the contract. No, I'll have her customize a special one just for you. It won't restrict you or force you to do anything you don't like. You just create however you want. The company will promote your work, spread your songs everywhere, so everyone can hear them. Lin Fan. I believe that in just a few years, you'll become the most popular singer in the country. Wang Xidian said, eyes full of determination. Yeah, I believe that too, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. As long as he put in a little effort and reproduced one album a year, he could be the next Jay Chou. Lin Fan glanced at his watch, it's almost time for training. Wang Xidian, better clean this stuff up quickly. Otherwise, the drill instructor might yell at you later. Okay, I'll handle it right now. Wang Xidian nodded quickly. Then she hesitated, Lin Fan. What is it? Gani ukyo. Wang Xidian asked with a red face. She felt like she was pushing it. She had just confessed and now she was making such a bold request. But she really wanted to hug Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He stepped up, opened his arms, and hugged her. Then he gently kissed her forehead. You're my girlfriend now. Of course it's okay to hug you. I really want to be hugged by Lin Fan too. Who doesn't? But sadly, none of us have a mom who runs an entertainment company. If it weren't illegal, I'd be hiding out to ambush Lin Fan GE at night. Anyone know which dorm room Lin Fan GE stays in? I want to steal his underwear. Hey, seriously? That's illegal. You don't even dare go to jail, and you say you like Lin Fan GE? If I could get my hands on his underwear, I wouldn't care if I had to go to jail. Exactly. If I could sleep with Lin Fan GE just once, 3 years in prison is worth it. Even the death penalty's no loss. Lin Fan, hugging Wang Xidian, had no idea that some obsessive and mentally disturbed fans were already surrounding him. Some were thinking about staking out his dorm to sneak in and steal his underwear. Others were already fantasizing about luring him out alone, getting him drunk, and dragging him to a hotel. As long as they could kiss him, who cared about jail? After hugging for a short while, Lin Fan took the initiative to let go of Wang Xidian. They exchanged contact info, and then Lin Fan walked away carrying the bouquet made of 100 yuan bills, heading to Class 1's military training assembly point. The 5 Li sisters followed closely behind him. Lin Fan, I want a hug too. Li Xiling leaned in, wrapping both arms around his. She had said she didn't mind Lin Fan having other girls, but actually doing it was much harder than saying it. Just like ancient emperors. Even though they had 3 palaces and 72 concubines, the women in the harem still fought for favor, sometimes even to the point of death. She wouldn't act out just to fight for attention, but she didn't want Lin Fan's love for her to decrease because of other women either. Sure, come here, Lin Fan pulled Li Xiling into his arms and even tasted the flavor of her lipstick. Li Xiyu, Li Xinjun, Li Sixi, and Li Xiang all stared in shock. Wait a minute, how far had 4th sis/4th girl gone with Lin Fan? Hugging was one thing, but now kissing too? Did this mean Lin Fan had already made his choice? Lin Fan let go of Li Xiling, then smiled at the other sisters. Do you girls want a hug too? I don't want it. Li Xijin swallowed nervously. Of course I do. And I want a kiss too. Big sis Li Xiyu nodded decisively. Li Sixi stayed silent. Li Xiang looked conflicted, but then also nodded. I want one too. She didn't know how far her 4th sister had gone with Lin Fan, nor whether he had chosen her already. But she felt she had truly fallen in love with him. Back when Lin Fan gave her that sketch, her heart was already stirred. And today, he had even written a song just for her. she felt like there was no more space in her heart for anyone else. No matter how far fourth sister had gone with Lin Fan, as long as they weren't engaged or married, she still had a chance. Forget hugging and kissing, if Lin Fan wanted, she'd even sleep with him. At worst, she'd stay single forever after. Her heart couldn't fit another man anyway. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the four sisters' answers. Only second sis Lizijin and third sis Lisixi didn't respond, but big sis and little sis had both said yes. That meant he was getting closer to marrying all five sisters at once. He hugged Li Siyu and Liziang one by one and also tasted each of their lipstick flavors. Li Siyu was smiling brightly, while Liziang was blushing hard. But Lizijin's gaze showed clear dissatisfaction. Lisixi was wearing headphones and playing a game, so who knew what she was thinking? Assembly point. Before long, Instructor Chinning arrived. Line up? Lin Fan was still with the five sisters. You girls go back now, no need to stay here with me. Once night training ends, I'll just go straight back to the dorm and rest. Lin Fan, don't worry about us, we're fine. Yeah, go do your thing. Seeing the sisters wouldn't listen, Lin Fan gave up. He was just afraid they'd get bored, but since they didn't mind, then whatever. That night's military training was still the basics. At 9 p.m., night training ended. The five sisters walked Lin Fan to the dorm entrance and only left after watching him go inside. Lin Fan took the elevator to the 9th floor and walked to room 909. After registration yesterday, he had only come by once, then stayed out all night. He hadn't been back at all during the day. Up till now, he hadn't even seen his roommate. He could confirm they weren't from the same class, his class only had one boy, him. Lin Fan took out his room key and opened the door. No one inside. His roommate still hadn't returned. Lin Fan noticed the dorm room had changed a lot since he last saw it that morning. His roommate's side of the room had been completely transformed. The wall by the bed was covered in posters of anime girls. The shelf above the desk was filled with all kinds of anime figurines. Even the keyboard and mouse were sitting on a giant anime-themed mousepad. This roommate was a hardcore otaku. Well, as long as he's not into guys, it's fine. Lin Fan had liked anime in his past life too. He figured they'd probably get along fine and not have any serious issues. He opened the closet to grab clothes for a shower, but seeing the empty cabinet, he remembered, he hadn't brought anything. The school had provided uniforms, towels, toothbrushes, bed sheets, and other essentials. But not underwear. He had 2 sets of uniforms, so he could change those. But underwear? No spares. Luckily the campus convenience store was still open, he could still go buy some. Just as he turned to head out, the door opened from the outside, and a guy slightly shorter and a bit chubby walked in. The moment the guy saw Lin Fan, he froze. Holy crap! You're Lin Fan? Zhang Wei stared in shock. Both beds had name labels, so he knew his roommate's name. He just hadn't expected his roommate to be a total heartthrob, like a main character straight out of an anime. It made him feel a ton of pressure. He wasn't even that interested in 3D girls, he preferred 2D waifus. But in real life, if he ever had the chance to meet a hot girl, of course he'd want to try something. But now, with a roommate this handsome, if they ever went out together, he'd just be the ugly sidekick. Yep, I'm Lin Fan. We're roommates now. I'm going to the store, need me to grab anything for you? Great Xia Royal Petroleum Headquarters Building, Chairman's Office. Prince Yen sat on a plush executive chair, her back facing a large Wang Wallywood desk, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the night view. Behind her, a middle-aged woman was reporting the progress between her daughters and Lin Fan. Your Highness, the 5 young ladies spent the whole day at school with Lin Fan. The eldest, the 4th, and the 5th young ladies have had physical contact with Lin Fan. Lin Fan composed and sang a song, which caused quite a stir on campus. Wang Lin's youngest daughter, Wang Xitian, publicly confessed her love to Lin Fan and was accepted. They are now in a relationship and have also had physical contact. The woman reported everything about Lin Fan and the 5 daughters of the Yen Palace to Li Yunyao. What Lin Fan had said before was right, Prince Yen indeed had people watching over the 5 sisters. These people were not only responsible for protecting them but also for documenting the progress of their relationship with Lin Fan. Even Lin Fan himself had people around him placed by Prince Yen. Got it, Li Yunyao replied lazily, and said no more. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then asked, Your Highness, shouldn't we stop the young ladies? Lin Fan is indeed very talented and good-looking. If this continues, I'm afraid, all the young ladies will fall for him. She was Prince Yan's personal aide and secretary general. She had been with Li Yunyao even before she got married, and had watched the 5 sisters grow up. If it were a normal family, it wouldn't matter if all 5 fell in love with the same man. but they were royalty. There was no written rule, but among royals, princesses sharing one husband had become a silent taboo over the past decades. If all 5 truly fell for the same man, it was unlikely to end happily. It's fine. Let them be, Li Yunyao said calmly. She had told her daughters that at least one of them must marry Lin Fan, but never said only one could. If all 5 loved Lin Fan, then fine, let them all marry him. As for pressure from the royal family or public, she, Prince Yen, would bear it herself. After all, these 5 daughters were her only treasures. Wasn't it her duty to spoil them? As for why Lin Fan? Li Yunyao looked at the neon lights outside and fell silent. That was a secret known only to the Empress and the 7 princes. The rest, including other royals, knew nothing. Lin Fan returned with a pack of sealed pure cotton underwear. Tomorrow at noon, he planned to visit the mall outside school and buy new clothes. He was too lazy to go home and pack. And he wasn't short on money anyway. He had over 300,000 yuan in savings, plus the 5 million yuan limit credit card Li Xijin had given him. So much money, he couldn't even spend it all. Back in the dorm, Lin Fan saw Zhang Wei sitting on the sofa watching anime on the TV, with the coffee table in front of him covered in snacks. Spicy strips, chips, ice cream, duck necks, and even cold beer. You're back. Wanna eat something? Zhang Wei greeted warmly. He thought, sure, Lin Fan is way better looking, which means he'll be overshadowed in the future. But a guy this handsome was sure to have tons of girls chasing after him. That just meant more chances for him to meet cute girls too. And since they were roommates, it was better to keep things friendly. No need to make everyday life awkward. I already ate dinner, so I'll pass, Lin Fan declined. He was trying to lose weight, and midnight snacking would only make it worse. Alright. Zhang Wei shrugged and went back to munching and watching anime. Lin Fan opened a new pair of underwear and headed to the bathroom to wash up. A few minutes later, with wet hair and wearing shorts, Lin Fan came back and sat at his desk. You're done already? Zhang Wei looked over in surprise. He hadn't even made it halfway through his anime episode, it had only been about 10 minutes. That was way too fast. Too fast? Lin Fan tilted his head toward Zhang Wei. Super fast. Brushing teeth, washing your hair, face, and body, I take at least 30 minutes. Zhang Wei nodded seriously. Lin Fan thought for a second. Before regaining memories of his past life, he had taken long showers too. Brushing teeth took minutes, hair washing took 10, then conditioner. Face wash took 8 minutes, and after the shower came moisturizing, face cream, etc. He used to spend a lot of time. Half an hour was already quick back then. You sure you weren't doing something else in there? Lin Fan joked. I didn't. I'd never do that. Zhang Wei quickly denied. Semen is too precious, why would I waste it? Donating to the Empire's sperm bank is better. Lin Fan looked at him suspiciously. He had a point, but that strong reaction? Maybe he had nailed it? Whatever. That's his business. Lin Fan turned on his computer, ready to play some games. With a rig this powerful, not playing AAA games would be a waste. But after opening several gaming platforms, Lin Fan was disappointed. He couldn't find a single AAA title that interested him. Most of the games were female-targeted, dating sims, dress-up, management sims. Odom games in particular made up over half of all female games, where players roleplay and romance various male characters. These games were huge in size and demanded good hardware, because both characters and environments were visually stunning. But Lin Fan, even after watching the trailers, had zero interest in downloading them. There weren't many male-targeted games. And those that existed were mostly reskin female games with swapped genders. Shooter games were niche and poorly made, no CS, no PUBG, no Battlefield. Games like Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider, Warhammer, Red Alert, Warcraft, GTA, Elden Ring, Cyberpunk, The Witcher, Left 4 Dead, none of them existed. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt that men in this world had it pretty rough. There were no fun games to play. He began thinking, should he start a game company and port all the popular games from his past life? He hadn't been a hardcore gamer, but he had loved gaming. And a world without games? That was way too boring. Women were nice, sure, but most of the time, games were just more fun. Lin Fan shut down his computer, picked up his phone, and climbed into bed. Zhang Wei glanced over and lowered the TV volume significantly with the remote, then set it down and kept watching. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Wei and lay down. This roommate wasn't bad. Seeing Lin Fan was going to sleep, he took the initiative to lower the TV volume. If it were one of those inconsiderate types, even reminding them wouldn't help, that would have been annoying. Looked like there wouldn't be any dorm conflict in the future. Lin Fan opened his phone to look for some fun mobile games, but after browsing for a while, he still didn't find anything fun. Match, 3 games, puzzle games, farming sims, and then, just all sorts of romance games. Lin Fan felt a little hopeless. Was the game industry in this world that warped? In his past life, lots of girls liked games too. Games like Honor of Kings, PUBG, On My OG, Audition, Nikki, even some wuxia games had huge female followings. But here? Basically only odom games remained. All about dating. If not dating, it was still dating. Different game genres just meant different ways to talk about dating. Gamers here were seriously underfed. Lin Fan gave up, put his phone down, and decided to sleep early. He planned to get up early tomorrow for a morning run. He wanted to get his BMI down to 20 as soon as possible. Just as he closed his eyes, Lin Fan remembered, he still had an unused looks card. He opened the system and used the card stored in the temporary space. His appearance score went from 89 to 90. His body stat also increased from 78 to 79. As expected, raising looks also improved body slightly. But you had to boost looks by 2 to 3 points to raise body by 1 point. His phone vibrated by his ear. It was a voice message from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, hubby, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll bring it to you //. Just as Lin Fan was about to reply, Wang Xidian sent a voice message too. Wang Xidian, sweetheart, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Is there anything you can't eat? Lin Fan scratched his head. Both Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian wanted to bring him breakfast? How was he supposed to eat it all? And he was trying to cut fat. If he ate both meals, wouldn't tomorrow's morning run be pointless? So he replied with the same message to both. I'm starting a diet, no need to bring me breakfast. Within seconds, both of them replied. Lu Ruyan, hubby, you're not even fat, why diet? A little chubby is cuter and comfier to hug. Wang Xidian, sweetheart, your body is already great, there's no need to diet at all. Looking at their replies, Lin Fan felt a little emotional. He was 194 pounds, not really fat, but definitely overweight. He was 6 feet 0 inches tall, and at 194 pounds, his BMI was around 26. The healthy range was 18.5 to 24.9. 26 wasn't obese, but it was still overweight. Plus, he didn't work out much, and had a visible belly roll when sitting. Not fat? In his past life, people would have called him a fatty already. Girls in this world were way too forgiving toward guys. Lin Fan replied. I think I'm too fat. I must lose weight. No one is allowed to stop me. Right after sending that, his phone buzzed several more times. The 5 Lee sisters all messaged him, saying they got home and asking if he had gone to sleep yet. As he was about to reply, their counselor, Xia Tian, sent a message. Counselor Xia Tian, Lin Fan, I heard you were with the girls training all day. How are you holding up? Need a rest tomorrow? Let me know if you want to take a day off, it's totally fine. A girl from the dance department, Zhong Lei, whom he had added earlier in the day, also messaged. Zhong Lei, dance department, Lin Fan. I saw your singing video. That song was amazing. Aren't you a manga major? You even write music? You're totally a genius. Seeing all the messages, Lin Fan didn't even know who to reply to first. He suddenly admired that master of time management from his past life. Maintaining relationships with multiple girls without them finding out, all while holding down a job, that was insane. He was already overwhelmed just texting a few girls. Still, Lin Fan replied to each of them one by one. He figured he was only flustered now because he wasn't used to it, given time, he'd manage smoothly. Zhang Wei watched 2 episodes of anime, turned off the TV, grabbed his clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Training resumed at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Even though boys could rest, if you didn't request leave, you still had to show up. So better to sleep early. Zhang Wei stayed in the bathroom for almost an hour. When he came out, he had a face mask stuck on his face. Lin Fan, you're still awake? Zhang Wei was surprised. Lin Fan had gone to bed ages ago, yet he still hadn't slept? Was he watching anime? But that tiny phone screen, how painful for the eyes. Why not just use the TV or computer? Yeah, chatting with girlfriends. Too many of them, I can't keep up, Lin Fan said, a little helpless. Each one had so much to say, it never stopped. Huh? Can't keep up? How's that even a thing? If you don't feel like replying, then don't. Why treat women so well? The more you spoil them, the more they'll step all over you. We guys shouldn't be too nice. You have to test these nasty women from all angles. They're just after our bodies, trying to marry us and keep us locked down for life. So no matter how we treat them, they won't give up. You're not wrong, Lin Fan was genuinely shocked. But it also kinda made sense. This world wasn't like his past one. He couldn't judge it by old standards. In his past life, the female players who kept many guys on the hook would often say, "I'm going to take a shower," as an excuse to ghost them. Some didn't even bother making excuses, just disappeared. Then whenever they remembered, they'd toss out a message and reel the guys back in. He didn't need to become a player, but there were some lessons worth learning. Lin Fan sent a mass message. "It's late, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Bye." Soon after, he got replies from all the girls. Lu Ruyan, "Sleep well, hubby, good night." Wang Sidian, "Okay, sweetheart. Good night." The Lee sisters also sent their good nights. As expected, some of the player strategies did work. When Lin Fan was asleep, the online buzz around him didn't cool down at all. His video of singing in a military training uniform was only getting hotter. It even made it straight to the trending headlines. Oh my god. Brother really got all of heaven's blessings. Not only so handsome, but also so talented. In love. In love. Lin Fan, debut right now. Ladies, don't panic. Lin Fan is going to debut soon. The little princess of Starlight Entertainment confessed to Lin Fan and promised to sign him a custom SSS tier artist contract. Is this real? Of course it is. Link. Why am I not rich? Wang Sidian. Listen up. Be good to Lin Fan. Don't get cocky. Or I swear I won't forgive you. Just thinking about Lin Fan hugging and kissing other girls makes my heart break. Other girls can do it, so can I. I'm going to the capital. On platforms like Weibo, Douyin, Zaya Hongshu, and even headline news apps, topics related to Lin Fan shot to the top. Meanwhile, some online shops on shopping platforms were also enjoying the boom. Yilu, who lived near a clothing wholesale market, had opened a small online women's clothing store. All her stock came from that market. But running a store online wasn't easy, competition was brutal, especially for women's clothing. To make more money, Yilu often worked until midnight, always replying instantly whenever a customer inquired. Usually, customer traffic was low. A daily sales total of 500 yuan was already considered good. Luckily, clothing had high margins. 500 yuan in sales meant about 200 yuan in profit after costs. It wasn't big money, but it was enough for her living expenses. But tonight, something unexpected happened. Starting in the evening, more and more people started visiting the store, asking questions, placing orders. At first, it was just a few, but after 8 p.m., it became so many that Yilu could barely keep up. What was strange was, all of them were buying only purple clothes. The top-selling item was a long purple dress. This dress used to be a dud, barely 2 sold in a month. Yilu couldn't figure it out. Why were so many people buying this dress today? Out of curiosity, she asked one of the customers. "Dear, may I ask why you're interested in buying this purple dress from our store?" "Because, my sister said purple has charm." "Huh?" "Yeah, my sister said purple has charm. Placing the order now, please ship it quickly." "Okay, dear." Yilu still didn't understand, but it was obvious something unknown was driving the spike in purple dress orders. So she searched online for the phrase, "My sister said purple has charm." That's when she found trending topics about Lin Fan. Most handsome freshman of Wadayaku Royal Vocational College. My sister said purple has charm. Rookie of the Year, debuted at the peak, SSS artist contract. Uncovering Lin Fan's past life, his life is a cheat code. After reading the news and watching the video, Yilu finally realized. Her store's sales explosion was because of Lin Fan's song. Or more accurately, because of a single lyric in that song. My sister said purple has charm. That one lyric made her store's sales skyrocket. Normally, she might get 10 orders a day. Tonight she already had over 100, 10 times more. And the number kept rising. Lin Fan. From today on, you are my only idol. I'll protect you forever. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was sound asleep, totally unaware that he had gained over 100,000 new fans overnight, all thanks to that one song. Lin Fan didn't have a Weibo account, but he did have a Douyin account. He just hadn't posted anything, and never uploaded any photos of himself. There were only some photos of the orphanage he lived in, and one video of him feeding a stray cat. His Douyin username wasn't even his real name. But the internet was full of detectives. Somehow, people found his account and started following. In just one night, his Douyin follower count exploded from under 50 to over 100,000. He had no idea any of this was happening. At 5 a.m., his phone alarm rang on his pillow. After just 2 rings, Lin Fan turned it off. He lay there for 10 more seconds, then got up. Starting today, he was going to run every morning. Lose weight. Until he could see his abs, the fat burning wouldn't stop. He refused to accept having a belly roll. He didn't have workout clothes, so he just wore his military uniform, grabbed his phone and key card, and headed out. He went to the nearest track field, not many people there, but some were already exercising. All of them were girls. Not a single guy. Most guys, regardless of how they looked, didn't really care about their bodies. Why worry? The welfare system was great, money wasn't a problem, wives were guaranteed, so who needed body anxiety? He opened his phone, tapped on some music, did a bit of warm-up, and then started jogging with his long legs. The moment he stepped on the track, the few girls already running noticed him. A guy out running in the morning? So rare. Because he wasn't used to running, Lin Fan didn't set the bar high, just 5 to 10 laps would do. The final number would depend on how he felt. Push if he could, stop if he had to. Exercise had to be gradual, getting hurt would be a huge loss. "Hey handsome, running alone?" a crisp voice called out from behind him. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a girl in a two-piece workout outfit catching up from the side. Chen Fengjing. Height, 5 feet 3 inches, looks, 89. She was beautiful, with toned arms and calves, clearly someone who worked out regularly. Her high ponytail bounced with each step, she looked full of energy. Her skin was tanned, like a healthy wheat tone, but still beautiful in its own way. Yeah. Half a person running would be a horror movie, Lin Fan joked casually. Haha, you're funny. Chen Fengjing grinned brightly. I'm Chen Fengjing, music performance major. You? Lin Fan, manga major. They didn't keep chatting the whole time, after all running is pretty tiring. Chen Fengjing asked Lin Fan for his WeChat ID, saying they could run together in the morning. Lin Fan didn't refuse. Having a pretty girl to run with is more fun than doing it alone. After 5 laps, Lin Fan felt like he couldn't do it anymore. His legs were tired, his breathing heavy, his heart racing. He had no choice but to stop and walk. Chen Fengjing, by contrast, had started running before he got to the track, and after pacing with him 5 laps she was still moving easily. Living without exercising is still a problem. Even a girl outruns him. Lin Fan walked another lap and then stretched his leg muscles by the bleachers. Chen Fengjing ran to his side. Lin Fan, done. Yeah, done. Can't run anymore. Lin Fan said while stretching. I'm about done too. Want to go to the cafeteria for breakfast together? Chen Fengjing invited with a smile. Lin Fan shook his head. No thanks. If I eat breakfast then tomorrow's run is for nothing. I'll go back, shower, and just drink a bottle of milk. Before the next training he'd drink a milk and eat an egg, that was enough. Okay, Chen Fengjing didn't push further. Lin Fan, since this is your first run today, your legs will be sore tomorrow. Will you be able to get up? Do you want me to wake you in the morning? Chen Fengjing wanted to run with Lin Fan again tomorrow. If he persisted, they'd get a morning run together every day. Sure, little Fengjing, I'll count on you tomorrow. Lin Fan thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Chen Fengjing of course understood his plan, and Lin Fan didn't mind at all. Who doesn't like good things? He also liked good-looking girls, otherwise he wouldn't bother with her. Given permission, Chen Fengjing nodded firmly. Yes. Leave it to me. After stretching, Lin Fan left the track and walked toward the men's dorm building. Chen Fengjing jogged off to the other side, meeting 3 girls. Fengjing. So? Did you get Lin Fan's WeChat? One asked. Do I have to ask? Of course I did. Both Lin Fan and I pulled out our phones. Chen Fengjing smiled and nodded. Yes I did. I envy you so much. If I were as pretty as you, I'd also ask for Lin Fan's WeChat. Forget it. A guy like Lin Fan isn't something us ordinary people can have. To have a god-level guy you either need to be super rich or super pretty. Yeah. But even if we can't be with Lin Fan, I'll guard him forever. Me too. Lin Fan deserves our guarding. Alright, don't be so pessimistic. Lin Fan said he's losing weight and will come to the morning run every day. You girls also stick with it. If you meet him enough times, even if you can't be lovers, you might become friends, right? Chen Fengjing comforted them. Huh? The male god is losing weight? His body doesn't need losing weight. Exactly. He's so tall, he doesn't look fat at all. Right. Those chubby faces with big bellies are the ones who need weight loss, the male god doesn't. Shoo! Keep your voice down. If someone with intent hears you, you might get cyberbullied. It's fine. Nobody's around. Lin Fan returned to the dorm, took a clean pair of underwear and went to the bathroom. Less than 10 minutes later, he walked out with wet hair and sat at his desk in shorts. Zhang Wei, in pajamas on the bed. Lin Fan, you're too clean, man. Showered last night and now again this morning? Huh? You didn't secretly fly last night? Zhang Wei teased with a lecherous look. Joke. With so many girlfriends, I'd still need to sneak off. I just ran a few laps and got sweaty. Lin Fan put on the dried military uniform from last night. Luckily there were 2 sets or he'd have nothing to change. Today at noon he'd go to the mall outside school to buy some clean clothes and shoes. You okay? Still doing the morning run? Not tired? Zhang Wei looked surprised. If you're playing ball or something, fine, some guys join. But morning jogging? That's torture. Almost no male does it. Especially summer or winter. Why get out of bed early and run? Tired, yeah. But I feel too fat and need to lose weight. Lin Fan adjusted his wet hair in front of the full mirror. Even in a uniform he looked handsome. Fat? If you're fat then what am I? Zhang Wei descended the bunk stairs. You're fat too. No way, this is full-figured. Zhang Wei denied instantly. Guys can't be fat. Doesn't exist. I'm telling you. Don't be fooled by some girls. Full-figured is the real beauty. Skinny bones is what those nasty girls like. My dieting has nothing to do with girls. Just feel my body's not like before. Lin Fan said calmly. Don't you feel walking upstairs is harder since you got fat? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Wei shrugged. Yes, stamina's less than before. But who cares? There are elevators everywhere, not that hard. Well, you don't feel since you got fat your bomber turned into a small agricultural plane and takeoff time got shorter? So what? As long as it can fly. Those nasty girls are the ones wanting us to fly forever. We don't need to cater to them. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Lin Fan couldn't argue. Just say the world here was too advanced and he couldn't keep up. Hey, Lin Fan, help me check this. Marriage Office 678 forcibly matched me with a girl for a blind date. Do you think I should go? Zhang Wei turned his phone to Lin Fan's view. On the screen, name, Zhao Yajuan age, 26 height, 4 foot 11 inch, plus a photo and recent health report. From the photo she looked pretty, maybe an 80+ look score. Face looked young though age was 26. Body seemed okay, just flat-chested. You wanna go? Lin Fan asked casually. I don't know. Zhang Wei looked conflicted. What do you mean, don't know? Go if you want, don't if you don't. I mean, Lin Fan, this girl's your type, right? Lin Fan glanced at the posters of anime girls on Zhang Wei's wall. All 2D girls. Zhao Yajuan looked young and childlike, the type Zhang Wei liked. The only difference, she was 3D not 2D. Zhang Wei hesitated a while. Fine, I'll go one time. Hey, Lin Fan, can you go with me? Zhang Wei asked. You're not scared of a blind date, right? Lin Fan eventually agreed to accompany Zhang Wei to meet his blind date. As an anime otaku, Zhang Wei hadn't interacted much with women, and this was his first official blind date. Besides, Lin Fan was also curious to see how men and women in this world actually went on blind dates. Last time, when he and Li Siyu went on a group blind date, he happened to catch a glimpse of another blind date happening nearby, but it was just a small snippet, he hadn't participated in the whole thing. This time, he planned to see the entire process. Of course, the main reason was that Zhao Yajuan was quite good-looking. If she were ugly, he wouldn't have bothered getting involved. Lin Fan messaged Lu Ruyan, telling her not to bring him breakfast. But Lu Ruyan had already bought breakfast and was waiting downstairs outside their dorm building. It was about time, so Lin Fan simply went downstairs with Zhang Wei. Lin Fan. Lu Ruyan saw him and immediately waved happily. She held a plastic bag in her other hand with breakfast for both of them inside. Lin Fan walked over and gave her a good morning kiss first. She went out early in the morning to buy him breakfast and even delivered it to the dorm. How could he not provide a little emotional value? He wasn't the type to take advantage of someone for nothing. Lu Ruyan was, of course, filled with happiness. She had only bought breakfast for her boyfriend, and she got a kiss in return. What other boyfriend would spoil their girlfriend like this? Only Lin Fan. You bought so much? I'm on a diet. 1 bottle of milk and 1 egg is enough. Lin Fan only took those 2 items. He didn't take the steamed buns, flour rolls, or egg pancakes. Lin Fan, your body's already in great shape. You really don't need to diet. If you only eat this little, your stomach's going to be hungry. Lu Ruyan said with concern. At their age, they were still growing. Having just 1 bottle of milk and 1 egg for breakfast wasn't even enough for her as a girl. For a boy like Lin Fan, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Alright, if you keep nagging, I'm gonna get mad. Lin Fan said, pretending to frown. Lu Ruyan instantly backed off. Okay, then if you want anything to eat, just tell me anytime. I'll go buy it for you right away. She stared at Lin Fan with her big eyes, looking pitiful. Lin Fan raised his hand and rubbed her head. Okay, I got it. Several girls passing by around them looked at Lu Ruyan with envy. It was just breakfast delivery, yet she got a good morning kiss and a head pat from her boyfriend. And he was so handsome too. That was too sweet. Some of them recognized Lin Fan and were green with jealousy. They wanted to be Lin Fan's girlfriend too. Even if it wasn't for long, even just for one day, they'd be willing. Two bold girls walked up to Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Your singing is amazing. We love you. Can we take a picture with you? It'd be even better if we could add you on WeTalk. Lin Fan didn't know that someone had uploaded a video of his singing online. Not only was he famous at school, but he had also gone viral online. He just assumed the two girls were from nearby classes. A photo is fine. But I won't add you on WeTalk. Lin Fan agreed to the photo but rejected their friend request. Both girls were around a 7 out of 10 in looks, slightly above average, but not real beauties, not his type. Sure, he wanted a harem of beauties, but there were standards for those beauties. The girls were a little disappointed they couldn't add him, but after the photo, they still left happily. They quickly posted the photos to their Moments, Douyin, and Xiaopishu accounts. Brother Lin Fan is just too gentle. His girlfriend just brought him breakfast and got a good morning kiss. I'm so jealous of her. Lin Fan, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Wei headed toward the sports field. You're a singer? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Lin Fan was only a freshman, about 18 years old. A singer at that age? He had never heard of him. Maybe just a newbie singer? No, I just sang a song yesterday during a break in military training, Lin Fan said calmly. That's not true. Lin Fan, you are a singer. A big one. Lu Ruyan immediately defended him. That girl who confessed to you last night said she wanted to give you an SSS-level artist contract? Regular singers don't get those top-tier deals. Lin Fan was clearly so outstanding, why stay so low-key? Plus, as Lin Fan's girlfriend, the more impressive he was, the prouder she felt. Huh? Ruyan, how do you know about that? You were there too? Lin Fan looked at her, curious. No. Lin Fan, you're trending online, didn't you know? Someone filmed your singing and that girl's confession and uploaded it. The video went viral. Lots of people said your singing is amazing. You've got tons of fans now. You even made the trending topics. Lu Ruyan explained. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. His roommate was this awesome? What? Lin Fan couldn't believe it. Was it that easy to go viral in this world? He hadn't even spent a dime. He took out his phone and opened a news app. Sure enough, he was trending. Not just once, but multiple times. The most handsome freshman at Royal Academy of Wadayaku. Digging into Lin Fan's past, the birth of a genius. My sister said purple is so tasteful. 1 million new fans in a day, the most handsome musical prodigy. He opened Douyin. The messages showed 99 plus, and in the back end, his follower count had exploded to 2.8 million. Keep in mind, he was just a regular person. His previous follower count hadn't even broken 100. Now, overnight, it was over 2.8 million. That was insane. Actually, it made sense. Extra explanation was a legendary viral song in his past life. It going viral in this world was expected. He was also super handsome. The girl filming even used a beauty filter. His looks weren't diminished, they were enhanced. Lastly, the gender ratio in this world was wild. There were too few men, and even fewer male celebrities. Guys already didn't lack female attention, and handsome guys got even more. Most handsome guys didn't want to stand in front of the camera to entertain women. Even those who did enter the entertainment industry usually just wanted to catch a sugar mama. If a guy wasn't super handsome but had some fame, there were still rich women who would be interested. Aside from those guys, only a few truly passionate about performing, music, or showing themselves would stay in the entertainment world. There were few men in showbiz. Fewer handsome men. Top-tier handsome guys were practically national treasures. Lin Fan could write songs, was ridiculously good-looking, and had ranked second in the National College Entrance Exam. How could people not like him? Having 2.8 million fans in just half a day was honestly not that surprising. Once the hype spread even further, hitting 10 million fans was just a matter of time. Lin Fan immediately became the center of attention. After the classmates arrived, they all gathered around him to offer congratulations and asked for a photo together. Lin Fan didn't refuse any of them. Anyway, he was waiting for the instructor to arrive so he could ask for leave to accompany Zhang Wei on his blind date. Since he was waiting, taking photos with everyone didn't matter. Also, he kind of liked the feeling of being admired like the moon surrounded by stars. As long as it wasn't some crazy stalker fan, he felt he could accept it. Soon, the instructor also arrived. Instructor, I've got something to do. I need to take the morning off. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chenning immediately looked at Lin Fan with concern. No, nothing like that. I just have some personal matters to take care of. That's good, That's good. Is a morning enough time? It's enough. Alright then, Lin Fan, add me on WeTalk. If you can't make it back this afternoon, just send me a message. Chinning took out her phone. She actually wanted to add Lin Fan as a friend yesterday but couldn't find a good moment to bring it up. After she went back last night, she saw the online posts and knew Lin Fan had gone viral. That made her even more eager to add him. She believed Lin Fan was destined to become a top-tier pop star, a king. Being friends with a future king on WeTalk would be such an honor. Lin Fan also took out his phone and added Chinning on WeTalk. Having the instructor as a WeTalk friend would definitely make it easier to ask for leave in the future. After getting the leave, Lin Fan went with Zhang Wei to his class to ask his instructor for time off. Zhang Wei's instructor also readily agreed. This was one of the privileges of being a guy. Zhang Wei's blind date location wasn't far from school, it was a coffee shop in a mall just outside the campus. So after getting permission, the two didn't go straight to the coffee shop. They went back to the dorm to enjoy some air conditioning. 8 a.m. There's only 1 hour left, Zhang Wei, want to head out? Lin Fan asked, turning away from his computer. It's still early, no rush, Zhang Wei said as he sat at his desk playing a martial arts-themed romance game. The game wasn't focused on combat or leveling up. The main thing was buying skins, dressing up characters, and winning over female NPCs. The character models, scene designs, and skins were all beautifully made. But Lin Fan had no interest in playing it. Since Zhang Wei, the one going on the blind date, wasn't in a rush, Lin Fan wasn't either. He turned back and continued typing on his keyboard. He was copying songs from his memory. Lyrics, simplified musical notation. Back in his previous life during college, he had learned guitar to chase girls, so he knew simplified notation. He not only wrote down the lyrics and music for extra explanation, but also wrote several other songs, all by Jay Cho. In his past world, Jay Cho held an unshakable position in the music industry, and Lin Fan grew up listening to his songs. 8:30 a.m. Lin Fan glanced at the time, then looked over at Zhang Wei, who was still playing his game, and went back to copying songs. It was Zhang Wei's date, not his own. So he didn't need to be too invested. And it was a good chance to observe how a local guy handled a blind date situation. 8:50 a.m. Lin Fan, it's about time. Let's go, Zhang Wei stood up. Lin Fan turned and saw Zhang Wei hadn't turned off his computer. The game was still running. So he planned to finish the blind date quickly and come back to keep playing? Lin Fan saved his documents and locked the screen. Alright, let's go. The songs in his computer were classic hits from his past life, and each one was worth a lot. Naturally, he needed to protect them. The two left the dorm, left the school, and headed to the mall outside the south gate. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 9:20 a.m. But Zhang Wei still didn't look in any hurry. As an observer, Lin Fan was even more relaxed, it wasn't his date, after all. After a few minutes, the two entered a coffee shop. Lin Fan quickly spotted Zhang Wei's blind date partner. It was clear she had put effort into getting ready for this date. She had permed her hair into big waves and wore delicate makeup. She had on a red camisole paired with a white sun-protective mesh shirt. On her lower half was a dark blue denim maxi skirt, and on her feet were black high-heeled sandals. Beside her was a color-blocked leather handbag. How to describe it? Her looks were still good, but there was a huge gap between how she looked now and her photo. The photos made her look young and cute, but now she gave off a mature vibe. Lin Fan felt this date was probably doomed. Judging by the poster next to Zhang Wei's bed, he preferred the lowly type, not the mature, big sister type. The reason he agreed to this date was likely because Zhao Yajuan looked youthful in her photos. Now that she had styled herself to look mature, Zhang Wei probably wouldn't be into it. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Wei's expression. Sure enough, it was gloomy. As Zhang Wei walked over, Zhao Yajuan quickly stood up. Hello, I'm Zhao Yajuan. You're Zhang Wei, right? She sneaked a look at Lin Fan and thought, Zhang Wei's friend is way too handsome. But she didn't dare look too long. Staring at the guy who came with her date? That would definitely ruin the date. Zhang Wei sat directly across from Zhao Yajuan, and Lin Fan also sat down. Lin Fan increasingly felt that the rules in this world were too kind to guys. More than 20 minutes late, and the girl didn't leave. Instead, she smiled and stood up to greet them. In his past life, a girl would have already walked off. You didn't even have to be late, just arriving after the girl could get you a dirty look, or she might leave right away. Before leaving, she'd post something on social media complaining about the date. Then after going home, she'd trash-talk the date to everyone around, ruining his reputation. Zhao Yajuan quickly called over a waiter and asked what Zhang Wei and Lin Fan wanted to drink. After ordering 2 coffees, she also asked for some fruit and snacks. Just tell me your own conditions, Zhang Wei said coldly. Lin Fan was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Wei to suddenly turn so cold. Zhao Yajuan sat back down, organized her thoughts, and spoke, I don't have any conditions. I just want to find someone healthy, not violent, and who doesn't gamble or do drugs. I told you to talk about your conditions, not your demands. The marriage app says you have a college degree, did you buy that? Zhang Wei's face got even darker. I haven't even made any demands, and you're already listing yours. Are you objectifying men or what? Zhao Yajuan clearly panicked and waved her hands. No, I'm just too nervous. This is the last time the marriage app will match me for a blind date. If this one doesn't work out, I might never get married. There were too few men. Every guy was treated like a star. If a girl couldn't successfully marry through one of the 10 blind dates the marriage app provided, she'd usually be around 26 or 27 years old. At that age, she'd already be considered an older single woman. Getting a man to marry her with just her own effort would be extremely difficult. Unless she was super rich, it was basically hopeless. Zhao Yajuan was already 26, and this was her 9th match. Naturally, she was very anxious. But Zhang Wei had no intention of showing pity. What's that got to do with me? Just tell me about yourself. How much do you make per month? Do you own a house? A car? How much do you have in savings? I need to evaluate your situation before deciding whether to take the next step. My monthly after-tax income is $1,500. Housing in Jingcheng is too expensive, so I haven't bought an apartment yet. But I did buy a small car for around $15,000. As for savings, I have about $3,000 now. Zhao Yajuan shared her situation. A monthly after-tax income of over $1,500 already put her above more than half, maybe 60% to 70%, of the people in Jingcheng. That kind of income really wasn't low. But Zhang Wei wasn't satisfied. You're a woman, and you can't even make $7,000 a month? Are you disabled? Just $1,500 a month, how are you going to support me? Zhang Wei's expression was full of dissatisfaction. Only $1,500 a month? That was way too little. You get subsidies too, right? Combined it's over $3,000 per month, Zhao Yajuan quickly said. If that subsidy was enough to live on, why would I even get married? What would I need you for? Low-tier woman. Zhang Wei's eyes visibly filled with disgust. Not only did this woman earn little, but she even had her eye on his imperial subsidies. He still needed those subsidies to buy skins for his in-game characters. My salary will go up. If we live frugally, it'll be enough. Zhao Yajuan didn't want the blind date to end like this. You don't even have an apartment. Even if we save, can we save enough for one? You get a housing assignment though? After we get married, we won't be homeless. Zhao Yajuan said in a small voice. Once males become adults, the empire assigns them a home. As long as the male hasn't lost his imperial benefits due to misconduct, that home stays his. They could just live there. What the hell? You're not planning to bring a place to live into the marriage, and now you're even eyeing my house? Then what do I need you for? Plus, your degree is only from a Tier 2 university. I go to Wadayaku Royal Academy. You're reaching way above your level, don't you know that? See him? He's my roommate. Yesterday, a girl tried to chase him and promised him at least $7 million a year. Zhang Wei pointed at Lin Fan. If I had that kind of money, I wouldn't be here on a blind date with you either. Zhao Yajuan muttered. What did you say? Zhang Wei frowned and questioned her. He didn't catch her exact words, but he had a bad feeling about them. Nothing. I just meant, I don't have that kind of money. If I did, I wouldn't need a blind date to get married, right? Zhao Yajuan quickly explained. This was the last time the marriage app would arrange a blind date for her. If she missed this opportunity, getting married in the future would be even harder. With her conditions, it would be almost impossible to chase down a man in Jingcheng and marry him. The chase alone would cost a lot of time and money, and even then it might fail. If this blind date failed, she might as well go for IVF. As for going back to her hometown? Going back home would mean her income would be cut in half, and men there weren't easy to please either. If this blind date didn't work out, then she might as well give up the idea of marrying a man at all. Zhang Wei scratched his head, conflicted. Since you already know you don't have money, then show a little sincerity. He still wanted to try dating Zhao Yajuan. In his 18 years, besides his family, he hadn't had much contact with girls his age. Pride aside, as long as his orientation was straight, what boy didn't want to experience sweet love? And Zhao Yajuan happened to be his type. Small frame, petite build, flat chest, and a cute baby face. Aside from not being two-dimensional, she fit his aesthetic perfectly. If she had dressed today in her youthful photo style from the marriage app, instead of this mature look, Zhang Wei wouldn't have treated her coldly at all. Low income, no house, no car, no savings, none of that would matter. Dating wasn't the same as marrying. For dating, a girl only needed to match his aesthetic. If the relationship went well, maybe they could get married. Besides, men weren't limited to only one wife. Zhao Yajuan being poor wasn't a problem, he could marry a few wealthier women later. Zhao Yajuan hesitated for a moment, then her eyes suddenly filled with determination, like she'd made an important decision. My savings and future salary, I'll give them all to you to manage, she said. At least your attitude is decent. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and spoke calmly. In that case, let's try dating for 1 month. If you satisfy me, we'll get married. If not, we part ways and act like we never met. Zhao Yajuan nodded repeatedly. Okay. I'll definitely prove my sincerity to you. This was the last blind date arranged for her by the Empire. If she didn't seize this chance, marriage would only get harder. And with her conditions, she'd never get the chance to meet an 18-year-old guy again. She'd be left with older men who already had multiple wives. And even those men might not think she was good enough. So she had to grab this chance tightly. Zhang Wei's agreement let the blind date continue. The three sat in the coffee shop and chatted. Well, mostly it was Zhao Yajuan talking, Zhang Wei occasionally responded, and Lin Fan just sat back, eating popcorn like a bystander. He was here today purely to support Zhang Wei and also to see how people went on blind dates in this world. They sat for about an hour. Zhao Yajuan probably felt uncomfortable being the only one trying to keep the conversation going, her brain was nearly fried. Zhang Wei, it's still early. Want to walk around the mall for a bit? We can figure out what to eat later, Zhao Yajuan suggested. Let's walk around, Zhang Wei nodded. I'm fine with that, Lin Fan smiled slightly. If they were going shopping, it was a good chance for him to buy a few changes of clothes. Otherwise, during military training, he'd have nothing to wear except his training uniform every day. Zhang Wei had changed into regular clothes for today's blind date, but Lin Fan was still in his camo training outfit. He had originally planned to ask one of his girlfriends to go clothes shopping with him. Since they were already at the mall and were going shopping anyway, he might as well just buy the clothes himself. He was fast at shopping and wouldn't take much time. Zhao Yajuan took the initiative to pay the bill, and the three of them started walking around the mall. But instead of going to the clothing section, they entered a claw machine arcade. And it was Zhang Wei who suggested it. Looking at the machines, Lin Fan understood why Zhang Wei wanted to come. There were a lot of figurines inside. Some of them were even characters from the posters next to Zhang Wei's bed. $1 per token, 2 tokens per try. Zhao Yajuan bought $200 worth of tokens. She stood beside Zhang Wei, holding a basket full of tokens, watching him try to grab a figurine. She even handed a couple of tokens to Lin Fan, letting him play too. But Lin Fan wasn't interested in anything inside the claw machine. The figurines weren't high quality, and none of the characters were ones he liked. To be honest, he wasn't really into anime in this world. So he couldn't be bothered to play. So it ended up being him and Zhao Yajuan watching Zhang Wei play alone. And Zhang Wei was really bad at it. He had already used more than half the tokens in the basket, but still hadn't grabbed a single figurine. When the last coin was used, Zhang Wei finally lost it and slapped the machine. Smack. Damn. What kind of rigged machine is this? The guaranteed catch rate is so low, it's scamming idiots. This place is gonna go bankrupt eventually. Don't be mad. All claw machines are like this, Zhao Yajuan quickly comforted him. I'll go buy another $200 worth of tokens. I will get that thing. Zhao Yajuan could tell Zhang Wei really wanted that figurine. All 100 plus tokens had been used on that one. I still have a few tokens, use mine first. Lin Fan handed the tokens in his basket to Zhang Wei. He wasn't planning to play anyway. This piece of junk can't grab anything. I'm done. Zhang Wei was clearly furious and turned to play a different machine. Lin Fan didn't follow. Instead, he dropped 2 tokens into the machine. In his previous life, he'd played claw machines with his girlfriend and had never experienced a case where 150 or 160 tokens didn't catch a single prize. Even if he didn't hit a strong grip, he could slowly maneuver the prize toward the drop zone and eventually hook it out. He wanted to see if this machine was really that ridiculous. Lin Fan adjusted the claw and pressed the button. The metal claw precisely grabbed the same figurine that Zhang Wei had been trying to get. But after firmly gripping the prize, the claw threw it in the opposite direction of the prize chute. Same result as Zhang Wei. But Lin Fan didn't get discouraged, instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. With both hands on the joystick and button, he could feel every change in the claw's movement, descending, gripping, lifting. His magic hand talent kicked in. Lin Fan inserted another 2 tokens and moved the claw again. This time, he didn't go for a strong grip. He did a soft grab and successfully nudged the prize box a little closer to the drop zone. Another 2 tokens, the prize moved even closer. On the 3rd try, the prize was already at the edge of the drop zone. On the 4th, Lin Fan gripped one corner of the box and placed it on top of another prize. On the 5th, Lin Fan successfully hooked it out. Excluding his first test attempt, he used only 10 tokens to grab the figurine that Zhang Wei couldn't get even after using more than 100. Lin Fan squatted down and pulled the prize from the machine's chute. This wasn't that hard. Holding the figurine, Lin Fan walked toward Zhang Wei and Zhao Yajuan and quickly found them. They were playing a string-cutting claw machine. Lin Fan walked over. Zhao Yajuan's basket had even more tokens in it. Clearly, she had gone to buy more. Zhang Wei, here. Zhang Wei had just failed again. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, he turned around, just in time to see Lin Fan toss a box at him. He instinctively reached out and caught it. When he saw the image on the box, his eyes instantly widened. Holy sh*t. You actually got it? Yeah, just a few tries. Didn't feel that hard. Did you hit a strong grip? Damn. If I knew, I would have kept playing. Zhang Wei was full of regret. I got the same kind you did. Here, it's yours. After all, he wasn't into figurines. Godfather. You serious? Zhang Wei was instantly excited. Even though he didn't win it himself, getting the figurine he wanted still made him very happy. I'm not into this stuff. He wasn't a fan of the anime. And the figurine Zhang Wei wanted had a flat chest, not even decorative worthy in his eyes. Back when they did that escape room, the store had given them a bride figurine that looked better than this one. Even though the bride had a veil and he couldn't see her face, the figure was great. Even fully dressed in a red wedding robe, Lin Fan would rather have that one than Zhang Wei's flat-chested figurine. You think I'd lie to you over a little toy? Lin Fan glanced sideways at Zhang Wei, then turned his attention to the claw machine they were now playing. The prizes in this string-cutting machine were pretty big. 24 to 32 inches plush toys, long electric water gel blasters, large Lego sets, etc. All of them worth more than the little figurines. But it also cost more to play. The previous machine cost 2 tokens per try, this one cost 3. And obviously, the difficulty of this one was much higher. Much harder to win. He had played these types before in his previous life. They really tested your eyesight and reflexes. Also, the blade in the machine might not be very sharp, it might take 2, 3, or even 4 or 5 tries to cut through the string. In his past life, Lin Fan only ever got lucky once cutting the string and won a prize. But now, with his magic hand, talent, strong sensory feedback and precise control, he wondered if, with his current skills, he could easily cut the prize string. Zhang Wei, how many times have you tried? Lin Fan asked curiously. Over 10 tries. Not even one cut. Too damn hard. Zhang Wei was full of frustration. He'd had success with other machines before, but today he'd spent so many tokens at this store and still got nothing. He was starting to think he'd never come back to this arcade. Let me try. Lin Fan nudged Zhang Wei aside and inserted 3 tokens. Then he moved the joystick to control the machine's scissors. Lined up the horizontal axis, pressed the button, and the scissors moved forward. When he saw the blade align with the thin string, Lin Fan instantly released the button. The scissors pressed down. The blade instantly sliced through the thin string, and the electric water gel blaster hanging inside dropped. WTF? You're cheating, aren't you? Zhang Wei shouted in disbelief. He'd tried over 10 times and still hadn't gotten his desired Lego set. Then Lin Fan shows up, plays once, and wins the big prize? How was there such a massive luck gap between people? Godfather! Help me! I want that Lego! Zhang Wei instantly grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Zhang Wei even called him Godfather, so Lin Fan naturally had no reason to refuse. He inserted another 3 tokens, controlled the joystick, and moved the scissors inside the claw machine. When he felt the timing was right, he pressed the button. As the scissors reached the string, he instantly released the button. Swish! The blade precisely cut the string, but the Lego set Zhang Wei wanted didn't fall. The string wasn't cut through. Damn! Why didn't it cut? It clearly hit the string. Zhang Wei was so angry he nearly jumped up. He had been staring at the scissors inside the claw machine the whole time. The blade clearly hit the string. It's normal, the blade just isn't that sharp. A few more times should do it. Lin Fan calmly inserted another 3 tokens. The same thing happened again. The scissors precisely hit the string. Then with a clang, the Lego set hanging in the air by the string fell down. Holy SHT! Awesome! Lin Fan, you are fucking amazing! Zhang Wei shouted, quickly squatted down, and took the prize out of the chute. Zhang Wei held the Lego set in one hand and the girl figurine in the other, blushing like crazy. Godfather! I want to learn how to catch prizes too! Zhang Wei looked at Lin Fan with pleading eyes, almost ready to kneel. This can't really be taught. You need good eyesight and quick reflexes. You either have it or you don't. Lin Fan spread his hands. Unable to learn the skill, Zhang Wei was disappointed. But he still asked Lin Fan to help him catch several more figurines he wanted, and he smiled like he just ate sugar-covered poop. Lin Fan didn't refuse Zhang Wei's requests. Zhang Wei called him godfather, how could he say no to his godson? At 11:30, the three of them came out of the store loaded with prizes and went to a Hunan restaurant for lunch. Zhang Wei was from western Hunan. If the food wasn't spicy, he couldn't eat at all. Lin Fan. I'm willing to call you the god of claw machines. Your skill at playing them is insane. I calculated it carefully, no matter how hard the machine is, you always win within 5 tries. You could start buying from arcade owners and resell the stuff. Make $15 on each figurine, you could earn thousands a day. Zhang Wei was still excited. Forget it. I'm not that interested. Even if I made $1,500 a day, that's just $547,500 a year. And I'd have to hang around claw machines all day, too tiring. Lin Fan wasn't tempted at all. That credit card Li Sijuan gave him was still in his pocket. The limit was $500,000, meaning he basically had $500,000 a month in spending money. He didn't need to flip figurines for cash. Even if he did need money, he could just become a dimensional smuggler, bring top-tier works from his past life into this world. Wouldn't that make money faster than reselling claw machine prizes? Besides, he just wasn't short on money. Seeing Zhang Wei chatting non-stop with Lin Fan and ignoring her, Zhao Yajuan didn't dare feel the least bit jealous. A guy like Lin Fan, don't even talk about liking him, she didn't even dare imagine it. All she could do was admire him from afar. Because she knew she wasn't worthy. Even with someone as ordinary as Zhang Wei, she had to give everything she had just to earn a let's try. Lin Fan? Whether it was looks or talent, he outclassed Zhang Wei by a mile. She was just an average girl, barely earning over $1,500 a month. A guy like Lin Fan wasn't part of her world. Back in school, she still had some naive hopes. But after graduating and working, and failing at blind dates again and again, she'd become self-aware. The better the man, the less he belonged to people like her. During the meal, Lin Fan only ate some vegetables and a bit of beef. Even while eating, he rinsed the food in water to remove the oil. Since he had started dieting, he couldn't let anything interrupt it. Otherwise, putting it off again and again, he'd never lose weight. After lunch, Zhang Wei said he wanted to go back. Zhao Yajuan immediately offered to drive them back to school. Even though school was nearby, it was noon and the sun was blazing. Sitting in an air-conditioned car was obviously more comfortable. Lin Fan told them to go ahead, he still needed to buy a few changes of clothes. When Zhang Wei heard that, he immediately said he'd buy them. Lin Fan had helped him win so many prizes, it was only right for him to return the favor with some clothes. He just hoped Lin Fan would help him catch more figurines when he had time. Zhao Yajuan naturally tagged along. Lin Fan shopped fast. He walked into a sportswear store. Randomly picked 3 outfits with similar colors and styles, and bought 2 pairs of sneakers. Just a few sets to get by for now. Carrying too much would be a hassle, he'd buy more later when he had time. Zhang Wei was about to pay, but Zhao Yajuan stepped in and paid first. She had already said she would prove her sincerity to Zhang Wei. This was definitely not the time to let Zhang Wei spend money. Her money was Zhang Wei's money. If Zhang Wei wanted to spend, it should be her money he spent. Though the 3 outfits weren't cheap, over $400 total, as long as Zhang Wei saw her sincerity and eventually married her, it was worth it. Ding! Received a gift from Zhao Yajuan. Cashback crit triggered. Reward, Stamina Card X1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Fan was a bit surprised. Zhao Yajuan paying for Zhang Wei, that counted as her giving him a gift? With previous experience using stat cards and knowing they caused no side effects, Lin Fan immediately used the stamina card. Previously, there was no stamina stat on his profile. But after using the card, the stamina stat appeared. Stamina, 80. So his previous stamina stat was 79. But Lin Fan was confused. Was his stamina really 79? This morning during the jog, he couldn't even finish 5 laps. He walked the 6th. Was that kind of stamina worth 79 points? Was stamina on a scale of 1000? Wait. Lin Fan suddenly thought of another possibility. This stamina, was it really that kind of stamina? After paying, Zhao Yajuan dragged Zhang Wei to buy him a new outfit too. After all, she was his blind date. Even if she paid for Zhang Wei, from a deeper logic point of view, she just bought clothes for Zhang Wei's friend. If she bought clothes for Zhang Wei's friend but not for Zhang Wei, what would he think? Would he think she was trying to hit on his friend? To avoid that misunderstanding, Zhao Yajuan insisted on buying an outfit for Zhang Wei too. Zhang Wei went into the fitting room. Zhao Yajuan. Eh? Zhao Yajuan heard Lin Fan call her name and quickly responded. To her, Lin Fan was untouchable. Facing him made her more nervous than the blind date itself. If you really want to marry Zhang Wei, then think carefully about the figurines he likes. Once you understand that, you're close to succeeding, Lin Fan said. At least she triggered a stat card for him, so this was his way of giving something back. Of course, if Zhao Yajuan didn't understand, then that was her problem. Zhao Yajuan looked totally confused. What did Lin Fan mean? What does he mean by think about the figurines Zhang Wei likes? After buying the clothes, Lin Fan and Zhang Wei finally rode back to school in Zhao Yajuan's $15,000 compact car. When the two of them left school that morning, they were empty-handed. Now both of them had their hands full. If they didn't ride, walking back would have been pretty exhausting. Downstairs at the dorm. As she watched Lin Fan and Zhang Wei walk inside, Zhao Yajuan was still thinking about what he had said in the store. What did he mean? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. No way? Zhao Yajuan had been thinking the whole way about what Lin Fan's words really meant. What did he mean by, think about the figurines Zhang Wei likes, if you figure it out, you'll succeed in marrying him? She thought about it all the way, but still didn't understand. But just now, a sudden realization hit her. A ridiculous idea popped into her head. The figurines Zhang Wei liked all seemed to share one trait, they all looked like young little girls. No way, right? No way? Could Zhang Wei actually be a psychological pervert who likes little Lolas? So the cold expression and indifferent attitude when they met today, was it because she dressed mature and sexy? If that's the case, then what was the point of all her effort for today's blind date? Did she basically ask for it? You know, just to make herself look more mature and sexy, she had spent over 2 hours doing makeup this morning. She even used tech gadgets to turn her flat chest into a big volcano. And now Lin Fan told her everything she did today was useless, or worse, counterproductive. Zhang Wei didn't like mature, sexy women at all. He liked those who looked young, flat-chested, and girlish. Zhao Yajuan felt like crying. You see, the reason all her previous 9 blind dates failed wasn't just because of her family background, her body shape also played a role. Every previous date said she was too short, too skinny, too flat, looked like a child, and didn't arouse any desire. This was her last arranged blind date. She really wanted to succeed just once. If this one didn't work out, her chances of getting married in this life would be extremely slim. So, she studied makeup seriously, got up early this morning, and spent over 2 hours making herself look mature. In the end, the guy she met for her final blind date actually liked her original type. And she had used makeup to change her entire style. She almost pushed her own fate away with her own hands. Luckily, Zhang Wei still agreed to try dating for a while based on her sincerity. Otherwise, she really would have cried to death. Now that she understood Lin Fan's hint, Zhao Yajuan immediately decided that the next time she went on a date with Zhang Wei, she would go with her original appearance. Then she'd see how Zhang Wei reacted. If Zhang Wei really did like short, young, skinny girls, then she owed Lin Fan a big thank you gift for the tip. Just as Lin Fan returned to the dorm, he received a message from Wang Sidian. Baby, the contract I mentioned earlier, my mom has already prepared it and had it sent over. Baby, are you free now? I'll bring it to you. Lin Fan thought for a second and replied. Take it to the library. I'll come over now. Female students weren't allowed into the male dorms. When they came during move-in, that was a special situation. Now that all the freshman boys had moved in, the dorm staff wouldn't let girls enter anymore. And he didn't want his woman going into the guys' dorm anyway. In the male dorms, guys were very casual, some just walked around in their underwear in the hallway. If Wang Sidian happened to see that, Lin Fan would feel seriously at a loss. Lin Fan stuffed the paper bags with the clothes and shoes into his locker, left the dorm, and headed for the library. The distance from his dorm to the library wasn't short, almost 1.2 miles. There were plenty of shared bikes and electric scooters on campus for students and staff. But Lin Fan didn't choose to ride. He chose to run there. He was currently trying to lose weight. If he could bike, he wouldn't take a scooter, if he could walk, he wouldn't bike. He always picked the method that used more energy. By the time he reached the library, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Wang Sidian had arrived earlier. When Lin Fan got there, she was waiting at the library entrance. Seeing Lin Fan running over, Wang Xidian rushed out under the scorching noon sun. "Oh baby, why did you run all the way here? It's so hot out at noon. What if your skin gets sunburned?" Wang Xidian grabbed Lin Fan's hand, her eyes full of concern. She was dropped off by her mom's secretary, but Lin Fan ran under the hot sun. Even if he was losing weight, did he have to torture himself like this? "I said I'm losing weight," Lin Fan said, panting. Running nearly 1.2 miles was like running 5 laps around the track. Add that to the 5 laps he ran in the morning, it was 10 laps in total. Not bad. Weight loss is just self-torture, after all. They entered the library together. At noon, the library wasn't crowded. They casually found an empty seat and sat side by side. Lin Fan took the contract and began reading it carefully. It's not right to have a harmful heart, but it's necessary to be cautious. Even though Wang Xidian was now his girlfriend, he still had to carefully read the contract. While Lin Fan was reading, Wang Xidian leaned tightly against him, her head resting on his shoulder. "I'm all sweaty. You don't mind?" "Not at all. Baby, your sweat even smells sweet." Wang Xidian wasn't bothered at all, she even leaned in and licked the sweat off his face. Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Sure, he didn't smell bad, but his sweat couldn't possibly smell sweet, right? He could only blame this on how crazy the girls in this world were. What he didn't know was, Wang Xidian wasn't just trying to make him feel better. She genuinely meant it. There are scientific studies that show, a person's genes choose who they're attracted to. Once your genes choose someone, you will find that person's scent to be fragrant. And that scent is undetectable to others. When Wang Xidian was near Lin Fan, she felt he smelled really good. Even after he just ran and was drenched in sweat, she still felt he smelled good. Since Wang Xidian wasn't bothered, Lin Fan just let it be and seriously read the contract. He wasn't a law student, but he could still tell if there were any unreasonable parts in the contract. After all, he was the runner-up or top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam. The contract Wang Xidian gave him wasn't complicated. It was very straightforward, without any messy or unclear clauses. It only listed the rights and responsibilities of both parties, just 3 pages in total. Not like some contracts, which could be 10 or even dozens of pages long. Lin Fan had practically no responsibilities. If he could keep creating hit songs, that'd be best. If not, the company would help him get songs. At a minimum, the company would release 1 album for him every year, hold 10 concerts, and book appearances on current popular variety shows. Of course, if he didn't want to, concerts and variety shows could all be skipped. The company would fully tailor a personal development plan based on his preferences. They were basically treating him like royalty. A $7 million minimum guarantee, 70% profit share, and barely any requirements. He'd be a fool not to sign that contract. Party A of the contract had already stamped it. Lin Fan filled in his personal information and signed his name as Party B, then pressed his fingerprint. With this, Lin Fan officially became a signed artist of Starshine Entertainment, and not just any artist, but their top-tier signed artist. The signed contract was taken away by the secretary of Wang Xidian's mother. After signing, the two of them didn't leave immediately, but stayed in the library, cuddling and chatting close together. Of course, they spoke very softly, moved just a little farther away, and you couldn't hear a word. Since it was only the start of freshman year and the upperclassmen hadn't returned yet, the library was very empty. They weren't bothering anyone. Of course, they didn't do anything too outrageous either. After all, this was a library, a public place. Even if there were few people, it wasn't completely empty. If it had been a hotel or someone's home, they'd probably have erupted already. Close to 2 p.m., the two finally left the library and headed to their respective military training grounds to start afternoon training. As soon as they gathered, the instructor walked up to Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, did you finish your business? Do you want to rest a bit?" Chenning asked with concern. Lin Fan wasn't like the other boys. On the first day of training yesterday, most of the boys had already applied early on to rest in the shade. The ones who held on longer only lasted maybe 1 or 2 hours. But Lin Fan? The entire first day, he trained alongside the girls and didn't rest once. With such a driven personality, taking a whole morning off today must have been for something very important. Maybe he wasn't physically tired, but he could be mentally exhausted. Although Lin Fan was back, she still hoped he would rest more. A boy's health was important. "Instructor, I'm fine. I don't need rest." Lin Fan shook his head. His goal during this half-month military training was to lose at least 15 pounds. If he kept sitting out to rest, how would he lose weight? "Well, if you feel tired or unwell, you must speak up, okay?" Got it, instructor." Training resumed. Around 4 p.m., Lin Fan's class stopped to take a break. Lin Fan took out his phone to scroll through short videos to pass the time. As soon as he turned on the screen, he saw a message notification. He unlocked the phone. Royal Bank of the Daxia Empire. Your account ending in 9527 received a deposit on August 17 at 1624. Amount, 50 million renminbi. Current balance, 50,703,423 renminbi. Lin Fan stared at the deposit amount in the message and instinctively counted the zeros after the 7 zeros to the left of the decimal point. That's 50 million. The guaranteed salary of his SSS-level artist contract had been deposited. When they signed the contract in the library at noon, Wang Xidian had said the guaranteed annual salary would be deposited within 3 business days. But turns out, it didn't even take 3 days. They signed the contract at noon, and by afternoon, the money was already in his account. According to the contract, the 50 million was after-tax income, meaning Starshine Entertainment had already paid the taxes for him. If it turned out that taxes hadn't been paid, that wouldn't be his problem. The one evading taxes would be Starshine Entertainment. But then again, Starshine probably wouldn't do that. As the country's biggest entertainment company, they wouldn't risk it by committing tax fraud. Besides, the Daxia Empire enforces tax laws very strictly. If caught, you not only have to pay back taxes, but also a fine 10 times the evaded amount. In other words, if you evade 1 million in taxes, once discovered, you have to pay back the 1 million and also pay 10 million in fines. The Empire's tax department has its own enforcement force. In Daxia, almost no one dares evade taxes. Also, men enjoy a personal income tax reduction. No matter the income bracket, men get a 50% income tax deduction. Lin Fan's after-tax income was 50 million. At the normal tax rate, he should have paid 45% income tax. But since he's a man, he only needed to pay 22.5%. The contract only stated his guaranteed after-tax salary was 50 million. If Lin Fan had been a woman, Starshine would have had to pay over 34 million in taxes. But because he's a man and gets a 50% tax deduction, Starshine only needed to pay around 14 million to cover his taxes, ensuring he legally received 50 million. In other words, this saved them nearly 20 million. Starshine already got a great deal. If they still tried to evade taxes, that would really be outrageous. Lin Fan was now wondering what to do with the 50 million. Buying a house wasn't necessary. The Daxia Empire had already assigned him an apartment. Even if he didn't own it, once he got married, he'd have permanent residency rights. If the assigned apartment became uninhabitable for any reason, the Empire would reassign him another similar one. If he didn't want to live in the capital and wanted to move elsewhere, he could apply to swap his apartment for one in another city. So he had no need to buy a house. This was one of the social benefits men enjoyed in the Daxia Empire. As long as they hadn't lost their social welfare status, Daxia men never had to worry about not having a place to live. He didn't need to buy a car either. Li Cixi had just gifted him a Suchi, and it was still parked at home. He'd only driven it once, on pickup day. No car, no house, then what could he spend the 50 million on? Putting it in the bank to earn interest? That would be a waste. As Lin Fan was pondering, the girls in class suddenly started chanting, asking him to sing "Extra Explanation" again. They wanted to hear him sing once more. Lin Fan happened to be in a good mood and didn't want to disappoint them. He stood up, walked to an open area, and sang "Extra Explanation" again. Hearing Lin Fan sing again, students from nearby classes also stopped training and gathered around to listen to the live performance. When the song ended, enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from all directions. "So good! Lin Fan Gij, you sang amazing. Gij, I want to have your babies. Ah, my ears are pregnant." Lin Fan was still thinking about what to do with the 50 million when inspiration suddenly struck. Since he was in such a good mood, why not make everyone else happy too? Lin Fan raised both hands, then slowly pressed them downward. The scene quickly quieted down. "Everyone! I'm feeling inspired today, so I wrote a new song. Want to hear it?" "Yes." The cheers erupted instantly. "In that case, I'll sing it for everyone right here." Lin Fan took a moment to compose himself, then slowly opened his mouth. "This song is called, If One Day I Become Very Rich. My first choice won't be to travel the world. Lie on the world's largest softest sofa. Eat, then sleep, wake up and eat for a year." Lin Fan had just started singing, and many of the girls blushed excitedly. "No way. My husband's voice is just too beautiful. My ears are going to be pregnant. Brothers Adam's apple is so sexy, I want to touch it //. Pathetic, I don't only want to touch brother's Adam's apple, I want to touch brother's collarbone, I also want to touch brother's trophy. The girls' voices were all very small, because they were afraid if their voices got loud, they would stop hearing Lin Fan's ear-pregnant voice. Lin Fan's singing continued. If one day I become very rich, I can keep everyone by my side. Every day happily eating, drinking, chatting. No need to worry about tomorrow or goodbyes. If one day I become very rich, I will use every possible way to reverse time. Not for human ideals to make contribution. Just want to say to her, I am very sorry. Husband sang my heart's voice, I also want to become very rich. I also want to become very rich, if I become very rich I might be able to marry brother. You all only heard, become very rich, did no one hear the brother's hurt in his heart? Reversing time, only wanting to say, I am very sorry, that damned woman who is she? How could she bear to hurt brother like this? I know. It must be that woman from brother's earlier song. She despised brother for not having money, then got together with another man. When brother found out she turned it around and accused brother of ghosting her sister. That woman really deserves to die. Brother is such a precious treasure boy, and she actually betrayed him. If it were me, even if given the throne I wouldn't trade. If I ever find out who that woman is, I will kill her, avenge brother. That's right. Someone dared to hurt the Lord husband, absolutely unforgivable. Soon, the song ended. From all directions warm applause erupted immediately. Husband, I love you. Brother. Forget that woman. I don't care that you have no money, I'll earn money to support you. Husband, I want to have your children. Have 100 children. Husband. Look at me. Look at me. Ah. I'm going to die. Brother smiled at me. Husband. Please check my academic degree. My credential has a lot of fluff. Lin Fan waved to the audience in all directions, then returned to the formation of their manga class 1. Sure enough, the hit song from his previous life was popular in this world too. The reason he chose that song was purely because of a flash of inspiration. Suddenly getting so much money, the lyric, if one day I become very rich, flashed in his mind. As for how to spend the 50 million, he had already thought of it. This world was too boring, he wanted to make it more interesting. The popular films of his previous life, the huge games of his previous life, he was going to transport them all over. Those Odom games, he really couldn't play. The girl who filmed Lin Fan singing yesterday, today filmed Lin Fan singing again and uploaded it to her Douyin account. After uploading Lin Fan's video yesterday, that girl gained hundreds of thousands of fans. Today's update immediately triggered many fans to get notifications and check it. When they heard Lin Fan sing, extra explanation, some netizens thought the uploader just re-uploaded yesterday's video. But soon someone noticed the time was wrong. The video time was more than double yesterday's. Immediately someone dragged the progress bar, then heard Lin Fan's second song. After hearing the second song, they replayed from the start again. So happy. Today I get to hear husband sing again. Woo woo, husband truly is talented. Just one day and wrote another song. Husband fly with peace of mind. I, your concubine, will always follow. After training ended at night and showering in the dorm, Lin Fan lay in bed chatting with many girlfriends. He created a group chat and added all 5 sisters. First wife, Lee see you baby. You wrote another new song today huh? My baby is too talented. Fourth wife, Lee Siling husband when will you respond to that person's song //? Second wife, Lee Si Jin 2 days time, Douyin fans already passed 5 million, truly the man I chose. Third wife, Lee Si Shi happy ranking up. Fifth wife, Lee Si Yao observing secretly. In idle chat, Lin Fan told his startup idea to Lee Siling and the sisters. Lin Fan, #my wives, I want to start a game company, but we all have military training now and no time, can you help your husband run it? The 5 sisters are royalty, they helping run the company process would be fastest. Even Wang Xidian probably can't beat them in this. First wife, Lee Si Yue? Baby you want to open a game company? Need money to spend? Fourth wife, Lee Siling husband if you need money just tell us. Big successful games do make money, but many game companies lose everything too. Third wife, Lee Sishi Lin Fan you want to make games? What type? I can give some suggestions. Second wife, Lee Si Jin only a freshman and already want to start business and make money? No wonder the man I chose. Fifth wife, Lee Si Yao secretly observing. Lin Fan, it's not that I need money, but I suddenly got a lot of money and don't know where to spend it. Today I signed an SSS-level artist contract with Starshine Entertainment, 50 million guaranteed annual salary has already arrived. Such much money in bank earning interest is too wasteful, so I thought I'll do something. After thinking half a day, I decided to start business. Games now are all about swapping styles and talking about love. I'm preparing to develop games that are different. Whether it will lose money I don't care, worst case I just use up the 50 million. Even if I run out of money, don't I still have you wives? Fourth wife, Lee Siling. Oh. Husband, how come you signed so fast? Husband, you should have had professionals check the contract for us. What if you got scammed? First wife, Lee See You they dare. If they dare cheat our baby then let their company collapse. Lin Fan, Aya, it's okay, the contract is very relaxed for me, almost no constraints. Third wife, Lee Shi Lin Fan, you want to make what type of game? Lin Fan, not sure yet, you guys help me build the company first. Once company is built, the type of game I will know. There were too many hit games from his previous life, he really didn't know which one to pick. First wife, Lee See You baby, have you thought of a company name? Lin Fan, just call it Different Dimension. He will bring all the hit games from his previous life over, so Different Dimension fits perfectly. Fourth wife, Lee Siling. Husband, I want a share in your company too, I believe you will definitely succeed. The task of starting the company was handed over to Lee See You and her 4 sisters. Lin Fan didn't have to worry about anything. Over the next few days, Lin Fan participated in military training with his classmates every day. Training in the morning, training in the afternoon, and training in the evening, his life became extremely disciplined. Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian took turns bringing him breakfast. But he didn't eat much each day, just a carton of milk and 1 egg every morning. With the training, combined with his daily morning exercises and a controlled diet, small meals with low oil and low salt, his weight dropped a little bit every day. The 5 sisters worked very efficiently. In just 3 days, they selected the company address, got the business license, and purchased all the office equipment. They had already started recruiting employees. The company had a registered capital of $7.9 million, but the money didn't come from Lin Fan, it came from the 5 sisters. Each sister contributed $1.58 million, holding 4% of the shares each, totaling 20%. The remaining 80% of the shares were all under Lin Fan's name. This made Lin Fan feel a little embarrassed. It was like he just opened his mouth, and the 5 sisters put in the money and effort to build the company from scratch. Yet their shares were much less than his, even though he neither invested money nor contributed labor. Lin Fan was very certain that the games that were hugely popular in his previous life would definitely be popular in this world too. But the 5 sisters didn't know that. They didn't know Lin Fan had crossed over from a parallel world. Still, they chose to believe in Lin Fan, or perhaps, they were willing to give their full support without hesitation. This only strengthened Lin Fan's determination to marry all 5 sisters. Where else could he find such amazing wives? And since the 5 sisters provided both money and effort, while most of the shares were still under Lin Fan's name, this triggered rewards from the system. And it triggered 5 times. Each of the 5 sisters triggered it once. Ding! Received a gift from Lee See You. Reward, Appearance Card 1. Ding! Reward, Physique Card 1. Ding! Reward, Strength Card 1. Ding! Reward, Skill Card, Guitar Mastery. Ding! Reward, Body Fine-Tuning Card 0.4 inches. Lin Fan used all the attribute cards. Appearance increased to 91, Strength increased to 72, and Physique increased to 76, each stat went up by 1. After using the skill card, his understanding of the guitar deepened. Originally, he could only play some simple songs, he was a beginner. Now, he could play many songs he couldn't before. As for the Body Fine-Tuning Card 0.4 inches, Lin Fan didn't know where to use it at first. After using it, a figure identical to his appearance appeared on the attribute panel. Any part of the figure could be adjusted. For example, height could be increased or decreased by 0.4 inches. Waist circumference could also be adjusted by 0.4 inches. Even finger length, earlobe length, nose bridge height, and hair length could all be modified. After thinking it over, Lin Fan decided to adjust his tail. Although his tail already exceeded the average by a lot, what guy could resist wrapping his tail around his waist like Sun Wukong? On the 21st, the 5 sisters brought the equity documents to the school to find Lin Fan and explained the upcoming work plans. There were still 10 days before they also started school, so they wouldn't have much time to manage the company. Therefore, they needed to hire a professional manager and heads for each department to manage the company. As for Lin Fan, he would only be responsible for the company's overall direction, everything else would be handled by others. Whenever they had time, the sisters would also visit the company, check on employee performance, and gain work experience. Lin Fan, of course, had no objections. That was exactly the model he had in mind. Even though he had countless treasures from his past life, he was only a college freshman. He couldn't just drop out and start a business. He just wanted to make this world more fun, not become a workaholic. His goal was to enjoy life, not make money. Before they left, Lin Fan handed over several game design proposals to the five sisters. They were all small-scale games from his past life: Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, Temple Run, and Machinarium. Although $7.9 million sounded like a lot, it wasn't much when it came to game development. The newly founded game company would start by making some hit casual games to gain experience and earn a bit of money. Once they had more funds, they could move on to developing bigger, more expensive titles. Like Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider, Elden Ring, GTA, Black Myth, The Witcher, Call of Duty, Dungeon Fighter, Crossfire, Honor of Kings, Genshin Impact, Battle Royale games, and so on. Of course, he didn't have to copy games from his past life exactly, he could also create new themes. For example, the Tomb Raider-style games could be replaced with a Dacia-style tomb raiding series, but he would have to write a couple of tomb raiding novels first. The Assassin's Creed-style games could also be localized, as there were plenty of assassin organizations in ancient times. Once those AAA titles came out, gamers in this world would finally get a taste of the good stuff. In the next few days, Lin Fan continued to live a very disciplined life. Early morning workouts, daily training, and eating fat loss meals every day. Meanwhile, the five sisters started recruiting for another dimension. From professional managers and department heads to concept artists, modelers, programmers, data analysts, all positions needed to be filled. As royal family members, the five sisters had amazing connections. Though they were still college students, their relatives worked in all kinds of industries. In just 5 days, the basic framework of the company was established. The game projects Lin Fan submitted were approved and had entered the development phase. As for Lin Fan, the real head of the company, he hadn't even visited it once. However, his game design documents were very detailed, and he even drew the concept art himself. Plus, the games weren't very big in scale, so even if he didn't show up, the teams probably wouldn't mess it up. That night, Lin Fan returned to the dorm and lay in bed, too excited to fall asleep. But it wasn't because the games had entered development, it was because the instructor announced that starting tomorrow, the training would include guns. Everyone would get a gun tomorrow, though without bullets. The instructor would first teach them the structure of firearms, how to disassemble, assemble, and maintain them, as well as shooting stances and techniques. After 2 or 3 days of practice, they would move on to live-fire training. Each person would get 5 rounds of ammo per day. This would continue until the end of the military training. In his previous life, Lin Fan never got to touch a gun. The previous class had live-fire training, but when it was his turn, it got cancelled. Now, in this life, his dream of touching a gun was finally coming true. Girls' dormitory. Zhonglei was also too excited to fall asleep, because she was a gun enthusiast too. When she was a kid, because her parents were busy with work, she would be sent to her grandparents' place in the countryside during winter and summer breaks. Her grandpa and 3 grandmas were all local hunters, and there were hunting rifles at home. Every time she went back, she would take the hunting rifles out to play. Her grandparents would also teach her how to use the guns. Later, when she got a bit older, they even took her into the mountains to hunt. You could say she grew up playing with guns. Unfortunately, after she turned 10, her grandparents passed away one after another. By the time she was 15, there were no more elders left in the countryside. And after entering high school, the academic pressure increased, and she had to attend various training programs during the holidays. So she only went back to her hometown briefly during Chinese New Year. After the grandparents with hunter licenses passed away, their rifles were taken away by the local Hunters Association. Among her aunt's generation of relatives, no one was a hunter anymore. After all, hunting didn't make much money in a year, and going into the mountains to hunt was often dangerous. So after she entered high school, even when she went back for New Year, she never got to touch a gun again. Now that military training allowed them to handle guns, she was naturally too excited to sleep. Ever since that day at the supermarket when she added Lin Fan on WeChat, she had been messaging him every night. Lin Fan would always reply to her. Although they hadn't interacted in person during the day since adding each other on WeChat, Zhonglei wasn't bothered at all. Lin Fan replied to her messages every day. This meant Lin Fan must at least like her a little. Otherwise, there's no way he'd reply every single day. And back then when Lin Fan added her but didn't add her roommate Yang Xiaolu, that also proved Lin Fan liked her. He added her because he liked her. Otherwise, why would he only add her and not Yang Xiaolu? Zhonglei had also seen the news about Lin Fan these past few days. Lin Fan's excellence made her even more thankful that she had been brave that day. If she hadn't dared to ask for Lin Fan's WeChat, she would never have had any connection with someone so outstanding. Starlight Entertainment had already announced that they signed an SSS-level artist contract with Lin Fan. It was said his guaranteed base annual salary alone was $7.9 million. That's a fortune she could never earn in her lifetime. And now, this outstanding male god was quietly lying in her friend list. Even if Lin Fan didn't talk to her, she'd still feel happy, let alone the fact that they chatted every day. Lin Fan's Douyin account already had over 10 million followers, but how many people had his WeChat? She had Lin Fan as a friend, that already made her more special than 99% of women. Zhonglei, Lin Fan, I'm so excited. We get our guns tomorrow? I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. Lin Fan, I'm excited too. I'm really curious what kind of gun we'll be getting tomorrow. Zhonglei, eh? Lin Fan, you like guns too? Lin Fan, yeah, I've always liked guns. I just never had the chance to handle a real one. But tomorrow I finally get to. Zhonglei, in a few days, we even get to shoot live ammo. I think I'm gonna lose sleep tonight too. Zhonglei, nowadays, there aren't many guys who like guns. Zhonglei, most boys are into figurines, dolls. Not many even play with toy guns anymore. Lin Fan, maybe I'm just different from other guys. Lin Fan also found it odd, boys in this world didn't seem very interested in guns. That was totally different from the world he came from. In his previous life, all kinds of guns, swords, and other weapons, even a straight stick, could become a boy's treasure. But boys in this world weren't that into these things. It was strange. Then again, in this world, the male birth rate had already dropped to an outrageous 10%, even as low as 5%. With something that absurd, boys not liking guns and preferring figurines and dolls didn't seem so strange anymore. Zhonglei, Lin Fan, if you like guns, I can teach you sometime. I grew up with guns, you know. Lin Fan, oh? Your family has a gun license? Zhonglei, my grandparents were hunters. They had several different hunting rifles. Lin Fan, wow. So jealous. Zhonglei, too bad they've all passed away. The Hunter Association took the guns. But I grew up with guns, I know a lot about them. I even shot a wild boar once. Lin Fan, that's awesome. Where's your hometown? Let's go there sometime and hang out. Zhonglei, sure. Sure. My hometown is in Arksan, on the edge of the Greater Xing'an Mountains. It's a super fun place. Lin Fan, the Greater Xing'an Mountains? It must be really cold there in winter, right? Zhonglei, yeah, it's pretty cold. But it's fun too. You can ski, ride sleds pulled by horses, soak in hot springs. And if you're brave enough, you can go hunting in the mountains. Zhonglei, rabbits, pheasants, wild boars, roe deer, even black bears. Lin Fan, except for rabbits, the rest probably can't be hunted casually, right? Zhonglei, hee, as long as you have a licensed hunter with you, it's fine. Zhonglei, if it's really dangerous, forget black bears, even pandas can be hunted. Lin Fan, then if there's a chance, you've got to take me to your hometown sometime. Zhonglei, definitely. After making plans with Lin Fan, Zhonglei, wearing light pajamas, rolled around excitedly on her bed. Lin Fan actually wanted to go to her hometown. Who else got this kind of treatment? Who else? Zhonglei, what are you doing? Her roommate on the bed next to her looked over, curious. Acting crazy in the middle of the night? We trained all day and you're not tired? She's probably chatting with her male god again. You've been chatting for days and still haven't gone on a date. Lei, you better step it up, the others chimed in. Hee Lin Fan said he wants to go to my hometown, Zhonglei smiled smugly. WTF? For real? You two are moving that fast? You haven't even kissed and you're already talking about meeting the parents? The whole dorm was shocked. No, I said my hometown has hunting, and Lin Fan said he wants me to take him there hee. The male god likes hunting? My hometown is in western Hunan, we can hunt there too. Lei, give me Lin Fan's WeChat, please. Lei, take me with you when you go. I'll pay for your meals for a whole month. Boys' dormitory. Lin Fan didn't expect that Zhonglei's home was near the Greater Xing'an Mountains, and that they could go hunting. He definitely had to visit and experience the local customs with her. In his past life, as someone from the south, he'd always wanted to visit the northeast during winter, but it never happened because of various reasons. This life, he had to make it happen, no more delays. The next day, during the morning training, the nearby militia armed department delivered the weapons. The QBZ-00 assault rifle was developed and equipped by the military in the year 2100. Now, it had already been replaced by the newer QBZ-50 model and was handed over to the militia for continued use and recycling. Each person received a rifle. The guns were well maintained, But there were still obvious signs of use, some areas even had dents and scratches. Lin Fan held the rifle in his hands, unable to calm down emotionally. All the rifles were unloaded, without bullets, but even so, they were not light. Lin Fan estimated that each rifle weighed at least 6 to 7 pounds. This was confirmed by instructor Chening. The QBZ-00 rifle, unloaded, weighs 7.2 pounds. That's about the same as holding 6 bottles of mineral water. Holding it for a short time might feel fine, but after a while, it would feel very heavy. The instructor first taught everyone to become familiar with the rifle, then how to disassemble and reassemble it, and finally how to maintain it. After learning that, they resumed the previous training routines. Standing at attention, marching in step, and goose-stepping. The only difference now was that they each carried a rifle at all times. Yes, every single person had to carry their issued rifle at all times. Even during the final performance at the end of training, they would still have to carry the rifle. Lin Fan and the others spent 2 days getting familiar with the rifles. On the 28th, live-fire shooting training officially began. The Royal Vocational Technical College at Wadayaku had an indoor shooting range, usually used by the school's shooting team for training. Each class entered the range in turn and, under the instruction and supervision of instructors and upperclasswomen from the shooting team, performed live-fire shooting. Each freshman had a shooting team senior beside them as a safety officer to prevent any accidents. Lin Fan also had one by his side. Lin Fan, don't be nervous, relax. Align the front sight, rear sight, and the target, make a straight line. Then hold your breath, keep your body steady, and gently pull the trigger. You'll definitely hit the target, the senior sister guided Lin Fan in shooting. But honestly, Lin Fan wasn't really listening to her. 3-point alignment, conscious aiming, subconscious firing. These shooting fundamentals, how many guys in his previous world didn't know them? Holding your breath during shooting was also a well-known technique. Lin Fan followed the shooting basics he remembered, calmed himself, kept his breathing steady, used both eyes to observe the target, and felt the rifle's consistent muzzle sway. He held his breath. Bang! The bullet hit dead center. 10 ring. Bang! 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 Lin Fan fired 5 shots in a row, with about 1 or 2 seconds between each shot. The screen above showed the target scores. 10 ring, 9 ring, 8 ring, 9 ring, 9 ring, 5 shots, a total of 45 points. Everyone in the class was stunned when they saw Lin Fan's shooting score. 45 points? No way. Before this, the best score today was only 40 points. Lin Fan directly broke the day's shooting record. He became the top shooter among the freshmen. Lin Fan. Have you practiced shooting before? The senior beside him asked in shock. Keep in mind, freshmen were shooting at 50-meter targets. Without scopes, the target looked tiny to the naked eye. Many students who had never handled a gun didn't even land 1 bullet on the target. But Lin Fan scored 45 points with 5 shots? Was he cheating? Lin Fan removed the magazine, pulled the bolt a few times to ensure the chamber was empty, then stood up with the rifle. First time shooting. Felt pretty easy, Lin Fan said with a smile. He wasn't sure if he had talent or if the magic hands bonus affected shooting too. But he really did feel it was easy. Lin Fan, you're a natural-born sniper, the senior exclaimed. She had been on the shooting team for 2 years and still couldn't consistently shoot 45 points. Lin Fan returned to the line holding his rifle, and his classmates immediately started praising him. Lin Fan, you're amazing. You hit the target with every shot. Not just hit the target, he broke the day's record. 5 shots, and I only hit the target once. Is there anything you can't do, Lin Fan? I can't give birth, Lin Fan joked. I can. I can. If you want kids, Lin Fan, come to me. I can have as many as you want. Lin Fan went viral again. While he was shooting on the ground, more than one person had taken videos on their phones. Later, they all uploaded the footage to their Douyin and Xiaohongshu accounts. First time shooting, 5 shots, 45 points, if that's not a sniper prodigy, what is? It had been years since anyone had seen such talent in shooting. My husband can do everything. Hubby's so awesome, smart, draws well, writes songs, sings beautifully, and now even shoots like a pro. Other men can't compare to even one hair on his leg. Boo-hoo, hubby, you're so good at shooting, why can't you hit my target? You're not right upstairs. Hubby, I'm pregnant. Stop playing outside, come home with me. Get lost. Fan Fan is mine, he'd never go for a heavy tank like you. Die all of you. Hubby is mine. Stop fighting, we're all Fan Fan's fans. We must unite. No internal conflicts. Zhong Lei also saw the video of Lin Fan's shooting during training. As someone who had played with guns since childhood, an old hunter, She knew very well what it meant to hit the bullseye on your first shot. Lin Fan's total was 45 points in 5 shots, but she clearly saw that his first shot hit the dead center of the bullseye. If it had been an official match, that would have been a 10.9-point shot. With that kind of aim, he could hit any flying dragon in the forest back in her hometown with precision. Zhonglei, Lin Fan, I saw your shooting video, 45 points in 5 shots, that's amazing. Zhonglei, this old hunter only scored 42 points. I feel like you could be my master now. Lin Fan, impressive, right? Lin Fan, when we go to your hometown, take me to hunt black bears. I want to eat bear paw. Zhonglei, no problem. I'll get the best marksman in the village to take us into the mountains. Zhonglei, just thinking about it gets me excited. What if we go during National Day holiday? Lin Fan, it shouldn't be snowing yet in October, right? Zhonglei, not yet. Snow usually starts in late November, and really sets in by December. Lin Fan, then let's wait for winter break. I still want to soak in a hot spring in the snow. Bathing in an outdoor hot spring while it's snowing must feel amazing. Zhonglei, you're right, then it's settled, during winter break, I'll take you to my hometown. Zhonglei felt a bit regretful that Lin Fan didn't agree to go back to her hometown with her during the National Day holiday. Ever since Lin Fan said he wanted to go to her hometown with her, she had been looking forward to it. But for a trip back home, a 2-day weekend was definitely not enough. The closest suitable time to go home was the 7-day National Day holiday. If they couldn't go then, they'd have to wait until the winter break. Zhonglei tried suggesting that they go during the National Day break because she wanted to enjoy some beautiful time with Lin Fan, just the two of them. Unfortunately, Lin Fan didn't agree. Now, she could only wait until winter break. But they were still in military training, classes hadn't even officially started yet, winter break was still more than 4 months away. Just thinking about nearly half a year of waiting made Zhonglei feel like time was dragging painfully slow. Still, even if it felt like forever, she had to wait patiently. At least she still had a chance to travel the mountains and rivers with Lin Fan. Other people didn't even have that. Boys' dormitory. After chatting with the girls, Lin Fan picked up the tablet he had bought a few days ago, opened the drawing app, and started sketching on the screen with a stylus. He was drawing a comic movie from his previous life. Your name. His Douyin followers had already surpassed 6 million, so he was definitely a popular internet celebrity. But all those fans followed him because of his looks and singing voice, which made him feel like he wasn't doing his real job. After all, he was a manga major. So a few days ago, Lin Fan decided to adapt a super popular manga work from his previous life to shock his fans. He wanted them to know that he was professionally skilled too. He was still in military training, and college classes hadn't even started yet. Lin Fan didn't actually have a deep grasp of professional manga knowledge or drawing techniques. But his sketching skills and color sense were solid. Those were things he had self-studied even before awakening memories of his past life. As for how to draw a comic? Though he hadn't received formal training, he had seen tons of comics and animations in both his past and present lives. So imitating layouts and paneling wasn't hard. Plus, he had the full storyline in his head, which made creating it even easier. However, Lin Fan wasn't copying the original work exactly. He made localized changes to some background settings. The names were changed from Japanese style to Daxia Empire names, and the setting was changed to the Daxia Empire as well. The female lead's job, the societal settings, everything was localized. It would be too wild if a guy who grew up in the Daxia Empire made his first work with a Japanese setting. People might even think he had bent values. Before he started drawing, he did think about what theme to choose for his first work. Should he go with the kid-friendly blue fatty, the mystery-style Death Elementary School kid, or shounen stuff like Death, Fire, Sea, Dragon Ball, Neza? But after careful consideration, he decided to go with a romance anime. Because in this world, the mainstream comics, games, movies, all of them were about falling in love. No matter what the genre was, it was all just different ways of telling love stories. Workplace drama, female employee and male boss fall in love. Medical drama, female doctor and male director fall in love. Legal drama, female legal assistant and male lawyer fall in love. Period drama, civilian girl falls in love with a prince or hero. In short, just romance in different forms. Lin Fan could understand the focus on love. After all, who didn't want a sweet romance? But what confused him was, back in his previous life, where the male-to-female ratio was balanced, it was always the domineering CEO falls in love with ordinary me kind of story. In this world, women outnumbered men by more than 10 to 1, why was it still the domineering CEO falls in love with ordinary me? Shouldn't the roles be reversed? Though he didn't get it, to avoid his first comic flopping, Lin Fan still decided to stick with a romance theme. He had a Heavenly King level voice buff for singing, but not a master level skill buff for drawing manga. So better to play it safe with his first work. Even though all the media in this world told love stories in different ways, none had used a body swap romance like Your Name yet. Once published, it would definitely shock readers in this world. He drew until midnight, then put down the tablet and lay down to rest. Work is work, but rest is also important. If he stayed up too much, he might turn into One Punch Man in a few years. The 30th. After the day's training ended, wails erupted from every class. Today was the last day of military training. Tomorrow was the final military parade. After that, their 2 weeks of suffering would finally be over. But before that, all freshmen had to do a 12.4-mile weighted hike tonight. They didn't have to run, just walk the full 12.4 miles, but they had to carry weight. Everyone had to carry their own blanket, and also carry their issued rifle. A 12.4-mile weighted hike was definitely painful. However, boys still had special treatment. They only needed to walk 1 mile. If they couldn't continue, they could drop out at any time. Girls didn't have that option, they had to complete the full distance. Naturally, the girls were wailing nonstop. But no matter how much they wailed, the hike still had to be done. They just ate more at dinner, went back to the dorm to tie up their blankets, and returned to the training ground to gather. After picking up their rifles again, they set off with the instructor. After walking just 1 mile, many boys dropped out of the team, carrying their 6 to 7 pound rifles and several pounds of blankets, and returned to campus through the nearest gate. Instructor Chinning came up to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, how are you feeling? Can you handle it? If not, just stop here. It's okay. I'm fine, instructor. Lin Fan shook his head. A 12.4-mile weighted hike, such a great cardio workout, how could he possibly make an excuse to skip it? Cardio was the best for burning fat. All right. If you can't go on, let me know, Chinning nodded. After half a month of training, she knew Lin Fan was a guy with the personality of a girl, not as pampered as other boys. So she let him continue with the main group. But after every mile, Chinning ran over to check on Lin Fan's condition. The 12.4-mile hike lasted from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., and all classes returned to campus. Classmates, congratulations on completing your 2 weeks of military training. I know it's been tough these 2 weeks. But now is not the time to relax. Tomorrow is the final parade. I hope everyone brings their best form and shows the school leaders and faculty the results of your hard work. Don't let your sweat go to waste. Be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. You can sleep in a bit, but don't be late. Or you won't get credit, and all that effort will be wasted. Yes, everyone responded weakly. After 12.4 miles of hiking with weights, everyone was exhausted. They just wanted to get back to the dorm and rest. All right, dismissed. At the word dismissed, everyone scattered like birds. Lin Fan, wait a moment, Instructor Chinning called out. Instructor, is there something else? Lin Fan had no energy left. Even as a guy, a 12.4-mile armed hike had worn him out too. The girls who were about to leave immediately stopped when they saw the instructor keeping Lin Fan behind alone. They all stood not far away, curiously watching. They all wanted to know why the instructor had kept Lin Fan behind, what was going on. Seeing the other girls not leaving, Instructor Chinning instantly felt awkward. So she put on a stern face and said, "What are you all doing? You're not tired after a 12.4-mile weighted hike?" One girl sat cross-legged on the ground right away. Tired, instructor. I'm so tired I can't take another step. Let me rest before I leave. Yeah, let us rest a bit before we leave. The girls around her all copied her. They were only a little curious at first, but after seeing the instructor act like this, their curiosity grew even stronger. The instructor keeping Lin Fan behind, was she going to say something that couldn't be heard by others? The more secretive something seemed, the more they wanted to hear it. Seeing her student soldiers acting so shameless, Chinning felt even more embarrassed. With so many people around, how could she even open her mouth? Instructor? Lin Fan looked at Chinning, wanting to know what she really wanted to say. Chinning thought for a moment, then finally started slowly. Lin Fan, I've seen all the effort you've put in these past 2 weeks. Don't stress about tomorrow's performance. Just do your best. I believe in you. Chinning said, giving Lin Fan's arm a pat. I definitely won't feel pressured. Lin Fan nodded. During the past 2 weeks of military training, among all the boys in the nearby classes, he had been the most serious. Forget those boys who needed a break less than 30 minutes into training, he was even more precise than most of the girls when it came to form. How could he possibly feel pressured? But he felt that what Instructor Chinning originally wanted to say, probably wasn't this. Maybe Instructor Chenning liked him too? After Lin Fan and Instructor Chenning parted ways, the girls saw there was no drama to enjoy and all left disappointed. On the way back to the dorm, Lin Fan held his phone and messaged Instructor Chenning. Lin Fan, Instructor, what you wanted to say earlier, wasn't what you actually said, right? On the other end, Chenning felt her phone vibrate and immediately took it out to see Lin Fan's message. But she didn't reply right away, because she didn't know what to say. Just like Lin Fan guessed, she liked him. From the very first day of training, from the moment she first saw Lin Fan, she had fallen for him at first sight. And later, when Lin Fan stepped forward to sing, she couldn't stop herself from falling even deeper. But because of the relationship between instructor and trainee, she couldn't say anything about her feelings. Now that training was ending, and after tomorrow's military parade, the instructors would leave the Royal Academy and return to the Infantry Academy to continue their studies. The chances of seeing each other again were slim. So she had originally planned to use this last opportunity to express her feelings to Lin Fan. Whether they could become a couple or not, at least she would have been brave, and wouldn't have any regrets. Chenning never imagined that her students were so gossipy. The moment she kept Lin Fan behind, all the girls just stood around and wouldn't leave. If it had been a bunch of strangers around, she might have had the courage to say what was in her heart. But to say all that lovey-dovey stuff in front of her own students, she really couldn't do it. The courage she had just worked up disappeared. Now she couldn't summon it again. Looking at the message on her phone, Chenning took several deep breaths before finally mustering the courage to reply to Lin Fan. Chenning, yes, what I wanted to say wasn't what I said earlier. Chenning, what I really wanted to say is. Chenning, Lin Fan, I like you. Chenning, I've liked you since the first day of training, from the moment we first met. Chenning, military training is ending. After tomorrow's parade, we instructors will all be leaving. Chenning, I don't know how you feel about me, Lin Fan, or if this confession will work. Chenning, but I felt I had to say it. If I didn't, I might never get the chance again. Chenning, Lin Fan, I like you. I like your handsome face. I like the songs you write, your singing voice. I like your determination, your unwillingness to give up. I like the strength in your heart. Chenning, I don't know if this feels sudden to you, but I'm serious. Chenning, if you feel even a little bit of something special for me, could you give me a response? Chenning, if not, that's okay too. At least I didn't miss the chance to tell you. Chenning, I've wanted to let you know for a long time that I like you. Chenning sent voice messages to Lin Fan one after another while walking. After saying everything in her heart, she felt a wave of relief. Letting out the words that had been buried for 2 weeks made her feel completely free. She knew every guy had people chasing after him, and for someone as handsome and outstanding as Lin Fan, even more so. She was pretty, sure, but there were countless pretty women in the world. There were many just as pretty as her, even prettier. Like the 5 sisters who often came by during training to see Lin Fan, they were more beautiful than her, had better skin, and came from families far wealthier than hers. How could she compete with them? Even if Lin Fan didn't feel a thing for her, she wouldn't be surprised. On the other side, Lin Fan had just returned to the dorm. Seeing the long stream of voice messages from Chenning, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. He didn't even need to listen to know that, just like the other girls, Instructor Chenning had fallen for his overwhelming good looks. Still, Lin Fan played through every message one by one. After listening, he couldn't stop smiling. Sometimes, being too handsome was really a kind of crime. Lin Fan typed 2 words in the chat and hit send. Lin Fan, come out. After a while, Chenning replied with one message. Chenning, what? Lin Fan, come out. I'm waiting for you at the south gate. Lin Fan, Instructor, didn't you say you liked me? Then come out. Lin Fan, before we part ways, let's at least make one unforgettable memory. Although Instructor Chenning had tanned skin from long-term training, it was just a wheatish tone. The darker skin didn't take away from her looks. Her face still scored an 86, and her figure was at 89. At 20 years old, she was only 2 years older than Lin Fan. Plus, with her being totally inexperienced, and having boldly confessed tonight, how could he not give her a chance? Having a soldier sister in the wife group wasn't bad. Besides, Chenning was a top student at the Infantry Academy. Once she graduated, she'd hold the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Definitely good enough for him. Of course, all of that was secondary. Even if Chenning was from some unknown place or background, it didn't matter. Lin Fan only had 2 requirements for choosing a wife: she had to be beautiful, and her values had to align with his. That was enough. As for everything else, he didn't care. If they had it, great. If not, also fine. Just like the 5 sisters, if they hadn't been royalty, as long as he met them, he would still have tried to win them over. Love is what matters most. South Gate. Lin Fan slung a backpack over one shoulder and walked toward the south gate. Inside the bag were a tablet and a clean set of clothes for changing. Lin Fan's invitation was already so obvious, there was no way Qining didn't know what it meant. Since she agreed to come out, that meant tonight he would definitely get to play a friendly basketball match with Qining and even make a slam dunk. With how hot it was, they would definitely sweat after the game, so of course he brought a clean set of clothes. Lin Fan had just arrived when he saw Qining rushing over toward him. At this moment, Qining looked completely different from how he remembered her. From the first day of military training, she had always worn a uniform similar to the standard training outfit. Every day during training, she wore that instructor uniform. Just like how she had never seen him in everyday clothes, he had also never seen her in everyday clothes. Now, he finally did. Qining was wearing a slim-fitting, light blue off-shoulder long-sleeve t-shirt, light denim shorts, paired with light gray knee-high socks and white sneakers. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up in a bun, and she had a brown shoulder bag. Sexy yet cute, full of youthful energy and playfulness. Lin Fan, I'm sorry I'm late. Qining ran up to him, out of breath, and immediately apologized. Once she confirmed they were going on a date, she rushed back to the temporary dorm the instructors were staying in to shower and change. After a full day of training and then the 12.4-mile hike at night, even with her stamina, she had still sweated a lot. There was no way she'd dare show up for a date with Lin Fan without showering and changing. If Lin Fan smelled her sweat, their relationship would be ruined. Even though she had moved fast and rushed, she still arrived later than Lin Fan. It was killing her. For a date, the girl showing up later than the guy? That was a deadly deduction in points. Qining cautiously looked into Lin Fan's eyes, afraid he'd be upset and just walk away. She would seriously cry if that happened. But Lin Fan's next words warmed her heart. It's fine, instructor. I just got here too. Also, you look really pretty today. It's my first time seeing you in casual clothes, Lin Fan said with a smile. Qining was so touched she nearly cried. As she was running over, she had clearly seen Lin Fan waiting there under the lights. Yet he didn't blame her for being late. Instead, he complimented her beauty. Lin Fan. You look really handsome today too. Even more than usual. Qining quickly responded with praise. And she wasn't just saying that, she truly meant it. Just like how Lin Fan hadn't seen her in casual wear, she had never seen Lin Fan dressed casually either. He always wore those basic training uniforms. Even though the training clothes couldn't hide Lin Fan's looks, now that he was in well-fitted, proper clothes, his looks had definitely leveled up. All right, let's stop complimenting each other here. It's getting late, let's hurry, Lin Fan said as he grabbed Chen Ying's hand and led her toward the hotel across the street. The moment Lin Fan grabbed her hand, Chen Ying's brain went fuzzy. Lin Fan held her hand? Lin Fan, so forward. Following Lin Fan, just thinking about soon getting to kiss him made Chen Ying's heart race faster and faster. Hotel. One room with a king-sized bed. Okay, that's $120. Please show your ID. Lin Fan took out his phone to pay, but Qining quickly handed over her own phone so the clerk could scan her payment code. Going to a hotel with a guy, how could she let the guy pay? People might think she was freeloading. Lin Fan didn't argue with her. Since he came to this world, he had to respect its rules. And this was Qining taking the initiative, it wasn't like he forced her. Once inside the room, Qining was instantly super nervous. Lin Fan, do you want some water? It was her first time going to a hotel with a guy, she had zero experience. Now that they were in the room, she had no idea what came next. What was the process? Talk for a while? Or get straight to the point? I'm not thirsty, but I'm a little hungry. Lin Fan pulled Qining into his arms. You're hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll order delivery right now. Qining quickly reached for her phone. I don't want delivery, I want to eat you. Silken sleeves flutter on the bed, lovers entwined in embrace. Mandarin ducks dance neck to neck, jade pillows joined in delight. Lin Fan had brought his tablet. He had planned to use it during his post-event clarity time to get some work done, maybe draw a few pages of his comic. A bit each day, and the whole work would be done soon. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Once he hit that clarity phase, there was no time to draw anything. If he really did try to draw a few pages, the sun would be rising and he wouldn't get any sleep. In the end, he didn't even take the tablet out of his bag. He just fell asleep holding Qining. The next morning, Qining woke up first. To be fair, people who exercise regularly really are healthier and recover faster. She had trained all day, done a 12.4-mile hike at night, and then didn't sleep until after 3 a.m., but she still woke up at 7 a.m. If Qining hadn't woken him, he wouldn't have wanted to get up at all. Military parade or whatever, screw it. But in the end, Qining pulled Lin Fan up. He was a guy, so it didn't matter. Even if he skipped the parade, there wouldn't be any consequences. But it was different for Chen. She was an instructor, a student of the infantry academy. If she missed the parade, she could be penalized when she got back. Her dorm mates knew she ran out last night too. If she skipped the parade because she was on a date with a guy, she'd not only get penalized, she'd become the laughingstock of the whole school. So for her sake, Lin Fan got up. After washing up, they returned to school together and then went to their own dorms. To attend the parade, they had to wear training uniforms or instructor uniforms. Casual wear wasn't allowed. Back at the dorm, Zhang Wei was still gaming at his desk. Still gaming? Aren't you going to the parade? What's the rush? They said 8 a.m. meetup, but it'll be at least another 30 minutes before anything starts. It's hot outside, I'm not going early to bake in the sun. But you didn't come back last night. Which girl did you book a room with this time? Zhang Wei turned and looked at Lin Fan, who was changing. Yeah. Lin Fan, I gotta say, you're way too casual about this. If you sleep with girls so easily, they won't treasure you. You could go to the Imperial Sperm Bank once and get at least $1,500 in nutrition compensation. Do those girls pay you that much per night? We guys have a short prime, man. If you don't take care of your body, you'll regret it sooner or later. Lin Fan understood what Zhang Wei said, but he wouldn't join in. In a world like paradise, with girls being so proactive, if he still pushed all the girls away, wouldn't that mean he transmigrated for nothing? Although there were sayings online describing how short a man's prime is. Stuff like, in middle age, men soak goji berries in thermoses. Or, after 30, men go downhill every day. Or, a man after 26 is no different from one at 62. But those were exaggerated. Or maybe they applied to most people, but not to everyone. Some people, even at 62, still had the body of someone who's 26. Lin Fan didn't know how long his body would last, but he had a system. Even if his original prime only lasted to 40, or even just 30, now that he had the system, his prime could be extended indefinitely. Up until the last second before death could still count as his prime. After changing clothes, Lin Fan left the dorm and headed for the sports field. When he arrived, there were already many people standing there. In the area where their class used to train, the girls from his class were already lined up in formation, and instructor Chening had also changed back into her instructor uniform and arrived ahead of him. In addition, around the field and in the stands, a large number of upper-class women and upperclassmen in casual clothes had gathered. With military training about to end, the upperclassmen were also about to start school. In the past few days, many of them had already returned to campus. While they trained, plenty of seniors had come to watch. Some particularly mean seniors even deliberately brought huge watermelons to watch them train from the side, trying to provoke the underclassmen suffering under the hot sun. It's Lin Fan himself. Hubby's even more handsome in real life than online. Lin Fan, I love you. As Lin Fan walked into the field, some girls who saw him immediately let out waves of screams. Lin Fan was extremely popular now, his Douyin followers had already passed 10 million. Many seniors hadn't even returned to school yet but already knew about Lin Fan. Now seeing him in person, it was too exciting. Fortunately, Wadayaku Royal Vocational Technical College was a higher education institution, and those who could get into the Royal College all had relatively high standards, or pride. Except for the arts and sports departments, students from other majors were all top scorers back in their hometowns. If your grades weren't good, there was no way to get into the Royal College. Also, since it was easy for male students to report female students for sexual harassment, even though many girls were screaming, they still held back from swarming Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled toward the crowd around him but didn't stop walking as he headed toward his class formation. That smile made the screaming seniors go even crazier. Hubby smiled at me. Bullshit. Hubby clearly smiled at me. Lin Fan is so gentle. I want to have his babies. Fly free, my love. I will follow you forever. Lin Fan, return to formation. Instructor Chening called out as she saw him approach. From her expression and tone, there was no trace of the fact that she and Lin Fan had shared the same pillow just last night. Yes, instructor. Lin Fan smiled and returned to formation. He didn't mind Chen Ying's attitude, he knew she was just shy in front of the students, afraid they'd find out about their relationship and give her strange looks. A romance between an instructor and a student, it was like a forbidden love between a teacher and student. Attention. Eyes right. Align. March in step. Go. Chening led class 1 of the manga major to their designated position. As time passed, more and more class formations arrived. 9 a.m. School leadership took the stage and gave a 10-minute formal speech. The military parade officially began. The first event was the class-by-class march. First, approaching us now is the Imperial National Flag Honor Guard. Their uniforms were different from all the other class formations. They wore formal, military uniforms. At the front was one flag bearer and 2 flag guards. Behind them was the Honor Guard formation, 3 rows of boys in front, 3 rows of girls behind. By tradition, all royal family members among the new freshmen were included in the Honor Guard. If the number was insufficient, good-looking students were selected from other classes to join. Lin Fan had originally been invited but wasn't selected in the end. His height was too tall. This time, only students between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 11 inches were allowed. Lin Fan was 6 feet 0.5 inches, didn't meet the requirement, so he was left out. As for why the height requirement was between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 11 inches, that was an unspoken rule. Every year the height standards changed. It depended on the height range of all male royal family members that year. If you were too tall or too short, you'd look out of place in the formation. What a shame, Lin Fan's 4 centimeters too tall. Otherwise, he could have been in the Honor Guard. Right? If Lin Fan wore that uniform, he'd be the most handsome one. I say it's not a shame. If he were in the Honor Guard, he wouldn't have trained with us. That's true. Everyone, quiet. The instructor scolded softly. The school leaders were watching from the stage. What if they got noticed for chatting? After the Honor Guard, it was time for formations from different majors and classes. Soon, Lin Fan's class, one of the manga major, entered the queue. Lin Fan and the vice class rep, Dong Xuexue, were the front leaders. And Lin Fan was the only male lead marcher among all class formations, aside from the Honor Guard. Other boys all slacked off during training, couldn't march straight at all, let alone be leaders. They could only blend into the crowd. Lin Fan and Dong Xuexue held rifles, marched in sync, leading their entire class past the reviewing stand. The crowd erupted in cheers, a sound none of the other class formations got when passing the stage. Lin Fan was just that popular. Even in school, a huge number of girls were his fans. Some boys, too, were captivated by his 2 songs, they were just that good. Lin Fan wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt countless eyes on him from the stands. He even felt like people on the reviewing stand were watching him too. No, it wasn't an illusion. When passing the stage, all members of the formation had to look toward the platform, so did Lin Fan. Then, his eyes met with the principal's, who was standing in the center. The moment their eyes met, the principal smiled at him. And that smile had meaning, a strange, deep meaning. It made Lin Fan shiver a little. Could it be, the principal has a thing for me too? No way. Even if the principal was a woman, she looked at least over 40. He didn't mind women a few years older, but not a few decades older. No way. He had to talk to the Lee Siling sisters later. He really didn't want to be taken care of by the principal, even if she was royalty too. After the march past ended, the next was the dagger combat drill. It was performed by a formation of 160 girls, arranged in a 20 by 8 square in the center of the field. Each of these girls had a sharp gaze and overwhelming presence, completely on par with the boys from Lin Fan's previous life. Due to the sharp decline in the male population, the male-to-female ratio had reached a shocking 1:10, or even worse. This meant that women in this world basically held up the entire sky. To be honest, Lin Fan really admired the women of this world. After the dagger drill was the hand-to-hand combat formation, also an all-female unit, not a single boy. After that came the enemy capture boxing formation, the capture knife formation, battlefield first aid demonstrations, etc. Every performance was done entirely by female formations. Women were the pillars of this world. As for the men, they couldn't even be bothered to properly practice marching or walking in step. After just a short while of training, they'd run off to rest in the shade. How could they possibly join these intense drills? The only training that included boys was the flag guard formation. Once selected, they weren't allowed to refuse. After joining the Honor Guard, slacking off in training wasn't permitted either. After all, the imperial flag represented the Great Xia Empire. If the flag guards couldn't march properly, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the empire? By the time all the performances were finished, it was already 11 a.m. The principal returned to the podium and gave another 7 or 8 minutes of closing remarks. Only then did the military parade officially conclude. All the class formations orderly left the field. "Instructor, are you leaving today?" Class President Chen Pingping asked, clearly reluctant. After 2 weeks of training, they had built deep bonds with their instructors. After all, Chening was only 1 or 2 years older than them. They were basically the same age, there was no generation gap. "Yeah, after lunch. We leave at 2 p.m., Chening replied, also feeling reluctant to part. Of course, what she felt most reluctant about was Lin Fan. They had just made their relationship official. Once she returned, it would be hard to see him again in the short term. Although the Great Xia Army's infantry academy wasn't a fully closed military school, it was still under strict military-style management. It was basically impossible to leave campus just to meet Lin Fan. But Chinning didn't let her eyes linger too long on Lin Fan. She didn't want the others to know she was with him. She knew very well that many people in Manga Class 1 liked Lin Fan. Some had even confessed to him privately, but none had succeeded. And yet she, a visiting instructor, succeeded. She didn't want her students to resent her for that. "Instructor, let's go out for lunch. Consider it a farewell meal for you," Vice Class President Dong Shueshue suggested. "There's no rule saying instructors can't eat with us today, right?" Lin Fan chimed in. After 2 weeks together, it was only right that they treat instructor Chinning to a farewell meal. Chinning shook her head. "No, there's no rule like that. In that case, let's move fast. It's already getting late. Let's find a restaurant. Instructor still has to report in after lunch," said Class President Chen Pingping, clapping her hands. Everyone exited through the west gate and arrived at the food street outside, where there were many restaurants. Chenning was from northern Jiangxi, known for loving spicy food. They found a Jiangxi-style stir-fry restaurant. With 40 people, they took up 4 large tables in the hall. Luckily, they arrived early. If they had been 10 or 15 minutes later, there wouldn't have been enough seats for everyone. Since this was for Instructor Chen Ying's farewell, Lin Fan, the only guy in the class, naturally had to accompany her and sat right next to her. That made Chinning extremely happy the whole time. Since she had to report at 2 p.m., Chinning couldn't drink and could only use soft drinks in place of alcohol. But the rest of the girls had no such worries. Every table had plenty of booze. Baijiu, beer, they drank quite a bit. Many, emboldened by alcohol, came up to Lin Fan to confess their love. Lin Fan treated everyone the same. He rejected them all. It wasn't that there weren't attractive girls in the class. In fact, only 2 girls met his standards, Vice President Dong Shueshue and another girl. But with so many people confessing one after another, he couldn't just accept any of them. If he accepted either of the 2, not only would it embarrass the rest, but those 2 might even be socially isolated later. He could consider that privately another time, but today was definitely not the time to accept anyone. Since he rejected everyone, no one felt too bad. Most of them even said they wouldn't give up so easily. At 1 p.m., Lin Fan went to the front counter and paid the bill. 4 tables totaled a bit over 5,100 yen. The owner gave a small discount and only charged 5,000 yen. That came out to about 125 yen per person. It wasn't because the dishes were expensive, just that people drank a lot. Most were laughing and chatting, not even noticing Lin Fan had gone to pay. Only Chinning, sipping soda, noticed Lin Fan had gone to the counter. When Lin Fan first got up, she thought he was going to the restroom. She didn't expect him to go pay the bill. Chinning walked over. "Lin Fan, how much was it? I'll transfer it to you." "How could a guy pay for the meal?" "What, we're splitting the bill now?" "No, we have a rule. We're not allowed to let students pay for food or drinks," Chinning quickly explained. She had intended to split the bill from the start. But now that Lin Fan had already paid, she couldn't let him take the hit. Guys had way more expenses: clothes, skincare, electronics, gaming, microtransactions, all cost money. Lin Fan just spent 5,000 in one go. How was he going to survive the rest of the month? "What? I can't even treat my girlfriend to a meal now. If anyone has a problem, tell them to come find me, I'll explain it to them myself," Lin Fan said with a glare. What couple couldn't spend money on each other? There was no such law in the empire. Lin Fan, Chinning was overwhelmed with emotion. In this day and age, how many guys in relationships still spent money on their girlfriends? Meeting Lin Fan and being with him might just be the luckiest thing that ever happened to her. "If you end up short on money later, message me. I'll transfer some to you," Chinning said. "What, you think your man's that poor? Don't forget, I signed an SSS-level contract with Starshine Entertainment. Even without bonuses, just my base salary is 50 million yen a year. You think I'm short on cash?" Chinning pursed her lips. She felt like she wasn't doing a good job as a girlfriend at all. Lin Fan didn't seem to need her at all. "What, I spend money on you and you're unhappy?" Lin Fan noticed something off in her mood. It felt weird. This would have been impossible in his past life, unless it was the other way around. "No, no." Chinning quickly shook her head. She had finally succeeded in her confession. She didn't want to be single again in under 24 hours. "Lin Fan, this is for you." Chinning pulled out a white jade bracelet from her pocket. "What's this?" "It's a family heirloom from my grandma, passed to me by my mom. She said when I get married, it'll be part of my dowry, Chining said, looking at him hopefully. She wanted Lin Fan to accept it. You little dummy. Lin Fan took the bracelet, cupped her face gently. After you graduate, we'll get married. Mua. Hey. Look over there. Woo. Instructor. Lin Fan, they're actually together. Why am I not the instructor? I also really want to join. Lin Fan kisses people and he's so handsome. I also really want to hug Lin Fan. First one person noticed Lin Fan and instructor Chining, then gradually everyone noticed the two of them. Chining was completely immersed, totally unaware that everyone's gazes had turned to them. But Lin Fan, while kissing Chining, was also checking the system reward. Just a moment ago, when he accepted Chinying's bracelet, a voice sounded in his mind from the system. Ding! Received gift from Chining, reward skill card Piano Mastery. Piano Mastery. Lin Fan originally didn't know how to play piano, but after using this skill card, a great amount of piano playing knowledge and technique appeared in his mind. According to the piano grade system, Lin Fan's level now should be at a performance level. With the Magic Hands bonus, Lin Fan felt his piano playing level could even reach that of a normal pianist. After feeling the newly acquired piano playing skill, Lin Fan then voluntarily separated from Chining, and only then did Chining notice that all the students' eyes were on her. Just now while kissing she hadn't blushed, but now she flushed instantly. Why worry? You're my rightfully wedded girlfriend. Lin Fan held Chinying's hand and returned to their previous seats. Damn. Instructor, you're unfair. Sneaked up on Lin Fan behind our backs. Class President Chen Pingping looked at Chining with full envy. Just seeing the two of them hugging and kissing, she wished she could swap places with Chining. For that she'd even be willing to live 10 years less. Instructor. Confess frankly. When did you and Lin Fan get together? You kept it from us for so long? Vice Class President Dong Xuexue also felt unhappy. She believed she was the prettiest girl in the class. Among more than 40 people, she thought she had the best chance to be with Lin Fan. In the end, she failed, and instead this outsider, Instructor Chining, beat her to it. She couldn't understand why. Even though she was right there by the water, she still didn't get the moon. So miserable. Not long ago, just last night when I confessed, Chining said with some embarrassment. Manga Class 1 originally had only Lin Fan as the male student, and yet he got intercepted by this outsider. In front of all the students, she felt somewhat guilty. Last night? Last night you two didn't say anything, right? So instructor, last night you kept Lin Fan behind alone, was that to confess? Everyone was crazy curious. Okay, are you interrogating us? Lin Fan interrupted the students' questions. It's getting late, we should go back. The instructor still has to gather everyone. If you're late, do you want the instructor to get criticized? Lin Fan, you still call her instructor? Shouldn't you say honey or wife? Someone teased loudly. You know nothing. Instructor is a term of endearment exclusive to Chining. Lin Fan hugged Chinying's waist and pulled her into his arms. Saying that, he looked at his wrist to check the time. Okay, it's past 1 o'clock, let's go. Oh right, those who drank less should support those who are drunk so they don't fall into the ditch, Lin Fan reminded. At 4 tables, several people were already leaning on the tables. Everyone left the restaurant and returned to school. The bus that would pick up Chining and the others had already arrived and was parked at the South Plaza. Chining returned to the dorm to pack up, and soon emerged from the dorm building pushing a suitcase with several other instructors. Lin Fan and company accompanied Chining and the others to the South Plaza. There were many people at the South Plaza, many had come to see off their class instructors. However, most were girls coming to see off, and boys were very few. Besides Lin Fan, there were only about 10 boys at the scene. Lin Fan classmate, give me a friend ad, a companion next to Chining said. After 2 weeks of training, that instructor's class had stayed near their class nearly the whole time. So Lin Fan knew that female instructor. Yeah Lin Fan, add a friend. When you become a big star, I can show off to those around me, another person joked. Okay, add then. Lin Fan took out his phone and opened his QR code. Although these two girls didn't meet his standard of appearance, they were friends of Chining, so he had to respect that. They chatted only a short while, and soon it was time for Chining and the others to depart. The chief instructor gave the instruction to board the bus. Then something unexpected happened. Several female instructors came up to him, each placing a small gift box into his arms, saying, Lin Fan, I like you, then turning and running away. In less than 2 minutes, he had 7 or 8 exquisitely packaged small gift boxes in his arms. He hadn't had time to catch them all, several gift boxes dropped to the ground, and a few female classmates from his class kindly helped him pick them up. Altogether, the gifts amounted to 15 or 16. In other words, 2 to 3 out of every 10 instructors had given him a gift. However, only 2 triggered system rewards. One rewarded a stamina card, the other a skill motorcycle driving mastery. If your appearance didn't meet the standard, even if you gave gifts, the system wouldn't trigger a reward. At 2 p.m., several buses slowly departed the school. In one bus, Chinning sat by the window, and through the glass she looked at Lin Fan with reluctant eyes. This time leaving, she wouldn't be able to meet Lin Fan again for a short while, just contact via phone. Seeing Chinning depart, Lin Fan, with the help of Dong Xuexue and a few other girls, carried all the gifts back to the dorm. Whether those gifts triggered system rewards or not, they were still tokens of affection from girls who liked him. It would be inappropriate to just throw them away. He had to unpack them and see what was inside. At the bottom of the boys' dorm building, Dong Xuexue and the others couldn't enter the boys' dorm. Lin Fan asked the dorm supervisor sister for 2 plastic bags, then carried all the gifts and took the elevator back to his room. Walking into the dorm, he saw Zhang Wei still playing games at the computer. Zhang Wei turned his head to look at Lin Fan and his face showed surprise. "Whoa! You were buying gifts for your girlfriends? Not to sound like I'm lecturing you, but we guys shouldn't be giving gifts to girls. Gift giving is what girls should do. If you give gifts to those girls, you'll only make them think you're easy. They'll stop cherishing you." Lin Fan, holding 2 bags of gifts, walked by behind Zhang Wei. "Do you think there's a possibility these are all gifts given to me?" Lin Fan sat on the sofa unpacking the gifts. Love letters plus chocolates, love letters plus doll, love letters plus silver bracelet, love letters plus figurine, love letters plus necklace. The gift boxes contained all kinds of presents, but almost every gift included a love letter. The most absurd gift was an electric cup. Lin Fan was simply shocked. The giver even wrote in the love letter that she had made the electric cup by hand, and the appearance was all designed according to her. If this weren't one of the 2 items that triggered the system reward, he really would have reported it. This totally counted as harassment. Only because her looks were good did Lin Fan kindly let her off. The other gift that triggered the system reward was a handgun. Of course, not a real gun, but a 1-to-1 model of a handgun. Among all the gifts, the one Lin Fan liked the most was this gun model. After all, how many guys in his previous life didn't love guns? The love letter included contact info and her photo. Lin Fan opened WeChat, added her contact info, and entered a verification message. "Thank you for your liking, I really like the gift you gave." After sending the message, Lin Fan opened the group chat of the 5 sisters. "Lin Fan, wives, thank you for your hard work. I have some things this afternoon, so I won't go today. I'll go to the company tomorrow morning instead, love you all." It was already 2:30 p.m. Going to the company would take at least an hour, and he didn't feel like making another trip. No afternoon plans, he'd just stay in the dorm with the air conditioning on and draw the manga. He wanted to finish Your Name sooner, so he could give fans a shock. First make a name for himself in manga with Your Name, then afterwards he could draw whatever he liked. All the classic manga he had read before he could bring into this world: Death Note, Naruto, One Piece, Detective Conan, Dragon Ball, Doraemon, Crayon Shinchan, Neza, White Snake, Teen Times, 9 Songs, One Person, Skull Brothers. Of course, with so many classics, one person alone doesn't have enough time. But it's okay, he could start a manga company, and within the company form different manga teams. He would provide the outline and setting, and the other teams would complete the work. If there could be worker manga in his previous life, then this world could have worker manga too. Suddenly the class group chat popped up a message: everyone. Counselor Xia Tian, everyone. You have a break the next 2 days, classes start on the 3rd. Tonight at 7 p.m., everyone to Art Building Room 305 for a meeting. Try not to ask for leave. The schedule for this semester is in the group files, download it yourselves, or download the Royal Academy app and input your student number to check. Lin Fan read the counselor's message and was about to reply 1 to show he had received it. Just as he clicked into the input box, Counselor Xia Tian sent him a private message. Counselor Xia Tian, Lin Fan, you don't have other things to do tonight, right? Lin Fan, no, I'll be there on time. Counselor Xia Tian, great. Lin Fan, Counselor, is there something important to discuss tonight? Counselor Xia Tian, military training is over, your university life officially begins. A lot of things to arrange. Lin Fan didn't ask more, he'd know tonight anyway. He tossed his phone aside, grabbed the tablet, and began working. When someone works seriously, time flies. In a blink it was 6 p.m. Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian almost simultaneously sent messages asking Lin Fan if he wanted to go out to eat. He declined both. He already had a big meal at lunch, tonight an apple would do. If you want to lose weight you must go all in, stop-go is too easy to rebound. During 2 weeks of military training, he successfully dropped his weight from 194 pounds to 181 pounds, a loss of 13 pounds. His BMI also dropped from 26 to early 24s. Without using an appearance card, his appearance rating also rose by 2 points, reaching 93. Once he gets his BMI down to around 20, he estimates his appearance could hit the max value 100. Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian were already used to his refusals, so they weren't mad at all. Shortly thereafter they invited him to hang out tomorrow or the day after, but he refused again. After training for 2 weeks under the sun, their skin was tanned. Wang Xidian said she'd take Lin Fan for skincare. Lin Fan, tomorrow day I'll go to the company, later we'll see. Wang Xidian, also yeah, baby you signed the contract a long time ago, you haven't even been to the company yet. Then tomorrow I'll accompany you to your company. Lin Fan, not to Starshine Entertainment, but to my own company. Wang Xidian, Baby you started a company? Lin Fan, yes, I started a game company. Wang Xidian, wow. Baby so amazing. I want to go to your company too. Lin Fan, sure. If free later, we'll go to Starshine Entertainment together. I signed the contract and yet I haven't even been to the company. Wang Xidian, good. Lu Ruyan also invited Lin Fan out to play, but he refused. She didn't press too hard, she only reminded him to not work too hard and to rest. Having watched hundreds of dramas, she knew women shouldn't cling too much to guys, or else they easily get disliked. Lin Fan, tomorrow want to go to my company together? He suddenly remembered Lu Ruyan studied performance art. After coming out from his company, going to Starshine Entertainment, maybe there's a chance for Lu Ruyan to also sign with Starshine Entertainment. Lu Ruyan's family situation was only average, not too good. If she could sign with Starshine, not only would it reduce her financial burden, it would give her early exposure to the entertainment industry and lay the groundwork for her future acting career. Lu Ruyan got excited at Lin Fan's invitation. Can I come too? Lin Fan, of course you can, you are my woman. Lu Ruyan, MWO hubby your best. At 6:30, Lin Fan jogged to the art building. It got much cooler after dark, but after running nearly 2 kilometers, Lin Fan was still sweating quite a bit. When he arrived at classroom 305, most of the girls were already there. Lin Fan, sit here. Class President Chen Pingping waved at Lin Fan. Everyone in the class knew that Chen Pingping liked Lin Fan, but he had never responded to her feelings. No, I want to sit alone. Lin Fan walked straight to a seat by the window in the back row. Wang's hometown, that was his exclusive seat. Chen Pingping wasn't discouraged by Lin Fan's attitude. From the start, she knew that a super handsome guy like Lin Fan wasn't easy to chase. But she believed that as long as she kept at it and didn't give up, Lin Fan would definitely be moved. At 2 minutes to 7, Counselor Xia Tian walked into the classroom. Xia Tian went up to the podium and glanced around the room. Everyone should be here, right? I'll take attendance. As she spoke, Xia Tian picked up the roster and began calling names. There were too many students in the class, and she hadn't had much interaction with them over the past half-month, so she still couldn't match many names to faces. Of course, this didn't include Lin Fan. He was the only boy in the class, there was no way she could forget Lin Fan. Counselor Xia Tian called names one by one, with Lin Fan being the last. Very good, everyone's here. About tonight's meeting, there are a few things to cover. First is the election of class officers. The positions to be elected are Class President, Vice President, Study Committee Member, Discipline Committee Member, Arts Committee Member, Sports Committee Member, Publicity Committee Member, and Labor Committee Member. Counselor Xia Tian wrote the names of each position on the blackboard. As for subject representatives, those will be decided by each subject teacher. Now, anyone who wants to run for a class officer position, raise your hand and come up to say a few words and campaign for yourself. Schwa. 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 As soon as Xia Tian finished speaking, quite a few people raised their hands. There were about a dozen or so, while the rest just sat and watched quietly, showing no intention of running. Counselor Xia Tian looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't you want to be a class officer? Honestly, no one in the class is more suitable than you for study or arts committee member. The comics class belonged to the arts department, and their admission scores were much lower than other majors. But Lin Fan was this year's second highest scorer in the college entrance exam. His results far exceeded everyone else's. Lin Fan was an excellent singer and could even compose his own songs. In terms of arts, who could match him? Counselor, I have a lot going on. I really don't have time to be a class officer. Lin Fan shrugged. He had just started a game company, and later he'd also start animation, entertainment, film, and even tech companies. How could he have time for this? True. Counselor Xia Tian thought for a moment. It made sense. She also knew that Lin Fan had signed with Starshine Entertainment. Lin Fan would definitely be very busy in the future, so he really didn't have time to be a class officer. In that case, those who want to be class officers, come write your name next to the position you want. If more than one person chooses a position, the class will vote anonymously. Soon, after voting, all the class officer positions were filled. Class president and vice president remained Chen Pingping and Dong Xuexiue. They had done a decent job over the past half-month. After the election, they moved on to miscellaneous matters. Explaining the rules for taking leave, the criteria for financial aid, school rules and regulations, and so on. Now there's one last thing. It's about the welcome party. In 2 weeks, the school will hold a welcome party to celebrate everyone joining the Royal Academy family. According to Royal Academy tradition, freshmen can also sign up to perform if they want. Performance types can include singing, dancing, crosstalk, skits, stage plays, etc. Anyone in our class want to perform? Xia Tian scanned the room. The girls were whispering among themselves, but no one stood up to sign up. But something like this wouldn't be decided so quickly anyway. Everyone think about it. If you want to perform, sign up with me within a week. I'll submit your names and programs. After speaking, Counselor Xia Tian looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, how about you sing a song on behalf of our comics class? I bet all the girls in school are looking forward to seeing you perform. Xia Tian said with a smile. She herself also wanted to see Lin Fan perform live. The 2 times Lin Fan sang before, she hadn't been there and only saw videos online. As the counselor of comics class, not seeing her own student perform live made her feel very regretful. Lin Fan scratched his head. Lin Fan. Sing one. Yeah. Lin Fan, go up and sing. We'll all be there to cheer you on. All the girls in the class started egging him on. Even when he sang casually, Lin Fan sounded amazing. If he performed on stage, wouldn't it be like a mini concert? How could they miss that kind of chance? All right, sign me up then. Lin Fan nodded. Occasionally giving the harem some perks could attract more concubines to come closer to him. Counselor Xia Tian's eyes lit up. Great. Then Lin Fan, which song are you planning to sing? Unnecessary explanation? Or, if one day I become very rich? She could finally see Lin Fan perform live. The song's not decided yet. I'll see if I get any new inspiration in the next few days. Lin Fan thought for a moment. There were too many classic hits from his past life, he had to release them bit by bit, otherwise when would he ever finish singing them all? You're writing a new song again? Xia Tian was a bit excited. It hadn't been long, and Lin Fan was already going to write a new song. As a fan of Lin Fan, this was pure happiness. We'll see. If I'm inspired, I'll write a new one. He hadn't decided which song to choose yet. Okay. Lin Fan, let me know when you've decided. Oh right, when you write a new song, don't forget to register the copyright. If someone else snatches it, it'll be a hassle. Xia Tian reminded. I know. Lin Fan nodded. For his previous 2 songs, he hadn't thought to register the copyright right away, someone had actually tried to steal them. But the 5 sisters quickly stepped in, not only recovering the copyright but also sending the thief to jail. In the Empire, the royal family was that powerful. Now that he had signed with Starshine Entertainment, every song he wrote would have professionals handling copyright registration. Of course, all songs he wrote belonged to him. Even if other artists from the company wanted to sing them, they'd have to pay a copyright fee, though internal rates were cheaper than for outsiders. The class meeting ended around 9 o'clock. Back at the dorm, he took a shower and continued working. At exactly midnight, he lay down to sleep. At 8 a.m. the next day, Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian both arrived early downstairs at Lin Fan's dorm to wait for him. However, Lu Ruyan stood under the shade of a tree, while Wang Xidian sat in her air-conditioned car, waiting for Lin Fan. Lin Fan was still washing up. Last night, he had agreed with Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian to meet at 8:30. They would leave at 8:30 to go to the company and arrive by 9:30. In the morning, they would take a look around the company to see how the departments were doing. Games like Plants vs. Zombies and Angry Birds, whether the test versions had been made. As a transmigrator, he had to personally try them out. Although he had given the ideas, settings, and even concept art, the chances of the staff messing it up weren't high. But still, just in case. At 8:20, Lin Fan finished washing up, picked up his phone, and messaged Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian to ask if they had arrived. He got replies almost instantly, both said they were already downstairs. Lin Fan scratched his head. They replied so fast. Had they arrived a long time ago? Lin Fan took his phone and room card and left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the dorm building, he saw Lu Ruyan standing a few meters away under the tree. She was holding a box of milk and a tea egg in her hands. She knew that until his fat loss period ended, Lin Fan basically wouldn't eat anything else for breakfast. Lu Ruyan had been watching the dorm entrance the whole time. When she saw Lin Fan come out, she immediately ran over to him. "Darling. Ruyan, did you get here early?" Lin Fan took the milk and tea egg. Lu Ruyan smiled and shook her head. "Nope, I just got here a little while ago." Lin Fan knew she was lying. The tea egg wasn't even warm. Clearly, she had been there for quite a while. But he didn't expose her lie. After all, in this world, it was normal for girls to arrive earlier than boys on a date. If the guy was late, that's when there'd be trouble. 10 meters away, the door of a red Panamera opened, and Wang Xidian got out of the car. She was also holding breakfast. But unlike Lu Ruyan, the breakfast Wang Xidian brought was much more. Soup dumplings, big buns, egg pancake, fried dough sticks, savory pancakes, milk, yogurt. A whole big bag of breakfast. "Baby." Seeing Wang Xidian walk over, Lin Fan also took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked toward her. Tian, all this breakfast is for me?" Lin Fan looked at her strangely. Even if he weren't on a diet, he still couldn't eat that much. "I just wanted to give you more options," Wang Xidian smiled awkwardly. Lin Fan rolled his eyes at her. "Looks to me like you don't want me to lose weight." "Because baby, you don't need to lose weight, you're not fat." Wang Xidian immediately acted cute to coax him. She really didn't want Lin Fan to keep dieting. Lin Fan was already handsome, and after 2 weeks of dieting, his face had become even better looking. She was afraid that if this continued, countless more sisters would show up. The Daxia Empire did allow men to have multiple wives, but if her man really had many wives, the love she received would definitely be less. Even that would be fine. But if more girls prettier than her started chasing Lin Fan and he didn't choose her in the end, wouldn't she cry to death? So Wang Xidian felt that it was actually good for Lin Fan to be a little chubbier. It felt safer. Lin Fan peeled the tea egg in his hand, stuffed it whole into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it down with 2 gulps of milk. He then finished the rest of the milk in a few sips and casually threw the trash into a bin 3 meters away. "All right, let's go, to my company first." "Okay." The three returned to the car. Wang Xidian sat in the driver's seat, Lin Fan in the passenger seat, and Lu Ruyan had to sit in the back. "Baby, what's the company address?" Wang Xidian took out her phone. "Let me check." Lin Fan also pulled out his phone. He hadn't been to his own company yet. The 5 sisters had mentioned it to him before, but he didn't pay much attention. It seemed to be called Empire Building or something. Soon, Lin Fan found it in his history. Sure enough, it was Empire Building. 26th floor of Empire Building. Wang Xidian entered Empire Building into the map app, set up navigation, and put her phone on the mount. "Let's go." Lin Fan also sent a message to the 5 sisters, telling them he was on his way. About an hour later, Wang Xidian drove into the underground parking lot of Empire Building. The 3 took the elevator to the 26th floor together. Since it wasn't rush hour, the elevator was pretty fast. Arriving on the 26th floor, they stepped out and saw Lin Fan's company, Other Dimension. At the same time, they also saw the 5 sisters waiting at the front desk. When she saw Lin Fan at the entrance, Li Xiling immediately ran up and jumped into his arms. "Honey." After not seeing him for a few days, she felt like Lin Fan had gotten even more handsome. "Mua." The other 4 sisters also came to the company entrance. "Wives, did you miss me?" Lin Fan smiled at them. They hadn't seen each other for several days. "Li Siyu, of course we missed you." Li Sijin lifted her chin slightly. "Humph." Li Siji wore headphones and didn't speak, but her eyes stayed fixed on Lin Fan's handsome face. Lin Fan was really getting more and more handsome. Li Xiao blushed and nodded. "Missed you." The 2 front desk ladies looked on in shock. Everyone at the company knew there was another mysterious big boss, but no one knew who it was. Now, they finally saw him in person. Oh my god. The big boss is this handsome? This class is too lucky. If they could get the boss's favor, they'd be willing even to throw themselves at him. One of the receptionists, looking at Lin Fan's familiar face, grabbed her colleague's arm and shook it excitedly. Lin Fan. It's really Lin Fan. Our big boss is actually Lin Fan. Ah? I feel so happy I could faint, she kept whispering. If not for the last bit of rationality telling her to stay calm, or she might get fired, she would have already run over to ask Lin Fan for a photo and autograph. God knows how many times she had listened to the 2 songs Lin Fan sang these past few days. And she never got tired of them. "Hello, sisters." Lu Ruyan politely greeted the five sisters. She kept a low profile. Lu Ruyan knew she was pretty, but that was all. Her family was average, with no background or connections. She couldn't help Lin Fan in his career. But the five sisters were different. Based on campus forum discussions, the five sisters were likely royal family members. Compared to them, she had no advantage, so she was fine being the small one. Hello, sisters. Wang Xidian also followed Lu Ruyan and greeted the five sisters. Wang Xidian had her own pride. Her mother was the chairwoman of the empire's largest entertainment company, and her father was the richest man in the empire. Of course, that title of richest excluded the royal family. But even so, her family's status in the Daxia Empire was beyond question. To ordinary people, she was absolutely unattainable. Take Lu Ruyan, for example. She didn't even consider Lu Ruyan a competitor. Lu Ruyan wasn't even worth her attention. Even if Lu Ruyan married Lin Fan in the future, her status would never be higher than hers. But the five sisters were different from Lu Ruyan. Others could only guess, but Wang Xidian knew, the five sisters were royal family members. And their family wasn't one of those who had distanced themselves from the royal court, but one of the current most powerful princes. Their mother was Princess Yan, Li Yunyao. As for how she knew this so clearly, of course it was because her brother got into trouble back then. Last year, her brother Wang Jiang enrolled in the Royal Academy, met the five sisters, and was instantly stunned by their beauty and the unique attribute of being quintuplets. Then her idiot brother started what he called pursuing them, but in reality, he was pestering them. At first, the five sisters clearly rejected her brother, but he didn't give up so easily. Being a boy, and the son of the richest man, her brother had hardly ever failed in love. Naturally, he wouldn't give up easily. But after pestering them for too long, the five sisters got annoyed. In the end, their family received a warning from a royal relative. Then her father took her brother and a gift, and personally went to Princess Yan's mansion to apologize. After they got back, her brother was beaten by their father so badly he couldn't sit for days. Everyone in the family was warned by their father to absolutely never offend the five sisters. It was said that because of her brother's incident, their family almost got purged. Luckily, her brother wasn't stupid. He had always used normal methods to pursue girls and never used any underhanded tricks. After all, this was the capital. If you threw a brick, you might hit an official. If you were unlucky and hit a royal family member, that would be a disaster. If her brother had used improper means to chase the five sisters, their family would definitely have been finished. Now that she was seeing the five sisters in person, Wang Xidian was naturally very respectful, even more so than Lu Ruyan. The five sisters all smiled and greeted Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian. Before they came, Lin Fan had already told them about Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian. Of course, they wouldn't act arrogantly just because they were from the royal family. They had received proper royal education. When interacting with civilians, they couldn't act arrogant. That would damage the royal family's reputation. Although the royal family's power was still supreme, in modern society, they also had to consider the feelings of ordinary people. Besides, Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian were Lin Fan's women. If they showed attitude toward them, wouldn't that be the same as showing attitude toward Lin Fan? Alright, stop standing at the door. Give me a tour of the company. Honey, come with us. Li Xiling directly took Lin Fan's arm and walked into the company. She didn't care about any leader's image or whatever. She hadn't seen Lin Fan in days and missed him to death. Lin Fan followed the five sisters to visit each department of the company. While getting familiar with the environment, he was also introduced to each department manager. Lastly, he went on to inspect each game team's work. Among them, Fruit Ninja and Temple Run were both fully completed and currently in testing. Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and Machinarium had all produced demo levels. Plants vs. Zombies and Angry Birds had more levels done. Machinarium was progressing the slowest with the fewest levels. This was normal. After all, different games had different development difficulties. Fruit Ninja and Temple Run were mostly repetitive visuals. As long as the randomization algorithm was done well, it was fine. Plants vs. Zombies and Angry Birds mainly had many levels, but each level was relatively simple. Among the games Lin Fan provided, only Machinarium was a bit more complex. Lin Fan personally tested all 5 games one by one. All 5 games were very close to how they were in his previous life. After all, he had provided detailed game settings and key concept art. If the games still turned out very different, he would have to consider layoffs. Machinarium had the biggest difference. He only provided the main character and the art style. All level details had to be done by the development team, so the bigger difference was understandable. But after testing, the levels were still playable. After testing the 5 games, Lin Fan left a few more game ideas. They were Running Game, Match 3, and Dodiju, Landlord. Once those teams finished their current projects, they would start the new ones. The company had a cafeteria, with cheap prices, fresh ingredients, and good taste. In his past life, he had been a heavily exploited worker. In this life, as a boss, he wanted to be a boss with a conscience. Employee benefits had to be above industry standard. So at noon, Lin Fan had lunch in the cafeteria with everyone in the company. He had to check whether his requirements were being met. It turned out that his requirements had been well implemented. The variety of dishes in the cafeteria, whether in ingredients or taste, were all quite good. While eating, a girl mustered her courage and came over to their table. "Mr. Lin. I'm your fan. I really love your 2 songs. Can I take a photo with you?" the girl said shyly. She originally wanted to just call him Lin Fan, but remembering they were at work, she forced herself to say, "Mr. Lin." Lin Fan looked up at her and immediately recognized her. Wasn't she one of the 2 front desk girls? Both front desk girls at the company were quite pretty. Even though the 5 sisters hadn't introduced them, he still remembered them. "I remember you, you're the receptionist, right?" The receptionist girl got even more excited seeing Lin Fan remembered her. "Yes. My name is Gu Xiaoyan. I'm the receptionist. Ever since I saw your singing videos on Douyin, I've been your fan. I never dreamed you'd actually be my boss. If other Tonglin birds knew, they'd die of envy." Lin Fan looked puzzled. "Tonglin birds?" "Yes. That's the name of your fan group, Mr. Lin. I'm one of the Tonglin birds." Yixiuan smiled brightly. Almost all of Lin Fan's fans were wife fans, they all wanted to be his wife. When Lin Fan heard that Tonglin birds was his fan name, his expression turned strange. Married couples are like Tonglin birds. Then when disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Why did this fan name feel kind of unlucky? Lin Fan took a group photo with Gu Xiaoyan. Of course, it wasn't just with her alone, but with his wives, the company executives, and many employees behind them. It was a large group photo. It wasn't just for Gu Xiaoyan, anyone else in the company who wanted it could download it from the company's internal website. "Gu Xiaoyan," Lin Fan called out. Gu Xiaoyan quickly responded, "President Lin. When you post on Moments or any other platform, add one more sentence. Just say, the name Tonglin bird doesn't sound good. Let's change it to Sholin Run, Forest Guardians," Lin Fan said. Having his fans called Tonglin birds made him feel like he could be betrayed by his fans at any time. "Eh? Tonglin bird doesn't sound good? I think it sounds quite nice." Gu Xiaoyan scratched her head. She had even participated in the discussion when the fan name was decided. Tonglin bird had received her vote too. "It doesn't sound good. I don't like it," Lin Fan directly shook his head. Anyone who called themselves a Tonglin bird, he would absolutely not acknowledge them as his fan. He had enough confidence to be this willful. "I got it. From now on, I'm a forest guardian." Hearing that Lin Fan didn't like the name Tonglin bird, Gu Xiaoyan immediately changed sides. After all, she was a fan of Lin Fan. If she couldn't get his approval, then the name Tonglin bird was meaningless. Besides, Lin Fan was her big boss. If the big boss voiced his opinion and she didn't listen, and ended up being targeted or even fired, wouldn't she cry herself to death? She could chase idols while holding a relaxed, well-paid job. She knew how to weigh priorities. After lunch, the group took a nap in Lin Fan's CEO office. At 2 p.m., Lin Fan brought Lu Ruyan and Wang Xidian with him to Starshine Entertainment. The 5 sisters also came along. They came to support Lin Fan. If Starshine Entertainment treated Lin Fan poorly, they wouldn't let it slide. Also, Lin Fan said if time allowed in the afternoon, he might record the 2 songs he had sung before. Now that military training was over, the online versions of those 2 songs were still of him singing in uniform on the sports field. Online fans had been asking for a long time for him to re-record those 2 songs. Although his a cappella was good, it definitely couldn't compare to songs recorded in a studio. Not to mention the current online versions were all recorded by girls on their phones. The audio quality was even worse. The 5 sisters also wanted to be the first to hear how Lin Fan's song sounded in the studio. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Starshine Entertainment. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw the CEO of Starshine Entertainment, Jiang Yuyan, standing at the company entrance with others to greet them. On the way, Wang Xidian had sent a message to her mom, saying the quintuplet sisters would be coming with them. So Jiang Yuyan naturally had to be more welcoming. "Greetings, your highnesses," she said to the 5 princesses. "Huh? You know who we are?" Li Xiu looked at Jiang Yuyan in surprise. Although the school forum had speculated that the 5 sisters were members of the royal family, it was only speculation. There was no real evidence to confirm they were. But looking at this mature career woman in front of them, she clearly knew their identities. In fact, Lee Siyu even felt that this woman probably knew their mother was Princess Yen. Wang Jiang is my son, Jiang Yuyan said with a guilty expression. Wang Jiang was born to the second wife, while she was the third wife. But technically, she was also Wang Jiang's mother. My son caused a lot of trouble for your highnesses. I am deeply ashamed, Jiang Yuyan apologized again. Oh, that fat bastard. Li Xiling suddenly remembered who Wang Jiang was. Xiling? That's too rude. Li Siyu glared at her fourth sister. Who insults someone's son right in front of them? Humph, but it's true, Li Xiling was a bit defiant. That fat bastard had pestered them every day back then. He had driven her mad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had their family step in to issue a warning. What this princess said is right, my son really is a fat bastard. Jiang Yuyan quickly said. It was precisely because of that fat bastard Wang Jiang that their Wang family had almost been purged by the empire. That damn brat really was a fat bastard. The whole family used to spoil their only son, but ever since that incident, Wang Jiang's status at home had dropped sharply. The most obvious was financially. His monthly allowance used to have a cap of 100 million yuan. If he wanted more than that, he only had to submit a report. Which really just meant asking. The family would still give it. But after last year's incident, his father beat him so badly he couldn't sit for days and cut his monthly allowance. The former monthly limit of 100 million was now reduced to 5 million. Not a cent more. No reporting, nothing. Unless it was something extremely important, not a cent extra. Now his monthly pocket money was even less than his younger sister Wang Xitian's. Wang Jiang was much more low-key now. Xitian, what's the deal with your brother? Lin Fan asked Wang Xitian curiously. This seemed like a big scoop. Baby, here's what happened. Wang Xitian briefly told Lin Fan about what had happened with her brother last year. Baby, you're not mad at me, right? Wang Xitian looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of anxiety. She was worried Lin Fan might blame her for her brother's actions. Silly girl, why would I be mad at you? Lin Fan reached out and flicked her nose. Your brother is your brother, you are you. Besides, your brother was just pursuing Siyu and the others in a normal way. It's really no big deal. The five sisters were so beautiful, it would be strange if no one pursued them. And Wang Jiang, being the son of the country's richest man and a top-tier second-generation rich kid, didn't even try dirty tricks on the sisters. That already counted as good upbringing. Lin Fan believed that the five sisters must have encountered shady people using underhanded tricks against them before. Quintuplets, and all stunningly beautiful, even if there weren't many guys, quite a few would be attracted to them. But Lin Fan was sure all those shady attempts had been blocked. After all, they were daughters of Princess Yen. Lin Fan, Xitian is truly lucky to have met you. You're not only handsome and charming, but also generous and open-minded. Jiang Yuyan looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of affection, the gaze of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. She was full of admiration. Judging by the situation, even though she didn't know which Princess Lin Fan would end up with, he was clearly destined to become a son-in-law of Princess Yen. If he had held a grudge against her daughter Xitian over Wang Jiang's matter, or even against their whole Wang family, she would have cried her eyes out. Fortunately, Lin Fan seemed to be quite fond of her daughter. That must be her daughter's good fortune. Wow, it's Lin Fan in person. Lin Fan is really even more handsome than in the videos. Since Lin Fan signed with the company, he'll be coming here often, right? So happy. We'll get to see Lin Fan often now. I really want to start a CP, couple pairing, with Lin Fan. In your dreams. If anyone's starting one, it's me. My boobs are way bigger than yours. Damn. That big chest of yours. Must be breast hyperplasia. Jiang Yuyan personally led Lin Fan and the others around the company. Everywhere they went, many girls would gather around to watch. And quite a few of the girls were very good-looking, young and pretty, and with great figures. These were all trainees signed to Starshine Entertainment. If they weren't good-looking, they wouldn't have been signed. After the tour, Jiang Yuyan called over 5 people. Lin Fan, let me introduce them to you. These are the team members I've specially arranged for you. Jiang Yuyan looked at Lin Fan with a gentle expression. After speaking, she looked at the girls. All of you introduce yourselves. Yes, President Jiang. The middle-aged woman on the far left was the first to speak. Lin Fan, I'm Xia Ran, your manager. From now on, for any work or life matters, you can come to me. I'll help you plan and provide you with options. After Xia Ran finished, the young girl next to her spoke. Lin Fan, I'm Wu Xiaohe, your personal assistant. I'll be in charge of managing your daily tasks, on-site coordination and support, image and public relations, and daily life needs. From now on, I'll be by your side during work hours. After Wu Xiaohe spoke, the feminine-looking man beside her started, Lin Fan, I'm Su Xiaobei, your stylist and makeup artist. I'll be in charge of your styling and makeup. Su Xiaobei not only dressed femininely, but also spoke in a very effeminate tone. Lin Fan couldn't help but shiver. Sorry, Aunt Jiang, please help me find someone else. Lin Fan said directly. Xiaobei is the best stylist and makeup artist in the company. No one else is on his level in this area. Jiang Yuyan explained. She had personally selected the best team for Lin Fan. Whether he's the best or not doesn't matter. I don't want any men in my team. Lin Fan stated bluntly. Come on, he had learned his lesson in his past life. Bao Bao's example was known by everyone. His wife cheated with the agent, put a green hat on him, and even transferred his assets. If Bao Bao hadn't been upright and clean, he might have ended up in jail himself. Even though something like that was unlikely to happen to Lin Fan, he still didn't want any men in his team. Why have a man following him around every day instead of a beautiful woman? And a feminine man at that. He even suspected Su Xiaobei was gay. If he used his position to mess around, Lin Fan would be disgusted. He wasn't some scruffy bearded guy in white socks. Fine, I'll arrange someone else. Xiaobei, you can go. And call Xiao Lu here, Jiang Yuyan instructed Su Xiaobei. She didn't really understand Lin Fan's request. In the entertainment industry, whether male or female artists, they all preferred having male team members. Female artists hoped to have men around, preferably handsome men, so their needs could be met when necessary. Male artists also wanted men on their team, to avoid scandals. But Lin Fan was the opposite, he didn't want men around him at all. Yes, President Lin, Su Xiaobei replied, reluctantly looked at Lin Fan a few more times, then twisted his waist and left. Lin Fan got goosebumps. He was now sure, this Su Xiaobei was definitely gay. That look in his eyes was way too familiar. Back in high school, several guys had looked at him like that. If he hadn't awakened memories of his past life in time, he might have been doomed in this life. Lastly, two young women in black suits spoke at the same time. Lin Fan, I'm Su Lei. Elayina Fan, I'm Shuli. We are your bodyguards, responsible for your safety. Although he felt assigning him bodyguards was a bit much, Lin Fan didn't refuse. Even though he wasn't in the entertainment industry before, he knew that some fans could be crazy. Especially sightseeing fans, they'd do anything to chase stars. Like digging through the idol's trash, sneaking into their home to steal and collect their underwear, sending death threats, forbidding them from marrying. In the worst cases, fans even kidnapped idols and did extreme things. So having bodyguards was definitely a good idea. Even though he had light body techniques and amazing agility, making it nearly impossible for normal people to catch him, it was still better to have protection. You might not need bodyguards, but you can't go without them. If something extreme happened, having someone there to protect you was much better than facing it alone. Soon, another young girl came over. President Jiang. Lin Fan, this is Xiao Lu. She'll be responsible for your makeup and styling. No issues, right? Jiang Yuyan asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, no problem. Xiao Lu was not only a woman but also quite pretty. Among the 5 team members, her attractiveness was the only one that scored above 80. It was still early, so Lin Fan went ahead and used the company's recording studio to record the 2 songs he had sung before. At first, he just wanted the manager to take him to the studio. But President Jiang insisted on taking him personally. With his guitar and piano proficiency, Lin Fan's musical understanding was far beyond what it had been before. In the past, his knowledge of music theory was weak, just being able to remember the key was impressive. He had no idea how many instruments were involved in arranging a song. But now, he could do the arrangement himself just by memory. Plus, with his top-tier singing voice, recording was incredibly fast. Both songs were recorded in a single take. Then he recorded a second take, just in case. Outside the studio, everyone was amazed by Lin Fan's singing skills. One take, flawless, while not unheard of in the music world, Lin Fan was only 18. And he wasn't even studying music, he was a comic major. Lin Fan. With your musical talent, studying comics is such a waste. Why don't you transfer majors? If you face any difficulties, the company can help. Jiang Yuyan looked at Lin Fan excitedly. She'd found a treasure. With Lin Fan's talent, after some formal training, he could become a king of the music world in no time. Forget it. Music is just a hobby. I love comics more. In the evening, Lin Fan and the others left Starshine Entertainment. When they left, 2 more people followed behind Lin Fan, the bodyguards Su Lei and Su Li. From now on, they would follow Lin Fan every day to protect his safety. Of course, when Lin Fan was at school, they would keep a certain distance and try not to disturb his daily life. They would only protect him closely during work hours. Underground parking garage. Siling, you guys head back first. I'll take Sitian's car to buy a bicycle, Lin Fan said to the 5 sisters. The Royal Vocational Technical College at Wadayaku was huge, with over 10,000 mu of land. The distance from the dorm to the Art Academy building where they had classes was nearly 2 kilometers. Right now, since he was still cutting fat, Lin Fan could run back and forth between classes every day. But once he lost most of the weight, he couldn't keep running to and from classes every day. That would be too tiring, and he'd get all sweaty. A bicycle was still necessary. There were shared bikes on campus, but their quality was average, and during peak class times, it wasn't guaranteed you could grab one. Since he didn't lack money, he might as well just buy a bike. The roads within the Royal Academy, and even all the roads in the capital, were smooth asphalt, making them perfect for road bikes. But Lin Fan thought it over and decided to buy a better mountain bike. Road bikes were fast, but their adaptability was poor. With a mountain bike, he could even ride downstairs. Road bikes could only ride on flat roads. Buy a bike? What bike? I have several. If you like one, just ride it, Li Siyu said immediately. She liked sports and had plenty of gear. She had several road and mountain bikes, and each one was expensive, all top tier in the industry. Sure, are the bikes at your home? Lin Fan thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He wanted a bike just for commuting, to make going to class easier. It didn't have to be new. And given the sisters' status, the bikes they bought were definitely more high-end than any he'd buy himself. Second-hand from them might even be better than a new one. There are a few at home, and a few at school, Li Siyu said. A road bike was only a few $100,000 at most. Mountain bikes were even cheaper, only around $100,000. To her, bikes that cost a few $100,000 were just toys. If she liked one, she'd buy it. Then I'll just pick one from the bikes you have at school, Lin Fan said. He didn't feel like going to their house to get it. It was hard to transport a bike in a car, and riding it back from their house would be too far. You'd need a car with a bike rack to transport it. It was better to just pick one of the bikes Li Siyu had at school. He believed the bikes she kept at school were also high quality. Then I'll just go back to school tonight. Class starts the day after tomorrow anyway, Li Siyu said. In that case, I'll head back too. Li Siling immediately followed. School was starting soon anyway, so going back a day early didn't matter. Besides, how could she let the eldest sister return to school alone? Lin Fan could only choose one wife among the 5 sisters, she had to fight for her own happiness. I'll go too, Li Xiao added. School's starting soon. I should go back and clean the dorm, Li Xijin said, her eyes shifting. The other 4 sisters rolled their eyes at Li Xijin. Go back early to clean the dorm? As if they'd actually clean it themselves. It was fine to do small cleaning like sweeping and wiping the desk, but for full cleanups, they always hired cleaners. Still, they didn't expose Li Xijin's lie. They knew her tsundere personality well. I'll go back to school too, said Li Xiji softly, wearing headphones. With so many people returning, she didn't need to worry about someone making a move on Lin Fan first. But since her sisters were going, she didn't feel like going back to the palace either. Her parents were rarely home, and only servants were in the palace, she didn't feel like going back. Someone take me home for a bit? I want to drive my Suchi back to school, Lin Fan looked at everyone. Though he didn't need to drive to school, if he wanted to go out, he could just ask any wife to drive him. But that Suchi, which Li Xiji had already given to him, had been parked too long. Cars were fine when driven often, if they sat too long, they'd break down more easily. Take my car, it's comfy, Li Xiling offered. She had her business van driven over. The other sisters? They had all come in her van, while their own cars had been driven over by bodyguards. Their cars were either sedans, sports cars, or off-road SUVs, none were as comfortable as her big reclining seats. Naturally, the other 4 sisters didn't object. In the end, just like when they came, the 5 sisters and Lin Fan rode in one car to take him home to get his car. As for Wang Xidian and Lu Ruyan, they stood silently nearby and didn't say anything. Wang Xidian didn't dare argue with the 5 sisters. Lu Ruyan didn't even have a car, she had no right to speak. In the end, the 5 sisters accompanied Lin Fan home, while Lu Ruyan took Wang Xitian's car back to school. Back at the neighborhood, Lin Fan didn't even go inside, he just drove the car and followed the sisters back to school. Lin Fan, are you hungry? It was already past 7 p.m., and it was getting dark, but they hadn't eaten dinner yet. You guys go eat. I'll just have an apple tonight. He had eaten a lot at lunch, so he couldn't eat too much at dinner. The 5 sisters knew Lin Fan was still dieting, so they didn't insist. They went to dinner, while Lin Fan parked the car at the dorm building and returned to his dorm to continue drawing the unfinished comic. 11 p.m., Yen Palace. Li Yunyao returned home to find that all 5 daughters were not there. The palace had no curfew, but it was rare for all 5 sisters to be out so late at once. The first person Li Yunyao thought of was Lin Fan. She called for the butler. "Where did Siyu and the others go?" Li Yunyao asked. "Your Highness, please wait. I'll ask," the housekeeper said and left. Li Yunyao leaned into the soft sofa, enjoying a head massage from the house's dedicated masseuse. Another servant brought her fresh fruit and warm milk. Li Yunyao closed her eyes, mentally calculating how long her 5 daughters had known Lin Fan. It had been more than 20 days since they met. According to Daxia Empire regulations, when a man and woman meet through the marriage app, they can have up to 1 month of interaction to understand each other and build feelings. After that month, they must make a decision, either marry or separate. More than 20 days was not a short time. Lin Fan should make a decision soon. Before the 1-month period was up, if Lin Fan chose reject, there was still room to turn things around. But if the month ended with no choice made, or Lin Fan chose reject, then it would be someone else's turn. At that moment, the butler came back. "Your Highness, the princesses spent the entire day with Lin Fan." In the morning, the female butler began to report the 5 sisters' entire schedule to Li Yunyao. Li Yunyao picked up her phone and dialed a number. In just a few seconds, the call connected. "Mother. Tomorrow morning, bring Lin Fan back here. I want to meet him." The private chat group of the 5 Li Siyu sisters. "Siyu, Mom just called me and told us to bring Lin Fan home tomorrow morning. She wants to meet him." Siling, "Huh? Mom wants to meet Lin Fan now? Why?" Sijin, "Is Mom angry?" Siji, "We're doomed. It must be because Lin Fan is too greedy and wants to choose all 5 of us, which made Mom angry." Xiao, "What should we do? If Mom gets angry, Lin Fan will be in trouble." Siyu, "The only solution now is for Lin Fan to make a decision quickly." Siling, right. As long as Lin Fan makes a choice, when he meets Mom tomorrow, she probably won't do anything to him." Siji, "I wonder if Lin Fan's asleep." Xiao, "Even if he is, we have to wake him up. This can't be delayed." Siling, "I'll call him." Boys' dormitory. Lin Fan walked into the bathroom with his phone, turned on some music, set the phone aside, took off his clothes, and started washing up and showering. While showering, he was humming a tune. Suddenly, the music stopped and switched to another song. Lin Fan paused, then realized it was his ringtone. Someone was calling him. At this time of night, who could it be? He wiped his hands with a towel and picked up the phone. The caller ID showed it was Siling. Lin Fan looked puzzled. Why would Siling call this late? Could it be she wanted to go out with him to get a room? But just getting Siling alone wouldn't work. He had to get all 5 sisters at once. Otherwise, there was no way to bring all 5 into his harem. "Siling baby, you already miss me after just a little while?" Lin Fan said with a smile. "Honey." As soon as Li Siling spoke, Lin Fan noticed something was off in her tone. Hesitation, uneasiness, worry. These were the emotions that came through in her voice. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lin Fan asked with concern. Since they met, Li Siling had never shown this kind of emotion in front of him. Something big must have happened this time. "My mom wants to meet you," Li Siling said softly. Then let's meet. I was going to meet her sooner or later anyway." Lin Fan was a bit surprised but had already mentally prepared for it. The Princess Yen arranged for her 5 daughters to date him at the same time. Before a final decision, she'd definitely want to meet him. When he went home with Li Siji to play games all day, he thought he'd meet the princess then. But she wasn't even home, only servants were there. He thought he'd have to wait until the 1-month deadline was up and he made a choice before he could meet her. Didn't expect she wanted to meet him before the month was over. But marriage meant he had to meet his mother-in-law eventually. Sooner or later, it had to happen. "Lin Fan, about the 5 of us, have you decided who to choose?" Li Siling asked hesitantly. Of course, she hoped Lin Fan would choose her, but she was also afraid that the name he said wouldn't be hers. "What, I have to choose someone before I can meet your mother?" Lin Fan asked, confused. The month isn't even over, and Princess Yen is already rushing him to make a decision? "Mom suddenly wanting to meet you caught us off guard. We think it might be because you still haven't made a choice, and it made her angry. So we thought maybe you could decide quickly. That way, when we take you to see her tomorrow, she wouldn't be too angry and cause. What, your mom would lock me up over this? Is my future mother-in-law that unreasonable?" "No." Li Siling quickly explained. "Mom isn't unreasonable. She's just normally very strict and serious with us. Then what's there to be afraid of?" The Empire's law says that after a match on the marriage app, couples have 1 month to get to know each other. I didn't break any rules. My future mother-in-law can't punish me for that, right? But, Lee Siling still wanted to say more, but Lin Fan didn't give her the chance. All right. Since she raised 5 such outstanding daughters, I'm sure she's a reasonable person. I'm still showering. After that, I'm going to sleep. You guys rest early too. Just come pick me up tomorrow when it's time. Honey. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to hang up, Lee Siling quickly said, when you come with us tomorrow, make sure not to say anything wrong. Mom is very serious and doesn't like jokes. Okay, got it. Good night. Lin Fan hung up, then stepped back under the shower, letting the cold water run over his body. Even though he spoke lightly on the phone, he wasn't as relaxed as he sounded. His original plan was to find a chance to take all 5 sisters at once before the 1-month deadline. That way, Princess Yen would have no choice but to marry all 5 daughters to him. But things hadn't gone as planned. When the sisters were alone, they were willing to have something happen with him, because it would mean he had chosen them. But if all 5 were together, none of them agreed. He thought it was because the feelings weren't strong enough yet, but now it seemed it was Princess Yan's authority that made them afraid to go against their mother. So was there another way to marry all 5 sisters at once? Or would he ultimately have to choose only one? Only choosing one, Lin Fan was definitely not willing. But how could he choose all 5? After thinking it over, Lin Fan felt there was only one solution: deal with Princess Yen. The 5 sisters didn't dare disobey their mother. If he could handle Princess Yen, then everything else would fall into place. Lin Fan turned off the water, dried himself with a towel, blew his hair dry, then climbed into bed. He had originally planned to work until midnight, but now he had no mood to draw comics. Lin Fan had to seriously think about how to handle the Princess Yen he hadn't even met yet. He took out his phone and searched online for information about her, hoping to find something useful. But in the end, he could only put the phone down in disappointment. There was info on Princess Yen, but none of it was useful. Only stuff like when she became a princess, what school she went to, what job she held, etc. Nothing personal at all. Too bad Lin Fan didn't know any hacking skills, otherwise, he could have hacked into the school network she once attended to search for clues. For now, he could only wait and adapt when he saw her tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lee Siling relayed Lin Fan's words in the group chat. Everyone worried but felt powerless. See you, how come this idiot still hasn't chosen yet? CG, Lin Fan wouldn't really be naive enough to think he can marry all 5 of us at once, would he? Jean, if Mom really gets angry, I will not plead for this big idiot. Xiao, Lin Fan is just trying not to disappoint any one of us? Siling, big idiot. Big idiot. Siling, tomorrow we must watch him well, he mustn't speak foolishly in front of Mom. See you, indeed. If Mom really gets angry, that idiot is done for. Because tomorrow they had to bring Lin Fan home to meet their mother, the 5 sisters couldn't sleep at all that night. They were worried Lin Fan might say something foolish tomorrow. Their mother wasn't like them, she wasn't so easy to deal with. Boys' dormitory. Lin Fan lay in bed, thinking for over half an hour, then slowly fell asleep. He figured it out. The worst-case scenario couldn't be that bad. He had the system, as long as he gave himself time, there was nothing he couldn't handle. Early the next morning, the 5 sisters, all with panda eyes, came down to the boys' dormitory. Lin Fan came down and saw their condition and was startled. You didn't spend the whole night awake, did you? The 5 sisters' dark circles were almost panda level. Couldn't sleep at all. Honey, please don't speak nonsense when we go home later, okay? I don't want you to get hurt. Lin Fan, just hurry up and say which one of us sisters you're choosing. The 5 sisters spoke one after another. Oh dear, what's the difference between choosing now and choosing after seeing Mom later? With Princess Yan's status, she clearly knows everything. And with how you guys look right now, it's like Princess Yen is a tigress, aren't you afraid she'll get angry? Lin Fan still hadn't made a choice. Princess Yen only wanted to meet him, it didn't necessarily mean she was coming to punish anything. That was just the sisters' speculation. As for making a choice among the 5 sisters? He wasn't worried. Originally it was Princess Yen who insisted on him as a son-in-law, not him scrambling to be her son-in-law. There's no need for last-minute panic. Let's just go, he thought. Breakfast in the cafeteria was simple, then they sat in Lee Siling's business van and headed to the Yen Royal Mansion. Yen Royal Mansion. Li Yunyao got up early. After freshening up with the house staff's assistance, she quietly sat at the dining table to enjoy breakfast cooked by the household chef. Breakfast was ordinary: buns, steamed dumplings, soybean milk, fried egg, etc. But the ingredients were royal supply. Everything was pure, pollution-free, no chemical fertilizers or pesticides, organic food. Li Yunyao didn't eat much, just 2 bites of each, stopped at half full. Is the intelligence on Lin Fan ready? Your Highness. It is all ready. The butler briskly but not hurriedly opened the tablet and handed it to Li Yunyao. Li Yunyao received the tablet. From when Lin Fan began the matchmaking with the 5 sisters until now, all his movements in these 20-plus days had been compiled into a PPT. Dating the 5 sisters, going into a hotel with Lu Ruyan, the performance during military training, the 2 songs sung during training, the company they created with the sisters' help, the company situation, the 2 songs Lin Fan re-recorded, and so on. Li Yunyao clicked a song as background music, then patiently reviewed the entire PPT. Soon Li Yunyao finished the whole PPT. She had some doubts. From the photos in the PPT, Lin Fan seemed to be getting more handsome. Was it because of the weight loss? As a royal member, Li Yunyao had seen many handsome men. When she got married, she had chosen the best-looking among many talented young men. But she had to admit, Lin Fan's face was the best she had ever seen. No wonder he could mesmerize her 5 daughters. Her 5 daughters, from initial unwillingness to now being emotionally and physically all on Lin Fan. Looking at the information in the PPT, many points about Lin Fan made Li Yunyao quite pleased. Having the awareness to lose weight and persisting in it. That undefeated character during military training, and strong will. Also a smart mind. Becoming this year's 2nd place in the entrance exam already showed his high IQ. The only regret Li Yunyao had was that Lin Fan's talent seemed to be in music. If his talent had been in management, finance, business, she would have been more satisfied. But it didn't matter. What mattered most was his genes. As long as he could marry her daughter, produce a son, and pass on his genes, that was enough. As for talents in finance, business, management, those were just extra. Just seeing how Lin Fan treated her 5 daughters, Li Yunyao slightly frowned. From the PPT, Lin Fan wasn't satisfied with choosing one of the 5, he wanted to take all 5 of her daughters at once. Quite greedy. 9:30. Lin Fan drove Li Xiling's van into the Yen Royal Mansion. The Yen Royal Mansion was large. North-south over 300 meters, east-west over 150 meters, a compound garden-style building. The southern 2/3 was the residence area, traditional Beijing courtyard style. The northern 1/3 was the back garden, southern garden-style architecture. The car entered the mansion parking lot. After getting out, Lin Fan followed the 5 sisters to meet the legend of Princess Yen. Back garden, Lotus Heart Pavilion. Your Highness, the princesses and Lin Fan have arrived and are just outside, the butler respectfully said. Understood. Li Yunyao lazily reclined on the sofa, no thought to image. The butler didn't say anything else, quietly stepped aside to wait. Soon, the 5 sisters brought Lin Fan to the outside of the Lotus Heart Pavilion. Mom, we brought Lin Fan back, Li Xiu said, standing at the door with everyone and calling into the house. In modern times, even the royal family, many customs had changed. In the past they would call father, mother, but now in everyday situations, they just say mom and dad like ordinary people, only on formal occasions do they use father and mother. Comin. A voice from inside. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. That voice was Princess Yan's? It didn't sound as stern as the sisters said. Instead it felt relaxed. Li Xiling tugged Lin Fan's arm and whispered, "Honey, when you see my mom later, don't say anything wrong." Lin Fan gave her a reassuring glance, then followed the 5 sisters into the pavilion. Seeing the young woman in a longhouse dress, reclining on the sofa eating lychees, Lin Fan was a bit stunned. Wait, this is Princess Yen? At home so casual? If only the 5 sisters had come back, okay. But he was the one Princess Yen called. He was present, yet she was so casual? Did she not take him seriously? Or did she not consider himself an outsider? Lin Fan followed the 5 sisters into the lakeside pavilion. The air outside was hot and dry, but inside the lakeside pavilion it was very cool. The air conditioning was running strong. As Lin Fan was appraising Li Yunyao was likewise appraising Lin Fan. Quite a handsome young man, in person he looked even more handsome than in the photos. Face like polished jade, sword brow, star eyes, bright gaze and white teeth, even those adjectives weren't enough to describe his looks. Even though at 38 years old she had seen many rich, high-ranking, handsome men, when she saw Lin Fan she couldn't help but feel a liking for him. No wonder he was one of the most outstanding genes. Mom, we've come back. The 5 sisters spoke together. Greetings, Your Highness the Yen Wang. Lin Fan also nodded slightly at Li Yunyao, who was lazily reclined on the sofa. In the Daxia Empire, kneeling ceremonies weren't popular, no need to bow 90 degrees like some adjacent vassal states to show respect. Kneeling still existed, but only in grand ancestral rites or offerings. Of course, in some regions folks still used it for elders. Have a seat. Consider this your home, no need to hold back. Li Yunyao said calmly. Lin Fan must become a person of her Yanwang mansion, that had been decided since Lin Fan's birth. If she didn't want Lin Fan, her sisters would not be polite to her. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Fan said and sat on the sofa by the Yanwang's feet. Li Xiling and Li Siyu quickly sat down next to him, the other three sisters sat opposite them. Lin Fan, do you know why I asked Siyu and the others to bring you home this time? Li Yunyao slowly peeled a lychee, her slender pale fingers holding the translucent fruit, placing it into her mouth. I don't know, Your Highness. Please enlighten me. Lin Fan shook his head. Though the five sisters had guesses, they were just guesses, not necessarily the Yanwang's idea. People in high positions rarely like their thoughts guessed. Take Yang Xiu, who always guessed Cao Cao's mind, and ended up executed. So even if he guessed, he acted like he didn't know. When Lin Fan said he didn't know, Li Yunyao did not get angry. Spitting out the lychee pit, she then said slowly, You've been with Siyu and the others for over 20 days, have you decided who you'll choose? Before Lin Fan could speak, Li Siyu and Li Xiling seated next to him quickly tugged his clothes quietly, signaling him not to speak carelessly. Before, in front of them, he could say he wanted them all, no problem. Now, in front of their mother, he couldn't say that. Must I choose just one? Lin Fan didn't heed their signals. Though he didn't know the reason, since the Yanwang personally arranged for her 5 daughters to go on dates with him and said that one of them must marry him. That showed he had some special trait the Yanwang valued. If so, it wasn't too much to negotiate terms, right? Surely the Yanwang wouldn't lock him up just because he wanted to marry all 5 daughters. He only had the idea, and hadn't yet taken all 5. Even if he did take all 5, the Yanwang still couldn't use that as excuse to sentence him. In the Daxia Empire, forcing a man against his will into sexual relations is rape. For a woman, well, usually at worst it's indecent assault, not rape. In this world, most countries are like that. Men are too few, men are the disadvantaged group. Even for indecent assault, at worst 10 years, not death. So Lin Fan wasn't worried at all. What he was doing had no reason for the Yanwang to act against him, unless she was unreasonable. Li Yunyao didn't directly answer, she asked another question, Lin Fan, do you know that in Daxia's history, for over 50 years no one has successfully married 2 royal family members at once? Lin Fan knew what she meant. But the Empire's laws don't say one cannot marry 2 royal family members at once, do they? Lin Fan asked back. It hadn't happened in 50 years, but 50 years ago there were many such cases. Since precedent existed, and there is no law forbidding it, that means it's allowed, right? When the 5 sisters heard Lin Fan speak, each grew extremely nervous. Next to him, Li Siyu and Li Xiling nearly tore his clothes. But Lin Fan ignored them. You're right. The Empire indeed has no such law, but it's become an unspoken rule of the royal family. I don't intend to break that unspoken rule. So, Lin Fan, name your choice. My 5 beloved daughters, who would you like to marry? Li Yunyao's tone remained calm, nothing in it revealed anger. Siyu, Sijin, Xiao, Xiling, Xiao, I don't want to give up any of you. I want you all. Lin Fan said seriously, looking at Li Yunyao. He was betting. Betting that the Yanwang wouldn't punish him for this, and also betting on her bottom line. What if the trait she valued was so important that she would marry all 5 daughters to him? If he won, he could marry all 5. If he lost, worst case, the Yanwang charges him with some crime. After all, he never broke laws from childhood, unless framed, he wouldn't be locked up for long. If the Yanwang really used this as an excuse to lock him away, then he might as well be Huang Chao. With the system, give himself time, build walls, stock food, slowly declare king, he might even strike into the capital. Li Yunyao offered no response, she just quietly peeled lychees. Lin Fan wasn't worried, he waited calmly for her response. The 5 sisters, however, were in a panic. Their earlier warnings, Lin Fan heard them but didn't act accordingly. Lin Fan. Don't flatter yourself. Who said any of us want to marry you? I'll tell you the truth, from the start I didn't like you. Li Sijin suddenly stood and shouted. Li Xiling slid from the sofa and knelt, Mother. Lin Fan is just too nervous, that's why he babbles. Mother, please don't take it personally. Bang bang bang. Li Siyu, Li Xiao knelt one after another. Mother, Lin Fan had no ill intention. Don't hold it against him. The 5 sisters' behavior all touched Lin Fan deeply. Even when Li Sijin suddenly stood up and loudly said she didn't like him at all, Lin Fan was still moved. Because he knew Li Sijin was just that kind of tsundere. Even when she wants to protect him, she uses that special way of hers. So, afraid I'll have your little lover arrested? Li Yunyao asked calmly. The 5 sisters all kept their heads bowed and didn't dare speak. Li Yunyao was usually very busy. After giving birth to them, she rested a few months then returned to work. They 5 daughters were largely raised by wet nurses. Once they matured a bit, when Li Yunyao returned home she didn't get close with them, instead she randomly checked their homework and strictly demanded from all sides. So in their hearts, Li Yunyao had always been a very strict figure. They rarely dared to act sweet in front of her. Now feeling that their mother seemed angry, they naturally dared even less to talk back. But the 4 kneeling on the ground did not stand up. The one who had been standing, Li Sijin, upon hearing her mother's question also knelt down. Li Yunyao didn't further address her 5 daughters, but looked at Lin Fan. If I only give you 2 choices, 1, pick one from these 5 to marry, 2, be stripped of all social benefits in the Daxia Empire. Which will you choose? Lin Fan didn't make a choice, but silently looked straight into Li Yunyao's eyes. To be honest, the choice Li Yunyao offered surprised him. He expected she might say if he didn't choose she would send him to prison. Instead, she merely said he would lose all social benefits? Li Yunyao seemed rather kind. But to force him to pick just one, he couldn't do it. Since he's going to bet, he'll bet all the way. Honey, hurry up and make your choice. Li Xiling tugged at Lin Fan's pants leg, whispering anxiously. Lin Fan. Stop being stubborn, make your choice quickly. Li Siyu also urgently urged. I can't give up any one of them. Lin Fan gazed at Li Yunyao slowly and spoke. Li Yunyao's gaze remained calm, like still water. Is that so? After a moment, Li Yunyao raised her slender arm and waved her hand. I'm tired. You all leave now. Butler, prepare the lunch a bit more lavishly, do not neglect guests. Yes, Your Highness. Only then did the 5 sisters slowly stand. Mom, we'll head out. Lin Fan also stood and gave a slight nod to Li Yunyao, then followed the 5 sisters out. Upon leaving the lakeside pavilion, the 5 sisters immediately surrounded Lin Fan. You're just a big idiot. I told you not to talk nonsense, why didn't you listen? Aren't you afraid my mom really sends you to prison? Li Sijin glared angrily at Lin Fan. God knows how nervous she had been just now. She was afraid mom might call someone and have Lin Fan arrested. Then they'd all be stuck. Baby, you shouldn't be so stubborn. Li Siyu looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression. Li Xiling hugged Lin Fan's arm. Honey, why don't you listen? If mom punishes you, what do I do? Seeing the sisters so worried, Lin Fan felt some pity. But there was no way, he could not pick one among them, then watch the other 4 marry other men. If that happened, he'd rather leave the capital, even leave the Daxia Empire. Then using his system and memories from his previous life, build high walls, stock large supplies, and slowly proclaim king, eventually overthrow the Li imperial dynasty. If I can't get into the capital, then I'll break into it. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, the glaring sunlight hitting his eyes, tears immediately flowing down. If I have to give up any one of you, I can't. Honey, Li Xiling, seeing Lin Fan actually crying, hugged his arm tighter. Baby. The other 4 sisters also looked at Lin Fan with complicated expressions. So it turned out, they were so important to Lin Fan? If mom ultimately still disapproves, then I'll abandon royal status and elope with you, baby. Li Siyu clenched her teeth, eyes firm as she looked at Lin Fan. Me too. I'll elope with you, honey. Li Xiling also spoke. Count me in. We'll elope, should be quite fun. Okay, me too. Just don't get me wrong, I'm not doing it because I like you, I just can't bear to see everyone else. Li Sijin remained her usual tsundere self. Lin Fan raised his hands and pulled Xiling and Xiao into his arms. Wife such as you, what more could I ask for? He too hadn't expected that the 5 sisters, for his sake, would be willing to give up royal status. Although he knew giving up royal status wasn't simple, the fact they even considered it already moved him. Leaving the lakeside pavilion, Lin Fan did not leave the royal mansion. The Yan Wang had told the butler that Lin Fan must not leave. The 5 daughters brought him to the east courtyard. All the entertainment rooms were set there, gym, audio-video room, game room, water bar, etc. The 6 stayed in the water bar, drinking and confiding. The 5 sisters were already planning, if their mother didn't allow them to be with Lin Fan, how would they elope with him? Given the royal family's power, unless they hid in some desolate mountain forest, even in a small county or township the royal family could find them in an hour. To elope with Lin Fan, they'd have to leave the Daxia Empire, go to a country not friendly with Daxia, e.g., American. Once in American, at least they wouldn't worry their mother using royal power to have them found and sent back to Daxia. The wine made them a bit tipsy, and they wanted to sing. Luckily there was a piano in the water bar. Dear wives, I promised to give each of you a song. Now inspiration has come, I'll sing it for you. Lin Fan got up and walked toward the piano not far away. While we'll hear Honey singing again, Li Xiling was also a bit drunk. Baby, go for it. Li Siji silently took out her phone and started recording video. This was Lin Fan's song for them, must record it and treasure it. Lin Fan sat on the piano bench, opened the keyboard cover, and unconsciously tested the tuning. The piano sounded very good, and intonation was precise. Clearly this piano was expensive and well maintained. Lin Fan's 10 fingers flew over the keyboard keys and a pleasant piano melody started. On the Seine's bank, on the left bank's cafe. With a glass in my hand, savoring your beauty. Leaving a lip print mouth. Oh, creating a romantic date. Not afraid of messing up everything. Having you means having the whole world? After Lin Fan and the 5 daughters left, Li Yuniao also drove away the steward who had been guarding her. She lay on the sofa alone, somewhat worried. She had not expected that Lin Fan would be not only greedy, but also so stubborn. He would rather be deprived of the empire's social welfare than give up his 5 daughters. This was very troubling. In Li Yuniao's mind, the plan that the royal family had been carrying out for nearly 100 years inevitably came to the fore. That was the royal family revitalization plan. More than 100 years ago, a virus brought by a meteor shower led to a rapid decline in the birth rate of human boys. At first, humanity did not discover the fundamental reason for the declining male birth rate. By the time it was discovered and a method of control found, it was already too late. The male birth rate was already frighteningly low. Especially in the royal family. Her great-grandfather had reigned for more than 30 years, sired more than 70 children, and yet they were all daughters, not a single son. In the end there was no choice but to pass the throne to the eldest princess. The probability that other royal members gave birth to male infants was also extremely low, far below 10%, overall possibly only 1%. When her great-grandfather was still alive, the royal family revitalization plan began. That was the research into how to successfully give birth to a boy. And this plan had already started during the more than 10 years of her great-grandfather's rule. Until he died, it still had not succeeded. Later her grandmother ascended the throne, and the plan continued. Before her great-grandfather passed away, he left a dying injunction. One clause of that injunction was, if the royal lineage bears no male, then the throne and the titles pass to the eldest daughter. If a male is born, then the eldest son inherits the throne and titles. And when the eldest son inherits the titles, the rank of the titles should not be downgraded. According to the previous succession system of the Great Xia Empire, all titles upon inheritance, the eldest son was downgraded 1 level, and other offspring were downgraded 2 levels. For example, the prince's eldest son becomes a June prince, the others become dukes. The June prince's eldest son becomes a duke, the others become June dukes. The duke's eldest son becomes a June duke, the others become county dukes. June duke, county duke's eldest son becomes a county duke, the others become commoners. County duke was the lowest title, and all offspring then become ordinary commoners. This was to prevent the royal family from becoming too large, which would bring a huge burden to the royal family and the empire. And having this ancestral injunction meant that these royal members of theirs had the possibility of eternal kingship. And the prerequisite was that they could give birth to a male infant. But in fact the number of royal members who successfully inherited the title intact was extremely few. Because there was another clause in the injunction, that only those who had royal blood counted as royal members, and only they had the right to inherit titles. Because in the Great Xia Empire, imperial son-in-law, Fuma, had always been allowed to take concubines. The princess marries a man, the man becomes of Fuma. If the Fuma then takes concubines, even if he gives birth to a boy, that boy still has no royal blood at all. And in order to prevent the royal family from being seized by outsiders, the retired emperor set this injunction. But a woman carries for 10 months, can only conceive once a year, and even if she kept giving birth all her life, the number of children would not be too many. So the chance of giving birth to a boy would not increase either. To raise the probability of giving birth to a boy, the only method was to find the genetic problem. The royal family revitalization plan was researching this issue. But the research team used sperm from the empire's sperm bank for decades and there was no progress. Until more than 40 years ago the research team finally made a major discovery. In the Y chromosome that determined sex, there was a mysterious gene segment. This gene segment, at the time the fertilized egg implants, would randomly disappear. Once this mysterious gene segment disappeared, the fertilized egg could not continue to grow and develop, and eventually became an inactive embryo. This mysterious gene was named Tongzi. Once Tongzi disappears, you cannot give birth to a boy. According to the research, the probability that this gene segment disappears at the time of egg implantation is about 90%. This then caused the probability of a male infant being conceived to be extremely low. After long-term research, the research team did not find out the reason why the Tongzi gene disappeared. Then after a long period of further research, the team discovered that if after embryo transplant into the mother's body, gamma-ray irradiation of the embryo could fix the Tongzi gene so that it would not disappear at implantation. But the fertilized egg would most likely be damaged, and in subsequent growth and development, unknown pathologies would appear. And because of the gamma-ray irradiation, the pregnant woman would also suffer varying degrees of damage. Weakened constitution, cancerous transformation, sudden death, etc. Such a severely flawed method naturally could not be used on the royal family. In the following 20 years, every year about 1,000 women signed contracts with the research team, received $500,000 in nutrition fees, and voluntarily cooperated with the experiments. But each year, there were fewer than 100 healthy male infants born. And of those fewer than 100 healthy male infants, most developed cancer, or had physical deformities, or had low intelligence in their growth process. Only about 5 to 10 male infants could grow up healthily. These male infants who grew up healthily all had relatively high IQs. However, these boys who grew up healthily had a high probability of disliking females, that is, homosexuality. Less than half were completely normal boys. They were called children of heaven's choice by the research team. These children of heaven's choice have always been under observation by the research team. They married and had children. Then the research team found these children of heaven's choice had a greatly increased probability of giving birth to male infants. From less than 10%, directly raised to nearly 50%, that is, almost the same probability as before the meteor shower. And their descendants also had no health problems, deformity, cancer probabilities did not rise, IQ level returned to the ordinary standard. 20 years ago, the Directorate of Clan Affairs began arranging that some collateral royal family members, that is, the sisters of the Empress, began marrying those children of heaven's choice. A new problem emerged. In the royal family the birth rate of male infants had dropped, about only 20 to 30%, nearly half lower than ordinary people. However, this birth rate was already much better than before. A few years ago, the first batch of children of the children of heaven's choice grew up and also began to marry and have children. Then the research team found the probability of their giving birth to male infants dropped again to about 10%. And the princes born to the children of heaven's choice also became, as before, almost unable to give birth to male infants. The only good news was, their descendants remained healthy, the probability of deformity or cancer had not increased. The bad news was, for the royal family to revitalize, there were only two roads to go. That was to join with the children of heaven's choice who were irradiated with gamma rays and grew up healthy. Or, to irradiate the royal consorts with gamma rays. In recent years, the Directorate of Clan Affairs has been considering whether to take the second path, but has not made a decision. 3 years ago, the Directorate decided to arrange that the direct line royal members, that is the sisters of the Empress, begin to execute the first scheme. That is to let the daughters of the princes go and match with the children of heaven's choice. But over these 7 or 8 years, there were very few healthy children, only 3 or 5. The number of people who became children of heaven's choice was even fewer, only 1 or 2. In the past 3 years, each year there was only one child of heaven's choice. Thus the year before last it was the Prince of Guiqin's turn, last year the Prince of Guijin's turn, this year finally it's her turn, the Prince of Yen. Moreover last year Li Yunyao was extremely nervous, because Lin Fan's batch only had 4 people grow up healthy. And the other 3 had already become homosexual, even Lin Fan had this tendency. Luckily, Lin Fan in the end still held firm. Otherwise she could only delay and wait until next year to compete with the Princess Wu Wang for the child of heaven's choice. After all, royal members cannot marry a homosexual. As of now, there are only 2 chosen ones left for next year. But no one knows whether those 2 remaining chosen ones will turn homosexual in the final year. Unless the empire changes the law and lowers the legal marriage age for men to 16, otherwise even the royal family cannot marry underage men. Or rather, royal family members especially cannot marry underage men. In the Great Xia Empire, every royal family member's marriage must be made public. If one were to marry an underage man, it would damage the royal family's reputation. Li Yunyao thought over and over again and still believed she couldn't give up on Lin Fan, this year's chosen one. At worst, she would just take a step back. Make a bet with Lin Fan. If Lin Fan wins, then she agrees to let all 5 daughters marry him. But if Lin Fan loses, then he can only marry one of her daughters. Li Yuniao believed that Lin Fan would probably accept such a bet, because this was his only chance. Approaching noon, Li Yuniao called the steward in. "Is lunch ready?" "Your Highness, it's almost ready." "Would you like to dine now?" the steward asked respectfully. Go call them to dine together," Li Yuniao said lightly. She was about to make a betting agreement with Lin Fan. "Your Highness, Lin Fan and the princesses." The steward hesitated. Li Yuniao's brows furrowed slightly. "What, you let Lin Fan leave?" Earlier she had instructed the steward in front of Lin Fan and the others to prepare a lavish lunch, meaning she wanted Lin Fan to stay. Did Lin Fan not get the hint? But even if Lin Fan didn't understand, the steward shouldn't have let him leave. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that the princesses and Lin Fan drank quite a lot of alcohol and got a bit drunk," the steward quickly explained. Li Yuniao had already instructed to keep Lin Fan, how could she dare let him go? Drowning his sorrows with alcohol? Li Yuniao smiled faintly, finding it a bit amusing. Was Lin Fan troubled because he couldn't marry all 5 daughters at once? "Your Highness, the princesses, they were discussing how to elope." The steward hesitated but still told Li Yuniao. As the old steward of Prince Yan's residence, she had been trained as a royal servant since childhood. She had worked in the Prince Yan's residence for over 20 years and had watched the 5 sisters grow up. You could say the 5 sisters were no different from her own daughters. But she also knew who the true master of the Prince Yan's residence was. The only will in the Prince Yan's residence was that of Li Yuniao, the Prince of Yan. In the residence, no one was greater than the prince. Elope. Li Yuniao loga. People in love really have 0 IQ. Elope? Where could they possibly run? Don't even mention leaving the country, even leaving the capital would be reported to her. There was no way her 5 precious daughters could successfully elope with Lin Fan. Li Yuniao just hadn't expected that her 5 precious daughters' feelings for Lin Fan would be this deep. They were actually willing to give up their royal status and elope with Lin Fan. Truly beauty brings disaster. Li Yuniao siga. This chosen one being too handsome was also a troublesome thing. "Are they all drunk?" Li Yuniao asked. "Lin Fan is still fairly sober and can still play the piano. But the princesses are quite drunk," the steward replied. "Playing piano, could it be one of his own songs?" Li Yuniao looked curious. She acknowledged Lin Fan's musical talent. After all, she had listened to both of those songs. They were indeed rare masterpieces. Even the so-called pop song, "If One Day I Become Very Rich," had excellent melody and core. Better than most songs on the market today. So when Li Yuniao heard Lin Fan was playing the piano, her first reaction was, did Lin Fan write a new song? It is indeed a new song he wrote. He said he had promised to give each princess a song, and now he's fulfilling that promise. "He's already singing the 3rd one, the steward said, glancing at the tablet. "Let's go take a look too." Li Yuniao got up with interest. She actually shared the same thought as Jiang Yuyan, that Lin Fan had chosen the wrong major. With such musical talent, he should have majored in music. Majoring in manga was a waste of talent. The Prince Yan's residence was large, but there were electric sightseeing carts like mini shuttles inside. So soon, Li Yuniao arrived outside the water bar. 2 attendants were standing guard at the door. "Your Highness." Should Li Yuniao motion for silence? She had already heard the piano and singing coming from inside the water bar. "Watch the sunset together, until we fall asleep. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love stay forever pure and without sorrow? I want to ride a bicycle with you. I want to watch baseball with you." Li Yuniao quietly walked into the water bar and saw Lin Fan sitting in front of the piano, his fingers dancing over the keys, body swaying with the music. The lyrics from his mouth soothed the heart, making one feel happy and sweet. Li Yuniao turned her gaze to the other side. Her 5 daughters were slumped over the sofa, all looking dreamily at Lin Fan's back, quietly listening to the song. Not a sound came from them, and they hadn't noticed her arrival. Li Yuniao didn't interrupt Lin Fan and just stood there, quietly enjoying his performance. When the song ended, Lin Fan paused for a while, then got up and walked toward the 5 sisters. "So? Do you like the songs I wrote for you?" Today's 4 songs, 3 were selected from Jay Chou's. No choice, he had been a Jay Chou fan in his previous life, listened to his songs the most, and Jay had the most great songs. Just letting this world experience Jay's talent. The 5 sisters were still immersed in Lin Fan's live performance, not yet back to their senses. But Li Yuniao had already started applauding. Clap 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 clap. "Lin Fan, your musical talent is truly strong. I have a feeling you could become a god of music in the Great Xia Empire." Li Yuniao looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Among all the chosen ones, Lin Fan was also top tier. If appearance was included, Lin Fan was undoubtedly number 1. At this moment, Lin Fan was still a bit tipsy. Hearing Li Yunyao's words, he instinctively shook his head. I can't become a music god has to dance a god dance. Dance a god dance? Li Yunyao looked confused, not understanding what Lin Fan meant. Nothing. Lin Fan also realized this wasn't his past life's world. What I mean is, what's the use of becoming a music god if I still can't marry all 5 of your highness's daughters? Li Yunyao's lips curled slightly. I can see it, Lin Fan, you really do love my precious daughters. Of course, and they really love you too. As a prince, and as the right ancestral officer of the clan directorate, I shouldn't be the one to break royal rules, not even unwritten ones. But as a mother, I do hope my daughters can be happy, and marry the man they love. Lin Fan, I can give you a chance to marry all 5 of them at once. Li Yunyao looked at Lin Fan and said. Hearing these words, Lin Fan immediately sobered up from the alcohol. His whole body became clear-headed. What do I need to do? Let's make a bet. Bet? Lin Fan looked at Li Yunyao suspiciously. The bet Li Yunyao spoke of probably wouldn't be that easy to fulfill. That's right, a bet. Li Yunyao lightly nodded her head. What's the content of the bet? Lin Fan asked. You first choose one from my 5 precious daughters to marry. I guarantee that within 3 years, I will not promise the others to anyone else. And what you have to do is, within these 3 years, let the one you chose give birth to at least one boy. If you succeed, I will marry the remaining 4 daughters to you. If you fail, they will each marry someone else. Li Yunyao turned and sat down on a nearby sofa, looking at Lin Fan with cold eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan thought to himself, just as expected. Li Yunyao clearly gave him an impossible task. What's the current boy birth rate in the Great Xia Empire? It's already below 10%. With such a low probability of having a boy, how could he, within 3 years, make one of the 5 sisters give birth to a boy? Even if they got pregnant right after marriage, it still takes 10 months to give birth. After giving birth, even in the case of a natural birth, at least half a year of recovery is needed before trying for a second pregnancy. Otherwise, it would cause significant harm to the wife's body. Which means, at most, she could have 2 pregnancies in 3 years. If it's a cesarean section, at least a year and a half of recovery is needed, because the uterus has an incision that must fully heal, otherwise there's great risk. One pregnancy takes 10 months, plus 1.5 years of recovery, that's already nearly 2.5 years, there wouldn't be enough time left for a second pregnancy. Even if the second pregnancy didn't have to be carried to term, as long as the gender could be identified, it would still be at most 2 pregnancies. Even under the best conditions, if each pregnancy is a natural birth, and ignoring the wife's health, trying for another pregnancy right after, and getting pregnant quickly. At most, only 3 pregnancies in 3 years. The probability of having a boy each time is less than 10%. And this probability doesn't stack. It's not like if you try 10 times, you're guaranteed to have a boy. If that were true, the last 4 emperors wouldn't have failed to produce a prince. You have to know, the emperor before last had over 70 daughters and still didn't have a single son. Lin Fan didn't believe he was lucky enough to get a boy in 2 pregnancies. Unless someday, the system gave him a tool that lets him choose the child's gender. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Li Yunyao deliberately sneered, "What, you don't dare to bet? Looks like your determination to marry my 5 daughters is just SOSO. Lin Fan remained silent, thinking hard about what choice to make. Having one of the 5 sisters give birth to a boy in 3 years, if relying only on luck, the chances were far too low. Lin Fan felt that Li Yunyao simply didn't want to marry the 5 sisters to him but wanted him as her son-in-law, so she made up an excuse to brush him off. By the time the 3 years were up, and he didn't succeed, Li Yunyao wouldn't have to marry off the other 4 daughters. It was just a delay of 3 years without marriage. Li Siyu and the others were only 19 now. In 3 years, they'd only be 22, just graduated from college. As the daughters of the Prince of Yen, not to mention 22, even at 42, there would still be people wanting to marry them. After all, marrying into the royal family is the only way for a commoner to become nobility. If he agreed to bet with Li Yunyao, in 3 years, even if he didn't win the bet, he'd gain 3 years of development time. In 3 years, who knows how much he could grow using the system. Maybe, he could become Captain China. In that case, winning or losing the bet wouldn't even matter. By then, not to mention marrying the 5 sisters, he could even have the Empress herself marry him. But it was also possible that in 3 years, he would still be just an ordinary guy. If he lost the bet, the remaining 4 sisters would be married off to others. But if he didn't accept the bet, would Li Yunyao give up on him as her son-in-law? Mainly, Lin Fan didn't know what exactly Li Yunyao, the Prince of Yen, saw in him. Was that point important enough for her to break the royal family's unspoken rules? Lin Fan didn't speak, and Li Yunyao didn't say another word. She just silently looked into Lin Fan's eyes. She hadn't told Lin Fan about the royal family revitalization plan. That plan was a secret even within the royal family, not just any royal could know. From the time her great-grandfather started the plan until now, only the reigning emperor, and 5 people in the Directorate of Clans, the chief of the clan and the left and right clan justices, knew. All research personnel and experimenters signed top-level confidentiality agreements. If they leaked information, they'd be sentenced to life in prison. Although all test subjects in the experiment, that is, the pregnant women, had been paid and voluntarily participated, the casualty rate was still quite high. Also, because of this experiment, many fetuses died before birth, and many others couldn't grow up healthy after being born. The experiments were too cruel. The royal family couldn't let too many people know. If exposed, it would damage the royal family's reputation. The Great Xia royal family was different from other countries' royals and leaders, they still cared about saving face. Li Yunyao lifted her wrist to check the time. It was almost noon. Lin Fan, I'll give you 3 days to think. Once you've decided, give me your answer. If you agree to the bet, then choose one of my 5 daughters. I'll arrange your wedding. If you don't. Before Li Yunyao finished speaking, Lin Fan said, all right, I'll bet. But 3 years is too short. I want 5 years. If he accepted the bet, he'd gain 3 years to develop. Even if he couldn't become Captain China, he could use that time to build his own power. In 3 years, he might just be strong enough to compete with Li Yunyao, the Prince of Yen. But if he could get 2 more years, even better. Li Yunyao shook her head, just 3 years. With 5 years, based on the odds of the chosen ones having male offspring, she'd likely lose. She wouldn't take a bet like that. Seeing her refuse to budge, Lin Fan had no other choice. Fine, 3 years it is. Seeing Lin Fan agree to the bet, Li Yunyao smiled. Good, you have guts. I see your determination. Li Yunyao proposed this bet as a delaying tactic. But if Lin Fan really could have her daughter bear a boy within 3 years, then she wouldn't mind facing pressure and breaking the royal family's unwritten rules of the past decades. Even though the probability of chosen ones having sons had greatly increased, for some reason, their odds of having boys with royal family members were about half that. The daughter of the Prince of Qin married a chosen one the year before last, the daughter of the Prince of Jin last year, neither had produced a boy yet. If her daughter could give birth to a prince earlier than her second and third sister's daughters, it was worth bearing some pressure. So now, among my 5 daughters, who will you choose to marry? Li Yunyao looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan looked at the 5 sisters sitting on the sofa. Originally so drunk they were about to collapse, the 5 sisters were now all staring straight at him. They had heard everything that Li Yunyao and Lin Fan said. They also knew about the bet between Lin Fan and their mom. They knew that Lin Fan now had to choose one of them to marry. If the one chosen could give birth to a baby boy with Lin Fan within 3 years, then the remaining 4 sisters would also be able to marry Lin Fan. On the contrary, if the bet failed and the chosen one didn't give birth to a boy within 3 years, then the remaining 4 sisters would have to marry other people. They really hadn't expected that their mother would propose such a bet to Lin Fan. They had thought Lin Fan had no chance at all of marrying all 5 of them. But unexpectedly, their mother had given such an opportunity. Even though the chance was extremely slim, it was still a ray of hope. And now, all they wanted to know was, who would Lin Fan choose as his first wife? Lin Fan walked in front of the 5 sisters, his gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. But after looking at all of them, he still couldn't make a decision. He really couldn't choose. No matter whom he chose, he would hurt the other 4 sisters. The 5 sisters looked at Lin Fan, their eyes were all a bit hazy. They had only managed to perk up after hearing Lin Fan and their mother's bet, but the alcohol in their bodies was not that easy to dissipate. Husband, pick big sister. Her but is the biggest, easier for childbirth. Maybe the first baby will be a boy. Li Xiling said and then lowered her head, lightly biting her lip. She really wanted to marry Lin Fan and be his wife. But she also knew that over the past period, her other sisters had also fallen for Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was so handsome and so talented, not many women could resist his charm. If there was no chance for the 5 of them to marry Lin Fan together, then she might still persuade herself to compete with her sisters. But now, their mother had given Lin Fan a chance, which was also a chance for the 5 of them. As long as one could give birth to a boy within 3 years, the sisters could stay together for life. Naturally, the first choice should be the one with the best fertility. Big sister loved sports the most and had the roundest butt. If Lin Fan chose her, maybe she really could have a baby boy within 3 years. Li Xiyu glanced at her 4th sister with a complicated expression. If her younger sister could make such a humble suggestion, how could she, the elder sister, have the nerve to fight? Baby, then pick Sejin. Her but isn't small either. And with her personality, if you don't pick her, she might never get married. Lee Seyujuka. What nonsense are you talking about? I have tons of suitors. Lee Sejin immediately flared up. She was proud and Sundra by nature. For Lee Seyou to say that about her and she didn't explode, that was already sisterly love. I also think big sister or second sister would be best, Lee Seishi said, wearing headphones around her neck. Big sister and second sister were in the best physical shape. After giving birth to the first child, they could quickly prepare for a second. As for the younger three sisters, postpartum recovery would take much longer. Better pick big sister or second sister, Lee Xiao nodded in agreement. Among the 5 sisters, she had the worst physical condition. As a child, she was sick the most. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. The pelvis size of the 5 sisters was the same. Their fertility levels were about the same. Having more muscle might help slightly with smoother delivery, but it couldn't determine the baby's gender. In the end, it still came down to luck. Since it's all luck anyway, then let luck decide. Lin Fan picked up the dice cup from the coffee table, took out a die. I really can't decide. So I'll leave it up to fate. You 5 sisters are numbers 1 to 5. If I roll a 6, I'll roll again, Lin Fan said. The 5 sisters thought for a moment and nodded one after another. They could all accept this method. No need to fight among themselves, just leave it all to fate. And it wouldn't make things hard for Lin Fan. This method was pretty good. Li Yunyao silently watched from the side. She didn't really care which daughter Lin Fan picked. As long as it was her daughter, that was fine. The one Lin Fan chose would become the heir daughter. After she passed away, the heir daughter would inherit her title, of course, downgraded by 1 level. She would also inherit all of her assets. The other daughters, when they got married, would have their noble ranks reduced by 2 levels. They wouldn't have inheritance rights, but she would prepare generous dowries for them at their weddings. Lin Fan held the die in his hand. Then, here we go. Lin Fan casually tossed the die. It spun on the coffee table. After a dozen seconds, the side with 6 dots faced up. Lin Fan picked up the die and threw it again. Another dozen seconds, again, 6 dots. The 5 sisters looked at each other. What did this mean? Was heaven telling Lin Fan not to choose any of them, or to choose all of them at once? Lin Fan threw the die 3 more times. Each time it landed on 6. Smack. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped the back of his own hand. Others didn't know, but he knew, he hadn't been able to decide, and subconsciously manipulated the dice roll. After all, his hands were magical. Controlling dice rolls was child's play. It was as natural as breathing or drinking water. Even Li Yunyao was stunned. Rolling a 6 5 times in a row? That was too strange. Prince Yen, why don't you roll? Whichever you choose will be best, as their mother. Lin Fan handed the die to Li Yunyao, who was sitting on the sofa. If he kept rolling himself, he might never get a result today. Alright, I'll roll. Li Yunyao took the die and tossed it, not very confidently. She was worried, what if she rolled a 6 too? If she really rolled it, she might start to wonder if heaven truly wanted her to marry off all 5 daughters to Lin Fan. A few seconds later, the result came out. Not a 6, but a 4. The result was Li Xiling. Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling. She had been chosen. No wonder, she was the one who had already been intimate with him. Their bond was naturally deeper. Even though she had been picked, Li Xiling didn't know how to face her sisters. It felt like she had done something wrong to them. You little brat. You got picked and still act like this. Li Xiu slapped Li Xiling's back. You should be happy. You girl. You better work hard to give birth to a baby boy. Dining room. Only Lin Fan and Li Yunyao were sitting at the dining table. The 5 sisters, who had already drunk quite a bit, all passed out after a wave of excitement. In the end, only Lin Fan, who had a better alcohol tolerance, was still able to accompany Li Yunyao, his future mother-in-law, for a meal. To be fair, dining at the Prince Yan's residence felt just like eating at a high-end restaurant. Whether the food tasted good, Lin Fan didn't know yet, but the plating was truly exquisite. Even a cold dish of cucumbers was carved into the shape of a dragon. There were 4 cold dishes, a plate of cucumbers, a plate of bamboo shoots, a plate of duck feet, or maybe goose feet, and a plate of shrimp with fermented tofu. He couldn't name any of the cold dishes, only recognized the main ingredients in each one. There were 8 hot dishes: shark fin, abalone, duck, lion's head meatball, Wensi tofu, squirrel fish, longjing shrimp, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Among the 8 hot dishes, he could actually name a few. Lin Fan took a sip of the soup from the Buddha jumps over the wall. It was damn fresh. Then there were 4 dim sum dishes. Shumai, spring rolls, steamed buns, and 1,000-layer cake. Compared to the rest, the dim sum looked rather ordinary. Counting the 5 sisters already lying down, 7 people, 16 dishes. He didn't know if this was the usual spread at the Prince Yan's residence or if they had prepared something special because of his arrival. Lin Fan guessed it was probably their regular standard, and maybe a few extra dishes were added for him. Not to mention the other dishes, but for Buddha jumps over the wall to be made properly, it takes at least 5 to 6 hours of stewing. And that's just the stewing time. Some dried ingredients may take even longer to soak. And Li Yunyao had only said around 9 or 10 in the morning to prepare a more lavish lunch. So, at most, they only added 2 dishes just for him. Life in the Prince Yan's residence was really something. Lin Fan, since you've already chosen Xiling, then next comes the wedding. The Directorate of Clans will pick an auspicious date. Once it's decided, I'll notify you. Royal family weddings have fixed ceremonies, you don't need to make separate preparations. You should be aware of this. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I know. Modern ordinary people generally have 2 types of weddings, a Western-style one with wedding gowns, or a traditional daxia-style wedding. But for members of the daxia royal family, wedding ceremonies could only be in the traditional daxia style. Western-style weddings had never happened. Also, the ceremonial standards differed according to rank. The emperor's wedding naturally had the highest standard. Next was the crown prince, then imperial princes, royal princes, heirs, etc. Lin Fan liked the daxia-style wedding better. He didn't like Western weddings. On such a joyous day, red was more festive. After you marry Xiling, she'll be granted the title of Shainu, heir daughter, so the wedding standard will follow that rank. I'll have someone explain the wedding process and guide you. Your Highness, granting Xiling the title of Shainu? Shouldn't that be Siyu? Lin Fan interrupted. In the daxia royal family, isn't it normally eldest inherits, not the youngest? By seniority, Li Siyu should be the heir daughter. When he first dated the 5 sisters, that's what they told him too. If he married the eldest, Li Siyu, then he'd become a Junwang, commandery prince, in the future. If he married any of the younger sisters, he'd become a duke. Why was the 4th sister now becoming the heir? The heir was supposed to inherit Li Yunyao's title. That's the usual case, but there are exceptions, and this is one of them, Li Yunyao explained vaguely. Only by marrying a chosen one was there a high chance of having a male child. Only then could the title be passed down without being downgraded. The 2nd sister, Prince Qin, and 3rd sister, Prince Jin, both arranged their eldest daughters to marry a chosen one, so there was no issue. But her case was different. The 5 sisters were quintuplets, there was only a few minutes difference before and after the C-section. They were practically the same age. And now Lin Fan didn't choose the eldest Siyu, but the 4th Xiling. To preserve her family's royal identity for a longer time, she could only grant Xiling the title of heir daughter. In daxia's history, even the crown prince had been someone who wasn't the legitimate son before, so the heir daughter didn't have to be the eldest daughter either. Lin Fan's mind flashed with a thought. A special situation? Could this special situation be because of marrying him? Whoever he married would become the heir daughter? Was he really that important? For the wedding, you'll need to invite your friends and family. When the time comes, give me a guest list. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. He was an orphan, raised in an orphanage. From childhood to adulthood, no relative had ever visited him. So there were definitely no relatives to invite. But he still had to invite a few friends. Otherwise, if not a single friend showed up at his wedding, how bad would that look? During the meal, Li Yunyao and Lin Fan discussed a lot, mostly about wedding arrangements. By the end, Li Yunyao suddenly changed the topic. Lin Fan, have you ever thought about switching to a music major? Huh? Lin Fan was stunned. They were talking about the wedding, why bring up changing majors now? You have great musical talent. Systematic study can help develop your gift and potential better and faster. Your current manga major kind of buries your musical talent. If you want to switch majors, I can arrange it, Li Yunyao said. No need to trouble your highness. I'm just interested in music, manga is my passion, Lin Fan said with an awkward smile, repeating the excuse he gave to Jiang Yuyen. Musical talent? He didn't have any. He only had memories from his past life. If anything, the most he had was a pop star level singing voice. But that didn't require switching to a music major. Alright. As long as you're happy. If you ever want to change, just let me know anytime. Li Yunyao didn't force it. If Lin Fan could reach the top of some field, that'd be great. But if not, it didn't matter. For the Prince Yan's residence, it would just be icing on the cake. But, you're still calling me, Your Highness? Li Yunyao looked directly at Lin Fan. Mom? Lin Fan tried. The corners of Li Yunyao's mouth lifted slightly. You and Xiling will be married soon. You should start getting used to it. Li Yunyao looked at her watch. Alright, it's getting late. I still have a lot of things to deal with. The rest of the time is yours. With that, Li Yunyao got up and left. As the Prince of Yen, she was very busy. There were many matters that required her attention. After Li Yunyao left, Lin Fan also returned to the water bar to check on the 5 sisters. Because they had drunk quite a bit, the 5 sisters were all lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. Lin Fan called out to them, but none of them responded. There was no one else in the water bar. An evil thought arose in Lin Fan's heart, and he secretly kissed each one of them on the lips. Although he had already kissed each of the 5 sisters before, those were separate instances. He had never kissed all 5 at once like this. And doing it secretly made it even more thrilling. After kissing each one, Lin Fan finally left the water bar. Outside the door, 2 female attendants were still standing guard. Take good care of the princesses, watch the temperature, don't let them catch cold. As he left, Lin Fan instructed. Please rest assured, this is our duty. The 2 attendants bowed slightly. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, one of them asked, Mr. Lin Fan, are you leaving now? Would you like us to arrange a car to take you? Sure, arrange one. Lin Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Originally, he planned to just grab a taxi back to school. After all, the Prince Yan's residence was located within the Second Ring Road, right in the center of the capital. It was still quite easy to hail a cab here. But since the attendant offered, he was too lazy to bother. Anyway, there were plenty of cars in the Prince Yan's residence. The 5 sisters alone each had several cars. Just as Lin Fan stepped out the main gate, a business car was already waiting at the entrance. A female driver in a black suit and white gloves stood beside the passenger seat. Seeing him arrive, the driver immediately opened the rear car door. After Lin Fan got in, she closed the door, then returned to the driver's seat. Mr. Lin Fan, where to? To Starshine Entertainment. He had originally intended to say school, but then suddenly remembered that he had written songs for the other 4 sisters today too. And since he had time in the afternoon, he figured he might as well go to the company and record the songs. Let the fans have a treat early. Understood. The driver replied and started the car without even turning on the GPS. To be honest, the drivers in the Yen royal household really were top-notch. Whether it was the sisters' drivers or this female driver, they all drove very steadily. Sitting in the car, you couldn't feel any shaking at all. There were no sudden starts or stops. Unlike taxis or rideshares, where the gas and brakes were slammed hard. Even without GPS, the driver clearly knew the roads well and drove straight to Starshine Entertainment without any detours. When parking, the driver even wanted to get out to open the door for Lin Fan, but he stopped her. Opening the door himself was easy, no need for the driver to get out and do it for him. At Starshine Entertainment, Wu Xiaohe was already waiting at the company entrance. Seeing Lin Fan, assistant Wu Xiaohe immediately stepped forward. Mr. Lin Fan. Is the recording studio ready? Lin Fan asked. Wu Xiaohe nodded at once, all set. Mr. Lin Fan, please follow me. There were only 2 recording studios inside Starshine Entertainment, not a lot. Although 2 groups were also scheduled to record today, one was a trainee group, and the other had just debuted, a rookie group whose popularity couldn't compare to Lin Fan at all. Since Lin Fan needed to record, they naturally gave way. Wu Xiaohe directly coordinated to delay the trainee group session and prioritized Lin Fan's. Xiaohe, don't call me Mr., just use my name. In the entertainment industry, everyone gets called teacher or Mr., it made the title lose meaning. That wouldn't be proper, just calling your name is rude. Wu Xiaohe shook her head quickly. Isn't it normal for friends to use names? You're my assistant and will be following me long term. If you keep calling me Mr. every day, it sounds weird, Lin Fan said while walking. If it were a stranger saying it now and then, it'd be fine, but Wu Xiaohe was his assistant, working closely with him. Hearing Mr. all the time was awkward. Well, okay. Then I'll call you Lin Fan from now on. But if President Jiang hears me, you'll have to explain for me, Wu Xiaohe joked. Don't worry, just say I told you to. Soon, they arrived at the company's recording studio. The trainee group had just come out of the booth and hadn't left yet. When they saw Lin Fan, they immediately got excited and surrounded him. Mr. Lin Fan, you actually came back to the company. Senior Lin Fan. You're my idol, can I take a photo with you? Mr. Lin Fan, are you the one using the studio next? Is it a new song again? 8 young, pretty girls surrounded Lin Fan, chattering nonstop. Lin Fan felt like 10,000 ducks were quacking around him. Too noisy. Stop, stop. Quiet. Lin Fan shouted, holding his head. Even during military training with the girls in his class, it wasn't this noisy. Maybe because that was outdoors? Wait, what if during class in the future, the girls were just as noisy as these trainees? After Lin Fan shouted, the girls finally quieted down. Those who want a photo, let's take one together. As soon as Lin Fan said that, the 8 girl group members crowded next to him, several of them scrambling for the center spot. Lin Fan didn't bother managing it. He pulled out his foldable phone, unlocked it, and handed it to assistant Wu Xiaohe. Xiaohe, help us take a group photo. Sure. Wu Xiaohe took the phone and aimed the camera at Lin Fan and the others. Cheese. Click. The photo was taken, and Wu Xiaohe handed the phone back to Lin Fan. You all brought your phones, right? Add me as a friend, I'll send you the photo later. Lin Fan opened his WeChat QR code. No one in a girl group could be called unattractive. Lin Fan didn't even bother checking their info with the system, there was no need. Brought it. Brought it. All 8 girl group members pulled out their phones to scan Lin Fan's QR code and add him. Alright, go back to work now. I've got things to do too. I'll send you the photo when I'm done. Mr. Lin Fan, then we won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Fan. Goodbye, Senior Lin Fan. The 8 girl group members all bowed to Lin Fan, then turned and left. Huh? Lin Fan made a light noise. He just suddenly realized that among those 8 girl group members, one of them looked familiar. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Wu Xiaohe looked at him curiously. Nothing, Lin Fan shook his head and stepped into the recording booth. Whatever, since they were in the same company, if she really was someone he knew, they'd meet again sooner or later. Let's record the song first. Lin Fan's speed at recording songs was as fast as always. After confirming the arrangement, with his pop star level voice, every song was done in one take. Just to be safe, he would record one more backup take. After the songs were recorded, the remaining work no longer required Lin Fan. Once the songs were finished, the company would send the final version to him for confirmation. Only after he confirmed would they be released on major music platforms. While he was recording, Wu Xiaohe had already contacted Lin Fan's 2 bodyguards to come to the company. After recording, the bodyguards drove him back to school in the nanny van arranged by the company. On the way back to school, Lin Fan suddenly remembered he hadn't sent the photo he took earlier in the afternoon with the girl group members at the company. So he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and got ready to accept the 8 pending friend requests and send them the group photo. Sure enough, in the new friend requests, there were 8. Each one had a beautiful woman as their profile photo, though he wasn't sure if those were actually their real pictures. Each had noted their name in the remark. H2 hinsan, H2 sui, H2 gao suefang, H2 conchimin. Ha2 oyang chayue. H2O was the name of that 8-member girl group. Probably to avoid being mistaken as spam friend requests, all the girl group members had added their group's name before their actual names. Huh? Yang chayue? That name sounded very similar to a certain Lucky Koi from his previous life. With a name like that, her luck probably wouldn't be too bad. She might be carrying some natural luck. Lin Fan had a feeling that this H2O girl group's most likely breakout star was probably this Yang Chaoyue. He accepted all 8 friend requests one by one. Then he opened his photo album, found the group photo taken earlier at the company, and prepared to send it to all 8 at once. Wait. Lin Fan tapped the photo, just about to hit send and mass send to the 8 new friends. His finger hovered just above the send button. Because Lin Fan realized that among the 8 young girls in the photo, there really was one face that looked very familiar. She looked 80% like the lucky girl from his previous life. No way. Lin Fan immediately returned to the WeChat screen, opened the profile of that user named Yang Chaoyue, and her profile photo was indeed that familiar face from the group picture. Different world, more than 100 years apart, yet he could still meet someone who looked like someone from his previous life? So this world wasn't completely unrelated to his past life, it was a parallel universe? In countless parallel universes, there are countless versions of you, each living a different life? Lin Fan went back to the photo album, selected the photo, sent it through WeChat, selected all 8, and sent it to the group. He then sent a separate message to Yang Chaoyue. Yang Chaoyue, good luck. I believe in you. Comparing the 8 girls in the photo, though all of them were beautiful, the one with the highest visual appeal was definitely this Xiao Yang. Plus, since she looked so much like the lucky girl from his past life, Lin Fan naturally had the strongest impression and goodwill toward her. If there's a chance, he wouldn't mind giving her a helping hand. Another thing Lin Fan was curious about, if this world had someone who looked like the lucky girl from his past life, could there be others who looked like other people he knew? Like the Celestial Beauty, or Zixia? If they did exist, that would be quite interesting. Of course, Lin Fan wouldn't force anything. If he happened to meet them, that would be great. Having someone around who reminded him of his past life would make life more fun. If not, that was fine too. His life in this world wouldn't be ordinary either. Maybe the 8 girl trainees were still practicing. None of them had replied to his message yet. Back at school, Lin Fan continued drawing his unfinished comic Your Name. It was almost done. He was aiming to finish it within the next day or two. As for the wedding? Well, Li Yuniao had already said there wasn't much he needed to worry about. The royal family had its own wedding procedures, his own preparations would just be redundant. At most, when the date was finalized, he'd just need to decorate the imperial house allocated to him, even though he had barely stayed there. It was a wedding, after all, the house should look festive. He had eaten a lot at lunch, so Lin Fan didn't plan to eat dinner. In fact, he was going to run a few laps at the track in the evening to burn off the luxurious meal from lunch. At 8 p.m., Lin Fan arrived at the school track to run. Not long after he started running, a beautiful girl caught up to him. Lin Fan, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. It was Chen Fengzheng, his running partner from before. They used to run together almost every morning. Chen Fengzheng had witnessed his physical improvement. At first, Lin Fan could only run 5 laps, then walk 1 more to finish his run. Later he added a lap every few days. Now he could run 9 laps and walk 1 more for cool down. Xiao Fengzheng? You run at night too? Lin Fan was surprised. He thought she only did morning runs. I gain weight too easily. To keep my figure, I have to exercise more. Chen Fengzheng sighed. Lin Fan glanced at her figure, curvy and well-proportioned. Many girls would be jealous of that. This was easily gaining weight? But you, I've never seen you run at night before. Why today? Don't tell me you think you're losing weight too slowly and want to speed it up? If so, I'd advise you not to push too hard. You've already lost a lot. Losing too fast isn't good for your health, Chen Fengzheng kindly reminded him. No, I'm happy with my current pace. I just ate too much at lunch today, so I wanted to burn some off, Lin Fan explained. I see. Then I'll keep you company. Sure, nice to have a running buddy. The two of them ran together on the track. After 10 laps, Lin Fan ended his night run. 10 laps was already his limit. Back at the dorm, he took a shower and continued finishing the last bit of his comic. At 11:30 p.m., Lin Fan put down his stylus and stretched widely. After so many days of effort, his first comic was finally finished. Once it was done, Lin Fan began choosing a publishing platform. In the Great Xia Empire, comics were published both online and offline. If you were a complete unknown, online was the best way to gain visibility. Once readers got hooked by the free chapters, they'd pay for the rest. Famous artists could choose to publish offline, or release both online and offline simultaneously. In the comic world, Lin Fan was a total rookie. But now he had nearly 10 million followers on Douyin. So technically, he could publish offline right away too. But after thinking it over, Lin Fan decided to go with online publishing. This first comic was meant to show everyone that he had as much talent in comics as he did in music. So, he chose to publish it simultaneously on several major comic platforms, and without signing any exclusive deals, allowing everyone to read it for free. Without a contract, all the copyrights would remain in his hands. After publishing, Lin Fan uploaded a new video to his Douyin account. Spent half a month, my first comic is finally complete. Interested forest keepers can check it out on the major platforms. After finishing all that, Lin Fan climbed into bed with his phone, opened his private messages, and lay there reading the messages fans had sent him. Lin Fan Gij, from today on I'm officially a forest keeper. I'll protect you for life. Lin Fan Gij, you're so unprofessional. The re-recorded high-quality music is already released on the platform, and you didn't even announce it. Because of that, I missed it and didn't get to hear it first. I'm Mel. You have to call me baby to calm me down. Seeing this message, Lin Fan laughed in exasperation. What a reversal, this fan was actually reminding him to be more professional. But speaking of that, he really hadn't promoted the re-recorded versions of unnecessary explanation and if one day I become very rich. His own songs, and yet he hadn't even cared enough to announce them, definitely a bit careless. But oh well, it was too late now. The songs were already up on the music platforms, promoting them again would just be redundant. He'd do better to promote the 4 new songs when they get released. Looking forward to Lin Fan Gij's new songs. Lin Fan Didi, do you have any plans for a concert? Big Sis wants to cheer for you. Lin Fan Baby. Mommy loves you. Photo. After reading fan messages for over 10 minutes, Lin Fan finally exited Douyin. Now Lin Fan truly understood the saying, in a big forest, you'll find all kinds of birds. As his fanbase grew, it really did include all types. The more normal fans simply expressed their love in DMs, saying, "I love you," and the like. The more extreme ones would send somewhat revealing selfies. And the most inappropriate ones? Sent pictures that couldn't even be opened in public. If the sender looked good and had a nice figure, that was fine, he'd just see it as art. After all, he was over 18 and legally an adult who could marry, nothing to be shy about. But some who had zero self-awareness also sent such indecent photos, no shame at all. Lin Fan accidentally clicked on one and nearly threw up. Thank goodness he hadn't eaten dinner, or he wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Without hesitation, Lin Fan reported the user. After closing Douyin, he opened WeChat. There were quite a few messages there too. Since evening, his phone had been vibrating from time to time with incoming messages. But he had been working and hadn't checked. Entering WeChat, the top pin chat was the group with the 5 sisters. Wife number 1, Lee see you baby, hurry up and sleep with 4th sis. Have a baby boy soon so you can marry all of us sooner. Wife number 3, Lee see she baby, hurry up and sleep with 4th sis. Have a baby boy soon so you can marry all of us sooner. Wife number 5, Lee see yao baby, hurry up. Wife number 2, Lee see Jean baby, hurry up. They were all acting like copy-paste bots, making the usually cheerful and outgoing Lee Siling feel awkward. Wife number 4, Lee Siling you all shut up. Wife number 1, Lee see you knew it, you've got a husband and now you don't care about your sisters anymore. Wife number 3, Lee see she knew it, you've got a husband and now you don't care about your sisters anymore. Wife number 5, Lee see yao knew it, you've got a husband. Wife number 2, Lee see Jean knew it, you've got a husband. Wife number 4, Lee Siling, I'm done. Let the world burn. The last message was sent after 10 p.m. It was now past midnight, so Lin Fan didn't reply. Exiting the group chat, he saw that the members of H2O had also sent messages after receiving the photo, greeting him. Lin Fan Lauscher. I'll treasure this photo forever. Lin Fan Lauscher. I heard you recorded 4 songs today, so amazing. We haven't even finished one. Lin Fan Lauscher, if you ever have time, could you give me some vocal coaching? Yang Chaoyue, Lin Fan Lauscher, please don't joke, I'm not good at anything. Whether it's singing or dancing, I'm the worst in the group. I don't even have confidence in myself. But thank you for your encouragement. Even though I know I'll never be famous, I'll still do my best. The company provides food and housing, and a monthly stipend of 4,000 yuan. I have to work hard to keep this job. Oops, I said too much, hope I didn't bother you. It's late. I have to get up early for training tomorrow, so I'm going to bed now. Lastly, thank you again for your encouragement. Also, I really love your song if one day I become very rich. I hope you keep getting more and more popular. The message was sent around 11 p.m. Clearly, the life of a trainee was tiring. But then again, what job wasn't tiring in this world? Ordinary people without connections had it tough no matter what they did. Especially women, they had it far harder than men. In this world, men were born with access to all sorts of social benefits far beyond what women received. And where did those benefits come from? Mostly from the taxes paid by hardworking women. That's why so many women in this world desperately wanted to marry a man. Because once married to a man, they could enjoy a portion of those benefits. Not as much as men, but still far more than if they remained single. Simply put, women in this world were exhausted. Yang Chaoyue, working late until 11 p.m. and needing to wake early tomorrow for training, was just one of many examples. But this Xiao Yang was lucky. Because she met him. The koi from his past life became popular thanks to her genuine personality, her luck, and the empathy of countless viewers. This world Xiao Yang had Lin Fan's help, her path ahead would be much smoother. Lin Fan finally replied to her. Don't underestimate yourself. If I say I believe in you, I have my reasons. Trust me, within a year, you'll definitely become famous. Believe in yourself, and believe in me. After sending the message, Lin Fan tossed his phone next to his pillow and closed his eyes to rest. Tomorrow, classes officially started, and he had an 8 a.m. class. He also needed to get up early for his morning run. At the latest, he had to wake up by 6:30 a.m. Any later and he'd be late. If he didn't sleep now, he wouldn't get enough rest. Putting down the phone, he quickly fell asleep after a busy day, but many netizens stayed wide awake. Lin Fan's Douyin followers were already nearing 10 million, and that was without him releasing much content. The black screen video with text he posted tonight still notified nearly all his followers. So, many people went to major comic platforms to search for your name. Under Lin Fan's Douyin account, many people saw his updated work and left comments. Meichuan Kucha-zi, you stopped writing songs and went to draw comics instead? Can you stop being irresponsible? Shishi Forest Keeper, Brother Lin Fan, you can even draw comics. That's amazing. Six-Eyed Flying Fish, if you have time to draw comics, write 2 more songs. Online Love Little Sweetie, Forest Keeper, okay. Brother Lin Fan. I'll go support you right now. Snail Noodle Slight Smell, Forest Keeper, cheer up, Brother Lin Fan. You will always be the best brother. The female fans almost all supported Lin Fan. Their brother Lin Fan was good at singing, and his created comic would surely be top class. But some of the boys who followed Lin Fan because of his songs were complaining that he'd become irresponsible. A singer going to draw comics? Do you even understand drawing? And the 2 songs he created earlier, it took so long to go to the studio to record high-definition versions. The key is that after the HD versions came out, Lin Fan didn't even promote them. If we hadn't seen them on the music platform charts, we wouldn't have known those 2 songs finally had HD versions. We had to listen to the Warzone high-loss version before. Do you know how miserable that was? Lin Fan's female fans rushed to the comic platforms to search for your name. Many people at the start didn't understand when they read the front part. But when they understood that the male and female lead switched bodies, they were immediately drawn in by the absurd plot. This world has never had such a storyline. Later, the male lead goes looking for the female lead but finds that the place she lived was destroyed by a meteor years ago. He never even sees the female lead. The female lead goes to find the male lead, but he doesn't recognize her. They encounter at the edge of a meteor crater across misaligned time and space. In order to prevent forgetting each other again, they write each other's names on each other's palms, but the female lead only manages to write 1 stroke, and their time zones misalign again. Then, the male lead forgets the female lead's name again. On seeing this, countless girls cried buckets of tears. Clearly each was the most important person in the other's heart. Why arrange that in the end they forget each other? Fortunately, in the comic's ending, the male lead and female lead find each other again. And simultaneously ask that question. Your name is? Countless readers after finishing the comic, not only left comments under the comic, but also went back and left comments under Lin Fan's Douyin account. Woo-woo, I strongly recommend Brother Lin Fan's Your Name. It was so good I used an entire pack of tissues. I testify, what the person above said is true, I used an entire pack of tissues too. My god, so exciting? Could make you use up a whole pack of tissues? I must go see it now, maybe later I won't get to. Person above, did you misunderstand something? The plot is just that touching. Fan is too good at dropping knives, woo-woo. Stayed up late to read Brother Lin Fan's comic and cried. The roommate next door thought there was a ghost. Oh no, it's already 3 a.m., gotta wake up early tomorrow for work, woo-woo. Fan, I've sacrificed too much for you. Even though it was late at night, Lin Fan and his debut comic made the hot search. Your name? Lin Fan comic debut. Lin Fan made me cry 2 hours. Used 1 pack of tissues in 1 night. Of course, Lin Fan himself did not know any of this. He had sent the message to Xiao Yang, tossed the phone aside, and before long fell asleep. He slept until 6 in the morning the next day, only to be awoken by the alarm he had set last night. He briefly washed up, used the bathroom, changed into light clothes, and went out for the morning run. At the track he ran 10 laps with Chen Fengzheng, came back, showered, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the cafeteria. On the way he sent a message in the WeChat group chat with the 5 sisters. Lin Fan, my wives, who at noon will be at school? I'll go pick a bicycle. Earlier the 5 sisters had said they had many bicycles and Lin Fan could pick any, but due to time he hadn't gone to pick one. Now school resumed, walking almost 2 kilometers from dorm to classroom every day was too tiring and time-consuming. Just as Lin Fan sent the message, the 5 sisters replied in turn that they were at school. They had all resumed school. Lin Fan then made an appointment with the 5 sisters, at noon go pick bicycles. After a simple breakfast, Lin Fan headed to the classroom for his morning class. Just as he entered the classroom, some girls who arrived earlier than him surrounded him. Lin Fan. I read your name, you drew it so well. Lin Fan, we haven't even started class yet and you already created such an amazing work. You're just too amazing. Lin Fan, can you tutor me tonight? Lin Fan, is there a Mayamizu Mitsuha living in your heart too? When the semester began the girls in the class had been fairly restrained, though they thought he was ridiculously handsome, they didn't swarm him and cause trouble. Maybe the half-month of military training made everyone realize Lin Fan was a very approachable guy. The girls in class had become much more enthusiastic and bold. Earlier outdoors he hadn't felt it, now he suddenly realized there were 10,000 ducks surrounding him even in class. Lin Fan realized he couldn't continue like this. So his facial expression quickly darkened. Everyone step aside. The girls surrounding him all immediately felt the sudden drop in air pressure around him. In a moment, all quieted. Lin Fan curtly pushed past the crowd and walked to a seat by the window in the back row. Indeed, good people get ridden on really makes sense. Lin Fan suddenly somewhat understood the boys of this world. No wonder they're all so arrogant. If not a little arrogant, they would really be harassed by countless girls. But how did the class girls know about the Your Name he drew? Did they all stay up last night reading his comic? Watching Lin Fan leave, the other girls also quietly dispersed. The classroom no longer had loud chatter, but a steady wave of whispering. Wow, angry Lin Fan is so manly. Yeah, I like him so much. Gentle Lin Fan is very cute, but cold Lin Fan kills me more. You don't know, when Lin Fan pushed me just now, my entire body went limp. Me too. Whoa. I feel I'll be forever solitary this life. I simply can't look at any other guy. Their voices were very low, but given how quiet the classroom was, some of the nearer voices still reached Lin Fan's ears. Listening to these girls' predator lion words, Lin Fan's expression became odd. Huh? These girls are all M-type? Perverts, right? Lin Fan decided from now on he had to act occasionally like a stranger avoidant. Though he couldn't fundamentally stop girls he wasn't interested in from liking him, at least he could keep them from bothering him. Being able to be quiet is enough. Soon the teacher walked into the classroom and it finally became completely silent. Noon. Lin Fan and the 5 sisters went to the cafeteria for lunch, then to Lee Si-Yu's dorm to pick bicycles. Just as they selected the bikes, a woman in suit arrived before Lin Fan. Mr. Lin Fan, the prince has asked me to notify you that your wedding date with Miss Lee Si-Yu has been set. Lin Fan followed the 5 sisters to Lee Si-Yu's dormitory to pick bicycles. Lee Si-Yu had 3 bicycles, 1 mountain bike, 2 road bikes. Originally Lin Fan had planned to pick the mountain bike, but Lee Si-Yu only had 1 mountain bike. If he chose it, she would have none. So Lin Fan ultimately chose a road bike. That road bike was extraordinarily light, probably only 6 or 7 kilograms. He could easily lift it with one hand. Si-Yu, how much did this bike cost when you bought it? Lin Fan asked curiously. I don't remember exactly. It seems like 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. Lee Si-Yu said casually. To her, these bikes were just ordinary toys, she wouldn't remember the exact price. A price of several 100,000 is not very expensive to her. If it were several million or tens of millions, she probably would remember. Just as I thought, Lee Si-Yu's bicycles are super expensive. If it were Lin Fan buying it himself, a road bike might cost some tens of thousands at most. He wouldn't buy one for hundreds of thousands. Even if he had 50 million in his hand, he wouldn't spend hundreds of thousands on a bicycle. Not because he couldn't afford it, but because he didn't see the necessity. It's just a difference in spending philosophy. Of course, he had no objection to the 5 sisters spending however they wanted. Spending philosophy constrains oneself, it does not constrain others. It's not his money anyway. And even after marriage, he wouldn't interfere with how the 5 sisters spent. As royalty, even if their ordinary spending is extravagant, it won't have any impact on them. As long as they avoid gambling and drugs, and as long as they don't start businesses, their money will last many lifetimes. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Lee Si-Yu's gift, award skill, Ancient Tai Chi. After using the skill, Lin Fan felt a large mass of memory enter his mind, and his whole body seemed as though electrified, getting that tingling sensation. Ancient Tai Chi. Including Tai Chi fists and Tai Chi sword. Not the modern wellness Tai Chi, but the one created over 900 years ago by the Taoist immortal Zhang Sanfeng, a martial arts set with extremely strong destructive power. According to the memory transmission in his mind, when Zhang Sanfeng traveled through the northeast, he used ancient Tai Chi fist to kill a brown bear and a Siberian tiger. The technique of using opponents' force against them was amazing, completely unlike modern Tai Chi. It was more like something from a martial arts world, star-shifting battle. It was even stronger than star-shifting battle. Star-shifting battle simply turns the opponent's attack back against them, whereas ancient Tai Chi, while turning their attack back, also adds one's own attack force. At least it can reflect an enemy's attack with twice the force back at them. This effect, modern Tai Chi cannot achieve this. And the Tai Chi sword technique is also extremely powerful. At high level, one can use a soft Tai Chi sword to pierce a tree trunk more than 40 centimeters in diameter. For such a diameter of tree trunk, other people, let alone soft sword, even a rifle couldn't penetrate it. As Lin Fan was thinking about where he should test his combat power, a woman in a suit arrived before them. Mr. Lin Fan, I am the assistant to the Prince of Yen. The prince asked me to inform you that your marriage date with Miss Lee Si-Yu has been set. So soon? Lin Fan was surprised. Li Yunyao only yesterday said the date would be chosen. Now just one day later, the date is set. This speed, the efficiency of the Directorate of Clans is surprisingly high. It's set? Li Xiling also looked pleased. She finally gets to marry Lin Fan? Yes, Miss Xiling. The woman nodded. Your marriage with Mr. Lin Fan is scheduled for the 20th of this month. The 20th, that's almost half a month away. Lin Fan counted the time. Today is the 3rd already, so the 20th is not far off. Must say the people of this world really marry fast. He only met the 5 sisters 1 month ago. Yesterday marriage was just confirmed, and the date is set in 2 weeks. If this were his past life, from confirmation to the wedding date at least several months would pass. Mr. Lin Fan, 2 days before the wedding, the Directorate of Clans will send someone to coordinate with you and explain the wedding process. On the wedding day, there will also be someone guiding you through the ceremony. Don't worry. The woman explained. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Honestly, knowing his wedding date made him a little nervous. In his last life plus this one, this is his first marriage, he knows nothing. Moreover, it's a royal wedding. The royal wedding is famously complicated with many protocols and rules. Ordinary people get nervous when marrying, let alone him marrying the daughter of a prince. That's everything. Mr. Lin Fan, ladies, I'll take my leave now. After the woman left, Lin Fan and Li Xiling looked at each other. The other 4 sisters looked at the two with envy. Lin Fan was really going to marry Xiling. A spark flashed in Lin Fan's mind. He seemed to think of something, reached out to hold Li Xiling's pretty hands. Xiling, we're considered husband and wife now, so tonight let's not go back to the dormitory to sleep, Lin Fan said with a smile. Previously, because he had wanted to marry all 5 sisters at once, when dealing with any one of them he was more restrained. He hadn't locked in any of them yet. But now that he had made a choice, then he no longer needed to restrain. And his bet with Li Yunyao also required him and Li Xiling to have a child soon, so making use of time makes sense, right? Li Xiling's checks flusha instantly. If it were only the 2 of them, she would have agreed without hesitation. But the other 4 sisters were still there. Instead, as soon as the other 4 heard, they immediately began to tease. Why go back to the dormitory? Not just tonight, from now on you never go back to the dorms. Hurry and produce a baby boy for us. Li Siyuang Koreja. Married students can apply to the school for couple dormitory. Li Siyo Raminda. She may be Tsundra, but she also wanted to marry Lin Fan soon. These few days are Xiling's ovulation period. Li Sishi with headphones calmly pointed out. Lin Fan, sister, you two go for it. Li Xiao cheered for the 2. You guys? Li Xiling's whole head turned as red as a cooked lobster. If it were winter, steam would probably be rising from her head. Xiling, hear that? For Siyu, Sijin, Sishi, Xiao, we have to work hard, Lin Fan smiled at Li Xiling. Humph, Li Xiling turned her head away, daring not to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Always cheerful and lively, she didn't expect she'd have a Tsundra moment. Speaking of which, when they first met for matchmaking, the 5 sisters said that if married they would prepare lavish dowries. Billions in cash, private airplane, yacht, luxury car, mansion etc. He wonders, when he marries Xiling, will his future mother-in-law's dowry be more generous than what 5 sisters said? Or will it be less? It should not be less, right? Lin Fan's comic has blown up. On the very first day of its release it climbed to the hot search lists on major platforms. Immediately afterwards, comic platforms such as Penguin Comics, B Comics, C Comics, and Manhwa all contacted Lin Fan. They hoped Lin Fan would sign an exclusive contract with their platforms, so that they could use the platform's resources to strongly promote Lin Fan's comic and build momentum for it. However, Lin Fan refused them all. Signing an exclusive contract would be one thing, but they also wanted to convert his comic into a paid access model. That he could not accept. For this first comic he intended it simply to raise his name. If viewers have to pay to see it, wouldn't that mean far fewer readers? For the comic titled Your Name, his plan was at most that a deluxe collector's edition would be released later. Those willing to collect could pay to buy it, and those not willing he wouldn't force. And then turn it into a movie to be shown in cinemas for profit. As for this comic, it will be free to read. And as for rejecting the platform's contract invitations, would they bury his work? Lin Fan was not worried at all. Let them bury it. They can't bury it on all platforms, right? That many viewers, and all platforms refuse? If indeed all platforms refuse to promote his work because he won't sign, then at worst he will start a comic company. At worst he'll compete. Only, the administrators of those comic platforms aren't fools. Although Your Name is not under contract, they cannot force pay-per-view. But free access can also drive traffic for them, so it benefits them too. It's just such an excellent work, they can't get all the licensing, which makes them a little uncomfortable. Lin Fan phoned the general manager of Yuan and asked her to form an animation studio to turn your name into an animated movie. Lin Fan will draw several screens as the overall tone for the movie. Later, when the studio is set up, the studio just needs to produce the film according to his set tone and style. The general manager, upon receiving the order, hung up and immediately started executing it. On Thursday, Xingming Entertainment sent him the 4 songs he recorded a few days ago to check. If there are no issues, then they can release them. Confession Balloon, Sweet Sweet, Little Luck, Simple Love. All 4 songs. Lin Fan listened seriously several times and confirmed there were no problems. Xia Ran, okay, if you confirm no problems, our company will arrange for the release. The time is tentatively tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Lin Fan, if you have time, it'd be best if you post on Weibo and Douyin to help with promotion. Lin Fan, no problem, I'll post a Douyin video then. By the way, Xia sister, why didn't you have me help promote the previous 2 songs? Lin Fan was curious about this. Xia Ran, last time your 2 songs already went viral online and had a listening audience. The company's light promotion could get them to the charts without needing to bother you. This time is different, these 4 songs are all new songs. Lin Fan, you participate in the promotion so we can get a better effect. If the company alone did the promotion to get the same effect, we would have to spend much more money. Lin Fan, oh, so it was to save money. Xia Ran, let me know when the time is confirmed, then I'll post. Xia Ran, right, Lin Fan, you don't have a Weibo account? Lin Fan, no. Xia Ran, then you'd better register one. In the entertainment circle, whether stars or fans, more people use Weibo. Lin Fan, okay, I'll register one afterward. In the evening, Xia Ran sent a message saying the song release time was fixed, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Lin Fan immediately took a short selfie video telling fans that his 4 newly created songs will soon land on major music platforms. He also prepared to create a Weibo account. What pained Lin Fan was that his name had already been taken when he tried to register. He couldn't use the nickname Lin Fan. He added numbers after the name and tried about 7 or 8 times, but each time it showed, already taken. He was speechless. In the end, he just delegated the account issue to the company. He was too lazy to handle it. Not long after Lin Fan's Douyin promotional video was published, his fans erupted. 4 songs? Lin Fan actually wrote 4 new songs at once? Are they dreaming? Reading the news, many girls became so excited they couldn't sleep. Being able to listen to 4 new songs by Lin Fan at once, they were way too happy. The time is going so slow. Over 20 hours until I can hear Lin Fan Ge's new songs. 4 new songs, only $8. That's barely enough to listen. Lin Fan Ge, please write more songs. Why make it like some people can't afford it? Shut up, you upstairs, writing songs is hard too. If you have so much money, just tip Ge, or buy a song multiple times. Though I'm eager to hear Ge's new songs, Ge also must rest. Next time you can go slower, we can wait. On Friday at 8 p.m., Lin Fan's 4 songs were released on major music platforms right on time. Countless fans of Lin Fan opened the new songs exactly on time and bought them directly. Although as long as you're a member you can listen to all songs, being a fan and knowing Ge worked hard writing these songs, how could they not support him? Writing songs is hard too. In just 1 hour the average sales of the 4 songs exceeded 5 million. That is, each song had more than 5 million single-track purchases. $2 a song, 5 million buyers for 4 songs means 40 million. In 1 hour's time, Lin Fan's 4 songs earned more than 40 million. Of course, not all that money goes to Lin Fan alone. The music platforms take a cut, the company also takes revenue share. From $2 a song, the amount arriving in his hand is about $1.2 or so. Based on 40 million, that means for the 4 songs in 1 hour he at least credited about 24 million. Of course, the money still needs to be settled by the platform to the company, then the company to him. But eventually it is his, he's not worried. He still has 50 million in cash that he hasn't used yet. The comments under Lin Fan's 4 new songs were all praise. So good. As expected, Ge's are the best. Listen to all 4 songs, really super good. All 4 songs are so sweet. So good to listen to. Did Ge start dating again? Could you consider Sister too? Sister really is very capable. I was in a bad mood. After listening to Ge's 4 songs I feel better. Fans feel the songs are sweet? Sweet indeed. These are songs he has sent to his beloved fans, wives. Of course they have to be sweet songs. Saturday. Lin Fan finished his morning run, came back to the dorm to shower, changed into a clean outfit. Today he is moving dorms. A couple days ago he and Li Si-ling applied to the school for a married couple dorm. It was approved yesterday. Today is a day off, so perfect for moving. The five sisters originally said they would come help him move, but Lin Fan declined. They said he hasn't lived long in the dorm, he doesn't have many personal things. He only has a few sets of clothes and bed sheets and blankets, hardly needed five sisters to help. Besides, Li Si-ling also needs to move. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Zhang Wei, half sitting up in bed, looked at Lin Fan packing his things, his small eyes filled with big confusion. It was the weekend, why was he packing clothes so early in the morning? Was he going on a trip with his girlfriend? Oh, my girlfriend and I applied to the school for a couple's dorm, and the school approved it. I'm moving in today, Lin Fan explained. Before today, he hadn't told Zhang Wei that he was moving out. They were just roommates, and hadn't known each other that long. They weren't in the same major, didn't train or attend classes together, they only saw each other in the evenings, exchanged a few words. They couldn't really be called close friends. Zhang Wei shook his head with disappointment. You're going to regret this sooner or later. While they shared the dorm, Zhang Wei often tried to drill into Lin Fan's head that you shouldn't spoil women, that you needed to keep a certain distance, not give in easily, that a man should put himself first. But from the looks of it, Lin Fan hadn't taken in a single word. Zhang Wei dared to predict, Lin Fan would one day regret acting so rashly. Women are tigers, if men are too easy, they'll get eaten alive, bones and all. Lin Fan smiled, not bothering to explain further. Everyone has their own beliefs, no need to force others to change theirs. As long as he enjoyed himself, that was enough. After packing his clothes, shoes, and other personal belongings, Lin Fan dragged his suitcase out of the dorm. The couple's dorm wasn't in the male dorm building, but in a separate dormitory dedicated to couples. The whole building was only for couples to live in. But apparently, in recent decades, the building had never been fully occupied. At university, there weren't many guys willing to commit to a relationship with a girl, let alone live with one. Even though the marriage management app forced matchmaking, and many guys couldn't handle the pressure and ended up marrying someone just to keep their social benefits, only couples where both were students could apply for a couple's dorm. And many guys, even after marrying, didn't want to live with their wives every day, they found living with other guys in the dorms more comfortable. This couple's dorm was mostly occupied by married faculty and staff. As for student couples? Not even 1/5. Lin Fan threw his suitcase and backpack into his Suchi car, and drove toward the dorm building designated for couples. After checking in with the dorm manager on the first floor, his old room keycard was deactivated and replaced with access for the new dorm. Lin Fan took the elevator to the 8th floor and found room 808. This would be his and Li Si-ling's new dorm. He opened the door and walked in. The couple's dorm layout was different from the boys' dorm. The boys' dorm was just one room, one bathroom, and a balcony. But the couple's dorm had one bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. Whether it was size, decor, or amenities, the couple's dorm was better than the boys' dorm. The Daxia Empire really went all out encouraging men to marry and have children. The whole dorm was very clean. Clearly, after approving Lin Fan and Li Si-ling's application, the school had sent in cleaning staff to tidy everything up. The floors, the ceiling, every corner, spotless. While Lin Fan was unpacking, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his counselor, Xia Tian. Hello? Counselor, what can I do for you? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Lin Fan, I've listened to your 4 new songs, they're so good. All 4 of them have entered the top 5 of the new releases chart. Congratulations. Xia Tian said happily. Counselor, you didn't call just to say congrats, did you? Lin Fan saw right through her. True. Lin Fan, the week's almost over. Have you thought about it? Do you want to sign up for the welcome party? Xia Tian asked expectantly. She had already been looking forward to seeing Lin Fan perform live. Now that he had released 4 amazing new songs, she was even more excited to see him perform on stage. Sure, I'll sign up, Lin Fan agreed. There were quite a few of his fans at the school, both upperclassmen and freshmen. Even some of the school administrators liked his music, they were fans too. It's just that they were more reserved than the students, not as passionate or wild. The annual welcome party, he could consider it a gift to the fans at his school. That's great. Xia Tian was thrilled. So which song will you sing? She asked. Lin Fan hesitated when asked. He had too many songs to choose from. Even just counting the ones he'd already released, he had 6. How about Confession Balloon? Xia Tian asked hopefully. Sure, let's go with Confession Balloon. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't like making choices. Since Xia Tian had picked, he'd just go with it. By the way, does the school have a piano? If so, I can sing and play live, Lin Fan asked. He was highly skilled in piano, playing and singing at the same time was no problem. Besides, it added more class to the performance. There's a piano in the auditorium. If needed, we can definitely bring it out, Xia Tian said excitedly. She hadn't expected that not only was Lin Fan great at singing, but he could play piano too. What a treasure of a boy! Especially considering their major wasn't even music, it was comics. Alright then, Confession Balloon, live piano performance. Okay, I'll sign you up now. Starting next week, someone from the student council will contact you for rehearsal. Make sure to do your best. Counselor, don't worry, it's just singing. Easy peasy. After hanging up, Lin Fan went back to unpacking. Suddenly, the door lock turned. The previously locked door was pushed open. The 5 sisters appeared at the door. Hubby. Seeing that Lin Fan had arrived, Li Xiling jumped into his arms excitedly. Starting today, she was going to begin her shameless, sweet cohabiting life with Lin Fan. Just thinking about it made her whole body go soft. So jealous. I want to move in too, Li Xiu teased with folded arms, looking at Li Xiling enviously. Then move in. I definitely won't tell Mom, Li Xiling shot back. After being teased these past few days, she was starting to build immunity. I totally support this, Lin Fan joined in with a smile. Li Xiu siga. I'll wait until you two have a baby boy, then I'll move in. Their mom was a strict woman. She had already given them a chance. If Li Xiu broke the agreement between Lin Fan and their mother, who knows what punishment she'd face? She might never be allowed to see Lin Fan again, and that would be too painful. The 6 of them stayed in Lin Fan and Li Xiling's couple's dorm, chatting, playing games, and watching TV. By noon, no one felt like going out. Li Xiling directly ordered a big meal to be delivered. They played around and made noise, not feeling tired at all. They didn't even nap after lunch and kept playing Ghost Draw until 4 in the afternoon. Everyone's face was covered with sticky notes. No more, my face is covered, can't even see anymore. Lin Fan threw the ghost card in his hand. Actually, with his sleight of hand skills, he could easily pass off the ghost card to someone else. But playing games with his wives, cheating would make it meaningless. Except for the first 2 rounds where he tried to cheat a little, the rest of the game he played relying purely on luck. As a result, he had the most sticky notes on his face out of everyone. Turns out, his luck wasn't as good as the 5 sisters. Alright, we'll let you go, Li Xiling covered her mouth, smiling as she looked at Lin Fan. His handsome face really had no more space to stick anything. You could only see part of his eyes. If we're not playing Ghost Draw, what should we play now? Li Xiao also put down her poker cards. They really had fun today. But it was still early, only 4 p.m., and she didn't want to leave yet. Oh right. Isn't today the club recruitment day? Baby, you haven't joined any club yet, right? Want to go check it out? Li Xiu suddenly said. In the morning, when she helped Xiling move into the new dorm, she actually saw many clubs setting up canopies on the sports field. Freshman military training had ended, and this weekend was the recruitment day for all clubs. Every club needed new members. But after helping her 4th sister move, then playing all sorts of games with Lin Fan, she completely forgot about the club fair. Now that they stopped playing games, she finally remembered. Club recruitment? Let's go take a look then. Lin Fan got interested. In his previous life, his roommate dragged him into the roller skating club at university. Besides 2 veterans who were decent, the rest were all amateurs. He and his dorm mates barely learned how to skate around cones, their moves lacked flow and style. Forget about those flying moves shown on TV, they couldn't do them at all. This time around, he wanted to check out some different clubs. Then I'll go with you too, Li Xijin also dropped her cards and stood up. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Everyone got up and left the dorm, taking out the household trash on the way. There were bins downstairs, all the lunch leftovers went into the food waste bin. By building C's field. The entire sports field was nearly filled with tents. Each tent represented 1 club. And that wasn't even all of them. There were so many clubs at the Royal Academy, 1 field couldn't hold them all. The other 2 fields were the same, filled with canopies. Even the square in front of the main building was packed with tents. The Royal Academy had nearly 200 student clubs. If they didn't spread them out like this, no single venue could fit them all. Debate club, etiquette club, mock trial association, civil service association, roller skating club, basketball club, running association, swimming club, martial arts club, taekwondo association, pottery club, calligraphy association, magic enthusiasts, crosstalk club, guitar club, detective club, science fiction association, astronomy club, robotics club, computer club, model aircraft club. Charity club, environmentalist association, legal aid society, tutoring volunteer club. There were so many clubs, Lin Fan was dazzled. In his previous life, the university he went to was just an ordinary undergrad school, with maybe 20 to 40 clubs total. Nothing like this. Hey, hubby, what kind of club do you want to join? Li Xiling asked curiously. Lin Fan shook his head. No idea. I feel overwhelmed. There were just too many. But, I probably won't choose any professional development clubs, science and tech clubs, or volunteer clubs. Stuff like the Japanese language club, debate club, business etiquette club, he had no interest at all. He already ran a company. These clubs were of no use to him. And as for the science clubs, astronomy club, chemistry club, smart car association, nuclear society, he didn't have the technical background. Joining would just make his life harder. As for volunteer-type clubs, not just him, most guys in this world probably wouldn't pick them. Men had too many privileges. Why volunteer to serve others? Sports and arts-related clubs were more worth considering. How about joining the video game club? Li Si suddenly suggested. All the members are gaming enthusiasts. Maybe you'll meet people who are useful for you. Didn't Lin Fan start a game company? The video game club was a perfect match. Most importantly, she was already in that club. If Lin Fan joined too, then they'd get to spend even more time together. I'll think about it. Lin Fan didn't agree right away. Because he had no confidence in this world's games. Who knew what kind of games those so-called enthusiasts liked? If they all liked dating sims, he'd explode on the spot. Li Sijin was just about to recommend sea fishing or diving clubs when Lin Fan suddenly walked toward the martial arts club not far away. Baby, you want to join the martial arts club? Li Xiu quickly followed. Don't, martial arts club is dangerous. Li Xiao also hurried to catch up. Martial arts, sanda, karate, all these fighting clubs had a high risk of injury. It was hard to hold back during sparring, accidental injuries were common. These were the clubs most likely to leave your face bruised and swollen. Lin Fan was so handsome. If someone hit and swollen his face, what a waste. What if he dislocated something or broke a bone? She didn't even dare to think about it. The martial arts club members had already noticed Lin Fan, or rather, all the nearby clubs had. The most handsome freshman this year, the talented music genius, the youngest, most handsome cartoonist, who at school didn't know him. Maybe not everyone knew he was the youngest cartoonist, but as the most handsome and the music genius, those titles were well known. If they could recruit Lin Fan into their club would explode in popularity for the next few years. Seeing Lin Fan approach their club, the martial arts club members were thrilled. Lin Fan senpai, are you interested in traditional martial arts? If you are, join us. Our club president even won the National College Martial Arts Championship. Lin Fan didn't accept the martial arts club's enthusiastic invitation. The reason he came over wasn't because he was interested in modern martial arts, but because he wanted to test his ancient taiji. He wanted to see how strong he was, and how big the gap was between ancient taiji and modern martial arts. After all, the memories in his mind were from Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of ancient taiji. Although it felt powerful, there was no clear comparison. And who knew if it was the taiji that was powerful, or if it was Zhang Sanfeng himself? When someone's skill reaches a certain level, even basic moves can have strong power and easily defeat many experts. Lin Fan was worried that maybe his ancient taiji was the same, powerful only because of his skill level. No rush to join a club. Senior, I know a set of taiji, but I've never sparred with anyone. I wonder if I could try sparring with someone from the martial arts club. Lin Fan originally wanted to say senior brother, but after looking around, there wasn't a single male senior in the martial arts club, only senior sisters. Even the nearby taekwondo, karate, sanda, and judo clubs were full of senior sisters too. Not a single senior brother. No one knew if the guys just didn't come to recruit, or if there simply weren't any male members in those clubs. Huh? Lin Fan, you know taiji? The senior sister he spoke to lit up immediately. I know taiji too, I even won a city-level taiji competition. If you want to spar, then let's do push hands. She happily accepted Lin Fan's sparring challenge. In her mind, Lin Fan probably just learned some health-preserving taiji from old ladies in the park, watched some martial arts TV dramas, and wanted to spar for fun. As for his actual skill? She didn't expect much at all. Health-focused taiji practiced by old people in parks has no combat value. But what she practiced was family-style taiji. Passed down for nearly 200 years, forged through wartime, real combat taiji. Of course, she wouldn't use her full strength on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a campus celebrity. What girl didn't like him? She liked him too. When sparring with him, she wouldn't hurt him, but she did want him to feel how powerful traditional martial arts could be. How else could she convince him to join the martial arts club? And during push hands, there'd definitely be physical contact. Just thinking about it made her unable to hide her smile. Are we sparring here? Lin Fan asked. As a martial arts newbie, he didn't know the rules, so he was curious. Yeah, it's just sparring, this spot is fine, she nodded. The ground was artificial grass, which gave some cushioning. And more importantly, she didn't think either of them would fall, so no need for mats. Alright, let's do it. Lin Fan casually took a starting stance, right palm inward and extended forward. The girl extended her right hand to touch Lin Fan's forearm. Real Taiji push hands isn't just hand-to-hand pushing. That's only for training and sensing the opponent's strength. Once you feel their strength, it's easier to break their balance. Once balance is broken, it's easy to throw, push, flip, or toss them. In real combat, falling meant losing. The girl had trained in family-style Taiji since she was young and was very confident in herself. Many older people couldn't beat her. But once she touched hands with Lin Fan, she immediately felt all her force vanish. Just one move, and a huge force pulled her flying. To onlookers, it looked like Lin Fan and the girl placed their hands together, then Lin Fan pushed a little, the girl pushed back, and then she was thrown. Countless people were confused. Was this a performance? Lin Fan, realizing what just happened, knew he had messed up. He had underestimated his own strength and overestimated the girl's. He had just pushed a little, wanting her to push back so he could use her force and his own to defeat her. But with just one back and forth, their combined force and his skill completely threw off her balance and flung her into the air, heading behind him. Lin Fan immediately turned around. She had flown almost a person's height. At that speed, she would fly 4 to 5 meters and crash hard on the ground. Even if the ground was artificial turf, that would still hurt. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed her ankle, pulled her back, appeared beside her, caught her by the waist, and gently placed her on the ground. The girl was still stunned. She just felt like she flew, then landed. Sorry, first time sparring, I didn't control my strength. Are you okay? Lin Fan asked, a bit embarrassed. Luckily, he reacted fast. A second slower, and she'd have face-planted and definitely gotten hurt. I'm fine. She shook her head. She had recovered by now and looked at Lin Fan with shining eyes. Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to be a Taiji master. I've been practicing family-style Taiji since I was little. I won't say I'm amazing, but no one has ever thrown me like that. Not even my mom. Lin Fan. Join our martial arts club. We need a martial arts expert like you, she said excitedly. You couldn't beat me. There's no point in me joining, Lin Fan shook his head and declined. Her appearance barely scored 80. The other girls in the martial arts club didn't even hit 80. He wasn't interested. Lin Fan. Traditional martial arts are all showy moves, join our Taekwondo club. Lin Fan. Join our Sanda club. Lin Fan. Join our Judo club. One-on-one, none of them can beat us Judo girls. And the Judo club girls weren't wrong. Taekwondo, Karate, Sanda, all used bare hands. But Judo used the ground as a weapon. As long as they protected their heads, they could take several punches and kicks and still fight. And once they grabbed someone and slammed them, it was game over. If the Judo club girls were pretty and had good figures, Lin Fan wouldn't mind joining, you know the reason. But seeing their broad frames, Lin Fan instantly passed on Judo. If he had to choose, he'd rather pick the Karate club, at least their members had good bodies. Lin Fan really was extremely popular and well-liked at school. No matter where he went, people from surrounding clubs would recognize him and enthusiastically invite him to join. Lin Fan, join our music club. We're all your fans. Join the music club, you can ask for any condition you want. Lin Fan. Join the comic club. Your name is so amazing, it would be such a pity if you didn't join us. Lin Fan, you're part of our comics major. Lin Fan, as long as you join our comic club, you can do whatever you want to us. Shut up. You old pervert. You just want Lin Fan for his body. You think you're better? Holier than thou? Go ahead, leave then. I'm not leaving. Hit me if you dare. You think I won't? Slap. Fuck. You really hit me? Slap. So what if I hit you? I'm going to kill you. Girls. Get them. Girls. Let's go too. People from the music and comic clubs actually started fighting, all because of Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, feeling speechless. People were actually fighting over club recruitment? Enough. Stop it. Lin Fan shouted. He didn't want someone actually getting hurt. That wouldn't be good. Even though it technically had nothing to do with him if things got out of hand, since it started because of him, he would still feel guilty if someone got seriously hurt or worse. After all, he wasn't a bad person. The moment Lin Fan shouted, everyone from both clubs froze instantly. At the end of the day, they were all fans of Lin Fan. If they made him upset, that would be a total loss. Ridiculous. With a dark expression, Lin Fan didn't scold them too much. He just barked the words and left with the 5 sisters. These people were adults, they should know better. Lin Fan continued to be the most popular person wherever he went. As he strolled among the various club booths, he suddenly stopped. Aero Club? Just looking at the club's name shocked Lin Fan. Was the Royal Academy really this open? They even allowed this kind of club? Full of curiosity, Lin Fan walked toward the Aero Club. There were clearly more people gathered around the Aero Club than the others. But unlike other booths that had at least a few guys checking things out, this one didn't have any guys, all girls. As Lin Fan reached the edge of the crowd, ready to push through, Li Xiling grabbed his arm. "Hubby, let's not check this club out. Let's go look at others." Her eyes were darting around, not daring to look directly at him. "Why?" Lin Fan looked at her, confused. "The Aero Club was set up right here. Why not take a look? Baby, this isn't a good club, let's just skip it, okay?" Li Xiu hugged his other arm. The Aero Club was unhealthy. The content, the people, it was all too yellow, pervy. They didn't want Lin Fan to be tainted. "The more you act like this, the more interested I get." Lin Fan's rebellious side kicked in. Was there something in this club he didn't know about? He pulled his arms free from the 2 girls and pushed into the crowd. "Excuse me, ladies coming through." At first he had to push, but once he opened his mouth, the path cleared automatically. The girls stepped aside for him. "Oh my god. A guy? Holy sh*t. It's Lin Fan. No way. It's really Lin Fan ge. He can't see me. He can't see me." All the girls lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with him. If their idol found out they were checking out this kind of stuff, they'd be socially dead. None of them wanted to be humiliated in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked right up to the Aero Club's booth. There were lots of magazines on the table, covers that looked like typical adult manga covers from his past life. Except, instead of sexy women, the covers here all featured shirtless men. Seeing Lin Fan, none of the club's recruiters dared look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads. Only one girl mustered the courage to speak. Lin Fan? Are you interested in the Aero Club?" She stammered. Her tongue felt tied. She was a fan of Lin Fan too. And now her idol knew she was the president of the Aero Club. She wanted to die of embarrassment. But she still forced herself to speak up. She figured Lin Fan didn't know who she was anyway. If he wasn't interested, they'd probably never meet again. He wouldn't remember her. But if he was interested, and even joined the club, wouldn't that be like a dream come true? The whole Aero Club would probably worship her. A little curious. "My wives didn't want me to come over, so I wanted to see what your club is about." Lin Fan casually picked up a magazine and flipped through it. All the girls nearby kept their heads down. They didn't leave, and they didn't stop him. They were scared he'd remember them, but also curious how he'd react to the contents. Would he get angry and leave? Or boldly join the club? They'd heard guys also looked at naughty stuff, but was it true? Did Lin Fan usually look at this kind of thing? Lin Fan casually flipped through the magazine, his expression growing more speechless by the second. Who drew this stuff? It was so boring. Most of it was just shirtless guys. Hardly any pictures of girls. And even when there was no detail. Even the guys weren't drawn in detail. Only the abs and pecs were well drawn. So, abs and pecs were the main selling points? "This is way too tame," Lin Fan muttered. All the girls around him suddenly looked up, eyes wide in shock. "What?" Lin Fan didn't throw the magazine down in disgust. Instead, he complained it was too tame? "Hubby, you're not bothered by this kind of stuff?" Li Xiling came over, looking curiously into his eyes. Most girls had seen this kind of adult content before, including the 5 sisters. Some liked live action, some liked anime. But for guys, it was different. Online, many guys harshly criticized anything sexual, movies, comics, anime, all of it. Even girls who watched this stuff were attacked. Called perverts. Why should I be bothered? Lust and appetite are basic human nature. But this art is way too tame. No, I've got to give you girls some proper direction. I'm joining the Aero Club. By the way, drawing this kind of stuff in the Daxia Empire, is it legal? Is this kind of thing legal in the Daxia Empire? Lin Fan asked. He wouldn't do anything illegal. Of course, that only applied before he made the decision to enter the capital. If the king of Yen ended up not marrying off the other 4 sisters to him, then he wouldn't care about what's legal or not. At that point, forget about adult content, he'd even dare to commit genocide. After all, he was an orphan and didn't have 9 generations of family to worry about. It's not illegal at all. How could it be illegal? The president of the Aero Club quickly shook her head. As long as it's not open to underage boys, it's fine. Nowadays, with such an extreme gender ratio, forget about marriage, many women might not even touch a man's hand in their entire life. If they weren't given some kind of mental comfort, they might explode. But erotic content is only allowed for women and adult men, it's not permitted for underage boys. Otherwise, it would be illegal. Also, novels, drawings, films and such are legal forms of content. But establishments like brothels, ancient-style commercial operations, are strictly forbidden. Because if they were allowed, a lot of boys would be voluntarily forced into that industry. There were already very few men. They had to be protected. Even now, though brothels are illegal, there are still people willing to risk death to run them. They use violence to kidnap men and force them to serve clients. Not only do they earn loads of money from rich women, they also sell byproducts on the black market. Many men have died from being overworked by forced service. Even if rescued, most lost all interest in women afterward, some couldn't even get it up anymore. That's why legalizing novels, books, and films is essential. Lin Fan didn't know all this before, because until he turned 18, he had no way to access this kind of stuff. The orphanage's internet blocked all adult websites. Boys' schools had the same restrictions. Phones came with a mandatory marriage management app, tied to each person's ID. Any boy underage couldn't access adult sites. As for bookstores, erotic books were sold in special sections off-limits to underage boys. Of course, if a boy really wanted to see them, there were ways. Like borrowing a girl's phone. Or going to a mall with a tablet and connecting to public Wi-Fi. Or hiring a proxy buyer to get the books. If there's a will, there's a way. It's just that Lin Fan never bothered before, so he never realized this kind of thing was legal in the Daxia Empire. Now that he knew it was legal, he had no more concerns. Sign up is just signing here, right? Lin Fan picked up a pen and pointed to the registration book. Yes. The club president nodded rapidly. She never expected Lin Fan would actually join their Aero Club. Earlier, even though she asked him, she hadn't held out any hope. What guy would join an Aero Club? It was unheard of. According to their club records, it had been over 10 years since any male had joined the Aero Club. Lin Fan signed his name, but didn't write down his phone number. With so many people around, if he wrote it down, he'd probably be harassed constantly. Senior, I won't leave my phone number, let's just add each other as contacts. I'll transfer the club fee to you, Lin Fan said, taking out his phone. He saw that the yearly club fee for each member was 100 yuan. Not expensive. The club president quickly took out her phone too. Lin Fan, you don't need to pay. Aero Club policy, boys join for free. For over a decade, every president of the Aero Club dreamed of having a male member. Even an ugly one would do, as long as it was a guy. But in all those years, they never had a single male member. Now, not only had a guy finally joined, but it was Lin Fan, handsome, talented, a hidden gem. How could she possibly charge him? Oh? Boys get this kind of benefit? Then I won't be polite. Lin Fan smiled. It was only 100 yuan anyway. Waiving one member's fee didn't matter. He scanned the code and added the president as a contact. By the way, senior, I don't know your name yet, Lin Fan asked. He had already seen it via the system but wouldn't reveal that. Name, Jiang Wan. Gender, female. Looks, 82. Bone structure, 87. Sexual history, 0. I'm Jiang Van. Drawing major, 3rd year, the club president said quickly. Senior Jiang Wan, please don't share my contact ID with others, Lin Fan reminded her. Even if people couldn't add him without permission, constant requests would still be annoying. Lin Fan, you can actually set your app to only allow ads via QR code. Then no one random can add you, Jiang Wan suggested. Oh? I didn't know that was an option, Lin Fan said, he'd never explored it before. But just in case, I'd still prefer if you didn't share it around. Don't worry, I promise I won't. Jiang Wan immediately raised 3 fingers in oath. Alright, if there are club events, just contact me then. Lin Fan said and was about to leave with the 5 sisters. Wait, Lin Fan. Jiang Wan quickly stopped him. What is it? This is for you. It's a welcome gift for every new member of the Aero Club. Jiang Wan handed him a keychain. It had a chibi-style female figure in a bikini. But because it was chibi, it didn't look lewd at all, it was actually kind of cute. Lin Fan also saw that on the table were many keychains with shirtless chibi-style male characters in short shorts. Only 2 or 3 had female designs. Thanks, President. Lin Fan accepted it with a smile. If everyone got one, there was no reason for him to reject it. And honestly, it was pretty cute. Just as he took the keychain, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Gift received from Jiangwan, cashback bonus triggered, reward, portable storage space ×1. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Portable storage space. He immediately checked the reward. A separate space appeared in his mind. It wasn't big, just 1 cubic meter. But it was extremely useful. Time stood still in the space. Anything placed inside would not age or decay, no matter how long it stayed there. Also, he didn't need physical contact, just a thought, and anything within 1 meter of him could be stored. And he could retrieve anything from the storage space and place it anywhere within a 1 meter radius instantly. Lin Fan never expected that a keychain worth maybe $10 would give him such an insane reward. As soon as Lin Fan left the Aero Club, the place practically exploded with excitement. Lin Fan had actually joined the Aero Club. Many girls who had only come to watch and had no intention of joining started writing their names on the sign-up sheet. Even more of Lin Fan's fans rushed over after hearing the news and signed up too. Normally, not many people joined the Aero Club. Usually, only 30 or 40 members at most. Because boys were quite resistant to erotic content clubs, and if a girl joined and boys found out, she would basically lose her chances of dating. Even if she wasn't dating, just being part of the Aero Club would get her talked about by some boys. So while many people secretly enjoyed this type of content, very few actually joined the club. Only those who truly loved it, or were creators themselves, would join. But now things were different. Lin Fan had joined the Aero Club. What was there left to worry about? They were just following their idol. By the time booths closed at 6:30 p.m., over 200 new names were registered for the Aero Club. That was more than 20,000 yuan in club fees. Jiang Wan, the club president, hadn't seen the Aero Club this rich since she joined in her first year. Now, all she could think about was recruiting even more members. Then she'd find a time when Lin Fan was free to invite him to a club activity. As long as Lin Fan showed up, the rest of the club would definitely join in too. Just imagining the scene like a fan meeting got Jiang Wan excited. After joining the Aero Club, Lin Fan continued wandering around the other club booths. But he didn't see anything else as interesting as the Aero Club. The Royal Academy didn't require students to join a club, they only suggested not joining more than 3, since everyone had limited energy. Since Lin Fan had already joined one and hadn't found any others that interested him, he didn't bother joining more. He went to the cafeteria with the 5 sisters. While they ate dinner, he only had an apple. He was still dieting, barely eating anything at night. The other 4 sisters walked Lin Fan and Li Xiling back to their couple's dorm, looking reluctant and jealous. "If you're jealous, come up and hang out?" Lin Fan said with a smile. Even though he had a bet with his future mother-in-law, if the 5 sisters were all willing, he didn't mind taking them all at once. That would save him the trouble of betting with the King of Yen. If all 5 sisters already had a real relationship with him, who else could they marry? Who's jealous? Li Xijin immediately denied. Forget it, forget it. Baby, you two go up. We're leaving." Li Xiyu backed off. Li Si and Li Xiao stayed silent. Their mom's authority was too strong. They didn't dare to disobey her. Since the sisters didn't dare cross the line, Lin Fan had no choice but to go fulfill his bet with his future mother-in-law. The sooner Li Xiling got pregnant, the higher his chances of winning the bet. After saying goodbye to Li Xiyu and the others, Lin Fan and Li Xiling returned to their little home. Though the apartment was small, it was very cozy. Strictly speaking, this was Lin Fan's first real home in this world. A house is just a place to stay, a home is where family is. As soon as they entered, Li Xiling locked the door behind them and hugged Lin Fan from behind. "Hubby. Let's make a baby," she whispered, giggling as she wrapped her arms around him. They had been together for a while, but it wasn't until they confirmed their marriage a few days ago that they finally slept together. Only she knew how happy she was. While she was still in her fertile window, she wanted to try as much as possible to get pregnant quickly. As long as she had a boy, the rest of the sisters could marry Lin Fan too, and they'd all stay together for life. Sure, Lin Fan turned around and held her in his arms. "But first, we need a shower." He hadn't sweated much during the move in the morning since he had little luggage and just drove from the boys' dorm to the couple's dorm. But walking around all afternoon under the sun checking out clubs, that did make him sweat. If he didn't clean up, it wouldn't be good for Li Xiling's health. "Together," she said with a mischievous smile. "Together." Lin Fan agreed. Turns out, Li Xiling liked this kind of vibe. Around 9 p.m., Li Xiling lay curled up in Lin Fan's arms, eyes closed and resting. The projector above played one of this world's trending urban workplace dramas, The Bossy CEO Fell for a Nobody Like Us. But neither of them was watching it. Lin Fan was on his phone, chatting with another girl. Bride lady, husband, have you already forgotten your wife? Lin Fan, my lady, why would you say that? Bride lady, then why hasn't husband come to see me these past few days? Lin Fan, you misunderstand, my lady. I've just been too busy lately. Lin Fan, tomorrow is a rest day. Would my lady be free to go sightseeing with her husband? Bride lady, then tomorrow, I shall wait at home for my husband to return. This bride lady was Lee Yunwan, the NPC bride he met in the escape room. Lee Yunwan was a huge fan of historical cosplay and only portrayed ancient characters. When chatting, she often spoke like someone from ancient times. Lin Fan naturally played along and did roleplay with her. He didn't dislike it, in fact, he found it quite fun. But ever since they met in that escape room, they hadn't seen each other again, only kept chatting online. Lee Yunwan had invited Lin Fan out, but at that time he was still in military training. Training during the day and at night, he had no time for dates. Of course, he could have asked for leave, but he wanted to use training as a way to lose weight, so he didn't. After training ended, he was busy every day and still hadn't found time to meet her. But tomorrow was finally free, a perfect time to go out with Lee Yunwan. Based on how they chatted, they'd probably end up in a hotel after just 1 or 2 dates. If the vibe was right tomorrow, he might even take her then and there. Hopefully, she'd wear historical clothes tomorrow. Lee Yunwan in costume, now that was something special. He'd already dated several modern beauties, he hadn't tried a historical one yet. At 9 a.m. the next morning. Hubby, good morning. As soon as Lee Siling woke up, she gave Lin Fan a good morning kiss. After a whole night, neither of them had any bad breath, their mouths were still fresh as usual. Lee Siling had good physical condition and was well taken care of at home, while Lin Fan simply had great natural constitution. After a deep French kiss, the two finally separated. Wife, I made plans with that bride girl to go out today. Do you want to come with us? Elaina Fan invita Lee Siling. Lee Siling knew about the bride girl, Lin Fan had never hidden her from her. Not just the bride girl, any girl Lin Fan talked to frequently, he never intentionally kept them a secret from Lee Siling. He never secretly chatted with other women behind her back. He always talked openly. Lee Siling didn't mind. What man didn't have several wives? Maybe deep down she did mind a little, like feeling her husband's love was being shared, but she would never show it. To show that would be jealousy, and women who were jealous were the kind men would divorce. Upon hearing Lin Fan's invitation, Lee Siling agreed without hesitation. Sure. The senior wife going out with the husband and a concubine, totally normal. Besides, she'd never actually met that bride girl in person before. She'd only seen her in costume in Lin Fan's chat app. Now she had a chance to meet her properly. Even if that girl was older than her, Lee Siling would still be the main wife at home in the future. After all, she was Lin Fan's first wife. And also a princess of the Prince Yan's household. Her mom had told her that after marrying Lin Fan, she'd be officially granted the title of successor of the Yan royal house. With such a title, if she wasn't the main wife, who else could be? The two went to the bathroom together to wash up. During that time, Lee Siling's phone rang, but they didn't have time to answer it. Over an hour later, when she came out of the bathroom, she finally checked her phone. Seeing "Mother Dearest" on the screen, Lee Siling's face instantly turned pale. She'd missed a call from her mom. She hurriedly called back. The phone was picked up after just 2 rings. "Mom," she called out softly. But Lee Yunyao didn't scold her. She already knew Lee Siling and Lin Fan had applied for the couple's dorm and were living together. As someone with experience, she obviously knew what had happened last night. Lin Fan actively trying to give her 4th daughter a baby, that was something she was more than happy to see. "Come home before noon. There are some things about your marriage with Lin Fan that I need to discuss with you." "Yes. I understand." Lee Siling quickly nodded and agreed. After hanging up, Lin Fan finally asked, "Why did Mom call?" "Hubby, I can't go with you to see your little lover today. Mom wants me to go home. She said there are some things about our marriage that she needs to tell me." Lee Siling looked at Lin Fan with a hint of apology. Her husband invited her to go on a date with the other woman, and she ended up bailing, not a good look. But when Mom calls her home, especially for something serious like their marriage, she couldn't say no. "It's fine. Serious matters come first. We'll go together next time." Lin Fan reassured her. He originally invited her because he wanted to enjoy some polygamy perks, but now that his mother-in-law had called, and it was about their marriage, it couldn't be delayed. After comforting her, Lin Fan and Lee Siling headed out. Lin Fan drove himself to meet the bride girl, while Lee Siling took a car back to the Yen family residence. Lin Fan followed the address Lee Yunwan had sent him and navigated there. Seeing the building ahead, Lin Fan became even more certain, This girl he happened to meet in that escape room was definitely from a super rich family. Beijing Building 88, not only inside the second ring, but practically touching the first ring. Looking at how tall this building was, her family probably had a direct view of the Forbidden City. Lin Fan drove his Suchi car into the underground parking of Building 88. Then took the elevator straight up to the top, the 12th floor. Yes, Building 88's highest floor was only 12. Because in the capital, to protect historical buildings and preserve thousand-year-old culture, buildings within the second ring weren't allowed to be tall. The tallest could not exceed 45 meters. Building 88 was built right to the limit. The maximum allowed was 45 meters, this building was 44.9. Li Yunwan lived on the 12th floor. From that spot, facing south, she probably had a view of the entire Forbidden City. If the visibility was good and nothing blocked it, you might even see the whole cityscape. The elevator reached the 12th floor. When the doors opened, Lin Fan was shocked. Right outside the elevator was a huge double door. Hallway? There wasn't even a hallway. Or rather, what little space was there didn't count as one. Because the entire 12th floor had only one residence. Correction, Unit A had only one home. So the bride girl was a rich young lady too. Makes sense, she had casually given him a valuable jade token the first time they met. Lin Fan rang the doorbell. Soon, the video doorbell screen showed Li Yunwan's delicate face. "Husband, you're back." She greeted him with a smile and opened the door. Lin Fan saw her standing barefoot on the polished floor, wearing an apron and smiling at him. He was stunned by her look. She was wearing a grass-green silk ancient-style outfit, with a red apron tied in front like a traditional belly wrap. Barefoot on the polished floor, her pale little feet showing from under the hem. Part of her hair was tied up in a bun, the rest hanging over her shoulders. Red ribbons, ornate hairpins, and decorative clips adorned her head. She was the perfect image of a noble lady cooking in an ancient wealthy family. Honestly, the look was something special. It was the first time Lin Fan had experienced something like this. "Husband, what are you spacing out for? Aren't you coming in?" Li Yunwan giggled. "Just missed you, my lady. Come, let me give you a hug." Lin Fan stepped in, arms open. Li Yunwan didn't shy away, letting Lin Fan hug her. But a moment later, she slipped out of his arms. "The food's still on the stove. I need to check on it." "Husband, please rest for now," she said and ran off, leaving Lin Fan standing at the door alone. He wasn't upset. He casually shut the door behind him and began exploring Li Yunwan's luxurious home. After touring Li Yunwan's mansion, Lin Fan realized he was wrong. Li Yunwan had given him the address, building number 88 in the capital, Unit A, 1201. So when he exited the elevator and saw the big double doors outside, he originally assumed that Unit A only had Li Yunwan's household. But after touring her mansion, he realized it wasn't just Unit A with one household, the entire 12th floor had only Li Yunwan's residence. Because when he walked around inside the mansion, he saw huge floor-to-ceiling windows in every direction, giving views in all directions. And just as he had guessed earlier, Li Yunwan's home really could overlook the entire Forbidden City. That is, when the Forbidden City was designated as a cultural heritage at the founding of the Daxia Empire, the imperial family did not live in that huge palace. Otherwise building number 88 in the capital could not have been built. Building number 88 in the capital is less than 1 kilometer from the Forbidden City, yet this home can look down on the entire Forbidden City. If any skilled sniper set up there, they could threaten the emperor, the crown prince, and their harem's safety. Li Yunwan's mansion was really huge. According to Lin Fan's estimate, a single floor area was at least over 600 SQM, and crucially this was not just a flat, it was a duplex. It had 2 floors. The total area was over 1,000 square meters. Inside, the number of functional rooms was truly many. Living room, bedroom, study were basic. Inside there was a laser home cinema room over 100 SQM, a gym over 200 SQM with a strength area, cardio area, even a dance area. You could call it a small private gym without exaggeration. There was also a costume room, full of various ancient-style outfits and ancient accessories. Clearly, Li Yunwan really loved historical costumes. On the second floor, there was also an indoor heated swimming pool measuring 6 meters by 25 meters. Lin Fan touched the water, it wasn't cold at all, even a little warm. Outside the pool was an open terrace. The terrace wasn't very big, about 100 SQM or so. But on the terrace were chairs, recliners, sun umbrellas, and even a semi-open water bar. If you didn't know, you'd think this was a publicly accessible rooftop cafe. Lin Fan didn't stay alone too long. After touring the mansion, he came to the kitchen. Li Yunwan, in ancient-style dress with an apron, was busy in the kitchen. The kitchen of Li Yunwan's home was also not small. Lin Fan estimated 40 to 50 sqm, larger than many homes of people working in the capital. Li Yunwan continued cooking. On the central kitchen counter were already 4 or 5 dishes: braised pork, garlic ribs, stir-fried chili pork, stir-fried clams, and guabao roe, sweet sour pork. In the pot was a small lobster. On the stove was a steamer with some unknown dish. To be honest, this kitchen scene shocked Lin Fan more than the mansion itself. He was prepared for her family being wealthy, but that she would cook such a large table of food, he did not expect. When he first entered, Li Yunwan said the kitchen was still cooking and he assumed the household chef was busy, and Li Yunwan at most was assisting. But now, after touring the whole mansion and seeing not a single servant, and in the kitchen only Li Yunwan herself, how could Lin Fan not be surprised? While in this world in ordinary families, cooking is almost always done by women and men rarely ever step into the kitchen, but that's for ordinary families. For a rich lady like Li Yunwan there was no need for her to cook. She was fully capable of hiring a team of servants to take care of daily life. Lin Fan pushed open the kitchen's glass door and entered. "Hubby, why did you come in? The kitchen smoke is heavy, you should rest outside." Li Yunwan turned and looked at him. But Lin Fan had no intention of leaving the kitchen. And Li Yunwan had exaggerated. The cooking hood system was very good. Standing by the stove he could barely sense any oil smoke. No need to leave. Lin Fan came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "My lady, I didn't know your cooking skills were so good. A woman should be elegant and also know the kitchen. To ensure my husband has good appetite every day, I naturally must practice my cooking skills well." Li Yunwan loga. "Didn't you know I've been dieting recently? You make so much delicious food, you're committing a crime. My husband's figure is just right. Where's the need to diet?" The two of them stayed in the kitchen, whispering sweet words while preparing lunch. At 11:30, lunch was ready. In addition to the dishes Lin Fan had seen, the steamer held a steamed king crab and steamed Australian lobster with garlic and vermicelli. 8 dishes in total. They couldn't eat it all. "Husband, you've lost weight recently, so you must eat more today." During the meal, Li Yunwan kept serving Lin Fan. By the end, Lin Fan's belly was bulging. Li Yunwan was a little better, but her lower tummy was also bulging. Clearly she had eaten far more than usual. To maintain her figure, she usually not only controlled her food but also spent nearly 2 hours exercising daily to consume excess energy and keep in shape. Today, with Lin Fan over, it was the perfect chance to show off her cooking and also indulge a little. After the meal, the two collapsed on the couch in the living room, unable to move. They had eaten too much. "Husband, I also read your comic. The story is really good." "Of course, who are you talking to? And your songs are good too." "Of course." "Husband, may your wife ask you a question?" Li Yunwan suddenly sat up straight. "My lady, please." Lin Fan changed his posture. Li Yunwan held her phone like a microphone and offered it to him. "Mr. Lin Fan, for the songs you've written and the excellent comic Your Name, under what circumstances did you create them?" "Under what circumstances?" Lin Fan considered. "Actually none special. It's just a flash of inspiration, then I thought of it. Isn't there that saying? Art is born of nature, skillful hands grasp it by chance. When inspiration comes, the work appears." Lin Fan said casually. After all, who would expect he was a transmigrator from another world? "Then Mr. Lin Fan, could you compose a piece for me? Or draw a picture for me too?" Li Yunwan looked at Lin Fan with a smile. And in her gaze, Lin Fan saw expectation. Who could refuse to be remembered by posterity? "Well then Miss Wanner, what kind of reward could you offer me?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "That depends on the quality of the work you create for me," Li Yunwan said. Yen King's mansion. "Mom, I'm back." "You're back? Come, sit." Yen King saw her fourth daughter, Li Xiling, and waved at her, signaling her to sit next to her. Okay, Li Xiling obediently sat down next to Li Yunyao. Yen King Li Yunyao was sitting on the sofa with an ultra-thin laptop on her lap. Li Xiling looked at the screen. Mom seemed to be looking at houses? "Mom, what are you doing?" "Preparing your dowry," Li Yunyao said calmly. "Dowry?" Of course, Li Xiling knew that when getting married, the bride needs to bring a dowry to the groom's house. But in Daxia, isn't the dowry usually prepared by the bride herself? After all, every family tends to have many daughters, and if the parents prepare dowries for all of them, they simply can't afford it. She had already prepared her own dowry a long time ago. All those houses, cars, planes, and yachts she bought herself, aside from being investments, their main purpose was to serve as her dowry when she got married. Her other 4 sisters did the same. Then she planned to take another 100 million in cash from her savings. That should be a pretty generous dowry, right? But now mom wants to prepare an additional dowry for her? The daughter of this king is getting married. If I don't prepare a dowry for you all, how could I still show my face as Yen King, said Li Yunyao, switching to a PowerPoint presentation. A long list of dowry items appeared. Cash, 888.88 million. Gold, 888 kilograms. Private jet, 1 Gulfstream G900. Yachts, 1 small, 2 medium, 1 large. Luxury cars, 20 in total, including sports cars, sedans, SUVs, MPVs, RVs, etc. Real estate, 10 large apartments, 8 villas, 20 storefronts. Looking at the long list on the screen, even Li Siling's eyes widened. 888 million in cash? 888 kilograms of gold? Just the gold and cash alone were worth nearly 1.6 billion. A Gulfstream G900? One jet costs up to 100 million US dollars, and that's without the luxury interior, which only makes it more expensive. Small yachts aren't that costly, but mid- and large-sized luxury yachts aren't cheap. Some larger luxury yachts cost just as much as the G900. Then there are the luxury cars and real estate. Large apartments and villas in the capital easily go for over 100 million. Even though some of the properties were in other cities, they were all in top-tier or first-tier cities. Their value wouldn't be low either. In other words, just for this wedding, mom prepared a dowry worth at least 5 billion. And that's a conservative estimate. If she calculated more generously, it might even double. Mom Li Siling was so moved that she hugged her mother. In the hearts of the 5 sisters, their mother had always been a strict one. She didn't expect mom to prepare such a generous dowry for her. Li Yunyao didn't say anything, just gently patted her daughter on the back. After a while, she finally spoke again. All right, your dowry is ready. But Lin Fan's house is too small right now. So I think you should pick one of our properties and give it to Lin Fan in advance. So when the guests come to his house during the wedding, they won't have nowhere to stay. Li Yunyao looked at her daughter and said. After marriage, of course her daughter and Lin Fan could live at Yen King's mansion. But for the wedding, the groom's home is the main venue. Even if the wedding ceremony is held in the Imperial Grand Hall, close guests will still visit the groom's house. The house the empire assigned to Lin Fan was too small and couldn't be used. When the daughters of the second and third sisters married the chosen ones, they were all given a house in advance before the wedding. To avoid awkward situations on the wedding day. I see. So what properties do we have in the capital? Li Siling wasn't familiar with their family assets. Not just her, none of the sisters were familiar with the assets of Yen King's mansion. There was no helping it, they had too many assets, and most of them weren't that important, so how could they remember? Besides, mom usually didn't talk to them about this. Not because she didn't trust them, but because such small matters weren't worth mentioning. Sometimes they even forgot about the properties they bought themselves and had to check the property deeds to recall them. Li Yunyao switched to an asset management software. These are all our properties in the capital. The software recorded not just properties, but also cars, yachts, planes, companies, farms, mines, and so on. All assets of Yen King's mansion could be viewed and managed through this software. It was custom designed for Yen King's mansion. Li Siling looked at it for a long time. This one looked fine, that one also looked good. Mom, how about I ask Lin Fan later? Since it's for him, it's better to see what kind of house he likes, Li Siling thought for a moment and said. All right, call and ask him, Li Yunyao nodded. Giving a son-in-law a house, what matters most is whether he likes it. Later. Lin Fan is out on a date today. Let's not disturb them, Li Siling shook her head. Just don't forget, Li Yunyao didn't insist. Nor was she upset that Lin Fan was out with another woman. He's a man, having a few more women around is normal. And if she really wanted to investigate, she could find out every woman Lin Fan had slept with. She just didn't think it was necessary. There were still 13 days before the wedding between her fourth daughter and Lin Fan. As long as everything was done before then, it was fine. I definitely won't forget. On the other side, Lin Fan and Li Yunwan arrived at her home's music room. Li Yunwan had many talents, including music. She could play many instruments, most of which were traditional ones from the ancient Daxia Empire. Like the guzheng, guqin, pipa, flute, xiao, eru, and so on. Most of the instruments in the music room were these kinds. But there was also a piano in the room, which Lin Fan had noticed before. Didn't Li Yunwan want him to compose a song or paint a picture for her? He was going to do both. Writing a song? That's way too easy. He had hundreds of classic songs in his head. He didn't need to compose, he just had to pick one of those songs and play it. As for a painting? Even easier. He was a comic art major, drawing was second nature to him. He had already decided what to draw, that classic painting Jack drew of Rose in Titanic. Anyway, this world didn't have the movie Titanic, so Lee Yoon-won wouldn't know he was copying. The only thing was, Lin Fan was worried Lee Yoon-won might not agree. Strictly speaking, this was only their second time meeting. They had only chatted online before. To have Lee Yoon-won pose like Rose on a sofa, he couldn't be 100% sure she'd agree. So before that, he would compose a song for her to move her emotionally. Then when he made his request, she might just agree. Lin Fan sat in front of the piano, thinking about which song to choose. Lee Yoon-won sat to the side, resting her chin in her hands, looking at Lin Fan with full anticipation like a little fangirl from ancient times. Could Lin Fan really compose an excellent song on the spot? He could, definitely could. The time it took for Lin Fan to compose his previous songs wasn't long, so now he would certainly be able to create a song on the spot for her too. Lin Fan searched in his mind for a song suitable for Lee Yoon-won. Lee Yoon-won liked ancient-style songs and was a hardcore fan of that style. So Lin Fan's first thought was to choose an ancient-style song for Lee Yoon-won. Zhixian? Jinghong Yimian? Wongzhawayuo? Lantingsu? Yiwen Tian Huang? Qiliang? Chuntingshu? Renjian Jinghong? Suddenly, two flashes of inspiration passed through Lin Fan's mind. Miss Bride was the nickname Lin Fan had changed for Lee Yoon-won. Her original WeChat name was Yi Wei Liang, Night Slightly Cool. The song Liang Liang, Cool, fit well with Lee Yoon-won's WeChat name. And in Lee Yoon-won's mansion, there were quite a lot of blue and white porcelain decorations. Even the tableware was all blue and white porcelain. Jay Chou's blue and white porcelain was also especially fitting. So, should he choose blue and white porcelain or Liang Liang? Better go with blue and white porcelain. Liang Liang required a duet, and Lin Fan also felt blue and white porcelain sounded better. Lee Yoon-won patiently waited on the side, without rushing Lin Fan, just holding her phone and recording him. Composing is not an easy task. Creating on the spot requires even more from the composer. Lee Yoon-won didn't have high demands, as long as it was at the level of if one day I become very rich, it would be fine. After a few minutes, Lin Fan moved. His 10 fingers danced on the piano keys like little people. The prelude had just started, and Lee Yoon-won's eyes lit up. Just by hearing the prelude, she was sure, this was definitely a good song. Sketching with plain base outlines, brushstrokes go from strong to faint. Peony painted on the vase, just like your makeup at first sight. Sandalwood scent slowly floats through the window, your thoughts I understand. Writing on rice paper, I stop halfway. When Lin Fan started singing the lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain, Lee Yoon-won's eyes grew even brighter. So good. So good. On the surface, it sounded like it was about blue and white porcelain, but anyone with a bit of appreciation ability could hear that it was about love. The melody was beautiful, and the lyrics were written so elegantly. Like a modern version of Song Dynasty poetry. Just like fans online said, Lin Fan was truly talented. Sky blue awaits the misty rain, and I wait for you. Cooking smoke curls up, across the river, thousands of miles away. On the bottom of the bottle, Han script mimics the elegance of past dynasties. Let it be a foreshadowing of our meeting. Lee Yoon-won was already immersed in Lin Fan's performance. She was very satisfied with this song Lin Fan composed on the spot. 1,000, 10,000 times satisfied. Of course Lee Yoon-won had to be satisfied. You have to know, this was a classic song by Jay Cho. If even this didn't satisfy her, then Lin Fan would just return the jade token she gave him and say goodbye. Like inherited blue and white porcelain, beautiful on its own. You smile with your eyes. After the song ended, Lin Fan finished playing the final notes, then turned to look at Lee Yoon-won. So? Are you satisfied? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Very satisfied. Super satisfied. I want to keep this video for life. Lee Yoon-won nudda excitedly. Lin Fan, what's the name of this song? Are you sure you didn't compose it earlier? Lee Yoon-won found it unbelievable. Even if Lin Fan was amazing, could he really create such an excellent song in just a few minutes? Wasn't he a music god? The name of the song is Blue and White Porcelain, what do you think? Lin Fan pretended to think. Blue and White Porcelain? Great name. Miss Warner, the song has been composed, now it's time for the painting. Lin Fan looked at Lee Yoon-won with a smile. He had never drawn a nude sketch like the one Jack drew of Rose in Titanic. To draw a nude for the first time, and the model was top beauty Lee Yoon-won, with a face rating of 94, how lucky was that? You know, for many art students, their first figure drawing models were elderly people. There were young ones too, but finding a top-tier beauty like Lee Yoon-won? Impossible. Being a figure model didn't pay much, and top beauties and handsome guys never lacked opportunities, so they wouldn't take up such a tiring, low-paying job. Still going to draw? Lee Yoon-won's eyes lit up. Lin Fan had just composed such an amazing song like Blue and White Porcelain for her, and now he wanted to draw a painting too? This was already beyond her expectations. Well, it's still early, drawing one painting won't be too tiring. It's just, being a model isn't so easy. I wonder if Miss Warner has the courage to be a good model? Lin Fan asked, smiling at her. Oh? Then what kind of requirements does Mr. Lin Fan have for his model? Li Yunwan was intrigued. Being a model, how hard could it be? What courage did it need? Isn't it just sitting there and not moving? To be my model, you need to wear as little as possible, so I can better portray the beauty of the body. As Lin Fan finished speaking, a blush appeared on both of Li Yunwan's cheeks. She finally understood what kind of painting Lin Fan wanted to draw. She had never been drawn like that before, and was a little embarrassed. But afraid? That wasn't it. If the artist were someone else, even a woman, she might not agree. But the artist was Lin Fan, so she had no reason to mind. After all, Lin Fan was someone she liked. And being alone together, drawing such a private piece, the atmosphere would definitely be romantic. Once it was over, maybe she could win Lin Fan's heart? She was 24 and still unmarried, not because she couldn't find someone, but because she wanted to marry someone she truly liked. The other party's family background didn't matter, only 3 things were important. First, he had to be handsome. She was all about looks. If the man wasn't handsome enough, she'd rather stay single for life than settle. Second, he had to share her interests. This was actually easy. The last was personality. If their personalities didn't match, she'd also rather be single. But most men's personalities were ones she didn't like. She finally met a hidden gem like Lin Fan. Handsome, shared her interests, and had a good personality. Of course Li Yunwan wanted to hold on to him. Actually, not only did Lin Fan want to win over Li Yunwan, she also wanted to win over Lin Fan. It's just wearing a little less, what's there to be afraid of? Li Yunwan brought Lin Fan to the studio and let him pick the painting tools himself. Miss Warner, where would you like to do the painting? Lin Fan gave her the choice of setting. Let's go to my room. Li Yunwan brought Lin Fan to her bedroom. Husband, please wait here, I'm going to change clothes. Lin Fan set up the easel and placed the drawing tools like pencils and erasers on it. Then he sat on the Luohan couch, waiting for Li Yunwan while observing her boudoir. This was the inner room of her bedroom, a space not very big compared to the other rooms. It was about a little over 30 square meters. The outer bedroom was a modern bedroom, but this inner room was arranged like an ancient boudoir. Li Yunwan's bed was a traditional ancient canopy bed made entirely of solid wood. Lin Fan didn't know what kind of wood it was, but he could tell that the wood used for making this bed definitely wasn't cheap. On one side of the canopy bed was a solid wood wardrobe, and on the other side was a solid wood clothes rack. In front of the wardrobe was a Luohan couch, or rather, a wooden sofa. Opposite the Luohan couch was a solid wood dressing table set. In the middle was a round solid wood table and chairs. At that moment, Lin Fan sat on the Luohan couch with the easel in front of him, patiently waiting for Li Yunwan to return. Not long after, Li Yunwan walked in wearing a bathrobe. Lin Fan looked at her with a strange expression. Madam, the way you're dressed is kind of wild, it's not as good as what you wore earlier. The light blue gauze dress she wore earlier looked really nice, especially paired with the head accessories. Now she was in a purple satin bathrobe, which had its own charm, but it didn't match the accessories on her head. And it wasn't what he asked for. Didn't they agree that if she was going to model, she had to wear as little as possible? Li Yunwan didn't respond to Lin Fan's comment. Her cheeks blushed as she walked to the side of her bed and turned to look at Lin Fan. Li Yunwan took off the bathrobe. The purple silk robe slipped off her shoulders and fell to her feet. Husband, how about this? Li Yunwan's face was rosy. She had gathered her courage, but still felt a bit shy. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Li Yunwan really? He could cry. Today's song and drawing weren't done in vain. Under the bathrobe, she wasn't naked. She was wearing a red doo-doo, traditional undergarment. She was really going all in with the theme today. Very good. The red doo-doo was as thin as a cicada's wing, giving a kind of partially hidden feeling. Lin Fan felt this was even more artistic than the legendary sketch Jack drew of Rose. Madam, the drawing might take some time. Pick a pose that you find comfortable. Your husband is going to start drawing now. Lin Fan picked up a pencil. Husband, you must draw me beautifully, Li Yunwan said, lying on her side at the edge of the canopy bed. Lin Fan took one glance, then held his pencil and began carefully sketching on the paper. Everything else could wait. Right now, he just wanted to capture the beautiful scene in front of him onto the page, to preserve it forever. Lin Fan drew quite fast. In about half an hour, Li Yunwan and the canopy bed that served as the background were both vividly captured on paper. All done. Lin Fan looked at the drawing with satisfaction. He felt like he outdid himself today. She was so beautiful that it made him subconsciously bring out 120% of his skills. Li Yunwan propped herself up and sat next to Lin Fan, bending over to look at the drawing. So beautiful. Li Yunwan's eyes sparkled. It was really stunning. She felt that the picture Lin Fan drew of her was even more beautiful than her previous artistic or portrait photos. It completely captured all her best features. Yes, so beautiful. Lin Fan looked at Li Yunwan standing beside him. Truly beautiful. Husband. Madam. It's getting late, let's rest. Li Yunwan grabbed Lin Fan's hand, pulled him up, and walked with him toward the nearby classical canopy bed. Lin Fan didn't resist at all and let her pull him along. He had thought he'd still have to put in some effort. But Li Yunwan took the initiative. Since she took the initiative, of course he couldn't let her down. Lotus cheeks slightly flushed, nestled among golden screens and green curtains. Butterfly wings flutter in the lingering spring warmth, 12 balustrades locked in scented breeze. Li Yunwan nestled in Lin Fan's arms, enjoying the peaceful tenderness. Suddenly, she slowly opened her mouth. Mr. Lin Fan. What is it, Miss Wanner? Lin Fan asked with his eyes closed. Will you marry me? When she asked this question, Li Yunwan looked up at Lin Fan's face. In the empire, many men ignored women, and even those who dated often just played around and never planned to get married. Although she felt Lin Fan wasn't like that, at this moment, she still wanted to hear Lin Fan say it himself, that he would marry her. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked straight into her eyes. Of course I'll marry you. Every relationship I've been in was with marriage as the goal. If I don't plan to marry a woman, I would never date her. This will never change. If a woman didn't meet his standards, he wouldn't even start a relationship. Hearing Lin Fan's answer, Li Yunwan felt very happy, like she was truly blessed. Her first time falling for someone, and she met the right one. Mr. Lin Fan, then when will we get married? Li Yunwan looked at Lin Fan full of anticipation. Her standards were high, but it was because she hoped to find the right person to marry and have children with. Now that she'd found the right person, the next step was marriage and kids. Lin Fan thought for a moment. If Miss Wanner is in a hurry, we can do it next month. He was getting married to Li Xiling on the 20th of this month. The Daxia Empire didn't have a rule against getting married twice in 1 month, but having 2 weddings in the same month felt rushed to Lin Fan. Especially since the early part of the month was almost over, and the 20th was his wedding with Li Xiling. Whether it was before or after the 20th, it would feel rushed. It would be better to wait until early next month. Really? Li Yunwan was very happy. The date Lin Fan picked was so soon. This really meant he wanted to marry her. As long as you want to, then next month it is. Lin Fan promised. In this world, husbands had a very high status, so Lin Fan had no reason not to marry. Marrying a few more wives at most just meant a bit more work for himself. Husband, you're so good. Li Yunwan leaned in and kissed him. A moment later, they separated. By the way, madam, there's something I want to tell you. Please go ahead, husband. I'm getting married on the 20th of this month. You must come to the wedding. Lin Fan said, and even he felt a bit awkward after saying it. Inviting your wife to your own wedding? He wouldn't even have dared to think of that in his previous life. Li Yunwan's eyes widened. Husband is getting married on the 20th? Husband, you're getting married on the 20th? Li Yunwan looked at Lin Fan, her face full of surprise. Why was Lin Fan suddenly getting married? Of course, it wasn't that she couldn't accept Lin Fan getting married. She just didn't expect him to marry so soon. In fact, when she first met Lin Fan, she assumed he was already married. After all, a guy that handsome must have tons of girls chasing him. But later, when chatting with Lin Fan, she found out he had just turned 18, so she subconsciously thought he hadn't married yet. Before 18, boys went to all-boys schools and didn't have much contact with girls. Marriage Bureau 678 arranged blind dates, but they usually didn't proceed that quickly. That's why Li Yunwan was surprised. Just after my birthday, the next day, Marriage Bureau 678 arranged a blind date for me. We both felt good about each other, so we set the wedding date. It's on the 20th of this month, Lin Fan explained. I see. Is it that girl who went to my store with you that day? Li Yunwan remembered Li Xiling. She hadn't seen Li Xiling in the escape room, but later saw her through the surveillance recordings. She really was a very beautiful girl. She was a bit envious of this girl who got arranged by the Marriage Bureau and successfully matched with Lin Fan. What incredible luck. She got arranged with Lin Fan so early and even succeeded in the match. But she also felt like she should thank that girl. From chatting with Lin Fan later, she learned it was that girl who wanted to play escape room, so Lin Fan went with her. If not for that girl, she might not have ever met such an excellent guy like Lin Fan. Yes, that's her, Lin Fan nodded. My wedding with her is set for the 20th of this month. If you're willing, we can set our wedding for next month. All right, let's set our wedding for next month. Lee Yunwan agreed immediately. If she couldn't be Lin Fan's first wife, being the second was fine too. After speaking, she turned over, husband, let's continue. She'd marry later than that girl, but she could try to have a child first. Not to fight for inheritance or anything, just to prove a point. 8 p.m. Lin Fan had to leave. Husband, don't go back tonight. Madam, I have class tomorrow. I really have to go back. I can drive you back early tomorrow morning. Lee Yunwan hugged Lin Fan and acted sweet, not wanting him to leave. Then I'd have to wake up really early tomorrow. Never mind, I'd better go back to school. Lin Fan insisted on returning. His waist was already sore. If he didn't leave tonight, he felt like he'd die there. Lin Fan seriously suspected that Lee Yunwan was getting back at him after hearing he was getting married. Only now did Lin Fan truly understand the saying, women in their 30s are like wolves, 40s like tigers. Though Lee Yunwan wasn't 30 yet, only 24, she was still a few years older than Li Xiling and Lu Ruyan, and clearly stronger. Seeing that Lin Fan was determined, Lee Yunwan didn't force him to stay. She got up and walked him to the elevator. Husband, be careful on your way back, Lee Yunwan reminded him. Got it, I'm going. Lin Fan stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the underground parking lot. The elevator doors slowly closed. Once the elevator doors shut, Lee Yunwan went back inside and closed the door. She slowly walked back to the living room and lay down on the sofa. She didn't have any energy left either. But she had forced herself to hold on all this time, hoping to increase her chances of getting pregnant. Lee Yunwan gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen and softly said, "You better not let me down." Underground parking lot. Lin Fan returned to his soft wife car, walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and sat down. He was too tired to drive tonight. He pulled out his phone and called one of his bodyguards. "Suliai, are you nearby?" "Yes, Mr. Lin Fan." "Send someone to drive me back to school." "Understood. I'm on my way." After hanging up, Lin Fan leaned back in the seat and waited for Suliai. Even though he hadn't seen the two bodyguards today, he knew that the ones assigned by the company had definitely been following him all day. Before long, he saw Suliai in a black suit walking toward him. Seeing Lin Fan in the passenger seat, Suliai got in the driver's seat directly. "Mr. Lin Fan, are we going straight to school?" "Yes, just head back." Although he hadn't had dinner, he wasn't planning to eat. He hadn't reached his weight goal yet, and it was already past 8 p.m., he couldn't eat this late. Suliai drove very steadily, while Lin Fan played on his phone in the passenger seat. He'd been having too much fun with Lee Yunwan all day and hadn't had time to check his phone. Now there were a bunch of unread messages waiting for him. One of them was from Li Xiling. "Hubby, are you coming back today?" The message was sent at 7 p.m. Clearly, she hadn't disturbed Lin Fan and Lee Yunwan's date earlier. She only messaged him because it was getting dark and he hadn't come back yet. After all, she had something important to discuss with him. He still had to choose a house. Lin Fan replied, "I'm on the way back now." Xiling, "Great, hee. When you get back, I'll tell you some good news. You'll definitely be happy." Lin Fan, "Oh? What good news? Something that will definitely make me happy? Don't tell me you're pregnant? And it's a boy?" "No, wait, even if you were, it'd be too soon to test, right?" Xiling, "That's not it. You'll find out when you get back, hee. Seeing that, Lin Fan didn't push further. He was already on his way back, no need to rush. After 9 p.m., Lin Fan returned to the dorm. "Hubby, you're back." When she saw Lin Fan, Li Xiling came up and gave him a big hug. Lin Fan also picked her up and spun her around. "All right, tell me, what's the good news?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "Mom prepared me a super generous dowry." Li Xiling looked at Lin Fan with a big smile. Although she knew Lin Fan wasn't the type of guy who cared about money. In today's world, though, men did like to compare their wives' dowries during marriage. The more dowry a wife brought, the happier the husband. More dowry meant the bride's side was more sincere. You have to know, 2 generations ago, dowries weren't that high. Even in the capital, tens of thousands or 100,000 was enough. And the money was usually for the bride, not the groom. Then the previous generation made it so the dowry was for the groom. Now, dowries not only went to the groom, but the amounts had risen from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands or even millions. Which made many girls unable to afford marriage. Lin Fan wasn't greedy, but hearing that his mother-in-law prepared so much would definitely make him happy. "Oh? How much dowry did Mom prepare for you?" Lin Fan's curiosity was piqued. "More than this amount." Li Xiling held out her right hand with her fingers spread. 500 million? 5 billion. Lin Fan knew that since he was marrying Li Xiling, the Yen King would definitely prepare a generous dowry for her. But to be honest, he had always thought that the amount of dowry the five sisters mentioned before was what the Yen King had prepared for them. That is, 100 million in cash, plus some cars and houses, probably worth no more than 1 billion in total. So when he heard Li Xiling say 50 billion, Lin Fan was genuinely surprised. 50 billion, that's a fivefold increase. However, Lin Fan quickly returned to normal. 50 billion, that's nothing compared to the wealth of the Yen King's household. Once he marries all five sisters, the amount he receives won't just be 50 billion, right? Besides, just 50 billion, give him a little time, and when his company grows, its revenue in a single month might exceed 50 billion. In the future, there would be plenty of gaming companies making over 50 billion in annual revenue. Lin Fan didn't think he was any worse than those companies. The games in this world weren't very friendly to men. They were all odom games where women chase men. Once he brings those epic-making and highly profitable games into this world, wouldn't making money be easy? Mom really treats us well, Lin Fan said with a smile. Honey, you're actually this calm? Li Xiling couldn't believe it. Though she knew Lin Fan wasn't the money-worshipping type, wasn't this reaction a little too calm? It was like he was only briefly surprised. This was 50 billion, not 5 million. 5 billion or 50 billion, there's no difference to me. When money reaches a certain amount, it's just numbers. The dowry amount isn't important. The bride, my wife, is what matters most. And just 50 billion, give your hubby a little time, and I can earn that too. Lin Fan said confidently. Honey, Li Xiling was deeply moved. You look so handsome when you're confident. Am I not handsome usually? Lin Fan deliberately put on a serious face. You're always handsome. But just now, you looked even more handsome. Li Xiling hung onto Lin Fan, her eyes watery, staring straight at him. What are you trying to do? Lin Fan had a bad feeling. I want. Lin Fan was speechless. Why hadn't he realized before that Xiling could be so dirty? But how could a man say no? Let's go. Youth is strength. Youth is power. An hour later, Li Xiling lay happily in Lin Fan's arms. Honey, sorry, I actually forgot the most important thing just now, Li Xiling said shyly, not daring to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Oh? What is it? Lin Fan lay there, completely drained. After a day like today, even being young, he felt exhausted. He didn't know when he could reward himself with an indestructible kidney. Otherwise, his dream of surpassing Prince Jing of Zhongshan would be hard to realize. This was just two, and they happened to be together, and he already felt so much pressure. Don't even mention marrying 100 wives, just marrying the five sisters might already be too much. It's not like he could marry them and then just leave them at home like decorations, that would be a waste. Mom said your current house is too small. It might not be enough space when we get married. So she thought about giving you a bigger house first. But since it's for you, I think we should still hear your opinion. As she spoke, Li Xiling turned over, took a tablet from the bedside table, and handed it to Lin Fan. So, honey, pick one yourself. These are all our family's properties in the capital. There are villas, large flats, and courtyard houses. Take a look at which one you like. She didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Fan. After all, he was under pressure, not incapable. Seeing the tablet in front of him, Lin Fan finally came to his senses. Whoa! He was shocked by the number shown on the tablet. More than 160? According to Li Xiling, these were all high-value properties like villas, large flats, and courtyard houses. And these were only in the capital. These 160-plus properties must be worth 200 to 300 billion, right? The Yen King's household surely had properties beyond the capital, in other top-tier, first-tier, and even second-tier cities. Now that he looked at it this way, the Yen King's household was truly wealthy. As expected of royalty. Lin Fan held the tablet and browsed through information on each of the 160-plus properties. Half of them were villas, courtyard houses, and large flats within the second ring road. The rest were properties within the third and fourth rings. There were also ones within or beyond the fifth ring, but those were scenic villas with mountains and water. Honey, did you see any houses you like? Li Xiling asked as she snuggled up to Lin Fan. There are a few, Lin Fan said hesitantly. Honestly, there were several large courtyard houses, big flats, and villas he really liked. Courtyard houses had a strong cultural feel, many of them hundreds of years old. Large flats offered great views and an overlook of the capital. Villas had excellent environments, especially those in Shijingshan, Summer Palace, Yuanminjiwan, and other riverside or forest park areas. Each had its own advantages, and Lin Fan didn't know which one to choose. So which one do you want, honey? Or if you want to pick a few, that's fine too. I'll just talk to Mom about it, Lee Siling said, looking lovingly at Lin Fan. This was her husband, so of course she had to pamper him. All right, I'll pick this one then. This Summer Palace Manor. Lin Fan made his choice. This Summer Palace Manor was near the Summer Palace, surrounded by mountains and water, with a modern minimalist architectural style. The exterior looked very artistic. Mainly, it had a lot of space. Not only was the villa large, the courtyard was also big. 3 floors above ground, 2 underground, and a swimming pool over 200 square meters in the yard. The villa's hard decor was fully completed, only soft furnishing was missing. Once the soft furnishing was done, he could move in right away. Spacious, close to school, private, and equipped with both open-air and underground parking, it could easily fit dozens of cars. Actually, compared to modern villas, Lin Fan preferred historical courtyard houses. But most courtyard houses within the second ring were inside hutongs, which were often only 3 to 5 meters wide, not ideal for driving. So Lin Fan chose the villa near the Summer Palace. It was close to school, so after class, he could go straight home. Okay. I'll let Mom know and ask her to arrange it soon. Lee Siling picked up her phone and sent her mom a message. By the way, honey, do you have any preferences for the soft furnishing? Their wedding date wasn't far off, so Lin Fan had to move into the new house before the wedding. Minimalist style, and get all the smart home tech installed. Lin Fan said. Life should be about enjoying the convenience brought by technology. A week passed quickly. The villa Lin Fan chose had already been assigned by the Yen King for renovation. The renovation style, of course, followed Lin Fan's requirements. Minimalist, with a sense of technology. The Yen King directly hired a professional smart home renovation company to handle the overall design and decoration of the villa. Lights, curtains, central air conditioning, refrigerators, TVs, video doorbells, mopping robots, doors and windows, anything that could use smart home systems was all equipped with smart home systems. By then, living in the villa, he wouldn't even need to get up, just speaking would get many things done. This week, Lin Fan also finished making the wedding invitations and delivered them to the people he wanted to invite. For example, Lu Ruyan, Wang Sidian, military training instructor Chen Ying, Miss Bride Li Yunwan, Dojin Club President Jiang Wan, dance department's Zhong Lei, running partner Chen Fengjing, senior Wen Ran whom he met during orientation. Also Starlight Entertainment's chairwoman Jiang Yuyan, manager Xia Ran, personal assistant Wu Xiaohe, exclusive makeup artist Xiao Lu, and the 8 members of H2O Group. Lin Fan still felt this number was too small, so he simply invited all his classmates from Class 1 of the Manga department, the counselor, and all the teachers. He had no choice, he was an orphan. Lee Siling was the daughter of the Yen King. On the wedding day, there would definitely be many friends and relatives from the Yen King's side. If the groom's side only had 1 or 2 tables, that would look really bad. Adding classmates and teachers would bring another 4 to 5 tables. This number still wouldn't match the Yen King's side, but at least it would look a little better. This was the best he could do. He was an orphan, after all, with no relatives at all. As for his former high school classmates, he thought it over and didn't invite any of them. He wouldn't forget that quite a few of his high school classmates were white socks, slang for closeted gay guys, especially those who were close to him, those were all white socks. Lin Fan now seriously suspected that those high school classmates who had gotten close to him did so because he was handsome, to try and bend him, then backstab him. Honestly, he'd rather his bros stab him in the back with a knife than for them to be white socks. Otherwise, he'd rather jump off the top of the Empire Building. Lin Fan was considering whether to randomly pick some lucky fans from his many followers to attend his wedding. He felt 6 or 7 tables still seemed too few. You have to know, he had over 20 million followers on Douyin. The Weibo account the company set up for him had already surpassed 50 million followers. Though he figured many of those were likely inactive or fake accounts. Also, a few days ago, he started a Kuaishou account, and it already had over 10 million followers. His total follower count across all platforms had exceeded 80 million. Randomly picking a few hundred lucky fans would be easy. But he didn't impulsively announce this decision. Lin Fan planned to first ask Lee Siling how many guests she was expecting. If the numbers on both sides were too imbalanced, then he would pick some lucky fans to attend the wedding between him and Lee Siling. This week, the student council also contacted him and had him do 2 rehearsals at the Grand Auditorium. He was performing solo with piano and vocals, so he didn't need background music or anything. So after confirming in the 2 rehearsals that he wouldn't make mistakes, his performance time was finalized. The welcome gala was 2.5 hours long, starting at 7 p.m. and ending around 9:30 p.m. Of course, since it was an internal university event and all performers were students, not professional performers, some unexpected situations were inevitable. So the actual end time would be around 9:30 p.m. It might end earlier, or be delayed. The teacher in charge of the welcome gala wanted Lin Fan to perform last. Even as a teacher, she knew how popular Lin Fan was at school. Having Lin Fan close the show would keep the audience engaged until the end, and prevent people from leaving halfway through. If Lin Fan performed in the middle, the students performing after him might not even get to go on stage. There'd be pressure, and many in the audience might leave right after watching Lin Fan's performance. Lin Fan thought, if it ends around 9:30 or 10 p.m., that's not too late. So he agreed. It was a good chance to see the performances of the upperclassmen too. His rehearsals weren't like the Spring Festival Gala, where everyone rehearses from start to finish over and over again. Each group only needed to go through their program twice to confirm no errors. So he didn't know much about the other acts, only having seen 2 singing performances. Friday, noon. Fruit Ninja and Temple Run, the 2 games, officially launched on all major app platforms today. The entire operations team of the Dimensional Company was closely watching the download data on each platform. These 2 games were considered the founding titles of Dimensional Company. Although everyone in the company believed the games were very fun and highly playable. Until the numbers came out, no one knew whether they could deliver a report card that would satisfy the boss. You see, Lin Fan wasn't just their boss, he was almost the idol of every employee. Almost all of them were Lin Fan's fans. If the download numbers were too poor, they wouldn't know how to face the boss. They were also afraid that if Lin Fan saw bad data, it would be a blow to him. After all the games the company had produced so far were based on Lin Fan's ideas. Of course, there was one more crucial point. Whether the games succeeded directly affected their bonuses. Even though their salaries were higher than the industry average, who wouldn't want to make more money? In the general manager's office, Li Shishir was also staring at the download data. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. By 5 p.m., the download numbers of the 2 games had barely increased. Li Shishir called the head of the operations department to her office. The download numbers for the 2 games released today are very disappointing, not to mention the revenue. Before the end of the day, prepare a report for me. I want to know why the downloads are underperforming. Also give me some feasible improvement suggestions. If I'm not satisfied, then you don't need to keep your position as head of operations. Li Shishir's tone was ice cold. The operations department was responsible for running the games. Their job was to promote the games, increase downloads, revenue, etc. Now that the games weren't performing, of course the operations department had to take the blame. The head of operations gritted their teeth, accepted the order, and left. 2 minutes before the end of the workday, the head of operations returned to the general manager's office with a report. President Li, the data analysis and new promotional suggestions are all done. Li Shishir took the file, and moments later, her brows furrowed. The beginning of the document contained various data from different platforms. Impressions, click-through rate, conversion rate, download volume, and so on. The click-through rate was too low, which led to a low conversion rate, and naturally, there weren't many downloads. The operations department's conclusion was that most players, upon seeing these 2 games, had no interest in them. No interest meant no clicks, let alone downloads. And it made sense. Currently, the vast majority of games are Odom games. These games all share one feature: their icons are handsome guys. And not just any guys, beautifully drawn ones. And their company's 2 games? The Temple Run icon was a monster you couldn't even tell what it was. The Fruit Ninja icon was a watermelon sliced in half. People who haven't played these games, who would click on them? As for optimization suggestions? The operations department proposed several. Things like optimizing search keywords, increasing ad budgets, placing ads on higher traffic pages, and even directly putting ads on the opening screens of popular apps. One final promotional suggestion was to contact the boss and have him post promotional videos on his Douyin, Weibo, and Kuaishou accounts to promote the games. With such a huge fanbase, if the boss posted a promotional video, the download numbers would definitely shoot up. The power of idols had been proven countless times over the years. Lin Fan's total followers across all platforms had already exceeded 80 million. Even if only 1% of them downloaded the games, they'd go viral. After class in the afternoon, all 5 sisters came over to Lin Fan's place to hang out. They also helped Li Xiling brainstorm how to decorate her wedding room. She didn't need to worry about the decorations at the royal mansion. The housekeeper would direct the maids to take care of it. But Li Xiling wanted to decorate her bridal room herself. After all, it was her own wedding, she had to do something personally to make it feel meaningful. Ding dong ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell. I'll get it, Lee Siyu leaped up from the sofa and dashed to the door. Then she found that the person ringing the bell was one of their mom's secretaries. Princess Siyu, the villa Mr. Lin Fan chose has had its ownership transferred. Her Highness the Yen King instructed me to deliver the property certificate to Mr. Lin Fan. The female secretary took out the red certificate and handed it to Lee Siyu. The 5 sisters all looked nearly identical, but to help those around them tell them apart, they each had fixed and distinct styles of dress. So the Yen King's secretary was able to recognize Lee Siyu right away. Of course, the 5 sisters would sometimes play pranks and swap each other's styles to confuse people. At those times, even their mother, the Yen King herself, couldn't tell them apart. Sometimes they would even tease Lin Fan this way, but since Lin Fan had a system that could identify each of them directly, he was never fooled. However, he never exposed them and always played along to humor them. Unfortunately, after he and Lee Siling confirmed they were getting married, no one dared pretend to be Lee Siling to tease him anymore. Otherwise, he would have used it against them and punished the one who teased him. After handing over the red property certificate to Lee Siyu, the secretary left, and Lee Siyu gave it to Lin Fan. Baby, the villa's ownership transfer is done. Here's the certificate. As Lin Fan took the certificate, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a gift from Li Yunyao. Cashback critical hit triggered. Reward, Kidney Tonic X2. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. It came. It really came. The reward he had been dreaming about. But the skull on the bottle made it look like poison? Kidney tonic, after drinking, faster than Lu Xiang, taller than Yao Min. 1 bottle refreshes and clears your mind. 2 bottles leave you never tired. 3 bottles grant immortality. Oh yeah. Kidney tonic, tastes amazing. Okay, though the bottle looked like poison, judging by the description, it was exactly what he needed. Too bad there were only 2 bottles. If there were 3, could he really become immortal after drinking them? Last time after his date with Li Yunwan, he already felt the pressure. Hopefully this kidney tonic really worked, and wasn't like that scam tonic Lu Xiaobu drank in apartment in his past life. Otherwise, if his physical stats didn't improve and he turned dumb instead, that'd be a disaster. He'd be too embarrassed to show his face. But since it was a system reward, it probably wouldn't scam him. His system had been pretty reliable so far. Lin Fan didn't hesitate to use the 2 bottles of kidney tonic in his system inventory. No discomfort in the body. So it probably wasn't poison. On the contrary, he felt much more energized. Refreshed and full of vitality, just like drinking Mutai energy drink. Lin Fan casually tossed the red certificate onto the coffee table, then sat on the sofa and pulled Li Siling into his arms. Ladies, why don't you all stay over tonight? Lin Fan teased the girls. The bullet was chambered. If the 5 sisters all stayed, wouldn't that be a problem? I want to stay too, but Mom won't allow it. Li Siyu looked at her 4th sister Li Siling with envy. Before Lin Fan had officially picked the 4th sister, she could still kiss and hug and get lifted by Lin Fan. But once the 4th sister was chosen, Mom required the other 4 to keep their distance and avoid any intimate contact. Unless Siling got pregnant with a boy, then they'd be allowed to be with Lin Fan again. Who wants to stay? Li Sijin, as usual, said one thing but meant another. Li Siji didn't say anything. She realized Lin Fan was subtly asking them to leave, but she didn't want to. She wanted to spend more time with him. Li Xiao also pretended not to get the hint. Seeing the 4 sisters didn't want to leave, Lin Fan couldn't just say it outright. After all, they were also his wives. No choice, he had to endure for now. Fortunately, the 4 of them were perceptive. Seeing Lin Fan and Siling cuddling affectionately, they didn't stay too long. Half an hour later, eldest sister Li Siyu found an excuse and left with her 3 sisters. As soon as the extras left, Lin Fan didn't hold back anymore. He picked up Li Siling and walked straight to the bedroom. He wanted to see just how effective the reward was. To see if his body was stronger than before. As it turned out, system products really were top quality. This kidney tonic reward from the system was truly amazing. It really matched the ad, drink it, and you're faster than Lu Xiang, taller than Yao Min. 1 bottle refreshes, 2 bottles never tire, 3 bottles grant immortality. For the first time, he defeated Li Siling on the field, achieving a complete victory. The opponent's morale completely collapsed. At that moment, it was already past 2 a.m. Li Siling fell asleep almost instantly, while Lin Fan was brimming with pride. Now he finally had the confidence to marry 100 wives. The laws of the Daxia Empire allowed a man to marry up to 100 wives. Now he had the strength to chase that record. Tomorrow, he and Li Xiling would be taking wedding photos, but Lin Fan wasn't sleepy at all. He was too excited, he couldn't sleep. If Li Xiling hadn't already fallen asleep, he'd probably go all the way till morning. Early the next morning, as soon as the alarm rang, Lin Fan instantly woke up and turned it off. Beside him, Li Xiling was still sound asleep, completely undisturbed by the alarm. It was only 6 o'clock. Last night, Lin Fan had been too excited and didn't fall asleep until almost 3, meaning he'd only slept for about 3 hours. But he felt completely energetic. This was almost impossible before. Though he was young, full of energy, and recovered quickly, after staying up late and only sleeping 3 hours, he normally wouldn't be this refreshed. This showed just how effective yesterday's system reward really was. The condition of one's kidneys doesn't only affect intimacy, it also impacts a person's overall vitality and energy. Insufficient kidney energy can lead to sore lower back and knees, fatigue, cold limbs, dizziness, tinnitus, and frequent nighttime urination. But Lin Fan's kidneys now wouldn't tire at all. Their function was powerful and totally healthy, making him feel full of life and vigor. He and Li Xiling had agreed to take their wedding photos today. But since it was still early, he didn't wake Li Xiling. Instead, he quietly got up, did a quick wash-up, and went out for a morning run. He weighed only 79 kilograms now, but hadn't yet reached his ideal weight. He still needed to lose more. When he got to the track, Chen Fengzheng was already running. After stretching his joints and warming up, Chen Fengzheng happened to run past him. So the two began jogging side by side. Since they weren't running fast, they could chat while jogging. Lin Fan, the performance is tomorrow night. Are you nervous? No. It's just singing a song. Very simple. Nothing to be nervous about. Simple? That's because you're too good. If it were me, I probably couldn't even talk properly on stage, let alone sing. That's because you're not used to it. Once you get used to it, it won't be nerve-wracking. So you've been to a lot of events like this? Chen Fengzheng asked curiously. Not really. Actually, this is my first time attending something like this. Why do I suddenly feel a little nervous too? Ha ha ha, so Lin Fan, you get nervous too. The two chatted while jogging. But after 5 laps, Lin Fan spoke less. After 9.5 laps, he walked the final half to let his heart rate come down a bit. After stretching his leg muscles, he said goodbye to Chen Fengzheng and left the track. Chen Fengzheng watched Lin Fan's back as he walked away, thinking about how to quickly close the distance between them. Ideally, she wanted to be in a relationship with him. Just being a running buddy wasn't her goal. Now that Lin Fan had been exercising and controlling his diet, his weight dropped, and he was more handsome and charming than before. According to the school forum, the 5 sisters were likely royal members. Now that Lin Fan was marrying Li Xiling, it meant he would become a noble in the future. Even though such titles couldn't be inherited, it still meant nobility. Handsome, talented, and a future noble, he was the dream guy for countless women. Chen Fengzheng felt that if she didn't act quickly, she might lose Lin Fan. She already had lots of competition, many girls in the school liked Lin Fan and had confessed to him. He just rejected most of them. But as Lin Fan continued to lose weight and look better, and was about to become nobility, his competition would only grow fiercer. Every man has limited energy. Once he got married enough times, he might stop taking wives altogether. She had to speed up. Should she use some special means? Using force on Lin Fan was definitely not an option. If he called the police, she'd be in jail. She had to make Lin Fan act on his own. But she couldn't drug him either, it'd have to be something he couldn't detect at all. How about taking Lin Fan back to her hometown? Chen Fengzheng was from the Xiangxi Miao ethnic group. In her hometown, there were always legends about goo bugs. The most famous was love goo. It was said that every Miao girl raised her own love goo from birth. If a Miao girl liked a man, she would cast a love goo on him. Once infected, if the man stayed away from the woman, the goo would gnaw at his heart and make him suffer unbearably. The only way to suppress it was to marry the woman and stay with her forever. Chen Fengzheng had heard similar tales since childhood, but had never seen one herself. She hadn't raised any love goo either. However, there was a taboo in her village: non-couples or spouses must not enter Lover's Valley in the back mountains together. They said that if a man and a woman entered together, they would fall in love like lightning striking. Since it was a forbidden area in the village, she had never gone and didn't know whether the taboo was true. But now, she was willing to try. Though she was pretty, she had her flaws. Her biggest flaw was her height. She was only 150 centimeters tall. There was nothing she could do about it. No one in her village was tall. And once Lin Fan married Li Xiling, he'd be a noble in the Daxia Empire. That meant more rivals, and they'd be much stronger. Even if she was pretty, she was just a country girl. In the capital, there were countless rich and beautiful women. She had no advantage. Taking Lin Fan to her hometown and into Lover's Valley would be the fastest shortcut. But the problem now was, how could she bring this up to Lin Fan? They were just running buddies who went jogging together each morning. Her hometown was in Xiangxi, over 1,000 kilometers from the capital. To get there, they'd need to take a train, transfer to a bus, and then take a taxi into the mountains. The roads had only been repaired in recent years. In the past, no cars would even go there. They had to take motorcycles to enter the mountains. Chen Fengzheng was really worried. What excuse could she use to convince Lin Fan to go home with her? Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already returned to the dorm. Li Xiling was still asleep. Lin Fan took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and came out. He checked the time. It was still 10 minutes to 7. Still early. He didn't wake Li Xiling. She'd gone to bed late, so he let her sleep more. There was no rush for the wedding photos. They had picked a high-end package. The photographers and makeup artists were top-tier and very efficient. Lin Fan opened his tablet. It was time to prepare his second comic. Your Name was a short comic. His next one would be a long series. But which one to pick? One of the big three? Dragon Ball? Detective Conan? One Punch Man? Lin Fan thought for a moment and finally decided on Detective Conan. As for why? He wanted to shock this world with aptX 4869. At 7:30. Li Xiling's phone alarm went off. It rang 3 times, and Li Xiling still didn't wake up. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn off the alarm so she could sleep a bit more, no big deal, they could shoot the wedding photos in a couple of days anyway. The alarm rang a 4th time and Li Xiling finally woke up. She turned off the alarm, rolled over and went back to sleep. Clearly, she was still dazed by the alarm and not fully awake. Lin Fan didn't disturb her. He quietly got up instead to let her sleep a bit more. But a minute later, Li Xiling suddenly sat up and said, "Hubby? What time is it?" Lin Fan glanced at the tablet. 7:30. Li Xiling hurried to check her phone. 7:31. Seeing the time, she exhaled in relief. Good, I didn't oversleep. She quickly got up and began dressing. Their wedding photography appointment was at 8:30, and the studio wasn't far from the school. A half-hour drive was enough. That was why she set the alarm for 7:30, half an hour to get ready, half an hour driving. She had thought she might have overslept after the alarm rang. Don't rush, a bit late is okay. Lin Fan saw Li Xiling's anxious face and comforted her. Hubby, you're something else. If you're awake then why didn't you wake me up? Li Xiling reproached him. She really cared about today's wedding photo session. Wait, my sisters are coming. Speak of the devil. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Hubby, I'm in the shower. Check if the sisters are here yet. Li Xiling called out while Lin Fan got up. Got it. He reached the door and via the smart doorbell saw the other 4 sisters standing outside, all smiling. Baby surprised? Unexpected? Lin Fan opened the door. Well, it really is a surprise. The 5 sisters had not previously mentioned that the other 4 would join them for the wedding photoshoot. And anyway, he and Li Xiling were going for the wedding photos. Having the other 4 sisters there wouldn't help much. They couldn't just have Li Xiling get tired, then substitute one sister in her place, right? Though the 5 sisters looked alike, a wedding photo shoot required proper makeup. Without that, even if someone looked similar, they couldn't switch in. Hee, Li Xiu pushed Lin Fan into the house. Xiling, that girl just got up, right? You too last night? She teased, glancing at Lin Fan. Yeah, Xiu, you guessed right? Lin Fan just nodded and admitted it. Because the fact was so. That left Li Xiu speechless. She'd meant to tease him, but now he admitted it so casually, she couldn't help but envy that the 4th sister had gotten favored by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, are you drawing a new manga? Li Xiao stood by the desk, looking at the tablet on which Lin Fan's current work, Detective Elementary School, was displayed. He was drawing the key characters, Conan, Ran Muri, Kagoro Muri, Dr. Agasa, and so on. Of course, he was localizing from Your Name, and now also localizing Detective Elementary School. Conan remained Conan, Ran became Ranli, Kagoro became Wu Lang Mao, etc. Indeed, I'm planning a new manga. Lin Fan nodded to Xiao. Xiao's eyes were full of curiosity. What's the story about? Because his previous manga Your Name made her cry, it was so emotional. She wondered if this manga would be just as tear-jerking. This time it's a detective anthology. And if nothing goes wrong, it'll be a long-form manga. As for exactly what story it tells, Xiao, you'll see when it's released, Lin Fan teased. Detective anthology? And a long-form too? Xiao was quite surprised. There are detective manga, and there are anthologies, but combining them, and making it long-form, is rare. Whether it becomes a long form still depends on reader response. If it bombs, then it'll just be cut short, Lin Fan shrugged. Though he thought the odds were small, for Detective Elementary School or any of his past works, if it didn't fit this world, he'd cut it decisively. Even though he carried emotional value, he still needed to make money. He wouldn't do things that were hard but unrewarding. At around 7:50, Lee Siling had finished washing, wrapped in a towel, and changed into clean clothes in front of her sisters. They'd grown up wearing open-crotch pants together as twins. Among them, there was no such thing as being shy. Let's go. Everyone set off together. Lin Fan and the group took the same business van. Lee Siu also prepared a second van, with a bodyguard driving behind. Today's photo shoot had many outdoor scenes, so they would bring many outfits. If the studio car couldn't fit them all, the backup van would be used. Half an hour later, they arrived at a bridal photography studio called October Miracle. This studio aimed for the high-end route. Price wasn't cheap, but whether the outfits, photographers, or makeup artists, all were industry top tier. The post-editing team was also in the top tier 1 group. In his previous life, wedding photography focused on the woman, the man was just an accessory, background. Clothes for men were few, makeup artists mostly served the woman, the man just had a little makeup, they were only the background. But in this world it was totally different. Men's clothes weren't fewer than the women's, the makeup artist's focus was the man. Though not like the women who wore lots of accessories, the goal was to cover all the guy's flaws and highlight his strengths. Simply put, make the man a lot more handsome than usual. Lin Fan and the others were led to the VIP makeup room. Shortly, their makeup artists arrived. 2 makeup artists, one for Lin Fan and one for Lee Siling. Lin Fan's makeup artist studied his face and slowly said, "Mr. Lin Fan, I've been in the business for 7 or 8 years. Your face is one of the few nearly perfect ones I've seen. Your features and skin have almost no flaws, too much makeup would actually lower your attractiveness. You just need a little shading to make your face slightly slimmer, then it's basically perfect." The makeup artist's assessment was quite objective. Because of his weight loss, Lin Fan's attractiveness had risen to 94 points, out of some scale. Having such high attractiveness meant hardly any makeup was needed, just choose a hairstyle. Lee Siling's makeup artist's review wasn't far behind. Her attractiveness was also 91 points. Even fully barefaced, she was the goal many girls with makeup couldn't reach. Therefore, in just half an hour, their looks were done. Most of the time was spent on hairstyles. According to the plan, in the morning they would shoot 3 indoor scenes, then after finish those, go shoot the remaining 5 outdoor scenes. Good. Very good. Let's change to another pose. Mr. Lin Fan, Ms. Lee Siling, you two are literally walking models, any angle could be used as a promotional poster in the studio. Their looks were just too high, there were simply no bad angles. From any angle the photo would be absolutely beautiful. Lin Fan and Lee Siling didn't even need the photographer to guide their movements, they just needed to act naturally. They were good-looking, and the love in their eyes was full, so the result was better than the customer photos the studio normally used. The photographer could already imagine that when the studio got the negatives, most likely they'd talk to this couple about showing their photos in the studio. The effect then would definitely be better than previous customer photos. Lin Fan and the group shot very quickly. In only 2 hours, the 3 indoor scenes were done. Then they directly took the remaining 5 outfits and went to shoot the outdoor scenes. The 5 outdoor locations were the Temple of Heaven, Chaoyang Park, Dongjiamen Lane, Garden Expo Park, and Lafayette Castle. The group first went to Chaoyang Park for outdoor scenic shots. When Lin Fan and Lee Siling were shooting, a lot of onlookers gathered quickly, mostly women. Such a handsome groom isn't common. Once someone recognized Lin Fan, even more people gathered. Lin Fan the living Lin Fan. Lin Fan's fans, once they found out he was shooting wedding photos at Chaoyang Park, rushed over from nearby. This was a chance to see their idol up close. Even if not his fan, seeing such a handsome groom made many women stop and watch, reluctant to leave. Thankfully the people in the Daxia Empire were mostly cultured, few came to disturb Lin Fan's wedding photo shoot. Even his fans only held up phones from a distance to take a selfie with Lin Fan. After all, the capital city, people there were fairly sensible. Of course, another reason, the 5 sisters and Lin Fan's bodyguards weren't hidden. Each of the 5 sisters had at least 5 bodyguards protecting them, so together 25. And the company assigned 2 bodyguards for Lin Fan. With so many bodyguards keeping order, passerby naturally knew that this handsome couple shooting wedding photos were no ordinary people. Anyone living in the capital with a normal brain knew to hold back their temper and not cause trouble. After all, this was the capital of the Daxia Empire, many rich people, many officials, many royal family members. These people each were harder to provoke. Especially the royal family. If you harmed a royal, at best you get a few years, at worst death. The most severe could be the extermination of 9 clans. Although that punishment hasn't been enforced for over 50 years, the Daxia Empire hasn't abolished it. If things get too out of hand, the 9 clans might kneel and chant, "Thank you, because of you, 9 clans buried 2 li of earth." While shooting, Lin Fan's fans and the onlookers around were quiet, not disturbing them. But when they finished and were about to move to the next location, Lin Fan's fans suddenly started chanting his name. "Lin Fan dear. Ah Lin Fan, I love you. Lin Fan dear, look here, look here. Lin Fan, we the Lin Watchers will always support you." Seeing his fans around, Lin Fan smiled and waved to them. He wasn't the cold, arrogant idol type. "Ah? Lin Fan waved at me. Ah? Brother is so gentle. Ah? Brother loves me." Some were so excited they fainted, yet they still held tightly to their phones. Not because the phones were valuable, nor because there was money on them, but because their phones held a selfie with Lin Fan, and a photo of Lin Fan waving at them. But there were too many people, Lin Fan didn't notice all of them. After greeting the fans, he and the 5 sisters got into the car and headed to the next location. The next location was Dongjiamen Lane. Arriving at Dongjiamen Lane, Lin Fan and Li Xiling needed to change clothes and makeup. Since one vehicle was a bit cramped, Lin Fan and Li Xiling changed makeup and clothes separately in 2 cars. But when Lin Fan saw Li Xiling stepping out of the van, he raised an eyebrow. Li Xiling had changed people. Earlier at Chaoyang Park it was Li Xiling with him shooting wedding photos, but now the one wearing the wedding dress was Li Xiao. Originally long-haired Li Xiao had cut her hair short, and originally short-haired Li Xiling had become Li Xiao, wearing Li Xiao's clothes, standing together with the other sisters. So the 5 sisters planned to take turns and shoot the wedding photo with him? They planned to keep him in the dark, right? Well, that's fine. If they want to keep him in the dark, then he won't be polite either. Ever since choosing Li Xiling as his marriage partner, the other 4 sisters began to keep distance. No more hugs, no more kisses. Even hand-holding was rare, at most a normal handshake. Since they planned to keep him in the dark and take turns shooting the wedding photos with him. Then he would play along with their plan. All the hugs and kisses they owed him during this time he would reclaim. Thus from the second outdoor scene onwards, Lin Fan got more enthusiastic during the wedding photo shoot. If this were at home, he'd directly carry Li Xiling back to the bedroom. After all, he didn't know Li Xiling and her sisters swapped identities. He still thought it was Li Xiling shooting the wedding photos with him. The bodyguards around similarly hadn't noticed the sisters' little trick. They didn't realize that 4 of the 5 sisters, one after another, switched into the identity of Li Xiling to shoot the wedding photos with Lin Fan. During it, were all sorts of kisses, hugs, lifts. Note, those bodyguards' job besides protecting the 5 sisters, they were the Yen King's eyes and ears. Whatever the Yen King wanted to know, he could learn from them. If the 5 sisters hadn't kept it from the bodyguards, the Yen King would definitely know about their absurd actions when they returned. Then they'd be punished. But as it stands, no one but themselves knew about this matter. It was just like the pranks they used to pull. Little did they expect that Lin Fan existed as a bug. Even though the 5 sisters had identical makeup, identical clothes, even matching teddy bear sizes via gear disguise, Lin Fan could still see through their true identities at a glance. But as more scenes were shot, the 5 sisters also felt something was off. "Do you think, baby hasn't noticed anything yet?" At Lafayette Castle. The 5 sisters all squeezed into a nanny van together. "Do you all think baby hasn't noticed anything yet?" Li Xiu asked the group with a strange expression. "Probably not. Mom can't even tell us apart." Li Xiling glanced at the eldest sister. "I also don't think so. We've done a lot of these swaps from childhood and no one's seen through them," Li Xiao said. "That's right. Lin Fan didn't notice before, so he won't notice this time either." Li Xijin said confidently. "I feel the same as eldest sister," Li Sisi said slowly, while putting on makeup. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Eldest sister, third sister, why do you feel that husband has discovered something?" "Yeah, eldest sister, third sister, Lin Fan can't have discovered it, right?" "Don't know, I just feel some kind of indescribable feeling." Li Xiu bit her lip and looked thoughtful. At first Lin Fan's behavior was normal, but after the swap to Xiao, Lin Fan got more and more enthusiastic. Li Sisi offered her analysis. It felt like he knew everyone's identities and deliberately started teasing them. "This still doesn't prove husband discovered our swap, right? You could just say he's getting into the role." Li Xiling still believed Lin Fan could not have detected their identity swap. Exactly, this doesn't prove anything. Li Xiao agreed. Li Cici's expression was tangled. Xiling was right, a growing enthusiasm from Lin Fan might just mean he was getting into character. But she just felt the matter wasn't that simple. She felt Lin Fan was doing it intentionally. Of course, she didn't dislike what he was doing, she even looked forward to his extra affection. She also wanted kisses, hugs, being lifted high. She was just curious whether Lin Fan had really noticed the five sisters' identity swap. After all, they had never been discovered before. If Lin Fan really figured them out, she wanted to know how. Aside from hairstyle and bear-sized props, the five sisters were nearly identical. Even facial recognition couldn't tell them apart, they could easily unlock each other's phones, make payments by face. The five sisters couldn't arrive at a conclusion, so they let it rest for now. Li Cici finished makeup and changed clothes, stepped out of the van. When Lin Fan saw another sister change, his lips curved slightly up. As expected, all five sisters took their turns. He seriously suspected that Li Xiling chose this package of 3 indoor, 5 outdoor scenes for today. 5 scenes, 1 for each sister, fair and square. Wife, let's get started. The shoot began. Lin Fan continued with all kinds of intimate actions. Li Cici, like the other sisters, fully experienced kisses, hugs, being lifted. At the same time this made her feel even more certain Lin Fan had seen through their disguise. She had no proof, but just that feeling. However, Li Cici didn't tear the veil away to ask Lin Fan, because she enjoyed the moment too much. Whether Lin Fan and Li Xiling could conceive a boy within 3 years, no one knew, but by probability, that chance was very small. Aside from Xiling, the other 4 likely wouldn't end up with Lin Fan. Being royalty had thousands of advantages, but also restrictions. Thus the 5 sisters devised this plan, take turns to shoot the wedding photoshoot with Lin Fan. Even if they lost the bet with their mother and didn't end up with Lin Fan, at least, they had taken wedding photos with him. That alone made up for their regret. For the final shot. Lin Fan cupped Li Xiling's cheek. Wife, I love you. Believe me, I won't let you sisters be separated. After saying that, he deeply kissed her. Li Cici's eyes widened, her whole body froze. What did Lin Fan's words mean? Was he speaking to Xiling? Or saying it for her to hear? Li Cici was completely confused. Beside them, the photographer kept clicking, good. Very good. Their state and expressions are absolutely perfect. After the shoot ended, the other 4 sisters accompanied Li Xiling into the van to change clothes. Because of the identity swaps, the 5 women's IDs were all mixed up. Xiling Xiao Xijin Xiu Cici. If they didn't swap back their identities. Tonight, only Cici would go back to school with Lin Fan. While waiting, Lin Fan picked up his phone and saw a missed call from his company's general manager Li Shishir. He meant to call back, but saw the time, it was already 7 p.m. So he let it be. In his past life he'd been treated like cattle, this life he didn't want his employees to be treated like cattle. After work, he didn't want to discuss business. He opened the chat and saw Li Shishir sent him a message after the call, apparently she followed up because he missed her call? What urgent matter could that be? He saw the message and smirked. The 2 games Temple Run and Fruit Ninja had flopped? To be honest, Lin Fan had thought of that possibility. For a game to become popular, besides good production there must also be some luck. In his past life many well-made games still failed. But after reading Li Shishir's analysis and her suggestion that he, as the boss, promote their games, Lin Fan thought it made sense. After all, he had tens of millions of fans, as a famous singer, he could advertise the game, maybe it would work. Li Shishir said their 2 games had now launched on major app platforms. So Lin Fan went into the App Store, searched Fruit Ninja and Temple Run, and downloaded them. Then he played. During the playtest he confirmed the company hadn't messed with the games, they were nearly identical to what he played in his past life. At most some effects differed, but they were more refined than before. After all, smartphones had existed for a long time, both hardware and software were far better than when those games first launched in his past life. Lin Fan was playing Fruit Ninja when the 5 sisters, now dressed, walked over. Hubby, your company's games launched? You guys came just in time, help me record a video. Very soon, the videos of Lin Fan playing Fruit Ninja and Temple Run were finished. Lin Fan also recorded a sincere introduction in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fan. People who know me probably know that I'm a singer and also a comic artist. And I've done pretty well in both professions. But what most people don't know is that I also started a company. And I personally designed several games. However, today my company's general manager told me that the 2 newly released games flopped. There were barely any downloads, and hardly anyone played them. To be honest, that hit me pretty hard. After all, I personally designed everything from the original art to the game settings for those two games. These two games are quite different from others on the market. They're not dating sims at their core. But I believe that games should be diverse and not all the same. If anyone's interested, you can search for these two games on major game platforms and try them out. If you don't like them, you can just uninstall them. Thanks in advance for your support. After recording the video, Lin Fan did some light editing to splice the two clips together and posted them on his Douyin, Kuaishou, and Weibo accounts. The total number of fans across the three platforms was over 80 million, surely he could get at least 1 million downloads? But the feedback wouldn't be immediate. After posting the video, Lin Fan didn't pay any more attention to it. He returned to October Miracle with the 5 sisters. Normally, selecting photos takes a while, but Lin Fan had chosen a premium package and paid for express service. So after the shoot, they could select the photos right away. The store would then rush the processing, print the photos, and produce frames, albums, posters, etc. After all, there was only 1 week left until Lin Fan and Lee Siling's wedding. There wasn't much time to wait in line. Everything had to be done within 3 to 5 days. He still had to hang the finished photo frames in their new home. With 8 outfits, 8 styles, and 8 locations, they ended up with over 800 photos. Neither Lin Fan nor Lee Siling had any bad angles, every shot captured their perfect looks. There was no need for face slimming, body slimming, or skin smoothing. At most, the photos only needed some color adjustments and rendering. Even without edits, they could be used directly as wallpapers. Being good-looking is really that powerful. But having every photo turn out perfect wasn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Fan and the 5 sisters were overwhelmed while choosing. There were too many photos, so in the end, they removed ones with similar poses. Even so, they still had nearly 500 photos left. That averaged out to about 60 photos per location. The package only included 50 photos. Any additional selections would cost 500 yuan per photo. Just the extra photos alone cost over 200,000 yuan. With the package photos included, the total was nearly 300,000 yuan. The shop owner felt both pain and joy. The joy came from making money. Although they offered high-end photography, few clients ever chose nearly 500 photos at once. After all, each photo wasn't cheap. The pain came from the tight deadline. She had only 3 days at most to process all 500 photos, then show them to Lin Fan and the others for review. Once approved, everything needed to be rushed into production: photo prints, frames, albums, and more. The only good news was that Lin Fan and Lee Siling looked so good that hardly any retouching was needed. Just fixing some minor flaws and doing a bit of rendering would do. After Lin Fan and the others left, the internet exploded. Lin Fan had over 80 million fans across the 3 platforms, and those were real followers. He had never bought bots or fake fans. At most, there was some overlap between fans on the different platforms. As soon as he posted an update, the system pushed his video to all his followers. At first, fans thought Lin Fan was just doing a sponsored ad. That's normal, many celebrities do sponsorships. After all, they need to make a living too. But after seeing the second part of the video, where Lin Fan spoke directly to the camera, they realized those 2 games were actually developed by his own company. And the design and gameplay came from Lin Fan himself. How could the fans just sit still after that? Even if Lin Fan had just promoted games by Tencent, they would have downloaded them to support their idol. Even if they didn't spend money, they'd at least contribute to the download count. But since these were games designed by Lin Fan himself, they had to take them seriously. Brother Lin Fan. I'm downloading the game right now. Supporting Brother Lin Fan. I knew he was the best. He can write songs, sing, draw comics, and now design games. Wah, I definitely picked the right idol. Brother Lin Fan, fly free, your fans will always be here. The video's popularity on all 3 platforms skyrocketed, and related hashtags quickly hit the trending lists. Lin Fan wedding photos. Lin Fan is getting married. Fruit Ninja and Temple Run. Lin Fan Company. Games designed by Lin Fan. Topics related to Lin Fan didn't drop out of the top 10 on any major platform. At the same time, downloads of Fruit Ninja and Temple Run on major platforms soared. No. It wasn't just downloads. In-app purchases skyrocketed too. Both games weren't one-time purchase offline games. They had leaderboards and in-game paid items. Fruit Ninja offered visual effects and skins as paid items. These skins were purely cosmetic and didn't offer any gameplay advantages. The shop did offer healing items, but each game limited their use. Temple Run also had skins and revival items. Skins were just for looks, with no special properties. Revival items were also limited to once per game, so they didn't disrupt game balance. At the office of the alternate dimension company. The night shift employees were stunned when they saw the surge in downloads and in-game purchases. At 8 p.m., the two games had a combined download count of 500,000 and total purchases of 30 million yuan. At 9 p.m., downloads hit 1.5 million, and purchases reached 100 million yuan. At 10 p.m., downloads hit 3 million, and purchases nearly 200 million yuan. By midnight, downloads hit 9 million, and purchases neared 700 million yuan. By 6 a.m., downloads reached 20 million, and total purchases surpassed 1.6 billion yuan. In just one night, the two games went from under 10,000 total downloads to over 40 million downloads and more than 1.6 billion yuan in purchases. The average user spent over 40 yuan. Li Shishir returned to her apartment, had a simple dinner, then soaked in the bathtub and drank a little wine by herself. After washing away the fatigue of the day, she got out of the bathtub, put on smooth silk pajamas, and threw herself onto the bed. She was mentally exhausted today. She had played all the games the company had made, and she could say that all the current games produced by the company were excellent. But the cold reception of Temple Run and Fruit Ninja upon release was definitely a heavy blow to the company's morale. And the games not getting off to a strong start also made her worry that it would be a blow to Lin Fan, the boss. Even more, she feared that the other games still in development would also perform poorly. Then would the company even survive? You have to know, the treatment Lin Fan gave her far exceeded the industry average, almost top tier in the industry. It was also the best pay she'd received in all her years of work. A monthly salary of 50,000, 14 months of pay per year, and bonuses calculated separately. With such a great deal, she really didn't want the company to go under. Plus, she was one of Lin Fan's fans. As long as the company existed, she could often see her idol. But if the company collapsed, she might never see him again. Li Shishir picked up her phone and opened the chat with Lin Fan, but he still hadn't replied. She was really anxious now. She had already agreed to the marketing department's plan to increase the promotional budget, but the downloads hadn't grown much during the day. The results were not obvious. Now she just hoped Lin Fan would see her message soon, and also hoped his promotion would be effective. However, just as Li Shishir put down her phone and hadn't fallen asleep yet, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up. It was the head of the marketing department. Hello? President Li. It blew up. It blew up? Li Shishir frowned. What blew up? What was this guy doing? Talking without context? The games blew up. Just now, someone from the night shift called to tell me that our company's Temple Run and Fruit Ninja have both exploded in popularity. The average downloads for both games reached 3 million. And the total revenue is nearly 200 million. President Li. Our games are a total hit. The marketing head shouted excitedly. With the games blowing up, they were definitely getting a hefty bonus this month. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Li Shishir felt it was unreal. When she got off work today, the combined downloads of the two games hadn't even passed 10,000. Only a few hours had passed. How could the average downloads now exceed 3 million? And nearly 200 million in revenue? That was unbelievable. President Li, of course it's true. The night shift person already sent me the data. I'll forward it to you now. Then he hung up. 2 seconds later, Li Shishir received a message from Manager Chang of the marketing department. It was download and revenue data from major platforms for Temple Run and Fruit Ninja. Seeing the images, Li Shishir's eyes widened. It was actually real? She immediately called Manager Chang via voice. What's going on with this data? Where are these numbers coming from? The night staff are still analyzing. For now, all we know is that most of the downloads are coming from people directly searching the game names. Searching the names. Li Shishir originally thought it was some platform's promotion doing well. But if it was name searches, then it clearly wasn't that. If it were platform promotion, the download source would show as ad clicks. Searching. Li Shishir suddenly thought of a possibility. She quickly ended the call with Manager Chang, opened Weibo, and went to Lin Fan's account. Sure enough. Lin Fan had posted a promotional video. Li Shishir was about to exit and check other platforms when she saw that the trending topics were all about their company's games. And of course, Lin Fan related topics too. She opened Douyin, went to Lin Fan's account, and saw that he had also posted updates there promoting their games. Same with Kuaishou. All three platforms had simultaneous updates. Actually, Lin Fan should have promoted on Xiaohongshu as well. After all, that platform had a lot of male users, and men generally have stronger purchasing power. In the gaming world, the main spenders are men. Even though Lin Fan was male, that didn't mean he had no male fans. It was just that Lin Fan didn't use Xiaohongshu, and didn't have an account there. She'd have to suggest that Lin Fan create an account there later. After all, Xia Hongshu's user base was only about 200 million less than Kuaishou. It was still a huge social platform in China, and its user base shouldn't be wasted. Lin Fan wasn't just a pretty face. He had real talent. As a talented singer-songwriter, as an excellent comic artist, Lin Fan could absolutely have male fans too. If it were an ordinary person, of course they could choose their social platforms based on personal preference. But as a public figure and a boss, you can't just follow personal preference. If worst comes to worst, the company could assign someone to manage the account for him. Li Shishir was very satisfied with Lin Fan's power as a celebrity and idol. Just a single promotional video, and within a few hours, nearly 200 million in revenue was generated. This kind of insane money-making ability, he was already at the level of a top-tier idol. And Lin Fan was only 18 years old now. His looks probably wouldn't decline until after 35. Which meant this kind of scary earning power could last at least another 16 or 17 years. During this time, as long as Lin Fan didn't have any scandals, this incredible ability to make money would basically continue uninterrupted. If he kept creating excellent work during this time, his earning power might even increase. Indeed, joining Lin Fan's company was the best decision of her life. The next morning, Lin Fan still got up for his morning jog as usual. Chen Fengjing also arrived at the track earlier than him as always. Just as he was warming up, she ran over. Lin Fan, did you really design those 2 games yourself? Chen Fengjing's eyes lit up as she stared straight at Lin Fan. Oh? You saw the video too? Lin Fan asked with a smile. I even downloaded and played them. They're really fun, I couldn't stop playing. Chen Fengjing nodded excitedly. She followed Lin Fan's Douyin account. Whenever he posted something, the system immediately pushed the update to her. Afraid of missing it, she even checked his profile every night for updates. I even bought a few skins. Lin Fan, did you design those too? She asked curiously. I came up with the game ideas and designed the key concept art. As for the skins, I just provided some ideas, mostly the team handled that, Lin Fan explained. If he, as the boss, had to do everything, then what was the point of hiring a team? That's still amazing. I didn't know you could design games too. Chen Fengjing's eyes sparkled. Lin Fan was really a treasure boy, it felt like he could do anything. It's nothing, just some game ideas. The company has a few more games in development. They'll be released later. You can try them out too. But don't go overboard spending money. Games are for fun, spending too much isn't good. At 8:30, Lin Fan received a call from Li Shishir bringing good news. The average downloads of the 2 games, Fruit Ninja and Temple Run, had reached 24 million. The total revenue had exceeded 1.9 billion. It had already increased from the data at 6 o'clock. After hanging up, Lin Fan wasn't overly happy, instead, he frowned. Although he had a large number of fans, these numbers were a bit too outrageous. The average downloads for Fruit Ninja and Temple Run had reached 24 million. Judging by the surge in downloads, those who downloaded the games were likely his fans, which meant about 24 million fans downloaded both games. With a revenue of 1.9 billion, that meant each fan spent around 80 yuan across the 2 games. And that 80 yuan was the average, at least 2/5 of players had spent more than 80 yuan. Some players, overly excited, had spent far more than that. Of course, 80 yuan didn't seem like much. But it had to be considered that this 80 yuan was spent in just one night. And these 2 games weren't even particularly pay to win. Lin Fan believed that most people were still rational and wouldn't spend beyond what they could afford just to play a game. But he also had to consider that some fans might lose control, pouring all their savings into the game, or even taking out loans to spend money. That wasn't what he wanted to see. He was about to become royalty soon. Even if something like that did happen, it wouldn't affect him. But he was kind-hearted. He couldn't stand seeing his fans eating instant noodles every day just to support him. So he pulled out his phone and recorded another video. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fan. First of all, I have to thank my fans and netizens for their support. I really didn't expect you all to be this amazing. I just received a congratulatory call from the company's general manager. He said that the 2 games' average downloads had already exceeded 24 million, and total revenue reached 1.9 billion. To be honest, I really didn't expect these numbers. All I can say is, you all are incredible. Although I started a game company to make money, my original intention was to design fun games that people could enjoy in their spare time to relax and unwind. Playing games, a little spending adds joy, too much spending harms your health. So whether you're my fan or just a casual player, please spend within your means when making in-game purchases. Always remember, games are meant to entertain us, we we shouldn't let games end up playing us. After recording the video, Lin Fan reviewed it. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he posted it across all 3 platforms. He did his part with the reminder. If anyone still refused to listen and kept spending recklessly without regard for their financial situation, then even if they couldn't afford food later, it had nothing to do with him. After posting the video, Lee Siling immediately hugged him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Hubby, I knew I didn't fall for the wrong person." Such integrity. Other game companies wished players would spend as much as possible. But Lin Fan did the opposite, personally recording a video advising players to spend less and stay within their limits. That showed just how solid Lin Fan's character was. What Lin Fan didn't know was that the video he posted didn't make fans slow down on spending. In fact, it made them spend even more recklessly. "Lin Fan bro, are you underestimating me? I make almost 20k a month after taxes, and I only spent 100 yuan last night. You think I can't afford more?" I'm crying. Other game companies beg players to spend money, only Lin Fan tells us to spend less. Didn't even spend 100 yuan and you call that irrational? Let me show you what impulse spending really looks like. Lin Fan Gij, I only earn 3,000 a month, but I can save 500 every month. I'll never get married anyway, so I'll use this money to support you. Your amazing comics were free to read, what's wrong with me throwing some money your way? Lin Fan. Spending money on you is because I love your songs. Just take it, don't be ungrateful. A visit to the Empire's sperm bank earns 10,000 yuan, you don't need to worry about how I spend money. Lin Fan's reverse psychology campaign didn't slow down player spending, instead, it accelerated it. Many even started promoting the game in their WeChat circles, getting people who weren't his fans or hadn't seen the video to download and try it. After trying it, they kept the game on their phones or tablets. Games are just more fun when played with friends. Both Fruit Ninja and Temple Run had leaderboards, with both global and friends rankings. Many people played just to climb those leaderboards. This directly resulted in the 2 games hitting 50 million average downloads within 24 hours of Lin Fan's video post. And the total revenue reached 5 billion. Average spending across the 2 games was 100 yuan per person. This speed completely crushed all existing records for first-day game revenue. It also set a new ceiling for celebrity-driven sales. No other celebrity had ever brought in tens of billions in revenue for an advertiser within just 24 hours of posting an ad. Lin Fan still didn't know about all this. After posting the video advising fans to spend rationally, he sat at his desk and continued drawing Death God Elementary Student. While Lin Fan was still in his dorm drawing comics, many students across the school couldn't sit still. Because tonight, the school was hosting the freshman welcome party. The event started at 7 p.m. and would last about 2.5 hours. In previous years, people usually arrived half an hour or an hour before it began. Not even all freshmen would attend, let alone sophomores, juniors, or seniors. The ultra-large auditorium that could hold 3,000 people had never been filled. But this time was different. The school had published the event schedule and list of performers, and everyone knew Lin Fan would be performing at this year's welcome party. A regular welcome party could be skipped, but this one definitely couldn't. Many people, afraid of not getting a seat, queued outside the auditorium from early noon. If the doors had been open, they would have rushed in to grab spots. At 6 p.m., the 5 sisters went to the cafeteria for dinner. Lin Fan, still working in the dorm, got another congratulatory call from Li Shishir. What? Total revenue already exceeded 5 billion? Lin Fan was stunned. It was just 1.6 billion this morning. After one day, the revenue had jumped to 5 billion? So not only did his video not stop people from spending recklessly, it actually made them spend even more? But 5 billion. That was more than enough to produce a AAA game. In that case, maybe the game development plans that were originally scheduled much later could now be moved up? On the phone, Lin Fan informed Li Shishir to continue hiring people. 50 billion earned on the first day, even if they didn't earn another cent afterward. That 50 billion alone was enough to make 3 or 4 AAA games. Moreover, it was impossible that they wouldn't earn any more later. Judging by the current popularity of Fruit Ninja and Temple Run, it would definitely last another month or 2. In the next 1 or 2 months, even if it didn't make 50 billion a day, as long as it made 1 billion a day, it would still be enough to develop several more AAA games. However, developing a high-quality large-scale game wasn't that simple, definitely not like the small games the company was currently making. A small team of several or a dozen people could immediately get started on a small game. But to develop a high-quality large-scale game, you'd need at least dozens, even hundreds, or several hundred people. Even with so many people, it would still take several years to complete the game. So there was no need to immediately give the game design to the company, let Lee Shirshir start recruiting people first. As for the games to be developed, Lin Fan planned to think them over. 50 billion was enough to fund the development of several AAA games. If he made online games with slightly lower production quality, he could make even more. So this time, he could carefully choose a few games. Lin Fan opened notes and typed into the memo. Combine PUBG and Game for Peace, count as one game. Combine QQ Speed and Cartrider, count as one game. Make one Dungeon Fighter style game. Combine Delta Force and The Division, count as one game. That made 4 online games. Then add a Grand Theft Auto style game. 5 games, enough to keep the company busy. After dinner, the 5 sisters returned to the dorm. Hubby, it's getting late, let's hurry to the auditorium. If we don't go now, we might not even get a seat, said Lee, sighing. Exactly at dinner, people were already saying that a lot of people were waiting at the auditorium. Lee Siyu nodded repeatedly. Someone said they started lining up at noon, added Lee Siyu. This was Lin Fan's first stage performance, and she didn't want to miss it. Lin Fan glanced at the time, 6:30. Only half an hour left until 7. It wasn't far from there to the auditorium. Walking would take 10 minutes, biking just 2 or 3. Let's go. Lin Fan shut off the tablet and stood up. They left the dorm together, each riding a bicycle to the auditorium. When they arrived, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A huge crowd surrounded the outside of the auditorium. Many teachers and student council members were maintaining order. There was also a loudspeaker playing a message on repeat. Upperclassmen, please do not push your way in. Please leave the seats for more freshmen. Wow, there were so many people they had to restrict non-freshmen from entering the auditorium. How many people came to watch this welcome party? The school hadn't expected this either. In previous years, during the welcome party, the auditorium was never full, many freshmen were too lazy to attend. But this year, because of Lin Fan, not only were all the freshmen showing up, but sophomores, juniors, seniors, and even graduate students came to join in. This was Lin Fan's first official performance. Who wouldn't want to see it? Freshmen wanted to see it, and so did the upperclassmen. There were nearly 5,000 freshmen. If all of them came, the 3,000-seat auditorium wouldn't even fit the freshmen. Now that the upperclassmen were taking seats too, there were even fewer seats left for the freshmen. By the time the school realized this, most of the seats were already taken by upperclassmen. How did they know who were the upperclassmen? Come on, freshmen had just finished military training. Even if they used sunscreen, they were all tan dark. Compared with them, the upperclassmen had pale skin. In the end, the school had to send in teachers and student council members to ask the upperclassmen to leave. It was a welcome party, after all. If the freshmen couldn't even attend, what kind of welcome party would that be? Fortunately, Royal Academy wasn't open to outsiders. Normally, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter. Otherwise, not only would the freshmen and upperclassmen miss out, outsiders would have filled all the seats. Suddenly, a teacher picked up the loudspeaker, turned off the recording, and spoke directly into it. Students, please quiet down. Upperclassmen who want to watch this year's welcome party can go to the 3 major sports fields. The school is setting up outdoor live broadcast areas on all 3 fields. You'll be able to watch the live stream of the welcome party there. All upperclassmen, please give your seats in the auditorium to the freshmen. Hearing this, many who were reluctant to leave finally began to disperse. Even though a live broadcast wasn't the same as watching it inside, at least they could still see Lin Fan's first official performance. As for the auditorium, let the freshmen have it. If things got too messy, the welcome party might be cancelled entirely. Then it would all be for nothing. Let's go, we're heading in. Lin Fan and the others parked their bikes and walked toward the entrance. Along the way, many people recognized Lin Fan and greeted him. Junior Lin Fan. Good luck. Lin Fan Gidge. Us older sisters will always support you. Junior Lin Fan. Do your best, don't be nervous. This was, after all, a top-tier school. Even though many people were Lin Fan's fans, they didn't act like crazed fanatics. Lin Fan was their idol, yes, but they didn't rush over and disturb him. Lin Fan waved to those around him, I'll do my best. When they got to the entrance, all the teachers and student council members recognized Lin Fan, so they didn't stop him. But the 5 sisters were obviously not freshmen. And being famous quintuplets, most upperclassmen recognized the Lee Siyu sisters, so a student council member stopped them. Sorry, you must be sophomores, right? The auditorium today is reserved for freshmen. If you'd like to watch the performance, please go to the sports fields to watch the live stream. The 5 sisters were stunned. They didn't expect to be stopped. Lin Fan was just about to speak when a teacher nearby quickly came over and pulled the student council member aside. "Their staff. Let them through." Li Siyu smiled at the teacher. "Thank you so much, teacher." They were privileged. How could they possibly be kept out of the auditorium? Not long after Lin Fan and the others entered, Li Yunwan arrived at the entrance wearing a red traditional outfit. Senior, are you a performer today?" Li Yunwan raised her hand, showing a staff badge. Without further questioning, she was allowed into the auditorium. Li Yunwan walked into the auditorium and glanced at the audience seats. More than 90% of the seats were already taken, with only a few scattered empty spots left. But there were still quite a few people walking in the aisles, and many others were still heading this way from outside. It was certain that today the auditorium wouldn't be able to hold everyone. When she was studying at Royal Academy, nothing like this had ever happened. In all the past welcome parties, the auditorium had never been filled. What to do now that the auditorium was almost full? Li Yunwan walked straight to the first 2 rows in the center, which were still empty. Those seats were reserved for school leadership, and student council members were stationed there to prevent students from sitting in them. As expected, Li Yunwan was stopped by one of the student council members guarding those seats. "Student, these seats are reserved for school leaders. Please find a seat elsewhere." Li Yunwan didn't say much and directly showed her staff ID. The student council member glanced at her badge. Li Yunwan, Honorary Vice Dean of the School of History. Upon seeing the information, the student's eyes widened. So young, and already a Vice Dean? And the ID looked legit, with anti-counterfeit watermarks and the school's official seal. "Can I go in now?" asked Li Yunwan. "Oh, of course," the student council member immediately stepped aside. Li Yunwan smiled and walked in. Her ID couldn't be any more real, because it actually was real. You had to know, Li Yunwan was also a member of the royal family. And she carried the Yun generation title, which meant in terms of rank, she was a generation above Li Xiling and her sisters. She was of the same generation as Prince Yan and the current empress. However, she wasn't a biological sister to Prince Yan or the empress. She wasn't born of the retired emperor. Her mother, Princess Xiang, was the retired emperor's youngest sister, and she was Princess Xiang's youngest daughter. That family connection, in an ordinary household, would already be considered distant, likely not even in touch anymore, let alone in a royal family. The former empress had 25 biological sisters, each giving birth to at least a dozen daughters, some even over 20. The former empress herself had 11 daughters. Her eldest is the current empress, and the 4th is Prince Yan. Aside from Prince Yan, who could no longer have children after giving birth to Li Xiling and her sisters, the empress and the other 9 sisters each had at least a dozen daughters. Just the cousins born from Li Xiling's maternal aunts number over 180. Li Xiling and her sisters didn't even know them all. Let alone someone like Li Yunwan, who was an even more distant relative. Likewise, Li Yunwan didn't know the 5 Li sisters. Forget ordinary members of the royal family, even those specifically responsible for managing the royal genealogy couldn't remember every single royal member. They could only look them up using the family records. Although she was technically part of a collateral line now, her mother was still a princess, and her eldest sister was one of the vice deans of Royal Academy. After getting her master's degree 2 years ago, she became the honorary vice dean of the School of History. Even though she had no administrative duties and rarely returned to the academy, her honorary title was still legitimate. So of course, her credentials were real. Otherwise, she couldn't have entered the normally off-limits Royal Academy so easily. Li Yunwan picked a random seat in the second row and waited for the welcome party to start. In the auditorium, the vast majority of the audience had come for Lin Fan. Many people were talking about him. "Good thing I came early, otherwise I never would have gotten such a close seat." "Exactly. From here, we'll see everything clearly. Just thinking about watching Lin Fan's debut performance soon makes me so excited." "I'm super excited too. From this close, Lin Fan should be able to see us from the stage, right?" "Of course he can. Then when Lin Fan comes on stage, let's shout loud. We have to make sure he hears us." "Yes. Let's shout loud together." Listening to the chatter of the younger students around her, the corners of Li Yunwan's lips lifted slightly. The man she had her eyes on was indeed the best. Backstage, all the performers were in a hurry preparing. But Lin Fan didn't seem nervous or busy at all. He was the final performer of the night, the closing act, so there was no need for him to rush with makeup. As for nerves, absolutely none. With a god-level voice, he wouldn't feel nervous performing not just in front of classmates, but even in a concert with 10 or 20,000 people. With the system backing him, his confidence was rock solid. Lin Fan and the 5 sisters sat in a corner to avoid disturbing other performers. Siling, did you ask your mom how many guests will be attending on your side when we get married? Lin Fan asked as he looked at Li Siling. He needed to know how many guests would come from her side to decide whether to invite some lucky fans to balance the numbers. Otherwise, with hundreds of tables on one side and only 5 or 6 on his, it would look ridiculous. Yes, I asked. Li Siling nodded repeatedly. Mom wants to invite about 20 tables of friends. Dad's side will have around 10 tables. People with weak ties or low status weren't even qualified to be invited. Then there's Her Majesty. If my aunts don't have anything urgent, they'll all come. Most of our older and younger cousins will come too. That's about 14 to 15 tables. And then there are the other titled nobles. Each household will send at least 2 representatives to offer congratulations. That'll be a lot, probably over 100 tables, Li Siling explained. That's how royal weddings worked. The higher the rank, the more guests attended. A princess's daughter getting married, especially a shitsi, meant all the dukes, marquises, earls, and viscounts would send representatives. Lower-ranked royals were even more proactive. The lower the rank, the closer they were to falling off the family tree. But if they could get close to a present-day royal, even if their family was about to lose its royal status, their children's future would still be secure. So many, Lin Fan was shocked by the numbers. That added up to 140 to 150 tables. And he only had 6 or 7 on his side, not even a fraction of hers. So it looked like he'd have to pick some lucky fans from his fanbase to attend his and Li Siling's wedding. Otherwise, his side would look too empty. But how many should he invite? Since he was inviting people anyway, he might as well invite a lot. Let's go with 100 tables. 10 people per table, that's 1,000 people. Choosing 1,000 lucky fans to attend the wedding, his fans would probably be thrilled, right? The welcome party soon began. Royal Academy's welcome party had quite a variety of performances. Besides the common singing, dancing, chorus, and recitation, there were also crosstalk, skits, street dance, martial arts performances, magic shows, and other distinctive acts. However, whether it was the live audience in the auditorium or the upperclassmen watching the live stream from the 3 sports fields, no one was particularly interested in the earlier performances. After all, it was just a school welcome party, and most of the performers were sophomore and junior girls, with very few male students. The performance quality was there, but not very high. It definitely couldn't compare with New Year's Eve galas on major TV networks. Some performers even made mistakes on stage and didn't recover well. Of course, there were also some great performances. When the acts were good, the audience didn't hesitate to give warm applause. Time passed quickly, and the welcome party soon reached its end. It was Lin Fan's turn to take the stage. Since it was just a school welcome party, Lin Fan didn't bother with makeup. Or rather, with his looks, he didn't need makeup at all. His outfit was also casual. He didn't specially buy formal attire for the performance. He hadn't even come out yet, but the audience was already shouting his name. Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Thousands of people shouted Lin Fan's name in unison, as if this were his solo concert. Looks like the audience just can't wait. So now, let's welcome today's final performer to the stage. He's Lin Fan from Class 1, Comics Department, Year 62. Today, he'll be performing a piano and vocal piece, Love Confession Balloon. As the host finished speaking, they exited the stage from the side. While the host was speaking, a piano had already been rolled onto the stage with a special trolley. Lin Fan also walked out from backstage. The moment he appeared, the cheering instantly grew louder. Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Lin Fan walked toward the piano, and when he reached the center of the stage, he paused to wave at the audience. But as he raised his hand, he froze slightly. Because he saw a sea of purple in the audience. At least half of the audience were wearing purple clothing. And as Lin Fan greeted the crowd, the shouting got even louder. Lin Fan! I love you! Lin Fan! I want to have your babies! Ah! After waving, Lin Fan pressed his hands downward. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the entire auditorium fell silent. What's going on today? Why is everyone wearing purple? Could it be because? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Because little sister said purple has charm, the audience shouted in perfect unison. Lin Fan laughed. So that really was the reason. What a pity, today's song isn't Little Sister Said Purple Has Charm, but it's fine. If the school agrees and everyone wants to hear it, I can sing an extra song. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at the crowd. We want to hear it, the majority shouted together. It's not enough that you all want to hear it. We still need the school leadership's approval. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the center front 2 rows where the school leaders sat. The principal smiled and nodded. She also liked Lin Fan, this outstanding student. When Lin Fan was first admitted to Royal Academy, the principal only thought he was a smart student with good grades. Back then, she didn't pay much attention to him. He was smart, yes, but without a family background, he might not achieve much after graduation. Of course, he'd still be successful, because with that kind of learning ability, he'd definitely do better than most people. And being handsome would only help him gain more opportunities. But then Lin Fan released his first song and went viral online. At that moment, she knew Royal Academy was about to gain another, famous alumnus. At the very least, his accomplishments in music would be significant. Later, when Lin Fan published Your Name, the comic, it confirmed her thoughts even more. This student, Lin Fan, would achieve great things in the future. And this morning's news showed that Lin Fan had founded a company and released 2 games that generated over 1 billion in revenue in just one day. That's when the principal realized she had underestimated Lin Fan. With his current achievements, he was already a famous alumnus. So she naturally wouldn't oppose Lin Fan singing an extra song on stage. Let me share some good news with everyone, you're in luck. Our lovely and respected principal nodded her approval, Lin Fan said with a smile. Awesome. Thank you, principal. Countless cheers and screams erupted. But Lin Fan's gaze stopped on a figure in red sitting behind the principal. Lee Yunwan was here too? And sitting in the school leadership section? Wait, could she also be royalty? The thought suddenly crossed Lin Fan's mind. Lee Yunwan had never told him she was royalty. And Lin Fan had never considered the possibility either. After all, in the Daxia Empire, the surname Li was a major surname. There were over 100 million people with that surname, second only to the surname Wang. And royals were always above others, who would go work as an escape room NPC. Even if her ancestors had royal blood, they'd definitely have fallen off the royal registry by now. But seeing her in the school leadership section, today, Lin Fan couldn't help but think. Lee Yunwan had never shown up at school before, yet now she could sit in the leadership area. Lin Fan didn't believe there wasn't some connection. Royal rule said that one person couldn't marry 2 members of the royal family. Looks like after the performance, he'd have to ask her directly, was she royalty? If she really was, then they needed to have a serious talk. His wedding with Li Xiling was coming up, and nothing could go wrong now. Lin Fan smiled at Lee Yunwan, then walked over to the piano. He sat on the bench and slid his fingers across the keys, testing the piano's tone. Once he confirmed there was no pitch issue from moving the piano, he placed his hands over the keys. The next second, as Lin Fan pressed the keys, the intro of Love Confession Balloon began. By the Seine, a cafe on the left bank. I hold a cup, tasting your charm. Lee Yunwan looked at Lin Fan on stage, her eyes full of love. She was her mother's youngest daughter. Her older sisters had already entered into arranged marriages, so there wasn't much need for her to be sacrificed for another political alliance. She herself didn't want to become a pawn in a family marriage either. She had always wanted to find someone she liked. If she couldn't, she'd rather spend her life alone. Luckily, she found him. You could say that in every aspect, Lin Fan matched the ideal man she had dreamed of. Even in terms of talent, he surpassed her expectations. Earlier, Lin Fan had promised her that after he finishes his wedding this month, he would marry her next month. Only she knew how happy she was. She was already planning how she wanted their wedding photos to look. On stage, Lin Fan played through the climax of the song, and the audience began singing along. What was originally Lin Fan's solo performance had turned into a crowd sing-along. And the audience was so hyped that even though they couldn't hear Lin Fan's voice anymore, they were still excited out of their minds. After the song ended, the whole venue started chanting, "Encore! Encore!" Lin Fan didn't even stand up. He just gave the audience an okay hand gesture and immediately switched to unnecessary explanation. This was the extra song he had promised his fans when he took the stage. Little sister said purple has charm. She's just my little sister. I'm just worried you'd misunderstand. The entire auditorium turned into a sing-along once again. Backstage, the 5 sisters watched Lin Fan at the piano with eyes full of admiration. Their man was just too handsome. After unnecessary explanation, the audience still didn't want to leave. They kept chanting, "Encore, encore." On the 3 sports fields where Lin Fan couldn't hear them, the senior girls were also shouting, "Encore." They yelled for the girls in the auditorium to shout louder. They wanted to hear Lin Fan sing a few more songs. Most of the people in the audience were his fans. Many had even come dressed in purple on purpose. Lin Fan softened. He couldn't bear to disappoint his fans. So he stood up. With both hands pressed downward, the previously loud auditorium went almost completely silent in seconds. I'm really happy that you all like me. But now it's already almost 9:50. It's getting quite late. So, how about this? I'll sing one more song, and then we'll end tonight's party. Sound good? Lin Fan asked the entire freshman audience. Yes. The cheer was so loud it could have lifted the roof. They'd shouted encore to hear 2 more songs. But even if Lin Fan hadn't sung any, they actually couldn't have done anything. Now that he'd already sung 1 extra song, and was willing to sing 1 more, they were already winning big. They wouldn't push it further. Otherwise, if Lin Fan walked off, they'd end up losing a song. This song, I wrote recently for a beautiful girl. I've never sung it in public before. Tonight, I'll gift this song to everyone. After saying that, Lin Fan sat back down at the piano. There was no pre-recorded instrumental for Blue and White Porcelain, so he would have to play and sing it himself again. When the girls in the audience heard what Lin Fan said, they all got super excited. Another new song. Lin Fan's songwriting speed was insane. From the first song he sang during military training until now, it hadn't even been a month. And he had already written 7 songs. That's 1 song every 4 days. And every one of them was a hit. Even famous singers couldn't keep up with that pace. Also, the girls in the audience were extremely jealous of that beautiful girl Lin Fan mentioned. Who was she, that Lin Fan would write her a personal song? They all wished they were her. Down below, Li Yunwan's lips curled into a smile. She didn't feel the least bit upset that Lin Fan sang a song he wrote for her in public. The song was written for her, yes, but it still belonged to Lin Fan. Where and when to sing it was his decision. What made her feel shy was Lin Fan publicly calling her a beautiful girl. Although he didn't say her name, the fact that he mentioned her at all already made her happy. You have to know, even though men in the Daxia Empire could marry multiple wives, many idol celebrities still hid their relationships, some even concealed the fact they were married. What Lin Fan said didn't directly say she was his girlfriend, but who wouldn't understand the meaning behind his words? And what about the 5 sisters backstage waiting for Lin Fan? Of course they didn't mind. Lin Fan had written 1 song for each of them. Now he wrote 1 for a new sister, it was only fair. Especially for Li Siyu, Li Sijin, Li Si, and Li Siyao. Lin Fan had written songs for them, but not all of them could marry him. They didn't know who this song was written for, but at least the girl would get to marry Lin Fan, she wouldn't waste his love. Sky blue waits for rain, and I wait for you. Smoke rises gently, across 1,000 miles of river. On the bottom of the vase, I write in clerical script, imitating the elegance of a former dynasty. Consider it my foreshadowing for meeting you. Lin Fan had never performed Blue and White Porcelain in public. Whether it was the auditorium audience or the senior girls on the sports fields, no one knew the lyrics. A sing-along was impossible, they could only listen quietly as Lin Fan sang. Happy moments always pass quickly. The song was only 3 to 4 minutes long and soon came to an end. When Lin Fan finished singing Blue and White Porcelain, some audience members still didn't want it to end. They continued shouting, encore, encore. But Lin Fan wouldn't endlessly fulfill their wishes. Aside from the fact that the party was already over, he'd also get tired if he kept singing. This wasn't a paid concert, it was a free welcome party. He had sung 3 songs in a row, that was already extremely generous. As fans, shouldn't they consider his feelings a bit too? Lin Fan stood up, bowed slightly to the audience, then pressed his hands downward. The fans who had been yelling encore finally quieted down. I already sang 2 extra songs. It's time to head back and sleep. Staying up late will ruin your skin. The host walked out from backstage. Great. Lin Fan's performance was absolutely amazing. Let's give him a big round of applause. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause, lasting over half a minute. The welcome party almost turned into Lin Fan's personal concert. After the applause died down, the host spoke again. Respected school leaders and teachers, dear seniors and 2,126 freshmen. Tonight's stars shine extra bright. Tonight's youth is full of energy. The host began the closing remarks, and Lin Fan left the stage. He still had to find Li Yunwan and ask her face to face, was she royalty? If she was, then he needed to properly reassure her. Backstage, Li Xiling immediately gave Lin Fan a big hug. Hubby, you were amazing. The last song you sang was so beautiful. Li Xiling clung to Lin Fan and was reluctant to let go. Baby, what's the name of the last song? Li Siyu asked curiously. The other 3 sisters also looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. Of course, they were also curious about who Lin Fan wrote the song for. Up to now, Lin Fan had only written 1 song for each of the 5 sisters. Even though people like Lu Ruyan and the drill instructor had already slept with Lin Fan, they weren't honored with a song from him. But this mystery person had earned such a privilege, to have Lin Fan write such a beautiful song for her. That person's place in Lin Fan's heart was clearly not lower than theirs. Hearing Li Siyu's question, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Huh? I didn't say the name of the song? Nope. Li Siyu shook her head immediately. Li Si and Li Xiao also shook their heads. Alright, I thought I'd mentioned it. That means even the audience doesn't know the name. But it doesn't matter. I'll go to the company in a few days to record it. Once it's out, everyone will know. As for my dear wives, of course, you get to know in advance. The name of the song is Blue and White Porcelain. Lin Fan smiled at the five of them. Blue and white porcelain? Judging from the lyrics, it really is about blue and white porcelain. Li Siyu nudda seriously. Buzz buzz. Lin Fan's phone vibrated twice in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw it was a message from Li Yunwan. Miss Bride, photo. You sang beautifully. My husband is the best. Seeing the message, Lin Fan realized it was time to go find Li Yunwan. Wifey, don't leave yet. I was planning to deliver your wedding invitation in a few days when I had time. But since you're here now, I'll just give it to you. Miss Bride, got it husband. I'll wait for you at the main entrance of the auditorium. Lin Fan, okay, I'll be right there. After sending the message, Lin Fan looked at the five sisters in front of him. I'm going to deliver a wedding invitation. Wifey, you all head back first. Hubby, I want to go meet this Miss Bride with you. She'll be my sister in the future, I should meet her, Li Xiling said as she held onto Lin Fan's arm. Up until now, she still hadn't met that Miss Bride. Miss Bride? Who is that? Li Xiao asked, full of curiosity. Li Xijin and Li Si were just as curious. Miss Bride? And she's calling him husband and being called wife in return? If they didn't know better, they'd think Lin Fan had already married her. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Since you want to meet her, let's go together. What if Li Yunwan really was a royal? Whether or not Li Xiling and the others were there didn't affect how he would talk things through with Li Yunwan. Even if he couldn't convince her, it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, Li Xiling's mother was Prince Yen, a royal second only to the current empress in power. Even if Li Yunwan was royalty, she was probably from a declining branch. Could she really stop him from marrying Li Xiling? Of course, if Li Yunwan really was royalty, Lin Fan still believed there was a high chance he could persuade her. Lin Fan took the five sisters with him and left the backstage area, walking toward the main entrance of the auditorium. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Li Yunwan in a red dress, standing alone outside the entrance. When she saw him, a bright smile immediately bloomed on Li Yunwan's face. Husband Li Yunwan's eyes were fixed only on Lin Fan. She barely looked at the five sisters at all. You had to know, because the five sisters were quintuplets and all beautiful, they drew attention wherever they went. Most men would stare, and even women couldn't help but glance at them. Even straight women would sneak a look and sigh at how amazing their mom must be to give birth to quintuplets. But Li Yunwan's eyes were only on Lin Fan. That was a sign of deep love. Wife, Lin Fan walked up to Li Yunwan, reached into his pocket, but actually pulled out a wedding invitation from his portable storage space, prepared for her long ago. The invitation had been ready for a while, but until now he had only verbally invited her to his wedding. He had originally planned to give it to her the next time they met. But he hadn't expected her to show up at the school. Li Yunwan took the invitation, and her eyes froze on it. Because she recognized it very well. It was the royal family's official wedding invitation. She had seen many of these since childhood. Her older sisters had used this type of invitation when they got married. Last year and the year before, when the daughters of Prince Jin and Prince Qin got married, they also used this exact type of invitation. The only difference was the character printed in the upper left corner. Her family said Xiang, Prince Jin said Jin, and Prince Qin said Qin. But the one Lin Fan handed her had the character Yen. So the woman Lin Fan was marrying was Prince Yan's daughter. In that instant, Li Yunwan felt like the sky had collapsed. She had never cared whether Lin Fan was already married. Even when he told her he was getting married soon, she hadn't been angry. At most, she had felt a bit unlucky, that she met him just a little too late. But the fact that he was marrying someone else didn't bother her much. As long as she could still be with him, that was enough. But now she realized Lin Fan's bride was Prince Yan's daughter. How could she marry Lin Fan now? One person couldn't marry two members of the royal family. Even though there wasn't a written law about it, this had been a royal unwritten rule for decades, and all royals silently followed it. If Lin Fan married the daughter of Prince Yan, then she could never marry him. Unless... A flood of bad ideas instantly filled Li Yunwan's mind. Seeing her changing expression, Lin Fan became even more certain of his suspicion. Li Yunwan was probably a member of the royal family. Otherwise, how could her emotions swing so wildly just by seeing the outside of the invitation, before even opening it. "Wife, are you also a member of the royal family?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and asked directly. Li Yunwan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She wanted to say yes, but also wanted to say no. Suddenly, she hated the fact that she was royal. Even though it meant never worrying about food and clothing, it also meant she wasn't even allowed to have a love of her own. The five sisters widened their eyes, looking at Lin Fan and Li Yunwan. That red-dressed girl was also royalty? Unbelievable. Their situation with Lin Fan hadn't even been settled yet, and now his red string was tied to another royal? Li Xiyu, Li Xijin, Li Si, and Li Xiao all looked toward Li Xiling. Now, the happiness of this red-dressed girl also depended on Li Xiling. If Xiling successfully got pregnant with a boy and Lin Fan won the bet, making her mom break royal protocol under pressure, then maybe this red-dressed girl wouldn't be under so much pressure either. Seeing Li Yunwan's silence rather than surprise, Lin Fan knew his suspicion had been confirmed. Li Yunwan was definitely a royal family member. Lin Fan was about to explain his situation with the five sisters, and the bet with Prince Yen, to reassure Li Yunwan. He planned to tell her that the unwritten rule, one person cannot marry two members of the royal family, could possibly be broken. As long as the five sisters married him too, then naturally Li Yunwan would no longer have pressure. The five sisters of the Yan Wang family all marrying wouldn't exclude her. Before he could speak, Li Yunwan took the lead. "That's right, I am indeed a member of the royal family," Li Yunwan nodded. Her identity was impossible to hide. Lin Fan's fiancée was the daughter of Prince Yen, who held the position of right Zongjing of the Zongren office. Lin Fan knew her name, checking whether she was royalty was not hard at all. So, rather than lie, she'd admit it openly. "However, husband, I will not make things difficult for you. We don't have to marry, it's fine. I don't mind. As long as you keep me in your heart, even without official status, I don't care." She found love with Lin Fan on her own, so she was not to blame. When you truly love someone, it's right to make some sacrifices. Before meeting Lin Fan, she had already prepared to spend her life alone. Now they simply couldn't get married, doesn't mean they couldn't be together. If she accepted no status, she could still be his partner in private. As for competing with one of the five sisters for Lin Fan, she wouldn't do that. Or rather, anyone with some brain wouldn't do that. Her mother was Princess Yang, but the retired empress had passed years ago. Even the retired emperor's eldest sister had died over 10 years ago. Princess Yang was long removed from the center of power. Now the most powerful princes were Prince Qin, Prince Jin, Prince Yen, Prince Wu, and Prince Chu. With only a few days left until Lin Fan's wedding, the invitations must have been sent out. If she now disrupted the wedding of Prince Yan's daughter, it would be the same as publicly slapping the Yan Wang mansion in front of nobles, high officials, and the entire Daxia Empire. That would be extremely unwise. Li Yunwan opened the invitation and glanced at it. The bride's name was Li Xiling. By timeline, Li Xiling got to know Lin Fan first, she was the later comer. By process, Li Xiling and Lin Fan were matched via a marriage app and accepted the system's match. She, Li Yunwan, only had private contact, and couldn't compare. The key, to preserve pure love, she hadn't told Lin Fan her identity. In sum, the best option now was that Li Xiling and Lin Fan proceed to their big wedding, and she becomes his unofficial partner without status. Lin Fan cupped Li Yunwan's cheek and made her look into his eyes. "Wife, I must give you status. Just like I will marry Xiyu, Xijin, Xiao. The four of them. Next month's wedding might not happen. But don't worry. I've made an agreement with Prince Yen. If within 3 years Xiying and the others conceive a boy, then she will marry Xiyu, Xijin, Xiao to me. At that time, the royal unwritten rule will have been broken. Then I can also give you status." Lin Fan told her of his bet with Prince Yen. Since there was hope, he naturally wanted to let Li Yunwan see it. Hearing this, Li Yunwan looked into his eyes in disbelief. "Prince Yen actually made such a bet with you?" This was something she had not expected. Why? To have all 5 daughters married to Lin Fan, Prince Yen must be under huge pressure. Lin Fan was just an ordinary person. Although handsome and talented, ultimately just ordinary. By rights, he shouldn't even be qualified to bet with Prince Yen. Li Yunwan couldn't make sense of it. That's right. It was the Prince Yan's own promise. Xiying and the others know too. Lin Fan nodded. Although he also did not know the prince's reason, as long as the bet existed that was enough. Within 3 years, conceive a boy. The odds were not high, but at least there was hope. Even if he didn't win the bet, he'd at least have 3 years to grow. At worst, if the literary route fails, he would go the martial route. 3 years later, he might even challenge imperial power. Li Yunwan opened her mouth. She wanted to ask, if the bet fails what then? But thinking it over, she asked anyway. Either way, she had already planned to accept no status and just stay beside Lin Fan. Now there was another possibility. Even if hope was faint, what of it? At worst, just like she planned, no status, just be with him. Trust me, wife. Give me some time. I won't let any of you down. Lin Fan looked into Li Yunwan's eyes as he said. I believe you, husband. Li Yunwan nudda seriously. Wife, you all go back first. I'll escort Wanner home. Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling and the others. Li Yunwan probably got quite a shock today. He had to properly console her tonight. Okay, hubby, we'll go back first. Li Xiling dutifully smilat. As the family's senior woman, helping her husband maintain his harem was indeed part of her duty. On the way back to the dorm. What do you all think? Which family does this miss belong to? Li Xiao couldn't help being curious. No idea, I have no impression. Li Xijin shook her head. She truly had no memory of her. She's older than us but not from our two aunts' lines. So she must be from a collateral branch. Li Si said calmly. If you want to know, just check. Li Xijin proudly raised her head. The Zhongren office managed all royal family member jade plates, in other words the lineage records. And our mom is right Zongjing of the Zhongren office, her status is only below Prince Qin, Zhongren Ling, and Prince Jin, left Zongjing. If they want to check a member's identity, easy. Even if they didn't know the woman's name, if she truly was a royal member, they'd still discover it. Oh, correction, they did know part of her name. Lin Fan called her Wanner, so her surname must be Li Xwan. Either Li Sivan or Li Yunwan, couldn't be someone of their grandmother's generation, right? Li Xiling shook her head, never mind. We're all sisters now, better not dig into her identity. In future I'll just ask my husband directly. The welcome party at Royal Academy ended. But on the internet, the Royal Academy welcome party had only just begun. Each year the Academy's welcome party is just an internal event, and the official side does not publish the event content online. After all, it is only a student amateur evening party, there is no need to publish it online. However, since the internet existed, each year students spontaneously record the welcome party and post the video online. Some people only record some highlight clips, some record the entire event. The school knows about this kind of thing, but has never pursued them for infringement or anything like that. If it's uploaded, as long as the welcome party did not cause a scandal, Royal Academy never forbids these acts. Only one year, a dance program by a certain major's students, either the clothing quality was not up to standard or the size did not fit. A girl's clothing slid off mid-singing and dancing, and underneath she wasn't wearing underwear. That year, the school issued a notice, forbidding anyone from uploading the related footage to the internet. At the same time that year, Royal Academy started to forbid students from live streaming on the web any internal school activity. You may film it, and then upload it later, no problem, but you cannot live stream. This is to prevent similar accidents again. Of course, you could secretly live stream in private, but once an accident happens and it causes some public opinion issue, then Royal Academy will certainly come after you. At that time, you could get a demerit, punishment, or even expulsion, depending on how big a mess you stirred. Tonight's welcome party had quite a few daring people secretly live streaming from the audience seats. And the titles of these live streams were all related to Lin Fan. Such as #Royal Academy Welcome Party, Lin Fan will perform. Such as #Lin Fan Public Debut. In short, everyone who secretly started a live stream, their title included the two characters Lin Fan. Because without these two characters, hardly anyone would click in. Over the past hundreds of years, aside from that one accident, the Royal Academy's welcome party had never been a hit online. But today was different, because those live stream titles all included Lin Fan. Once live broadcasting started, viewer count soared. The Daxia Empire has 2 billion people, though Lin Fan's total fans across major platforms only approached 100 million. But those who know him must number 400 or 500 million at least. The dozens of live stream rooms tonight each had at least 1 million viewers, some had tens of millions. Every newcomer to the live stream asked, "When does Lin Fan's program start?" When they learned Lin Fan was tonight's closing act, none of them left. If they had nothing else to do, they just kept staring at the live stream. If they had something else to do, they left their phone open with sound on, waiting for Lin Fan to appear. When Lin Fan appeared, the live stream rooms indeed exploded with cheers like mountain roaring sea thunder. All viewers knew Lin Fan was taking the stage. Hearing that Lin Fan would sing 2 songs tonight, countless fans were excited to death. It was worth it. The whole night's wait was worth it. They had thought Lin Fan would only perform 1 act. After all, this was the school's welcome party, almost never does one person perform multiple acts. But Lin Fan could sing 2 songs. How could Lin Fan's fans not be overjoyed? And when the 2 songs finished, the live audience shouted, "Encore," then Lin Fan agreed and sang one more. The fans in all the live stream rooms were ecstatic. At first they thought Lin Fan would only sing 1 song. Then after he appeared, they discovered he would sing 2. After the 2 songs ended, Lin Fan suddenly said he could sing another. Listening to 3 songs in a row, rounding it, what's the difference between this and attending Lin Fan's personal concert? Especially the 3rd song was a new song, that made countless fans unable to stop being excited. After Lin Fan's 3 songs ended, countless fans, like the live audience, hoped Lin Fan would continue performing. But Lin Fan stopped. They had no means to force him. They'd heard a mini-concert already, what more did they want? Lin Fan sang 3 songs, he himself earned not 1 cent, but those daring people who secretly live-streamed made a fortune. Those with worse seats earned less, but in the time of the 3 songs they still got tens of thousands in tips. Those with better view earned more. During Lin Fan's 3 songs they made over 5 million in tips. Although the platform would take half, the remaining money still made those secret broadcasters a big haul. Before the welcome party ended it was live stream, after the event ended it became clipped short videos. Creators of clips didn't care about other performances, they edited only Lin Fan's 3 songs. A few minutes to an hour after the event ended, many clips of Lin Fan singing appeared across major short video and long video platforms. Before long, relevant hashtags soared to trending. Lin Fan public debut. Lin Fan personal concert. Lin Fan new song again. Of course, Lin Fan was unaware of all this. After escorting Li Yunwan home, he spent effort consoling her, cheering her up, dispelling her mood depressed from not being able to marry him. Finally Li Yunwan couldn't help crying. Lin Fan knew, his comforting had worked. After crying a while she fell asleep. Now it was 3 or 4 in the morning. Lin Fan naturally did not bother returning to school, he stayed over at Li Yunwan's large flat. At 6 o'clock the alarm rang on time. Lin Fan woke, but lazily didn't get out of bed. Soft bed, hero's grave. Old saying truly doesn't deceive me. Lin Fan sent his counselor a message saying he had something today and needed to take, half a day, 1 day off. After sending the message, not waiting whether the counselor saw it, he tossed his phone aside and kept sleeping with Li Yunwan in his arms. He'd been disciplined for a month already, occasionally letting loose was understandable. At 8. The bedroom's sunshade curtain opened automatically, the previously pitch-dark room was instantly bright. Lin Fan and Li Yunwan both were awakened by the glaring sunlight. Husband? Lin Fan picked up his phone and looked at the time, it was only 8. But he already felt refreshed. He glanced at the messages. The counselor replied, his leave was approved. He didn't have to attend class today, 2 choices lay before him. First, get up and exercise, the weight loss mission must continue. Second, keep sleeping with Li Yunwan. Wife, you want to continue sleeping? Lin Fan asked as he looked at Li Yunwan in his arms. Sleep. Hey. Lin Fan felt the sky suddenly darken. Did Li Yunwan misunderstand his words? But, whatever. Let's pretend this is cardio rather than sleep. Lin Fan and Li Yunwan slept until noon before reluctantly getting out of bed. Neither of them felt like cooking, so they simply ordered some food from the hotel. Li Yunwan had already been completely comforted by Lin Fan, or rather, she was never truly on the verge of turning dark just because she couldn't marry him. At most, she was just a little disappointed. But after Lin Fan's comfort, she was no longer disappointed at all. She believed in the bet between Lin Fan and Prince Yen. In the end, Lin Fan would definitely win. This was the hope Lin Fan had given her, and she was willing to believe in it. What if he lost? That wasn't something to consider right now. For now, she just needed to believe in Lin Fan. In the afternoon, Lin Fan didn't stay with Li Yunwan. Instead, he asked his bodyguard to take him to Starshine Entertainment. Since he had already performed Blue and White Porcelain at the welcome party last night, he figured he might as well record the song early and release it for fans to listen to. That way, fans wouldn't be stuck with the low-quality live version. And the earlier he recorded it, the earlier he could start making money. Besides fans paying directly for singles, most regular listeners just subscribe to a membership and listen to all songs for free. Under this model, his income depended on the number of effective plays of the song. A song had to be played for over 30 seconds to a minute to count as one effective play. 100,000 effective plays would only bring in about 200 to 500 yuan, so the earlier he recorded and released it on music platforms, the earlier listeners could start playing it, increasing the effective plays. At Starshine Entertainment, Lin Fan's assistant, Wu Xiaohe, had already arranged the recording studio and was waiting for Lin Fan at the company entrance. "Brother Fan, the studio is ready. Would you like to rest first or go straight to recording?" "Let's go straight to the studio," Lin Fan said. He had already slept until noon today, no need to rest anymore. Time to get to work. "Okay, Brother Fan," Wu Xiaohe immediately led the way. Recording studio. This wasn't Lin Fan's first time here, so he was completely familiar with the place. Just like before, he did it all in one take, with one backup track. During the recording, his agent, Xia Ran, waited outside the studio. She seemed to have something to talk about. After recording, Lin Fan came out of the studio. "Sister Xia, what's up?" Lin Fan, Penguin Pictures and Royal Pictures are co-producing a girl group competition survival show. They want to invite you as a regular guest. This show has a pretty big investment. The hosts and guests are all quite well known in the entertainment industry. Based on my past experience, this show has a high chance of becoming popular. So if you don't have any major commitments, I suggest you consider joining it, Xia Ran said to Lin Fan. As one of Starshine's top agents, she had a good eye for such things. Her accuracy in predicting whether a show would become a hit was over 80%. A girl group survival competition? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Why did this sound familiar? Yes, a group of girl group members live, eat, and train together. Then, under the guidance of celebrity mentors, they train, grow, and compete. In the end, the most popular girls are selected by vote to form a new idol group and officially debut. Xia Ran briefly explained the show's concept. Sounds interesting, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. This show Xia Ran described felt a lot like a variety show from his previous life. What's the name of the show? Lin Fan asked curiously. Innovation 101. Innovation 101? Lin Fan's expression turned strange. Was this the same as Produce 101 from his previous life? Right, Starshine Entertainment also had a lucky charm. Come to think of it, besides himself, could there be other time travelers in this world? Otherwise, how could Innovation 101 be so similar to Produce 101? How much are they offering me? Lin Fan asked. If this show was really created by another time traveler, they would definitely recognize his value, and his appearance fee shouldn't be low. The show has 10 episodes in total, and they're offering you 10 million, Xia Ran said. 10 million, honestly, not a low offer. In the entertainment world, that was the pay of a mid to lower tier star. So far, Lin Fan had only released a few songs, not even a full album. Though his popularity was decent, he wasn't truly a big star yet. After all, he hadn't been in the industry that long. But hearing the 10 million offer, Lin Fan still frowned. If the show was truly planned by a time traveler, they'd know his value and wouldn't offer such a low price. So, it was probably just a coincidence. As for becoming a regular guest, Lin Fan thought about it and decided against it. 10 million was a lot, but he didn't care about that amount anymore. The two games recently launched by his company generated 5 billion yuan in revenue within 24 hours. Production costs were under 1 million. Even with advertising and server costs, the total average cost was less than 5 million. The company had only invested 50 million total, and most of it hadn't even been used yet. So that 10 million didn't impress Lin Fan at all. Forget it, I'm not interested, Lin Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. He was getting married soon. Where would he find time to be a regular guest? After marrying Li Xiling, he'd be going on a honeymoon, and they hadn't even picked a destination yet. He really didn't have time for a regular guest role. Xia Ran scratched her head. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to reject it so bluntly. 10 million wasn't the highest, but it wasn't low either. The highest paid guest on the show was getting 20 million. And the guest role was as a mentor, not like they had to be on set every day. Each episode only required about 2 days of filming. That meant Lin Fan could earn 10 million for just 20 days of work, 500,000 per day. For a newcomer in entertainment, that was already a very high rate. Lin Fan, how about reconsidering? Our company has a few trainees in this show. If you become a regular guest, you could give them a boost. Oh? Who's in it? Lin Fan asked curiously. Was the Lucky Charm in it too? All 8 members of H2O, and 7 from AK-47, a total of 15 trainees. Sure enough, the Lucky Charm was part of the show too. I'll pass on the regular guest. But I can appear as a guest mentor for 1 or 2 episodes. If they agree, Sister Xia, see how you can get the most out of it. In his previous life, Lin Fan actually quite liked Jinli. Although she had no singing skills and wasn't good at dancing, Jinli was genuine and down to earth, and most importantly, she had good luck. He even used a photo of Jin Lee as his profile picture once, hoping to change his fortune and suddenly become rich. Although he didn't get rich overnight in the end, he did arrive in this world. He still wasn't sure whether that counted as good luck or bad. Since Yang Chaoyue was also participating in this so-called Innovation 101, it wouldn't be a problem for him to show up in 1 or 2 episodes as a guest and support her. Besides, this girl was quite good-looking, much better looking than the Jin Lee from his previous life. He didn't mind gaining her favor and eventually winning her over. However, it still depended on whether the Innovation 101 production team was willing to let him appear as a guest for 1 or 2 episodes. If the team wasn't willing, there would be nothing he could do to help Yang Chaoyue in the show. Of course, if she needed it, he could help her get votes from outside the show. Even if, worst case, she got eliminated accidentally, it wouldn't be a problem. With all the songs, shows, dramas, and movies he had from his previous life, it would be very easy for him to make someone popular. Lin Fan didn't take this matter too seriously. He'd let his agent, Xia Ran, handle the rest. As one of the top agents in the company, he trusted Xia Ran's professional abilities. Back at the dorm, Lin Fan picked up his phone and sat on the couch to take a selfie. Dear forest keepers and those random netizens who like my music, hello everyone. About the new song I sang at the school welcome party last night, no need to rush me this time, I already went to the company and recorded it today. Given the company's speed, in 2 or 3 days at most, this new song should be up on all major music platforms. Oh, right. I don't think I mentioned it last night, what the name of that last new song was. Really sorry, I was too nervous during my first stage performance. You'll forgive me, right? The name of the song is Blue and White Porcelain, the same kind that all the ancient dynasties in Daxia used to love. That's the first thing I wanted to say today. Now, on to the second thing, which is also the most important. I believe many forest keepers already know that I'm getting married soon. But maybe you don't know who my wife is, or maybe some curious folks already found out. Well, I won't keep it a secret anymore. My wife, Li Xiling, is the 4th daughter of Prince Yan's mansion. Our wedding is on the 20th of this month, that's this Saturday. Xiling is royalty, so on the wedding day, there will be many guests from her side. But I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage and have no family. I don't even have many friends. If there are too few guests on my side, it'll look pretty pitiful. So I had an idea, I'll randomly select 1,000 lucky people from the forest keepers to be my friends and family, and attend my wedding. 2 days from now, at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, I'll do a live stream to pick 1,000 lucky forest keepers. As for which platform I'll stream on, I haven't decided yet. I'll post a video at noon on Wednesday to announce it. For those selected, you don't need to bring any gifts, just show up. I'll cover your round-trip travel expenses, food, and accommodations. You don't need to pay a cent. I just want to share the joy of my wedding with all of you. And also, make my first wedding a bit livelier. After finishing the video, Lin Fan reviewed the content. Once he confirmed there were no obvious issues, he uploaded it one by one to Douyin, Weibo, Kuaishou, and Zaya Hongshu. Lin Fan hadn't used Zaya Hongshu before and didn't have an account. But Li Shishir suggested he create one and explained why. Lin Fan agreed. He wasn't just an ordinary person, he was a public figure and the owner of a company. He should have an account on all the major platforms. These were gathering places for fans and a window to communicate with fans and netizens. Once Lin Fan posted the video, it was immediately pushed by the platforms to his followers. Ha ha ha! Got first comment! Brother Lin Fan is finally a mature idol now, he knows to go record his songs. Blue and White Porcelain, such an elegant name. As expected from hubby. Wedding? Hubby's getting married? I didn't know. No one told me. Why am I not the bride? So proud. Brother Lin Fan will be royalty from now on. I just found out that Brother Lin Fan is an orphan. Even though he grew up in an orphanage, he has achieved more than most people. I can't imagine how much silent effort he put in. Poor Gigi. Poor Gigi. What? Brother Lin Fan is inviting 1,000 forest keepers to his wedding? I want to go. Please let me go. I'll bring a big red envelope. I must go to Brother Lin Fan's wedding. Nobody can stop me. I have to attend the wedding. If I'm not selected, I'm willing to pay $1 million to buy a spot. Anyone who gets selected, contact me. Royal weddings have a lot of rules. Regular people won't be able to handle it. Just let me go. I can take the pressure. I can handle it. My roommate is terminally ill, and her last wish in life is to attend Brother Lin Fan's wedding. Please, everyone, don't fight her on this. As soon as Lin Fan's video was posted, it almost instantly went viral on all major platforms. There was no helping it, the hype was too big. Lin Fan already had a lot of fans, and every time he posted, the engagement was huge. This time, it was about his marriage to the fourth daughter of Prince Yan's mansion. Plus, he was inviting 1,000 lucky fans to attend the wedding, covering travel, food, and lodging. This was a royal wedding. And a prince's wedding at that. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the right to attend. Even if no expenses were covered and people had to bring big red envelopes, countless people would still want to go. But now, Lin Fan was giving out 1,000 free spots. How could netizens not go wild? Even people who weren't fans before were becoming fans just to enter the draw. Even rich business people, just to attend Lin Fan's wedding, were willing to become fans. You have to understand, for a prince's wedding, even people in the top 100 wealthiest in the country wouldn't get an invitation unless they were close to the prince. Not to mention, Prince Yan was one of the most powerful among all the current princes. Countless people wanted to curry favor, but had no way in. Now, there was a chance to meet Prince Yan up close, and of course, everyone was going to fight for it. After uploading the video, Lin Fan went to his desk, opened his tablet, and continued drawing Death God Elementary Student. 2 chapters of Death God Elementary Student were already finished. If he didn't need a buffer, he could release them right now. But Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to publish. He hadn't yet decided whether to collaborate with a comic platform or just build his own website and post the work there. Previously, Your Name was only movie length, a short comic. He gave it away for free to all readers, so there was no need to sign with any comic platform. But Death God Elementary Student was a long series, it couldn't be free for online readers. If he published it on other platforms, a contract would definitely be needed. All kinds of licensing terms would have to be negotiated. Otherwise, if he just signed a standard contract, all the rights might not belong to him, he'd just be another worker. If he wanted to collaborate with a comic platform, he'd have to request a customized contract from them and have a professional lawyer review it for loopholes. Lin Fan hadn't been drawing long when his phone on the desk suddenly rang. Caller ID, Xia Ran, his agent. Lin Fan picked up the phone. Hello, Sister Xia. Lin Fan, seriously, you didn't even tell your big sis that your mother-in-law is His Highness Prince Yan? Xia Ran said, half complaining. Before, Lin Fan only invited her to his wedding and never mentioned that his bride was Prince Yan's daughter. If she'd known earlier that Lin Fan's wife was Prince Yan's daughter, she wouldn't even have responded to the Innovation 101 team's 10 million guest offer. Did they even understand the value of being Prince Yan's son-in-law? 10 million? That wouldn't even be enough for a single guest appearance. I sent Sister Xia a wedding invitation. Didn't you receive it? The invitation was a royal-style invitation. Although ordinary people never had a chance to attend a royal wedding, just looking it up online would show what royal invites looked like. But most people wouldn't search for such things, after all, it had nothing to do with their lives. The invite only had your bride's name on it. It didn't say she was Prince Yan's daughter. On the other end, Xia Ran rolled her eyes. She was indeed a top agent, but she wasn't qualified to attend royal weddings and had never bothered to look up royal invitations, so she had no idea the one Lin Fan sent was a royal one. As for the name, there were 2 billion people in the Daxia Empire, and over 100 million with the surname Li. Just a name, how could anyone know if it was royalty? The royal family didn't restrict names. There were no rules stopping common people from having the same names as royals. Her Majesty the Empress was named Li Yunzhao, and there was even a netizen online with the same name, who had posted their ID card. Yet Her Majesty didn't force them to change it. So with just a name, there was no way to confirm someone was royalty. Okay, my bad. But this isn't that important, right? I mean, if my wife weren't Prince Yan's daughter, would Sister Xia not come to my wedding? Lin Fan asked in return. How is it not important? If you'd told me earlier that your wife was Prince Yan's daughter, I would have negotiated your Innovation 101 pay to at least 100 million. 10 million? They're dreaming. Lin Fan was speechless. He really hadn't thought about that. But thinking about it carefully, she did have a point. Prince Yan was one of the most powerful princes in today's Daxia Empire. He was Prince Yan's son-in-law, and Xiling would become the heir to the Yan household. With that connection, was 100 million just a guest appearance fee? No, it was a ticket into the circle of the 5 elders. Good thing you posted that video, and it made the trending list. That's how your big sis found out. The Innovation 101 team is already settled. You'll do 1 or 2 episodes as a guest. Whether it's 1 or 2 and which episodes, depends on your schedule. And the pay is 15 million per episode. What do you think of this deal? Xia Ran asked. When they didn't know Lin Fan was Prince Yan's son-in-law, the full season's pay was only 10 million, just 1 million per episode. Now that they knew, it jumped to 15 million per episode, 15 times more. That's the difference. Sure. Then I'll leave the contract to Sister Xia. As for which episode to appear in, we'll decide later depending on the situation, Lin Fan agreed. Earning 15 million from one episode, even though it couldn't compare to the profits from his games, it wasn't bad either. Besides, he could go check out some pretty girls and relax a bit. Maybe even try to win over Jinli. Alright, I'll get the contract arranged. After hanging up, Lin Fan picked up his stylus again and continued drawing Death God Elementary Student on his tablet. But before long, his phone on the desk rang again. Caller ID showed no name, just an unfamiliar number. Still, Lin Fan answered the call. Hello? Hello, Mr. Lin Fan. I'm Li Yiming from Douyin. Sorry to bother you out of the blue. A middle-aged woman's voice came through. Li Yiming? The founder of Douyin? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. Yes. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Fan to know me, what an honor. May I ask what you're calling about, President Li? Lin Fan asked. He already had a rough idea of her purpose, but these things were better said by her directly. It's like this, I saw the video you posted today. You said you'd randomly select 1,000 fans to attend your wedding, but haven't decided which platform to live stream on. I hope Mr. Lin Fan can choose our Douyin platform for the live stream. Of course, since Mr. Lin Fan has a huge fan base, choosing our platform would help promote us as well. So we're willing to offer Mr. Lin Fan 100 million yuan as advertising compensation. What do you think? Li Yiming asked politely. Alright, I'll think about it, Lin Fan replied, not giving a direct answer. In the video, he said he hadn't chosen a platform precisely because he wanted the major platforms to fight over it. The others hadn't placed their bids yet, so he wouldn't accept too soon. Okay. If Mr. Lin Fan isn't satisfied with the ad fee, we can negotiate. Also, to be honest, I'm a fan of yours too. Is there a chance I could attend your wedding? Li Yiming asked with a laugh. All my fans have a chance to attend the wedding. The invites will be electronic, and the names will be filled in by the fans themselves. If someone selected really can't attend, they can give the invite to a family member or friend. Haha, great. Then I'll wish you a happy wedding in advance, Mr. Lin Fan. Lin Fan had actually already thought that some of the lucky fans who were selected might not be able to attend for various reasons. And there would also be fans who weren't selected but really wanted to attend his wedding. So from the very beginning, Lin Fan had decided that the invitations for fans would be anonymous, with only a serial number. The specific name on the invitation would be filled in by the guest who came to attend the wedding. As for whether those selected lucky fans came in person, gave the invitation away, or sold it, he didn't care. If the selected fans sold the invitation and made money, that was their own business. It could be considered a small benefit he gave back to his fans. When the two games his company had just launched were first released, almost no one downloaded them. They were small, unknown games, not mainstream. The game company was also an unknown, small company. Very few people downloaded them. Then he made a promotional video, and his fans responded strongly, pushing Fruit Ninja and Temple Run into the top new game rankings. And in just one day, those games brought in 5 billion in revenue for him. With such supportive fans, what's wrong with giving them some benefits in return? After hanging up on Li Yiming, the heads of Kuaishou, Weibo, and Xiaohongshu also called Lin Fan one after another. Weibo offered 100 million, Kuaishou offered 150 million, and Xiaohongshu directly offered 200 million. The smaller the platform, the higher the offer. First, they all wanted Lin Fan to do the livestream draw for lucky fans on their platform. This would surely bring users from other platforms to theirs. Even if only a few users stayed, it would still bring a large wave of traffic. Second, Lin Fan was the son-in-law of Prince Yan. Even if they couldn't get close to Prince Yan through Lin Fan, just Lin Fan alone would at least become a Guogong, Duke of the Nation, in the future. Even if he couldn't inherit or hold major power, he'd still be a duke. Spending a bit of money to curry favor with Lin Fan, there was nothing wrong with that. What if they got access to that elite circle? At 8 p.m. that evening, Li Yiming called Lin Fan again and directly raised her offer to 300 million. All she wanted was for Lin Fan to do the fan drawing livestream on her Douyin platform. Lin Fan didn't know whether Li Yiming had heard the other platforms' offers, or whether she raised her price because Lin Fan hadn't responded. But Lin Fan still didn't agree. He wanted to see if the other platform bosses would raise their bids again. Sure enough, the next day the other platform bosses called back. However, none of their offers matched Li Yiming's. The highest offer was from Xiaohongshu, which raised their previous offer by another 50 million to reach 250 million. Still 50 million short of Li Yiming's offer. Kuaishou increased to 200 million, and Weibo only added 20 million, bringing it to 120 million. That offer wasn't even worth considering. So Douyin it was. After all, they showed the most sincerity. But Lin Fan didn't take the initiative to call Li Yiming, he waited for her to call again. And this time, Li Yiming increased her offer by another 20 million, raising it to 320 million. Lin Fan naturally agreed to work with Li Yiming and confirmed that he would do the live stream on Douyin. Li Yiming also said she would immediately arrange for someone to contact Lin Fan to sign the live stream agreement. Lin Fan would do the lucky fan draw live on Douyin, and Douyin would pay him 320 million in advertising fees. Lin Fan asked Li Yiming to have her people go directly to Yisiu and Company to sign the contract with the company. If the 320 million were paid to his personal account, nearly half would go to taxes. But through the company, the tax would be much lower. Even if the money wasn't in his personal account, it didn't really matter. If he wanted to buy something, the company could buy it for him to use. That's how big companies operate. All of this made Lin Fan realize that he probably needed to hire a personal secretary. The assistant arranged for him by Starshine Entertainment only handled Starshine-related matters. It wasn't appropriate to have that assistant handle his personal affairs. After all, that assistant wasn't paid by him. He needed to personally hire a secretary or private assistant, someone who could handle business calls like this. Handling everything himself was too much trouble. So Lin Fan immediately called Li Shishir and asked her to help him hire 1 or 2 secretaries. The hiring requirement, the higher the professional ability, the better. As for appearance, as long as it was acceptable, that was enough. After all, he was hiring a secretary to work, not for other purposes. He didn't even care if it was a male secretary, as long as the guy was normal, not into white socks. Li Shishir happily agreed and said she would immediately start the recruitment process and select the best secretary for Lin Fan. At noon, after lunch, Lin Fan and Li Xiling rested in the dorm. Lin Fan was chatting on his phone with Jiang Wan, the president of the R18 club. Jiang Wan, Lin Fan, you've been in the club for over a week now, but haven't attended any activities yet. Jiang Wan, when do you think you can join a club activity? Lin Fan, I've just been a bit busy lately. Jiang Wan, but you can't skip club activities forever. Jiang Wan, if you don't attend enough, you won't get any club activity credits. Lin Fan, really? Lin Fan, how many club activities are required per semester? Jiang Wan, 22 times. On average, at least once a week. Lin Fan, is there a club activity today? Jiang Wan, yes. Yes. There's a club internal exchange meeting at 5 p.m. today. Lin Fan, then I'll attend this afternoon. I only have 2 classes today. Jiang Wan, great. Then it's settled. Lin Fan, you must come. Lin Fan, don't worry, I'll be there. After finishing the chat with Jiang Wan, Lin Fan put down his phone and closed his eyes to rest for a bit. Since joining the R18 club, he really hadn't attended any of its activities. Li Xiling and her 4 sisters, on the other hand, went to the club every 2 or 3 days. He really had been slacking off. He wondered what the internal exchange meeting would be about? Would everyone share their own works? Or recommend things they found interesting? Or share websites with lots of resources? Surely it wouldn't be about sharing techniques for drawing R18 scenes? After class in the afternoon, Lin Fan returned to the dorm to continue drawing Death God Elementary student. Around 5 p.m., he rode his bike to the location where the R18 club was holding its activity. Although Lin Fan had never been to the R18 club before, Jiang Wan had already sent him the activity address, so he knew the way. R18 club. Actually, there wasn't supposed to be a club activity today. But because Lin Fan asked, Jiang Wan, as the club president, said there would be an internal club exchange this afternoon. After all, the way Lin Fan asked basically meant, if there's a club activity today, I'll come join. Since Lin Fan rarely wanted to participate in club activities, even if there wasn't one originally, they had to make something happen today. So right after chatting with Lin Fan, she immediately posted an announcement in a club group that didn't include Lin Fan, tagging everyone to say that there would be an internal exchange meeting at 5 p.m. today. She also told everyone that Lin Fan would be attending. Immediately, the group chat without Lin Fan exploded. Lin Fan's coming to the club activity today? Is it true, President? President. Daxia people don't lie to Daxia people. I have class during periods 7 and 8 today. But if it's true, I'm definitely skipping class. Woo woo. I've been in this club so long and finally get to see Lin Fan GG up close. I always struggle with drawing human bodies, maybe I can get Lin Fan to give me some tips. Of course, girl. Whether he teaches us or not, we've got to try asking. Exactly. Exactly. President said it's an exchange meeting today. I'm bringing my work too for Lin Fan Gigi to take a look. Jiangwan, feels like today's club activity is going to be crowded. A small classroom might not be enough, so I've booked a big one. The location is? On the other side, Lin Fan got on his bike and headed to the art department building. He didn't know that he had already been targeted by the upper and underclass women of the R18 club. Those with works were all planning to show their creations to Lin Fan for critique, ideally to get some guidance on how to draw doujinshi. Those without their own works were planning to bring their favorite doujinshi series and share them, hoping Lin Fan would give his thoughts and exchange ideas. Well, this was the R18 club after all. Who in this club wasn't a closet perv? Too shy to share those things in public, but since everyone was in the R18 club, they were all their own people. What was there to be embarrassed about? Only through exchanging could they draw better doujinshi, and discover more interesting ones too. Following the address Jiangwan sent, Lin Fan arrived at a large classroom on the second floor of the art department. It was a lecture hall that could seat 500 to 600 people, enough for 10 classes at once, no problem. But now, in this classroom that could hold 500 to 600 people, a quick glance showed at least 70% of the seats were taken. If he hadn't seen the club president Jiangwan, Lin Fan would have thought he'd entered the wrong room. Lin Fan walked toward Jiangwan. "Lin Fan, you're here." Jiangwan greeted him warmly when she saw him. She was actually a little nervous too. She worried Lin Fan might suddenly not show up. You see, their regular club activities never had this many people. 100 was already considered good. But today, because she said in the group chat that Lin Fan would be there, almost everyone came. Out of nearly 400 members, except for those who really couldn't come, almost everyone showed up. If Lin Fan hadn't come, she wouldn't know how to calm them down. "President, didn't you say there weren't that many people in the R18 club? Looks like over 300 here." Lin Fan joked. "Our club really didn't have many people before, basically just 30 to 40. But this year is different. Because you joined, Junior Lin Fan, lots of freshmen joined us this year. Even a bunch of sophomores and juniors joined too," Jiangwan said excitedly. She only became president last year. Before, the R18 club was a small one with just a few dozen people, not much value on a resume. But now it was different. She was the president of a large club with nearly 400 members. That was real leadership experience. After graduation, it would be like she had experience managing a large organization. And all of this was thanks to Lin Fan. "What's today's club activity about?" Lin Fan changed the subject. It was his first time attending an R18 club activity. He had no idea what to expect. No fixed theme. Just interaction and communication. "We can exchange drawing techniques, appreciate each other's works, or review works we found online," Jiangwan gave a simple list. "Oh, then I can only talk about drawing techniques," Lin Fan said. After all, he hadn't drawn doujinshi himself. And in this world, he hadn't browsed any either. He did in his past life, but no way to bring those out now for others to review. Just as Lin Fan was about to ask who he'd be talking to, two girls walked up with sketchbooks. Lin Fan Gij, I've read your comic over and over, it's so good. So I did a doujinshi based on it. Could you take a look? And me too. I also want Lin Fan Gij to look at my doujinshi and see if anything's off." The two girls held their sketchbooks, staring at Lin Fan with anticipation. But their flushed cheeks and slightly sweaty foreheads showed they were extremely nervous. And it was no surprise. Bringing your own doujinshi to show the guy you like? Of course they were nervous. If they weren't all members of the R18 club, they'd never dare to do this. They wouldn't even dare to let the guy they like know they drew doujinshi. In the past world, this would be like a guy secretly drawing lewd comics, then giving them to the girl he liked and inviting her to read together. That would be social suicide. If the girl reported him for harassment, he'd be ruined for life. Of course, if they were dating, or married, that'd be different. Then it wouldn't be harassment, it'd be flirting. But these girls weren't in a relationship with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was surprised. Someone already turned his comic into a doujinshi? Of course, he wasn't mad. It was common for popular works to be adapted into doujinshi, no one really pursued it legally. After all, the audiences overlapped. Going after them would just upset readers. Lin Fan sat in an empty seat in the first row and opened the girls' sketchbooks. Seeing that someone had successfully interacted with Lin Fan, a bunch of bolder girls immediately brought their own works, or favorites, to share with him. Very quickly, Lin Fan was completely surrounded by girls. The bolder ones grabbed the inner circle, the less brave ones were stuck in the outer ring, unable to even see Lin Fan. And Lin Fan was dazed, he'd barely looked at anything, and suddenly it felt like it went dark? Wasn't the big classroom's lights on? Did they go out? Then he looked up and saw, he was completely surrounded front and back, left and right. There was no way to communicate, absolutely no way to communicate. Lin Fan was completely surrounded by girls, the lighting dimmed, and the air even stopped circulating. And the girls surrounding him were only a few dozen, but nearly 400 people were participating in this internal club exchange meeting. These few dozen had encircled Lin Fan, so how could the others even join in? Even among these few dozen, only the innermost 1 or 2 rows could actually see Lin Fan. The rest couldn't see him at all, only the backs of the people in front. There was no choice. As the president, Jiang Wan had to step forward and clear the crowd around Lin Fan. Then she invited Lin Fan to the multimedia podium, turned on the computer and projector, and had everyone who wanted to interact with Lin Fan submit their works, so Lin Fan could review them one by one. Otherwise, with dozens of people blocking Lin Fan and excluding the others, today's exchange simply couldn't continue. Lin Fan sat in front of the computer, looking at the tall stack of sketchbooks in front of him, and was utterly speechless. At a rough glance, there were over 100 sketchbooks. Out of nearly 400 people, more than 100 had drawn doujinshi. And many weren't even art majors. They drew doujinshi purely out of interest. But over 100 doujinshi, that was just too much. Let alone reviewing them, he wouldn't even be able to finish looking through them in a day. Besides the club members' own works, many had brought doujinshi they liked. Some were physical copies, and some were shared from online. Altogether, there were nearly 400 works. Even after removing duplicates, there were still over 300. So many, even with tomorrow added, he still wouldn't finish reading them all. Lin Fan randomly pulled out a book from the large stack in front of him. I really didn't expect so many people in our club to be drawing doujinshi. We probably only have about an hour or so for today's exchange meeting. There's no way we can go through all of this. How about this? I'll draw randomly. Whoever's work is picked, we'll all review that person's work together. We'll analyze what they did well, and what could be improved. Once time's about up, we'll wrap it up. How does that sound? Lin Fan asked through the microphone. Okay, no problem. The members all nodded. They knew Lin Fan couldn't possibly review every single work. A random draw was fair enough. Leave it all to fate. Lin Fan looked at the doujin he'd just drawn. 2 names were written on the cover, 1 real name, and 1 pen name. Zhu Yuyu, could you please stand up? A girl stood up shyly. Imzu Yo. Clearly, she was very embarrassed. But to be calm in a moment like this, you'd need to be a very strong E-type person. Lin Fan placed Zhu Yuyu's work under the document camera, and the contents were projected onto the big screen. When the images appeared, many faces turned red. They had all secretly looked at doujin and H material in private, but never like this, not in such a public setting. With nearly 400 people present, and their beloved, male idol, sitting right at the front. It felt so embarrassing, and yet so thrilling. Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't feel the slightest bit awkward. He was thick-skinned. Watching doujin in public? What was there to be shy about? This world wasn't like his previous one. Being into erotic stuff wasn't illegal. As long as it wasn't in public places like streets or malls, it was basically legal. A big classroom looked like a public place, but everyone inside was an adult, and there were no underage boys, so there was no law being broken. Forget watching slides together, even doing more than that, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, in this world, a man could marry multiple wives. And he was watching these works with a mindset of studying and critiquing, not, well, anything inappropriate in front of hundreds of H-Club members. So there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Lin Fan flipped through the pages one by one, and the contents were displayed on the big screen as he did. He looked on with a neutral expression. He found that Zhu Yuyu's doujin had the same issues as one he'd casually picked up when he first joined the club. Not enough detail. The girls were poorly drawn, and the guys weren't very accurate either. Even if they hadn't seen the real thing, surely they had looked at other doujin online? Can't they just copy from reference? Surely not all doujin artists have seen the real thing? And all the guys had abs and pecs. So do girls in this world only like guys with abs and pecs? Soon, Lin Fan finished flipping through the not-so-thick book. Lin Fan looked up at the crowd in the classroom. Zhu Yuyu, you can sit down now, he said to the still-standing girl. Oh, okay. Zhu Yuyu didn't know why but quickly sat down. Lin Fan drew another book from the pile and called the author's name. Then he placed it under the camera and began reviewing this one too. Same problems again. And this artist's skill was even a bit worse. Lin Fan randomly drew 2 more, but again, the same issues. Club President Jiang Wan, noticing Lin Fan wasn't commenting on anything, walked over curiously. Lin Fan, don't just look, say something too. Like whose work is better, or what good points others can learn from. You can talk about anything, Jiangwan reminded him, worried he didn't know how to critique. But Lin Fan shook his head. It's just that I haven't really seen doujin before, so I don't know how to comment yet. While saying this, he pulled out his phone and opened the R18 Club's WeChat group. There were many shared websites and links to quality works in the group. I need to look at more works and make some comparisons first. Lin Fan typed a URL into the computer, and the page instantly loaded. A young man with six-pack abs appeared on screen. Lin Fan patiently flipped through, page after page, reading through the several dozen-page work. Then he went to the homepage to browse other featured comics. He clicked through several works in a row, and they had the same issues. Lacking in detail, but the art was more polished. Lin Fan tilted his head and asked Jiangwan, President, do you have any male-oriented doujin? I need some reference for that too. If male-oriented doujin were drawn the same way, he'd have to suspect that the entire industry in this world was going down the wrong path. Without attention to detail, it's like putting a mosaic on beautiful art. Censored stuff is the worst. Meanwhile, after class, Li Xiling didn't go straight back to the dorm. Instead, she went to the campus pharmacy and bought 2 boxes of pregnancy test kits. She was already a week late this month, something that had never happened before. She was always very regular. Back at the dorm, holding a box of test strips, Li Xiling nervously walked into the bathroom. 2 lines. Li Xiling looked at the test strip in her hand with mixed emotions. Excited, but also anxious. 2 red lines meant she was pregnant. But the biggest question now was the baby a boy or a girl? If it was a boy, it meant her husband would win the bet with her mom. After marrying her, he could also marry her other sisters. And she would be able to stay with her sisters for life. But if it was a girl, that meant her husband would lose. She wouldn't be able to stay with her sisters for life, and her husband would probably be disappointed too. Li Xiling wished she could know right now whether the baby was a boy or a girl. But even though she had never been pregnant before, she knew it would take at least 18 weeks before the baby's gender could be seen. At this point, it was impossible to know. Thinking that she'd have to wait 4 more months to find out the gender made her extremely uneasy. And she would continue to feel uneasy until she knew the answer. Also, Li Xiling wasn't sure whether to tell Lin Fan right away that she was pregnant. What if it was a false positive? Large lecture hall, art college building. Lin Fan was exchanging thoughts with nearly 400 members of the R18 Club about his views on doujinshi. He had finished reviewing the male-oriented works. How to put it, it was the same issues. Lack of detail, and missing the key points that boys liked. Of course, boys referred to himself. As for other men in this world, he honestly didn't know what they liked. So Lin Fan could only critique based on his own preferences, whether it was the members' works or the ones they liked. As for the lack of detail in the drawings, he also brought up his questions. Turns out, the reason the artists didn't depict male characters accurately wasn't due to ignorance. After all, erotic content in this world wasn't just limited to doujinshi, there were also live-action videos, anime, games, and other mediums. Not to mention, at least live-action films were realistic. But because they were so realistic, the way male characters were drawn in doujin made Lin Fan feel unrealistic. He had watched some live-action videos, and the men in them all looked like stereotypical pretty boys from his past life in Goguryeo, K-pop style. They didn't look like real men at all. Could it be that most men really look like that now? Maybe it was caused by the virus from the meteor shower 100 years ago? But then, why didn't he look like that? Was he special? Could it be because he was a transmigrator? As for the fact that male leads in doujin were all drawn with chiseled pecs and abs. That was because, in real life, most men were fat, and most doujin readers were girls disappointed in 3D men. Naturally, they'd want to create male leads who were the complete opposite of real men. That led to almost all their male leads being drawn with 6-pack or 8-pack abs. Lin Fan shared some of his thoughts and suggestions. He also hand-sketched a few detail references on the spot. He even drew some body and face references for male characters to give the artist some guidance. When all protagonists look the same, readers get tired eventually. Only variety allows the genre to thrive long-term. This internal exchange lasted until 6:30 p.m. before it ended. At everyone's request, Lin Fan took a group photo with all the R18 Club members. Later, Jiangwan, the president, would print the photo and give one to every club member. Lin Fan Gigi, this is a piece I worked on for over a week. I want to give it to you. I hope you'll accept it. A girl handed Lin Fan a rolled-up sheet of drawing paper. Lin Fan took the paper and looked at her with a questioning gaze. Can I open it now? Of course, the girl nodded eagerly. Lin Fan unrolled the paper. It was a portrait of himself. And she drew him with 8-pack abs. Fortunately, she only drew his upper body shirtless, with the lower half in floral beach shorts. If she had drawn him as a doujin protagonist, he would have had to politely decline the gift. Unfortunately, the girl's appearance score wasn't high, only 77 points, so her gift didn't trigger a system reward. But seeing that she gave him a drawing and he accepted it, the other girls quickly followed her lead. If she could give a gift, then so could they. So the girls all searched themselves for things they could give to Lin Fan. Some gave doujin they'd drawn, some gave ones they bought, some gave keychain pendants, and someone even folded a 100 yuan bill into a heart and gave it to him. Lin Fan accepted them all without refusal. No matter what the gift was, he didn't reject anyone. He mainly wanted to see how many system rewards he could trigger from these nearly 400 R18 club members. And if he refused anyone, the rest might be too shy to give their gifts. Wouldn't that be a loss? Ding! Congratulations on receiving a gift from, reward, Constitution Card 1. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a gift from, reward, Stamina Card 1. Ding! Of the nearly 400 club members, almost every single one gave Lin Fan a gift. Even though most were average people, with such a large base, many rewards were triggered. From this wave, Lin Fan directly received Appearance Cards 3. Physique Cards 8. Strength Cards 7. Constitution Cards 10. Stamina Cards 6. And 2 critical hit bonuses. One was the reward Titan Blueprint. One was the reward Aura, Devotion. Titan Blueprint, complete technical plans for constructing Titan mechas. The Titan mech looked like the giant ones from a game he used to play in his past life. It had an autopilot mode and a pilot-controlled mode. Autopilot mode allowed the mech to follow preset commands on its own, though it would move clumsily. Pilot mode was more flexible and responsive, moving entirely based on the pilot's will. Aura, Devotion. When others reach a certain level of affection and recognition toward the host, the aura activates, and they will remain permanently loyal. Looking at these 2 rewards, Lin Fan's expression turned a bit strange. Was the system really preparing him to storm into the capital? But the bet with Prince Yen hadn't been lost yet. There was no rush to enter the capital now. After parting with Jiang Wan and the others, it was already 7 p.m. Just as he left the art building and unlocked his bike, Lin Fan's phone rang. Hello? Mr. Lin Fan, I'm the secretary of His Highness Prince Yen. Your villa has been fully renovated according to your specifications. You can move in any time. Also, since your wedding with Miss Xiling is approaching, your home needs a bit of decoration. Would you like to decorate it yourself, or should I arrange someone to help? I'll take a look first. If I have time, I'll do it myself. If I need help, I'll call you. Lin Fan replied. All right, Mr. Lin Fan. I won't disturb you further then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan rode his bike back to the dorm. On the way back, he was thinking about a question. Across several platforms, the number of his fans had already exceeded 100 million. With so many fans, why hadn't anyone sent him some small gifts? They didn't need to be expensive, even something like a handmade scarf or origami paper cranes would be fine. If they weren't good with their hands, they could at least buy a keychain worth a few yuan or a dozen yuan. Out of more than 100 million fans, at least 1% had to be beautiful women, right? That would still be over 1 million beautiful fans. If that many beauties sent him gifts and each triggered a system reward, wouldn't he take off instantly? Just today, with only around 400 people each giving him a gift, he had triggered 36 system rewards. If 40,000, 400,000, or even 4 million beauties gave him gifts, how many system rewards would that trigger? He parked the bike in the shed and walked into the dorm building. Once inside the elevator, Lin Fan used all the system rewards he had received earlier. 3 appearance cards increased his appearance score from 94 to 97. 8 physique cards increased his body stat from 81 to 89. 7 strength cards raised his strength from 72 to 79. 10 constitution cards raised his constitution from 78 to 88. 6 stamina cards raised his endurance from 80 to 86. It could be said that today's R18 Club internal exchange had significantly boosted his overall stats. A 97-point appearance, just 3 points away from the full 100. Wasn't he about to become a real-life charm demon? If he walked down the street now, he might cause countless traffic accidents. The number of his appearance-based fans was probably about to surge again. A physique score of 89 had changed his entire figure. His slight belly was gone, replaced by defined 8-pack abs. His chest muscles, when flexed, looked like armor. And now with 86 stamina points. Previously, at 80, he could fight for hours without tiring much. Now at 86, who knew how much stronger he'd be? Ding! The elevator reached the 8th floor. Lin Fan walked out and unlocked the dorm room door. Lee Siling was sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Wife, I'm back. Husband's back." After greeting her, Lin Fan casually tossed the large bag of gifts onto the coffee table and walked straight to the body fat scale. He really wanted to know his current weight and body fat percentage. He took off his shoes and socks, and stood barefoot on the scale. Very quickly, the weight and fat data synced to his phone. Weight, 78 kilograms, almost unchanged. But his body fat percentage had dropped significantly. A few days ago, he measured at around 23%. Now, it had dropped to 14%. No wonder he could see abs now. However, his muscle definition was still smooth, not exaggerated like athletes or bodybuilders. Lin Fan felt he could put an end to his weight loss efforts. As long as he didn't gain the weight back, he wouldn't need to diet anymore. He knew just how painful this diet phase had been. Every morning it was a glass of milk and an egg. Lunch, half full at most. No dinner at all. Only those who had seriously lost weight from being overweight could understand that kind of bitterness. Luckily, starting tomorrow, he could stop. After weighing himself, Lin Fan sat down next to Lee Siling. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you troubled by something?" Lin Fan pulled her into his arms. Usually, when they returned to the dorm, no matter who got back first, Lee Siling would always rush over to give him a big hug. But today, she didn't. And her expression and eyes clearly showed she had something on her mind. "Husband. I'm here." Lin Fan didn't pressure her. It was clear she had something to say, but she had to be willing to share. If she didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. But honestly, if she really didn't want to talk about it, that would mean their relationship had cooled. "Husband? I took a test this evening, and it showed 2 lines. Lee Siling looked at him nervously. 2 lines? At first, Lin Fan didn't get it. After all, none of his girlfriends in his past life had gotten pregnant. But the next moment, he understood. You don't have to have eaten pork to know what a pig looks like, right? Test strip. 2 lines. That meant pregnancy, didn't it? "Wife, you're pregnant?" Lin Fan was surprised. "I'm not completely sure yet. It's just that my period is already a week late. So I bought a test strip, and it showed 2 lines. I don't know if it's a false positive." Lee Siling held tightly onto Lin Fan's arm. She was nervous. Worried it might be a false result. And also afraid that if the baby wasn't a boy, Lin Fan might feel pressure or be upset. But Lin Fan wasn't nearly as anxious as she was. His emotions were hard to describe. Strange and hard to put into words. Was he nervous? Not really. Excited? Also not really. Happy? Kind of, but not that much. It just wasn't like those exaggerated reactions male characters have in dramas when they find out they're going to be fathers. He just felt that a new life was now growing inside Lee Siling. And at the same time, he now had a new responsibility on his shoulders. As for whether the baby was a boy or girl, suddenly, he didn't really care anymore. So what if it's a girl? Even if this one is a girl, and the next one too, so what? The system had already given him the Titan mecha blueprint. Why would he still care about some bet with Prince Yen? Once his mech army was complete, forget the 4 sisters, even the Empress would be licking his toes. Maybe because of the male-to-female imbalance, the development of military technology in this world had been really slow. There hadn't been a large-scale war for nearly 200 years. In the last century, not even a small-scale war, just some minor border skirmishes. Disputes between countries were mostly settled through negotiations. If he built 200 Titan mechs, he was confident he could smash his way into the capital. With 1,000 Titan mechs, he was confident he could take over the entire Daxia Empire. So, whether the child in Lee Siling's belly was a boy or girl didn't matter anymore. What mattered was the safety of both mother and child. Lin Fan rubbed Lee Siling's little head. "Don't be nervous whether you're pregnant or not, just eat, drink, and relax. But for your and the baby's health, you should avoid intense exercise now. As for everything else, don't overthink, just let things happen naturally." The next day, Lin Fan and Lee Siling both requested leave from their counselor. Of course, they weren't going to the hospital for a checkup. The accuracy rate of test strips is already quite high, and the chances of error are very low. There's really no need for a blood test at the hospital. After waiting a while, they can just go to the hospital for an ultrasound. The reason Lin Fan and Lee Siling took leave today was for something else. Lin Fan wanted to check on the villa that had already been renovated and see how to decorate it festively. As for Lee Siling, she was going to the wedding photography studio with her 4 sisters to review the photos. If the photos were fine, the albums and frames could be made immediately. If there were any issues, they could ask the staff to work overtime to fix them. Lin Fan drove to the villa in Iha Manor and opened the door using the password. Sure enough, the villa had been fully renovated. The hard furnishings had already been completed earlier, and the soft furnishings had also been arranged according to Lin Fan's requests. Anything that could use smart technology had been equipped with it. Items like the doorbell, door lock, windows, and curtains could all be controlled by voice. TV, refrigerator, dishwasher, disinfection cabinet, central air conditioning, projector, robot vacuum, smart toilet, everything was standard. Even the furniture in the house was integrated with smart features. For example, the large bed in the bedroom was a smart massage bed with voice control. At night, if he and his wife needed it, they wouldn't even have to move themselves. Also, Prince Yan had been very thorough. Not only were all the soft furnishings arranged, but all daily necessities had been bought and prepared. Like pots and pans, bed sheets, comforters, towels, toothbrushes, everything was ready. Only the walk-in closet was still empty. Lin Fan and his wife could literally move in with just their bags. Next, he only needed to stick up some double happiness symbols, window decals, balloons, etc., to make the house feel festive. The only issue was, the villa was too big. The building itself was over 1,000 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The front and back gardens combined were also over 1,000 square meters. With such a large space, there was no way he could handle it alone. Either he asked friends for help, or he left it to a wedding planning company. Lin Fan thought it over and finally decided, professional things should be left to professional people. If the villa were smaller, he might have done it himself, maybe with help from a few friends. But with this much space, there was no way he could finish it all. So, Lin Fan called Prince Yan's secretary, who had contacted him before, and asked her to help arrange the wedding decorations. She immediately agreed and promised to finish it today. He could come tomorrow to inspect it, and if anything was unsatisfactory, it could be adjusted. Indeed, professional work should be left to professionals. Wedding companies specialize in decorating wedding houses, they have all the tools ready, and their staff are experienced and much more efficient than he would be. If he did it himself, he'd have to first go buy all the decorations before starting. He'd likely miss something and have to go back out to buy more. Forget 1 day, even 2 days might not be enough. This villa was just too big. Although he no longer had to decorate himself, Lin Fan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he opened his accounts on major platforms and posted an announcement. Tonight at 8 p.m., I'll go live on Douyin to draw 1,000 lucky fans and send out wedding invitations. Fans who want to participate must follow my account first, or they won't be able to join the draw. After posting the announcement, Lin Fan familiarized himself with all the smart devices in the house. He also set up facial recognition, voice recognition, fingerprint access, etc. So next time he returned, he wouldn't even need to enter a password to unlock the door. Soon, Prince Yan's secretary arrived with a wedding planning company at the villa. "Mr. Lin Fan, you're here." "Yeah, just about to leave. I'll leave it to you guys." Lin Fan nodded. The secretary had brought a lot of people, over a dozen. They even brought a box truck filled with all kinds of decorations. Professional is professional. Don't worry, Mr. Lin Fan. They're all very experienced. You'll definitely be satisfied. Online. After Lin Fan posted his announcement on all major platforms, his fans exploded with excitement. Douyin fans were the happiest. Since he'd be live streaming on Douyin, it would be most convenient for them. They wouldn't need to log into other platforms. People who already used multiple platforms didn't mind, it was just a matter of opening a different app. But those who didn't normally use Douyin were panicking. They had to download the Douyin app. Why did Lin Fan Gage choose such a low-tier platform like Douyin? Why not use Kuaishou/Xiaohongshu/Weibo? But to attend Lin Fan Gigi's wedding, they had to download Douyin anyway. Many people who didn't use Douyin before started downloading it, registering accounts, and searching for Lin Fan to follow. To increase their chances of being selected, those with multiple phones registered multiple accounts. Those without extra phones used their parents' phones to download Douyin and follow Lin Fan's account. They were preparing to enter the draw with several accounts at once, maybe one of them would get lucky. Lin Fan's Douyin follower count was increasing at an incredible rate. Originally, he had around 30 million followers. But after he posted the announcement, the number began rising by hundreds of thousands every minute. In just 1 hour, it grew by nearly 20 million. And the growth didn't slow down afterward. At this rate, by the time he went live tonight, his followers would definitely surpass 100 million. Keep in mind, currently, there were only 2 personal accounts on Douyin with over 100 million followers. And both weren't celebrities, just a male and a female influencer who did live stream e-commerce. Each of their follower counts was just over 100 million. But today, Lin Fan might surpass both. He could become the personal account with the highest number of followers on Douyin. Under Lin Fan's post, there were already hundreds of thousands of comments in just 1 hour. Lin Fan Gigi, please pick me. Stop dreaming, I'm the one who's going to be picked. Woo-woo, Lin Fan already has over 50 million fans, and only 1,000 will be selected. No way I'll be chosen. I've never had good luck in my life. After all these years, can I just be lucky this once? My younger sister is in the late stage of leukemia and has loved Lin Fan since his first song. Her biggest wish now is to attend his wedding. Please, kind brothers and sisters, let us have one spot. Your sister's late-stage leukemia is so great? My sister is in the late stage of pancreatic cancer. Who has it worse? If anyone deserves a spot, it should be me. Competing who's more miserable, huh? My mom died from a work accident when I was 1. My dad died in my stepmom's bed when I was 3. My younger sister fell from the 8th floor and died when I was 5. My second stepmom died in a car crash at 7. My third stepmom died from cancer at 9. My house burned down at 11, killing my stepmom and siblings. Then I was sent to an orphanage, and at 13 there was a poisoning incident there. Over 20 kids died. Can anyone beat that? Bro, you're cursed or what? Please, just go like someone else. Leave our Gigi alone. In the evening, Lin Fan and the 5 sisters had dinner together. He had already slimmed down, so he no longer needed to demand himself nearly as strictly as before. He still ran, but he didn't need to skip dinner at night anymore. Eating a meal felt really good. Siling, how were the photos you looked at today? No problems, right? Lin Fan asked while eating. Today was already Wednesday, and their big wedding was on Saturday. They had to hurry to get the photo albums and frames made and then placed in the new house. There wasn't much time left. No problems. Some small flaws have been fixed. The studio boss said by tomorrow the albums and frames will all be done, and it won't delay anything, Li Xiling said, smiling as she glanced at the other 4 sisters. Nearly 400 photos, about 50 for every scene, all needed to be made into albums. With so many photos, one album wouldn't be enough. They had to make 8 albums. For the photos taken by the other 4 sisters, each scene would yield 2 sets of albums. One set naturally belonged to Lin Fan and Li Xiling. The other set would be quietly kept by the 4 sisters. If the 4th sister failed to conceive a boy within 3 years and the bet between Lin Fan and his mom was lost, they would still have a wedding album for memory. Lin Fan nodded at her words. Good. I'll leave the house decoration to the wedding company's people. Tomorrow we'll inspect it. If there's anything unsatisfactory, they can redo it. They chatted about the upcoming wedding. After all, getting married was a major event. It couldn't be careless. You have to know how many women's biggest wish in life is just to get married, a wish that sometimes can't be fulfilled. A wedding, for a woman, is very sacred and important. You could say it's perhaps the most important thing in life. Having a child doesn't even compare. After all, even without a man marrying her, a woman can still have a child. But having a child doesn't mean she can marry. In the Daxia Empire, nearly a third of women in their life could never marry a man. That's why there were several companies designing, producing, and selling women-oriented adult pleasure products listed on the stock market. And every year they were profitable, almost evergreen stocks. After dinner they all returned together to Lin Fan and Li Xiling's dorm. The other 4 sisters didn't leave either. Today, Lin Fan would livestream on Douyin to draw 1,000 lucky fans to attend his and the 4th sister's wedding. As their sisters, how could they possibly leave at this time? They were going to partake in the excitement. At 7:30 p.m., Lin Fan placed his phone on a stand on the coffee table, sat on the sofa, and opened the live stream room early. The draw for 1,000 lucky fans would start at exactly 8 p.m. He couldn't wait until 8 to open the live stream. Fans wouldn't have time to enter. Once Lin Fan opened the live stream room, fans quickly entered. Ah! I saw the system push and thought it was fake, didn't expect Lin Fan Gigi really opened early. Feels like Lin Fan Gigi looks even more handsome than a few days ago. Brother Lin Fan, your skin is so good. What skincare products do you use? Recommend them. Lin Fan looked at the messages in the live stream room and chatted with the fans already in. I opened early so everyone has some time to prepare, Lin Fan laughed. At 8 p.m. we'll start the draw. 1,000 lucky fans at once. I also need a little time to figure out how to set up the draw. As for skincare products, apart from facial cleanser, I haven't used much. Good skin, that's natural. Beauty filter? No filter. Why would I use it? With so many people from the Royal Academy who can take a photo of me and post it online anytime, I use a beauty filter. What's the point? Fool myself? While chatting with the fans in the room, Lin Fan was also figuring out how to enable the draw feature in the live stream. The feature wasn't hard, and in a short time Lin Fan figured it out. The number of viewers in his live stream room was also rising quickly. Viewers already in the room started joining from other phones, or using their parents' phones to join. But most didn't tell others. Because if too many people joined, their chance of being selected would drop. But the system recommendation was against that logic. Also, the news that Lin Fan would draw 1,000 lucky fans at 8 p.m. on Douyin had become big news. No need to notify, many people entered the live stream room ahead of time. At 7:50 p.m. the viewer count already exceeded 200 million. The entire Daxia Empire only had 2 billion people, this meant 1 out of every 10 people was watching Lin Fan's live stream. Of course, that number was inflated, some people used multiple phones. But the number still broke the highest livestream viewer count in Douyin history. Douyin, founded nearly 100 years ago, had its highest viewer count 10 years ago, when a top star celebrated his 40th anniversary. At that time the peak viewer count was 140 million. Lin Fan's livestream viewer number had already far exceeded that, and was still rising. Douyin had predicted that when Lin Fan went live, the viewer numbers would be insane. So they allocated massive server and bandwidth resources to his live stream room in advance, to ensure no accidents during the live stream. Otherwise, if they paid over 300 million to invite Lin Fan to stream, and something went wrong, it wouldn't boost them, it would backfire. Brother Lin Fan, why disable the reward feature? Sister wants to send you a gift. Several similar messages flashed in the chat. The number of viewers is too high, if rewards are turned on it will affect everyone's viewing experience. Okay, after the draw ends I'll chat with you all and then turn on reward. But you all must act within your means. If you like me, I'm already very happy. If you insist on gifting, just a small gesture will do. After all, I don't lack money. Rather than giving me gifts, you should buy yourself another piece of clothing, or add a meal for yourself instead. Lin Fan said with a smile. He wasn't being lofty by refusing rewards. He didn't mind wealthy fans gifting, he just thought, the live stream rewards are essentially gifts, right? If they count as gifts, would they trigger system rewards? Lin Fan glanced at the viewer count, it had already exceeded 250 million. With so many people, even if only 1% gifted, and only 1% of those met the appearance threshold, he could get thousands of system reward triggers, at least. If that really worked, he'd live stream more often. At exactly 8 p.m., the viewer count had reached 280 million. Okay, time's up. Everyone prepare, I'm going to start the draw. At exactly 8 o'clock, Lin Fan began setting the conditions for the lottery. The lottery was simple. Just click on the lucky bag and send, I want to attend the banquet. It didn't cost the viewers in the live stream room a single cent to participate. It also wasn't a competition of how fast people could type. The lottery window was open for half an hour. As long as anyone who wanted to join completed the lottery action within this time, it was fine. After half an hour, Lin Fan would use the back-end system to randomly select a list of 1,000 viewers from all the participants. While Lin Fan was setting up, the viewers in the live stream room were all eagerly waiting. At this moment, even the number of people chatting decreased. Everyone was waiting to be the first to join as soon as the lottery started. Although the order of participation didn't affect the random draw results, most people subconsciously felt that joining earlier might increase their chances. Also, the number of people in the live stream room was close to 300 million. Could the lottery system handle that many participants? If the system crashed due to too many people, those who entered early might still have a chance to get in. Join too late, and you might not even be able to register. In the live stream room, Douyin's Li Yiming, the boss of Manga, the boss of Weibo, and the boss of Xiafenshu were all lurking. They were just waiting for the lottery to start so they could participate. If they won directly, great. If not, they would use their money power to contact those lucky winners. Out of 1,000 lucky viewers, surely some needed money? They didn't believe that all 1,000 people would refuse to bow for 5 bushels of rice. If not 5 bushels, how about 50? 500? 5,000? 50,000? For example, Douyin's Li Yiming had spent over 300 million to invite Lin Fan to host the live stream on Douyin. Besides wanting to attract users from other platforms to Douyin through Lin Fan's livestream, she also wanted easier access to behind-the-scenes operations. Of course, she wouldn't go so far as to make programmers alter the data and guarantee herself a spot in the lottery. If Lin Fan found out and got upset, it wouldn't be worth it. But as the boss of Douyin, she could get the data of all the winners immediately. As soon as Lin Fan finished the lottery, she could instantly contact the lucky viewers and throw money at them. Out of 1,000 people, surely at least one invitation could be bought. As for the bosses of Manga, Weibo, and Xiafenshu, didn't they know this? Of course they did. But Lin Fan had already chosen Douyin. What else could they do? Deny Lin Fan traffic on their platforms to stop him from poaching users? What a joke. If it were another average streamer, even a celebrity, they could try that. But against Lin Fan, they didn't dare. Lin Fan was the son-in-law of Prince Yan. Targeting Lin Fan was basically like targeting the Prince Yan's household. In the Daxia Empire's monarchy, offending royalty was not something regular people could afford. Not only could they not restrict Lin Fan's account traffic, they had to push more traffic to him. Even if they lost some users, they could always use campaigns later to win them back. If they could connect with Prince Yan's house, it would be worth more than anything. At 8:01, Lin Fan completed the lottery setup. Alright, everyone can start the lottery now. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the chat messages in the live stream room instantly turned into, "I want to attend the banquet." Countless people started participating. Off camera, the five sisters also held their phones and clicked on the lucky bag to enter the draw. Of course, they weren't trying to fight for one of the 1,000 banquet invitations with nearly 300 million people. One of the five was the bride, and the other four were all little mistresses of the Prince Yan's household. They didn't need invitations to attend. They were just helping Lin Fan test the system to see if it would lag with so many participants. He had watched live streams in his past life and joined a few giveaways. Once, when a celebrity was giving away a car, there were too many people in the live stream, and he couldn't even enter the draw. Not just the car, even the rice and other small giveaways afterward, he couldn't participate. It lagged so badly he couldn't complete the action. And that stream only had 50 million views, with 11 million max concurrent viewers. He wasn't sure if it was really due to too many people or some other issue. But his current live stream had nearly 300 million viewers. He was worried the room might crash, or the lottery system might break. Fortunately, the room didn't crash due to too many people. Now he just had to see if the lottery system could hold up. The five sisters each clicked the lottery program. Although there was a slight delay, they all successfully entered. "Honey, no problem, I joined successfully." "Me too." "Same here." They all chimed in. In the live stream room, Li Yiming wiped the cold sweat from her forehead behind the screen. Luckily, she had arranged ahead of time for the tech team to allocate massive resources to Lin Fan's room. From computing power to bandwidth, everything was prepared for 300 million viewers. Before this stream, Lin Fan had only about 30 million fans, yet Li Yiming still invested so heavily. That showed her determination. Because of this, the stream ran smoothly. After the viewer count started skyrocketing, she immediately ordered the tech team to allocate even more resources to Lin Fan's room. Had she not done this, the lottery system could have really frozen up. At least part of the audience would have been unable to participate. Li Yiming was relieved. If Lin Fan had found the lottery broken, she would have wasted money only to slap herself in the face. Then, instead of winning over the Prince Yan's house, she'd have offended them. She wouldn't even have a place to cry. During the lottery, Lin Fan just casually chatted with the viewers. After half an hour, Lin Fan opened the back-end system. The participation window had ended. At this point, the viewer count reached 380 million. But the number of participants was slightly lower, about 370 million. Probably some casual viewers joined too late and missed the draw. Lin Fan clicked to start the draw. Each round picked 100 lucky fans. Lin Fan drew 10 rounds. Every time the winners were revealed, he took screenshots, while Li Xiling also photographed the results with her phone. Alright, the 1,000 lucky fans have been selected. I'll publish the list after the live stream ends. There are too many people, so it's too time-consuming to do this myself. So, tomorrow morning, I'll hand the list to the company staff. They'll contact the lucky fans via private messages. Please don't turn off your private messages so we can reach you. Oh, and I'll only ask for your WeChat ID to send the e-invitation. Anyone asking for money is a scammer. Lin Fan completed the lottery, and the 1,000 lucky viewers all received system notifications. 1,000 winners might be a lot in other live stream rooms. But compared to the 380 million viewers in Lin Fan's live stream, 1,000 people was nothing. It meant that only 1 out of every 380,000 people won, a very low winning probability. Some of the lucky viewers excitedly sent messages in the chat, saying they won and showing off to others in the live stream. But there were too many people in the room, so the chat couldn't display everyone's messages, only a random selection. Otherwise, nothing could be seen. Only a few lucky ones got their messages seen. Naturally, these people were extremely envious and jealous. On the other side, although Lin Fan hadn't announced the winners yet, Li Yiming, the boss of Douyin, had already obtained the list of 1,000 lucky viewers and all their contact information. He immediately started calling them personally, offering money in exchange for a wedding invitation to Lin Fan's big day. 5 million for one invitation. To businessmen like Li Yiming, who have money but no power, an invitation to Lin Fan's wedding was worth far more than 5 million. If Lin Fan were selling them himself, even if one spot cost 100 million, they would pay. But this was different. Li Yiming wasn't buying directly from Lin Fan but from the 1,000 lucky viewers. It was obvious that at least 90% of those 1,000 people were ordinary. 5 million was more money than most regular people would ever earn in their entire lives. So 5 million was more than enough. His minimum goal was to get one invitation. The maximum, 10. Besides using one for himself, he could bring some people with him, family, relatives, friends, partners, etc. Of course, he wouldn't buy too many. Lin Fan had said he wanted to share the joy of his wedding with fans. With her wealth, she could buy all 1,000 invitations. But if that made Lin Fan upset, it wouldn't be worth it. So 10 invitations was the upper limit she'd allow herself to buy. After the lottery ended, Lin Fan quietly enabled the tipping function. But he didn't mention it to the viewers. The 1,000 lucky fans have been drawn. But I rarely do live streams, and it's still early. Let's chat a bit longer. If you've got other things to do, feel free to leave. If you're bored, stay and chat. Suddenly, a spaceship effect appeared in the live stream room. Someone had sent him a gift. And it wasn't just one spaceship, it was 100. Spaceships filled the screen one after another without stopping. In Douyin live streams, the spaceship is the most expensive gift. One spaceship costs 100,000 Douyin coins, which equals 10,000 Daxia yuan. 100 spaceships was 1 million yuan. A big spender had entered the room. Lin Fan glanced at the username of the gifter, Call Me Sweetie. Thanks to Call Me Sweetie for the spaceships. But as I said earlier, you don't need to send gifts. I'm not short on money. I'll say thanks this first time, but if others send gifts later, I won't say anything. Let's just chat normally. While Lin Fan was speaking, he kept an eye on the system in his mind. But after waiting a while, there was no reaction from the system at all. The gifts in the live stream didn't trigger system rewards? Lin Fan looked at the screen. Even though he had told everyone not to send gifts and said he wouldn't acknowledge them, the gifting didn't stop, it actually increased. Spaceships, carnivals, azure dragons, Douyin number 1. All kinds of gifts flooded the screen non-stop. But the system in his mind didn't react at all. Lin Fan was speechless. System. So many people are sending me gifts, and it doesn't trigger any rewards? Lin Fan couldn't help asking in his mind. Of course, he was just too frustrated and asked out of habit. Since binding with the system, it only made a sound when rewards were triggered. Otherwise, it never responded. But a few seconds later, the system really responded in his mind. Ding! Live stream tipping is a commercial transaction, not a gift. Lin Fan. So, the system meant he was performing for money, and the viewers were not giving gifts but paying for services? Seriously? Lin Fan was speechless. Looks like he couldn't rely on live streams to trigger system rewards. He would have to think of other ways that might trigger rewards. Like holding more concerts. Or doing more offline book signings or meetups. There were always more ways than difficulties. Even if every path was blocked, it didn't matter. With his 97 beauty rating, was he worried that no pretty girls would give him real gifts? At most, it'd just be slower. He'd only had the system for just over a month, and already his attributes had improved greatly, and he'd received the Titan design blueprint. Even if he got no more system rewards, just with the Titan mech, 3 years would be enough for him to win the 3-year bet with Prince Yen. For the rest of the time, Lin Fan just chatted casually with viewers in the live stream. He played a few songs on his guitar at the viewers' request. The number of viewers didn't drop, in fact, it went up. From 380 million earlier, it rose to over 400 million. Of course, after the lottery ended, the viewership dropped by tens of millions. But as the live stream continued, the numbers rose again quickly. Probably because the stream was so popular, many casual viewers stumbled across it. Then they saw how handsome he was, and stayed. Of course, maybe some stayed for his singing voice. In any case, by 9:30 p.m., the number of viewers had surpassed 400 million. The total tips received exceeded 15 billion, with an average of nearly 40 yuan per person. Of course, many people didn't give that much, some didn't tip at all. But the live stream had many wealthy viewers. Many of them gave hundreds of thousands or even millions. At the top of the fan contributor list was someone named Auntie is also young, who alone tipped over 100 million. Countless viewers were shocked by this mysterious big spender. Where did this tycoon come from? At 9:30, Lin Fan glanced at the time. I told you before, don't tip. If you really must, don't go overboard. I don't need the money. I didn't plan on keeping this money from the start. Later, I'll withdraw it from Douyin. After the platform takes its cut and taxes are paid, all the remaining money will be used to create a charity fund. It'll help girls from difficult backgrounds go to school. When the fund is set up, girls in need can apply. There will be someone to verify the situation, and if it's confirmed they're in need, they'll get support. Alright, today's live stream will end. Before Lin Fan could finish, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up. It was a call from Douyin's Li Yiming. Lin Fan picked up his phone. The call was from Li Yiming of Douyin. He didn't know what Li Yiming wanted to say, so he looked at the camera. Alright, that's it for today's live stream. See you next time. After speaking, Lin Fan ended the live stream and then answered Li Yiming's call. Hello? President Li? Mr. Lin Fan, you just said you plan to donate all the earnings from this live stream to establish a charity fund to help underprivileged girls complete their education. That's truly touching. Therefore, on behalf of our Douyin platform, we will not take any commission or fee from your live stream earnings. We just hope this can help more girls in need. Li Yiming spoke with emotion. Lin Fan's live stream received over 15 billion in gift revenue. According to Douyin rules, non-contracted streamers have 50% of their gift income taken by the platform. That means the platform would take over 7 billion in one go. After Lin Fan requests a withdrawal, taxes still apply. According to the Daxia Empire's tax law, such high personal income would be taxed at nearly 45%. In other words, out of over 15 billion in revenue, Lin Fan would only receive less than 5 billion. Now, with Li Yiming promising that Douyin won't take a single cent of commission, that means the platform is giving up over 7 billion. And Lin Fan's take-home amount nearly doubles, reaching over 9 billion. The reason Li Yiming was willing to give up such a huge amount was because of Lin Fan's identity. He was the son-in-law of Prince Yen. She had spent over 300 million in promotion fees to invite Lin Fan to stream on Douyin today. Why? Snatching users from other platforms was secondary. The main goal was to please Lin Fan. Lin Fan's livestream generated over 15 billion. If Douyin took half, who knows if Lin Fan would be unhappy. Ordinary streamers didn't matter, they couldn't shake Douyin's harsh terms. Besides, almost all major platforms take the same 50%. If you don't stream here and go elsewhere, the result is the same. But Lin Fan was different. Lin Fan was about to become the Prince Yan's son-in-law, a symbol of the empire's top-tier power. Sure, Douyin had rules. 50% split on tips. But Lin Fan didn't need to argue with them over that. He could easily retaliate in other ways later. Then the platform's losses could far exceed just 7 billion. In Daxia, imperial power is absolute. A small whim from the powerful could instantly destroy businesspeople like them. Douyin became one of Daxia's biggest platforms because the royal family allowed them to make money. If the royals ever withdrew that permission, any platform could replace them. Douyin's success today was largely due to Li Yiming's ability to read the situation and act accordingly. That 7 billion was unexpected income for Douyin anyway. It was definitely not worth offending a future royal noble over 7 billion. Staying on good terms with the royal family could bring countless more billions. Offend them, and you'd be done in Daxia. And this time, not taking any fees from Lin Fan also had another benefit, building a good reputation. Lin Fan had already stated that all proceeds from this livestream would go toward a charity fund for underprivileged girls. So Douyin not taking a cut could also be seen as a contribution to charity. Is that so? Thank you very much, President Li. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. Later, I'll post a video to announce your decision to the public, so everyone knows what you and Douyin are doing for charity. Since Li Yiming was sacrificing real money for goodwill, Lin Fan would return the favor. He was donating all the livestream proceeds to build his own reputation. If he lost his 3-year bet with Prince Yen and ended up rebelling, he'd still have public support. By giving up this profit, Li Yiming had indirectly helped boost Lin Fan's reputation. Yes. Our Douyin platform will also release an official announcement. In addition, we'll handle your withdrawal as a special case. You can apply anytime, and I guarantee that within 3 days, your livestream earnings will be transferred to your account, Li Yiming promised. If they were going to please Lin Fan, they had to go all the way. Oh, and don't send it to my personal account. Send it to the business account of Yasiu and Company, Lin Fan reminded. Sending over 10 billion to his personal account would mean a 45% tax rate. But if sent to a business account, only 25% tax applies. That saved nearly half on taxes. Earlier, when Li Yiming invited him to stream on Douyin, that 300 million promotion fee was also processed business to business. So it made sense to handle today's tip earnings the same way. After hanging up, Lin Fan immediately posted a written announcement on his Douyin account, telling fans about Li Yiming's decision. Meanwhile, Douyin's official account also posted a similar announcement, stating that all of Lin Fan's livestream earnings would be given to him without deductions. The full amount would support his charity work. Netizens applauded the move, especially women. Women in this world had it tough. They did the work, paid the taxes, but received much less public welfare than men. In many households, having too many daughters meant the family could never improve their living conditions. What if they couldn't finish high school? They had to drop out and work, or take student loans from the Imperial Bank. Of course, the interest was very low. During school, there was no interest. It only started after graduation and was still low. But it had to be repaid. For girls, this loan was actually a decent policy. But comparisons are the problem. Girls needed loans to attend school, but boys? They never had to worry about tuition. If a boy couldn't afford school, the empire paid for it, even gave them living stipends, and they weren't small. Those stipends weren't just to help survive, they ensured a moderate prosperity lifestyle. Now that Lin Fan was setting up a charity fund just for girls who couldn't afford school, the internet was full of praise. Girls had it too hard. A little more care and kindness toward girls in society was enough to win over the hearts of all women. Even those who weren't Lin Fan fans before would praise him now. "Honey, you're amazing." Li Xiling sat on Lin Fan's lap, arms around his neck, her eyes blazing as she looked into his. Her man wasn't just capable, he was noble in character. Who else could receive over 15 billion in tips from just one livestream? And who, after earning over 15 billion, would not take a single cent, and publicly announce that all of it would go toward establishing a charity foundation for public good? No one. Over 15 billion yuan, for anyone, even for the five sisters, it was a huge amount. Normally, the five sisters each received only 5 million yuan in pocket money per month. Even including New Year and holiday red envelopes and gifts, their total annual pocket money wouldn't exceed 100 million yuan. The amount Lin Fan earned in one livestream was the total pocket money of all five sisters for 30 years. Let alone donating 30 years' worth of pocket money, if asked to donate even 1 year's worth, they would still hesitate. Giving up 1 or 2 months of allowance for charity, barely acceptable. More than that, they weren't that noble. But Lin Fan could, without hesitation, donate all the livestream earnings for charity. If that's not high moral character, what is? Didn't you already know? Your husband's always been a great man. Lin Fan smirked at Li Xiling in his arms. After watching some works from Manga Studios, he truly realized how great he was. I can't watch this, I can't take this lovey-dovey stuff. You two go flirt, we're leaving. Li Xiyu pretended to be disgusted and stood up to leave. But her little eyes kept glancing at Lin Fan, completely betraying her words. Li Xijin, Li Xixi, and Li Xiao also stood up. They knew it was time to go. If they stayed any longer, the fourth sister would start complaining. The four sisters left the dorm and even helped Lin Fan lock the door behind them. Lin Fan, holding Li Xiling on his lap, stood up. A war without smoke was about to begin. Early the next morning, Lin Fan got up and went for his usual morning run. Even though he didn't need to lose weight anymore, he still had to keep exercising. If he didn't, or did too little, his body would quickly deteriorate. Then how could he marry 100 wives in the future? After running, he went back to the dorm and took a shower. Lin Fan then sent the lottery winner list from yesterday to Li Shishir at Dimensional Company. He also sent her several messages with instructions. Li Shishir, arrange for someone today to contact the lucky fans who won yesterday during the live stream. After verifying their identities, add them as friends. I'll soon share a mini program with you. It contains 1,000 digital invitations. Make sure they're all sent out without any mistakes. Also, prepare to set up a non-public charity foundation under the company's name. The foundation's mission is exactly what I said in the live stream, to help poor girls complete their education. The salaries for employees in this foundation can be high, but corruption or misuse of public funds is absolutely forbidden. One more thing, help me set up a manga studio. I'll assign them tasks later. Lin Fan directly issued several work tasks to Li Shishir. After sending the messages, he didn't urge her to reply. At Dimensional Company, employees didn't have to participate in any work if they didn't want to. Of course, there were essential roles that required night shifts, but those rotated and had higher pay. Since it wasn't even 8 a.m. yet, as the boss, Lin Fan wouldn't force employees to work overtime. On the other end, although Li Shishir saw Lin Fan's messages, she deliberately didn't reply immediately. From their days of working together, she felt she already understood Lin Fan very well. If she replied about work before business hours started, she wouldn't get praised, instead, she'd get criticized. Dimensional didn't need overachievers. At 8 o'clock, Li Shishir finally replied, saying she had received the instructions and would get to work immediately. Soon, the idle employees in administration, HR, legal, and other departments at Dimensional began contacting the lucky winners. In fact, shortly after the live stream ended last night, many already knew who the lucky winners were. Li Xiling, who had taken photos of the winner list, shared them as soon as the stream ended. At first, only a few people knew, but as time passed, more and more people found out. Originally, the bosses of the major platforms planned to go through Li Yiming to get the winner info from her. That way, they could also use their financial power to buy the wedding invitations at high prices from the 1,000 lucky viewers. Who would have thought that Li Xiling would publicly release the list, and so early? They didn't even need Li Yiming anymore. They could just use Douyin to add the lucky fans as friends and then make purchase offers. As successful businesswomen, they believed, there's nothing money can't buy. If there is, you just haven't spent enough. In fact, these bosses really did succeed. Out of 1,000 invitations, nearly half were bought by various rich people. Some were sold cheap, only 1 million yuan each. Others were sold for over 10 million per invitation. The rest of the winners were either not very poor or were super fans of Lin Fan who believed that attending his wedding was more meaningful than getting hundreds of millions. Lin Fan didn't interfere with any of this. If they won the draw, the invitation belonged to them. Whether they used it themselves, gave it to someone, or sold it, fans had the freedom to decide. He was glad to help fans make a fortune. Today, Lin Fan and the 5 Li sisters took another day off. Lin Fan went to inspect the villa's wedding setup, while the sisters went to check the photo albums, frames, and similar items. The villa at Iha Manor was decorated extremely festively. Red ribbons, colorful balloons, red double happiness symbols, streamers, everywhere. A red carpet stretched from the community gate all the way into the house. A giant balloon arch stood at the villa's main gate. If Lin Fan had done it all himself, it would never have reached this level. He was very satisfied. On the other side, the 5 sisters were also very happy with the albums and frames. With their good looks, a skilled photographer, and a top-tier photo editor, every picture looked like a work of art. In every album, whether it was Li Xiling or Lin Fan, the way they looked at each other was full of love. Anyone who didn't know would never imagine that the female lead had been played by 5 different people. By evening, Lin Fan received a call from Prince Yan's secretary. "Mr. Lin Fan, please keep your schedule open for the entire day tomorrow. His Highness Prince Yan will deliver the gift list to you personally tomorrow for your review. Also, the Royal Household Office will come to your home to guide you through the wedding procedures. A royal wedding has many formalities, you must remember all of them." Online. Someone exposed the matter of people buying up Lin Fan's wedding invitations. The exposer's username was "Loves to Eat Fish Mint, Forest Guard." Family, I was in a great mood today. Because I won an invitation to Lin Fan Gija's wedding. That's right, I'm one of the 1,000 lucky fans. Ha ha ha. This girl laughed out loud for quite a while before stopping. But soon after, my good mood was completely ruined. Countless accounts messaged me privately, saying they wanted to buy my invitation. The highest offers were several million, the lower ones were tens of thousands. Later, some even called me. The lowest offer was over 1 million, and the highest dared to offer tens of millions. But what I want to say is, this invitation was something I got lucky to receive, being picked by Lin Fan Gij from among hundreds of millions of people, becoming one of the 1,000 lucky fans. Why should these people be able to buy my invitation? Just because they have some stinky money? Even though I only have about 200,000 yuan in savings and I'm not rich, I have the integrity of a forest guard. Once a forest guard, always a forest guard. Being chosen to receive Lin Fan Gij's invitation, that's the result of my ancestors' virtue and Lin Fan Gij's favor. Being able to attend Lin Fan Gij's wedding, and a royal one at that, that's a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Here and now, I want to tell those who think a bit of stinky money can buy anything, trying to buy the invitation Lin Fan Gij gave me? No way. Go cool off somewhere else. Lin Fan Gij gave me this invitation, it's a sign of trust in us forest guards. If I sold that trust, would I still be human? If someone with bad intentions got my invitation and hurt Lin Fan Gij, I'd regret it for life. Since these people could contact me, I guess they can also contact the other lucky fans. So I'm calling on all the other 999 lucky ones from Lin Fan Gij's livestream. If you're a forest guard, then you must not sell the invitation Lin Fan Gij gave you. If you're not a forest guard, then I ask you, be kind. If Lin Fan Gij gets hurt by criminals because you sold your invitation, us tens of millions of forest guards won't let you off. Under this video, the comments were flooded with accounts bearing the name, Forest Guard. All of them supported the young lady loves to eat fish mint. The young lady is right. How can you sell Lin Fan Gij's wedding invitation? If I had Lin Fan Gij's wedding invitation, I would never sell it. Not for $1 million, not even for $100 million. Exactly. No amount of money should buy it. It's a symbol of Lin Fan Gij's trust in us. Do you know how rare the chance to attend Lin Fan Gij's wedding is? How can someone sell that away? Right. Is this something money can measure? Surely no one actually sold their invitation, right? Don't invitations have names on them? Otherwise, how can they be bought or sold? Sis, at these kinds of events, just having the invitation is enough. They usually won't check if your name matches the invitation. There were many comments under the video, but those lucky fans who had sold their spots didn't dare comment at all. Especially those who were originally Lin Fan fans, Forest Guards. As Forest Guards, they actually sold Lin Fan's invitation. In the eyes of other Forest Guards, they were traitors, unforgivable, deserving of hell. Some people even declared that if they found out who among the 1,000 sold their invitations, they'd confront them in real life. Under such circumstances, who would dare admit they sold the invitation even before receiving it? Even if they weren't Forest Guards, they wouldn't dare say anything. And some were truly struggling. It's easy to talk tough online, those people hadn't faced real temptation. If someone offered hundreds of thousands, or even millions, just to buy an invitation, how many people could really say no? Especially those from difficult backgrounds, facing that kind of easy money, it was even harder to resist. If you earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, you'd only make 40,000 to 50,000 a year. $1 million? You'd need over 20 years to earn that, just to earn it, not save it. 10 million? That would take 200 years. They admired loves to eat fish mint for her backbone. But not everyone could be like her. Those who sold the invitations didn't dare speak up. The buyers, of course, wouldn't expose themselves either. As wealthy people, they naturally stood on the opposite side of ordinary people. Buying invitations with money was best done quietly. After all, this was a gray area to begin with. Lin Fan hadn't said the invitations couldn't be sold, but he hadn't said they could be either. If the controversy grew too loud and Lin Fan ended up declaring that the invitations could only be used by the original recipient and not transferred, that would ruin everything. Losing the money was minor, but not being able to attend Lin Fan's wedding? That was the real disaster. Iha Manor. After inspecting the wedding company's arrangements, Lin Fan waited in the villa for Prince Yan's secretary. Soon, the secretary arrived with the Prince Yan family's dowry list. Seeing the list prepared by Prince Yan's household, Lin Fan was stunned. Cash, 888.88 million yuan. Gold, 888 kilograms. Private jet, 1 Gulfstream G900. Yachts, 1 small yacht, 2 medium yachts, 1 large yacht. Luxury cars, a total of 20, including sports cars, sedans, SUVs, MPVs, and RVs. Real estate, 10 large flats, 8 villas, 20 storefront properties. Earlier, Li Xiling only told him that her mother prepared a 5 billion yuan dowry. At the time, Lin Fan just thought it was a lot of money, he had no direct sense of it. But seeing this detailed dowry list from his future mother-in-law, now it felt shockingly real. Not to mention anything else, just the 888 kilograms of gold was staggering. And the 888.88 million yuan in cash, also unbelievable. He didn't even know if they'd give it as a bank transfer, or literally deliver that much cash. If it were the latter, it would be mind-blowing. 100 million yuan in cash is nearly 1 cubic meter in volume. A 20-inch suitcase has a volume of 0.032 cubic meters. So to hold that much cash, you'd need 30 suitcases. 800 million in cash would be about 8 cubic meters. That's more than 200 suitcases. There were quite a lot of royal wedding rules. Proposal, name inquiry, fortune seeking, betrothal gift, conferring of titles, wedding procession, ancestral temple visit, return to the bride's home, and so on. This was the complete royal wedding process. Proposal, natsai, meant that the man proposed to the woman. But now that there were more women than men, and especially since the royal family had very few men, the proposal was done by the woman to the man. Name inquiry, Wenming, was when the man asked for the woman's name and birth date to divine whether their fortune signs were compatible. But since there were more women than men, this had also become the woman asking for the man's name and birth date. Fortune seeking, Naji, was when the man took both parties' fortune signs to the ancestral temple for divination. Only if the omen was good would the marriage be set. Now, this too had switched genders. Betrothal gift, najing. In the past, the man sent bride price gifts to the woman's family. Now, it was the woman sending the dowry to the man's family. Because of social progress, many steps had been simplified. For example, for the proposal, confirming on the wedding management app already counted. The name inquiry was also completed directly through the app. Lin Fan's birth date and fortune signs had long been obtained by the royal family. His signs would almost never clash with his bride's. If they had, even if Lin Fan was the chosen one, Prince Yen would not have married his daughter to him. Betrothal gift, the dowry would come along with the bride to the groom's home. Conferring of titles, tomorrow morning, Li Xiling would receive her title and be formally named Princess of the Yen Prince's household. When Lin Fan arrived at the Yen Prince's residence, he would also be conferred a title, becoming Prince Consort of the Princess of Yen. Wedding procession, Qiniing, was the most important step of the entire wedding. That was when Lin Fan had to lead a procession to the Yen Prince's residence to welcome Li Xiling. After receiving her, they would proceed to the imperial hall for the wedding ceremony. During this period, there would be many steps and formalities. The staff from the imperial clan office came to guide Lin Fan through the wedding process, mainly for the procedures and etiquette of this wedding procession stage. For example, how to walk, what to say when arriving at the Yen Prince's residence, what to do after receiving the bride, and so on. Afterward, there would be the ancestral temple visit and return to the bride's home. The day after the wedding, the couple had to go to the imperial ancestral temple to pay respects to the ancestors. Of course, only the empress and her children, princes, and dukes of the royal rank had the right to visit the imperial ancestral temple. Even noble families of national duke rank were not qualified, they could only visit their family ancestral halls instead. The last step was the return to the bride's home. Lin Fan would need to bring Li Xiling back to the Yen Prince's residence to visit his mother and father-in-law. After that, they could live wherever they wished, either in their own home or in the Yen Prince's mansion. Although the royal wedding was complicated, Lin Fan had a good memory in this life, otherwise, he wouldn't have done so well in the college entrance exam. And he wouldn't remember so many works from his previous life either. On the other side, the 1,000 lucky fans who were selected also received the digital invitations to Lin Fan's wedding. They had to show their digital invitations before noon tomorrow to enter the Imperial Hall. Lin Fan had said that he would cover the round-trip travel, food, and accommodation expenses for all 1,000 lucky fans. They didn't even need to submit receipts afterward, he directly had Li Shishir transfer 10,000 yuan to each of them. 10,000 yuan was enough to cover travel and 2 days' expenses in the capital for anyone inside Daxia. If someone was abroad, they could state it in advance and later get reimbursed for the extra international flight costs. This gesture deeply moved all 1,000 lucky fans. Especially after Loves to Eat Fish Mint posted about it online again, her comment section exploded. Everyone was saying that Lin Fan was the most generous idol. A 10,000 yuan travel and lodging allowance per person, that was 10 million total. Lin Fan invited fans to his own wedding, didn't take any gifts, and even spent another 10 million himself. All the forest guards sighed in admiration, they truly hadn't followed the wrong person. Lin Fan Gij/Lin Fan little brother was the best idol in the world. Lin Fan's arrangement made many of the fans who had sold their invitations feel guilty. One of them even recorded a video confession, crying and saying she was inhuman and had betrayed Lin Fan's trust. Whoa, I'm really not human. At the start of the video, the girl slapped herself twice, hard. Lin Fan little brother favored me and made me one of the 1,000 lucky fans, trusting me with his wedding invitation. But I betrayed that trust and sold Lin Fan little brother's wedding invitation. 5 million, just 5 million, and I betrayed Lin Fan little brother's trust. I'm really not human. I don't deserve to be a forest guard. I don't even deserve to live in this world. I should die. At the end of the video, she kept slapping herself hard. Her usual videos barely had any views, the most likes she had ever received were under 50, and comments never exceeded 20. But this video's comment count skyrocketed to over 300,000. You really should die. That's right. You betrayed Lin Fan Gij's trust. Atone with your death. Don't rush to die yet. Before you die, tell everyone who bought the invitation from you. Idiot. Don't die now. Lin Fan little brother's wedding is tomorrow, you must not bring bad luck to him at this time. This comment got more likes than the video itself. The girl even personally replied to it below. You're right, I should die, but not now. After Lin Fan little brother's wedding is over, I'll quietly find a time to die. I won't let anyone know, and I won't cause Lin Fan little brother any trouble. By noon, Lin Fan had already memorized the entire wedding process. In the afternoon, he lay alone in the theater room, watching a movie on a 4K laser projector. Halfway through, he fell asleep. Boring, utterly boring. It was all about romance, and more romance, endless romantic plots. It made Lin Fan feel like he wanted to make his own movie. He was woken up by the vibration of his phone in his pocket. It was a video call from his senior, Ran. He had met this senior when he first registered at university. After that, they chatted occasionally but never deeply. This was the first time Ran had ever video called him. Senior? Junior, have you seen the trending news online? Ran's voice sounded anxious. Trending? What trending? Lin Fan looked confused. He had fallen asleep while watching a movie that afternoon, so he had no idea what was trending. One of the lucky fans who got your invitation sold it for 5 million. Then she felt guilty and said she shouldn't have done it, that she betrayed your trust. Now she's so full of regret that she's planning to kill herself. Huh? Lin Fan was shocked. Just selling an invitation, and she wanted to commit suicide? So, loyal? Lin Fan opened the video that Ran had shared with him. Watching the girl in the video slap her own face hard, so hard that both her cheeks were swollen, Lin Fan was shocked. Had his fans' moral standards already become this high? Just because she sold an invitation he gave away, she blamed herself to this extent? Not only was she slapping herself like crazy, but she even claimed she would atone with her life. That was way over the top. But if her moral standards were really that high, why did she sell the invitation in the first place? She couldn't resist the temptation of money, but afterward, the morality that had been suppressed by money came back and took over? Wait a minute. Could it be caused by the aura on his body? Lin Fan looked at his own attributes. Among his passive skills, there was indeed an aura skill. Aura, devotion, when someone's goodwill and approval toward the host reaches a certain level, the aura is triggered, and they will remain forever loyal to the host. Before selling the invitation, this girl's goodwill hadn't reached the threshold. But after selling the invitation and earning a lot of money, her feelings toward him improved, and it triggered the aura, making her absolutely loyal to him? Lin Fan suddenly felt this aura skill was awesome. It was literally creating supporters for him. If half the people in the Daxia Empire were loyal to him, wouldn't changing the world be just a matter of time? Looks like he needed to start thinking about ways to increase others' goodwill toward him. As long as someone's goodwill reached a certain level, he would gain a follower with absolute loyalty. But for now, he needed to deal with this girl's situation. He absolutely couldn't let her really commit suicide. Even though Fan's suicide wasn't legally his fault, it would definitely bring him negative impact. What's more, this girl was now most likely his loyal supporter, one who would never betray him. Of course he couldn't let her die. So Lin Fan grabbed his camera, walked out of the theater room to the balcony, opened the camera, pointed it at himself, and started recording a video. Hello everyone. I've been busy preparing for my wedding today and haven't been online much, so I wasn't aware of what's been happening. It wasn't until a friend told me that I learned about the situation online. As for the self-harm behavior of the sister named Love Fan, Forest Guard, I strongly disagree with it. Since the 1,000 lucky fans were drawn, the invitations I'm sending out already belong to you. Whether you keep it for yourself, give it to someone else, or sell it, this is your freedom. You only sold one invitation, there's no need to blame yourself so much. Harming yourself, and now even talking about suicide, what about your parents? What about your country? To the 1,000 fans who were selected, if you can come in person to attend my wedding, I'll be very happy. If you're not available and give the chance to your relatives or friends so they can attend and share in my joy, I'll be just as happy. If you sell my invitation at a high price, I'll still be happy. This means I've brought you real benefit. It shows that your support for me wasn't in vain. But if you hurt yourself, or even end your life, that makes me really angry. I hope all my fans are cheerful and positive. What hardship in life can't be overcome? If you're struggling, speak up. Maybe someone around you can help. If I'm able to, I'll help you too. Just like the charity foundation my company is about to set up, its purpose is to help girls from difficult backgrounds finish their studies in peace. Maybe I don't have enough ability to help everyone, but I'll keep growing and do everything I can to help people live better lives. Everyone, believe in yourselves. Believe in the empire. Life will only get better. And finally, Love Fan, Forest Guard, stop hurting yourself. I'll be angry. After recording the video, Lin Fan logged into his Douyin account and posted the video, tagging the girl named Love Fan, Forest Guard. Lin Fan's Douyin follower count had already reached 390 million, making him the most followed person on the entire platform. As soon as he posted, countless people got notified by the system. I knew it. Lin Fan Gigi really is the best Gigi. I'm crying. Clearly the fan made a mistake, but Lin Fan still recorded a video to comfort her. Lin Fan is too kind. The fan sold Lin Fan's invitation for money, and not only did Gigi not get mad, he was actually happy for her. I'm sobbing. At Love Fan Fan, Forest Guard. Did you hear that? You're not allowed to die. You're not allowed to make Lin Fan angry. You must live well and atone for what you did. Causing drama right before Lin Fan's wedding, at Love Fan Fan, Forest Guard, you really deserve to die. But since Gigi said you can't, you're not allowed to. For a moment, countless users commented. The related topics shot up to the trending list. L'un fan confort fan contemplating suicide. Lin Fan says his invitations can be sold. Lin Fan says, if fans can earn money, I'm happy. Love Fan Fan, Forest Guard, even came forward, crying hard, saying she realized her mistake and would never think of ending her life again. She said she wanted to learn from Lin Fan. When Lin Fan's charity fund was established, she would donate half of the 5 million she earned from selling the invitation. Lin Fan gave her the chance for a better life, so she wanted to help others in need too. Other people who had sold their invitations also came forward, saying they would donate half of their earnings to help more people. Seeing this, Lin Fan finally sighed in relief. Luckily, he had managed to talk that girl down. Now, it was time to focus on preparing for tomorrow's wedding. In the evening, Lu Ruyan, Wang Xitian, Counselor Xia Tian, and former military instructor Chening arrived at Lin Fan's villa one after another. They had been invited by Lin Fan. He was an orphan, but his house couldn't be completely empty. With many guests expected tomorrow, someone needed to be there to receive them. Sure, he could hire servants, but servants were different from family. Lu Ruyan, Wang Xitian, and Chening had all been physically intimate with him. As for Counselor Xia Tian, she had offered to help out herself. Lin Fan appreciated the kindness and didn't refuse. The others were still students, but with Xia Tian, the big sister, helping out, Lin Fan could feel more at ease. Saturday. Today was the wedding day of Lin Fan and Li Xiling. Both Lin Fan, who was staying at the villa, and Li Xiling, who had returned to Prince Yan's residence the night before, got up early. Early in the morning, the staff from the Imperial Clan office arrived at Lin Fan's place with a motorcade. They came to help Lin Fan with makeup, filming, and, once the auspicious time arrived, to escort him to the Prince Yan's residence to bring back the bride. They also left some staff behind at the villa to assist and ensure everything went smoothly when guests started arriving. You could say that for this wedding, Lin Fan basically didn't need to prepare anything himself, he just needed to show up. While things were still quiet on Lin Fan's side, the Prince Yan's residence was already bustling. Before Lin Fan arrived, Li Yunyao had to first confer the title of Princess of the Prince Yan's household to her fourth daughter, Li Xiling. Being titled Princess of the Prince Yan's household meant she would be the primary heir of the Prince Yan's residence, and when inheriting the title of prince, it would only be demoted by one rank. At the same time, she would also inherit the majority of the Prince Yan's estate. At exactly 8:28 a.m., Lin Fan got into the wedding car and departed on time. There were 16 wedding cars in total, all of them luxury vehicles from the royal brand Qilin, a brand under the Royal Automobile Group Corporation of the Daxia Empire. Qilin was the high-end model line of royal vehicles. The cheapest Qilin model started at 4 million yuan, with the most expensive reaching tens of millions. Though Qilin had sports cars, its best-selling models were sedans and business vehicles, spacious, comfortable, even bulletproof. Its core selling point was safety. Lin Fan sat alone in the lead car, a colorful Qilin, without any groomsmen. Although modern weddings often included friends as groomsmen and bridesmaids, in Daxia's traditional weddings, there was no such role as a groomsman. There was something like a bridesmaid, but it was different from the modern concept. In ancient times, bridesmaids were part of the bride's dowry, and served to warm the bed for the groom. In modern society, even the royal family no longer had house slaves. Everyone was employed under contracts. So naturally, there were no dowry maids anymore. That's why Lin Fan and Li Xiling's wedding had no groomsmen or bridesmaids. The motorcade maintained a controlled speed. At 9:25 a.m., the cars arrived at the Prince Yan's residence right on time. People waiting at the entrance immediately lit firecrackers and fireworks. Lin Fan also stepped out right on time, and under the guidance of the Imperial Clan office staff, entered the Prince Yan's residence to meet his future father and mother-in-law. Lin Fan was quite familiar with the Prince Yan's residence, he had been there several times. But this time, he still obediently followed the staff toward the main hall, where he would formally meet his future in-laws. Just outside the courtyard of the main hall, Lin Fan glanced through the doorway and saw a middle-aged man and woman dressed in traditional formal attire, sitting upright at the center of the hall, facing the main entrance. He had met his mother-in-law before, but this was his first time meeting his father-in-law. But anyone who could sit alongside the mother-in-law could only be the future father-in-law. Though this man was middle-aged and slightly overweight, it was still clear that he had been very handsome in his youth. Although he couldn't compare to Lin Fan, his looks would still easily score around 90. As expected, royal family members wouldn't marry unattractive people. After all, appearance also affected the face of the royal family. Not every royal family was like those messed up ones in little notebooks, where brothers married sisters, even daughters or mothers. The offspring they produced were either deformed or had serious brain issues. The legitimate royal family of Daxia still placed great importance on the optimization of royal bloodlines. Only by ensuring the quality of the bloodline could the royal family sustain itself for generations. Son-in-law greets mother-in-law, greets father-in-law. Lin Fan bowed respectfully to both. In daily life later, he could call them mom and dad directly. But on such a formal occasion, he had to use the formal terms mother-in-law and father-in-law. Li Yunyao nodded in satisfaction and took out a red envelope from her wide sleeve. Lin Fan, after you get married, treat Xiling well. Try to let me hold a grandson as soon as possible. Li Yunyao handed the red envelope to Lin Fan and gave him a look that said, you know what I mean. If she could hold a grandson soon, she would help Lin Fan bear the full pressure from the royal family and marry off her other 4 daughters to him as well. Your son-in-law will remember your teachings, Lin Fan said, taking the red envelope. Yesterday, during the training by the Imperial Clan office, he had been told this red envelope was the name-changing gift. Prince Yen and his wife would both give this red envelope. But the amount inside varied, some princes gave more, some gave less. Traditionally, though, princes never gave less than 1 million yuan. Seeing that Lin Fan understood her hidden message, Li Yunyao smiled with satisfaction. Initially, she had arranged the matchmaking between her daughter and Lin Fan simply because he was the chosen one. But now, she was increasingly satisfied with this son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more handsome she thought he was. If Lin Fan had been born 20 years earlier, there wouldn't have been a need for a prince consort at all. Her husband, the Prince Yen, also smiled as he handed over a red envelope. Very good, very good. This son-in-law is elegant and handsome, almost as good-looking as I was in my youth. Xiling has a lively personality and can be a bit unruly. As her husband, you must be more tolerant and understanding of her. Prince Yen handed the red envelope to Lin Fan. Your son-in-law will strictly follow father-in-law's teachings. Lin Fan could barely suppress his smile. Because as soon as he received Li Yunyao's red envelope, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a gift from Li Yunyao. Cashback reward triggered, longevity pill ×1. Longevity pill, taking it slows aging and increases lifespan by 100 years. Last time, the gift from Li Yunyao had triggered a reward of 2 bottles of kidney tonic. This time, it triggered a longevity pill. If he gave this to the Empress, she'd probably grant him a noble title on the spot. But there was no way he'd do that. Give someone else a chance at longer life? Impossible. Unless he could live forever himself, there was no way he'd hand this over. Not even to the Empress. Not even to Li Yunyao, his own mother-in-law. Suddenly, cheerful music began to play beside him. 2 young girls from the Imperial Clan office supported Li Xiling, who was dressed in a red wedding dress with a red veil over her head, as she walked out. At the Prince Yan's residence, they just paid simple respects to the prince and princess. The formal wedding ceremony would take place at the Imperial Grand Hall. Most of the guests had gone straight to the Imperial Hall. However, many of Li Xiling's peers and close sisters joined the wedding motorcade to Lin Fan's house. After sitting there for a while, the whole group would head to the Imperial Hall for the ceremony. Lin Fan carried Li Xiling in a princess hold as he walked out of Prince Yan's residence, placed her into the wedding car, and then got in himself. Behind him, dozens of royal women, ranging from just over 10 years old to their 20s, followed and got into the cars of the wedding procession. 16 wedding cars drove in a grand convoy toward Lin Fan's villa in Iha Manor. Behind the wedding cars, the Prince Yan's wedding escort team followed just as grandly. Not to mention anything else, there were over 20 luxury cars alone, many of them among the world's top sports cars. In the back of a rugged off-road pickup truck were stacked 888 kilograms of gold bars. In another identical pickup truck, the bed held a bulletproof glass case filled with stacks of 100 yuan banknotes. Of course, the cash inside wasn't the full 888.88 million yuan. The case only contained 88.88 million. The remaining 800 million of the dowry was given to Lin Fan in the form of a check. Just counting the 88 million would already take quite a bit of time. If all 800+ million were in cash, Lin Fan would spend forever just depositing it. As for the private jet, yacht, real estate, etc., those couldn't be delivered in physical form. Only property documents like ownership certificates were handed over to Lin Fan. These assets had already been transferred to Lin Fan's name. They were his property now. Inside the colorful Qilin, Lin Fan and Li Xiling sat side by side in the back seat. Normally lively and cheerful, Li Xiling was unusually quiet today. Since she was helped out from the inner room, she hadn't spoken a single word. Even when bowing to her parents and saying goodbye, she didn't speak. Of course, Lin Fan knew this was part of the royal wedding tradition. Once the bride's red veil is put on, she's not allowed to speak. She can only talk again after the groom lifts the veil. Lin Fan held Li Xiling's hand and placed it on her leg. He could feel her palm was slightly sweaty, she was nervous. He didn't say anything to comfort her, just held her hand tightly. If Li Xiling was his for one day, she would be his for life. At 10:26 a.m., the motorcade returned to Lin Fan's villa right on time. Lin Fan carried Li Xiling into the villa, followed by the other 4 sisters and their royal family companions. Since Lin Fan had no parents, there was no need to perform the ritual of paying respects to them. All he needed to do was host the bride's escort team properly at home, and then, when the auspicious time came, lead everyone together to the Imperial Grand Hall for the official wedding ceremony. But before that, there was one important step, announcing the dowry. Every item of dowry entering the house had to be loudly announced. The clan staff from the Imperial Clan office unloaded all the dowries, including gold and cash, from the cars. Every 2 people carried a red wooden chest tied with red silk, using red silk-bound wooden poles. Each chest contained 100 kilograms of gold. As the team carrying the gold walked into the villa, the announcer loudly declared, 888 kilograms of gold. Not long after, the team carrying cash entered the villa. 888.88 million yuan in cash. 1 Gulfstream G900. Luxury yacht? The royal members in the escort team weren't surprised by the amount of the dowry. Although Prince Yan had given a lot, it wasn't excessive for someone of his status. But Lu Ruyan, Wen Ran, Chen Ying, and Councillor Xia Tian were all stunned, their jaws nearly dropped. Just one of those dowry items would be enough for them to work a lifetime. Things were lively at Lin Fan's home, and equally so at the Imperial Grand Hall. The wedding ceremony was scheduled to officially begin at exactly 12 o'clock noon. But already, many guests had arrived early. After all, this was the wedding of the princess of the Prince Yan's household. No one would be foolish enough to show up just in time for the meal. Today's wedding wasn't just about Lin Fan and Li Xiling, it was also a place for wealthy people to network. Among those attending, aside from the 1,000 invitations sent out by Lin Fan, none of the guests invited by Prince Yan's residents were of ordinary background. They were either members of the royal family or important partners of Prince Yan's household. The wealthy individuals who had spent large sums to buy invitations from Lin Fan's fans had done so just to meet more high-ranking royals. Of course, they arrived early. Even the ordinary people who were lucky enough to receive an invitation came early to the Imperial Grand Hall. Unlike the wealthy who came to curry favor, they came purely out of curiosity, to witness the spectacle. The Imperial Grand Hall had never been open to regular people. It was only used during major imperial meetings or for hosting foreign royals and high officials. Most ordinary people would never have a chance to enter such a place in their entire lives. But now, thanks to Lin Fan's wedding, they had the opportunity to enter this hall. Naturally, they wanted to explore and take lots of photos, enough to talk about for a lifetime. The Imperial Hall didn't prohibit photography, at least not in the public areas. If someone tried to take photos in restrooms or private lounges, that was still forbidden. But in the main hall, it was allowed. At this moment, Lu Xini was holding up her phone, excitedly taking pictures everywhere. Over 200 banquet tables, snap. Brilliant crystal chandeliers, snap. The breathtaking, poetic, gorgeously decorated wedding stage that looked almost unreal, snap. Oh! The richest man in the country? Snap. The entertainment industry's discipline inspector? Snap. Snap. Wow! Lady Wealthy is here too. Snap. 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 Li Shui is also here? Snap. 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 Lu Xini loves to eat fish mint, forest guard. She herself wasn't very rich, she just owned 2 milk tea shops with pretty good business. She had recovered her initial investment in the past 2 years and had tens of thousands in savings now. But her savings were nothing compared to the offers she had received for her invitation, like a chicken compared to an ox. But in order to attend Lin Fan's first wedding and witness this rare moment up close, she resisted the temptation of money. Now, she was extremely glad she had. If she had sold her invitation like some others, how could she have entered this kind of event? How could she have seen so many people she normally had no right to get close to? Lucini was a native of the capital, so she arrived relatively early. Although she wore her finest clothes, due to her social standing, her presence didn't quite blend in with those around her. But as more lucky fans arrived, that feeling of being out of place eased a bit. After all, Lin Fan had given out a lot of invitations. Still, these fans couldn't really integrate into the upper-class social circle. They were from different worlds. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't truly fit in. They talked about different things. When they saw familiar faces, all they could do was go up, say hi, and take a photo. Those high-status guests wouldn't refuse them because of Prince Yan's face, but neither would they spend much time on them. At 11:30 a.m. The bride and groom will appear soon. All guests, please return to your seats. The wedding of Princess Li Xiling of Prince Yan's household and Mr. Lin Fan is about to begin. At Iha Manor. Lin Fan wasn't familiar with those escorting the bride, and did not personally greet them. Anyway, Lu Ruyan and the others plus the staff from the Imperial Clan office were there. Lin Fan remained in the master bedroom, playing and joking with the 5 sisters. Of the 5 sisters, only Li Xiling sat quietly on the bridal bed. The other 4 sisters teased the 2 of them in various ways. Of course, more than teasing, there was envy. Elsewhere in the villa, the girls from the escorting team gathered in 2s and 3s chatting. Xiling little sister's luck is just too good, her husband is so handsome. Not just handsome, he's talented too. Lin Fan Gigi can not only write songs but also draws comics. Oh, our little Yaya is still a fan of Lin Fan? Yes. I'm a fan of Lin Fan Gigi. Too bad Sister Xiling got ahead, sigh. Little Yaya, if you like him so much, you could skip the title. Humph, don't assume I won't do it. In 2 years when I'm grown up, I'll sneakily go to my brother-in-law. In the villa, there were quite a number of such conversations. This escorting bride team consisted entirely of women under 30, most were unmarried, only a few were married. Among these royal women, about 1/5 to 1/4 were fans of Lin Fan. The others, though not originally his fans, upon seeing Lin Fan today, many of them turned into his fans. After all, he was too handsome. Whether men or women, humans are beauty-first creatures. Men prefer beautiful women with high looks, women prefer handsome men with high looks. Lin Fan's looks were already at 97, almost at the top. With such looks, as long as his character didn't annoy or he didn't do something unacceptable, there wouldn't be a girl who didn't like him. Only that those with higher self-control, or more rational people, knowing they have no connection with Lin Fan, will suppress such liking. But people like little Yaya who have weaker self-control, or are more emotional, cannot suppress that liking. It's easy for them to act like bootlickers. Lin Fan refused to be a bootlicker, but he didn't mind anyone being his bootlicker. Especially pretty girls. He was not someone ignorant of social niceties. If a high-looks girl sent him a gift, he didn't mind letting the other party get something in return. Of course, for a low-looks girl it was different. If the system reward cannot be triggered, then don't waste anyone's time. Inside the master bedroom. Lin Fan sat on the sofa looking at Li Xiling, dressed in red wedding attire with a red veil, dazed. Actually, he was tallying the system rewards triggered when the dowry was brought into the villa just now. He didn't know if it was because the dowry was so much, so valuable. This time the system reward triggered consecutive critical strikes. He got several prizes at once. Movie star level acting skills, master level gauging playing, holographic projection technology, virtual reality technology, cyber-organoid technology, anti-aging pill 2. The dowry Li Yunyao prepared for Li Xiling directly gave him 6 rewards. Among them 2 skills, 3 technologies, and 1 treasure from a fantasy/immortal world. Movie star level acting and master level gauging playing were easy to understand. He obtained those 2 skills. Holographic projection technology, projecting interactive 3D virtual images in air. Virtual reality technology, using VR helmets, pods, goggles etc. to let consciousness enter virtual worlds. Cyber-organoid technology, installing mechanical prosthetics, mechanical organs etc. in humans/animals to assist survival. Anti-aging pill, after ingestion, the user's appearance remains forever at the moment of taking it, never aging, 1 pill per person. Except for the movie star acting and master gauging playing which he wasn't too concerned about, Lin Fan was very satisfied with the other rewards. These 3 technologies were not the entry-level ones from his previous life, but already very mature. For example, the holographic projection technology, more mature than that in the Bisturk laboratory in his previous life, and didn't need special environments. Just spend 10 plus minutes installing devices and you can get interactive holographic projection. For example, virtual reality technology. It wasn't the VR of his past life but the virtual helmet tech from past life's novels and film and TV. This tech can completely make the internet world become humanity's second world. And cyberorganoid technology. This isn't just equipping a prosthetic limb in the past life. This tech's mechanical arms, legs etc. not only move like original ones, they also have powerful strength. Installing electronic prosthetic eyes can restore light to the blind, and add support functions like target scanning, smart locking, infrared vision etc. Organs like heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys can likewise be replaced with mechanical organs. If continued developing, you could mechanically ascend. Holographic projection technology, virtual reality technology, cyberorganoid technology, these three technologies could bring him endless wealth. No, besides wealth, they could bring him endless prestige. Just like Musk in his past life, but instead of electric cars, private rockets, satellite networks, they worshipped him as a tech master. If he now brings out holographic projection, virtual reality, cyberorganoid tech, he can almost change the lives of everyone in the present world. Not to mention Musk, even the Empress of Dacia Empire or other head of state figures might not be as famous as him. And he still had the devotion aura. As long as others' goodwill/recognition toward him reached a certain level, the aura triggers and they remain permanently loyal to him. When he deploys these technologies that can change the world, don't just consider the Dacia Empire, probably the whole world will have many loyal fans to him. Lin Fan really increasingly felt that whether Lee Siling could bear a boy wasn't important at all. When the entire planet belongs to him, all on the planet belongs to him. In space, stored were 4 blueprints and 2 pills. The 4 blueprints were Titan mecha design, holographic projection tech, virtual reality tech, cyberorganoid tech. The 2 pills were the anti-aging pills just obtained. He didn't plan to use the anti-aging pill yet. He was only 18 now, still too young. Also at 18, his body hadn't finished developing, his height could still increase. So he planned to wait a few years, at least until age 23, before taking the anti-aging pill. As for the other pill, who to give it to? Only 1 pill left, and it seemed inappropriate to give it to anyone. He'd think about it later. Maybe he can get more anti-aging pills later. As for the 4 blueprints. With a thought, the Titan mecha blueprint scraps dispersed, and at the next moment, a large amount of information flooded into his brain. The technology contained in a single mecha was higher than that of a plane, much higher. Naturally, it wasn't really only 1 blueprint. A vast amount of information entered his brain. Lin Fan didn't feel pain, just the information was so much he couldn't instantly digest it. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door from outside. Knock knock knock. Mr. Lin Fan. Miss Lee Siling. The auspicious hour is near, you should prepare to depart. At 11:50, all guests took their seats according to the number on their invitations. No one walked around casually anymore, and no one spoke loudly. Even when 2 people next to each other talked, they spoke in low voices. The guests invited by the Yen Prince's residents all knew the rules. As for the guests invited by Lin Fan, although they had never attended a royal wedding and didn't know the royal wedding rules, being ordinary people coming to a place like the royal hall naturally made them behave more reservedly. Let alone now, even before, most people didn't dare speak loudly. Even if they met a celebrity and wanted to take a photo, they didn't dare be loud. But each of them took out their phones to record the wedding scene, pointing their cameras toward the main gate. They were getting ready to capture the whole wedding process. Actually, it wasn't just the lucky fans invited by Lin Fan doing this. People like Li Yiming, who bought Lin Fan's invitations, also took out their phones to take photos or videos at any time. Even within the royal family, many people took out their phones to record. Especially the young royal women. Lee Siling's husband was so handsome, what's wrong with taking a photo or video as a keepsake? 11:58. Prince Yen Li Yunyao and his wife were already seated at the center of the stage. The staff from the Royal Affairs Office started lighting candles and burning incense. At exactly 12 o'clock. Beside the stage, the wedding officiant from the Royal Affairs Office shouted. Fragrant smoke floats, candlelight shines bright, the groom and bride step into the flower hall together. The band that had been waiting began to play music immediately. The doors opened, and Lin Fan and Lee Siling held a red silk ribbon with a big red flower tied in the middle. Guided by 2 young boys and 2 young girls, they walked into the hall. They walked on a bright red carpet toward the seated Prince Yen and his wife. The officiant read the wedding vows aloud beside the stage. Heaven and earth bear witness, the 5 sacred mountains form the oath, the 4 seas are the covenant. Mountains and rivers, grass and trees, all are reflections of my Lord, sun, moon, and stars, all are lights from my Lord. The grace of parents is as great as mountains and seas. The way of husband and wife is to respect each other like honored guests. Respect and love each other, weather storms together. May they have many children, and may their blessings last long. Whether in life or death, we will be together. Grow old together, united in heart forever. The officiant read the wedding vow poem slowly. Similarly, Lin Fan and Li Xiling walked slowly. Also, the royal hall was large. By the time the officiant finished reading the vows, the two had just reached Prince Yen and his wife. Bow to heaven and earth. First bow. Thank the heavens for granting a good match, our fates carved in stone. Second bow. Thank the earth for its deep virtue, may the harvest be plentiful and the family business prosper. Third bow. Pray for harmony of heaven and earth, may peace and blessings come in all seasons. Lin Fan and Li Xiling turned to face the door and slowly bowed 3 times. In the past, kneeling was required. But in recent decades, it has changed, bowing is enough. Now, kneeling is only used during heaven worshipping and major ceremonies. Bow to parents. First bow to the loving mother, who carried you for 10 months, her kindness is unforgettable like spring sunshine. Second bow for family prosperity and thriving descendants, kneeling in return shows filial piety. Third bow for long life like pine and crane, may future generations flourish. Bow to each other. First bow, may hearts be in harmony like musical instruments, and respect each other like honored guests. Second bow, for deep love like birds swimming together, sharing hardships without separation. Third bow, may descendants thrive like melons and vines, 5 generations prosper together. Ceremony complete. Congratulations to Lady Li Xiling of the Yen Prince's residence and Lord Lin Fan on forming a perfect union. Lin Fan held Li Xiling's delicate hand, and the two left together. For ordinary families, the next step would be for the couple to change clothes and return to the banquet to toast all the guests. But this was a royal wedding. Many traditions were still kept. After the hall ceremony, the bride Li Xiling would be sent directly to Lin Fan's villa, where she would wait for him in the bridal chamber. There would still be the veil lifting, drinking from the joined cup, and the hair-tying ceremony. Only after those would they enter the bridal chamber. But Lin Fan wouldn't go back that early. He still had to stay at the banquet to drink with the guests. Only after the banquet could he go home. During the banquet, Li Yunwan sat on the bride's side, looking complexly at Lin Fan and Li Xiling completing the wedding ceremony. She wished so much that she was the one marrying Lin Fan. Unfortunately, that probably couldn't happen. Though Lin Fan had promised her, saying he made a bet with Prince Yen, if he won, he could marry the other daughters of Prince Yen too. Then he could also marry her. But Li Yunwan felt that was unlikely. Even if Li Xiling could give birth to a boy in 3 years, would Prince Yen really keep his word? Facing the pressure of breaking a silent tradition followed for decades by the royal family, how big would that pressure be? So Li Yunwan was ready to live her whole life as an unacknowledged lover. If she didn't even have the courage to be a secret lover, how could she talk about love? Actually, within the royal family, Li Yunwan wasn't the only one thinking this way. Like little Yeye, who hadn't even turned 18 yet and was part of the bride's party, she had decided that once she turned 18, she'd confess to her brother-in-law. Even if she had no status, it didn't matter. As a guardian of Lin, she'd never marry anyone other than Lin Fan. On the groom's side of the banquet, even more people watched Lin Fan and Li Xiling's wedding with envy the entire time. After all, among the 1,000 lucky guests, nearly all were Lin Fan's fans. Even though almost half the invitations were bought by rich people, the other half were still fans. And some of those rich people were also fans of Lin Fan, they just weren't lucky enough to win the lottery. Many of them imagined how wonderful it would be to have a wedding like this with Lin Fan. Of course, the scale didn't need to be this big, not even in the royal hall. Just a regular hotel wedding would be fine, or even just registering at the civil office, they'd be happy. Lu Ruyan, Chen Ying, and the others thought differently, they had already had physical intimacy with Lin Fan. What they thought was, why weren't their bodies cooperating? Lin Fan had promised to marry them too, just later. They didn't doubt Lin Fan's words, but if they got pregnant, wouldn't that push the wedding date earlier? Lin Fan returned to the lounge, changed from his formal wear back into a regular hanfu, and returned to Li Yunyao's table to eat. After that, he didn't go to each table to toast the guests. Instead, the guests came one by one to toast him. After all, he represented the Yen Prince's residence. Other than the Empress and a few of the Yen Prince's elder sisters, no one had a higher status than the Yen Prince. The Empress didn't come, and from Qin Prince's and Jin Prince's residences only the younger generation attended, how could Li Yunyao let Lin Fan go around to toast? Naturally, it was the guests who came to their table to toast. Lin Fan believed he could hold his liquor, and each time he only sipped a little. But there were too many people. In the end, he was completely dizzy and didn't even know how he got into the car. The tradition of noisy bridal chamber, now Dongfang, has existed in the Great Xia Empire since ancient times. The exact origin of this custom is no longer traceable. Some say it came from the need to drive away evil spirits and avoid disasters, while others say it was something friends and relatives did in ancient times to help newlyweds break the ice quickly. After all, in ancient times, the bride and groom often had never met before marriage. The first time they saw each other was usually when the bride's veil was lifted. This made it easy for two people who had never met to fall into an awkward situation, not knowing how to start a conversation in the same room. When there are many people and a lively atmosphere, it's easier to break the ice and eliminate awkwardness. Then, naturally, they would enter the bridal chamber. Of course, neither of these explanations has any solid evidence. But the custom of noisy bridal chamber has been passed down. The Great Xia Empire is vast, and the customs related to the noisy bridal chamber vary from region to region. In some places, they no longer even practice it. But in the capital, the bridal chamber is still noisy. Only the way it's done has changed. Although both the bride and groom are targets of the fun, 100 years ago, the main target was the bride. But now, the main target is the groom. Of course, since the capital is the capital of the Great Xia Empire, the fun in the bridal chamber doesn't go too far. It's basically just having the groom perform some acts, play some games, and then receive some light punishments if he doesn't do well. But with Lin Fan and Li Xiling's wedding, no one dared to make fun in the bridal chamber. Li Xiling is the heir daughter of Prince Yan, and Lin Fan is now the son-in-law of the Yan prince's residence. Both of them will be nobles of duke level in the future. Who would dare to make fun of them? Probably only a few of Li Xiling's female cousins would dare. However, while no one dared to make fun in the bridal chamber, no one held back when it came to toasting. One after another, people came with wine glasses to toast Lin Fan. Some aimed directly at Lin Fan, while others used it as an excuse to show their face in front of the Yan prince and his wife. Li Yunyao could choose not to drink, but Lin Fan couldn't. As the main character of the day, when guests come to toast, he had to drink at least a little. Seeing a constant stream of guests toasting Lin Fan, the lucky fans Lin Fan had invited didn't even have the courage to go congratulate him. After all, the bride's guests were either royal members or influential figures. Not until everyone else had almost finished did it become their turn. When the fans came with wine glasses, Lin Fan's head was already dizzy, but his awareness was still okay. Lin Fan didn't refuse the fans' goodwill. After all, they were his supporters. In the end, he slumped over the table and couldn't get up. Among the bride's guests, many men sat aside, gloating. They were also men who had married daughters of prince families. Back when they got married, they also went through this, some even worse than Lin Fan. Lin Fan only got drunk, but didn't make a scene. But some of them had made scenes after getting drunk. For example, throwing up in public. For example, going wild after drinking. By comparison, Lin Fan had done very well. Li Yunyao, who had been sitting to the side the whole time, was very satisfied with Lin Fan's performance. As the saying goes, how a person handles alcohol reflects their character. Someone who drinks well likely has good character. After all, alcohol numbs the brain, and when the brain is numbed, people are most likely to do things they usually wouldn't dare. Like, losing control sexually after drinking. If someone doesn't do that even when drunk, it shows their character is really good. Someone, help Lord Lin into the car and send him back. Take good care of him on the way. Li Yunyao waved and called over a few of her attendants. Yes, Prince, a few young women pushed over a wheelchair. Then they helped Lin Fan up and sat him in the wheelchair. Having gone through this kind of thing many times, the royal family knew what to prepare. Those women pushed Lin Fan away. Li Xiling was still waiting for him to return and lift her veil. As for being drunk, just wait for him to sober up. It was only just after lunch. As long as he sobered up before 11 at night and completed the remaining veil lifting, wine sharing, and hair tying ceremonies, it would be fine. Great Xia Imperial Palace, Shenzhen Hall. Empress Li Yunzhao sat lazily on the lounge sofa, watching the image on the projection screen in front of her. The screen showed the Royal Ceremonial Hall. Inside the main hall of the Royal Ceremonial Hall, ultra-high-definition cameras had been installed with no blind spots. Although the Empress didn't attend Lin Fan and Li Xiling's wedding, she watched the whole wedding remotely. She looked at the projection screen with no expression on her face. But inside, there were still some emotions. Since the appearance of the chosen ones, Lin Fan could be said to be the best-looking of all. Li Yunjiao casually picked up the tablet next to her and opened Lin Fan's detailed file. The data was so detailed that it tracked where Lin Fan had gone and what he had done every day since birth. Even photos were updated once a month. Li Yunjiao reviewed Lin Fan's whereabouts and changes over the past month or so. Before graduating high school, Lin Fan was excellent, but still within the normal range of chosen ones. After all, the parents of all chosen ones had filtered genes. Those who were ugly or had subpar IQs couldn't even join the experiment. So all chosen ones had high appearance and intelligence. Lin Fan used to be excellent but only among the top few, not shockingly outstanding. But after graduating high school, or more precisely, after going on blind dates with the 5 daughters of her 4th sister, he suddenly began to change. His trend of bending was instantly corrected. He suddenly showed talent in music and gaming. Though Lin Fan had always had a strong ability to learn, according to records, besides listening to music and playing games like regular people, he had never formally studied music or game design. Besides that, he also suddenly began to lose weight, and his looks kept improving. Li Yunjiao was very curious about what caused these changes in Lin Fan. Was it because he turned 18 and became an adult? Or was it because of the blind date with the 5 daughters of her 4th sister? Li Yunjiao also reviewed information on the chosen ones from the past year or two. They had married into the Qin and Jin prince families. Compared to Lin Fan, those 2 chosen ones were much more ordinary. Looks, body, resume, all just average, nothing surprising. Even when it came to children, it was the same. The Qin prince's daughter had a girl for the first child and was pregnant with a second, also a girl. The Jin prince's daughter had just given birth, not long ago, also a girl. According to years of statistics, when royal family members marry chosen ones, most only have boys after 4 or 5 births. Very few manage it on the 3rd try. Almost none on the 2nd. And none ever had a boy on the 1st try. Lin Fan, this chosen one, had become unpredictable since turning 18. Li Yunjiao was very curious, would Lin Fan also be a surprise when it came to children? Lin Fan wanted to marry all 5 of her 4th sister's daughters at once, right? If Li Xiling could really give birth to a boy on the 1st try, she wouldn't mind letting the other 4 sisters marry Lin Fan too. She wouldn't even mind letting Li Yunwan, her younger sister of the same generation, marry him as well. She needed to know if Lin Fan was truly the most special one. Lin Fan was sent back to Iha Manor and carefully placed on the living room sofa to rest. After completing the task assigned by His Highness Prince Yen, the women bid farewell to Li Siyu and her sisters, then left the villa. That's right, Li Siyu and her sisters also came back with Li Xiling. As biological sisters who grew up together, they couldn't bear to let Li Xiling stay alone in the bridal chamber. They came back with her to chat and keep her company. If Li Xiling got hungry, they could also help her make something to eat. Though according to the rules, before the veil is lifted, the bride is not allowed to eat or drink. But after entering modern society, it wasn't that strict anymore. Before the groom returns to lift the veil, as long as the bride doesn't lift it herself, it's fine. If she's thirsty, she can drink water. If she's hungry, she can eat a little. If nature calls, she can go to the bathroom. Li Xiling sat next to Lin Fan, gently stroking his red face with heartache. Mom is really something, not stopping my husband at all, Li Xiling complained. As the Prince Yen of the Great Xia Empire, her mother only needed to speak, and unless Her Majesty the Empress came in person, who else could force Lin Fan to drink? Her husband got this drunk. How could they continue the veil lifting, wine sharing, and hair tying ceremonies? Could it be she really had to wait until midnight? Exactly, Mom didn't stop it at all. Babies drinking like this must feel terrible. Li Siyu also looked at Lin Fan with a heartache. Just drinking a little would have been enough. Drinking like this, can they even consummate the marriage tonight? Li Xiling wasn't too concerned now about whether she was actually pregnant, so she hadn't told her sisters. Li Siyu and the others didn't know about the 2 red lines that showed on Li Xiling's test strip. If they knew, they'd definitely stop Lin Fan and Li Xiling from consummating the marriage tonight. Though the wedding night is important, the baby in Li Xiling's belly is more important. The first and last 3 months of pregnancy are dangerous, it's best not to have sex during that time. As for the bridal chamber? Let Lin Fan's other women substitute. It's not uncommon for the bride to have her period on the wedding day. In that case, obviously, no bloody battle. Just let someone else take her place. It's like how handmaidens in the past were part of the dowry, they handled this kind of thing to relieve the main wife. The 5 sisters took turns watching over Lin Fan, afraid something might happen while he was drunk. But Lin Fan was very quiet after drinking. He just lay quietly on the sofa sleeping. If not for the smell of alcohol and his red cheeks, it would look like he was just sleeping normally. Lin Fan didn't know that the 5 sisters were looking after him. He was dreaming at that moment. In his dream, his otherworldly company had upgraded to a group. Besides current business in gaming, comics, and music, it also added holographic projection, virtual reality, cybernetic modification, and Titan Arms Factory. His company changed the way the world lived. He also became the world's most popular singer, mangaka, entrepreneur, and scientist. Even though Li Xiling didn't give birth to a boy within 3 years, mother-in-law Li Yunyao still married off the other 4 daughters to him. Li Yunwan, also a royal family member, married him too. Even Her Majesty the Empress of the Great Xia Empire issued an imperial decree, marrying the crown princess to him. Though he wasn't the emperor of Great Xia, he was better than the emperor. In the Great Xia Empire, there was nothing he couldn't do. Finally, Lin Fan launched an overseas war. Step 1, round up dolls. Step 2, bring back Li Mei's barbecue. Lastly, he clashed with the Americans across the ocean, and in just 3 months, he successfully took the entire US. Just when he was about to command his army to march west and north, Lin Fan felt someone pushing him, and then he woke up. He saw 4 identical faces staring at him. Baby, get up quick. Xiling's still waiting for you to lift the veil and go to the bridal chamber? See you? You all. Where am I? Lin Fan sat up groggily and found he was already home. And it was already dark outside. What time is it? Lin Fan raised his wrist to check the time. Whoa! It was already 10:30. If he didn't get up now, the day would be over. Where's Xiling? Lin Fan quickly asked. 4th sister is still waiting for you in the bedroom, Li Xiyang said beside him, though she looked away and didn't meet his eyes. She was afraid Lin Fan would see through her lie. Xiling hadn't been waiting in the bedroom the whole time. After Lin Fan was brought back, Xiling stayed with him almost as long as they did. She only returned to the bedroom whenever she tried to wake Lin Fan. The first 2 times failed, and Xiling came back out again. Luckily, this time they finally woke Lin Fan up. Otherwise, they'd have had to use a special sobering medicine on him. That stuff stank so bad, they really didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Drinking causes problems. There are still a few steps in the wedding process left. Lin Fan said, quickly standing up. Though the remaining veil lifting, wine sharing, hair tying, and bridal chamber steps didn't have countless guests watching like before. There were still 2 officials from the Royal Affairs Office supervising. They would stay with Li Xiling and help the couple complete the veil lifting, wine sharing, and hair tying ceremonies, only leaving once the bridal chamber began. And when they returned, they would report everything in detail and keep a record. Lin Fan wasn't worried about them reporting on him, but he wanted to give Li Xiling a complete wedding. He had drunk too much. As soon as he stood up, his legs wobbled and he nearly sat back down. Luckily, the 4 sisters caught him quickly. After adjusting a bit, he staggered upstairs toward the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, Li Xiling was quietly sitting at the edge of the bed, wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil. Sure enough, 2 young women in traditional Hanfu stood beside her. They were staff from the Royal Affairs Office. Lord Lin, it's time to lift the veil. The 2 girls bowed slightly to Lin Fan. Li Xiling trembled slightly. Lin Fan was awake. Sorry, wife, I'm late. Lin Fan walked up to Li Xiling full of guilt. She had been sitting there all day without eating or drinking. She must be exhausted. The royal officials only told him the rules of royal weddings, but didn't say that some rules in private settings weren't that strict anymore. He really thought Li Xiling had sat there all day. Li Xiling sat quietly. Now that the ceremony resumed, she naturally couldn't speak. With the 2 girls' help, Lin Fan used a jade rui to lift Li Xiling's veil. Then they drank the cross-cup wine and completed the hair-tying ceremony. The 2 girls bowed and left. Next came the bridal chamber. They couldn't disturb the couple. Though they were quite curious, they didn't have the guts. Husband, let's go to the bridal chamber, Li Xiling said shyly with her head down. Even though they had already slept together before the wedding, at this moment, in this atmosphere, Li Xiling still felt a little shy. No, Xiling, you're pregnant. We can't do anything reckless. It's fine. Li Xiling became anxious. I just tested it, there's no problem. Today is our wedding day, how could we not have the bridal chamber? Don't rush, wife. The usual kind of bridal chamber isn't okay, but, have you heard of the saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? At 1 a.m., Li Xiling fell asleep in Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan took out 2 red envelopes from his portable space. These were the change of address gifts he received earlier today at Prince Yan's residence from the prince and his wife. He hadn't had time to check how much money was inside. The red envelopes felt thin to the touch, like there weren't even 2 bills inside. But that was impossible. The dowry that Prince Yen prepared for Li Xiling was worth nearly 10 billion at the high end. No matter how small the change of address gift was, it couldn't just be a couple of bills. So Lin Fan guessed they were probably checks. He opened the red envelope. Sure enough, there was a check inside. As for the amount, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, billions. His mother-in-law's change of address red envelope was 100 million. Lin Fan opened the red envelope from his father-in-law. Inside was also a 100 million yuan check. He could take these two checks to the royal bank at any time to exchange for cash or deposit the equivalent into his own account. Unfortunately, only gifts from beautiful women with qualifying looks could trigger rewards. If gifts from men could also trigger rewards, this would definitely be something like a longevity pill. You had to admit, the royal family was really rich. Just marrying Li Xiling got him over 10 billion in assets from Li Yunyao. Though he had made over 10 billion in tips during a livestream, that was pooled from countless viewers. At that time, his livestream room had over 300 million viewers. That many people only brought in a little over 10 billion in tips. Li Yunyao alone gave him over 10 billion. Even though a daughter's wedding is a big deal, it still showed that Prince Yan's household was truly rich. Who knew how much dowry Li Yunyao would prepare when he married the other four sisters? Lin Fan felt it probably wouldn't be as much as Li Xiling's. After all, Li Xiling was the heir daughter, while the other four sisters had relatively lower status. But no matter how much, it didn't matter. He could make money himself anyway. The 3 games he had released were still generating about 500 million yuan in revenue per day. After putting away the checks, Lin Fan hugged the soft Li Xiling in his arms and closed his eyes. While Lin Fan entered a sweet dream, many people online couldn't sleep. Because many of the lucky fans chosen by Lin Fan, those who didn't sell their invitations, uploaded the photos and videos they took during the wedding to major platforms after leaving the event. At Love Eating Fishment, guardian of Lin, it was worth it. My life is worth it, friends. I'm just an ordinary person running 2 milk tea shops, and I actually got to attend a royal wedding in this lifetime. Totally worth it. I won't say much about the royal ceremonial hall, you can find photos online. What I really want to talk about is the wedding stage decorations. So beautiful. I seriously suspect all the props used are antiques. Anyone who knows stuff, please identify them through the screen? If I could marry Lin Fan in a place like this, I'd be willing to ascend to heaven on the spot. Lin Fan has such a good personality, he's not arrogant at all. He even came up to us lucky fans, chatted with us, told us not to be nervous, and just enjoy it like attending a friend's wedding. Drunk Lin Fan looks so adorable. I just want to hug him and pamper him when he's like that. This hand touched Lin Fan's hand. I've decided, this hand won't be washed for a whole year. Lucini was super excited. She edited the video she recorded at the wedding banquet, added voiceover and auto subtitles, then uploaded it. She just wanted to make all the other guardians of Lin jealous. Especially those who sold their invitations. Even though Lin Fan had said he wouldn't be mad if someone sold theirs and would even be happy for them, Lucini still couldn't accept what those guardians did. She felt like that was a betrayal of Lin Fan. After Lucini posted her video, it instantly got tons of replies. Ah! You actually touched Lin Fan Gigi. That's too lucky. So jealous of at Fishmint sis. Why wasn't I chosen? Sis Fishmint, can you send me a copy of your photo with Lin Fan Gigi? I want to Photoshop myself in. Ha 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 ha, I also touched Lin Fan Gigi. I didn't attend Lin Fan's wedding, but I have HD photos of Lin Fan, a top student from Royal Academy spotted. I'm taking the college entrance exam next year, I must get into Royal Academy. Ha ha ha, nice pics, but they're mine now. Related videos quickly shot to the trending topics list. Not just at Love Eating Fishman's account, others who posted content related to Lin Fan's wedding also gained a lot of traffic. Where one video used to get fewer than 30 likes, now each video started at tens of thousands of likes, with many reaching hundreds of thousands or millions. Of course, Lin Fan didn't know any of this, and he didn't care. He hugged the softly sighing in his arms and quickly drifted back into dreamland, where the dream continued seamlessly from before. He marched westward and quickly took over Europe and Africa. The whole planet became his territory, he became the true planet chief. After that, he continued to develop the technology he got from the system and began expanding into space. Lunar base, Mars base, orbital collectors to harvest energy from Jupiter. Built an artificial sun to achieve infinite energy. But the probes sent beyond the solar system were destroyed. Before destruction, they transmitted images, vast fleets of unknown alien ships floating in space. They had encountered aliens. As the dream continued, Lin Fan felt movement in his arms and woke up. Was he dreaming? But the dream connected to the one from when he was drunk last night. Could this be the legendary prophetic dream? But he hadn't gained that kind of ability. Probably just a coincidence. Honey, did I wake you? Lee Siling said apologetically. Lin Fan had been so exhausted yesterday, busy all day, drank so much, and even taught her the meaning of ancient proverbs at night. She had wanted to let Lin Fan rest a bit more, but ended up waking him anyway. No, I feel like I've had enough sleep, Lin Fan said, picking up his phone from the bedside and checking the time. It was already 8:30 a.m. So late already. Lin Fan also sat up. They still had to go to the ancestral temple today, to pay respects at the Royal Ancestral Shrine. Although the Royal Affairs Office staff told them it just had to be done before 11 a.m., they couldn't go too late. After washing up, the two left the room to get something to eat. They found the other four sisters already eating breakfast. Well, the newlyweds are up early? Lee Siyu joked with a smile. You didn't go home last night? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Sai just got a wife and already forgot the old loves. We truly loved you for nothing. Even if you don't care about old loves, we're still your elder and younger sisters-in-law, and you didn't even give us a guest room? That really broke our hearts, boo-hoo, Lee Siyu fake cried. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. As the big sister, Lee Siyu was being cheeky again. Mom told us to stay. She said if you two woke up late, we should wake you in time. The temple ceremony can't be delayed, Lee Siyang explained obediently. There wasn't much to do today, just going to the Royal Ancestral Temple to worship the ancestors. They arrived at the Royal Ancestral Temple at 10 o'clock, and the staff from the Royal Affairs Office guided them through the worship. In less than half an hour, the worship was completed. Back home, Lin Fan brought up a question. Wife, where should we go for our honeymoon? In this era, most newlyweds go on a honeymoon after getting married. The time doesn't have to be a full month, but at least a week. Lin Fan hadn't really traveled much in this world. Before awakening memories of his past life, even if he went out, it was just around the capital. He hadn't gone far. After awakening his past life memories, he had only traveled once with the eldest and second sisters among the 5 sisters, once to the grasslands and once out to sea. He really hadn't been to many other places. Now with both money and time, and just having finished the wedding, it was the perfect time to take a honeymoon trip and see the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland. Those scenic mountains and rivers now belonged to the royal family, maybe in the future, they'd belong to him. Honeymoon? Hubby, where do you want to go? Lee Siling became interested. She had actually been to many places, both domestically and abroad, and had visited many famous tourist destinations. But those times she either went alone or with her sisters. Now she was going on a honeymoon with her husband. This was completely different. Compared to where they go, being with her husband was what mattered most. So wherever her husband wanted to go, she would go. Where do I want to go? Lin Fan got a bit tangled. In his past life, there were many places he wanted to visit. Like Sichuan Tibet, Xinjiang, the grasslands, the Northeast, the South China Sea, and so on. In short, he wanted to get close to nature. To experience natural environments he'd never been to before. He didn't really enjoy traveling to modern cities, those were just forests of steel and concrete. Nothing interesting. Traveling meant immersing in nature, that was real traveling. Oh, except for cities with rich historical and cultural heritage. He had many places he wanted to go, but when suddenly asked to pick a honeymoon destination, he really didn't know what to choose. He had made plans before with Zhong Lei from the dance department to go to her hometown in Arksan in winter. By then, they could experience northeastern culture, ski, and soak in hot springs. But now it was only September, too early to go there. I want to get into nature. But as for exactly where, I don't know yet. How about asking netizens for suggestions? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said. He already had over 400 million followers on Douyin. Across all platforms, his total fans exceeded 500 million. To exaggerate a bit, you could say 1 in 5 people in Great Xia was his fan. Of course, that was an exaggeration. If you excluded inactive and fake accounts, he probably had about 300 million fans. But 300 million was still a lot. Those 300 million people probably came from everywhere. Great Xia had 34 provincial-level regions, over 300 prefecture-level cities, and more than 2,000 counties. Most of them likely had his fans. Even if not all 2,000 counties had fans, most were probably covered. So wherever was fun, the fans would definitely know. Asking the fans? Sure. Hubby, you have so many fans, they'll definitely suggest lots of fun places. Li Siling nudda pili. She had been to many places, but still hadn't been to many others. Like in the country, she hadn't really been to the less well-known travel spots, only to the famous cities. All right, then let's ask the fans. As Lin Fan spoke, he took out his phone, opened the camera, and pointed the front-facing lens at himself and Li Xiling. Friends, thank you to those who came to the wedding and those who couldn't, for your blessings. My wedding with Xiling is over, and we'll soon return to normal life. But today we were talking about the honeymoon and got stuck, we don't know where to go. As for me, I want to get close to nature, to see mountains, rivers, and beautiful natural landscapes. Xiling is okay with anywhere. Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling beside him. Yep, as long as I'm with hubby, anywhere is fine. Li Xiling hugged Lin Fan's arm with a blissful look. If anyone knows good places to visit, leave a comment below, Lin Fan said to the camera. After checking the video, and seeing no problems, Lin Fan posted it to various platforms. Lin Fan had a massive following. Within seconds of posting, comments started to pour in. First, Li Xiling, please be good to Lin Fan Gigi. Don't stand up and kick him, covers mouth crying. Looking for mountains and rivers? Then you must come to our Juzhaegu. Too many people in Juzhaegu, come to our Qian province. You can see waterfalls, explore caves, and enjoy mountains and rivers. Come to Shenangjia to look for wild men. You must go to Tibet. The whole way is beautiful scenery. Come to Xinjiang, you'll see totally different landscapes and super sweet fruits. Come to Haishi? Come to Changbai Mountain. Come to the Greater Xing'an Range. Just as Lin Fan expected, his fans were from everywhere. The comment section was filled with fans recommending their hometowns or places they had visited. Many even offered to guide them for free, personally showing them the most scenic, least crowded spots. A lot of fans not only recommended places, but also shared their own photos. And honestly, many of those photos were stunning. Especially the spots that hadn't been developed into tourist attractions, known only to locals. The scenery was amazing, pure, natural, and completely unpolluted. Lin Fan and Li Xiling sat close together, going through fan recommendations one by one. Ding! Lin Fan's WeChat suddenly popped up a message, from his running buddy Chen Fengzheng. Lin Fan opened the message. Chen Fengzheng, Lin Fan, if you and Li Xiling don't know where to go for your honeymoon, why not come to my hometown? My hometown is in western Hunan. The famous Phoenix ancient town is nearby. If you don't want to go to a highly commercialized ancient town, I can take you to ones with no commercialization, let you experience real local customs. The environment in my hometown is great. The undeveloped areas have very little pollution. Here's Lover's Valley behind my house, pretty, right? There are also many old legends in my hometown. Chen Fengzheng sent a bunch of messages. Seeing those, Lin Fan became interested. Fengzheng, are you Miao ethnicity? Yep. Are you from the raw Miao or the cooked Miao? I'm rough Miao. Then do you have corpse driving? Any goo poison? If you want to know, why don't you come see for yourself, covers mouth laughing. Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling beside him. Wife, how about it? Xiangxi, a place full of mystery even in his previous life, was somewhere he had always wanted to visit. And he had actually gone there. But in his previous life, he only went to places with high levels of development, like Fenghuang Ancient Town. He had also been to a township under Jishou. That was because a good brother of his in his past life had a Miao ethnic wife, and he followed them to pick up the bride. The mountain roads were really narrow and winding. What impressed him most was that the bathroom at his friend's wife's home was still a dry toilet. He was afraid he might fall in while using it. What also stood out was the fireworks and the drinking. On the day they picked up the bride, the fireworks were like a war or a fire, so many fireworks. As if they were free. And the drinking. There were tables full of cups at the entrance, all filled with homemade baijiu. That day, almost all the groomsmen who went were wiped out. Unfortunately, his friend's wife was a white Miao, a cooked Miao, not the legendary black Miao or raw Miao. So he didn't get to see the legendary goo poison or the corpse driving of Xiangxi. Actually, even his friend's wife had never seen these mysterious things. He didn't expect that Chen Fengzheng was also a Miao girl from Xiangxi. But thinking about it, Chen Fengzheng was indeed very petite. Her height was at most about 150 centimeters. About the same size as his friend's wife in his past life. More importantly, Chen Fengzheng turned out to be a rare raw Miao. The difference between raw Miao and cooked Miao is, raw Miao usually live in more remote areas, with closed-off lifestyles and less contact with the outside world. Cooked Miao live closer to towns, have more open lifestyles, and more contact with the outside world, with stronger Han cultural influence. The legends about mastering goo poison are usually about the raw Miao or black Miao. Now that Chen Fengzheng turned out to be a raw Miao, would he get a chance this time to witness the legendary goo poison or Xiangxi corpse driving? The scenery looks really good if you want to go, hubby, then let's go. Li Xiling nodded with a smile. Still the same line, where they go isn't important, who she goes with is. In that case, let's go to Xiangxi. Lin Fan made his decision. Then he typed a message in the chat box and sent it to Chen Fengjing. On the other side? After Chen Fengjing sent the message to Lin Fan, she nervously waited for his reply. Like other guardians of Lin, she followed Lin Fan's Douyin account, so when he posted a new update, she got the notification immediately. Seeing that Lin Fan was asking fans for honeymoon destination suggestions, Chen Fengjing realized, wasn't this her chance? She had been thinking all along about how to lure Lin Fan to her hometown, so they could have some romantic moments in Lover's Valley, and make Lin Fan fall in love with her. But she could never think of a good excuse. Especially after seeing so many beautiful, tall, rich women at Lin Fan's wedding, she felt even more self-conscious. Without using some unconventional method, how could Lin Fan possibly like a little shorty from the mountains like her? Until she saw Lin Fan's reply, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Fan hadn't started ignoring her just because there were more beautiful women around him. Ding! Lin Fan, in that case, we'll trouble you to be our guide then, Fengjing. We haven't decided the exact date for the honeymoon yet. Will you be free then? Chen Fengjing quickly replied, I'll be free. No matter when you go, I'll be free. Come on, it's just class. What's more important than one's marriage? If marrying Lin Fan was possible, she wouldn't care even if she got expelled. Lin Fan, okay, once we decide on a date, I'll let you know. Chen Fengjing, no problem. Li Xiling had been holding onto Lin Fan's arm the whole time, snuggling beside him, so she naturally saw his chat with Chen Fengjing too. Hubby, this Fengjing girl also likes you, right? Li Xiling looked at Lin Fan with a smile. She wasn't jealous at all, on the contrary, her face was full of pride. Her husband was so outstanding, it was only natural people liked him. Yeah, little Fengjing does like me. Lin Fan nodded openly. With his looks and talent, it was completely normal for girls to like him. Besides, Chen Fengjing wasn't good at hiding her feelings, how could he not tell that she liked him? But she's too timid. And she seems a bit insecure, she doesn't even dare to confess. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. He had been going on morning runs with Chen Fengjing for a long time, yet she never dared to confess her feelings. Too shy. She was a girl, and didn't dare confess. Was he, a guy, supposed to take the initiative? Didn't she know the saying, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, a woman chasing a man is like pulling a curtain? Oh, wait, that was a proverb from his past life. In this life, the roles were completely reversed. Now it was, a woman chasing a man is like climbing a mountain, a man chasing a woman is like pulling a curtain. He had never taken the initiative to confess, mostly because he already had many beautiful women around him. He had to spend a lot of energy on each of them, and his kidneys needed rest. But now things were different. A few days ago, he got 2 bottles of kidney tonic from his mother-in-law, giving him the ability to be never tired. Now he could freely move through the flower fields without worrying about the leaves wilting. So when they went on their honeymoon, he would find a chance to win over this little Fengjing while she acted as their guide. Besides, Li Xiling was pregnant now, and things would be inconvenient later. With Fengjing around, he wouldn't need to keep teaching Xiling the meanings of ancient proverbs during the honeymoon. The next day, Monday, Lin Fan sent a message to his counselor Xia Tian to ask for leave. It was the day he and Li Xiling would return to her family. Naturally, he didn't have time for class. Li Xiling also messaged her counselor to take leave. As for whether it would be approved? She was a royal family member, how could her counselor dare reject her? That day was the return visit for Lin Fan and Li Xiling, so of course they couldn't go empty-handed. But there was no need to go out and buy cigarettes, wine, or supplements. At their wedding 2 days ago, every guest at the scene had brought a gift. Some gave cash, starting from hundreds of thousands to millions. Some gave high-end medicinal herbs like ginseng, deer antler, bear gall, and lingji. Some gave antiques, famous paintings, coral, or luminous pearls. Except for the 1,000 lucky fans invited by Lin Fan, whom he told not to bring gifts, every other guest brought something. Even the 400 or 500 rich people who bought invitations brought valuable gifts. All of it was sent by Prince Yan's people to their villa. But Lin Fan and Li Xiling hadn't gone to check it all yet, it was all still piled up in the basement storage. The basement storage area was very large, with each storage room being over 100 square meters. Lin Fan and Li Xiling went to storage room number 1. Originally, this place was empty, with only shelves and nothing else. But now, the shelves were filled with a large number of boxes. Each cardboard box had a label on it, marking whether it was from the groom's or bride's side, and indicating what was inside, and who gave the gift. Among them, many boxes had labels indicating they contained red envelopes, along with a list of the gift givers. Lin Fan took one box down from the shelf. After opening it, he saw rows of neatly arranged red envelopes inside. These red envelopes also had names written on them. Lin Fan casually picked one up. Jiang Chenxi. He opened the envelope, inside was a check. The amount on the check was 600,000. Lin Fan picked up another envelope. Wang Lin. Inside was also a check. This one was for 5 million. Whoa! Lin Fan was surprised. These guests were really generous with their gifts. Lin Fan glanced around. There were 3 large boxes marked with red envelopes. 1 labeled bride side, 2 labeled groom side. Just these 3 big boxes combined probably held over 100 million. This could only be described as worthy of being a wedding from the Yen prince's residence. The people who came to the banquet were really generous. Lin Fan then carried down one of the big boxes labeled groom side. After opening it, he saw it was also filled with red envelopes. But unlike the previous box, many of the envelopes here were thick. The box labeled bride side earlier had all thin envelopes. So the guests on his side probably gave cash in the envelopes. Lin Fan picked up a thick envelope and opened it. Inside was indeed a stack of cash. Judging by the thickness, it should be 10,000 yuan. Seriously, I told them they didn't have to give gifts. Lin Fan muttered. Most of the guests on his side, except for a few school friends and classmates, were lucky fans drawn from his live stream. He had clearly said that just showing up was enough, no need to bring gifts. A 10,000 yuan red envelope was essentially them paying him back for the travel and accommodation costs he had covered. Lin Fan picked up another envelope even thicker than the last one. Inside, it was also full of 100 yuan bills. Judging by the thickness, probably 20,000. In other words, this person not only paid him back for food, lodging, and travel but also added an extra 10,000. Lin Fan didn't know what to say. He never planned to use his wedding to milk his fans. He'd better do a live stream later and give these red envelopes back to the fans. Hubby, let's take these with us. Li Xiling, beside him, had already picked out what to bring for the return visit. 2 boxes of tea, 2 bottles of baijiu, 2 cartons of cigarettes, plus 2 boxes of ginseng and 2 boxes of deer antler. The gifts brought by guests were, of course, all high quality. Whether it was tea, alcohol, cigarettes, ginseng, or deer antler, they were all top grade. Some were even things regular people could never get. Bringing these back home was perfectly fine. Only, wife, isn't this a bit little? Lin Fan asked, looking at Li Xiling. Even normal folks, when going back to their in-laws, would bring at least 2 of each, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and maybe also fruit, milk, oil, and such. The quality of what Li Xiling picked was high, but wasn't the quantity a bit low? It's not little. Taking gifts on a return visit is just a formality. The family has everything already, they don't need ours. If we bring too much, it'll be hard to carry. Li Xiling had no thought of draining her own house to support her parents. After getting married, naturally, the focus is on your own small household. It's already good enough not to drain your maiden family to support your own home. How could you drain your home to support your parents? Besides, her parents truly didn't lack anything. In fact, the household lacked nothing at all. After all, her mom was the Yen prince. Only Her Majesty the Empress had a higher status than her mom. Even her second and third aunts, though older and also royal, had more or less the same status. In the entire Great Xia Empire, no one outranked them. With such status, naturally, they had everything they wanted. All right. If you say so, then we'll just bring these. Lin Fan nodded. Since the Yen prince's beloved daughter said so, he naturally listened. And the prince probably didn't care about the gifts anyway. According to the bet he made with his mother-in-law, she probably cared more about when Li Xiling got pregnant. Maybe today, during the return visit, he'd tell his mother-in-law about Li Xiling's pregnancy. That should be the best return gift. The 2 of them carried the gifts and drove an off-road SUV to the Yen prince's residence. At the Yen prince's residence, Li Yunyao and the others were already waiting for Lin Fan and Li Xiling to return. In the kitchen, the chefs were already preparing today's banquet. It was the first return visit of the daughter and son-in-law after the wedding. It couldn't be taken lightly. The other 4 sisters were already waiting at the gate, excited to welcome back Lin Fan and their good sister. As for class? They were royalty, what's skipping a day of class? Lin Fan drove into the outer courtyard and parked in the outer lot. The 4 sisters immediately came up to greet them. They recognized right away that it was one of the dowry cars prepared by their mom for Xiling. Baby Xiling. Lin Fan Xiling. Baby, you've lost weight Xiling, seriously. Even though you're married now, you still need to show restraint. Men aren't like us women, you need to take care of baby's health, Li Xiu teased. Li Xiling rolled her eyes at her eldest sister. Sis, you're exaggerating. It's not like that. She wasn't being reckless. Clearly, it was her husband who was taking the initiative. If she weren't pregnant, he probably wouldn't let her rest. And lately, for some reason, his stamina was amazing. Before, sometimes she could feel him getting tired, but recently, not at all. She had even wanted to ask him if he had taken something. But seeing that Lin Fan showed no signs of fatigue either physically or mentally, she didn't ask. After all, medicine has side effects. Once it wears off, you feel it. But in Lin Fan's case, Li Xiling figured it was probably just the result of training. Thinking back, it seemed that after he stopped dieting, his stamina started improving. Sure enough, being well-fed gives you energy. The four sisters helped Lin Fan carry the gifts from the trunk, and the group walked into the Yen Prince's residence together. Before the meal, everyone sat together and chatted. The father-in-law mainly showed concern for Lin Fan, asking if he was lacking anything, and telling him that if he needed anything, he could say so anytime. The Yen Prince's residence definitely lacked nothing. Xiaofan, your company is developing quite well right now, but if a company wants to develop positively in the long term, a few small games aren't enough. Do you have any plans for the future? Li Yunyao looked at Lin Fan and asked. As a chosen one, Lin Fan's main role was naturally to help the Yen Prince's residence produce a male heir. If he had no other abilities, it actually wouldn't be a big issue. But Lin Fan clearly wasn't the kind of mediocre talent, so Li Yunyao still had some expectations for him. She didn't want her son-in-law, as the dignified Yen Prince's son-in-law, to be someone with no remarkable skills who could only be used to have children. Wouldn't that make him the same as her third sister's son-in-law? As it happened, her son-in-law Lin Fan had started a company, and its current development was quite good. If Lin Fan had plans and needed help, she certainly wouldn't mind helping him out. At the very least, if he started a business, he should at least get into the national top 100, right? Of course, it wasn't about entering the top 100 immediately, but within 10 years, he had to reach that goal. If he couldn't even get into the top 100, others might think that she, the Yen Prince, had no capabilities. Take Wang Lin, the country's richest man on paper, he was only her second sister's brother-in-law. With the help of her second sister, the Qin Prince, he developed Yida into the empire's largest real estate company. And Lin Fan was her biological son-in-law, his achievements shouldn't be any worse than Wang Lin's. I do have some plans, but not many. Aside from the games we've already released, we're also developing quite a few other games. In addition to small games, we also have several different types of large online games. As for whether these games will be popular, I'm pretty confident. Aside from games, I also plan to expand into anime, music, film, variety shows, basically developing fully in the entertainment industry. Of course, I won't confine myself to entertainment. Outside of entertainment, I also plan to enter the high-tech field. I've recently been planning to start a tech company to expand into VR, virtual reality, robotics, and prosthetics. These areas have great potential, but current global technological progress in them is insufficient. As long as we can make breakthroughs in key technologies, that would be a massive untapped blue ocean. Lin Fan explained his ideas. Mature VR tech, virtual reality, Titan robotics, and prosthetics, he already had them all. Now he just needed to start a company and hire people, then let the staff fully absorb the tech he got from the system to roll it out. If things went quickly, a few months, or half a year, might be enough. Tech is a money-burning field. Li Yunyao looked straight into Lin Fan's eyes. I know, but I don't mind. Right now, the game company's profits are decent, even if I burn all that money, it doesn't matter. Money, for me, as long as it's enough, that's fine. Too much has no meaning. Compared to making money, I'd rather change the world. Lin Fan looked back at Li Yunyao directly. Li Yunyao didn't comment on Lin Fan's words. She just looked at him intently. However, Li Yunyao also understood, if Lin Fan's company really made breakthroughs in those technology fields he mentioned, it really could change the world. Lin Fan's father-in-law was also a bit shaken by his words. He didn't start a business himself but managed a lot of royal family enterprises. Still, he knew a bit about tech. Whether VR, virtual reality, or robotics, these technologies were currently all immature and couldn't be applied yet. VR had at least made some progress, with VR goggles and such products coming out, but due to technological limitations, the effect wasn't great, and consumers weren't buying in. Virtual reality technology hadn't even found the door yet. At least, the kind shown in films and TV, reality hadn't even touched it. As for robotics, countries were studying it, but products were still stuck in labs. So far, whether military or civilian, no mature products had appeared. The tech sectors Lin Fan chose were all extremely difficult. If the entertainment industry was a level 1 dungeon, then these tech fields were at least level 10. Maybe even level 100. Lin Fan's father-in-law wanted to advise him that these areas weren't easy to enter, that it was good enough to stick with entertainment. At least with Lin Fan's looks and musical talent, he would thrive in the entertainment world. But Li Yuniao spoke first. If you run out of money, just let me know. I might not be able to help with the tech, but when it comes to money, the Yen Prince's residence still has a bit of capital. Ever since she became the Yen Prince, she had managed trillions in assets. Seeing that her son-in-law had such ambition, Li Yuniao felt she should support him. What if he succeeded? Of course, she wasn't blindly supportive. Mainly, it was because Lin Fan gave her the feeling that he might really succeed. Combined with Lin Fan's recent changes, Li Yuniao decided to bet on him. Maybe Lin Fan, this chosen one, really was special? If Lin Fan really succeeded, then he could truly change the world. Lin Fan grinned when he heard this. Okay, when I need help from mother-in-law, I'll definitely ask. He didn't expect that Li Yuniao really believed him, and was even willing to support and invest in him. This mother-in-law didn't seem bad at all. Everyone chatted about some other things, and then the topic suddenly shifted to having kids. Xiaofan, Xiling, now that you two are married, it's time to work hard. Have children early, the Yen Prince's residence still relies on you two to carry on the line. Li Yuniao looked at them and said. After giving birth to the 5 sisters, she couldn't have more children. Their father wasn't very interested in women, he cared more about power and status, so he never married again. Of course, even if he remarried, any child born would carry his surname, not be considered royal blood, and not part of the Yen Prince's residence. Even the inheritance would only be for his personal property. So the future of the Yen Prince's residence still depended on the 5 daughters. And since only Li Xiling and Lin Fan were married, continuing the family line naturally fell on their shoulders. Mom, actually, Xiling is already pregnant. Lin Fan said with a smile. What did you say? Li Yuniao momentarily lost composure. Everyone else present also looked at them with shock. I tested it a few days ago, 2 lines, so it should be positive, Li Xiling nodded. She had planned to wait a little longer, go to the hospital for an ultrasound, confirm it, and then tell her mother. But since her husband already said it, there was no need to hide it anymore. When Li Xiling mentioned that she was pregnant, Li Yuniao and the others all became anxious. There's a blessing. Later we'll arrange for 2 people to be beside Xiling 24 hours a day. Absolutely no accidents must happen. And Xiao Fan, now that Xiling is pregnant, you two should not share a bed. Especially the first 3 months and the last 3 months, there is a certain risk with sharing a bed. Xiao Fan, if you need to, go to your other girlfriends. As for Xiling, during the pregnancy you must hold back. If you really want it, you must wait until after the first 3 months, and the last 3 months absolutely not. Li Yuniao looked at the 2 of them and admonished. Mom. Li Xiling blushed with embarrassment. Why did Mom talk about these things in front of everyone? It made her seem so desperate. Li Yuniao glared at Li Xiling. Take this seriously. This is a very serious matter. The first 3 months and the last 3 months of pregnancy are the most likely to see accidents. You must be careful. Mom, don't worry. I know about these matters. Xiling is pregnant, I will of course put Xiling and the baby's safety first. Elena fan promisa Li Yuniao. Even if he had multiple girlfriends, or even if he had none, he could hold back. A single hesitation, where is the importance of wife and child? A year only, hold on, it'd pass. If it's really not possible, aren't there the 5th sister? But now the 5th sister really had no role, given so many girlfriends around, she was idle. Good, Xiao Fan, you understand. Li Yuniao nodded in satisfaction. Then she looked at Li Xiling. Xiling, when you hit 22 weeks, go see whether it's a boy or a girl. She had not forgotten the bet with Lin Fan. Or rather, what she cared about most was this. As for the Great Xia Empire forbidding prenatal gender checks, that was only for the vast majority of ordinary people. They were royalty. They not only had the royal-run large hospitals, but they could hire a professional medical team with many attending the pregnant woman. Want to know the baby's gender early? Nothing could be easier. If Xiling's baby turned out to be a boy, then Xiling's protection level would need to be raised several levels. The royal direct line had not produced a prince in a long time. Of course, if the fetus was a girl, there would be no abortion, just normal protection and normal delivery. The royal family did not lack girls, they lacked a boy. I know. Li Xiling nodded. Li Xiu glanced at her wrist and the time. Mom, it's almost 12 o'clock, shall we eat? Li Yuniao also looked at the time, it really was mealtime, and looked to the butler, begin serving dishes. Yes, your highness. In other dimension company. All the staff in the operations department anxiously watched the back-end data. A few days ago, Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, Machinarium, these 3 games had finished development. After internal testing for a few days and verifying no big issues, they decided to release them today at noon. Plants vs. Zombies and Machinarium were one-time purchase games. Machinarium was a pure single-player game, priced at $58. Plants vs. Zombies was also a single-player game, but with leaderboards, who uses the least sunlight per level, or in endless mode who persists the longest, etc. Plants vs. Zombies was a little more expensive than Machinarium, priced at $68. Angry Birds was similar to Fruit Ninja and Temple Run before, a free game with paid items. You could buy skins, buy extra birds, of course, each game session limits item usage. They already had Fruit Ninja and Temple Run before, so Other Dimension was no longer an unknown company. The game company had over 10 million followers on their Douyin and other platforms. However, even though they already had 2 successful games, the operations department still wasn't confident. After all, the success of the first 2 games wasn't really thanks to their ops team, it was thanks to the company boss Lin Fan's huge fanbase and strong influence. Some people suggested to manager Chang, have the boss post some promotion and the game would instantly go viral. But manager Chang rejected it. If everything required the boss to step in, what would the operations department exist for? Before release they had already done the promotions and opened reservations. Each of the 3 games had over 1 million reservations. So even if the performance this time was poor, it wouldn't be like last time when hardly any downloads happened all day. Still, they were worried. These 3 games, the first day profit should at least hit 100 million, right? The boss once posted a moment and made a 24-hour revenue milestone of over 5 billion. That was when the games and company had no fanbase. Now the company's fanbase passed 10 million, if in 24 hours they couldn't guarantee even 100 million revenue, what was the use of their operations team? Sometimes having a boss too strong was a headache, if the boss is too strong, it makes them look useless. Time passed second by second. 12:01 p.m., the previously stagnant numbers suddenly leaped. Within 1 minute, the download counts of all 3 games surged past 100,000, among them Angry Birds had the highest with over 160,000. Next was Plants vs. Zombies with over 140,000, purchase numbers nearly matched downloads. The least was Machinarium with 110,000 downloads, purchase numbers also nearly matched downloads. Seeing these numbers, everyone in the ops department breathed a sigh of relief. If downloads exceed 100,000 in 1 minute, hitting over 1 million in 1 hour should be no problem. 24-hour downloads, let alone over 10 million, 3 to 4 million should be achievable, right? Plants vs. Zombies and Machinarium are one-time purchase games, priced $68 and $58 respectively. If we assume 3 million downloads each, Plants vs. Zombies would bring over 200 million in revenue, Machinarium over 170 million. Over 300 million revenue overall, profit already over 100 million, maybe even over 300 million. These figures can't match the boss's milestone, but at least they should pass. If data were too poor, she really would have no face continuing as head of the ops department. Meanwhile at the Yen Prince's residence enjoying lunch, Lin Fan had no idea his company had just launched 3 games. After all, he had already said, you don't need to report everything to me. Just report monthly the company's performance. Other times follow the development path I set. If there's something else, contact Li Shishir. Of course, Li Shishir as the boss's requirement cannot refuse. But Lin Fan's decision made Li Shishir a bit emo, because now she couldn't find an excuse to call the boss just to talk. Li Shishir actually misunderstood. Lin Fan meant that he didn't need to report every little thing in the company to him. She could just make decisions herself. But talking to him privately was fine. Li Shishir, except being a little older, had no issues in looks, body, education, or ability. Her appearance scored about 90. It's just she was 9 years older than him. But she was only 27 now, and he didn't mind. With Li Shishir's appearance, and how she managed her skin and figure, she should still look quite young before 40. As for after 40? He had only received the system for a little over a month, who knows how many anti-aging pills he might obtain in the next 10 years. Maybe not just the pills, but the formula to make them. By then, who would care about age? However, right now Lin Fan had a bunch of women around him. If Li Shishir didn't take the initiative, was he, a guy, supposed to act first? If Li Shishir didn't act, of course other pretty girls would. At 6 p.m. the downloads for all 3 games surpassed 1.5 million. Plants vs. Zombies generated over 100 million in revenue, Machinarium nearly 90 million. Angry Birds made slightly less, under 50 million. That was normal, because Plants vs. Zombies and Machinarium were one-time purchases, users wouldn't buy again later. But Angry Birds was different, it was free, with in-game purchases, users would make second, third, fourth purchases. This kind of game is long-term. It may begin slower than the other two, but later it will catch up, even surpass them. Seeing these numbers, everyone in the operations department breathed a sigh of relief. In the general manager's office, Li Shishir also relaxed a bit. Good, the ops department were pretty capable, the 3 games released today didn't perform badly. If you didn't compare them with Boss Lin Fan's achievements, they were already pretty good. 3 low-cost games, each cost less than 1 million to develop. The lowest revenue game, Angry Birds, already exceeded 40 million, just under 50 million. The highest, Plants vs. Zombies, exceeded 100 million. In other gaming companies, this would definitely call for champagne. Only that Boss Lin Fan was such a bright star that made the performance seem mediocre. Li Shishir hesitated whether to report the good news to Lin Fan. After much hesitation, she decided not to. This result right now really didn't deserve reporting good news. Anyway, next week is month end, she'd just report to Boss Lin Fan then. On the other side, Lin Fan and Li Xiling stayed at the Yen Prince's residence for dinner. Xiao Fan, Xiling, will you live here from now on or how? Li Yunyao asked them. Xiling, what do you say? Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling. Where to live didn't matter to him. He had no issue living with his elders. Even if he and Li Xiling lived back at the prince's residence, he'd behave the same as in his own home, no awkwardness. As for mother-in-law or father-in-law disliking it, deal with that later. For now, the main thing was Li Xiling's idea, she was pregnant now, that is most important. Let's normally live at Iha Manor. It's close to school, convenient to attend school. During holidays we'll come back. Li Xiling thought for a moment and said. She didn't want to live completely at home, how could she tease and be affectionate with her husband? Having her own, private space was better. Mom and Dad, they can come and see us during holidays. Okay. Li Yunyao nodded, then looked at the butler standing by, has the staff been arranged? Already arranged 2 clever maids. The butler quickly replied. Good, tonight let them go back with Xiling and Xiaofan. Take good care of Xiling. Li Yunyao instructa. Yes. After dinner, Lin Fan and Li Xiling left the prince's residence. With them were 2 young maids, they sat with Li Xiling's bodyguards and followed behind Lin Fan and Li Xiling. At home, Lin Fan assigned rooms for the 2 maids. Only then did the 2 of them take a bath and lie down, watching television on a projector. Hubby // should I help you? Li Xiling leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and looked at him with a playful smile. Lin Fan rolled his eyes at her, you little squirm bean, better forget it. Li Xiling was a proper person, tricky ways simply weren't her strength. After trying twice, Lin Fan felt better to forget it, she couldn't grasp the true meaning of the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. When he needs her, he'd better just go find the other girlfriends. Hubby // you should bring the other sisters to stay too. Anyway, the house is so big, so many empty rooms, might as well fill them. More people, more lively // Li Xiling smiled at Lin Fan. As a senior wife, she needed to show the look of a senior wife. First, she shouldn't be jealous, she should help her husband manage the backyard. And now she was pregnant, couldn't fulfill the usual wife's duty, so naturally she should think of her husband, relieve his burdens. Inviting the other sisters to stay killed 2 birds with 1 stone. She could show her generosity as senior wife, and help her husband release pressure. Let's see. Later I'll ask them whether they're willing to stay over. Lin Fan thought for a moment, he didn't refuse the idea. Eventually they'd live together anyway, a little early doesn't hurt. Also, he did sometimes have stress that needed release, bringing others to stay was pretty good. Li Xiling nodded obediently again. By the way, wife, when should we start our honeymoon? Lin Fan asked suddenly. As for honeymoon, normally you begin soon after marriage. It doesn't get delayed long. How about waiting for the National Day holiday? Li Xiling thought and said. No, National Day there are too many people. Even if Chen Fengjing's hometown is quiet, on National Day the roads are absolutely crowded. Be it highways, trains, planes, they'll all be full. Lin Fan shook his head. In his previous life, he had once traveled on National Day, and never wanted to go out during holidays again. It was too bad an experience. Going on a trip during a holiday was worse than staying home and playing games. And in this world, same as his past life, National Day is the birth anniversary of the first emperor of Great Xia, the whole country gets a week off, no adjustment. It's the longest holiday other than Spring Festival, it's the rare time workers can travel far, naturally everywhere is packed. We could take a private plane. Lee Siling said. But even after landing we'd need to drive, then it'll still be traffic. Lin Fan said. How about we leave tomorrow? Once the time was confirmed, Lin Fan immediately called Chen Fengjing. Since they were going to Chen Fengjing's hometown, of course she had to come along. She needed to ask her counselor for a leave of absence. Would it be too sudden for Chen Fengjing? Lin Fan figured it wouldn't be. After all, Chen Fengjing had said before that she was available anytime. Besides, this little Fengjing liked him. If he suggested something, she probably wouldn't refuse. The ringtone had only just started for 2 seconds when the call was picked up. Lin Fan. Just by hearing her voice, it was obvious Chen Fengjing was very happy. That was normal, after all, it was Lin Fan who called her himself. Before, at most he had only sent her voice messages. Little Fengjing, Siling and I are planning to start our honeymoon trip tomorrow. Do you think it's convenient for you? Lin Fan asked. No problem at all. I'll ask my counselor for leave right away. Chen Fengjing agreed decisively. This was her hard-earned chance to bring Lin Fan back to her hometown. How could she give it up just for some classes? Forget just asking for leave, even skipping class would be worth it. That's great. If you can't get the leave, just let me know. Lin Fan said. Sure, but our counselor is pretty nice, I don't think getting leave will be a problem. Chen Fengjing smiled. If she were asking for leave just for herself, and for over a week, it might actually be hard to get. Because for such a long leave, the counselor's approval alone wasn't enough, she'd also need the department head's consent. Requesting over a week off to travel, there's no way the department head would approve that. But if it was with Lin Fan, that was different. Lin Fan had already married Lee Siling, he was now the son-in-law of the Prince of Yan's mansion. Now Lin Fan and Lee Siling needed her to act as a guide. There's no way the department head wouldn't approve. Chen Fengjing immediately called her counselor and explained the situation. The counselor, upon hearing the reason for the leave, said it wasn't a big problem. She would report it to the department head early tomorrow, and it should be approved. With Lin Fan's current status, he was already considered a famous alumnus of the Royal Academy. Not to mention, he had just married the daughter of the Prince of Yan. Now that Lin Fan and Lee Siling needed Chen Fengjing as a guide on their honeymoon trip, the school couldn't possibly deny the leave. No one would want to mess with the Prince of Yan's household over something so trivial. Early the next morning, a little after 7, even before working hours, the counselor contacted the department head. She informed her about Chen Fengjing's request for an extended leave. Since it involved Lin Fan and the daughter of the Prince of Yan, she took it very seriously. The department head immediately approved it after hearing the situation. She asked the counselor to send over the leave application after work began so she could sign it. Approving this leave request for Chen Fengjing might not guarantee her promotion. But if she didn't approve it and ended up interfering with Lin Fan and Lee Siling's honeymoon plans, she wouldn't even need them to speak up, someone would step in and block her career path. As for whether Chen Fengjing was lying and had no real connection with Lin Fan and Lee Siling, that could be investigated later. If that was the case, they could deal with it afterward. For now, she had to ensure her own path forward stayed clear. Chen Fengjing also got up early today and packed her suitcase in the morning. Then she sent Lin Fan a message, saying she was ready and could leave at any time. Little Fengjing, what are you doing? Packing so early? Her roommate asked curiously. The other roommates also looked at her with interest. Little Fengjing, don't tell me you're in a relationship and planning to elope with your boyfriend, one of them said enviously. Although Little Fengjing was a bit short, she was very pretty and had a great figure. Everyone in their dorm agreed on that. They had previously discussed who in their 6-person dorm would be the first to get a boyfriend. They all agreed Little Fengjing had the best chance. Because she was the prettiest. Even though guys are hard to chase, if a girl is a beauty, it becomes much easier. Humans are all the same, who doesn't like someone good looking? No, it's just that Lin Fan and Lee Siling asked their fans for good honeymoon spots. I recommended my hometown to them, and they liked it, so they decided to go there. So I'll be their tour guide, Chen Fengjing said with a smile. She was more than happy to be their guide. What? You're going to be Lin Fan's tour guide? Lin Fan Gij is going to your hometown? Weren't things between you two always stuck? This isn't stuck. This is basically meeting the parents. Jealous? Little Fengjing, Jie. Take me with you. I want to go too. It's not as dramatic as you think. I'm just going to be a guide. Take you with me? No way, no way. Lin Fan and Lee Siling are going on a honeymoon. I'm just the guide. If you come along, what would that make you? You'd be intruding on their honeymoon. Chen Fengjing turned down all their unreasonable requests. Her roommates were dying of envy but couldn't do anything, they couldn't just tag along. Plus, it was almost class time, so they had to grab their books and leave the dorm. Lin Fan hadn't replied yet, so Chen Fengjing waited in the dorm for his message. A little after 8, her phone rang. She excitedly picked it up, thinking it was Lin Fan. But when she saw the caller ID, it turned out to be her counselor. After answering, the counselor told her the leave had been approved. From now until the National Day holiday, she didn't need to attend class. If she needed to extend the leave after the holiday, she could call again. Naturally, Chen Fengjing was thrilled. Now she just had to wait for Lin Fan to contact her so they could head to her hometown together. On the other side, Lin Fan and Li Xiling were still sleeping soundly. Lin Fan got up at 6:30, went to the gym on the first floor to do some strength training, and then ran on the treadmill for half an hour. After that, he swam in the outdoor pool for over 30 minutes, then showered and changed into clean clothes. He checked the time, it was already 8 o'clock. He peeked into the bedroom and saw Li Xiling was still asleep, so he didn't wake her. It was their honeymoon, after all, just like a vacation. No need to rush. It should be a leisurely trip. Military-style tourism wasn't real travel, it was just rushing from spot to spot with no real experience. What was the point? Of course, students and working people didn't have many days off, so they had no choice. That couldn't be helped. But he and Li Xiling did have a choice, so they would enjoy it at a relaxed pace. Is breakfast ready? Lin Fan asked the housekeeper arranged by his mother-in-law. It's ready. What's for breakfast? Lin Fan asked. Soup dumplings, pan-fried buns, sesame balls, vegetable and lean meat congee, eggs, soy milk, and milk. Bring me a bit of everything. All right. While eating, Lin Fan picked up his phone and saw the message Chen Fengjing had sent. So he replied, Xiling hasn't woken up yet. Little Fengjing, come to my place first. I'll have someone pick you up. After sending the message, Chen Fengjing had been waiting for Lin Fan's reply. When she saw his message pop up, she immediately opened it. Okay. Lin Fan arranged for one of his bodyguards to drive to Chen Fengjing's dorm and pick her up. And he gave the bodyguard Chen Fengjing's phone number. This bodyguard wasn't one of those arranged by Starlight Entertainment, but one arranged by Li Shishir according to Lin Fan's request. The bodyguards from Starlight Entertainment were paid by the company. It was fine for them to protect him, but having them do personal errands wasn't appropriate. So he simply had Li Shishir recruit security personnel based on his own requirements. All of them were retired female soldiers, and their combat capability was unquestionable. After recruitment, Lin Fan had Li Shishir assign the 5 best among them to stay by his side for his safety and to help with some tasks. The security personnel at Dimensional Company already had top-tier industry pay. And those assigned to protect Lin Fan directly had their salaries doubled on top of that. If a bodyguard were injured or even died while protecting him, the subsidies and compensation were also the best in the industry. At the beginning, even without knowing the salary, there was fierce competition in the security department to be chosen to protect Lin Fan. Once the salary and benefits were known, people nearly started real fights over it. Eventually, the 5 most outstanding bodyguards were selected. Soon, Chen Fengjing was picked up and brought back by Lin Fan's bodyguard. Lin Fan, as she walked into the villa, Chen Fengjing seemed a bit nervous. As a girl from the mountains, her family background wasn't too bad, but definitely not good either. Seeing how luxuriously Lin Fan's house was decorated, it was normal for her to feel uneasy. You're here. Have you eaten yet? If not, sit down and have some breakfast. Xiling hasn't gotten up yet, Lin Fan smiled at her. Chen Fengjing originally wanted to say she already ate, but hearing her stomach growl twice at the sight of breakfast on the table, she blushed and shook her head, not yet. Then sit down and eat some, Lin Fan told the nearby housekeeper to bring some food for Chen Fengjing too. Then he looked back at her, little Fengjing, don't be so reserved, just act like you're at home. With our relationship, why be so polite? When we get to your hometown, we might even visit your home. If you're this nervous now, I'll feel awkward when we visit your family later, Lin Fan said with a smile, hoping to help her relax. Sure enough, Chen Fengjing felt much better after that. Lin Fan, are we leaving today? But we haven't bought the tickets yet, she asked curiously. No need to buy tickets. Once Xiling wakes up, we'll take a private jet to the airport closest to your hometown. Then we'll drive to your hometown from there, Lin Fan said while peeling an egg and taking a bite. Li Xiling had a private jet. When they got married, her mother even gifted Lin Fan a private jet. How could traveling by car be faster than by plane? Taking a private jet didn't require thinking about flight schedules, just determine the destination, choose the nearest airport, and apply for a route. Normal people needed to book the route in advance, but not them. When he went to the grasslands with Siyu and to Sanya with Sijin, they just applied right before departure. Air traffic control would arrange the flight time based on the situation. Both times, they were able to take off within 30 minutes. Very convenient. Private jet? Chen Fengjing's eyes widened. She had never even been on a plane before, and now she was suddenly taking a private jet? Yes, it's very convenient, Lin Fan smiled. By the way, little Fengjing, tell me about your hometown. I'm really interested in the customs, culture, and legends of your area. Xiangxi, in both his past life's films and those in this world, the Miao people of Xiangxi were always portrayed as mysterious. Especially the more isolated Shengmiao, who were the symbol of mystery. The legendary Gu techniques were said to be sorcery mastered by the Shengmiao. At 9 a.m., a fully rested Li Xiling finally got up. Feeling the empty spot next to her, she spoke, Xiao Ai, what time is it? It's 9:18 a.m. Li Xiling was silent for a moment, then suddenly opened her eyes wide. She knew she had overslept again. Xiao Ai, open the sunshade. Okay, the sunshade has been opened for you. The heavy curtain slowly opened, and the light shone through the sheer fabric, finally lighting up the room. The once dark room became bright. Li Xiling quickly freshened up, didn't bother changing, and went downstairs in her nightdress. She saw Lin Fan and a young unfamiliar girl having breakfast at the dining table, chatting and laughing. Hubby, why didn't you wake me up again? Didn't we say today is the start of our honeymoon? Li Xiling pouted as she came down the stairs. A honeymoon is like a vacation. You're supposed to play and relax. Only if you wake up naturally every day will you have the energy to enjoy it. If every day is about rushing the schedule, is that a honeymoon or just going to work? Lin Fan said to her. Oh right, let me introduce you. This is Chen Fengjing, but I prefer calling her Little Fengjing. As Lin Fan introduced her, Chen Fengjing quickly stood up. Little Fengjing, you should recognize her, my wife, Li Xiling. Although Xiling had her veil on during the wedding, there should have been photos and videos shown. Hello little Fengjing, we'll be relying on you in the next few days, Li Xiling greeted with a smile. No, not troublesome at all. It's truly my honor to bring you two to visit my hometown. Chen Fengjing quickly waved her hands. That was the truth. Some ancient Miao towns in Xiangxi had become tourist destinations and made a lot of money for locals. But most Miao villages remained obscure. If people from there wanted to earn money, they had to leave home. If news spread that Lin Fan and Li Xiling visited her hometown, maybe her village would become a famous tourist destination. Then people from her hometown could earn money without leaving. Alright, you're both being too polite. We'll be spending a lot of time together, if you keep this up, it'll just be awkward. Wife, sit down and have breakfast. After breakfast, go change, and then we can set off. Let's try to arrive at Little Fengjing's hometown today. Li Xiling sat down to eat. After breakfast, Li Xiling changed her clothes, and the group headed off to the Beijing International Airport. This trip wasn't just Lin Fan, Li Xiling, and Chen Fengjing, there were also two nannies who took care of Li Xiling 24/7. Plus, Li Xiling's bodyguards and Lin Fan's bodyguards, adding up to more than 10 people. But Lin Fan's private jet was large, so it wasn't a problem. Less than 15 minutes after boarding, the plane moved to the runway, accelerated, and quickly took off. Destination, Phoenix Airport. Over an hour later, Lin Fan and his group landed at Phoenix Airport. Before the plane took off, Li Xidian had already ordered someone to get in touch on this end and arranged a convoy. Since they were heading into the mountains, all the vehicles were off-road vehicles. Although according to Chen Fengjing, the road leading to her hometown village had already been repaired, since it was still mountain travel, off-road vehicles with better passability were naturally more convenient. 20 people, 6 cars, all heading toward Chen Fengjing's hometown, Yunjian Miao Village, Nuqing County. When Lin Fan heard the name of the county where Chen Fengjing's hometown was located, he was genuinely stunned. Nuqing County, that name sounded really familiar. Then he thought about it carefully. Wasn't this the Nuqing County from The Candle in the Tomb, Nuqing Xiangxi novel? That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? In Lin Fan's car, a bodyguard was driving, Chen Fengjing sat in the front passenger seat, and Lin Fan and Li Xiling sat in the back. Little Fengjing, are there any locally famous mountains, rivers, or valleys around your village? Lin Fan asked curiously. In the morning, Chen Fengjing had mainly talked about the customs in her village and her life there before. She hadn't talked about the surrounding scenic spots. And after Li Xiling woke up, they hadn't continued the topic. In his previous world, Nuqing County in Nuqing Xiangxi was actually a fictional place created by the author. But in this world, Nuqing County really existed. Now Lin Fan was very curious, if Nuqing County existed, could places like Laoxiong Ridge or Bottle Mountain also exist? If they did, that would be interesting. If those places really existed, then would there also be a Yuan dynasty general's tomb? Wouldn't that make this world the same world as Candle in the Tomb, just several hundred years later? You have to know, in Candle in the Tomb, there were all sorts of ghosts and even ancient gods. Surely this world wouldn't be that outrageous, right? Famous mountains or rivers? There really are some. The most famous mountain in Nuching County is Bottle Mountain. Bottle Mountain is the highest mountain in Nuching County. Its main peak is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, shaped like an inverted vase. It's surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, so it's named Bottle Mountain. But Bottle Mountain is deep within Laoxiong Ridge, and the area is all primeval forest, rarely visited by people. Even people from nearby villages seldom go there. The elders in our village say that near Bottle Mountain, there are bears 2 to 3 meters tall. Decades ago, an old hunter went in and never came back. His body was never found. So while Bottle Mountain is famous, almost no one dares to go explore it, Chen Fengjing explained. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim wow. So there really was a Bottle Mountain and Laoxiong Ridge. Could this really be a world that continues the Candle in the Tomb universe hundreds of years later? 2 or 3 meters tall bears? Did those bears eat some kind of spiritual herb and mutate? Lin Fan asked in mock surprise. He wanted to see if there were any legends of alchemy at Bottle Mountain. I don't know. That's just what the elders say, Chen Fengjing shook her head. If this were in a movie, Bottle Mountain would definitely be some mystical land, maybe even an immortal's cultivation site, Lin Fan joked. That's really possible. Otherwise, why is it that only the area around Bottle Mountain is shrouded in mist all year round in the entire Laoxiong Ridge? Chen Fengjing laughed and agreed. Lin Fan didn't continue the topic. Despite his hinting, Chen Fengjing hadn't mentioned any legends about Bottle Mountain being an ancient alchemy site. That likely meant there were no such legends. So Bottle Mountain, Laoxiong Ridge, and Nuching County were probably just coincidences. Fengjing, are there any relatively safe scenic spots around the village? Li Xiling asked. Since Bottle Mountain was so dangerous, they definitely couldn't go. They were on a honeymoon trip, not an adventure. Yes. The more well-known places near our village are Lover's Valley behind the village, and Mengdong River to the west, Chen Fengjing said. Lover's Valley? Why is it called that? Is it because couples from the village like to go there on dates? Li Xiling asked curiously. Actually, not only was Li Xiling curious, Lin Fan was too. He had misheard earlier and thought it was Heartless Valley. Wasn't that the place where Little Dragon Girl jumped off the cliff in the Return of the Condor Heroes? Wouldn't that mean this was also the Condor Heroes world? But then he thought more carefully. No, Fengjing said Lover's Valley, not Heartless Valley. Lover's Valley clearly sounded like a place for couples to go on dates, just like the Lover's Slope in college campuses, originally just a grassy hill, but because many couples went there, it became known as Lover's Slope. It's not that couples like to go there, Chen Fengjing shook her head. The legend says that if a man and a woman go to Lover's Valley together, they'll become a couple. Ah? That magical? Li Xiling looked amazed. Just by going to a place together, you become a couple? That's too easy, isn't it? If that were true, then girls in Fengjing's village wouldn't need to chase boys anymore. They just had to go to Lover's Valley together to become a couple. I don't know if it's true, Chen Fengjing shook her head. After all, I've never been there. That place is restricted in the village. If you're not a couple or married, you're not allowed to enter together. The boys in the village absolutely won't enter Lover's Valley with girls. So whether the legend is true or not, I really don't know, Chen Fengjing explained. So magical. I really want to experience it. Li Xiling's eyes lit up. She had been to many tourist attractions, but never to a mysterious place like this. Some attractions did make up legends to draw in tourists, but those were fabricated. With so many tourists, nothing ever happened. But Fengjing's hometown was different. It wasn't a tourist attraction. There was no need to invent stories to trick tourists. She was genuinely interested in Lover's Valley. I'll go check it out first. If it's not dangerous, then I'll take you there later. Since we've come all this way, we should definitely try out the fun and interesting places, Lin Fan said, holding Li Xiling's hand. After all, Li Xiling was pregnant, so they had to be careful when playing outdoors. Li Xiling nodded with a smile. It was important to have fun, but the baby in her belly was more important. The convoy drove on the highway for a while, then got off the highway, left the county, and entered a rural national road. After driving for more than half an hour, they entered a mountain road. Soon, Lin Fan and the others couldn't see the county anymore. All around them were mountains and dense forests. We've entered Laoxiong Ridge now. At this speed, it should take us a little over an hour to reach our village. Although the mountain road was paved with cement, it wasn't very wide, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass each other. If one car didn't move over, they couldn't pass. Lin Fan now truly believed that Chenfengzheng was Shengmiao. Yunjianmiao village was too remote, and the road was hard to travel. Even though the road had now been repaired, it still took over an hour to drive. If it had been before the road was fixed, walking out of the mountains would have taken a whole day. At that distance, it really was difficult to communicate with the outside world. After more than an hour, the convoy stopped on the flat ground at the entrance of the village. The roads inside the village were too narrow, not suitable for cars. Chenfengzheng first took Lin Fan and the others back to her own home. Since she had brought Lin Fan and the others to her hometown to visit, not taking them home for a sit-down would have been impolite. And today's time definitely wouldn't be enough. They also had to spend the night at her house and coordinate lodging with nearby neighbors. Otherwise, they'd have to drive for over an hour back out of the mountains, then another half hour on the national road to stay in a hotel in the county. That round trip would take nearly 5 hours. Too much of a waste of time. Under Chenfengzheng's lead, Lin Fan and the group arrived at her home. Before returning, Chenfengzheng had already informed her family, so when they got to the doorway, they saw a few women sitting outside chatting. Among them were middle-aged women and elderly grandmothers. "Mom! Grandma! I'm back! Fengzheng, are these your friends? Come, everyone, please come inside and sit." A middle-aged woman stood up and welcomed them. Of course, they spoke the local dialect. Lin Fan and the others didn't understand a word. "Lin Fan, Xiling, let me introduce you. This is my mom, and that's my grandma. Mom, his name is Lin Fan, and she's Li Xiling, they're my friends. The others are their employees," Chenfengzheng introduced in Mandarin. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she didn't reveal Lin Fan and Li Xiling's identities. If the villagers knew the daughter and son-in-law of Lord Yan had come, the Miao chief and village elders would definitely show up. And if the county officials found out, they'd probably come too. So after discussing with Lin Fan and Li Xiling, Chenfengzheng decided to temporarily conceal their royal identities. She only said they were her classmates, and their family was wealthy and ran a company. This time, they came for a company, team-building, trip. At this time of day, there were basically no young people in the village. The younger ones were all studying in county schools and wouldn't come home during regular days. The older ones either went to college in big cities or went to work elsewhere. No one stayed in the village. You couldn't earn money in the village. Naturally, no young people wanted to stay. So there wasn't much worry about Lin Fan and Li Xiling's identities being exposed. Lin Fan and the others greeted Auntie and Grandma, then were pulled into the house to sit down by Chenfengzheng's mom and grandma. But there were too many people, and the house was too crowded, so in the end, everyone sat on the open ground at the door. Chenfengzheng's mom's Mandarin wasn't very standard, but it was okay for communication. Her grandma couldn't understand Mandarin at all. After all, she was a Shengmiao, it was normal. After chatting for a while, Chenfengzheng pulled her mom to go coordinate lodging with the neighbors. There were too many people in Lin Fan's group, and her own home didn't have enough rooms. But borrowing rooms wasn't hard. Every household had young people who were out working, so there were empty rooms at home. Besides, they were paying for lodging, it wouldn't be fair to freeload from her neighbors. When Lin Fan and the others arrived in the village, it was already past 3 p.m. After sitting for a short while, Chenfengzheng's family began cooking to entertain everyone. Originally, Lin Fan and Li Xiling wanted to help out. After all, experiencing such a different local custom was rare. But they quickly found out they couldn't help at all. All the ingredients had already been prepared, what was left was just cooking. But the specialty dishes here were something Lin Fan and the others didn't understand, so they couldn't help even if they wanted to. In the end, they simply sat outside and chatted with Chenfengzheng. Around 6 o'clock, dinner was almost ready. The small table in the house wasn't big enough, so they brought it outside and added 2 more tables from the neighbors to piece them together. The dinner at Chenfengzheng's house was truly sumptuous. At the head of the meal was a cattle head banquet. According to Chenfengzheng, after she told her family that morning she'd be bringing friends home, her mom asked someone in the village to slaughter a yellow cow. Then it was stewed with 12 herbs for 8 hours and had just finished cooking. The cattle head banquet, according to Chenfengzheng, was the highest level of hospitality in the Miao tradition. There was also Zijia lake mutton, Qianzhou duck, blood rice cake duck, Xiangxi Miao-style fish, sour soup fish, Huayuan intestines, stir-fried cured meat with wild onions, Xiangxi mushroom hot pot, Longshan spicy chicken, stir-fried yellow beef, oil tea, glutinous rice wine, and more. The large table was filled with dishes, more than enough for Lin Fan's group. Normally, back in the capital, the bodyguards and nannies wouldn't eat at the same table with Lin Fan and the others. But this time was an exception. They were out on a trip, and everyone's identities were kept low-key. Splitting tables would seem out of place. And more people eating together made things livelier. As the banquet began, Lin Fan remembered the fear once instilled in him by Miao people's drinking culture. They really could drink. Even though Chen Fengjing's family were all women, even her 70-year-old grandmother could drink 2 large bowls of glutinous rice wine. Don't be fooled, glutinous rice wine didn't taste spicy at all, even a bit sweet, but the alcohol content was a mystery. It was like the homebrewed alcohol in Guangxi from his past life, said to be low-proof, but people still passed out after drinking. Especially since Lin Fan was the only man at the entire banquet. Chen Fengjing's grandmother, mom, and all the neighbors who came to help, each one toasted him. How could he not drink? The banquet wasn't even halfway through, and he was already dizzy. Of course, Li Xiling didn't touch a drop. She was pregnant and couldn't drink. When refusing, she didn't say she was pregnant, only that she was allergic to alcohol. Naturally, no one insisted. Even Chen Fengjing didn't know she was pregnant. As the old saying goes, you shouldn't tell outsiders within the first 3 months of pregnancy, or the baby might not be safe. Though it sounds superstitious, anything passed down for thousands of years must have some reason. Maybe there's scientific basis, or maybe there really is some mystical logic. Anyway, very few unrelated people knew Li Xiling was pregnant. After dinner, the drunk Lin Fan was helped into a room. He and Li Xiling, along with a nanny and a bodyguard, stayed at Chen Fengjing's house. The others were split among a few neighboring homes. Chen Fengjing herself slept in her mom's room. Fengjing, do you like that guy called Lin Fan? No, I don't. Still denying it? When have you ever brought a boy home? And do you think your mom is blind? The way you look at that guy is totally different. Fine. I do like Lin Fan. Chen Fengjing didn't deny it anymore. Lin Fan is so handsome, and he can write songs, sing, draw comics, make games, run a company, and he was even the national top scorer in the college entrance exam. Not just me, lots of people at school like him. You like that young man, have you told him? Chen Fengjing's mother asked. Chen Fengjing stayed silent. How could she dare to say it? The gap in identity and status between her and Lin Fan was so huge. If she confessed, she would definitely be rejected, right? And I, Mom, just knew it. Chen Fengjing's mom sighed. Although the way her daughter looked at that Lin Fan guy practically had sparkles, there was still a clear sense of distance between them. On the contrary, her daughter's classmate, Li Xiling, was very close with that Lin Fan, no sense of distance at all. Those two probably had a public romantic relationship, or maybe were even husband and wife. And her own daughter? Just a one-sided coward. Although she was Chen Fengjing's mother, she didn't actually know her daughter very well, or rather, she didn't really know what her daughter had become after growing up and moving to the capital. When Chen Fengjing was little, she never showed signs of low self-esteem. Although their family wasn't wealthy back then either, most of her classmates and friends were about the same. After all, Nuqing County was just a small county in Xiangxi, with a low population and even fewer rich people. Even if some classmates came from wealthier families, it wasn't too obvious at school. And as a top student with excellent grades, she actually got special care from teachers and didn't really feel inferior due to money or status. But getting into the Royal Academy changed everything. Although the Royal Academy recruited nationwide, most of the students came from the capital. These students came from well-off families, dressed fashionably, and all had some kind of talent. She had chosen the music performance major because she loved singing since childhood. But once she got there, she realized all her classmates were better than her, much stronger. From food, clothing, and gadgets to learning speed and talent, she lost in every category. Most of them had been taking various talent classes since middle or high school. But Chen Fengjing had none of that. What had once made her exceptional in a small county now made her the weakest at the Royal Academy. Naturally, her confidence took a huge hit, and she started to feel inferior. Even if her classmates didn't look down on her, it was easy to feel self-conscious when she realized she wasn't as good as anyone else. Now, probably the only area where she was better than them was physical strength. As a mountain girl, she had grown up running around hills. Of course she had stamina. She exercised a lot every day, not just to stay in shape, but also to maintain her only advantage over her peers. When it came to Lin Fan, that feeling of inferiority was even stronger. Lin Fan was just too outstanding. And so handsome. How could she possibly deserve to be close to him? If her roommates hadn't encouraged her back then, she would never have had the courage to approach Lin Fan. All of these changes happened after she got into the Royal Academy and went to the capital. Her mom didn't know any of this, of course. Fengjing, if you like someone, you should bravely say it out loud. If you don't tell the other person how you feel, how will you ever know how they feel about you? What if he likes you too, but because you're too afraid to confess, you miss your chance? Won't you regret it for the rest of your life? You're a girl, but in love, you should be a little more proactive. You can't always expect the guy to make the first move, right? Her mom tried to persuade her. Lying next to her mom, Chen Fengjing silently listened, but didn't respond. She had heard these things all her life, of course she understood. But the person was Lin Fan. She was scared. She was afraid that if she confessed and got rejected, the two of them couldn't even be friends anymore. So she didn't dare. Lin Fan was now the Prince Yan's son-in-law, while she was just a girl from a mountain village. The gap was too big. She didn't dare gamble. Now, all her hope was pinned on the Lover's Valley behind the village. If the legend was real, if a man and a woman entered Lover's Valley together, and it caused them to fall in love, that would be perfect. Even if the legend wasn't true, at least she wouldn't get rejected, and could still be friends with Lin Fan. Either way, she had nothing to lose. Fengjing, and I has said so much, did any of it get through to you? Seeing no response, her mom angrily flicked her forehead. Ah? And what are you doing? Chen Fengjing cried out, holding her forehead in pain. You're asking me what I'm doing? Tell me, what are you really thinking? Her mom glared at her. So she'd said all that for nothing? Chen Fengjing hesitated, unsure whether to tell her mom her plan. What can't you tell your Anai? Her mom raised her hand and gave her another flick on the forehead. I want to take Lin Fan to the Lover's Valley behind the mountain and see if the legend works. Chen Fengjing finally confessed. After all, this was her biological mom, there was that bloodline authority. Huh? Her mom was stunned. You two want to go to Lover's Valley? Isn't it said that as long as a man and a woman go to Lover's Valley together, they'll fall in love? So I want to try. If the legend's real, I can be with Lin Fan. If it fails, I don't lose anything, I can still be his friend, Chen Fengjing explained her thinking. Sigh, her mom let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing? So the legend's fake? Then why is it forbidden for men and women to enter Lover's Valley together? Sigh, her mom sighed again, then said, the legend is true, not fake. But, it's not entirely true, or rather, not the way you think. What do you mean? Chen Fengjing was confused. What did it mean to be true, but not entirely true? The legend says that if a man and a woman enter Lover's Valley together, there will be sparks and they'll fall in love. That first part is true. When a man and woman go into Lover's Valley together, they can't help but want to have relations. Especially men, this feeling is even stronger. I think, Fengjing, you misunderstood the last part. Fall in love refers only to the state at that moment, but that state doesn't last. Once you leave Lover's Valley, everything returns to normal. So, Fengjing, if you want to take Lin Fan to Lover's Valley to make him fall for you, it won't work. It might even backfire. When I was your age, something like this actually happened in the village. Chen Fengjing's mother began telling her about something that happened in the village when she was young. At that time, the mountain road connecting the village to the outside hadn't been paved with cement, it was just a dirt road. To get in or out of the mountains, people had to walk or ride motorcycles, tricycles, tractors, or pickup trucks. Small sedans absolutely couldn't get into the mountains. However, mobile signal towers had been built. While the outside world already had 4G networks, the mountains still only had 3G. Although the network was a bit slow, smartphones could already be used. That was when she was about 19 or 20. Because of the virus outbreak from 100 years ago, the number of men in nearby villages had become fewer and fewer. Women, after all, also had needs. Especially after getting smartphones and discovering the online world, after watching adult content online, their curiosity about men only grew stronger. Many women wanted to know what it felt like to sleep with a man, and how it was different from sleeping alone. At the time, some girls from the families of the Miao King and the village elders were idle and irresponsible in the village. Their families had assets, so they didn't need to think about making money like others did. One day, perhaps after watching too much adult content, a group of them lured the most handsome boy in the village to the Lover's Valley behind the mountain. As a result, because there were too many girls involved, that boy was nearly ruined. Of course, his family was furious. After all, they had finally had a son, and now a few girls had ruined him. Who could accept that? To settle the matter, the Miao King and the village elders pooled a huge sum of money, over 1 million yuan, as compensation to the boy's family. Back then, 1 million yuan had about the same purchasing power as today, but the village was much poorer then. Most ordinary families couldn't even save 10,000 yuan a year. Even though the empire gave subsidies to families with boys, once a boy turned 18, his family stopped receiving subsidies, and only he personally got 10,000 yuan per month. 2 million yuan would take 16 years to receive and was more than what most families could save in a lifetime. Considering the large sum, the boy's family eventually gave up pursuing the matter. But the boy himself wasn't willing to let it go. As a man, he had a bright future. Even without working, he could receive the empire's subsidy every month. Now that he was ruined, not only had he lost his dignity as a man, he might not even be able to keep getting the empire's benefits. Because a man who was no longer physically a man wasn't eligible for the empire's subsidy. Once he failed his next physical exam, all his subsidies would be cut. So after a few days of recovery, the boy, full of resentment, reported the incident to the authorities. And he didn't report it to local police, he went straight to the Provincial Men's Association, the provincial governor's mailbox, and the provincial police department. He feared that the county might try to cover it up due to the village's special status and downplay the incident. By reporting it to a higher level and stating that he had been assaulted by a group of women, the case drew serious attention. In the Daxia Empire, to protect the small male population, rape against men was a serious crime. The police took it extremely seriously. And this wasn't just rape, it was gang rape. The provincial government immediately formed a special investigation team and sent people to the village, arresting all those involved. After investigation, it was confirmed that the boy had indeed been assaulted by multiple girls, and that the Miao King and elders had tried to cover it up. In the end, all the girls were sentenced. The Miao King's daughter, the one who led the assault, was sentenced to death. The other girls received life imprisonment or fixed-term sentences of 20 or 30 years. The shortest sentence was 15 years, and that was only because one of the girls was underage. Because of this incident, all the then Miao King and elders were removed from their positions. The current Miao King and elders were chosen later. That's why you can't do something like this. If anything goes wrong, Fengzheng, you might repeat the mistakes of the past, her mother said. What? Chen Fengzheng was shocked. Why had she never heard of this before? She asked her mother the question in her heart. Because it was a scandal. After it happened, our village couldn't hold its head up in front of the neighboring villages for years. Many boys just stopped coming back, afraid they'd end up like that poor guy. Imagine being a man but no longer having the ability of a man, and losing the empire's subsidies. How terrifying is that, her mother explained. Chen Fengzheng opened her mouth wide. No wonder there were so few men in their village, far fewer than in neighboring villages. So this was the reason. What exactly is going on with Lover's Valley? Didn't anyone investigate it back then? Chen Fengzheng asked in confusion. If the Lover's Valley was that dangerous, why hadn't the county or city sealed it off? If it was so dangerous, wouldn't it make more sense to block it completely? Of course they investigated. For over a year, the empire took all kinds of things out of Lover's Valley, plants, animals, mud, water, stones, they took a lot. But it seemed they couldn't find anything. They even sent a man and a woman in together to test whether the legend was real. But after a year or two, nothing more came of it, her mother said. She was just an ordinary villager, she didn't know anything beyond that. Chen Fengzheng thought for a moment and guessed a few things. Lover's Valley was deep within Laoxiong Ridge, outsiders would never go there. And the legend of Lover's Valley was only known to a few nearby villages. The empire probably didn't find it worthwhile to block the area with manpower and resources. After all, the nearby villages already had strict rules, prohibiting non-couples from entering Lover's Valley, especially not in mixed gender groups. The Daxia Empire was vast and full of strange and mysterious places. For example, the Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain was sealed off due to monster legends, tourists weren't allowed near the water, only distant views from the mountain. Or the many dragon-locking wells across the country, all surrounded by fences several meters away, preventing access. As for the wild men of Shenangjia, because the forest area was too large, it wasn't sealed off, but tourists were warned not to enter undeveloped areas. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now Chen Fengzheng suddenly felt that all these places might be similar to the Lover's Valley behind her village. Chen Fengzheng bit her lip, feeling a little pain in her chest. If she couldn't take Lin Fan into Lover's Valley, then wouldn't she have no chance with him? Fengzheng, the most important thing in love is honesty. If you really like that Lin Fan guy, just tell him and see how he feels. If you don't dare, then I will help you say it. And I can't just watch you make a mistake. How could Chen Fengzheng possibly let her mother confess to Lin Fan on her behalf? She quickly told her mom there was no need. She would handle the confession to Lin Fan herself. Since her daughter said so, her mom didn't say anything more. Knowing her daughter well, if she agreed to do something, she wouldn't go back on her word. She believed her daughter could handle it. Chen Fengzheng did agree, but after that, she couldn't sleep at all. Confessing to Lin Fan, that was just way too hard. Should she let Li Xiling know before she did it? Or call Lin Fan aside alone and secretly confess to him? And what if he rejected her? Should she ask Lin Fan not to avoid her, and to continue being friends like they were now? Chen Fengjing felt like her mind was a complete mess. Just all over the place. She couldn't think straight. Meanwhile, in the next room, Lin Fan was sleeping soundly. He had drunk quite a lot and was completely drunk. He was so drunk he couldn't even wash his face or feet by himself. It was the nanny arranged by Li Xiling who helped him. Li Xiling originally wanted to do it herself, but the nanny firmly refused. She was pregnant, and she should avoid physical labor as much as possible. Plus, Lin Fan reeked of alcohol. The nanny even suggested Li Xiling not sleep in the same room as him. After all, alcohol could be harmful to the baby in her belly. If they slept in the same bed, Lin Fan's alcohol-laced breath would be inhaled by Li Xiling, and that could have some effect. Li Xiling thought about it and decided it was better to be careful for the baby's sake. After all, the baby in her belly was connected to the bet between her husband and mother. Until they knew the baby's gender, nothing could be allowed to happen to it. So she simply swapped rooms with the nanny and went to sleep with the bodyguard. The nanny stayed in Lin Fan's room to take care of him. Since he had drunk so much, she felt more at ease having someone there to watch over him. The next morning, Lin Fan stretched lazily after waking up and sat up. Then he noticed the space beside him was empty, and one of the nannies arranged by his mother-in-law was sitting nearby, playing with her phone. When she saw Lin Fan wake up, the nanny immediately stood up. "Boss, you're awake." When they first arrived and were introduced to Chen Fengjing's family, the bodyguards and nannies were introduced as company employees. So while in the village, everyone called him boss. "Where's Xiling?" Lin Fan asked curiously. Li Xiling had never woken up earlier than him before. "Boss, you smelled too strongly of alcohol. Madam slept in the room next door last night," the nanny explained. Oh. He had indeed drunk a lot last night. It made sense for Li Xiling to sleep elsewhere. Lin Fan got up, put on his shoes, walked to the window, and opened it. Fresh air rushed in, filled with the scent of soil, leaves, and flowers. The mountain air was definitely better than Beijing's. Even in parks in Beijing, the air couldn't compare to this. Huh? Lin Fan saw a petite figure running along the village path in the distance. It was Chen Fengjing. "Little Fengjing? You're already home and still going for a morning run?" Lin Fan called out from the window. That kind of discipline and routine was impressive. He himself had gotten up late today because of drinking. Now that he no longer needed to lose weight, he had slacked off a bit. "Ah? Lin Fan, you're up," Chen Fengjing laughed awkwardly. She wasn't going for a morning run. She hadn't slept at all last night, and in the morning, she simply got up to run a few laps to avoid thinking about the stressful stuff. She never expected to run into Lin Fan just after he woke up. She hadn't even figured out how to confess yet. "Little Fengjing, are you done running?" Lin Fan asked. Not yet. I still have 2 laps to go." Chen Fengjing instinctively tried to avoid the situation. Delay a bit, gather some courage, and organize her words. "Perfect. I'll run 2 laps with you," Lin Fan said, and with one hand pushed off, jumped straight out the window from the 2nd floor. "Eh?" Both Chen Fengjing and the nanny in the room were startled. "Sure, the 2nd floor wasn't that high, but you still shouldn't jump out of it. What if he got hurt?" The nanny rushed to the window, leaned out, and saw Lin Fan walking toward Chen Fengjing. She let out a sigh of relief. Luckily Lin Fan was fine, otherwise, everyone who came with him would be in big trouble. Even though Li Xiling's nanny was mainly in charge of caring for her, Lin Fan's safety was the responsibility of the bodyguards. But if Lin Fan really got hurt, even she wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. "Lin Fan, how could you just jump down from upstairs like that?" Chen Fengjing was still shaken. Her house was a traditional Miao stilt-style building, made entirely of wood, with 3 floors. The bottom floor, about 3 meters high, was used for livestock and storage. The 2nd floor was also about 3 meters and used for living. The top floor was shorter, around 2 meters, for storing grain and such. The 2nd floor window was nearly 4 meters off the ground. Even someone who grew up in the mountains like her wouldn't dare jump from that height. She was really almost scared to death just now. If Lin Fan had gotten hurt at her home, she would have never forgiven herself. That height is nothing. I could even jump up from the ground to that window. I'm not like other guys, covered in fat." Lin Fan smiled. He had mastered light body techniques. No need for a running start, just a bit of force on the wall, and he could easily leap up to the 2nd floor. Chen Fengjing's gaze was complicated. She wasn't fat either, but she wouldn't dare jump from the 2nd floor. All right, I won't jump next time. Let's go for a run," Lin Fan said, then jogged off along the village path. Chen Fengjing had no choice but to follow him. She had been wondering whether to confess in front of Lee Siling or find an excuse to talk to Lin Fan alone. Now she didn't need to worry. Going for a morning run, just the two of them, wasn't that the perfect opportunity? The village wasn't very big, and they quickly ran out of it. Under Lin Fan's lead, they headed toward the back mountain. Lin Fan! Chen Fengjing suddenly called out. What is it? Seeing her stop, Lin Fan also stopped and looked at her curiously. I have something I want to tell you. Chen Fengjing's breathing was a little heavy. Her heart was racing like crazy. Oh? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The way Chen Fengjing looked, was she about to confess? Chen Fengjing took a deep breath. Lin Fan. I like you. Lin Fan. I like you. Chen Fengjing finally gathered the courage to shout out those words. After saying it, she didn't dare look at Lin Fan's face at all, and she didn't dare meet his eyes either. She just wanted to quickly let Lin Fan know how she felt. Lin Fan, I've liked you ever since we first met. I've been struggling for a long, long time, always afraid to tell you what I truly think. You're like the sun, the moon, and the stars in the sky, so dazzling. And I'm just a girl who came out of the mountains. Before university, I was always one of the top among my peers, whether it was in looks or academics. But after going to the capital and entering the Royal Academy, I realized there are way too many people better than me. If I were just like the other forest guards, merely admiring you from afar, maybe I would have never had any wishful thoughts in my life. But somehow, we became friends. That gave me all kinds of fantasies I shouldn't have. And those fantasies have been torturing me ever since. I don't want to just be your simple friend, Lin Fan. I want our relationship to go further. I want to date you, Lin Fan. I want to marry you, just like Lee Siling. I know what I'm asking is a bit much, no, it's very much. But I really don't want to keep things like this anymore. Lin Fan, whatever your answer is, I can accept it. If I get a chance to be with you, I'll be so happy. If in the end we can only be friends, I can accept that too. At least, once I know the answer, I won't keep torturing myself. So, Lin Fan, can you give me an answer? Chen Fengjing kept her head down, not daring to look into Lin Fan's eyes. Looking at Chen Fengjing like that, Lin Fan wanted to laugh but held it in. As expected, the better someone looks, the easier it is to attract admirers like moths to a flame. Chen Fengjing, with a beauty rating of 89, T1, level even in his past life's entertainment industry, had now also fallen for his boxers. Lin Fan didn't immediately give her the answer she wanted. Instead, he thought for a moment. Little Fengjing, I want to ask you a question. I hope you'll answer me honestly. Chen Fengjing quickly looked up. Don't say just one, even if it's 10, 100 questions, it's no problem. As long as it's something you want to know, I will never lie to you. Lin Fan hadn't rejected her outright, that gave her hope. You mentioned before the legend about the Lover's Valley behind your village. I want to know, is that legend just a story, or has something like that really happened? Lin Fan asked curiously. He was very interested in these supernatural legends. Even in his previous life, he had been curious. Though he'd been taught materialism from a young age, to believe in science and oppose feudal superstition, when it came to ghosts, gods, or especially the god of wealth, he always took a better to believe it than not approach. Now that he had crossed into another world, was bound to a system, and had arrived in what seemed to be the world of Candle in the Tomb, in Laoxiong Ridge and Bottle Mountain, he believed even more that ghosts and gods might exist. Actually, it's not just a legend. Something like that really did happen. Chen Fengjing's gaze suddenly became evasive. After all, what her mom told her wasn't about some touching love story, it was about an actual criminal act of gang rape. Seeing her expression, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, there was clearly something going on. Little Fengjing, can you tell me in detail? Lin Fan looked at her. This. Chen Fengjing hesitated. What if Lin Fan thought she was trying to use the Lover's Valley to take advantage of him? Little Fengjing, you just said, whatever I want to know, you'll never lie to me, Lin Fan reminded her. She had literally just said that. If she went back on her word now, he really wouldn't give her a chance. There were plenty of good-looking people out there. To win his favor, the first rule was not to lie, and to be loyal to him. You could be a green tea girl, a white lotus, a thief, even a female villain, as long as you were good to him, loyal to him, and obeyed him, he could accept it. Fine, I'll tell you. It happened when my mom was young. Chen Fengjing then told him everything her mom had shared with her the night before. Lin Fan. I didn't know about this before. After finishing the story, Chen Fengjing quickly explained. I brought you all back to my hometown only because I wanted to test whether the legend I grew up hearing was real. If it was real, then we could be together forever. Even if it wasn't, I'd still be really happy just to travel with you. She didn't want Lin Fan to think she was someone who'd do anything to achieve her goal. There's actually such a place, and the Empire investigated it for over a year and found nothing. That's really amazing. Lin Fan didn't overthink it. In fact, he got more interested. Hearing the earlier parts of the story, he had thought Lover's Valley might have some kind of aphrodisiac substance, maybe a plant scent, or a chemical compound in the soil. But the fact that the Empire's scientists researched it for over a year and found nothing? That was bizarre. The scientists of the Daxia Empire weren't useless. Lin Fan, so, what's your answer? Chen Fengjing asked carefully, looking at him. Right now, what she wanted to know most was Lin Fan's answer. Let's go back first. After breakfast, the two of us can go to Lover's Valley behind the mountain and take a look. I'm really interested in it, Lin Fan said, rubbing his chin with his fingers. Originally, he had planned for the whole group to visit Lover's Valley together. After all, it was a legendary scenic spot. It would have been a shame not to go. But now, he decided not to take anyone else. Especially not Li Xiling. She was pregnant now, and couldn't risk anything. If Lover's Valley really made people fall for each other and lead to romantic acts, there must be something there affecting those who entered. Even if the Empire's researchers couldn't find it, some kind of substance definitely existed. Even if it was only an aphrodisiac with no other side effects, he couldn't risk taking Li Xiling. As for the two nannies and the rest of the security staff, he wouldn't bring them either. Sure, with his special physique now, he never felt tired, but he wasn't about to drink just any tea either. But as for Chen Fengjing, since she had chosen to be loyal to him, he didn't mind having one more beauty at his side. Li Xiling was pregnant now. During this honeymoon, he needed someone to temporarily take her place and make him happy. Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing returned to her home and had breakfast with the others. Breakfast could not compare to last night's feast. Breakfast was sour spicy rice noodles, paired with beef and wood ear fungus stir-fried with minced meat, and pickled long beans and pickled radish cubes and other sour vegetables. It could not compare to last night's lavish dinner, but the taste was still very good. Sour and spicy, very appetizing. Wife, today little Fengjing and I are going to Lover's Valley for a stroll. You don't need to go, you and the others go to other places. Lin Fan said to Li Xiling. Okay, then you two also be a little more careful. After all, in the mountains, still need to pay attention to safety. Li Xiling nodded. She didn't ask why Lin Fan didn't let her go to Lover's Valley. Whatever Lin Fan arranged, he surely had his reason. As for the legend of Lover's Valley? Even if those legends were true, she didn't mind. Chen Fengjing liked Lin Fan. She had seen that before they set out. If after the two of them go to Lover's Valley they do develop feelings, she didn't care. After all, Lin Fan was so excellent, the women around him could not be few. Even if there wasn't Chen Fengjing, there would be Zhao Fengjing, Li Fengjing. She only needed to do well as his main wife. Chen Fengjing also did not dare to look Li Xiling in the eyes. She didn't know Li Xiling was pregnant. Lin Fan not letting Li Xiling go was for her and the baby's safety. Chen Fengjing had thought Lin Fan was taking care of her, on their first time, not letting a third person be present. As for the two nannies and many bodyguards, they of course said nothing. This was Lin Fan's family business, those of them serving as servants. How would they have the right to mind so much? And whether nanny or bodyguard, actually none wished that pregnant Li Xiling ran around everywhere. Staying in the village was better, then no danger would arise. But they could not change the master's will, they could only do their duty and protect the master's safety. After eating, resting a bit, Lin Fan prepared to go with Chen Fengjing to the Lover's Valley behind the mountain. Lover's Valley was not very close to the village. They also had to walk over 2 kilometers of mountain road. Before departure, Lin Fan thought it over and still picked 2 bodyguards to follow them to Lover's Valley. One was his own bodyguard, one was Li Xiling's bodyguard. Li Xiling's bodyguard had a firearm certificate, would carry a handgun, a special bodyguard. After all, in the mountains, who knew if they would run into wild beasts or so? Bringing 2 bodyguards along gave higher safety. Then, upon arrival at Lover's Valley, he would let them stay at the edge of Lover's Valley. He and Chen Fengjing would go in by themselves. They would not follow inside, naturally thus would not be influenced by Lover's Valley, and then have some indescribable thing happen with him. Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing's party set off, heading toward the village's back mountain. Li Xidian also called up the others and toured around the village. She was quite interested in this completely original ancient village, with no theme park signs. There were nice sights nearby, she could go and look around. But she wouldn't go too far by herself. With Lin Fan not present, she would not risk going into dangerous places. On the other side, Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing left the village and kept walking along the small river upstream. According to Chen Fengjing, Lover's Valley was upstream on this small river passing through the village. To go to Lover's Valley, only following the river was best. To go through the mountain forest, there was no guarantee when they would reach Lover's Valley. After all, Lover's Valley was a forbidden zone for all the surrounding villages. Very few people ever went to Lover's Valley. Although people of the same sex entering Lover's Valley was no problem, Lover's Valley was some distance from the village. And apart from the legend, there was no reason for someone to come a long way for Lover's Valley. Inside Lover's Valley there were only very ordinary plants, no edible or economic crops. There were also few huntable animals. It seemed animals in the mountain also knew, Lover's Valley shouldn't be casually entered. The mountain road was not easy, though by the river there were many cobblestones or large rocks, making the 2-meter or so range by the water nearly free of plants blocking the road. But you still had to constantly watch your steps and skirt around large rocks blocking the way. More than 2 kilometers of mountain road, Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing's party walked almost an hour. Chen Fengjing stopped, pointing ahead at the misty valley. Lin Fan, ahead is Lover's Valley. 365 days a year, Lover's Valley had thin white mist drifting for almost half the year. Also, the path Lin Fan had walked earlier was almost always the river valley between 2 mountains and wasn't very wide. But the valley ahead suddenly opened up. Although the mountain valley was filled with thin white mist, you could still see that the path ahead abruptly grew wider. The small river's width maybe increased 1 or 2 times, but the valley width was several times or even more than 10 times that of the earlier river valley. Before, the river valley width at best was 10 or 20 meters, but the valley ahead, the visible distance exceeded 100 or 200 meters. Further away, because of the mist in the valley, it was not visible. Lin Fan looked at the 2 bodyguards who had been following them. From here on you 2 stay here and wait for our return. Unless you hear our cry for help, absolutely do not step into Lover's Valley. Understood? Understood, the 2 bodyguards immediately nodded. Their responsibility was to protect the employer's safety, but more to obey the employer's orders. Lover's Valley, Lover's Valley. Lin Fan was going to take Chen Fengjing into Lover's Valley. What did that mean? Did it need guessing? They were out on a date. If the bodyguards kept following, it would be somewhat impolite. Bodyguards also needed to understand social courtesy. Having arranged the bodyguards, Lin Fan then continued forward with Chen Fengjing. Lover's Valley was indeed very magical. The earlier river valley, the river banks on both sides were made of cobblestones and rocks washed down by water. Farther off there were slopes and dense forest. But ahead in Lover's Valley? On both sides of the small river there were no cobblestones, but large areas of grass. The grass wasn't very high, only about 5 centimeters tall, just like an artificial green field. That was confirmed by Lin Fan bending down and checking after entering Lover's Valley. Little Fengjing, this Lover's Valley, was it really naturally formed? Lin Fan exclaimed. Whose grass just grows to about 5 centimeters and then stops? Even for a green field, it still needs regular maintenance, repair of worn areas, cutting down taller grass. Only artificial turf wouldn't need mowing. But Lin Fan confirmed that the grass under his feet was real grass. I don't know either. Little Fengjing shook her head. It was also her first time entering Lover's Valley. The 2 continued inward, wanting to see how large this Lover's Valley truly was, but as time passed they both felt their bodies becoming hotter. This heat was not the kind from walking tired, but the kind of warmth in the lower abdomen. Little Fengjing. This Lover's Valley really does have something. Lover's Valley really does have something. To say how much Lin Fan likes Chen Fengjing? Actually not much. It's just a lust at first sight only. Because Chen Fengjing is pretty, so his liking for her is currently simply a liking for a beautiful thing. He hasn't said anything like really want or must have to have relations with her. If he could sleep with her, of course he wouldn't refuse, but if he can't, he also wouldn't feel regret or loss. After all, there are many beauties around him, Chen Fengjing is not indispensable. But after entering this Lover's Valley, he quickly felt something abnormal. In the past, Chen Fengjing was just a pretty woman to him, but now, the thought of must take Chen Fengjing home as wife gradually arose. And the thought to possess Chen Fengjing also quickly rose. He wanted to sleep with Chen Fengjing. Lin Fan had also been observing Chen Fengjing, her state had also begun to go wrong. Her gaze started to become a little blurry, the look she gave him had a kind of drawn-out quality, this she would never have done before. At least, she wouldn't have dared to let him notice. He himself didn't feel any physical discomfort. Thus the thing that caused them to exhibit this state presumably had no poison. The legend in the village had not mentioned that Lover's Valley was toxic, or that it would harm the body. The Daxia Empire's research teams likewise had not found any toxin in Lover's Valley. If they had discovered one, they would not have kept it from the surrounding villages. This is also the reason Lin Fan dared to enter Lover's Valley. If any report had shown Lover's Valley contained a toxin, he would not have entered with Chen Fengjing. Even if curious, he would not go in. After all, he did not possess 100 poisons invulnerable body. With his good conditions, he still treasured his life. Like the others who entered Lover's Valley before, Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing also slept one night in Lover's Valley. They lay on the green grass as mattress, the sky as quilt. After one sleep, Lin Fan also became somewhat clearer. The desire to dominate Chen Fengjing diminished a little, but still he wanted to marry Chen Fengjing. He felt that not marrying her would be unacceptable. Such a beautiful girl, if he didn't marry her, wouldn't he be handing her to other men? But as time passed, Lin Fan's thought to dominate Chen Fengjing again grew stronger. Then the two of them slept another night together. Little Fengjing, is Bottle Mountain far from here? After the sleep, Lin Fan suddenly asked. Regarding Chen Fengjing's hometown, Lin Fan was most interested in two places. One was this Lover's Valley. The other was Bottle Mountain, located deep in Laoxiong Ridge. Nuqing County, Laoxiong Ridge, Bottle Mountain, these places matched exactly the names in the candle in the tomb world. Too much coincidence. He somewhat wanted to see whether this is indeed the same world as Candle in the tomb a few hundred years later. Bottle Mountain is still some distance away. It is at the deepest part of Laoxiong Ridge. Generally very few people go to Bottle Mountain. Only very experienced medicinal herb farmers will risk going to Bottle Mountain to dig rare herbs. If you really want to go, Lin Fan, you must hire the most experienced herb farmers from a few nearby villages to guide us. However, if you only want to look at Bottle Mountain from afar, we can climb a nearby hill. Bottle Mountain is the highest peak of Laoxiong Ridge. In many places you can see Bottle Mountain. Chen Fengjing explained. Oh, in that case we'll go up there. I want to see what Bottle Mountain looks like. Lin Fan pointed at a hill at the edge of the valley. Let's go. The two of them got up together and walked toward the forest on the edge of the valley. Along the way, the two slept 2 more times. This was thanks to the trait he possessed of never feeling fatigue. If he did not have that trait, there would have been no strength left to climb the mountain. If this were another man, spending more time in Lover's Valley, he might not even come out at the end. Even if he did come out, whether he would still be human was another question. After entering the forest, the effect of Lover's Valley quickly disappeared. The earlier thought to dominate Chen Fengjing faded. This Lover's Valley really is. Inside Lover's Valley, the two of them were like lovers in the throes of a sweet romance. But outside Lover's Valley, that feeling of intense love quickly dissipated. When they climbed the mountain, Lin Fan took out his walkie-talkie, contacted the 2 bodyguards waiting at the entrance of Lover's Valley, telling them to continue waiting there. They would climb up and soon return. As for safety, Lin Fan mastered ancient Tai Chi. His strength was not weak. With the power of ancient Tai Chi, even if he encountered a brown bear, he could fight it. Moreover, inside his personal space was a Tai Chi sword. Using weapons, his combat strength could be raised. In a moment, he could use the Tai Chi sword to pierce a brown bear's skull. His purpose in bringing 2 bodyguards, besides adding a layer of insurance, was to reassure Li Xiling. If it were only him and Chen Fengjing, Li Xiling would surely worry for their safety. After another hour plus, the two finally climbed to the summit. Standing at the summit and looking down, one could see the full view of Lover's Valley. The entire Lover's Valley was surrounded by 2 continuous large mountains, roughly circular, estimated diameter 7 or 800 meters. Standing on the mountain, you couldn't see the grassy ground of Lover's Valley, only a vast white mist. Lin Fan, look over there, that highest mountain is Bottle Mountain. Chen Fengjing pointed to the distant peak. Lin Fan turned his gaze away from Lover's Valley below, followed Chen Fengjing's raised finger, and indeed saw a distinct-shaped mountain. The mountain body was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom like a vase, in shape quite similar to Bottle Mountain in Candle in the Tomb World. But judging by distance, Bottle Mountain was still far, estimated straight-line distance 5 or 6 kilometers. To walk to Bottle Mountain was nearly impossible. Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing could only return the way they came back. Although some regret, Lin Fan didn't absolutely have to go to Bottle Mountain. He only felt curious because the place names matched the Candle in the Tomb World. Even if this world really was the Candle in the Tomb World, and he were a Marquis of the Prince Yan's mansion, why go explore tombs? However, this trip was not wasted. He planned upon return to bring the Nuqing Xiangxi story out. When publishing the novel later, he'd also have Li Shishir establish a 3A game production team in the company. Based on Nuqing Xiangxi the novel, make a same-named game from that IP. He would bring the Tomb Raider concept from his past life into this world. However, the original Tomb Raider setting didn't fit. How could the protagonist be a foreign white-skinned girl? So instead make the Tomb Raider into Candle in the Tomb. Not only tomb exploration adventure, but feng shui, geomancy, stars, as well as Taoist arts and ghost monster confrontations. Isn't that more fun than simply taking a gun and killing monsters? After separating from Lin Fan at the entrance of Lover's Valley, the two bodyguards had been on edge the whole time. They were worried that Lin Fan might encounter some accident or danger. After all, this was in the mountainous forest area of western Hunan, surrounded by mountains. Who knew what kind of wild animals lived in the mountains? Black bears, wild boars, wolves, all were possible. Wild animals were actually the lesser threat. They were large and could usually be spotted from a distance. Poisonous insects and snakes in the forest were even more terrifying. Poisonous insects and snakes were small and hard to detect. Sometimes they could crawl onto your body without you even noticing. One bite from a poisonous insect or snake, and you might not even make it down the mountain. If they were with Lin Fan, they could help keep an eye on the surroundings. If they weren't, what would happen if Lin Fan ran into danger? But they couldn't disobey Lin Fan's words. It was frustrating. So, when they saw Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing walk out of the forest beside them, completely unharmed, the two bodyguards guarding the entrance of Lover's Valley finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, why did you come out from this side?" one of them asked, puzzled. "Didn't they go into Lover's Valley ahead? Why did they come out of the forest to the side?" "We climbed a mountain at the back and just came down from there," Lin Fan casually explained. The main reason, actually, was that he didn't want to go back into the Lover's Valley covered in white fog. Lover's Valley wasn't dangerous, and he was still full of energy, actually in better shape than Chen Fengjing. But it was getting late. If he and Chen Fengjing went back into Lover's Valley and took a nap, it would take at least an hour. If they didn't come out in time, they'd probably end up sleeping for several rounds. It was already nearly 5 o'clock. If they didn't head out soon, they might not make it back to the village before dark. After reuniting with the two bodyguards, Lin Fan and his group started heading back. Just like before, the two bodyguards walked in front and behind, protecting Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing in the middle. Since they were going downhill this time, the pace was a bit quicker than before. Around 5:40, Lin Fan and his group returned to the village. Before they even entered the village, they saw Li Xiling sitting on the edge of a stone bridge over a small river, looking at the water below. There were several bodyguards around her, but they didn't stay too close, keeping a distance of 3 to 4 meters from her. They weren't standing stiff like bodyguards, but rather like tourists, some chatting in small groups, some like Li Xiling, bending over to watch the river below. But at the slightest movement around them, they would all notice immediately. Just like when Lin Fan's group came down from the back mountain along the river, the bodyguards noticed them right away. Mistress, the boss is back," one of them reminded Li Xiling, who was staring dazedly at the river. Li Xiling looked up immediately and turned to look upstream. Seeing Lin Fan and the others return, she stood up happily. "Hubby." Lin Fan quickened his pace to meet Li Xiling. "So? Where did you go today?" Lin Fan asked, lifting her up on the bridge. "Just walked around the village." Li Xiling leaned into Lin Fan's arms, greedily sniffing the scent on him. She liked the scent on Lin Fan's body, not perfume, but she found it very pleasant. "Just walked around the village, huh?" Lin Fan felt a bit guilty. Clearly, this was supposed to be a honeymoon with Li Xiling, but he had been apart from her the whole day. Although there were objective reasons, it still seemed a bit much. "Can't let that happen again tomorrow." Li Xiling leaned in his arms and responded softly. She had come to Chen Fengjing's hometown because Lin Fan wanted to. Without Lin Fan by her side, she wasn't in the mood to explore. After all, she had seen beautiful places all over. The scenery in western Hunan was nice, but to her, it wasn't particularly attractive. "It's getting late. Let's head back to Little Fengjing's house." Lin Fan patted her on the head. "Time for dinner." Li Xiling nodded, glancing at Chen Fengjing. "Fengjing, let's go together." Chen Fengjing felt guilty and didn't dare look at her. But Li Xiling walked over, took Chen Fengjing's arm, and the two followed beside Lin Fan. When she had been leaning on Lin Fan just now, she had smelled a particular scent. As someone with experience, she knew exactly what that scent meant. She also smelled Chen Fengjing's scent on Lin Fan. So everything was clear now. Something had already happened between Lin Fan and Chen Fengjing. And since they had gone to Lover's Valley, that meant the legend of Lover's Valley was probably true. But Li Xiling wasn't angry. She had long known that Chen Fengjing liked Lin Fan. Now that the two had broken through that final barrier, not only was she not angry, she was even thankful to Chen Fengjing. With Chen Fengjing around, someone could help relieve Lin Fan's stress during this honeymoon period. Back at Chen Fengjing's house, her mother had pretty much finished preparing dinner. Tonight's dinner wasn't as grand as yesterday's, but still very generous. Except for the ox head feast, the rest of the dishes were still the signature dishes used to entertain guests in the Miao village. Though Lin Fan and his group were honored guests, they couldn't eat ox head feast every day. The village didn't have that many cows. Hey, little Fengjing, besides Lover's Valley and Bottle Mountain, are there any other fun places around here? Lin Fan asked. They had gone to Lover's Valley today, leaving Li Xiling alone all day. That couldn't happen again tomorrow. He planned to spend time with Li Xiling exploring the nearby area. Chen Fengjing scratched her head. The reason she suggested Lin Fan come to her hometown was mainly to take him to Lover's Valley and see if the legend was real. As for fun places around her hometown? As a local, she honestly didn't know much. Old Bear Ridge was full of mountains, it all looked the same. Nuqing County didn't have any famous attractions either. The local officials in charge of tourism weren't very capable and hadn't developed any good tourism projects. But the state had some well-known spots. Like Aizhai Bridge, Furong Town, Phoenix Ancient City, Redstone Forest Geological Park, Border Town Chadong, Mengdong River Rafting, etc. But within Nuqing County, there really weren't any good tourist attractions. How about going somewhere nearby? What about Mengdong River Rafting? You can still do it this season. After late October, it's not possible, Chen Fengjing suggested. Seeing this, Lin Fan realized there probably wasn't much to do around Chen Fengjing's hometown. This girl tricked him into coming here just because she wanted his body, it wasn't about sightseeing at all. Little Fengjing, do you really not have goo insects or corpse-walking stuff around here? Lin Fan was still obsessed with these legendary, Western Hunan sorceries. He had come all the way to Western Hunan, and this was a relatively recently assimilated Miao village. Yet, they didn't know anything about goo or corpse walking? Did that mean these things didn't really exist? Before Chen Fengjing could answer, her grandmother spoke. No idea about goo, but corpse walking is real. She spoke in dialect, and Lin Fan didn't understand, so he looked at Chen Fengjing. My grandmother said, she doesn't know about goo, but corpse walking is real. Chen Fengjing looked shocked too. Because she had no idea that there really were corpse walkers in the village. Hearing that corpse herders really existed, Lin Fan immediately became interested. He looked at Chen Fengjing's grandmother and asked, Grandma, can you tell me about corpse herding? Lin Fan was extremely curious. He had always been very interested in mysterious and supernatural things. In his previous life, he had never encountered the mysterious figure of a corpse herder in real life, only seen some introduction videos online. But he didn't know if those videos were real or fake. Moreover, in those online videos, corpse herders were just ordinary people, carrying corpses or transporting bodies, completely incomparable to the corpse herders portrayed in film and TV. It was very disappointing. Now that Chen Fengjing's grandmother said there really were corpse herders in the village, he really wanted to know what corpse herders in this world were like. Could they possess mysterious powers? Chen Fengjing's grandmother could understand Mandarin but couldn't speak it. After hearing Lin Fan's question, she began speaking in dialect. I remember it was when I was very young. As Chen Fengjing's grandmother spoke, Chen Fengjing translated in real time. I remember I was only about 10 years old then. Back then, transportation in the mountains wasn't as convenient as it is now. We had to climb mountains and cross ridges to reach the county town. At that time, there were still many hunters in the village. One year, winter was very cold. Snow started falling in the mountains early. The village organized over 30 hunters to enter the mountains and hunt more animals to sell in the county, so they could buy more supplies to get through the winter. But an accident happened that time. After they entered the mountains, the snow got heavier and heavier. In the end, they encountered an avalanche. Out of the 30-something hunters, only a few returned alive. Those who died in the mountains had to have their bodies retrieved. But ordinary people couldn't bring the corpses back from the deep mountains. Strong and healthy hunters could do it. But this kind of thing is taboo. They could bring back dead prey, but not human corpses, unless it was their own family. Otherwise, it was considered inauspicious. In the end, the villagers pooled their money and went to a neighboring village to hire corpse herders to bring the bodies back, Chen Fengjing's grandmother said slowly. So many corpses, how did the corpse herders bring them back? Carried them one by one? Lin Fan asked curiously. Over 30 hunters, with only a few survivors, that meant there were at least 20-something corpses. If all were carried by hand, how many people would that take? If one person carried one body, that would require over 20 people. If one person carried two, that would still need over 10 corpse herders. I don't know exactly how they brought them back, Chen Fengjing's grandmother shook her head. Corpse herders don't move during the day, only at night. When they brought the corpses back, it was deep into the night. I didn't see how they did it. I just heard someone shouting outside, the dead are on the move, the living should avoid. There were also the sounds of bells. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a little disappointed. Chen Fengjing's grandmother hadn't seen how the corpse herders actually did their work. "Grandma, are there still corpse herders in the neighboring village now?" Lin Fan immediately asked. If there were, he could go look for them. If the tradition had died out, it would be a real pity. Chen Fengjing's grandmother fell into thought, as if trying to recall something. After a while, she finally spoke again. In the past, corpse herders were always men. They passed it from father to son, not to daughters. But now there are fewer and fewer boys, so I don't know if there are still any corpse herders in the neighboring village. Besides, roads are getting better, and everyone is going out to work and earn money. Few people venture into the mountains anymore. It's been 3 or 4 decades since anyone mentioned hiring corpse herders. To know whether there are still corpse herders, you'd have to go ask in the neighboring village, Chen Fengjing's grandmother said slowly. Then there was nothing to hesitate about. Of course they had to go. They'd go ask about the corpse herders in the neighboring village first thing in the morning. But Li Xiling was pregnant. Was it okay to visit corpse herders? Forget it, he had already left her alone today. If he left her again tomorrow, that would be too much. After all, this was their honeymoon. The honeymoon was the main purpose, everything else was secondary. Besides, they might not even find any information about corpse herders tomorrow. According to what Chen Fengjing's grandmother said, corpse herding was only passed to men. Who knew if the tradition had survived? Whether there were still corpse herders around was uncertain. Even if there were, he'd have to ask later whether there were taboos against pregnant women meeting them. If there were, he could go alone, or just wait until after the honeymoon to return on his own. After dinner, everyone sat around chatting for a while, then went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Fan shared his plans with Li Xiling, and she had no objections. She would support all of her husband's interests, of course. On the other side, Chen Fengjing also lay down in her mother's room. "Fengjing, dream come true?" her mom asked softly just after lying down. She knew her daughter had gone to Lover's Valley with that Lin Fan boy. The key point was, they hadn't brought his wife. They had left in the early morning, and only came back when it was nearly dark. It wouldn't have taken that long to visit Lover's Valley. Unless her daughter and Lin Fan had stayed in Lover's Valley and didn't want to come out. But judging by Lin Fan's energy, it didn't really look like that. So Chen Fengjing's mom was still curious and asked. Chen Fengjing responded softly. Things like this were hard to talk about with elders. "You two stayed in Lover's Valley the whole time?" Chen Fengjing's mom's eyes lit up. If that were true, it would be impressive. Lover's Valley wasn't far, about an hour's walk one way. Round trip, 2 hours. They left a little after 9 in the morning and got back after 5 in the evening, that's nearly 8 hours. Take away the 2 hours for travel, and there were still almost 6 hours. If her daughter and Lin Fan had spent all that time in Lover's Valley, it was unimaginable. That boy who had once been lured into Lover's Valley didn't even stay that long. No, Lin Fan was interested in Bottle Mountain, so we also climbed a mountain nearby. But Bottle Mountain was too far, so we didn't go all the way. We stayed on the mountain for a while and then came back, Chen Fengjing blushed as she explained. She didn't dare admit that she and Lin Fan had also stayed in Lover's Valley for several hours. If she hadn't kept up her physical training, she might not have made it back on her own today. "So when are you two getting married?" her mom asked with concern. Nowadays, getting a man to marry was a lifelong matter. "We haven't talked about that yet. We're still young, no need to rush into marriage," Chen Fengjing said softly. Just being able to be with Lin Fan had already exceeded her expectations. She didn't even dare to think about marriage. That won't do. You've got to marry him while the feelings are still fresh. Otherwise, if time goes on and he loses interest, he might not want to marry you anymore. Any man has lots of women around him, they don't treasure women. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan and his group, led by Chen Fengjing, drove to the neighboring village. The neighboring village was called Wuji Village, Wu meaning water, and Ji referring to aromatic herbs from the mountains. Wuji Village also had a small river running through it, but it was not the same river that ran through Yunjianmiao Village. In Laoxiong Ridge, there were many small streams and rivers flowing down from the mountains, all eventually merging into the largest river of Laoxiong Ridge, the Mengdong River. The two villages were not very far apart, just separated by 2 mountain ridges. In the past, if people from the 2 villages wanted to meet, they had to cross over 2 mountain ridges, which would take several hours. But now, a cement road had been built between the villages, greatly shortening the travel time between them. By car, it took less than 10 minutes. Riding a motorcycle took about the same time as a car, since the mountain roads were winding, and cars couldn't go too fast either. Riding an electric scooter was slower, but still took just a little over 10 minutes. Soon, Lin Fan and his group arrived at the neighboring Wuji village. Lin Fan didn't personally go to inquire about corpse herders, but instead had several bodyguards ask around in the village about them. He himself strolled around the village with Li Xiling. Chen Fengjing did not follow the two of them but went with the other bodyguards to investigate information about corpse herders. Among their group, only Chen Fengjing could speak Miao language, so it was most convenient for her to ask. As expected, it was Chen Fengjing who finally successfully found information about the corpse herders. In the village, people in their 40s and 50s had no idea that corpse herders ever existed there. Only the elderly knew that there used to be corpse herders in the village. As for whether there were still any corpse herders in the village now, many of the elderly didn't know either. They only knew that the last corpse herder in the village died 36 or 37 years ago, and there hadn't been any professional corpse herders since then. However, Chen Fengjing finally learned that the corpse herder had adopted a girl during his lifetime, and that girl was still living in the village. But whether the last corpse herder had passed on his corpse herding skills to that girl, no one knew. Because the girl had never publicly claimed to be a corpse herder, nor had she ever practiced corpse herding. She was just an ordinary woman, farming, weaving, never married in her life, and never had children. Where does that granny live? Lin Fan immediately asked. Although they hadn't found a corpse herder, finding someone related to one was still good. Even if that granny didn't inherit the true teachings of corpse herding, she surely knew secrets that others didn't. That granny lives there. Chen Fengjing raised her hand and pointed at a solitary wooden house halfway up the mountain. They say that used to be the home of the last corpse herder. After he passed away, that granny has lived there alone ever since, Chen Fengjing explained. Then, let's go visit that granny together. Lin Fan and his group headed toward the wooden house halfway up the mountain. When they were close to the house, Lin Fan stopped Li Xiling. Wife, a corpse herder's identity is special, and you're pregnant now. I don't know if it's okay for you to meet her. I'll go up with little Fengjing first. After I ask that granny, if there's no taboo, then you can come up. Lin Fan stopped Li Xiling and said. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Li Xiling nodded. Seeing this, Lin Fan continued up with Chen Fengjing and two bodyguards toward the old wooden house not far ahead. Li Xiling, meanwhile, took out her phone and called her mother. Soon, the call connected. Li Yunyao's voice came through the phone. Aren't you on your honeymoon? How do you have time to call me? Mom, do supernatural things really exist in this world? Li Xiling asked. Since Lin Fan was interested in supernatural things, she naturally wanted to help her husband. If supernatural phenomena really existed in the empire, there would surely be records within the royal family. And her mother, being the current Princess Yen, ranked just below Her Majesty the Empress, one of the highest authorities. Calling her mother was definitely the fastest way. Why are you suddenly interested in supernatural things? Li Yunyao was a little surprised. The bodyguards beside Li Xiling had been arranged by her, and she could learn about Li Xiling's status through them at any time. However, those bodyguards wouldn't report Li Xiling's every move, they only recorded and reported periodically. Li Yunyao didn't constantly check in. Only if Li Xiling and Lin Fan were in danger would the bodyguards report urgent information, which would immediately be delivered to Li Yunyao. That way, she could arrange rescue quickly. We're in the mountains of Xiangxi right now. My husband is quite interested in the local legends. We're just about to visit the last known corpse herder, Li Xiling explained. Li Yunyao paused for a moment. There's a Department 749 under the Ministry of State Security, which is specifically responsible for researching supernatural events. This department is secret, even within the royal family, few know about it. However, you two are just about qualified to access it. That department indeed has records of many supernatural events, as well as ancient, mysterious professions and legends. I'll have someone send you two specially made phones. With them, you can access the internal database of Department 749 and check whatever you want. But even Department 749 has only recorded many supernatural events and mysterious legends, they haven't fully understood them. If you're curious, it's fine to look into it. Just don't get too deep into it. Although there are quite a few mysterious things in this world, overall it's still a normal world for ordinary people, Li Yunyao reminded. I understand. I'll let my husband know, Li Xiling replied. Okay, as long as you know. The mother and daughter didn't make small talk. After discussing the important matter, they ended the call. Li Yunyao had plenty to do normally. But after hanging up, she immediately arranged for two specially made phones to be sent to her daughter and son-in-law. Ahead, Lin Fan, Chen Fengjing, and the others had already arrived at the old wooden house on the hillside. Looking through the door, they saw a granny who looked about 60 sitting inside weaving cloth. Weaving is a traditional Miao handicraft. Besides weaving, there's also embroidery, silver jewelry making, etc. But silver work is usually done by male artisans, while weaving and embroidery are mostly handled by women. Aya! Chen Fengjing called out. The old granny inside heard the voice, looked up at the door, and gazed at Lin Fan and the others with a puzzled expression. She didn't know them. Aya, I'm from the neighboring Yunjian Miao village. My name is Chen Fengjing. This is my boyfriend, his name is Lin Fan. My boyfriend is from the capital and is very interested in our local mysterious culture, like goo insects and corpse herders. My grandma told me there used to be corpse herders in the neighboring village, so we came over. We heard your father was once a corpse herder, that's why we're disturbing you. Corpse herders, huh? The old woman sighed and then fell into memories. Lin Fan and the others didn't rush her. After a moment, the old woman seemed to return from her memories. My father was indeed a corpse herder, she nodded. Chen Fengjing translated in real time beside Lin Fan. Granny, then are you a corpse herder? Lin Fan asked curiously. Chen Fengjing translated his question. The old woman nodded, then shook her head. My father really wanted to train me to become a corpse herder and trained me according to the methods of a corpse herder, but unfortunately, I didn't live up to expectations. My skills were far inferior to my father's. The other few uncles who followed my father also didn't find suitable successors. The tradition is basically broken. Also, the country has gotten better and better. People go to big cities to work, and nobody dies deep in the mountains anymore, so corpse herders are no longer needed. My father passed away nearly 40 years ago, and I haven't taken on a single job since then, the old woman said with emotion. Granny, corpse herders have always been mysterious. The art of corpse herding is said to be one of the 3 great mystical arts of Xiangxi. Can you tell us more about corpse herders? Lin Fan asked. I want to record the related stories. If such a mysterious profession just disappears, it would be too much of a pity. Without hesitation, the old woman nodded. If you're willing to listen, of course I'm willing to tell. For decades, no one has talked to this old woman about these things. Maybe in a few more years, even I will forget the things my father taught me. As she spoke, the old woman began to recall. I remember, it was when I had just begun to form memories. Just as she was about to begin her story, Lin Fan suddenly interrupted her. Granny, I have a friend outside, but she's pregnant. Can she come listen to your story too? Lin Fan asked. He hadn't forgotten that Li Xiling was still waiting outside. If it was taboo, then forget it. But if not, he wanted her to come and hear these mysterious tales too. If I had inherited my father's skills and become a corpse herder, then I shouldn't be near pregnant women, because the Yin energy on us would affect pregnant women and harm their health. But I only followed my father on 2 jobs while he was alive. After he passed, I wasn't a real corpse herder, so this taboo doesn't apply anymore, the old woman said. After not herding corpses for nearly 40 years, there wasn't any Yin energy on her anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately called Li Xiling and told her she could come over. Within minutes, Li Xiling arrived at the old woman's house, surrounded by many maids and bodyguards. The old woman wasn't annoyed at all, on the contrary, she was extremely happy. It had been so many years since her home had been this lively. Someone willing to hear her stories, how could she not be happy? Since there wasn't enough room inside, the old woman simply came out into the courtyard and began telling everyone about her childhood. I was adopted by my father from an orphanage in the county. Though I wasn't his biological daughter, he treated me very well, as if I were his own. From the time I could remember, he taught me everything about corpse herding, wanting me to inherit his skills and pass on the profession. I didn't want to disappoint him, so I studied very seriously. Besides me, the other uncles who followed my father also each adopted a girl the same age as me. When we turned 18, our fathers began taking us out for practice. Those who haven't followed a corpse herding team can never become real corpse herders. The first time out went smoothly, nothing happened. But the second time, something went wrong. 2 herbalists from a nearby village went deep into Laoxiong Ridge to collect herbs. Normally, they'd be back in 3 to 5 days. But that time, more than a week had passed, and they still hadn't returned. Their families knew something had likely happened, so they asked us to help bring the bodies back. We found the 2 deceased herbalists deep in Laoxiong Ridge, but on the way back, something unexpected happened. We encountered a large number of poisonous insects, and the insect repellent we had prepared actually didn't work. The insects attacked us like crazy. To escape, we abandoned the 2 herbalists' bodies. But all of us were still bitten by the poisonous insects to varying degrees. 2 of the uncles who followed my father died in the mountains from the poison. The rest of us carried their bodies out. After we got out, my father, another uncle, and one of the girls didn't make it either. Only I and 2 other girls survived. After holding funerals for my father and the others, the 2 girls left the village and went elsewhere. They asked me to go with them, but I didn't want to. If I left, the legacy of the corpse herders would truly be broken, the old woman said, wiping away tears. Everyone, including Lin Fan, was silent. Corpse herding was truly dangerous. The mountains were full of poisonous insects and wild beasts. Every time they came out alive, it was luck. But if luck failed even once, they might never come out alive again. Actually, corpse herding was traditionally passed from father to son, not to daughters. But my father and the others simply couldn't find boys willing to learn, so they put their hopes in us. Maybe it was because we broke that rule, offended the taboo, and that's why we ran into those dangers, the old woman said, with self-blame in her eyes. Perhaps all these years, she had felt that she bore unavoidable responsibility for her father's death. Aya, what happened back then was just an accident. How could it be your fault that you encountered those poisonous insects? Besides, it was Grandpa and the others who brought you all back. If it really offended some taboo, they wouldn't have brought you back, Chen Fengjing said, trying to comfort her. There were poisonous insects and beasts everywhere in the mountains, danger could come at any time. How could that be related to gender? The old woman didn't dwell on her sadness for long. After a short rest, she felt better. After all, so many years had passed, what couldn't be let go of? Granny, how did corpse herders normally herd corpses? Lin Fan asked curiously. How to herd corpses, the old woman fell into memory again, then began to speak shortly after. My father taught me 3 methods. One is the corpse-carrying method. This is the entry-level technique for corpse herders. It can only carry one body at a time. As long as you're brave, strong, and can walk mountain roads, anyone can do it. The second is the corpse-lifting method. This involves inserting a bamboo pole under the armpits of the corpse, tying their hands to the pole, and 2 people carry them. With this method, 2 people can carry up to 5 corpses at once. The third is the corpse medicating method. Some people, knowing they are near death but wanting to return home alive to see their family one last time, would use this method. The corpse herder would prepare a special medicine for the dying person to take. This would stimulate their last bit of potential, allowing them to survive on the strength of their desire to go home. After seeing their family, the last breath would quickly fade, and they would pass soon after. This medicine is very hard to make. I never had a chance to use it. Lastly, there's a legendary method of corpse herding said to use sorcery to control the corpses of those who have completely died, making them walk on their own behind the corpse herder. But, my father didn't know this method either, and I've never seen it. This version has only been passed down by word of mouth from our master's master, generation to generation. As for whether it really exists, this old woman doesn't know either. When they heard the first 2 corpse herding methods, everyone didn't feel anything unusual. Whether it was the corpse carrying method or the corpse lifting method, both still belonged to relatively normal techniques, methods that people could understand. But when it came to the third method, the corpse medicating method, everyone already felt it was unbelievable. A dying person near the end of their life would usually be lying in bed, unable to walk. Giving such a dying person a certain medicine could stimulate their potential, and by relying on their strong desire to return home, forcibly allow them to move and make it back home. Once they arrived and saw their family, that obsession would fade, and the person would quickly pass away. Just hearing about it sounded fantastical. Even more magical was the final sorcery-based corpse herding method. Using witchcraft to control the dead, making their corpses walk and follow the corpse herder. That was definitely sorcery. Everyone had expressions of shock. Was corpse herding really this magical? The sorcery-based corpse herding method might only exist in legend, but the corpse medicating method was an inherited technique. And the old woman in front of them even had the prescription, so with that, could the medicine be recreated? Hearing the old woman's story, Li Xiling became interested. She planned to take a good look once her mother's people brought the special phones. She would search the 749 Bureau's internal database to see if there were any records on corpse herders. She wanted to know whether the corpse medicating and sorcery-based methods mentioned by the old woman truly existed. Li Xiling felt like she had discovered a new world. Originally, because of her good voice and love of singing, she had majored in music in university. After graduation, she could easily rely on royal resources to get songs written by top lyricists and composers known in the industry as song gods or lyric gods. At that time, she could easily become a top figure, or even a queen, in the music industry. But after meeting Lin Fan, her thoughts changed. Singing wasn't as important as Lin Fan. Being with Lin Fan brought her far more happiness than singing. Especially lying together, that kind of happiness from the inside out couldn't be compared with singing. So even though Lin Fan showed great talent in music, she didn't ask him to write songs for her or help her in the music industry. But now, Li Xiling had a new idea. She suddenly became interested in these mysterious legends and wanted to explore them. As a member of the royal family, most things were already known to her. With royal resources and her talent, she could excel in any field. But these mysterious legends were different. These things were full of the unknown. Like the profession of corpse herder. She had heard of corpse herders online before, and seen them in some film and TV works, but had never looked into them deeply, thinking they were just made-up stories by netizens, writers, or directors. After all, if someone was dead, how could a corpse herder make them walk? But now she found that wasn't the case. She was stirred by a desire to investigate further. "Granny, can you show us the prescription for the corpse medicating method your father passed down?" Lin Fan asked, holding up his phone and looking at the old woman. From the beginning, he had turned on video recording, capturing everything the old woman said. Of course, he had asked for her permission, and after she agreed, he began filming. This was already the last known corpse herder in the surrounding villages. If he didn't record this, who knew if the legacy still existed elsewhere? If it didn't, then once this old woman passed away, the corpse herder profession would truly become legend. "Wait here for a moment," the old woman said as she stood up and went inside. A short while later, she came out holding a piece of material similar to parchment. "This was passed from my father's teacher to him, and from my father to me. My father said this prescription had been handed down for more than 30 generations. This secret medicine is very hard to prepare. Once it's made, it can't be preserved for long. Even if sealed with beeswax, its potency only lasts about a month. After a month, the medicine no longer has the power to stimulate a dying person's potential, and it can't help them return home on their will alone," the old woman said, spreading the parchment out and handing it to Lin Fan. She was already the last generation of corpse herders. Not only because no successor could be found, but also because the country had become better, this profession was no longer needed. In the past, unless someone had been trained by her for many years, no one would be allowed to see this. But now, it didn't matter anymore. Also, though corpse herders might disappear in the future, she didn't want the profession to be forgotten. Since Lin Fan had come, she was willing to use his hands to make the secrets of corpse herding known. After all, this young man gave her a very good feeling. He definitely wasn't a bad person. Lin Fan aimed the camera at the parchment and recorded the prescription in full. Looking at the ingredients listed on the parchment, Lin Fan got goosebumps. He could only say, this was truly a secret medicine invented by Xiangxi's corpse herders. The ingredients were all kinds of poisonous insects. The 5 common poisons, centipedes, scorpions, venomous snakes, toads, and geckos, were just the basics. It also included golden silkworms, snow frogs, face spiders, queen ants, leeches, corpse beetles, and more. It was practically a collection of poisonous creatures. If not for the fact that the refining method was the traditional decoction method used in Chinese medicine, Lin Fan might have thought this wasn't a medicine prescription but a method for refining goo bugs from legend. Putting so many poisonous insects together to fight, it might just produce a poison king. Lin Fan and the others stayed at the old woman's place for a long time and chatted for quite a while. But in terms of supernatural content, there wasn't much. The only item that could be considered supernatural or mysterious was the prescription for the secret medicine. As for the rest, it didn't really have much of a mystical feel. For example, during corpse herding, if the corpse was too heavy and the corpse herder felt they couldn't carry it back, they would remove all the internal organs to reduce the weight before carrying it back. If the body was still too heavy, they might even cut off the head and limbs, bury the torso on the spot, and take back the head, limbs, and a scarecrow woven into human shape. Also, since corpse herding usually involved long journeys, to prevent decay, corpse herders would apply medicine for preservation. And to avoid scaring passers-by, they never herded corpses during the day, only at night. Near noon, Lin Fan had the maids and bodyguards buy ingredients in the village and prepared a hearty lunch at the old woman's house, sharing a lively meal with her. Of course, before leaving, Lin Fan had her house cleaned up and left her 200,000 yuan in cash. Originally, he wanted to give 1 million, but the old woman refused. She said she only had a few good years left, and that much money was useless to her. In the end, Lin Fan secretly left 200,000 yuan in cash at her house. He had stored a lot of emergency cash in his portable space, now it came in handy. Just as they returned to Chenfengxing's village, the people Li Yunyao had sent arrived with the 2 special phones. "Miss, the princess sent us to deliver these 2 phones to you." "What is this?" Lin Fan looked curiously at Li Xiling. Why did his mother-in-law suddenly send them 2 phones? This place wasn't close to the capital, and they had specially delivered 2 phones. Did that mean these 2 phones were very important? I called my mom earlier and asked her if she knew about the corpse herder profession. Mom told me there's a Department 749 under the Ministry of State Security, which specializes in researching supernatural and mysterious matters. Department 749 has records about the corpse herder profession, but only specialized devices can access the internal database, so she had people send us 2 devices, Lee Siling explained. Lin Fan slapped his forehead. As an ordinary person who had never enjoyed noble privileges, he hadn't instinctively thought of this method. Earlier, Chen Fengjing clearly mentioned that the Empire had sent researchers to investigate Lover's Valley. With his current identity, he could have directly inquired with the relevant departments and asked to see the investigation results regarding Lover's Valley. That shouldn't have been difficult. Whether Lover's Valley was toxic or harmful to the human body was something he could have learned before entering. And regarding the existence of corpse herders, he could also have inquired with the relevant departments. Ordinary people didn't know about corpse herders, but at the national level, they certainly did. There might even be records. It's just that he had only recently married Lee Siling and just become a member of the royal family, and he still wasn't used to his new identity. He hadn't transitioned from his old self. But he should get used to his current identity now. Since he had become the consort of Princess Yen, he should properly use his current status. Having special rights and not using them, wasn't that just foolish? Siling, let's check it out together. Lin Fan immediately pulled Lee Siling to sit down beside him. Chen Fengjing sensibly didn't follow. Lee Siling had already said this was internal data from Department 749. Lin Fan and Lee Siling, as members of the royal family, naturally had no issue looking at it. She, as an ordinary person, certainly wasn't qualified. Although Chen Fengjing felt that even if she tried to join them, Lin Fan wouldn't drive her away. What if doing so made Lin Fan dislike her? Better not to cause trouble for herself. As for the other maids and bodyguards, they were even more sensible and kept a certain distance from Lin Fan and Lee Siling. When working for the royal family, the most important thing is knowing what to do and what not to do. Department 749 belonged to the Ministry of State Security and was dedicated to studying legends and mysterious phenomena. How could ordinary people like them be qualified to view it? Better not to lose such a good job out of curiosity. Even worse, don't get yourself into prison because of curiosity. Lin Fan and Lee Siling sat in bamboo chairs, operating the 2 specially delivered phones. Though called phones, they only had basic functions plus one app called 749. When they opened the app, they had to enter their name and ID number, and then complete a video verification. Only after that could they access the software. The app wasn't complicated, it had functions like check-in, leave requests, announcements, and database access. Lin Fan went straight to the database. The database could be filtered by time or location and also had direct search. Lin Fan searched for corpse herders. Soon, information about corpse herders appeared on the screen. Xiangxi corpse herders. Corpse herding Taoist. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Besides Xiangxi corpse herders, there were also corpse herding Taoists? Could it be, ghosts really existed in this world? So far, he hadn't gained any skills or treasures to protect against ghosts. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt a lack of security. But shortly after, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything under #corpse herding Taoist was from folklore. Legend had it that the Maoshan sect's Taoist techniques held extraordinary powers. One of their abilities was corpse herding. According to legend, more than 200 years ago, Taoist priests from Maoshan who had achieved mastery could use their techniques to exorcise ghosts, subdue demons, and guide the dead. Corpse herding was just one of the simpler applications. But all of it was just legend. The Maoshan sect still existed today, but no one in it possessed supernatural Taoist powers. Ghost expelling and demon subduing didn't exist. At most, they could perform rituals to guide the dead, but whether these truly worked or were just psychological comfort couldn't be proven. Lin Fan clicked into the #Xiangxi corpse herders entry. Xiangxi corpse herders only existed in Xiangxi. In all of Xiangxi, only 8 villages had corpse herders. According to the profession's rules, passed from father to son, not to daughters, corpse herders no longer existed in Xiangxi. The last corpse herder who died was the one from Wuji village, Granny's father. As for the old woman, according to Department 749's internal database, she wasn't considered a true corpse herder. She had never herded corpses on her own. How could she be counted as one? In fact, Department 749's internal records even included the secret prescription that Granny had shown Lin Fan and the others. However, according to the records, the prescription was provided by the last successor of a corpse herder from another village. That person didn't want to be a corpse herder anymore, so not only did she reveal all the secrets of the profession, she also sold the secret prescription to the Department 749 agent who contacted her. She sold the prescription for 100,000 yuan, but that was 30 years ago. That prescription was exactly the same as the one Lin Fan recorded, proving that all Xiangxi corpse herders came from the same lineage. Department 749 also researched the prescription for a period of time and successfully recreated the secret medicine. They tested it on death row inmates, and the final conclusion was that the medicine wasn't very useful. The medicine did stimulate the dying person's potential but also affected their mental state. They became like puppets, able only to mechanically follow a guide. They couldn't do anything even slightly complex. When the dying person's inner obsession faded, they would briefly regain consciousness, only for less than half an hour. After that, they would die. Department 749 also conducted in-depth research on the medicine to identify the active ingredients, but ultimately failed. Because the medicine's effects were minimal, the project was dropped, and only the prescription was kept in the archive. Lin Fan continued browsing the entries under corpse herders. Suddenly, he discovered a coincidence. Among the 8 villages with corpse herders, 2 had given up on training successors because they couldn't find male disciples, and actively ended the tradition. The other 6 villages had chosen to train female disciples as a last resort. And all of them encountered accidents after taking their female disciples on corpse herding missions. Some were attacked by poisonous insects, some by wild beasts, some got caught in mountain floods, and some fell off cliffs. The unlucky ones had accidents on their first trip with a female disciple. The luckier ones made it to their 6th trip before encountering misfortune. Was there really some truth to the "pass to men, not to women" rule in corpse herding? Could having a female corpse herder in the team really bring accidents? It wasn't just Lin Fan thinking this, someone in Department 749 also had this thought and wrote down the speculation in the entry. It was precisely because of this that corpse herders were classified as a mysterious profession by Department 749, otherwise, it would just be an ordinary job. Chefs, carpenters, blacksmiths, these normal professions had no place in Department 749's archive. The entire afternoon, Lin Fan didn't go out again. He stayed at Chen Fengxing's house, browsing through the database of Department 749. There really were a lot of mysterious events recorded in the 749 database. But every mysterious event, in the end, had no conclusion. For example, corpse herders, there were no useful clues found regarding the legendary sorcery-based corpse herding method. For example, the Tianqi Lake monster, someone had indeed captured footage of a huge shadow moving underwater, but Department 749 had conducted sonar scans of the entire lake and found no large creatures. However, every year, tourists went missing at Tianqi Lake, and all the disappearances happened at night, near the lakeside. That's why the area was later fenced off. Tourists were forbidden from approaching the water and could only view it from the mountaintop. There was also the Shenangjia wild man. Many people who lived in the mountains claimed to have seen one, and some even said people had been killed by the wild man. Department 749 had also investigated Shenangjia and indeed found traces that appeared to show wild man activity, along with primitive tools, but not a single hair was ever discovered. And then there was the infamous Fengmen village. Department 749 had gone in to investigate. During the day, nothing happened, but at night, many inexplicable phenomena occurred. Compasses malfunctioned, old armchairs would spin, and people inside would hear voices or see illusions. But even then, Department 749 couldn't determine the cause. Most notably, even as the department responsible for investigating mysterious events, not a single member of Department 749 possessed any extraordinary powers. After reading through all kinds of files all afternoon, Lin Fan felt quite disappointed. As expected, it seemed there really were no supernatural things in this world. Li Xiling was also a little disappointed. She had thought there were extraordinary powers in the world, but even the Empire had no records of them. Didn't that mean that the supernatural didn't exist? If they truly did exist, there was no way the royal family wouldn't have any record. You had to know, the Great Xia Empire had been established for over 200 years, and the Li royal family had ruled it for just as long. If the supernatural truly existed, there was no way the Li family wouldn't know about it. The little excitement she had just started to feel was all extinguished. If even the Empire's departments couldn't find anything, then even if she joined them, she wouldn't accomplish anything. Might as well stay obediently by her husband's side and be a happy little good-for-nothing. After dinner, everyone lay down to rest. Lin Fan picked up a tablet, opened a work document, and typed a few characters at the top of the page. Man lights candle, nuching xiangxi. But after thinking about it, Lin Fan deleted those words. Because he remembered that for the best reading experience, the story had to follow the order of the Tianxia series. Reading in sequence would not only follow the main plot but also gradually flesh out the world building. If he wanted to write according to the in-story timeline, he would need to make major adjustments, or else readers might be totally confused at the beginning. They might not even know who the main character was. After deleting nuching xiangxi, Lin Fan typed in Ghost blows out the light, Jingjue ancient city. Grave robbing is not like hosting a banquet, writing essays, or doing embroidery. My grandfather's name was Hu Guohua. The Hu family ancestors were famous landlords in 10 surrounding villages. Lin Fan typed rapidly on the portable keyboard. He didn't need to think about the plot, just type out what was already in his memory. That made his speed extremely fast. Exaggerating a bit, the keyboard was nearly smoking. Li Xiling had been chatting with the other girls. After a while, she noticed what Lin Fan was doing. Honey, what are you doing? Li Xiling leaned over and looked at the tablet screen. Lin Fan was writing the second chapter, about the 16-character Yin Feng Shui secret technique, how Hu Guohua dug up a vertical coffin and stole the grave goods of a female corpse, only to have his heart ripped out and become her puppet. Honey, you're writing a novel? Li Xiling's eyes lit up. She knew how talented Lin Fan was. Whether it was music, manga, or games, whatever Lin Fan touched, his works were always top tier. Yeah, I had a sudden inspiration and just wanted to write out what's in my head. Lin Fan smiled while continuing to type quickly. But honey, why not just draw a manga directly? Li Xiling asked in confusion. Lin Fan was a manga artist. If he had inspiration, shouldn't he be drawing the story? Drawing manga is too slow. Typing is faster. If I have time later, I'll turn it into a manga, Lin Fan explained casually. But in reality, he probably wouldn't draw the manga at all. Once the novel became popular, wouldn't it be better to directly adapt it into a TV series or movie? As for adapting it into manga? If necessary, he could just let his company's manga department handle it. His time was precious, how could he waste so much time slowly drawing a manga? Let alone just Ghost blows out the light, even other hit manga from his past life, he'd only draw the early parts himself and hand over outlines for the rest to his company's team. Otherwise, wouldn't he only be able to draw a few series in his whole life? Wait, no. If he could realize the virtual reality technology that the system had rewarded him with, then maybe he really could do it himself. Once the VR gear was on, he'd just need to think of the story and visuals in his head, and the computer could generate the manga or even animation directly. If that happened, he could easily transfer all of his previous life's works over. Looks like once he returned, he should quickly start a tech company and bring those system-rewarded technologies to life. Li Xiling leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and nodded in agreement. Yeah, typing really is much faster than drawing. After that, she didn't say anything more. She was already hooked on the plot of Ghost Blows Out the Light. 16-character Yin Feng Shui techniques, ancient tombs in the mountains, Kunlun's unfrozen spring, fire beetles. Each mysterious and exciting story captivated Li Xiling completely. Today's movies, TV series, and anime were basically just different ways of telling love stories. Even Lin Fan's short manga Your Name was ultimately a love story, though with a more novel plot compared to other works. But the novel Lin Fan was now writing had, up until now, not included any romance. It was entirely a fantastical horror story. Li Xiling found it irresistible. Even though it was a little scary, she still wanted to keep reading, really looking forward to what came next. I had heard people describe what an avalanche was like, but I never imagined, even with 2 extra legs, I still couldn't have escaped. After typing the last word of that chapter, Lin Fan stretched. Typing more than 30,000 characters at once, even he felt a little stiff. With no need to think, just typing out the story from his mind, he could only manage about 7,000 to 8,000 characters per hour. So this 30,000 plus characters had taken him over 4 hours. If virtual reality and cybernetic technologies had been realized, it wouldn't have taken that long. Maybe just a thought, and the whole Ghost Blows Out the Light could be completed. After all, brain-computer interface was part of the cybernetic tech too. Lin Fan closed the tablet, preparing to rest. Only then did Li Xiling snap out of the story. Honey, why aren't you writing anymore? Lin Fan was speechless and glanced at the time on his watch. They had gone to bed at 8 p.m., and now it was already past midnight. She still wanted to write? Were they not getting up tomorrow? You little dummy, do you even know what time it is? Lin Fan lifted his hand and viciously pinched Li Xiling's cheek. Of course, he didn't really use any force. Lee Siling was his beloved wife, how could he bear to pinch her hard? If it left any marks, wouldn't that be a waste of such beauty? Lee Siling quickly looked at the time, it was already past 12, almost 1 a.m. Hee. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Well, it's your fault, hubby. Your novel is so good, I just got too into it. Alright, it's late, let's sleep. Lin Fan tossed the tablet aside and lay down, wrapping his arms around Lee Siling. Hubby, Lee Siling whispered to Lin Fan. Should we let Sister Fengjing come over? She asked quietly. She was in the early stages of pregnancy, so for the baby's safety, they couldn't have sex. But she felt bad for her husband. Chen Fengjing was basically already part of the family. Since she herself couldn't serve her husband, letting Fengjing substitute for her seemed only natural. Lin Fan was speechless again. Your husband isn't the kind of man who can't go a day without a woman. It's late, get some sleep. Lin Fan closed his eyes, holding Lee Siling. This was Chen Fengjing's hometown, she was sleeping in her mom's room. Going to call her over now? What would that look like? Besides, they were guests in someone else's home. Even if just sleeping together was fine, doing more would be quite inappropriate. Oh, Lee Siling stopped talking, turned over, and pressed her back against Lin Fan's chest, snuggling into his arms and quickly falling asleep. The next morning, Lin Fan said goodbye to Chen Fengjing's mom and grandma. They had already visited Lover's Valley and met the last corpse driver. Only Mount Bottle remained unvisited around the village. But Mount Bottle was deep in the mountains, remote, and surrounded by primeval forests. It wasn't suitable for a pregnant woman like Lee Siling. So it was time to leave. Next, they would continue their trip. Their honeymoon wouldn't officially end until after the National Day holiday. Even though they were leaving the village and didn't need Chen Fengjing as a guide anymore, she still left with Lin Fan's group. After all, she had to fulfill her duties as Lin Fan's wife. After leaving Xiangxi, their next stops were Shancheng and Rongqing, for good food and to see pandas. The holiday hadn't started yet, so these popular cities weren't too crowded. Once the Golden Week began, they'd avoid tourist hotspots. On the way to the airport, Lin Fan, Lee Siling, and Chen Fengjing sat in a van. Lin Fan received a message from his agent Xia Ran. Knowing he was on honeymoon, she didn't call to bother him, just sent a message. It said that Innovation 101 had officially started filming, and asked when he'd be free to join 1 or 2 episodes. Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied, "If Yang Chaoyue is at risk of elimination, let me know. I'll show up to protect her. If she's not at risk, I'll just join the finale." He honestly didn't care much about this show. Sure, the appearance fee was high, tens of millions per episode. But to Lin Fan now, that was nothing. His game company, Yisiyuan, was making billions in profit every day. Compared to that, being a judge on a variety show wasn't worth the effort. If Yang Chaoyue didn't resemble a star he liked in his past life, he wouldn't bother with the show at all. But thinking of money reminded Lin Fan of the wedding gifts. From the bride's side, he didn't expect anything, most guests were royals or rich businesspeople. But his guests were different. Most of them were fans he randomly picked from his livestream, ordinary people. He had said during the stream that they didn't need to bring gifts, just showing up was enough. But still, many brought red envelopes. There was a whole box full, maybe not much, but likely a few million. Even though the envelopes were at his home, he didn't plan to keep the money. He wanted to return it to the fans. Lin Fan took out his phone, opened Douyin, and started a live stream. Elsewhere, Agent Xia Ran saw Lin Fan's reply and looked thoughtful. Yang Chaoyue was really lucky. Clinging to someone like Lin Fan, her future career would surely be limitless. With more luck, she might even marry into a powerful family and truly rise like a phoenix. As one of the company's top agents, someone like Yang Chaoyue normally wasn't even eligible to be in her care. But since Lin Fan favored her, she figured she might as well look after her from now on. A small gesture to build goodwill. Just as Xia Ran was thinking of how to help Yang Chaoyue, her phone dinged, a pop-up notification. Lin Fan has started a live stream. She tapped into the stream. Today's stream isn't for anything big, just bored while in the car, so thought I'd chat. Also, about the wedding, I told everyone not to bring gifts, but still, lots of people gave me money. So I've decided to give that money back to everyone. I know most of you are just regular people, life isn't easy, and many only earn a few thousand a month. All those red envelopes are still at home, I haven't even opened them. I don't know the exact amount, so I'll just assume everyone gave 10,000. That's 10 million total. Today, I'm giving away 10 million in red envelopes. As for the number, let's make it 10,000. 1,000 per red envelope. Not a lot, but enough for a few good meals. As for the giveaway time, Lin Fan turned to the driver. How long until we reach the airport? The driver checked the GPS, about 40 minutes. Alright, we'll do the draw in half an hour. Before that, if you know any other fans of mine, let them know. If they're free, they can join too. 1,000 yuan isn't much, but hey, it's a few meals, right? Even though Lin Fan said that, not many actually shared the info. Come on, there were only 10,000 red envelopes. The more people joined, the lower their chances of winning. For the next half hour, Lin Fan casually chatted with fans in the live stream. By the way, during this honeymoon, I encountered some traditional and mysterious things. Got inspired and planned to write a new kind of novel. I write pretty fast, should be ready soon. If you're interested, feel free to check it out when it's released. I think it's going to be pretty exciting. Half an hour passed quickly. As Lin Fan casually chatted with his livestream viewers, the time flew by in the blink of an eye. Although many people didn't follow Lin Fan's suggestion to call friends over, the number of viewers in his livestream still surpassed 200 million after half an hour. After all, his Douyin follower count was already close to 400 million. He could be considered the streamer with the highest follower count on Douyin. Honey, it's been half an hour, Li Xiling, who was sitting next to Lin Fan, reminded him. Lin Fan was worried he might get too caught up chatting with the audience and lose track of time, so he had asked Li Xiling to watch the time and remind him when half an hour was up so he could start the giveaway. As for letting the viewers remind him? Totally unreliable. There were too many people, and someone had been bringing up the giveaway constantly in the chat for the past half hour, it never stopped. Lin Fan Didi, isn't it time for the giveaway? Lin Fan Gigi, when's the giveaway? Fan time's about up, let's do the giveaway. Messages like these never stopped. So he had to rely on Li Xiling to remind him. Alright, time's just about up, let's start the giveaway now. Same rules as always. I'll enable the giveaway feature, and anyone who wants to join just needs to tap it. The participation window is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the giveaway closes, and we'll randomly pick 10,000 lucky winners. I'll post the list publicly later, and someone from my company will contact you, add you as a friend, and directly send 1,000 yen to your account. Same reminder, there are no fees. Anyone asking you for money first is a scammer. As he set up the giveaway, Lin Fan explained this to the livestream viewers. By the way, Douyin's pretty stingy. The max red envelope for giveaways is only 200 yen. Why not increase the limit? Now I have to arrange for people to send each reward manually, Lin Fan grumbled. Back at Douyin HQ, behind the livestream, Li Yiming heard Lin Fan's complaint and looked utterly wronged. It wasn't that he didn't want to increase the limit, it was that the empire didn't allow it. Setting the prize amount too high could risk accusations of gambling or money laundering. Lin Fan was doing high-profile giveaways, each red envelope worth 1,000 yen. If it were any other streamer, they would have been flagged for violations and banned. Only because Lin Fan was now a member of the royal family, specifically, the son-in-law of the current Princess Yen, he didn't face any issues. And the reason this livestream had gone so smoothly with no lag at all was because the platform had set Lin Fan's account to the highest priority level. As long as he went live, he'd get massive computing power and bandwidth resources to ensure a smooth stream. After putting in so much effort, and now still being complained about, Li Yiming felt incredibly wronged. In the van, Lin Fan finished setting up the giveaway and then clicked Start. Alright, the giveaway has started. If you want to join, go ahead and tap the button now, Lin Fan reminded. As soon as he said that, the messages in the livestream chat instantly dropped. Everyone was busy entering the giveaway. 10 minutes passed quickly, the giveaway ended. Hopefully no one missed the chance to join, right? Lin Fan asked. During the giveaway, both Li Xiling and Chen Fengjing, who were sitting in the same van, had also participated. The giveaway went smoothly. There was a little lag, but no errors, no one failed to enter. And no one in the chat said they'd been unable to join. Lin Fan opened the giveaway backend and exported the list of 10,000 winners, which he'd post later and also send to Li Shishir to handle distributing the prizes. By then, the convoy had arrived at the airport and was already parked next to the private jet on the tarmac. As the van came to a stop and Lin Fan finished what he was doing, he grabbed his phone and stepped out. Alright, that's it for today's live stream. We're about to board. I'll go live again when I have time, Lin Fan said, turning his back to the plane and panning the camera slowly from nose to tail. But the viewers didn't want it to end so soon. Lin Fan Gigi, don't go yet, stream a little more //. Whoa! Is that a private jet? Definitely a private jet. Looks like a Gulfstream 900. Gulfstream 900? That's over $100 million just for the bare aircraft. The interior is usually custom upgraded for extra cost. Lin Fan Didi. Show us your big plane. Ahem, sis, let's stay classy and not make plain jokes, okay? Lin Fan GG, I wanna see your big plane too //. Lin Fan saw the comments from fans in the live stream. Alright then, since we've still got time before takeoff, I'll give you guys a tour of the private jet my mother-in-law gifted me. As he spoke, Lin Fan switched his phone to dual camera mode and began boarding. Li Xiling, Chen Fengzheng, and the others followed behind. As Lin Fan entered the plane, the live stream exploded. Wow! This private jet is so spacious, it's bigger than my apartment. Spacious is one thing, this interior is insane. The whole floor is covered with thick, dense wool carpet. I wouldn't even dare do that at home. Is this the cabin? These seats look more comfy than my living room sofa. There's even a minibar? Damn! There's a master bedroom? And a bathroom too? The bathroom has a bathtub? Don't act so shocked. It's Lin Fan's private jet, it's supposed to be more luxurious than your home. If I told you that the stuff on that 2-meter wide bed in the bedroom could buy a whole house, you'd probably lose it. We wouldn't lose it. Lin Fan Gigi deserves this level of luxury. That's right. Lin Fan Gigi is the best Gigi, he should have the best things in the world. I'd support Lin Fan Gigi even if he wanted to be emperor. Ahem, watch your words, guys, don't bring trouble to Lin Fan Didi. While Lin Fan was giving viewers a tour of his private jet, Li Xiling and Chen Fengzheng followed behind. Most viewers recognized Li Xiling, after all, she was Lin Fan's publicly married wife, and they'd held a wedding. But very few recognized Chen Fengzheng. Since she walked behind Lin Fan and Li Xiling, most people just assumed she was their maid. But Chen Fengzheng's roommates recognized her. Little Fengzheng, you've got this. You can totally do it. Little Fengzheng, don't forget your sisters when you rise up. A few of her roommates posted these kinds of messages. But with over 200 million people in the livestream, no one else noticed them. Lin Fan not only showed viewers around the cabin, but also gave them a tour of the cockpit. He finally returned to the lounge area and sat on the sofa. Oh right, something just came to mind. Since there are so many people in the stream, let me run a quick ad. I'll make a little announcement here. I plan to establish several tech companies. The research directions are holographic projection, virtual reality, prosthetics, and robotics. If anyone has expertise in those fields, you can send your resumes later. Anyone who knows me knows that I founded Dimension X. I planned games like Fruit Ninja, Temple Run. After so long, we've also released some other mini-games. Lin Fan looked at the camera and said. In the comments section the viewers responded immediately. Released, Angry Birds was so fun, I couldn't stop playing. I prefer Plants vs. Zombies, I already spent 100 RMB. I think Machinarium is more interesting, the little puzzle feeling has so much achievement. What? These games were made by Lin Fan Gigi too? I didn't know. Damn. I didn't know either. I'm going to download them now and support Lin Fan Gigi. Yes, these mini-games were planned by me too, and I designed some of the character models inside them. Currently Dimension X is developing mini-games, and just approved large games and AAA games. Core gameplay is also what I came up with. That's how I am, strange ideas often pop up in my head. I want to do everything, but my own time isn't enough, so I thought to open a company and find people to help me realize these weird ideas. Those who know me should know, my company's compensation I won't say is industry top, but it's definitely in the industry tier 1. So the companies I'm going to open next, compensation will surely not be bad. If you're in a related professional field, and interested in my company, you can confidently send your resume. Lin Fan looked at the screen and said. Before he finished speaking, many comments about his company's compensation appeared in the chat. Lin Fan Daddy is humble. Dimension X's compensation is industry top. That's right. A friend of mine joined Dimension X early, she told me even companies like Penguin or Net1 don't have as good compensation as Dimension X. Salary is high and on time with no overtime. For special posts that need night shift, double pay. Competition is so big now, I want to join but I can't. Not only that, afternoon tea with snacks and treats at will. On birthdays there are birthday red envelopes. Salary is given early, within the third of each month the previous month's salary is in your account. The most important part is still seeing Lin Fan brother is super gentle. I took a photo with Lin Fan brother. Ah! Why did I study liberal arts? I also want to join Lin Fan brother's company. What's wrong with liberal arts? Reception, HR, admin, liberal arts majors do them too. Even cleaners don't require degree, same job. One sentence awakened the sleeper. I'm writing my resume now. The company hasn't even been founded yet, what's the point writing a resume now? Dimension X isn't just Lin Fan Gigi's company? Dimension X now only needs technical professionals, there are basically no admin positions recruiting. I don't care, even if it's cleaning staff I'll apply. Lin Fan Daddy, how long until your new company is founded? Lin Fan looked through for a while and finally saw a question he needed to answer. I'll have Li Shishir start registering the new company later. As for time, it should not take too long. There's quite a bit of money in the company's account already, renting premises, buying equipment, etc., almost ready. Everyone keep an eye on the recruitment info, new company will definitely start with Dimension X. Once recruitment begins, I'll send a video in advance. Lin Fan thought and said. His followers were almost 400 million, there must be some relevant professionals among them, right? Oh right, he also had to organize the related technology later so the employees could implement those technologies. That massive data, he had work ahead. Although he didn't need to sort all technology at once, it was still a large project. Later he needed to bring out either virtual reality technology or brain-computer interface technology in prosthetics, otherwise he'd tire himself out sooner or later. The design drawings of the Titan mech and related technical files would need tens of thousands of A4 sheets if printed. If all hand-drawn by himself, it might take a year or two. So the human-computer interaction in virtual reality tech, or the BCI tech in prosthetics, was very important. Later he'd look at which was easier to implement, and start with that. The airplane began to move, about to take off, so Lin Fan closed the live stream. Actually his private jet provided Wi-Fi. During the flight you could connect by enabling flight mode. However, to be safe, on the plane Lin Fan did not allow everyone to use phones. In case phone signals interfered with the plane and caused an accident, who would he find? After all, once a plane crashes, survival is almost impossible. Okay fine, he mainly had some fear of airplanes because he watched Final Destination in his previous life. Besides planes, he also feared roller coasters. These two things made Lin Fan a little scared. He would still ride them, but he'd feel uneasy. Probably only when he could fly himself would his fear disappear. The plane took off. Lin Fan adjusted the luxurious sofa low and closed his eyes to rest. Once asleep, when he opened his eyes, they were already at destination. After the plane landed, Lin Fan immediately sent the winners list to Li Shishir and called her. He instructed her to arrange people to contact the 10,000 winning fans and send them money. Also told Li Shishir to start building the new company. Dimension X Robotics Technology Company, Limited was responsible for the Titan mech R&D. Of course at first not full mechs, but extracting part of the tech to make small robots as practice. Dimension X Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited was responsible for holographic projection and virtual reality tech implementation. Dimension X Mechanical Ascension Technology Company, Limited was responsible for prosthetics tech implementation. Simple clear names, just by looking at the company name you know what the company does. Plus the previously existing Dimension X Computer Systems Ltd, and later add another company, they could form a group company. Li Shishir wrote down Lin Fan's arrangements one by one. Actually she didn't have to write, because when Lin Fan live-streamed earlier she was using her small account to screen peek anyway. After receiving Lin Fan's instructions, Li Shishir immediately arranged people to handle these matters. Contacting the winners was easy, although many people, it was simple for the company. Last time Lin Fan did a giveaway, the company had written a mini-program. Just input the list, the program would automatically contact the people, confirm their account, then human review the account, then auto-send money. On the other hand, registering the company was slightly more complicated, but only slightly. With a royal family member identity, approvals were fast. In the next few days, Lin Fan took Li Xiling and Chen Fengjing to explore all over the southwest region. In their spare time, they worked on a novel, trying to finish the ancient city of Jingjue as soon as possible. They also published Death God Elementary Student. However, only 2 cases were published, those were Lin Fan's previous drafts. After the comic was published, the response was very good. Because in this world no one had yet produced a comic like Death God Elementary Student. Perhaps because there were too many women, too few men, not only in the Daxia Empire, but around the world in comics, film and TV, games, etc., the vast majority were just varying romances. There are detective comics, but they are all traditional, serious type. A comedic-style detective comic like Death God Elementary Student was still the first of its kind. Plus Lin Fan's huge fan base, his works they basically all supported, so the response naturally wasn't bad. This Death God Elementary Student comic even attracted quite a number of male readers to Lin Fan. Finally, each day Lin Fan would also carve out some time to write down in his mind the human-machine interaction technology in virtual reality. Of course, definitely not using the usual tablet he used to write novels and draw comics. He bought a separate laptop computer, and from start to finish didn't connect it to the network, direct physical isolation. The technologies in his mind, and the songs, novels, comics from his previous life in his mind were different. Those things, even if someone stole them, he wouldn't feel heartache. If someone didn't publish them, then he simply wouldn't bother to pursue them. But if someone published before him, given the time and energy, he could even sue them. But those technologies in his mind are different. If those technologies are stolen, the thief doesn't even need to publish them, they just need to secretly research them and complete them. Then, if someone else realizes the technology first, wouldn't that be like making the wedding dress for someone else? And moreover, such a thing is hard to sue, since these technologies, in early stage he cannot apply for patent, whoever realizes them first, they are theirs. Lawsuits are useless. Whoever builds it first can take the market lead. So for such things, he absolutely could not put them on a network device, they must be physically isolated. Now, the technology is first stored in the disconnected laptop. When the company is built, the internal server set up, then he'll import the files into the company's internal server. Of course, the internal server must also be physically isolated. Any device that can be accessed must not connect to the external network. At the same time, later he still needs to recruit more security personnel, not only to guard against external enemies but also internal corrupt big rats. Different companies' security levels are different. Game companies, comic companies, signing a confidentiality agreement at random is enough, after all the company doesn't hold much secret. But tech companies are very different, everything inside the company is a secret. And not only ordinary secrets. For example, Titan Mecha, virtual reality technology, prosthetic body technology, etc., not only for civilian use but also for military use. Especially the Titan Mecha technology, it was born for military use. If it were stolen by another country, especially by a hostile country, then all would be lost. On the 30th, afternoon. In the general manager's office of Yaisai Dimension. Li Shishir was looking over this month's company report. From the financial report data it was clear Yaisai Dimension is absolutely the biggest dark horse in the industry. This month's revenue and profit were simply explosive. The two games, Fruit Ninja and Temple Run, apart from a terribly bad first-day figure, after Lin Fan made a video to promote the games, the revenue of both games went truly explosive. In 24 hours, the average download count exceeded 50 million, total revenue exceeded 5 billion. Afterwards, the daily download count although declining, the daily revenue did not decline by much. From the 12th when the games were released, to yesterday, 18 days had passed. Fruit Ninja's downloads exceeded 500 million, total revenue exceeded 20 billion, average daily revenue exceeded 1.1 billion. Temple Run's downloads also exceeded 500 million, but total revenue was slightly less than Fruit Ninja, total revenue 150-500 million plus, average daily revenue exceeded 0.86 billion. Then there are the three games released later. Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and Machinarium. For these three games, their data, from the start of release have been relatively steady, not hot, not cold. Of course, this, not hot, not cold, is compared with Fruit Ninja and Temple Run. If compared with other mobile games on major game platforms, they were blazing hot. Plants vs. Zombies' first-day sales exceeded 100 million, afterwards daily sales fluctuated between 70 million and 100 million. Machinarium first-day sales exceeded 90 million, afterwards daily sales fluctuated between 50 million and 70 million. As for Angry Birds, because it is not a one-time paid game, first-day sales were lower than the other two games. First-day income only less than 50 million, but as more people downloaded it, daily sales afterwards were rising. Until 4 days ago, Angry Birds' single-day income had already broken 100 million. Why say until 4 days ago? Naturally because 4 days ago something happened. When Lin Fan was live-streaming on Douyin, he mentioned these three games, essentially gave an advertisement to these three games. That caused the download counts and revenue of these three games all to surge. That day, Plants vs. Zombies' new downloads alone exceeded 80 million, revenue exceeded 5.4 billion. Machinarium's new downloads also exceeded 80 million, revenue exceeded 4.6 billion. Angry Birds' new downloads also exceeded 80 million, but revenue wasn't that high, after all it had item-based payments. But single-day revenue went from the day before's 100 million directly up to 1.8 billion. Lin Fan's fans were really supportive. And that was only that day's data. The next day's data although dropped, it didn't drop by much. Angry Birds' data was even still rising, after all it is not a one-time purchase, as long as players keep playing, they may keep spending. Lee Shirshir looked at the final total revenue. Fruit Ninja total sales just over 20 billion, Temple Run just over 15.5 billion, Plants vs. Zombies just over 18.8 billion, Machinarium just over 18.2 billion, Angry Birds 8.95 billion. Together these games' income added up, the company's total revenue this month exceeded 81.5 billion. Although she had been mentally prepared, seeing this number Lee Shirshir still couldn't help flush with excitement. This data, it's too explosive. Over 81 billion in turnover, this number already could get into the domestic top 500 companies. Lee Shirshir on the computer searched last year's domestic top 500 companies' revenues, to see how far this monthly income could place the company among the domestic top 500. Then she found, if they exceed 2 more names, they could break from entering the top 300 into the top 200. Need to know, this is only the company's income for 1 month. If for the next 3 months the revenue can stay at this level, then their company can directly enter the domestic top 100 of the top 500. If such data can continue for a year, then just established Yaisai Dimension could even surpass the industry veteran Big Brother Penguin, even bite at Ali's tail. Of course, whether it's catching up with the gaming industry's Big Brother Penguin, or biting onto Ali's tail, the difficulty is quite high. After all, the domestic population is only so large. Even though the total population of the Daxia Empire has reached 2 billion. The players who actually play games are basically concentrated between the ages of 14 and 40. People in this age group account for just over 40% of the total population, which is over 800 million. It's undeniable that the games designed by Lin Fan are indeed excellent, but so far, the loyal players of these games are still mainly Lin Fan's fans. Although the number of players is still growing, many people who were not Lin Fan's fans have also joined Yaisai Dimension because of the game's popularity. But the growth rate is no longer as exaggerated as before. The number of players in the Daxia Empire is about 1 billion, and this is basically the ceiling. Everyone's energy and money are limited. When new games are released, the time and money spent on old games will naturally decrease. Eventually, old games will be abandoned entirely. So even if Yaisai Dimension continues to develop new games, the company's monthly revenue probably won't increase much. The domestic cake is only so big. If they want to eat more, they'll have to go after the cake outside. It's time to expand into overseas markets. However, expanding into overseas markets definitely won't be as simple as taking the domestic market. In the Daxia Empire, Lin Fan has a huge fan base. Although the games are excellent, they mainly rely on fan economy. Lin Fan doesn't have a fan base abroad. So promoting the games will likely be much more difficult. However, even if it's difficult, they still have to explore overseas markets. After all, a big chunk of the domestic cake has already been bitten off. The rest can only rely on slowly accumulating users. To earn more money, they can only expand overseas. Although the difficulty of opening up overseas markets is high, it's actually not that high. Lin Fan's identity as royalty, his billionaire status at 18, and his roles as a comic artist and musician, all can be used for hype. So Lee Shirshir still had confidence that she could take a big bite out of that overseas cake. Lee Shirshir picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and made a video call to Lin Fan. She hadn't seen Lin Fan for a long time, and as one of the forest keepers, she missed him terribly. Before, Lin Fan had said not to bother him with minor company matters. Lee Shirshir could make all decisions herself. But reporting the company's financials for this month, and for the 3rd quarter of this year, is not a small matter. Naturally, she should contact Lin Fan, the boss. Shirshir, what's up? President Lin, today is the end of the month. The company's financial report for this month has been compiled, and I'd like to report it to you, Lee Shirshir said. Actually, the financial report should be published within 3 to 5 days at the beginning of each month, for the previous month. But the National Day holiday lasts 7 days, and after the holiday, another 3 to 5 working days would push it into the middle of next month. Lin Fan hadn't been to the company for a while, and she wanted to take this opportunity to talk to him under the pretense of reporting the financials. Even if they couldn't meet in person, a video call would be nice. So she specifically asked the finance department to compile this month's financial data. The main part is the revenue from several games. As for the company's expenses, they're actually not that high. Equipment purchases, rent, salaries, utilities, consumables, employee benefits, compared to the game's revenue, these expenses are a drop in the bucket. In fact, the initial 50 million yuan in the company's account hadn't even been spent yet. After all, the company currently had fewer than 1,000 employees in total. The initial team making mini-games had fewer than 200 people. The rest of the staff were all recruited recently, mainly to develop the large-scale online games and even AAA games Lin Fan had planned later. Also for building Lin Fan's comic studio and so on. These people were mostly still working from home. No choice, the company's current space wasn't big enough. Although they had rented the neighboring office and 2 more floors in the Empire building. The new office spaces were still being renovated, and progress wasn't that fast. The earliest batch of employees could only move in around mid-October. No helping it, the company grew too fast. The scale couldn't keep up. All right then, go ahead, I'm listening. Lin Fan picked up the milk tea in front of him and took a sip. Today, they were in Dali. A group of people was sitting and resting by Arai Lake. Chen Fengzheng, sitting next to him, heard this and hesitated, unsure whether she should leave. Things like financial reports were supposed to be company secrets, right? After all, Lin Fan's Yisai Dimension wasn't a publicly listed company, so financial reports wouldn't normally be disclosed. Li Xiling, however, directly leaned next to Lin Fan, curiously peeking at the video chat. After struggling for a moment, Chen Fengzheng took the initiative to stand up and walk away. Though she was very curious, she didn't want Lin Fan to think she was immature because of it. As for Li Xiling, she was Lin Fan's wife, she had every right to hear this. Lin Fan didn't think much of it either, he just thought Chen Fengzheng was going to the bathroom. He actually didn't mind Chen Fengzheng hearing it. After all, there wasn't anything shameful in it. President Lin, the company has currently released 5 mini-games, and every one of them has been a huge success. Fruit Ninja, released for 18 days, total downloads exceeded 500 million, 18-day revenue over 20 billion. Temple Run, released for 18 days, downloads over 480 million, 18-day revenue reached 15.5 billion. Plants vs. Zombies, released for 8 days, downloads close to 300 million, sales reached 18.8 billion. Machinarium, also released for 8 days, downloads close to 300 million, sales reached 18.2 billion. Angry Birds, also released for 8 days, downloads close to 300 million too, but since it's not a one-time paid game, revenue was much lower, only 8.95 billion over 8 days. But Angry Birds uses in-app purchases, so it still has great potential for profitability. The company has released 5 mini-games so far. This month alone, total revenue exceeded 81.4 billion. In just 1 month, our company squeezed into the country's top 500 enterprises. We even reached the 300s, and we're about to break into the 200s. President Lin, all of the company's games were designed by you personally. The company's success is all thanks to your leadership. You could say, 99.99% of the company's current success is your achievement, boss. No exaggeration, if the game industry is a battlefield, you alone are worth several entire army groups. Li Shishir still wanted to continue flattering, but Lin Fan interrupted her directly. Alright, no need for flattery. You just mentioned revenue. What about the company's expenses? Lin Fan asked curiously. Advertising must have cost quite a bit, right? Compared to the company's revenue, the expenses are negligible. The original 50 million in the company account hasn't even been spent yet. President Lin, I have an idea. The games you've designed are excellent. They're so popular domestically, they could definitely sell well abroad too. So I was thinking. Li Shishir told Lin Fan about her idea of expanding into the overseas market. Although she was the company's general manager, the company ultimately belonged to Lin Fan. For small matters, she didn't need to report to him, Li Shishir could decide on her own. But a strategic goal like expanding into overseas markets wasn't a small matter. Without Lin Fan's approval, Li Shishir didn't dare to make the decision lightly. On this point, Lin Fan naturally couldn't disagree. Expanding into overseas markets meant they could earn money from foreigners too. In his previous life, aside from pay-to-win games, domestic games were almost completely overshadowed by foreign games, especially AAA titles. Although occasionally, just occasionally, there would be a good domestic AAA title, they basically couldn't reverse harvest. Only domestic players paid for them. Foreign players' wallets were nearly impossible to open. Now that there was a chance to earn money from foreign players' pockets in this life, of course, he had to go for it. In his previous life, Temple Run, Fruit Ninja, Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and a series of other games were originally developed by foreign game companies. In this world, there was no way foreign players wouldn't get the appeal of these games. The only difficulty was marketing and promotion. As for what Li Shishir said about using his identity as the company's boss for publicity, Lin Fan had no objections. The founder's identity was indeed helpful for promoting the company's products. In the previous life, brands like Apple, Tesla, and Xiaomi were all great examples. Likewise, in this world, his own company was also a great example. The games he had ported were indeed good games, but being able to create such insane numbers in such a short time was only possible because of him, right? He was too handsome, too talented, and had too many fans. It was good games plus a huge fan base that created the miracle of a company pulling in over 80 billion in revenue in a single month. However, his popularity in the domestic market was not a problem, but did he have any fame overseas? In his previous life, Jay Cho was amazing, but he was only well known domestically. His reputation abroad, especially in the West, wasn't that great. So as someone who ported Jay Chou's songs, it was naturally unlikely for him to go viral overseas. The Manga Your Name might be able to open up the Japanese market, but there didn't seem to be any overseas expansion plans yet. So Lin Fan was thinking, why not also port some of the hugely popular Western songs, to make himself popular abroad too? Once the person is famous, then promoting games, comics, and so on would be easier, right? Of course, there was another method, and that was to have several tech companies, in the shortest time possible, develop robots, holograms, virtual reality, and prosthetics. If that happened, he would definitely go viral overseas too. After all, technology that surpasses its time will definitely be sought after by the public. What if other countries impose high tariffs or even ban his products under the pretext of national security? That's fine too. Technology that's 5 or 10 years ahead can be blocked by some countries. Technology that's decades or even 100 years ahead, even the world's biggest country can't stop it. Even if their governments block it, people will find ways to smuggle the products in on their own. Even if they really succeed in blocking it, in the end, they'd only be hurting themselves. Products ahead of their time don't lack a market. If someone doesn't want them, he wouldn't care. After all, in the early stages, the domestic market and other international markets might not even be fully supplied yet. If other markets are saturated and certain countries still resist his products, then just break the door down violently. After all, it's all about free trade, right? Sure. How many employees does the company currently have? Lin Fan asked. Since the HR department is still constantly hiring, I'm not too sure about the exact number of employees. But it should be a little over 900. Among them, around 250 or 260 work in the office. The rest are working from home because the current office space is insufficient and the new office area is still under renovation, Li Shishir explained. Hearing Lin Fan ask about the number of employees, Li Shishir more or less guessed that the boss was probably planning to reward people with bonuses. A monthly revenue of over 80 billion, with such great results, how could a generous boss not hand out bonuses? And the best part is, this money wouldn't be taxed. The boss was a college student entrepreneur, enjoying a 3-year tax exemption policy. After those 3 years, he would still enjoy a high tax discount due to his royal status. You could say, just in terms of tax savings, the boss could already save a massive amount of wealth. Alright then, sure, take 500 million from the company account and issue bonuses to all company employees. As for the bonus tiers, the members of the game project teams get the highest bonuses, followed by the other veteran staff in the company. Last are the new hires who are still working remotely and haven't officially started on-site work. The lowest bonus should not be less than 1,000 yuan. Try to come up with a plan quickly and get the bonuses paid out before the end of the day, so everyone can enjoy the holiday happily, Lin Fan instructed. He wasn't a stingy person. The company made so much money, how could they not hand out bonuses? In his previous life, right after graduation, when he was working like a donkey, what made him happiest? It was when they handed out money. Now that he was the boss and had the means to make his employees happy too, why wouldn't he? Even if most of the credit for the earnings went to him, and the other employees just carried out his ideas. Hard work is still merit. President Lin, it's already 4 o'clock now. It might not be possible to get the bonuses out today, Li Shishir said with difficulty. She was certainly happy the boss was giving bonuses, she was getting one too. But the bank closes at 5. In 1 hour, she had to draft the distribution plan and upload the data for the bank to process payments. The time was too tight. Do your best, then. If it really can't be done, just email everyone before the end of the day with the bonus details and amounts. Then the bonuses can be issued after the holiday, Lin Fan said, after checking the time and realizing it was tight. That was the next best thing. Even if they had to wait until after the holiday to get the bonus, knowing that there was money waiting when they came back would still make the staff enjoy their National Day break. Got it, President Lin. I'll go make the plan now, Li Shishir responded, then hung up the call and went off to prepare the plan. Once people in the company found out that the boss was going to hand out 500 million in bonuses, they'd probably die from happiness. You have to know, the company had fewer than 1,000 employees. Even if you rounded it up to 1,000, with 500 million, if it was split evenly, each person would get 500,000. That's enough to buy a luxury car. But of course, it wouldn't be evenly distributed. Currently, there were about 150 people in the 5 game teams. The rest were administrative and logistics staff. The 800 people still working remotely would each get the minimum of 1,000. After all, they had just joined, and getting a red envelope was already a good deal. That would be 800,000. That still left 499.2 million. There was still 492 million left. If it were another company, the management would probably take the biggest share, and the whole team would only get a small portion. But Li Shishir wouldn't do that. Based on her understanding of Lin Fan, he highly valued technical staff. You could tell just from the salaries. The more important a technician's skills were, the higher the salary. The salaries of management staff, compared to technical staff, were just mid to upper range. So this remaining 492 million in bonuses should go mainly to the technical staff in each game development team. There were 5 game development teams. The team leaders and all members received the same bonus, 3 million per person. With 150 people in total, that amounted to 450 million. After subtracting this, the bonus pool still had 42 million left. There were 30 administrative staff in total, including managers of departments like HR, finance, legal, and marketing. Each person would receive 1 million, that's 30 million. That left 12 million. There were 18 support staff including chefs, cleaners, and security guards. Each would get 800,000, which totaled 14.4 million. Lastly, the remaining 5.4 million. Would it be a problem for her, the general manager, to keep it? Li Shishir thought about it and decided to forget it. She'd take 2 million. That was more than the administrative staff but less than the technical staff, just right. Compared to money, she valued the boss's favor more. As for the remaining 3.4 million, she'd use it for team-building activities to strengthen the company's internal cohesion. Li Xiling had been listening to the entire conversation between Lin Fan and Li Shishir, her mouth wide open in shock. Over 80 billion in monthly revenue? This was way too crazy. She knew the company had released several games and many people were playing them, but she never imagined that those few mini-games could generate over 80 billion in revenue in just 1 month. She and her 4 sisters were shareholders in the company. The initial 50 million yuan of registered capital came from the 5 sisters. Together, they held 20% of the shares, 4% each. If these 80 billion were to be distributed as dividends, wouldn't the 5 sisters get 16 billion total? Each person would get over 3 billion. This was just too crazy. Their monthly basic allowance was a fixed 5 million. That's 60 million per year. With red envelopes during holidays, New Year money, birthday money, and so on, it all added up to around 100 million per year. Since childhood, that had always been the standard. They were 19 this year. All the allowance money combined from the past 19 years only totaled 1.9 billion. But now, after founding a company with Lin Fan, just 1 month of income meant dividends exceeding their lifetime allowance. To be clear, the 5 sisters didn't join Lin Fan to start a company for the sake of making money. They held shares in the company to use their royal identities to help make things easier for Lin Fan. They never expected that within less than 2 months since the company was founded, and not even a full month since the game launches, not only had they recouped their investment, returns were outrageously high. At first, it was just because they liked Lin Fan's looks and wanted to play along by starting a company with him. Who knew it would make such huge money? Honey, 80 billion plus? You're way too amazing. Li Xiling looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of admiration. Over 80 billion in monthly revenue, how many companies could do that? A company not even 2 months old making it into the domestic top 500 just based on monthly revenue. Even many royal companies didn't have that kind of monthly revenue. Haven't you known how awesome your husband is for a while now? Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling with a smile. Li Xiling instantly understood what Lin Fan meant and blushed. By the way, Xiling, although the company made money, I'm not planning to distribute dividends for now. You heard what I said on the live stream. I plan to set up several high-tech companies. Those will be money-burning companies. I intend to reinvest most of the profits into those tech companies until they start delivering results and no longer need funding. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Fan looked at Li Xiling and asked. Honey, how could I object? When we sisters founded the company with you, we never thought about making a profit. Besides, we can't even spend all our monthly allowance. If we ever run out of money, we can just ask Mom. The company's profits, you decide how to use them. Lee Xiling looked at Lin Fan tenderly. The five sisters weren't extravagant spenders. Not long after, Li Shishir sent the bonus distribution plan to Lin Fan via WeChat. Lin Fan glanced at it. It was mostly fine. But he didn't let Li Shishir use the remaining 3.4 million for team-building activities. In his past life, fresh out of school working like a dog, he hated company team-building the most. Colleagues were just co-workers, not close friends. Outside of work, no one wanted to hang out together, okay? Even worse than team-building itself was doing it during personal time. There was already little free time, and now the company wanted to take that too. During those events, everyone cursed the boss in their hearts, several generations deep. The remaining 3.4 million, Lin Fan told Li Shishir to keep it for herself, making her total bonus 5.4 million. She was, after all, the general manager. Too small a bonus wouldn't make sense. Since he was being a hands-off boss and throwing all the work to Li Shishir, he had to feed the workhorse too, right? As for team building, it could still be done, but don't do it during off hours, do it during work hours. Don't force employees to attend. Whoever wants to go can go. Whoever doesn't can skip it. Those who attend get activities worth 1,000 yuan per person. Those who don't but choose to keep working get a 500 yuan bonus. Lastly, there are 2 months until New Year's Day. Start preparing for a New Year's Eve gala. Invite some celebrities to perform. Let everyone vote on which stars to invite, and bring in the most voted ones. Of course, if any employees want to perform themselves, they can sign up too. But again, it must be voluntary, no forcing. Lin Fan sent a string of messages to Li Shishir. When making these arrangements, he was thinking from an employee's point of view. Whether it's team building or a gala, the boss's decisions aren't always liked by employees, especially mandatory ones. So he figured, just let them choose. Those who liked team building could join. Those who didn't could take the cash instead. Of course, the cash amount would be a bit lower than the team building cost per head. After all, team building receipts could be used to offset taxes, while direct bonuses couldn't. Even though the company wasn't paying taxes yet, it eventually would, so this rule had to be set now. After hanging up the phone, Li Shishir immediately sent the bonus distribution plan by email to the finance department. At the same time, she personally edited emails and categorized them by different bonus tiers, sending different emails to employees of different departments. Those receiving 3 million were sent in one batch. Those receiving 1 million were sent in one batch. Those receiving 800,000 were sent in one batch. Those receiving 1,000 yuan were sent in one batch. Important notice: National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival bonus distribution and thank you letter to all employees. With the full moon of mid-autumn and the joyful celebration of the nation, as the double holiday approaches, we first extend our holiday greetings. Thank you all for your hard work during Q3. To reward everyone's efforts, Chairman Lin Fan has specially approved the distribution of this month's performance bonus plus holiday incentive bonus before the holiday. Scope: all employees employed as of September 30th, 2162, inclusive. Distribution time: bank transfers will be completed by October 9th, 2162. Please expect the payment to arrive within 24 hours and watch for your bank notification SMS. Special note: your bonus amount is 3 million yuan. This bonus is the company's recognition of everyone's past efforts. Finally, we once again wish everyone a happy double festival and family happiness. General Manager, Li Shishir. September 30th, 2162. For employees in different bonus tiers, the third special note section had different content. 3 million, 1 million, and 800,000. As for those without email, such as cleaners, chefs, and security guards, the notification was sent via SMS instead. The 5 game development teams for Fruit Ninja, Temple Run, Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and Machinarium had already begun working on new games. The games they were now responsible for were Subway Surfers, Candy Crush, Do Diju, Fight the Landlord, Beat Master, and 3 Kingdoms Kill. The previous 5 games basically no longer required updates, only occasional bug fixes when players found issues. Since the workload wasn't that heavy, they naturally moved on to new game development. As for large-scale games like PUBG and Game for Peace, Speed Racer and Kart Rider, Delta Force and The Dark Zone, and Grand Theft Auto, all of these required a large number of staff. The current 20 to 30-person game dev teams would struggle too much with those games. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't do it, but it would take too long. So for now, they developed games of smaller scale. As for the large-scale games, they would wait until the new office areas were ready, then form new large game dev teams to handle development. It wasn't time to get off work yet, and all employees were still sitting at their desks, working diligently. The company's benefits far exceeded the industry average, nearly comparable to the top companies in the field. In some ways, even better than those top companies. Most importantly, the company's boss was Lin Fan. Nearly 99% of the employees at Yisai Dimension were Lin Fan's fans. Although many people didn't know who the boss was when they first joined, once they got in, they were quickly told who he was. Those who were already Lin Fan fans got so excited when they found out that they jumped with joy. Those who weren't fans before were recommended to become fans by their coworkers, Lin Fan's photos, songs, comics, and more. Even if they weren't fans before, after being introduced, almost all of them became fans of Lin Fan. Only a very small number of male employees weren't as fanatical as the Forest Guardians, his female fans. But since the company had great benefits, and Lin Fan was genuinely capable, even the male employees admired him as their boss. Because there were far more women than men, and social welfare for men was so good, a lot of men just laid flat, i.e., gave up working hard. Among successful people, the proportion of men was pitifully low. Most CEOs of well-known domestic enterprises were women. Only the chairman of Gree Appliances was a man. All other well-known company leaders were women. But their own boss was a man, and one who created so many successful games. So those few male employees were also proud of being men. It wasn't just women who could build great careers, men could too. Because of all this, everyone in the company worked seriously, almost no one slacked off. Everyone worked hard during working hours. Ding! Almost at the same time, everyone's computer in the lower right corner popped up an email notification. Employees glanced at the pop-up while working. When they saw the sender was General Manager Li Shirshir, they immediately stopped what they were doing and opened the email to read. After all, Li Shirshir was the general manager. Normally, she would never send emails directly to everyone. If there was a message, it would usually be sent to department heads first, who would then inform their teams. If the general manager personally sent an email to staff, it must be something important. What's more, the email pop-up even showed part of the subject line. Important Notice National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival Bonus. The words, important notice, along with National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival and bonus, completely grabbed every employee's attention. Seeing the contents of the email, many people widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were reading. 3 million bonus? Fake, right? Many people double-checked the sender. It really was from General Manager Li Shirshir. Some, in disbelief, even wondered if her computer had been hacked. After all, they'd been at the company for less than 2 months. 3 million, enough to equal decades, even 100 months' worth of salary. Some people started breathing heavily. 3 million was enough to buy a small apartment in the suburbs of Beijing outright. Even in a prime area, it could cover the down payment for a modest-sized apartment. Holy crap! 3 million bonus? An employee had just opened the email and saw the contents. Everyone around looked at that employee. Although the company had no strict rules, workplace etiquette said it was taboo to ask about coworkers' salaries. So most people didn't check with others after receiving the email. But now that someone had shouted it out, everyone realized, they all got the same email, and the bonus was all 3 million. Boss, maybe you should call Director Lee to confirm, a team member said to their team leader. Okay, I'll confirm it. The team leader nodded and picked up the phone. She also wanted to know if the 3 million bonus was real. Her monthly salary was 30,000, 3 million was like working for 7 to 8 years. After the call connected and ended shortly after, the team leader hung up. The email is real. Because the company performed well this month, President Lin personally decided to take out 500 million to distribute red envelopes to all company employees. All game development teams got the biggest share. When the other employees heard this, many of them jumped up in excitement. Ah! I love the boss. Boss, I want to have your baby. The first batch of employees the company hired were all experienced workers with several years on the job, not fresh graduates straight out of college. They naturally understood what most companies were like. The vast majority of company bosses are extremely stingy. Even when they make money, they won't take out much to give employees as bonuses or red envelopes. If they give out a few months' salary as a bonus, that's already considered generous. After all, you're just a worker, do you expect to split the profits equally with the boss? Although many people knew the games released by the company had made huge profits, no one ever imagined they could receive a massive bonus of 3 million. After all the ideas and designs for the games came from the boss, Lin Fan. They were just the ones who helped bring the games to life. Even without them, the boss could have replaced them with someone else and achieved the same results. If the boss gave them 1 or 2 extra months of salary as a bonus, they would have been thrilled. But the bonus wasn't 1 or 2 months, it was 100 months, even more than 100 months of salary. This was simply something they wouldn't even dare to dream about, even in their dreams. Who wouldn't be shocked? Who wouldn't be happy? Not only did the game development staff find it unbelievable, so did the other administrative clerks and the logistics staff like chefs, cleaners, and security guards. Although their red envelopes weren't as large as those given to technical staff, they still got 800,000 or even 1 million. They had worked for so many years, when had they ever received red envelopes this big? Especially the cleaners, chefs, and security guards. Normally, salaries in those roles are not high. Take chefs, for example. Cafeteria cooks usually earn between 6,000 and 10,000 yuan. With years of experience, it's mostly around 7,000 to 8,000. Salaries of 10,000 or more are only given by top companies. Like Tencent, Douyin, or Xiaomi, only veteran head chefs at those companies could earn over 10,000. Cleaner salaries are even lower, generally between 3,000 and 4,500 per month. Even 4,500 is a rate given by large companies. Security guard salaries are also usually not high, normally between 6,000 and 8,000. Those with good looks and height who can stand as image guards get a bit of extra allowance. But getting a salary over 10,000 is still very difficult. At Yaisai Dimension, however, their salaries were noticeably higher than the industry average. Cleaners earned 6,000 to 7,000, head chefs earned 15,000, and security guards also earned 15,000, and all were hired from military veterans. Additionally, security staff received extra allowances for external tasks. In case of injury or even death, there was a large compensation amount, clearly written in the contract. An 800,000 red envelope might not match the bonuses of technical staff, but for these low-education jobs, it was something they had never dared to imagine. Cleaners and chefs could never earn that kind of money. Even security guards only had a chance if they were injured or killed on duty, to receive such compensation. Now, the company had no such incidents, and they hadn't even worked at the company for a full month. And yet they got such huge red envelopes. Who would believe that? When they first saw the SMS notification, they thought it was a scam message. It wasn't until the logistics manager personally confirmed it with them that they realized it was real. Why would Lin Fan give such large red envelopes to these non-core roles? One reason was that they had earned too much money. He didn't care about money. Another reason was that he wanted them to feel a strong sense of belonging to the company. Whether cleaner, chef, or security guard, they might not be able to generate much revenue for the company, but if they were bribed, they could cause enormous losses. In TV shows, business wars are about scheming, short-selling stocks, and hostile takeovers. In real life, business warfare is much more down-to-earth, cutting your internet cable, shutting off your power, stealing your company's seal, or pouring boiling water on your money tree. Since Lin Fan had the ability, he naturally didn't mind letting employees live better. Li Shishir came up with such a distribution plan because she understood the boss's mindset, which is why she structured it that way. And it proved to be very effective. Lin Fan couldn't see people's loyalty stats, but if he could, he'd find that every employee in the company had full loyalty. Everyone's favorability toward Lin Fan reached the threshold, triggering the devotion aura on Lin Fan, making them his loyal followers. They would remain loyal to him forever. And the new employees still working from home, waiting for the new office to be completed before they officially move in, also received the email. 1,000 yuan might not be much, but they hadn't even officially started working yet. And they still got a holiday red envelope of 1,000 yuan? President Lin is way too kind to them. Other departments in the company were simply happy, but the finance department was happy and stressed at the same time. It was already past 4 o'clock, nearly 5. They were also included in the huge bonuses and wanted to receive their money before the holiday. They had to submit the payroll distribution request to the bank before 5 p.m. Before that, they had to get all the accounts in order, how much each account would receive, how much tax needed to be withheld, everything had to be accurate. Otherwise, if they made a payment error, they'd be in big trouble. Not that they'd go to jail or be fired for a mistake, but their image in the eyes of leadership and the boss would be damaged. Still want that promotion or raise? But since the holiday bonus included them too, everyone was highly motivated. Finally, just before 5 p.m., the finance department submitted the bulk payment request. If nothing went wrong, all company employees would receive this massive payment today. Yaisai Dimension's official closing time was 5:30. Even before 5:30, people from the game dev teams started receiving SMS notifications of bank deposits. However, the amount received wasn't 3 million, because taxes alone took over 1.1 million. Even so, seeing the bank deposit alert, and seeing their account suddenly grow by over 1.8 million. People who received the SMS were practically freaking out with excitement. Waving arms, shouting, doing somersaults on the floor, every reaction imaginable. Of course, those were the more extroverted E-types. Many introverted I-types didn't react that much outwardly. But even they had flushed faces and heavy breathing. After all, most workers are ordinary people. Saving $1 million is no easy task. Even in this higher-paying industry, living expenses in Beijing were high. Housing and food alone cost a lot each month. If someone earned 20,000 a month and could save 10,000, that was already pretty good. After all, with higher income usually comes higher spending. Long live the boss! After work, someone couldn't help but post on their moments to show off. Bank deposit alert.jpg. Woo-woo, I'm literally crying. The boss is just too good. I've only been working for a little over a month, and the boss gave out a bonus of over 1.8 million. And that's after tax. At just 25 years old, I can already afford to buy a house in my hometown. Thank you, boss. Once a forest guardian, always a forest guardian. I will always support Brother Lin Fan. Of course, when posting to moments, she hid it from her relatives. That way, no relatives would suddenly show up asking to borrow money after seeing she got rich. As for friends? Close friends wouldn't ask to borrow money, and those who weren't close, why should they ask? If they dared to ask for money, then they'd no longer be friends. After this post was made, someone in her friend circle took a screenshot and shared it online. And in just one night, it went viral. Are Lin Fan's company benefits really this good? Just how much money has Lin Fan's company made? If the person hadn't mentioned Lin Fan in the post, it probably wouldn't have blown up this much. But she did mention Lin Fan, and also that she received over $1 million in bonuses after just a month on the job, which was already unbelievable. Combine these two pieces of information, and the post exploded across the internet overnight. Many people commented below. Is this real? Less than 2 months of work and got over 1.8 million in bonuses? Over 1.8 million, and it's after tax. I couldn't make that in 10 years. Lin Fan's company? Yisai Dimension? I knew Yisai Dimension's benefits were good, but not this good. That 1-month bonus is enough to live on for life. It's real, even the cleaners got several 100,000. Is it too late to switch jobs now? Too late, Yisai Dimension hasn't been hiring cleaners for a while. You can't get in. Don't believe the hype. I work at Yisai Dimension, it's all fake. What company would give that much in bonuses? Not even year-end bonuses are that high. It's probably real. I just signed my employment contract and haven't even officially started, but I still got a 1,000 yuan holiday bonus. I can believe the 1,000 yuan red envelope. But a 1.8 million bonus? 2 million total? How am I supposed to believe that? At Lin Fan, Fan tell us if this is true? Some people tagged Lin Fan's account, and many others went straight to the comment sections under his videos. Brother Fan, I heard you gave every employee over $1 million in red envelopes. Is this true? Lin Fan Gigi, I want to join your company too. Can I sneak in through the back door? I can do anything. Brother Lin Fan, I don't need that much. Half is fine. Bastard. Stop raising the bar for everyone else. The next morning, Lin Fan got up and took his phone to the bathroom. When he opened it, he saw over 99 notifications on Douyin. Opening Douyin to check the comments and DMs, he finally understood what had happened. An employee had received their bonus and couldn't help but show off on moments, and someone took a screenshot and shared it online. Lin Fan wasn't angry at all. Who doesn't want to show off once in a while? In his past life, when he had just graduated and was working like a horse, if his boss had given him a bonus over $1 million. No, even if it was just over 10,000 yuan, he would have posted about it too. Of course, he would have also hidden the post from certain people. Lin Fan browsed through some private messages and comments, all of them asking whether the story was true. There were also many people asking if they could get into his company through the back door. Some said they didn't even need that much of a bonus, just half would be enough. Some even said they didn't need a bonus at all, just a regular salary would do. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. People in the Daxia Empire really love to compete. Lin Fan tapped the plus button in the middle and chose to record a video. He planned to personally confirm the situation for the curious netizens. After all, it wasn't something shameful. On the contrary, it was something worth showing off. The company made a lot of money, and he, as the boss, was willing to share it with the employees. This could totally serve as a promotional ad for the company. That way, when the new tech companies are founded, recruitment will be much easier. I woke up this morning and saw a lot of people DMing me, asking about the red envelope bonuses. Let me clarify, yes, it's true. It was indeed my decision to take out 500 million to distribute bonuses and holiday red envelopes to company employees. Because the company made money, and with the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival coming up, I figured giving employees a little something to celebrate the holiday wasn't a bad idea. As for how much the company earned, I'm not exactly sure of the profit figures, but the revenue in September exceeded 80 billion yuan. Taking out 500 million to let employees have some fun, I think it's worth it. As for the rest of the company's money, apart from essential expenses, I'll invest all of it into the new tech companies I mentioned earlier. Like I said before, I'm not that interested in money. For myself, even 10 million is more than enough. Instead of distributing 80 billion in dividends, I'd rather use it to do something more meaningful. For example, developing various types of robots. Right now, there are still many people working in very dangerous jobs, miners, firefighters, construction workers, etc., all of which involve life-threatening risks. I hope to create robots that can replace humans in those high-risk industries. Let humans work in safer jobs instead. And then there's prosthetic development. There are many disabled people in the world, some born that way, others due to accidents. Some are blind, some are deaf, some have lost hands or feet. I want to develop prosthetics that, once implanted, can allow disabled people to live normal lives. Like artificial eyes, so blind people can see again. Or artificial arms and legs, so amputees can do everything a normal person can. As for virtual reality, that's more of a personal dream. I've always fantasized about experiencing the kind of full immersion VR seen in movies, where the player's consciousness enters the game world, and the game is fully open. Whatever is possible in reality is possible in the game. And even what's impossible in reality can be done in the game. Like flying on a sword, moving mountains and filling seas, summoning heavenly lightning to slay demons. I don't know if I can succeed, but as long as I'm still making money, I'll keep pouring money into the new companies until they produce results and no longer need financial support. If I succeed, I'll even pick a group of lucky fans to be the first to try it out. Lastly, there's one more thing. The fact that my company was able to achieve over 80 billion in revenue in September is all thanks to the support of fans and netizens. To thank fans and netizens for their support, I've decided to hold an offline concert. The date is set for the 9th. As for the location, I personally would like to hold it at the Bird's Nest. After all, it's the biggest venue and can hold the most spectators. But whether we can use the Bird's Nest depends on whether it's available that day. On the day of the concert, besides singing the songs I've already released, I'll also sing a few new ones. I promise to give everyone a big surprise. Lin Fan had long wanted to hold a concert. In live streams, viewers sending gifts wouldn't trigger system rewards. So he wondered, would gifts from fans at an offline concert trigger rewards? Just in time, he and the company had gone viral because of this incident, so he took the chance to announce the concert plans. At an offline concert, there would definitely be fans who brought gifts, right? If nothing else, they'd bring flowers. If this could trigger a system reward, then he'd start holding concerts regularly. Even if singing for hours at a concert was exhausting, it was worth it for the system rewards. As long as it could trigger rewards like Titan Mecha blueprints, prosthetic tech, virtual reality tech, or skills like light body technique and Oscar-level acting, it'd all be worth it. Being tired wasn't a big deal. And if he could get some elixirs of immortality or antidote pills that made him immune to all poisons, that would be even better. After recording the video and confirming there were no issues, Lin Fan clicked publish. After finishing in the bathroom and washing up, he came out wrapped in a bath towel. "Honey, are you going to hold a concert?" Li Xiling looked at Lin Fan with shining eyes, holding her phone. As Lin Fan's wife, she followed all his social media accounts. Soon after Lin Fan posted the video on Douyin, she received a system notification and immediately clicked to watch it. She had no objections to Lin Fan giving out 500 million in red envelopes. After all, she had been right next to him when he mentioned it to Li Shishir yesterday. She was born into wealth, money wasn't important to her. What she valued more was Lin Fan's talent. From the first time she heard Lin Fan sing, she was completely captivated. She loved music deeply, otherwise, she wouldn't have majored in it. Now that Lin Fan was going to hold a concert, she also wanted to perform as a guest singer on stage. Next to her, Chen Fengzheng was also staring at Lin Fan with bright eyes. She majored in music performance, so she was also in a related field. And Lin Fan was going to perform at the Bird's Nest, the biggest stage in the country. She really wanted a chance to be on that stage too. Huh? You've already seen the video? Lin Fan, wrapped in a towel, sat down on the sofa. Honey, if you're doing a concert, how about letting me be your guest singer? Lee Siling said with a smile. If she wanted to hold a concert herself, it would be easy. Even booking the Bird's Nest wouldn't be hard. But without fans, what would be the point? Her original plan was to find famous lyricists and composers in her second or third year of university to write songs for her. But after meeting Lin Fan, that plan was shelved, or rather, she no longer wanted to be a pop star as much. But now her husband was going to hold a concert, that was different. She knew very well how many fans Lin Fan had. Once the concert was on, it would absolutely be a sold-out event. Even fans who couldn't get tickets would gather outside the Bird's Nest. She had no interest in crashing someone else's concert, but crashing her husband's concert? No guilt at all. Sure, want me to write 2 songs for you? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Holding a concert at the Bird's Nest meant singing a lot of songs. At least 30 songs would be needed, right? Having guest singers perform a few would lighten his load. Honey, if you write songs just for me, that would be amazing, Lee Siling nodded happily. Xiao Fengjing, do you want to be a guest singer too? I can write 2 songs for you as well, Lin Fan said, looking at Chen Fengjing next to Lee Siling. Huh? Really? But wouldn't that be too much work for you, Fan? Today is already the 1st, and there's only 1 week left until the 9th. Writing so many songs in such a short time, won't it be too exhausting? Chen Fengjing looked at Lin Fan, worried. Writing a song isn't that easy. It's fine honey, write songs super fast, Lee Siling laughed. Others might not know Lin Fan's songwriting speed, but she did. That day at home, Lin Fan wrote songs for her and her sisters right on the spot, no drafts, just playing and singing live. She had never seen such a monster singer-songwriter. Siling is right, I write songs very fast. There's no need to worry, Xiao Fengjing. Besides your songs, I also need to write others. After all, a full concert should have around 30 songs, right? And so far, I've only released 8 songs. In the next week, including your songs, I'll need to write more than 20 songs, Lin Fan said casually. For anyone else, writing 20 songs in a week would be impossible without sleepless nights. In his previous life, maybe only Jay Cho had done something similar. He once wrote 50 songs in 10 days. But not all of them were usable, only 10 ended up on the final album. Now Lin Fan had to write 20 plus excellent and classic songs in a week. Normally, that'd be impossible. But he was different, he had listened to countless songs over 20 years in his previous life, and all of them were classics. He just had to pick 20 of them. Besides Chinese songs, he'd also choose some foreign songs. Later, he'd have Wang Xitian's mother help push the songs onto foreign charts. He believed that once those songs got exposure and charted overseas, his international fame would skyrocket. And with fame, he could better advertise his own products. As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up his phone. He originally planned to call Li Shishir and have her arrange someone to contact the Bird's Nest. But after thinking about it, he called Jiang Yuyan instead. Since he was signed to Starshine Entertainment, concerts were their responsibility. Starshine Entertainment acted very quickly. After Lin Fan called Jiang Yuyan to explain that he was planning to hold a concert on the 9th and wanted it to be at the Bird's Nest. About half an hour later, Jiang Yuyan called back and said there was no problem. The Bird's Nest had already been arranged. No one had booked the venue for the 9th, and Starshine Entertainment had secured the usage rights for that day. They immediately began preparations for the concert. At the latest, ticket sales could begin in 2 days. What? It's the National Day holiday right now? As long as you pay enough, it doesn't matter if it's the National Day holiday, or even the Chinese New Year, there will always be people working. Even if it hails from the sky, people will still show up. Regarding ticket sales, Lin Fan made one request. Tickets must be sold under real names, and entry to the concert venue must also be with a real name check. Although this can't completely eliminate scalpers, it's still better than nothing. Without this rule, real fans wouldn't even have time to click buy before all the tickets were snatched up by bots and scalpers. In addition, Lin Fan also stated that, aside from a small number of internal reserved tickets, ticket resale at increased prices was strictly forbidden. All tickets for public sale must be sold through official ticketing platforms. And there was to be no manipulation or deception. In his past life, Lin Fan had heard that some popular singers would intentionally hold back a large portion of tickets to be sold by scalpers at inflated prices. The tickets actually sold at regular prices on ticket platforms accounted for only half, or even less. But for this concert, Lin Fan had no intention of making money from ticket sales. His main reason for holding the concert was to meet fans in person and to receive more gifts from them. With more fans giving gifts, there would naturally be more girls whose looks met the system's reward threshold. If not for the worry that not charging for tickets might lead to the same issue as with online live streams, where gifts don't trigger system rewards, he wouldn't even charge for entry. But to avoid that, he had to sell tickets. Still, all preventive measures had to be put in place. After hanging up with Jiang Yuyan, he immediately posted another video, telling fans that tickets for his concert would be available on all major ticket platforms within 2 days at the latest. He also told fans that in addition to himself, there would be some mysterious guest performers at the concert. As for who they were? Of course he couldn't say, otherwise they wouldn't be mysterious guest performers anymore. What Lin Fan didn't know was that as soon as he posted the video, Starshine Entertainment began receiving calls from many singers and music companies. All of them wanted to be guest performers at Lin Fan's concert. Among them, there was even a pop diva. After all, who didn't know how popular Lin Fan was right now? Up until now, his songs still dominated the new release and hot song charts across all major music platforms. They weren't coming down, literally wouldn't budge. That alone would be impressive. And while the music industry often has songs that are hits while the artist remains unknown, Lin Fan wasn't like that. He had over 400 million followers on Douyin. And he was a male singer, more importantly, ridiculously handsome. Not just in the music world, even among idols, there wasn't anyone better looking than him. More importantly, Lin Fan's game company made over 80 billion in profit in September alone. What normal company could do that? And all of this was made possible thanks to his loyal fans supporting him from behind the scenes. Not only was Lin Fan's fan base huge, but they were also willing to spend money on him. That was a big deal. If they could get a spot at Lin Fan's first solo concert, these singers could raise their own fame and pick up some of his fan base. Only a few of the biggest pop stars were too proud to ask. Even inside Starshine Entertainment, many wanted to piggyback on Lin Fan's concert and appear as guest singers. Jiang Yuyan rejected many of them directly, but for a few well-known singers with close ties to Starshine, especially a certain pop diva, it was hard to say no. So she called Lin Fan to ask if he'd allow those people to perform as guest singers. Lin Fan didn't refuse outright but asked Jiang Yuyan to give him the names first. He wanted to think about it. Mainly, he wanted to look up their profiles and see if he vibed with them. If he liked their vibe, they could be guest performers, plus it would lighten his load. If not, then forget it. Singing a few more or a few fewer songs made little difference to him. With his stamina and endurance, he could sing the whole concert solo without much trouble. Jiang Yuyan also asked Lin Fan if he could help promote some of the company's new trainees. Lin Fan's popularity was so high that if the newcomers got his endorsement, their path to debut would be much easier. Of course, it was entirely up to Lin Fan. Jiang Yuyan was just asking for his opinion. If Lin Fan wasn't willing, she wouldn't force him. Not to mention, her daughter was currently dating Lin Fan. He was family. She would never create conflict with him over company trainees. And considering Lin Fan's status as a titled noble of the Yen royal family, Jiang Yuyan couldn't force him to do anything even if she wanted to. Soon, Li Yuniao sent Lin Fan a list with dozens of names. Of course, not to have him promote all of them, but to let him choose who he was willing to help. These were all Starshine's new female artists. Some had debuted but weren't popular yet, others were still trainees. No matter whom Lin Fan chose, Li Yuniao wouldn't have any objections. Even if Lin Fan didn't pick a single one, she wouldn't and couldn't complain. The mindset was simple: if someone caught Lin Fan's eye, it was their luck. If not, that was their fate. Having someone help take the pressure off, Lin Fan was naturally happy. He didn't mind helping 3 to 5 people, but not too many. After all, it was his solo concert. Fans were coming to see him. If he didn't get enough stage time, he'd be letting them down. 3 to 5 guest singers, each singing 1 or 2 songs, that was just right. Lin Fan opened the list and skimmed through it. Fortunately, as expected from Starshine's boss, Li Yuniao hadn't put a single male artist on the list, it was all female artists. After a quick glance, Lin Fan started seriously going through each name. Of course, he looked at photos first. If they weren't good-looking, he wasn't interested in helping them. The more he looked, the wider his eyes got. He recognized a lot of familiar faces from the list. In his previous life, these people were all already famous, many were quite well known. But in this world, some had just debuted and were still unknown, and others hadn't even debuted yet. Zhao Ling'er, Tang Zixuan, Lu Longkue, Yang Xuejian, Zheng Ziki, Bai Fengjiu, Gu Xiaojiao, Maranaza, Si Tian, Song Ruoruo, Yang Chaoyue, etc. Starshine Entertainment was truly amazing. Had they captured all the future female celebrities from his past life in one go? Lin Fan picked out all the familiar faces from the list, and a few other girls who, although unfamiliar, were very good-looking. Although he initially planned to take only 3 to 5 newcomers, many of them were stars he had liked in his previous life. Not all of them needed to sing, some could be background dancers. Those who could sing would sing, and those who couldn't would dance. Of course, although Lin Fan selected this many, it didn't mean he had definitely chosen them. He still needed to confirm offline. After all, you can't get detailed information from just looking at photos online. He would check them carefully offline later. If their sexual history wasn't zero, they would all be passed over. There were so many girls to choose from, he naturally wanted the best. Even if he didn't make a move on all of them, they were still potential targets. Those with lesser qualifications would be eliminated right away. After choosing the people, Lin Fan sent the list to Jiang Yuyen. President Jiang, let's temporarily set these people. I'll check them offline later. If there's no problem, then they'll be confirmed. In the next few days, I'll write some new songs. Have the company rush production, and let them all practice. We can't have someone being selected and then not knowing how to sing, that won't do. On the other side, Jiang Yuyen responded that there was no problem. Then she opened the list Lin Fan sent to see who was lucky enough to catch his eye. She was shocked. There were nearly 20 people. She had only sent over a little more than 50 names in total, all of whom the company considered to have potential. These people were either good-looking, had good figures, or had talent. If they didn't meet the standards, Jiang Yuyen wouldn't have included them. She originally thought that if Lin Fan could pick out 3 to 5, that would be great. With his popularity, just appearing at his first concert would guarantee huge exposure. As long as nothing went wrong, they would most likely become famous. She didn't expect Lin Fan to choose nearly 20. But this wasn't a bad thing. Even if only 10 of them made it to the stage after offline interviews, it would still be a huge win for the company. It would save the company a lot in publicity costs and other expenses. So she would definitely give this her full attention. She would personally supervise the production of the songs Lin Fan wrote. The chosen girls would be watched closely and trained hard. Such a golden opportunity was already at their mouths. If they wasted it due to lack of effort, then they weren't worth nurturing. They'd be shelved, no question. Royal Petroleum and Natural Gas Group Company, Limited, Chairman's Office. Li Yunyao was watching the Douyin video Lin Fan posted. As the Princess Yen, she was not only the right Zongjing of the Ministry of Clan Affairs but also the chairwoman of the Royal Petroleum and Natural Gas Group Company, Ltd. She was one of the leaders of the 3 energy giants in the Great Xia Empire. The other 2 were led by Prince Qin and Prince Jin. As Lin Fan's mother-in-law, Li Yunyao paid close attention to him. She followed all his social media accounts using her private account. Although she didn't expect too much from Lin Fan, as long as he could give her Yen royal family a male heir and, like her sister's sons-in-law, take a proper position in the imperial enterprise, she still hoped Lin Fan would do well in his entrepreneurial ventures. After all, if he did well, it would bring honor to the Yen royal family. When she heard Lin Fan say in the video that his company had over 80 billion in revenue in 1 month, her first reaction was disbelief. A company less than 2 months old making over 80 billion in a month, how was that possible? Many listed companies don't even make that much in a year. Though she was keeping an eye on Lin Fan's company, she didn't know its exact revenue. After all, she hadn't planted anyone in the finance department. But if she wanted to check, it would be easy. There were only a few company and payment accounts. Still, she didn't investigate. There was no need to investigate her own son-in-law. She would confirm it directly with him when he came home. If it was true, then she would need to take him even more seriously. When they chatted before, Lin Fan had said he didn't plan to stay in the entertainment industry forever, and would enter tech. Now, based on his video, he really intended to enter tech. But unlike entertainment, tech was a money pit. With bad luck, you could burn endless money and still get no results. Take chips, for example. The Great Xia Empire had been investing in them for nearly a century and only recently made breakthroughs. Even now, their chip tech was 1 or 2 generations behind that of the US. The tech companies Lin Fan wanted to start were all high-burn projects. Especially prosthetic and VR tech. VR was proposed over 200 years ago, and people had been researching it ever since. Li Yunyao was familiar with this area, she had even read some VR-themed novels. But even after 200 years, it still hadn't been realized. Prosthetics were the same. Ordinary artificial limbs were advanced, especially legs, which now allowed amputees to walk normally. But only walk. Running or jumping was still difficult. Even the best artificial limbs couldn't match real ones in flexibility. Hands were even harder. Some of the most advanced artificial hands could do basic motions, and even play simple tunes on a piano. But the movements were stiff and nowhere near a real hand's dexterity. As for artificial eyes, even further from Lin Fan's expectations. Modern artificial eyes were just cosmetic, making someone look normal. Restoring vision to someone without eyeballs was still impossible. Even if Lin Fan's company really made 80+ billion a month, funding several tech startups at once might still not be sustainable. If he ever lacked money, as his mother-in-law, she could help support him. On that day, Jiang Yuyan had all the selected artists' agents come to her office. She showed them the list of artists selected by Lin Fan. At the same time she told them that these artists have only passed the initial round, and there will be a second round of exams. In the upcoming period, Lin Fan will write some new songs, and part of them will be given to the guest backing singers to sing. If you sing well, then practice singing properly. If your singing is average, then practice dance properly. If for some other reason you fail the next interview, then forget it. But if you fail the next interview because you didn't work hard enough, then don't blame the company for being ruthless. The company spends a lot to train you, and if you are unwilling even to make an effort, what value is there in training you? Go get a job elsewhere. The entertainment circle is not for people like that. After the agents left, they all passed Jiang Yuyan's words to their respective artists. Next, if someone drops the ball, don't blame her for not showing mercy then. The selected artists, upon learning they had been chosen by Lin Fan, were all excited to death. Because that's Lin Fan. He has 400 or 500 million fans across the web. In one live stream his peak online audience exceeded 400 million. You could say Lin Fan is currently the most popular male artist in Asia. His national recognition may not match some older artists, but in terms of heat, he's unquestionably number one right now. However, they have only passed the initial test. There is still another round of interviews to come. Only by passing the interview can they officially step onto the stage of Lin Fan's first concert. At that time, they will either become guest backing singers or become backup dancers. In any case, as long as they can step onto Lin Fan's first concert stage, for them this is a huge opportunity. At such a time, how could anyone not work hard? If they could skip sleeping, they'd wish to work for 24 hours a day. Even now, many of them in the next few days sleep only 4 or 5 hours or even 3 or 4 hours each day. As long as they can get onto Lin Fan's concert stage, then everything is worth it. But two people were troubled. They were Yang Chaoyue and Bai Jingjing. These two are currently participating in Innovation 101. Although on the 9th they do not have program filming competitions and they can ask for leave and step out. However, in Innovation 101 all contestants' daily lives, training and other content also need to be filmed. Later it will be edited into vlogs and broadcast. They can take one day off, but they cannot take 1 week off. Also, normally they have to rehearse for the competition programs, which in itself is from morning to evening, except for eating, resting, using the toilet, almost all the time is rehearsing. There's simply no time to practice Lin Fan songs or dance. Unless they take part of the rehearsal time for the competition program to practice Lin Fan songs. But if they do that, when the competition comes they might be eliminated because the program is not spectacular enough. Nevertheless the two of them finally decided, practice. Must practice. It doesn't matter if they are eliminated from the show, after all the show hasn't aired yet, nobody knows what its final ratings will be. But if they can get onto Lin Fan's concert, that exposure effect might not be worse than the show. And if they really can get onto Lin Fan's concert, they can sing songs written by Lin Fan himself. They might even duet with Lin Fan. Isn't that more attractive than participating in the show? The next day, Lin Fan wrote 7 songs and sent them to his agent, asking her to have the company produce the music. Previously he had written 7 songs one after another. And for a concert, at least 2 hours, right? If time were too short, what's that called a concert then? If each song averages 3 to 5 minutes, you'd need at least 20+ songs. More could be 40 songs. This is his first concert, he can't use only 2 hours, that would be too perfunctory, too unfair to the fans. Not to mention 3 hours, even 150 minutes is needed. So let's say more than 30 songs are prepared. Also need to leave some time for the company to produce the music, need to leave some time for all the guest backing singers to practice singing. In a week's time, at least 2 days must be left for singing practice, right? So in the next 5 days, he at least each day must compose 5 to 7 songs. After Lin Fan sent the scores and lyrics of 7 songs to his agent Xia Ran immediately reported to the president Jiang Yuyan. Then they went to the recording studio, had the studio staff produce the backing music according to the requirements. At the same time, arranged for those selected female artists to start practicing singing, or had the dance teachers design dance based on the songs, letting those whose singing level is average practice dance. Of course, everyone who contacts the songs is required to keep any information about the song secret. Otherwise, they will face heavy fines, even company blacklisting. Xingming Entertainment is not just an entertainment company, but one of the top entertainment companies in the industry. In the entertainment circle, it is a highly ranked existence. If Xingming Entertainment really speaks to blacklist a certain artist or a staff, then many people in the entertainment circle will respond. Of course, if the artist that Xingming Entertainment wants to blacklist has very high commercial value, then other entertainment companies might not give Xingming Entertainment face. But add on the factor of offending Lin Fan, then if you are blacklisted you really can't expect to remain in the entertainment circle of the Dixia Empire. After all, Lin Fan is the marquis of the Yanwang Mansion and outside also represents the face of the Yanwang Mansion. Within the industry you don't just have to consider Xingming Entertainment, you also have to consider the Yanwang Mansion. In the next few days, Lin Fan every day sent newly written songs to Agent Xia Ran. On the 6th, Lin Fan composed a total of 32 songs. And every song was a previously hugely popular classic song. Li Xiling, Chen Fengjing, and the company's Agent Xia Ran, President Jiang Yuyan, and all the selected female artists, all witnessed Lin Fan's composing ability. 5 or 6 days' time, he composed 32 songs. And every song is very good, definitely able to rank on the new song charts and hot song charts. Of those 32 songs, 28 are Chinese songs, and the other 4 are English songs. Many of those selected artists are not professional singers, they don't have strong professional music theory knowledge. But you can still tell whether a song is good by listening. Everyone unanimously believed that those 4 English songs definitely can storm the European and American markets. They might even fly the dragon over the river and directly top the European and American new song charts, hot song charts and various charts. Jiang Yuyan heard the tunes of those English songs and was also very excited. The company had always wanted to break into the European and American music market, but had always hovered at the doorstep of the European and American market and never been able to claim a foothold. Why? Isn't it because they didn't have good English songs? Singers are easy to find, but good songs are really hard to find. But Lin Fan's those few English songs made her see hope. Maybe Xingming Entertainment's chance has come. Lin Fan and the others these few days, apart from wandering the mountains and waters, are also practicing songs. Especially Li Xiling and Chen Fengjing. The two of them also want to sing 2 songs at Lin Fan's concert. The songs, Lin Fan wrote them, but if they want to sing them fluently, they still have to practice. Even if at the concert they will arrange teleprompters, they still must sing the songs until they're extremely familiar, not missing a note, not forgetting the lyrics. After all, on stage singing, you can't keep looking at the teleprompter to sing. That wouldn't be a performance, it would be embarrassing. Lin Fan is much better. He scribbled these songs himself, so naturally he won't forget the lyrics or anything. He only needs to sing a couple more times, deepen his memory, so in case something unexpected happens on stage. Wife Little Fengjing, how is your song practice going? Lin Fan finished the final sentence of Jing Ju Gu Cheng, closed his laptop, then looked at the two of them. I'll sing once, husband you listen, see if there's any part that needs improvement, Li Xiling immediately spoke. After Xiling sings, Fan Fan you also help me listen, Chen Fengjing followed. These few days, the two of them have been very serious practicing songs. And each of them practiced several songs. Not only did they rehearse the songs they are going to sing, they also practiced a few more songs. So if Lin Fan gets tired of singing, they can sing a couple more songs to let Lin Fan rest a bit. Although it's absolutely unnecessary, given Lin Fan's stamina and endurance, singing the full show is not much pressure. Moreover, there are those dozen-something or 20 artistes of the company. Although it's impossible for each of them to go on stage and sing a song, helping with 4 or 5 or 6 songs is still no problem. Add in Li Xiling and Chen Fengjing, that already takes off 1/3 of the songs. If he still can't finish singing, that's too poor. However, Li Xiling and Chen Fengjing are willing to practice a few more songs, so he naturally sees no need to stop them. Even if they can't go on stage alone, they can go on stage together with him for a duet. Like a few songs of Feng Huang Chuan Shua, him singing the male part, actually wouldn't be much different from a rest. Li Xiling opened her phone, found the already recorded backing track, clicked play. Story's Little Yellow Flower, floating since the year of birth. Swinging childhood swings, rocking memory until now. I can get used to long distance. Love always is against one's will. I'd rather change away, at least still can love you from afar. If I look at you once more, will there still be a feeling? In those days barefaced, so pure. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond. Just to wait with you that bright white moonlight. Swam through 4 seasons lotus still fragrant, waiting for you as if in water center. Carrying pole wide, bench long, carrying pole wants to tie onto the bench. Carrying pole wide, bench long, carrying pole wants to tie onto the bench. London Marilyn bought a cheongsam and gave it to mother. Moscow's ski fell in love with beef noodle dumplings. Lee Siling sang all her practiced songs once, and asked Lin Fan to listen and see if there were still any insufficiencies. As for other things, actually fine. In terms of singing ability, Lee Siling is not at all bad. After all, she naturally has a good voice, and since childhood liked singing, in interest classes for who knows how long. Now also studying music as her major, in terms of singing technique and tonal color, she has absolutely no problem. But everything fears a but. Lee Siling's voice belongs to the sweet kind. After all, she's only 19, sweet enough, but lacking momentum. Cannot bring forth a grand feeling. Other songs still fine, Swedish is okay, not much of a problem. But the songs of Feng Huang Chuan Shua make Lin Fan feel very awkward. After all, he listened so much in his past life, and when Lee Siling sings, he subconsciously compares with Feng Huang Chuan Shua. And then it sounds more and more awkward, the momentum is insufficient. You completely cannot feel the grassland sense. After Lee Siling finished singing, she came directly to Lin Fan, sat on his leg. "Husband, how did I sing?" Lin Fan nodded seriously. "Wife, you sang very nicely, both voice and technique are impeccable. But among them there are a few songs whose tonal color doesn't suit you very well." "Ah? Which songs?" "Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, Lotus Pond Moonlight, Lavish Fragrance Lady, and All Is Love, these few songs. For these songs, I need to bring a feeling of grandness, full of aura, but your voice is too sweet, doesn't have that feel." Lin Fan said. "Is that so? Then my voice indeed doesn't suit them." Lee Siling was somewhat helpless. As a music major student, she is still clear on her own strengths and weaknesses. Her voice is of the sweet style, some songs just are not suitable to sing. If forced to sing, it will only feel very awkward. Unless one's technique is high enough to cover that awkward feeling. But now she obviously has not reached that level. She still has to learn. "No matter if you want to sing, later I'll write some songs suitable for you." Lin Fan gently pinched Lee Siling's little cheek. In the past life there were quite a few sweet-style songs, especially the songs of the Sweetheart Leader, i.e., Sweetheart Chief, basically all very suitable for Lee Siling's voice. If Lee Siling debuts, probably would become this world's sweetheart leader. After Lee Siling finished singing, next it was Chen Fengjing's turn to sing. "Don't Want You to Leave." Distance cannot separate. Longing becomes sea. Outside the window cannot enter. Young first meeting always in my heart. Many years still your deep affection. Mountains and rivers like painting, how could compare? The scenery you gave me. Not understanding love, hate, emotion, torture, we all thought loving is like wind clouds, changeability. Believe love one day equals forever, in this moment freeze time. Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. I'll be waiting, all there's left to do is run. You'll be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Chen Fengjing actually has even one of the 4 English songs she prepared well practiced. She also wants to enter the European American music circle. Fan, you think I sang how? Is there any place that still needs improvement? Chen Fengjing sat on Lin Fan's other side, her arms hugging his arm. She and Lee Siling actually have the same problem, that is, the voice is not grand enough. Lotus Pond Moonlight, Lavish Fragrance Lady, and All Is Love, those 3 songs she actually also practiced, but after hearing Lin Fan's feedback to Lee Siling, she very decisively abandoned those 3 songs. Because Chen Fengjing, after hearing Lin Fan's critique, very clearly understood that Lee Siling was not suitable for those songs, she likewise was not suitable. According to Lin Fan's demands, the girls suitable to sing those songs have to either naturally have the right voice, or must have super strong technique to make up for voice deficiency. Chen Fengjing knows she is not up to standard, so she simply gives up. Sang very nicely, completely can go on stage to perform. Lin Fan smiled while feeling the warmth transmitted from the arm. "Husband, then you think, who is more awesome, me or Fengjing?" "You're both amazing, Lin Fan coaxed Lee Siling like a child. On the 7th. Lin Fan and his group ended their honeymoon early. He had to return early to interview the female artists at the company. On the 3rd, the Bird's Nest concert tickets had already been released. 80,000 concert tickets, except for a few dozen that Lin Fan reserved in advance, all the rest were distributed through major ticketing platforms. The release times on each platform were staggered. But regardless of the platform, all of their allotted tickets sold out within seconds after going live. But 80,000 tickets simply couldn't satisfy Lin Fan's hundreds of millions of fans. This was Lin Fan's first concert. As long as someone was a fan of Lin Fan, no one wanted to miss it. Even many casual fans didn't want to miss Lin Fan's concert. Because Xingmong Entertainment had already released the concert setlist. A total of 39 songs. Only 7 of them were old songs, the remaining 32 were all brand new songs that no one had ever heard before. This had never happened in any concert before. If it were someone else, people might think those 30+ new songs were hastily made to fill space. But Lin Fan is different. Every one of his previous songs had charted on the new song and hot song rankings. Not only did the fans believe in Lin Fan, they believed every one of his songs would be great. Even ordinary netizens who weren't fans felt that Lin Fan wouldn't just write junk songs to fool his fans. He had no reason to. Lin Fan's group flew in his private jet and landed at Beijing International Airport. Before the plane landed, a motorcade was already waiting at the airport. After landing, they got into a bulletproof extended limousine and headed straight for Xingmong Entertainment. Even before the flight took off, Lin Fan had already called Jiang Yuyan. And after landing, he immediately contacted her again. Told her he was already on the way to the company. At Xingmong Entertainment. Except for Yang Chaoyue and Bai Jingjing, who were still filming for the show Innovation 101 and couldn't return yet. All the other female artists that Lin Fan had selected were already at the company, waiting for him for the second round of interviews. These past few days, each of them had been seriously preparing according to the company's arrangements. Those good at singing focused on practicing Lin Fan's new songs. Those with average singing practiced dancing and the choreography arranged by the company's dance teachers. Almost a week of preparation, everyone had prepared quite thoroughly. But as the time approached, they were all extremely nervous. All were afraid of failing the second interview and being eliminated. At 11 a.m., Lin Fan's group arrived at the company. His assistant Wu Xiaohe was waiting at the entrance. "Brother Fan, sister-in-law, did you have a good honeymoon?" Wu Xiaohe smiled at them. She was actually several years older than Lin Fan and also older than Li Xiling. But in the workplace, she could only call Lin Fan brother or teacher. Even though Lin Fan didn't mind if she called him by name, if her boss found out, she'd be in trouble. "Not bad, it was quite fun," Lin Fan replied casually, then added, "So, is everyone here?" Wu Xiaohe naturally knew who he was talking about. Brother Fan, Yang Chaoyue and Bai Jingjing are filming for Innovation 101 and can't make it today. "The others are already waiting for you in the meeting room," Wu Xiaohe said. "Okay." Lin Fan glanced at his watch. It was a little past 11. "Then take me to see them." Lin Fan stepped into the building. "Brother Fan, you and sister-in-law just got off the plane, don't you want to rest first? They don't have anything else scheduled today, there's no rush." Wu Xiaohe followed beside him. Lin Fan turned to Li Xiling and Chen Fengzheng. "Are you tired? Want to rest for a bit?" Chen Fengzheng didn't reply, and looked to Li Xiling. She herself exercised daily and wasn't tired at all. But Li Xiling was different, she was pregnant. Whether to rest or not naturally depended on the main wife. "I'm not tired. We were either sitting on the plane or in the car. I didn't even walk around, not tired at all," Li Xiling said, shaking her head. She was only newly pregnant, her belly wasn't even showing, so she could move just like before. It wasn't like she was heavily pregnant and carrying extra weight that made walking tiring. "Okay, then let's go meet the company's artists first. We can rest after. It won't take long anyway." Lin Fan turned back to Wu Xiaohe. "Take us to them." "Oh, right, brother Fan, sister-in-law, follow me." Wu Xiaohe quickly led the way. She was curious about one thing, the other girl beside sister-in-law, was she also a sister-in-law? If not, then why did Lin Fan ask if both of them were tired? If he did, then that girl's identity must be special. So envious. But Wu Xiaohe knew her place, she looked proper, but her looks were far behind beauties like Li Xiling. Li Xiling and the other beauty beside her, both had the qualifications to be Lin Fan's women. She herself had none. Even if Lin Fan were with an ordinary girl, she wouldn't accept it. Lin Fan was someone way above others. He couldn't be with just a regular, confident woman. Only true goddesses were worthy of him. Lin Fan didn't know his assistant Wu Xiaohe was silently analyzing his relationship with Chen Fengzheng. He had already arrived with her at an empty dance room. The trainees usually practiced here. The company had arranged them to wait here so that Lin Fan could evaluate their singing and dancing skills. But the company didn't know, Lin Fan's second interview had nothing to do with skills. He only cared about whether they gave him a good impression. If they gave him the right feeling, they stayed. If not, they were out. What does feeling mean? Don't ask. It's just a vibe. Lin Fan wouldn't say that it meant real looks, and even their sexual history. You can't judge someone's true looks from a photo, only face to face. Same with sexual history, you can't tell from pictures. Wu Xiaohe pushed open the glass door and stood at the side. "Brother Fan, sister-in-law, please come in." Everyone inside who had been resting on the floor stood up immediately when they saw Lin Fan arrive. Teacher Lin Fan. In the entertainment industry, status and fame are everything. The interviews went quickly, and everyone passed the second round. On the 9th, the concert began. The venue could hold nearly 100,000 people, but due to viewing angles, only 80,000 seats were opened, and every seat was filled. The concert was a huge success, and fans' enthusiasm exploded across the venue. In the VVIP areas, fans threw their pre-prepared gifts onto the stage. From small flowers to expensive gifts like luxury items, gold, and jewels. And in Lin Fan's mind, system alerts kept popping up. Ding! Congratulations, received. Critical hit triggered. Reward, hypersonic jet blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, received. Critical hit triggered. Reward, controlled fusion technology blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, received. Critical hit triggered. Reward, A-flat peach. Ding! Congratulations, received. Critical hit triggered. Reward, space elevator blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, received. Critical hit triggered. Reward, anti-gravity technology blueprint. Ding! After the concert ended, many fans still refused to leave, wanting to get close to Lin Fan. Lin Fan met every fan's wish and took pictures with each of them. Fans who had brought gifts gave them to Lin Fan. Those who hadn't searched themselves for anything they could give as gifts. At this one concert, Lin Fan triggered nearly 10,000 system rewards. Why would he need slow development anymore? He became invincible immediately. The day after the concert, he entered the palace alone. The next day, Empress Li Yunjiao announced Lin Fan's marriage, granting her eldest daughter to him. The wedding would be set for another day. 1 week later, Lin Fan married the crown princess. Another week later, Empress Li Yunjiao abdicated, passing the throne to Lin Fan. 1 week after that, Lin Fan simultaneously married Li Xiyu, Li Xijin, Li Xixi, and Li Xiao, and also Li Yunwan, the cosplay bride who loved ancient Daxia dress. After that, the Daxia Empire entered rapid development. Virtual reality tech was realized. The first VR game was born. Cybernetic body tech emerged. Humans no longer feared disability or organ failure. Robots, mechas, hovercars, space jets, and laser weapons all hit the market. 1 year later, Lin Fan announced an external war. World War IV began.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.